Chapter 1 Special Department. The national soccer team didn't make it into the World Cup again. Damn it. The official excuse was that the grass was too soft and the cleats were too hard? Bullshit. What's the big deal about that? Remember the toxic vaccine case a while ago? It caused a huge uproar, and in the end, they claimed it was just a few pharmacists who did it, and that was the end of it. I don't believe that something so big could have been done by just a few temporary workers. This world has long lost its sense of justice. For a few 100,000, you can find countless people to take the fall. What do those people in the Divine department even do? They've been around for half a year now, and not only have they been completely useless, but they've also made things worse. If this keeps up, we won't even dare to drink formula anymore. They should have been shut down long ago. With all the money they receive, they couldn't even get a proper confession out. Everyone knows that someone went in there to take the fall on purpose, yet the case was closed so easily. In the suburbs of the capital of Xia country, a towering skyscraper stood amidst the area. The afternoon sunlight refracted off the glass windows and shone upon the chair inside the highest office, where a strikingly handsome young man sat. Even with his eyes tightly closed, he exuded an aura of heroic valor. After a brief moment, a murmuring voice rose. Xiuxian, seated in the chair, opened his eyes and glanced at the unfamiliar surroundings, revealing a hint of confusion in his expression. Wasn't he sleeping in the bedroom earlier? How had he suddenly ended up here? As he pondered, a wave of intense pain surged through his mind. Soon after, another memory surged into his consciousness. Time passed unknowingly until the throbbing finally subsided. At the same time, Xiuxian, sitting in the chair, felt slightly dazed. After assimilating that strange memory, he finally realized that he was now in a parallel world similar to Earth. Damn, I've crossed over? Divine department? What kind of institution is this? Just as he thought about this, a record of information regarding this department flooded his mind. With the rise of Xia country, discontentment from neighboring countries had been growing recently, frequently causing friction, selling counterfeit goods, inferior products, making exorbitant profits, and even collaborating with domestic companies to exploit the people's blood, sweat-earned money. In the end, paying just a few 100,000 to hire someone to take the fall allowed these wrongdoers to wash away their sins and escape unscathed. Due to such situations, a specialized department focusing on strict investigation was established. The Divine Department. This department exclusively handles major cases within the country, fully responsible to the highest leader. It can mobilize all resources, whether investigating any domestic company, foreign enterprises, or high-ranking officials and tycoons. Once targeted, they will be thoroughly investigated with no one daring to disobey. Having such privileges, the department could easily be called the top organizational department in Xia country. However, the reality wasn't so simple. Since the Divine department held too much power, no other department dared to challenge it. Therefore, it ultimately led to a situation where all departments both dreaded and isolated it, leading to fragmentation. After all, being human, who could claim to be perfect? In this money-driven society, avoiding mistakes became nearly impossible. And behind every criminal, wasn't there usually some powerful backing? Without substantial evidence, trying to arrest or interrogate them would be like chasing dreams. Eventually, despite having authority, the Divine department was left incapable of action. They also had to always be wary of retaliation. The original owner of this body devoted his life to the cause, working tirelessly, but gained absolutely nothing. Finally, due to continuous sleepless nights and stress-induced anger, he collapsed under his own breath. At this very moment, Xiuxian happened to cross over, but even he found himself powerless against fate. Facing the web of alliances set up by ruthless criminals, their wealthy patrons, and billion-dollar moguls, he felt utterly incapable of breaking free. If he had truly possessed such skills, he wouldn't have been just another deadbeat salaryman back on Earth. Was he really going to let these ferocious criminals run wild beyond the law? In despair, suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Ding, binding the strongest interrogator system. The system has bound successfully. The strongest interrogator system is at your service. This system allows for the creation of special interrogation scenarios to assist the host in completing interrogation missions. No matter how strong-willed the criminals are, they cannot escape conviction inside the system. A game changer. Having read countless over-the-top novels, Xiuxian was more than familiar with this concept known as the system. This is the ultimate tool for anyone who crosses over. Additionally, after binding the system, the true inside eye is automatically acquired. It helps the host investigate the crime value of each individual, ensuring no innocent person is wrongly accused and no criminal goes unpunished. After hearing the system's explanation, Xiuxian finally came to understand everything. Moreover, the true inside eye happened to be the most suitable item for the current situation, capable of seeing the criminal value of anyone, ensuring that there would be no wrongful or false cases. And just at this moment, the knocking sound on the office door rang out. Dong, dong, dong. Minister, something's happened. Come in, Xiuxian said. Then a well-dressed man walked through the door. Upon seeing him, the number 35 foot immediately popped into Xiuxian's mind. Apparently, this should be the function of the true inside eye, truly a powerful tool for judgment. Just as he was about to study it further, the man who entered spoke. I don't know where they came from, but they're blocking the entrance to our office. What? A brow raised, though Divine department wasn't a forceful enforcement agency. Nonetheless, they were high-ranking, under the jurisdiction of the highest leadership. Some people might dare to play tricks behind their backs, but in the memories, no one had ever dared to block the door. The verdict on the toxic vaccine case. Those parents of the children have somehow received news and rushed to our doorstep, demanding we severely punish the real culprits. They say they don't believe such a major case could be done by just a few temporary pharmacists. Now what should we do? Should we request a forceful clearance of the area? And just at this moment, the system voice rang out. Ding dong, mission penalty. Please choose, host. A. Request a forceful clearance, cutting off the public's path to appeal injustice, with no reward. B. Reinterrogate the toxic vaccine case. If successful, you will receive X Super Soldier Gene Evolution Reagent Bottle, 200 points. Upon hearing this, xiuxian's eyes lit up slightly. It seemed that there really might be some grievance within this case. If so then, system might choose. Chapter 2. The Poisonous Vaccine Incident. If it weren't for the system's warning, perhaps xiuxian would have temporarily chosen to clear the scene with force. After all, besieging the chief warden office is a serious crime. But at this moment, obviously there must be some grievance here. Otherwise, why would so many ordinary people have gathered up the courage to come here? There's an old saying, people fear officials 7/10 of the time. Who would dare to come here if they weren't at their wits' end? The importance of vaccines outweighs that of Mount Tai. Once a problem arises, it signifies that children across the whole Xian nation will face life-threatening crises. Therefore, controls in this aspect have always been the strictest, undergoing countless reviews. Then how could such a poison vaccine incident suddenly happen? Moreover, the number of affected children amounts to over 1 million. This was no small misunderstanding that could explain it. With that thought, xiuxian spoke. Where's the dossier on the poison vaccine case? Bring it to me. Hearing his words, someone quickly handed over the file. Though in recent years under xiuxian's leadership, the chief warden office has shown little progress, his diligent efforts still earned the admiration of many. He casually picked up the case file and started reviewing it. It contained descriptions of the entire case. After glancing through the meager few pages, xiuxian had already noticed several flaws, far more than one. Firstly, the poison vaccine case involved nearly 1 million children nationwide, covering almost 1,000 hospitals. This extremely severe malicious event, however, was recorded in the documents with extraordinary vagueness, leaving many critical points unclear and ambiguous. Secondly, this huge case shocked the world. And yet, it was claimed to be caused simply by a few temporary pharmacists making errors. Even if that were true, how could vaccines prepared by just a few pharmacists suffice for supply to 1,000 hospitals nationwide? Nonsense. More laughable still, the testimony of those pharmacists was inconsistent and absurd. And with such obvious flaws, even a layman could see the falsehood in these statements. How could these explanations satisfy the parents? But the court's ruling actually endorsed this claim. From this, one can tell how enormous the influence behind this matter truly was. Just how murky the water ran. By now, xiuxian was certain that these temporary workers had merely been bribed to take the fall. The real culprits probably remained at large. Bang! He slammed the dossier down on the table furiously. Coldness flashed across xiuxian's face as his eyes seemed to ignite with flames. Damn it, nonsense. A judgment like this is shameful. Minister, what's wrong? Little Lee, standing in the office, startled by xiuxian's reaction, asked hurriedly. It's nothing. Rising from his seat, xiuxian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the crowd below being scorched by the sun. One could imagine their anguish after seeing such an unfair verdict. His pupils showed resoluteness as his fists clenched. Issue an announcement. The poison vaccine case contains numerous doubts, so the chief warden office has decided to conduct a retrial. Also, bring those suspects to the number 1 detention room. I have questions for them. Retrial? Hearing xiuxian's words, Little Lee appeared somewhat incredulous. Is this still the same minister? Under the siege of various powers, many cases, despite knowing of their injustice, could only uphold the original judgment. But now, there was talk of a retrial. That's right, a retrial. Moreover, issue a 9-star collaborative investigation order requiring relevant departments to cooperate fully. Otherwise, this time, we must investigate the poison vaccine case thoroughly. Children are the flowers of our motherland, and the very foundation of our Xia country. This matter cannot be compromised. Anybody involved, whether a regional official or a business tycoon, will not be spared. As the cold voice faded, an unprecedented aura of authority burst forth from xiuxian. This. Before Little Lee could utter another word, xiuxian turned around abruptly. The moment their eyes met, the words stuck in Little Lee's throat. The minister's eyes at that fleeting moment were terrifyingly fierce, akin to ferocious beasts ready to devour everything in sight. Quickly nodding, Little Lee walked toward the office door, drenched in sweat as he exited. It wasn't just because the poison vaccine case was entangled in too many complexities. After days of investigation, it was undeniable that there were clues, no matter how hard you tried to pretend there weren't any. Even a pig, equipped with the state's resources, would be able to sniff out some secrets. However, the more he investigated, the murkier it became. This swamp of corruption was unfathomably deep. What was revealed now was merely the tip of the iceberg. The hand hidden behind it was enormous enough to obscure the heavens. If a thorough investigation were indeed conducted, they would face endless dangers. Naturally, it was also due to xiuxian's fearsome gaze. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, Little Lee would have never believed that this plain and honest minister of the penitentiary department could have such a cold and ruthless side, fearless and ready to challenge the colossal poisonous vaccine mountain at a moment's notice. When the order was announced, there was an uproar in the penitentiary department building. Is the minister going to thoroughly investigate the poison vaccine case? Even the 9-star collaborative investigation order has been used. It seems serious this time. There will be a great upheaval. Will it succeed? If we fail, those people won't let us off easily. Never mind. I can't stand this any longer. It's rare for the minister to show such audacity. Let's take a gamble. As they spoke, the prison staff in the office building began searching and investigating according to their planned tasks. Of course, there were also many doubts, but those didn't matter much. Xiuxian believed that with the system's help, it would surely deliver a heavy blow to those criminals responsible for the poison vaccine case. Thinking about it, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then he got up and headed towards the basement of the office building, where prisoners responsible for cases handled by the penitentiary department were detained. Once locked inside, it meant that they would probably never step out again. After all, cases dealt with by the penitentiary department are always special and major ones. Upon entering the basement, Xiuxian found the on-duty personnel waiting for him. Minister, shall we now interrogate the suspects involved in the poisonous vaccine case? Bring them to interrogation room number 1. By the way, are the materials prepared? Already. As the staff saluted and walked toward the cell block, Xiuxian also headed towards interrogation room number 1. Upon opening the door and stepping in, the neatly arranged files immediately caught his eyes. Flipping through a few pages, anger flashed across his gaze. Scum. Chapter 3, Weibo Announcement, Case Re-Examination, and the Mastermind Behind. Sitting at the interrogation table, Xiuxian looked through the case files of the involved individuals. First among them was a man named Xuanhuan. His gaze slowly moved to the employment start date. He noticed that the date was familiar, and after a moment, he remembered. It was exactly half a month before the toxic vaccine scandal erupted. In just half a month, this individual had managed to start handling drug preparation upon entering the hospital. Even BNK, a legendary ancient physician, reincarnated wouldn't have been so effective, would he? And in the resume section, there was nothing but blank space. This meant that prior to this person hadn't undergone any kind of training at all, yet such an individual had inexplicably become implicated in the preparation of the toxic vaccines. In other words, had the pharmaceutical department of the hospital become so incompetent? How could they hire someone like this and allow them access to core technology within only half a month? As for his subsequent confessions, they were full of inconsistencies. Many medical common sense issues weren't clear. This was not even looking for scapegoats properly. Even a few reliable people might have done better than this farce. This was an outright mockery of the penal system. Such a person deserves death. Xiuxian's fist slammed heavily on the table, filled with rage towards the person pulling the strings behind the scenes. Treating them as mere monkeys being toyed with? Truly shameless and overbearing. Is our society so corrupt now? Continuing to flip through the documents, he quickly clarified the second person's profile. Compared to Xuanhuan, this one was no less egregious. The education section simply stated junior high school. Though one shouldn't judge a talented individual by their origins or a great person by their age. This really went too far. Asking a junior high graduate to take the blame was no longer just arrogance. It was a blatant insult directly slapped on their faces. Damn it. There was no need to even examine the later confessions. No wonder why the toxic vaccine case had caused such a monumental upheaval. Even if those masterminds had chosen a few more appropriate candidates to take the fall, there might have been less public outrage. This sort of behavior was essentially treating legal discipline as non-existent. At this point, Xiuxian finally understood the anger of the crowd gathered below the office building. The third suspect. The fourth suspect. As Xiuxian continued reading, his face turned darker. His handsome features grew grim. Initially, he thought those responsible might feel a bit of remorse due to the exposure online and the enormous consequences. Now it seemed he was thinking too optimistically. They had truly crossed the line. For the sake of profit, the perpetrators of the toxic vaccine case had already thrown off their masks. Believe it or not, if it hadn't been for the internet storm, perhaps these people wouldn't have even been disclosed by the criminals. And at this moment, the official Weibo account of the penal system officially released the pre-written notice for a retrial. Given the vast implications of the toxic vaccine case, where many hidden doubts remain and the condition of the victims is severe, the penal system will review this case again in the upcoming time. All relevant citizens, organizations, departments are requested to cooperate actively. Once the message was released, it instantly ignited the entire internet. After all, although several days had passed, many parents were still paying attention to the toxic vaccine case. With their shares, the exposure rate naturally became even more terrifying. In a very short time, almost everyone knew about it. As for the masterminds behind this, they also received the news at the first moment. At Renqin Hospital, in the top-floor executive meeting room, a group of men in suits sat there, discussing in small clusters. Occasionally, their words carried tones of derision, and the white-haired elder seated at the head of the table coughed lightly twice before speaking. Everyone, regarding the penal system's plan to re-review this case, I would like to hear your opinions. Let them re-review if they want to. So what? What's there to fear, elderly? Yes, our vaccines did have some problems, but at least no one has died yet, right? Everyone should understand the principle that all medicines carry some toxicity. If every little issue makes the hospital liable, who would dare to be a doctor anymore? Those bumpkins merely want some compensation, that's all. Exactly, handing over a few temp workers has already been generous enough. Yet, the bunch from the penal system is acting so arrogantly. They're making a big fuss about re-examining the case. Let them. Let's see what they can find. With the pitiful interrogation techniques they possess, getting any confession out of the people we arranged inside would be like dreaming. I actually hope they continue to review. This way, the media will learn how inept they are. And this opportunity can also help us clear our names, isn't it? Haha, well said. The penal system is nothing but a clown who likes to grandstand. It should have been disbanded long ago. If they had stayed quiet, things would be better, but now that they dare to show their fangs, it's about time we let them disband. At the same time, inside the office building of the penal system, in interrogation room number 1. Creak. The door opened as 4 handcuffed criminals were roughly pushed in from outside. On their faces, expressions of nonchalance hung clearly visible, obviously indicating that this kind of scene was already routine for them. After all, before coming in, they had pocketed a substantial amount of money. So, naturally, they accepted their fate. Looking at xiuxian sitting there with his handsome face, they paid no mind to him at all. After all, for these seasoned veterans who had been in and out of prison multiple times, even experienced interrogators couldn't do anything with them, let alone some pretty boy. The minister, the criminals have been brought here. You may leave. Xiuxian raised his head, glanced around at the group once, then spoke. The guards immediately left, closing the door behind them. Gentlemen, please take your seats. I still have a few doubts regarding the toxic vaccine case that need verification with each of you. Verification? There's no need. Haven't we already confessed? The verdict has already been issued. Save your effort. Liquan stepped forward with an air of authority. After being employed for only half a month, having just a junior high school diploma, being untrained individuals from society, do you really think your confessions are convincing? Let me give you some advice. Cooperate with me properly. Don't waste everyone's time. Otherwise, none of us will be pleased. Xiuxian placed down the file in his hand and spoke calmly. Not pleased? Sir, I'd love to see how exactly you plan to make me unpleasant. Click. The pen spinning in his hand slipped onto the desk, and Xiuxian's face revealed a cunning smile as he began speaking. Bring them to. Chapter 4. The True Fragrance Law. Steel-boned. Xingfang. As the cold words fell, the 4 people initially changed their expressions. But then, they began to laugh. People like them who frequently take the blame for others. Would they fear the Xingfang? Coming and going from that place is just like going home. They thought Xiuxian had some new tactics? Turns out, it's still the same old 3, 1 scare, 2 trials, 3 punishments. They got up and walked towards the Xingfang. Passing through the corridor, they arrived outside the dim Xingfang, their gaze passing through the window only to see some basic tools placed inside. Unfortunately, the methods of punishment in this parallel world are too crude, like children playing house. No wonder, why are the prisoners so bold? But, this time they face Xiuxian. Please come in. With a calm voice, the 4 people swaggered into the room. And when they entered, the door instantly closed, making the interrogation room pitch black, unable to see one's hand in front of their face. The originally arrogant 4 immediately paled. After all, the fear of darkness has long become an instinct for humans. Even they were no exception. Unconsciously clustering together, at this moment Xiuxian's voice rang out, saying, Everyone, I'm giving you one last chance. Cooperate before I use force, and nothing will happen. But if you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being rude. Stop with the nonsense. Let's go already, Liquan said loudly. Good, then let's start. Xiuxian's voice fell. Then he continued. System, set up the interrogation scene. Scene setup successful. After the system's voice finished, the lights in the previously pitch-black Xingfang suddenly turned on, bright as daylight. In the middle of the vast floor, several devices appeared, and there was a ticking countdown sound above them, the numbers constantly jumping. The red light continuously flashed, making people uneasy. Xiuxian's eerie voice sounded. I believe you should have seen the 4 devices in front of you, right? You have 3 minutes to press that black circular button. Otherwise, once the time is up, the bomb will immediately explode. What? Shit, do you want to play with our lives? Isn't it supposed to be an interrogation? We're important suspects. If we die here, you'll bear responsibility. Upon hearing these instructions, the 4 immediately became furious. No matter who, at the brink of death, wouldn't look very good. Especially since this guy Xiuxian clearly wanted to finish them off. Wasn't he afraid of taking responsibility? If the criminals die, the punishment from above could be very severe. Yes, thank you all for reminding me. But the bomb has already been installed. I can't do anything about it. To stop it from exploding, you 4 must act quickly. Time seems to be running out. Hurry up with your actions. By the way, I need to remind everyone that around the black button, there's also a sensor. If anything approaches, the double-row gear mechanism will close instantly. So, your moves must be fast, alright? Aren't you guys willing to risk even your lives? For money, you came here to take the blame. Isn't there anything you dare not do? With these words spoken, the 4 looked at each other, their throats dry. Liquan subconsciously moved his hand closer, and before he could press it, the 2 rows of gears had already instantly closed, and his index finger hadn't had time to withdraw yet, thus getting severed immediately. A cry of agony rose. Seeing this, the other 3 all stared blankly. They weren't afraid of imprisonment. Even more, they could endure those instruments of torture. Only this machine in front of them truly made them feel some unease. Because life and death are completely decided by their own hands, the 2 rows of shining cold light gears alone were enough to make anyone feel uneasy. Moreover, with the lesson from what happened to Liquan, they naturally dared not approach any further. Their eyes stared at the one-way glass, revealing anger, knowing well that Xiuxian was watching everything unfold from outside. the latter was clear. He simply wanted to play with their lives. Shit, it hurts. Clutching his palm, blood still flowing profusely, the latter was almost about to break down, sweat appearing on Li Quan's forehead. Pain travels through the heart. Brother Quan, what do we do now? Time is almost up. The three were awakened by the cries of pain, snapping back to reality, staring at the injured Li Quan. At this moment, the latter was their backbone. What to do? How the hell should I know what to do? Resentment arose within Li Quan, hating xiuxian even more. If it weren't for this guy, how would he have fallen to such a situation? All he did was take the blame. After 10 or 20 years, he could walk out. Now, he has lost a finger. He secretly vowed in his heart to definitely kill that bastard once he got out. And just at this moment, the time had already dwindled down to 1 minute. Staring at the flickering numbers, the situation was already clear. Either they maim their hands or get blown up. Phew. Taking a long breath, he readied himself mentally as the injured palm reached forward again. Watching the continuously closing gears, he hurriedly slipped his hand in through the gap. In an instant, the sharp spikes pierced through his palm, blood dripping everywhere. Under such excruciating pain, he couldn't bear it. Almost on the verge of breaking down, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and cries akin to pig slaughtering echoed around. The remaining three were frightened rigid by the sight. What are you standing there for? Want to die? Fool. Move your hands. You might want to die, but I definitely don't want to die here. Li Quan cursed loudly. Realizing this, the three reluctantly moved forward. Although reluctant to admit, it was undeniably the best course of action right now. It's better than risking death. They immediately stretched their hands out. Snap, snap, snap. The sharp spikes kept closing, screams echoing in the interrogation room. Finally, all four pressed the black button simultaneously. The number stopped at 5. Close call. Even a few seconds delay could have cost them their lives. Seeing the countdown stopped, they hastily pulled their hands back. Then, the wound revealed white bones, shredded flesh hung on the spikes. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped onto the floor. And the four panted heavily. The feeling of teetering between life and death was indeed too stimulating. It even left their emotions a mess, indescribable. Haha, looks like that's all you've got. Thinking about making us confess? Still not enough. Li Quan said with a stubborn face. Not enough? The Warden system-generated interrogation scene is a culmination of the scariest methods of interrogation from Earth over 5,000 years. Would it be that simple? This is only the beginning. Don't rush. Congratulations to all four for passing the first round. But his sudden pause made the four uneasy. As expected, the next second. Chapter 5. The entire web shaken, pointing at Renshin Hospital. That bone-chilling voice sounded again. I hope that during the second phase, you can have the same courage as in the first. So, shall we begin now? What? There's a second phase? They had thought they had escaped the clutches of fate, only to realize it was just the beginning. The pain transmitted through their palms made their faces contort with difficulty. Who would have thought there was more? If this were to happen a few more times, wouldn't they be certain to die? Are you trying to kill us? Li Quan realized by now, if he didn't understand yet, he'd really be stupid. Of course. Anyway, since you've already taken responsibility for this case, you're dead either way. It's better if I do it. Conveniently, no one will find out the truth, and those people outside might lynch me anyway, so I'll just drag all of you down with me. As he said this, xiuxian looked ready to give up everything. The four men inside prison heard these words, and their expressions became rather awkward. If this guy meant business, wouldn't they really die here? They had only received money to take the blame. Not money to sacrifice their lives. Serving time in jail might as well be an everyday occurrence, not something worth worrying about, but risking their lives made them pause carefully. Was it truly worth giving up their lives for such a trivial amount of profit? Their voices hesitated somewhat. Seeing their hesitant looks, xiuxian naturally understood. Clearly, these few people were about to back down. At this point, it was necessary to give them a strong dose of medicine. It seems like you're real tough guys after all. Since that's the case, let's start then. Hope you survive. Hold on. Sure, you can talk, but if we expose the person behind this, can you spare our lives? And you must ensure the safety of all four of us. Finally, Monkey was the first to speak. The others wanted to stop him, but when they reached the brink, they swallowed their words. When it came down to life and death, everyone, regardless of who they were, couldn't help but weigh things seriously. I, xiuxian, am a man of my word. With his eyes gleaming slightly, he spoke calmly. Indeed. This penitentiary system was extremely powerful. Even just the first stage had made these habitual offenders confess. Of course, under any other circumstances, it would be impossible to avoid. After all, in that special situation, they were tortured not only physically but also mentally, enduring great psychological struggles. All right, I'll admit. And what about the rest of you? Xiuxian stared at the remaining three, each nodding slowly. Now that it had come to this point, there was no need to resist further. Within a mere 15 minutes, all four confessed, with a speed that seemed almost supernatural. A short while later, holding the confessions of the four individuals, xiuxian turned and headed towards the office. Upon returning to the building, the staff members of the penitentiary surrounded him. Though today's events caused a commotion externally, they knew clearly that the key factor that could determine success or failure was whether xiuxian managed to secure the confessions of the group. If he hadn't succeeded, failure would mean undoing all efforts, and they would soon face attacks from the masterminds behind the poisonous vaccine case. Minister, how did it go? Did the culprits admit anything? Little Lee quickly asked. What do you think? A sly smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he continued. Make an announcement. In the toxic vaccine case, there are people hired to serve jail time, and the 4 suspects have confessed. From now on, the penitentiary will thoroughly investigate this case and hopes the public and relevant authorities cooperate. He also presented their written confessions. Seeing these documents, everyone's faces showed shock. They couldn't believe these confessions were truly obtained. Filled with joy, the announcement was issued without delay. The staff members in the office wore expressions of delight. It seemed like they foresaw a brighter day ahead for the penitentiary department. For half a year now, though holding authority, they had been oppressed by the black hands behind the scenes, barely able to breathe. But never expected. Flowers would bloom again. Xiuxian actually managed to secure the confessions of the 4. With these pieces of evidence, it marked the opportunity for them to stand tall and proud once more. Subsequently, on the official Weibo account of the penitentiary, a statement was published along with screenshots of the 4 suspects' confessions. Instantly, it ignited nationwide attention. Countless people who had followed the progress of the toxic vaccine case went wild with shares online. No one expected that after the penitentiary department released the review announcement, they had found clues so quickly and even secured actual confession statements as evidence. The comment section had been flooded completely. Damn it. I've long known something fishy was going on, but I didn't expect these evil businessmen to be this despicable. After something this big happened, they couldn't even hire suitable scapegoats. Damn it. We must find the true culprit behind this. The sun rises from the west. Can it be that they really uncovered the inside story? Instantly, the internet was overwhelmed with one-sided support and agreement. Everyone hoped to uncover the real culprits behind the scenes. After all, hospitals were considered the last line of defense for public health. If something went wrong here too, the consequences would be unimaginable. Amid the cries of millions of netizens, the official announcement from the Penitentiary Bureau drew everyone's attention. Countless news media outlets began broadcasting the case, with more shocking revelations about the scandal frequently emerging. Shock. The mastermind behind the toxic vaccine case turns out to be. Penitentiary Bureau delivers solid evidence in re-examining the toxic vaccine case. What secrets lie behind it all? The criminal responsible for the toxic vaccines, who hired them? How dare they impersonate others to take the blame? Justice will prevail, and such acts will not go unpunished. All over Xia country's online forums. For a whole day, discussions on the retrial of the toxic vaccine case dominated every corner. Although some dark forces were still attempting to stir up trouble, they were rendered powerless in the face of clear confessions. Anyone trying to refute or resist would immediately be suppressed. The focus was sharply aimed at xiuxian Hospital. After all, these criminals had been released by them. If something irregular existed, then obviously there were deep-rooted secrets hidden within the hospital walls. How could a few temporary pharmacists pull off a case this big? Are the higher-ups at xiuxian Hospital blind? If it weren't for the Penitentiary Bureau issuing an announcement, they might have succeeded in keeping it a secret. Power to the Penitentiary Bureau. This is clearly a case of impersonation and should absolutely not be excused. Doctors who care only about money do not deserve to wear their medical coats. Chapter 6. The wide web of heaven has large meshes, but no leaks. After the truth was revealed, the public erupted. An online debate ensued. And for a time, the reputation of the Divine-Level prison authority improved considerably in their eyes because of this event. The toxic vaccine case had touched almost every household. In Xia since ancient times, there is a saying. Of the 3 acts of unfilial conduct, having no heirs is the greatest. Thus, the concept of passing down one's lineage has long been deeply ingrained in everyone's mind. However, the xiuxian Hospital's actions were undoubtedly provoking public anger by playing games with vaccines. Truly, they deserved worse than death. The skilled hands of benevolence and healers saving lives were now turned into murderous culprits. This was utterly disgracing their ancestors. And after such a grave case occurred, instead of showing remorse, they merely pushed out a few scapegoats who weren't even properly chosen, just some temporary workers. This was akin to mocking the entire nation, instantly making xiuxian Hospital the target of public condemnation. Online curses flowed like tides, and no one dared to stand on their side. Not even their backers dared to intervene at this critical time. Of course, this also caused these people to view the Divine-Level with slightly more respect. In the past, this organization paid little heed to many issues, turning a blind eye to all sorts of matters. But unexpectedly, this uproar created such a massive disturbance that many people quickly aimed their weapons at the Divine-Level. The confessions of 4 falsely imprisoned criminals became the focal point of national attention. Talk spread from street to alley. Word traveled through markets and neighborhoods, everyone knowing. The toxic vaccine case officially entered a stage of re-examination. According to their testimonies, a large number of related personnel were swiftly identified within a short period, but these were merely small fries. These only constituted the tip of the iceberg in this massive case. Investigations continued. Evidently, this time the Divine-Level was truly going all out, and as a result, the masterminds behind the scenes naturally could not remain calm anymore. xiuxian Hospital was the first to release an official statement. The toxic vaccine case is due to our hospital's oversight. Such severe consequences have arisen because of it, and unfortunately, there were cases where bribes were used to take false blame. Nevertheless, over the years, xiuxian Hospital in the capital has saved countless lives. We hope everyone will not be swayed by certain individuals to attack the hospital. Our xiuxian Hospital will absolutely not cover up for any murderers. Upon releasing the message, although words of apology were somewhat included, they had obvious intentions. The so-called certain individuals clearly referred to the Dianci. And following Rinxin Hospital's move, various hospitals across the land began issuing statements one after another. Though content varied slightly, they essentially echoed the same sentiments, evidently prearranged. Chuandong, Bo AI Hospital. Saving lives is our hospital's duty. The toxic vaccine case is something we do not wish to see. We hope parents remain calm. Our hospital has nothing to hide and will certainly cooperate fully with investigations. Nanjiang, Xiehe Hospital. We ask all patient parents not to spread rumors. The toxic vaccine case has absolutely nothing to do with our hospital. Xiuxian, Fuda Hospital. As healers, how could we possibly harm patients in such a malicious manner? We demand certain individuals to come forward and give us explanations. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Although we are mere doctors, we will absolutely not allow ourselves to be slandered without just cause. A single stone raised 1,000 waves. Instantly, the general sentiment across all Xia was changing somewhat. Nearly half of the country's thousands of hospitals issued statements at this moment, including quite a number of prestigious ones, accusing medical practitioners of misconduct. Such accusations were heavy indeed. Coupled with employing a vast army of internet trolls, they fiercely smeared the image of the Dianci. Old cases were dredged up to criticize, directing all the arrows towards the Dianci. The wind stirs before the storm. Shocking news that shocked 1.3 billion people. Dianci did something like this? Rinxin Hospital and nearly 600 other hospitals nationwide jointly issued statements, accusing the Dianci of slander. Benevolent hearts among doctors, dedicating decades of hard work to curing patients, but ended up accused of harming them? What lies behind this? Are it distortions of humanity or moral degradation? Countless posts quickly erupted online. Especially when it came to the toxic vaccine case, it caught the attention of countless people. Moreover, videos of gratitude from cured patients released by those hospitals, together with previous wrongful judgments made by the Dianci, stirred countless armchair critics to become active, furiously criticizing the Dianci for unfair law enforcement, slandering medical professionals, and attacking them. This immediately placed the Dianci in an unfavorable position. For such a well-organized attack to form, and with the evidence brought out from past cases, it was evident that this was done intentionally by someone. If there had been no collusion, those criminal records, even if they had been around for a long time, were not something ordinary people could uncover. Clearly, after the Dianci intervened in the toxic vaccine case and quickly cracked it wide open at an astonishing speed, many people's vested interests were disturbed. As a result, certain individuals were driven into desperation. They began launching an all-out attack, and using the sway of public opinion, dragged the entire Dianci deep into the abyss. The general populace has always followed the wind like reeds. Thus, their situation was genuinely salvaged. The crisis for the major hospitals was significantly mitigated. At this critical moment, inside the Dianci office building, xiuxian remained as calm as ever. Watching the online comment sections and hospital announcements intently, a sly smile curved his lips. It's almost time. Almost time. It will soon be over. Originally, coaxing these people out of hiding would have been no easy task. Despite the immense power of the Dianci, checking every one of the thousands of hospitals nationwide would have been exhausting. Hence, xiuxian devised this scheme to make tigers devour wolves, harnessing the power of the masses. Sure enough, the people lurking behind the scenes couldn't keep their cool. Within just half a day, all of them surfaced, revealing themselves. It had to be admitted, their methods were quite clever. Who would have thought they'd use public sentiment to counterattack? But ultimately, they overthought their own strategies. By dusk, when the heated discussions on the web reached a peak, finally, xiuxian logged onto the Dianci's official Weibo account and left a profound message. The wide web of heaven has large meshes, but it never leaks. Ever since I was little, I've been mischievous. Then my mom disciplined me. You should study hard for the rise of China. Chapter 7. Rooting out evil and breaking the veil of darkness. At midnight, in the forbidden city of the imperial capital, inside an antique-styled study, a single lamp was still lit. Under the reflection of moonlight, one could see an old man sitting by the desk, pen in hand, writing something down carefully. Despite simply being seated there, he exuded an aura akin to Mount Tai itself, like an immense towering celestial tree without equal. A gentle smile always adorned his face. If common people from Xia at this moment were here, they would surely be astonished. This elder is none other than the one who often appears on Central Channel, and the very spiritual pillar of the entire Xia nation. Back in those days, when chaos ruled the land, when China fell into disarray, and countless lives hung on the brink of catastrophe, it was due to this elder's emergence that the world was set right again. Coupled with the brave march forward by countless martyrs, peace and prosperity returned to Xia. Even as time passes, all know well within the nation that no one can surpass him. So long as he is here, Xia is secure. No matter how drastic the changes, there will never be any issue. And just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Then, outside the study, bang, 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 the sound of knocking reverberated. The old man raised his head slightly and spoke a single word. Come in. Creak. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in military uniform stepping inside. He immediately said, Comrade-in-Chief, there's trouble at the penitentiary bureau. Hearing his words, the elder's hand holding the brush trembled slightly. That previously stooped figure instantly stopped, and his gaze emitted a fierce sharpness like a tiger or a panther. His overall bearing was awe-inspiring, like Mount Tai pressing down. Only at this moment does the true face of this elder emerge, the backbone of the country, the pillar who upheld Xia during its most perilous times. How could his edge have been dulled? Old generals don't die. They merely fade away gradually. But during this process, no one dares underestimate them. Especially not the old commander who personally fought to carve out Xia's territory. Such courage remains unmatched across ancient and modern history. The toxic vaccine case, which had already been sentenced, was intercepted by Minister xiuxian during review at the Penitentiary Bureau. Moreover, Minister Su proposed retrial while presenting evidence of hiring criminals for scapegoating purposes, incriminating confessions, all amidst the furor online. Hospitals involved scrambled in panic and banded together to counterattack. Additionally, is there anything else? Under the flickering lamplight, the old superior stood as immovably firm as steel. According to rumors, individuals from the Health Bureau have also been implicated in this event. Once these words dropped, a menacing atmosphere spread through the room. After a while, the elder suddenly laughed, saying, so even they've gotten involved, huh? Now it makes sense why the situation has escalated so drastically. It seems the time has come to take action against someone. Upon hearing the elder's words, the officer felt a chill run through his heart. For years now, he's followed closely alongside. He knows full well the temperament of the man. It seemed that real turmoil might ensue. As dawn approached, and the light of day began rising on the horizon, in various military districts throughout Xia, a list was received. One troop after another departed their bases, marching towards the city. Before the major hospitals who had previously posted on Weibo even had a chance to respond, they were all sealed shut. Orders came directly from the top leadership, swift actions no one anticipated. And if anyone did notice, none dared oppose. In today's Xia, things aren't the same as before. The military strength is strong, imposing pressure globally, and if they are resolved to act decisively, who would dare stand in their way unless they truly want death? While everyone remained engrossed in online disputes, the military's thunderous action had already captured all involved parties. Before the machinery of the state, only absolute power prevailed. Subsequently, an official message was released via Xia's official Weibo account. The Penitentiary Bureau confirmed that in the toxic vaccine case, the perpetrator had spent substantial funds to hire criminal stand-ins to serve time. Conclusive evidence established. All relevant individuals have now been arrested accordingly to enforce strict legal discipline. As for the accusation defaming the Penitentiary Bureau, it is utterly baseless gossip. Hope our dear netizens do not blindly trust such rumors. Once this article went public, the whole country was stunned. It is known that Xia's official Weibo account, supposedly linked directly to the highest levels of governance, usually does not release any news unless it concerns national mobilization or imminent warfare. Unbelievably, this time around, it stepped forward specifically regarding the Penitentiary Bureau case. Originally, those armchair critics, armed with negative drafts earlier, found themselves powerless in the face of this. Previously, some influential figures directed them to voice opposition. Thus, they dared speak out. However, this time, direct news came from the uppermost hierarchy itself. Who dare step up in this critical moment and court death? Silently deleting everything entered into comment boxes. Meanwhile, several state-run media outlets simultaneously made their voices heard. Central Channel. We warmly congratulate the Penitentiary Bureau on successfully investigating the toxic vaccine case and completely uncovering its inside story. We also hope that all netizens can rationally judge matters. Xia News. The toxic vaccine case, which poisoned millions of children in our country with toxins. The enormity of this crime is shocking. The Penitentiary Bureau's successful resolution of this case has benefited both present and future generations. National Security Key Department. If colleagues within the country were all like the Penitentiary Bureau, how could we not achieve clarity under the bright sky? Minister xiuxian, young and talented, I deeply admire him. One after another state-owned news media spoke up, revealing a series of evidence. As for the slanderous accusations previously made by the major hospitals, they naturally fell apart on their own. Those black PR operatives vanished without a trace. As for the parents of the victims of the toxic vaccines, they expressed their gratitude through processions. The scene was profoundly moving. If it weren't for Minister xiuxian's review, wouldn't those children have truly suffered injustice forever? Of course, more importantly, this incident also allowed many thoughtful individuals within the country to see the attitude of the one residing in the Forbidden City. After all, if this were merely such a small matter, why would the one personally take action? Clearly, this was a warning move aimed at shaking others. It was also an indication of the upper levels aligning themselves with the Penitentiary Bureau. Those who initially didn't take this institution seriously became smarter now. After all, while they may have had power before, the stance from above was unclear. But from today onwards, they must tread carefully. Otherwise, if things go wrong, they will be burdened heavily. This mysterious Penitentiary Bureau, on this occasion, thoroughly revealed its fierce fangs. Countless netizens were encouraged by this. From today onwards, there would finally be a place to seek justice. Beneath the Penitentiary Bureau's official Weibo account, there were only positive reviews. xiuxian, Minister Su, as expected, keeps his word. Indeed, all those people were completely rooted out. Being able to witness this moment means I die without regret. Cutting off the roots. Good job, Penitentiary Bureau. Give you a thumbs up. Chapter 8. The sword hanging over their heads. Under the heated public discussion, many unlawful individuals became more restrained. After all, the current situation is like a sword hanging over their heads. During such a sensitive time, even a slight movement might bring calamity upon oneself. The Diyun department, which usually operates quietly, has now declared its stance to everyone. No one knows who they will target next. Therefore, in situations like this, one must be cautious and careful. Inside the Diyun department's office building, xiuxian was reviewing online comments with a smile on his face. However, after reading some announcements issued by the higher-ups, he couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. He didn't expect so many people to take notice. On the contrary, the more so, it demonstrates the importance of the Diyun department. This is almost the last line of defense for the Xian nation. If there were any lapses here, the entire country would face catastrophic consequences. Ding-ling, ding-ling. A phone number flashed on the screen. Who would call him at this moment? Xiuxian furrowed his brows but still pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, this is the Diyun department building. How may I assist you? Are you Xiuxian?" "Absolutely, no doubt." Hearing the words from the other end, Xiuxian solemnly nodded. Anyone who could know his private number must hold significant power. People like this don't call for casual chit-chat. As expected, soon after, what the caller said made Xiuxian somewhat astonished. Even though he knew that what he did was astonishing, he never imagined that it would attract attention from someone of such high stature to personally call him. A voice as warm as a spring breeze rang out. "Comrade Xiuxian, your work on this mission has been commendable. You have not betrayed the trust placed in you by the state. We hope you continue to work hard and remember, no matter when, don't be afraid. The backing of the state, of the 16 billion people of the great Xian nation, is behind you." Understood. Xiuxian nodded in agreement. Even if that person hadn't said these things, he wouldn't let those bastards off easily. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone, feeling traces of sweat in his palms. It must be said that talking with that elder was indeed very stressful. After all, that individual is truly a pillar of the nation. Not only was it that elder, many domestic heavyweights also called in to inquire. Of course, among them, there were plenty with ulterior motives, making some probing inquiries. For the better part of the day, the telephone in the office building never ceased ringing. Those who previously looked down entirely on the Diyun department are now becoming humble. Apparently, after this operation, their reputation has gone far and wide. Every employee within the department felt a sense of joy, akin to having endured hardship and finally achieving happiness. If before, these people probably wouldn't even spare them a glance. After this matter, who would dare look down on them during missions outside? The Diyun department, which had lost all support, rekindled morale in this moment. With the resolution of the toxic vaccine case, it gave them immense confidence. However, Xiuxian remained acutely aware of one thing. In times of peace, one must contemplate danger. Although credibility was established this time, they have also offended a fair number of people. It's believed that actions going forward will be even more challenging. More importantly, the success this time relied on catching opponents off guard. If those hospitals hadn't underestimated them and set traps instead, it wouldn't have been that easy. Such a stroke of luck might happen the first or second time, but it can't be permanently replicated. Therefore, it's necessary to strengthen the department's force building. After all, this Diyun department is the foundation. So, the top priority should be to recruit capable personnel. Luckily, riding the wave created by the toxic vaccine case's notoriety offers an opportunity for promotion. As for these matters, naturally, they don't need Xiuxian's personal handling. After issuing simple instructions, a recruitment announcement appeared under the official Weibo account of the Diyun department. After arranging all this, Xiuxian heard a sound echoing in his mind. It was precisely the system prompt. "Congratulations, host. Task B is fully accomplished. Congratulations, host. A bottle of X Super Warrior Genetic Evolution Reagent has been obtained, costing 200 points. The X Super Warrior Genetic Evolution Reagent. After consumption, it can significantly increase the host's strength to 3 to 4 times the limit of a normal person." Upon seeing the evolution reagent, Xiuxian's face showed delight. This is exactly what he needs most urgently right now. After all, wanting to compete with criminals without any skills won't do, will it? Following this, immediately after extracting and ingesting it, an intense pain surged through his mind. Caught off guard, he fainted. After he closed his eyes, his body began an unprecedented transformation. His originally frail figure was now covered with robust muscles. It looked as if there was an explosion of strength within him. Chapter 9. The person who can single-handedly hold up the sky and prevent the world from tilting should be called a true national hero. While Xiuxian was unconscious, the comment section of the recruitment announcement under the official Weibo account of the Diyun department had already exploded. Originally, this obscure department, after the toxic vaccine case, entered the sight of hundreds of millions of people in the Xia country. Their swift and decisive actions were praised by many. In less than half a day's time, their reputation spread far and wide, and their number of fans even broke through 10 million. Most of these were the parents of infants who were victims of the toxic vaccine case, who became loyal fans after the case was solved. Therefore, when the recruitment announcement was just released, many people began to respond immediately. In the blink of an eye, comments surpassed 1 million. The Diyun department is recruiting? What are the requirements? Minister Xiuxian dares to challenge evil forces. He's truly a rare brave soul for this era. I must join. If it weren't for my age, I'd really want to work with Minister Su and accomplish something great. Unfortunately, my age doesn't permit it. But I support Minister Su. The law has its net widely cast, but with not a mesh too large to escape. Minister Xiuxian is truly a national hero. For many years in Xia country, business and politics have always been intertwined. Foreign powers oppress, criminals run rampant. Many rich people, even if they kill someone, can resolve it safely with just some money in the end. And in such circumstances, the people had long lost hope. The surprising emergence of the Dying Department brought them a last sliver of hope, a chance to live on. Naturally, countless people supported them at this moment. At the same time, state-owned media such as CCTV and others also helped forward the recruitment post. After all, the intentions of those at the highest levels had already become very clear. Perhaps, this enormous country truly was sick enough that it needed deep treatment. It's never too late to mend fences. The propaganda power accumulated over many years by these state-owned media outlets, once unleashed, naturally wielded incredible power. Within a few short hours, the news had spread across the entire internet, igniting feverish excitement among countless people who came rushing to apply. Just tell me where the interview location is. Minister xiuxian's character, I am convinced of it. In the toxic vaccine case, extensive connections were revealed in the end, wasn't it? This is a truly people-centric place. I must join. Treatment isn't important. Being able to punish those criminals makes me happy. Damn it, I can't wait to apply. I've practiced martial arts for years, but have found no use for my skills. Minister Su, hire me. All the citizens were boiling at this moment. Most of them were clamoring to join the Dying Department. Of course, sporadically, there were a few saying that xiuxian was merely putting on a show. But quickly, they were drowned out by the tide of angry masses. The reason such an effect could be created was also due to the rampant crimes over many years. They acted without restraint, completely shameless. Moreover, with some powerful figures protecting them behind the scenes, they didn't consider the lives of ordinary people at all. Strong occupation, forced demolition, murder, kidnapping, extortion. They used every despicable means possible, yet they defended each other relentlessly, leaving no room for grievances to be filed. At this point, the populace had already been oppressed to the brink. The appearance of the Dying Department was like a lifeline, giving everyone hope. Under such circumstances, their choice thus made was naturally not very strange. After all, without any final reliance, how could they go on living? Fortunately, the Dying Department appeared out of nowhere. Otherwise, they would truly have been driven to the brink. Under immense pressure, there will surely be backlash. Now, those civilians have also reached this stage. Hence, those wanting to sign up were like locusts crossing a river, continuous and unbroken. The telephone lines at the Dying Department never ceased ringing for even a second, and still countless calls went unanswered. There were simply too many people on the line. As the truth behind the toxic vaccine case was revealed, the name xiuxian also appeared in everyone's view, receiving unanimous support from the public. In this day and age, the kind of people who truly serve the people's interests are almost non-existent. And at this time, xiuxian had awoken as well. Feeling the boundless strength throughout his body, he swung his fists a couple of times in midair, able to hear the sound of air being pierced. It was a succession of powerful winds generated by his punches, truly worthy of the genetic reagent solution designed for a super soldier. Right now, wouldn't he be able to kill an ox with one punch? Thud, thud, thud. The knock on the office door signaled Xiao Li's entrance, who immediately announced, "Minister, we've finally managed to raise our heads high with pride. Do you know how many people have applied since the recruitment announcement was released? A total of 300,000. It's an unimaginable number. 300,000. Xiuxian, however, remained calm as if it was something he had anticipated. As the saying goes, the people can carry a boat, or they can overturn it. No one who underestimates the power of the masses will avoid paying a heavy price. And this is but the tip of the iceberg under their overwhelming anger. At any time, only by standing on the side of the people can one achieve ultimate victory. After all, this force is infinite. But it's unrealistic to hire everyone from such a large number. Thus, they could only pick out the finest among them. After some thought, xiuxian spoke. The role of the Dying Department carries immense responsibility. You may start selecting candidates first. Remember, I need only 100 skilled individuals. Do you understand that our staff members should be chosen for quality, not quantity? 1 in 1,000, understood. Xiao Li nodded solemnly, equally aware of the importance. Only those here would realize just how crucial this task was, and therefore, not a bit of negligence was permissible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Additionally, regarding the lead figures of those criminal hospitals, make sure all their punishment notices are posted publicly. We must provide the citizens with reasonable answers. While punishing the toxic vaccine case aimed at obtaining system rewards, it also stood true that those holding humble positions dare not forget the nation's grace. This was also the sole thing he could do for the innocent children involved. Understood. And furthermore, starting today, the Dying Department will establish an anonymous whistleblower portal site where unresolved grievances can all be properly investigated. I believe, after today, those criminals won't be so easily exposed. One must always think of danger when living in safety, since they've already made their move. Even if it requires him to prop up the sky single-handedly and stabilize a tilting world, he will still tear apart the dirty places hidden beneath the black curtains. Chapter 10. The Huge Web of Conspiracies, the Elders' Evaluation. Subsequently, the official website of the DU prison office released the news. The list of principal culprits in the poisonous vaccine case has been announced. All are expected to be informed. Upon the announcement, the internet, which had barely settled down, once again became noisy. After so many days of waiting, they finally witnessed the day of vindication. Leave your mark with a fiery clamp. Reserve a seat, reserve a seat. I can't believe on the second one here. Haha, it's finally time to see these beasts meet their doom. After all these years, who would have thought there would actually be such a day? They even dared to harm children. They're really a bunch of animals. They deserve the death penalty. Just reading the title was enough to make countless people spit with curses. Hospitals, sanctuaries for patients, endanger the lives of everyone. No matter who. After such an incident, no one could remain calm. Such deeds were nothing short of brutal and devoid of compassion. What kind of parents could possibly do something as inhumane as this? The toxic vaccines involved hundreds of hospitals and affected millions of children. Those frail faces lying on hospital beds and the images of parents tirelessly shuttling between them chilled the heart. A place once revered for healing has now turned into a safe haven for filth. Moreover, this is just the discovered cases. Who knows what else might have happened behind closed doors? If they could commit such a heinous crime like the toxic vaccine scandal, is there anything they wouldn't dare to do? Those cursed hospitals treat patients' lives as a joke. They simply don't deserve to exist and should die as punishment. The anger of the people has been ignited. So they say, a small flame can set the whole prairie on fire. The wrath of the public can capsize boats and split nations. And countless news media and public accounts used this incident as leverage to widely promote it. After all, it came with its own buzz. Mentioning toxic vaccines and the DU prison office ensured steady and explosive clicks. Beneath that announcement, countless citizens waited for the fate of those extremely evil individuals. Death is necessary. They have no right to live. I want to kill them, those damn bastards. My daughter is still so young and was bedridden in the hospital for half a month. She's become skin and bones, monsters. They are the parasites of our nation. They deserve death 1,000 times over. How dare they call themselves hospitals? They might as well be slaughterhouses, blood-sucking bastards. We must severely punish them. The anger of commoners has been thoroughly stirred up. Amidst their fury, solutions regarding the masterminds behind various hospitals have also finally been released. Under all anticipations, the verdict from the DU prison office was uploaded online. The toxic vaccine case involves 572 medical institutions nationwide, with support from the medical bureau ringleaders, whose crimes have now been fully proven. All involved parties confessed accordingly, hence, the following judgments will be enforced. Judgment First Clause. All staff and collaborators of hospitals implicated will be detained. After interrogation, sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years will be determined based on the severity of each individual's crimes. Judgment Second Clause. All hospitals involved will be sealed, all assets confiscated. Domestic permanent business license cancellations will occur, along with revocation of all practitioners' medical licenses. Judgment Third Clause. All hospitalized children harmed during the toxic vaccine scandal shall have their medical expenses and transportation costs reimbursed using seized hospital properties. These can be claimed at local financial bureaus. Judgment Fourth Clause. All masterminds behind this case will face execution. These judgments have been personally approved by the highest authority, and relevant departments in various locations are required to strictly enforce them upon notification. Slackness or negligence will result in penalties due to neglect of duty. Looking at the various rulings, netizens who had waited so long finally felt some relief. It was originally assumed that even if the perpetrators were captured this time, and even the black hands behind the scenes exposed, the most severe penalty they would receive would be about 10 to 20 years in prison, since those involved were highly influential, rich beyond measure. But unexpectedly, the attitude of the DU prison office was extraordinarily firm. Sentences were directly pronounced, bypassing the court system and directly submitted to the highest authority for approval. This move effectively cut off any hope of leniency for those trying to rescue certain individuals. For the public, this is undoubtedly the fairest ruling. Only through such actions could real credibility be established. If only a light sentence was imposed despite thorough investigation, even if it was a show of force, it wouldn't have much effect. However, xiuxian's actions genuinely gave the public a sense of justice. It also served as a warning, a tightening noose around the necks of lurking criminals, threatening their very existence. Xiuxian's actions undoubtedly won him a good reputation. Everyone was running around spreading the news, and the comment sections were exploding. Ancient times had Bao Qingtian with an iron face and no favors, and Di Renjia who was godly at solving cases. But today xiuxian can stand alongside them. Xiuxian indeed keeps his word and acts as our people's advocate. I'm convinced. I originally thought it would be just minor punishment for major mistakes, but unexpectedly, true justice was served. Minister Su truly doesn't let even the smallest bit of sand into his eyes. Great heroes are those who serve the nation and its people. Minister Xiuxian, please accept my knee. To the prison office, a thumbs up. But will it really be executed? Won't it end up like before where it's just said out loud and quietly forgiven behind the scenes? After all, such things have happened before. Not possible. Just look at the seals on those documents. That's the state council's seal, and in this whole country, only that elder has the qualification to use it. Who would dare defy his orders? Even hundreds of heads wouldn't suffice. Clearly, this was the truth. Surveying the entire Daxia kingdom, there absolutely wasn't anyone who dared openly defy that elder's commands unless they had several hundred lives and didn't fear decapitation. And after the penalty announcement was made, those hospitals were immediately sealed first thing. Simultaneously, the individuals orchestrating the scandal from behind the scenes were sentenced to execution by firing squad. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the DU prison office finally entered the public eye. This special department established half a year ago had remained mostly silent, but when it acted, it did so spectacularly. Even more terrifying was that everyone saw the backing of this organization, the highest leader himself. Though some rumors circulated in the past, few actually witnessed it until now. The reason why these wrongdoers could be thoroughly purged was due to this formidable force provided by the nation. Furthermore, rumors spread that the old chief personally wrote, "It's easy to find soldiers, hard to find generals. Only xiuxian remains unmatched, a national hero." As the saying goes, a man on horseback galloping freely in the spring breeze feels lighthearted. As the prison office's name became well known throughout the land, a giant web of conspiracies silently unfolded against them. The newly established whistleblowing website of the prison office received hundreds of reports simultaneously. Chapter 11. The accuser's office aims at the 9 stars. Creak. The office door was pushed open from the outside, and Little Lee hurried in, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Seeing xiuxian, he said, "Minister, something terrible has happened. Our portal site." "Don't rush, speak slowly." Looking up, xiuxian gazed at the shadow walking in. As for his abrupt behavior, xiuxian didn't reprimand him too much. After all, it was already familiar to xiuxian. Nevertheless, it seemed time to install a lock on the office door. Otherwise, having a girlfriend later might prove inconvenient. "Minister, you'd better check the website yourself. We've just set it up, and there are already over 100 complaints submitted." Oh, a faint smile crept across xiuxian's face. It wasn't anything unusual. After all, when setting up the website, they had foreseen such events. Casually typing in the account and entering the insider password, he logged on. Whoa, the backend was already flooded with nearly 10,000 emails. Glancing through them casually, his brow couldn't help but furrow slightly. Most of them were trivial matters. For example, neighbors encroaching on property or the disappearance of cats and dogs. Though serving the people was their mission, not everything could be personally handled. If they took full responsibility for these minor things, then the accuser's office would truly be overwhelmed. Forget recruiting 200 members. Even if all 30 million were recruited, it would still be like a drop in the ocean. A summary article should come out later detailing the types of cases we're responsible for. After glancing at a few emails, xiuxian calmly stated, "Such occurrences stemmed from inadequate consideration. If they had explained it beforehand, none of this would have happened." "Minister, it's not those." Keep reading further down, the 45th email. Little Lee hastened to add, while giving a special reminder. Hearing this, xiuxian couldn't help shaking his head, confused about what game his subordinate was playing. He had practically read through most of them already. Was there any need to keep going? Still, he opened the 45th email, his gaze scanning it slowly. Initially, his demeanor was quite relaxed, but gradually his face grew somber, the furrows on his brow deepening into a xuanhuan character as he stared intently at the subject line of the email. His entire countenance darkened. From Korea, 9-star phone explosion, no way to defend rights, plea to the accuser's office. 9-star phone, a globally renowned Korean brand, popular worldwide, especially in the Great Xiao region. Its market was several tens of millions every year. Due to its affordability and good system response speed, it was deeply loved by many. But this kind of phone actually caused an explosion incident. Surely, all phones may encounter problems from time to time. But is xiuxian defending rights forbidden as well? Upon opening the content of the email, xiuxian's mood darkened further. Right now, he was genuinely furious at heart. Damn, how could these evil merchants do such a thing? According to the complainant's account, since the start of the phone explosion, he began pursuing his right to compensation. Yet neither the retail stores nor the online customer service would accept his case. And calling the Korean headquarters resulted in even more dismissive responses, showing no intent to resolve the matter. After half a month of deadlock, the 9-star manufacturer came up with an absurd excuse. According to their tests, there was nothing wrong with the phone configuration itself. The problem arose because the user did not use the original charger when charging, thus causing the explosion. And such an explanation is pure nonsense. Even a fool knows that using a non-original charger can only result in battery drainage at worst. If it causes an explosion, then isn't the phone equivalent to a time bomb? Who would dare use it then? At this point, xiuxian gritted his teeth and smashed his fist on the desk, leaving a significant indentation behind. Damn, evil merchants. Minister, there's more below. Seeing xiuxian's angry appearance, Little Lee cautiously reminded him. What? Indeed, after skimming through dozens more letters, that handsome face turned entirely dark. Originally, he thought this issue was solely due to poor post-sales attitude from 9-star's manufacturing side. But unexpectedly, multiple explosion incidents had occurred involving the 9-star phones. Up until now, there were over 300 complainants. Perhaps, if it were 1, 2, or 3 times, it might be coincidental. But if it happens so many times simultaneously, then it's absolutely not a coincidence. There must be some foul play involved here. His brows furrowed slightly as he said, "Issue an announcement. Starting now, my accuser's office will officially launch an investigation into the 9-star mobile phone manufacturer." Understood. A hint of joy flickered in Little Lee's eyes. Speaking of bad luck, this guy had painstakingly saved up his salary for half a month to buy a phone, and after just playing with it for 2 days, it exploded directly. Precisely because of this, he was extremely resentful towards the 9-star mobile phone manufacturer. After Little Lee left, xiuxian continued reviewing the email content. His originally somewhat irate mood flared up once again. Those bastards were practically asking for it by walking right into the gun's mouth. The accuser's office had just solved the toxic vaccine case, earning a certain level of influence domestically. However, these accomplishments weren't enough to make those ruthlessly wicked criminals stop. While contemplating who should be the next target, who would have thought that the 9-star mobile phone manufacturer would foolishly walk right into their sights? Very well, if that was the case, they'd take them down next. After all, going after domestic companies might spark some controversy. Moreover, it could impact certain aspects. But concerning foreign entities, there were fewer reservations. Kill one if possible. With this thought in mind, the accuser's office began its formal operations. The official Weibo account was updated instantly. Our office has received the latest report. Korea-made 9-star phones have repeatedly been involved in explosion cases, suspected to be substandard products. Within the upcoming time, we shall officially commence our investigation. We hope your company will cooperate accordingly. Once the message was released, the entire web shook. At present, the official Weibo account of the accuser's office had close to 10 million followers. Besides, 9-star phones enjoyed remarkable reputations globally, so the news immediately attracted a large wave of onlookers. And this information quickly reached the Xia Country regional sales distributor located in the capital city. Chapter 12. Conscientious Merchant, Quality First, Central Business District, xiuxian Mobile Xia Country Sales Exclusive Store. At this moment, more than a dozen senior executives gathered together. The regional sales general manager had a cold look on his face. Staring at the colleagues around him, he spoke. Ahem, have we finished dealing with the substandard mobile phones sold in Xia Country? The substandard phones in inventory have been almost entirely sold. The warehouse supervisor stood up to answer. Excellent. Xia Country is truly a blessed land for our Bangzik country. Haha. Phones that even if thrown into the trash back home wouldn't be wanted by anyone, when brought here, can still fetch such high prices. In the future, our substandard products will finally have the best sales channel, and we can save quite a bit of material. The regional general manager smiled as he said. But recently, our phones have consecutively exploded. If this continues, it might affect the company's reputation. Also, we seem to have caught the attention of DNUC, Penal Office. DNUC. The regional general manager who had just returned from Bangzhou land clearly hadn't heard about the toxic vaccine case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unfamiliar. Yes, this is a new department of the Great Xia Country. They say they specialize in investigating criminals. The customers involved in those explosion cases have all gone to DNUC to report them, and the latter has just issued an announcement saying they will open an investigation into us. This is somewhat interesting. How dare someone oppose our great Bangzik country? Do I still need to teach you how to deal with this? Hire a bunch of internet trolls to help promote us online, and also find some scapegoats who can keep their mouths shut. Whatever happens, our company's public image must not be affected. He continued with brazen confidence. Understood. Even after knowing about the DNUC announcement, there was still laughter and no concern whatsoever. After all, this is an extremely arrogant nation. Besides, even if problems are discovered, what can be done? They have protection orders. Even Xia government officials can do nothing to them, which is why they completely ignore any customer complaints and simply avoid the situation by going out of sight for a while, particularly considering that Bangzhou land and Xia land have long been archenemies. After the meeting ended, xiuxian Group immediately released a clarification announcement with the usual old content, cleanly disowning all responsibility. And they publicly declared, our brand has operated in Xia region for years and has never encountered any serious quality issues. Moreover, your National Inspection Bureau checked our phones upon entering your territory. Of course, we are still very welcome to the investigation and evidence collection by DNUC. We will fully cooperate with any requests. This slick response prompted countless hired internet trolls to start promoting rapidly. xiuxian Group makes sense. Phones would surely have been checked upon import. If there were quality problems, how could they have not been found then? Agree with the previous comment. I've used xiuxian phones for many years without any issues. Haha, explosions? Would we still be alive then? Why am I still fine? Who ran to DNUC to complain? Could it be domestic competitors trying to smear us because they can't compete fairly or match our quality? This is really like their tactics. They come so far to sell in our country. Without receiving due protection, one thing is certain, they certainly shouldn't be smeared like this. Where's the conscience? Has DNUC been deceived? The comments section below was quickly taken over by good reviews. With such trends, those uninformed spectators naturally instinctively took xiuxian Mobile Group's side. After all, this image fit perfectly. Coming from afar to sell products in another country, only to end up being falsely accused of poor product quality, some people directly shifted the blame to domestic mobile phone manufacturers. After all, competition among peers breeds resentment. Thus, the credibility deepened. Seeing the one-sided online reviews, the leaders at xiuxian Mobile headquarters all revealed cunning smiles. The Xia people were truly easy to manipulate. Just a simple statement and some internet trolls, and they were played in circles. Moreover, taking advantage of this opportunity, they intended to suppress several powerful Xia domestic mobile phone manufacturers. As times change, domestic mobile phone manufacturers' technology has already caught up with their level. If it weren't for the prestigious import name, they would have been squeezed out of the Xia market long ago. And by taking advantage of this opportunity, we can suppress their arrogance. This will significantly increase the exposure and fame of xiuxian phones. We can imagine, this investigation by DNUC is not a bad thing at all, but might even turn into something good. While public opinion is overwhelmingly one-sided, xiuxian remains calm and collected. No issues with xiuxian phones. Quality first. Conscientious products. Haha. If that were truly the case, would there be repeated explosion incidents? The office door opened, and Little Lee walked in with a pile of file folders, saying, Minister, our materials are ready. Besides, this time, we filmed some videos with xiuxian phone customers who are willing to cooperate in defending their rights. The Quality Supervision Bureau just sent over the case report, confirming that xiuxian phones do have significant problems. Shall we start countering immediately? Upon seeing the contents of the files, Xiuxian couldn't help but smile. According to the network department's investigation, the addresses and the phones used by those trolls have all been identified. A group of people using domestic phones actually stooped to praise foreign phones just for some money, not hesitating to insult their own country. The grand dignity of the Celestial Dynasty meant nothing to them compared to a few dozen bucks. If that's the case, then let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Let's start. Yes. He hurriedly headed outside, and at the same time, the entire DNUC began to take action. Following the initial plan, counterattacks were steadily launched, and all the most compelling evidence was presented. As for those black fans, since DNUC hasn't made any responses yet, they became bolder, thinking xiuxian must have chickened out and couldn't find evidence. With this thought in mind, they naturally grew more confident. Chapter 13, Plan B, the 9 Stars Group's counterattack. The rumors in the comments section naturally became even more radical. Someone spread a rumor that the DNUC was bullying people and had accepted bribes from certain mobile phone manufacturers. Therefore, they were openly smearing the reputation of the 9 Stars Group's phones from stick country. Where is the DNUC? After uttering a few threats, they disappeared. Could it be that their conspiracy was exposed, so they dare not speak up? Originally, I thought that after the poisonous vaccine case, our Daxia country would have a clean department, but I didn't expect this. I think this is a deliberate conspiracy targeting foreign companies, defaming the 9 Stars Group's reputation to increase the sales of domestic phones. Who knows? Even the phone explosion incident could be part of it. Brilliant analysis from the floor above. Still observing closely. The people from the DNUC probably wouldn't do such a thing, would they? Would they let their hard-earned reputation be destroyed at once? Ho! Reputation? Alas, you upstairs fellows are still too young. It has come to this. What reputation is there to speak of? They've been corrupt for a long time. Everyone was browsing the comments section. Meanwhile, the staff of the 9 Stars Group sneered upon seeing no response from the DNUC. Could it really be that easy to uncover their misdeeds? In recent years, at least tens of millions of defective mobile phones have been sold in Daxia country, but they have always been safe and sound. Could the DNUC alone bring them down? Looks like the DNUC side has been rendered speechless. Good job. After this incident, everyone's salary will be increased by 1%. The sales general manager of the Daxia area sat at his desk, smiling, constantly twirling the golden-rimmed steel pin in his hand, with a smile on his face. The department supervisor stepped forward a couple of steps and flatteringly said, "Please rest assured, general manager. We can handle this little matter easily. It won't be easy for them, the DNUC, to find evidence against us." Excellent. The Daxia region is the main location for the sale of our defective phones. 80% of all substandard phones domestically are sold here. So, everyone must be cautious and leave no traces behind. Understand? Yes. Inside the meeting room, all the executives nodded, with an air of confidence. Originally, they thought the DNUC would be more troublesome, but now it seems it isn't so. As long as they maintain control over public opinion, then the 9 Stars Mobile Group would already stand invincible. And just at that moment, on the DNUC's official microblog that hadn't moved for quite some time, suddenly, a heap of images and captions were refreshed, akin to stones being thrown into calm water, causing ripples. Inside the DNUC office building, xiuxian's eyes revealed sharp glints, looking at the newly updated content. From the IP addresses of the mercenary army and the mobile phones used, the victim appeals regarding the Samsung phone explosions, along with the inspection reports from the Supervisory Bureau. These pieces of evidence are enough to nail down the 9 Stars Group. There's no action unless it's lethal. Those keyboard warriors currently operating saw the updated content, and their fingers hesitated mid-tap. IP lockdown, victim reporting, quality inspection report. With pictures and text combined, the truth was clearly displayed before everyone. Could it be that the phones from the 9 Stars Group indeed had quality issues? As for falsifying evidence, that's utterly impossible. The DNUC belongs to the highest department. If fake evidence was produced on such trivial matters, wouldn't that be like cutting off their own arm? So, the only explanation is that the mobile phone quality really does have problems. And those upright water friends who were previously suppressed by that group of mercenaries finally erupted. Previously, they wanted to speak out to defend the DNUC. Unfortunately, there was not a shred of evidence. Now, there was finally an opportunity. Instantly, the comment section under the DNUC began boiling over, as countless water friends quickly seized their territory and flooded the comments. The DNUC is awe-inspiring and domineering, even pulling out the quality inspection report. Now we'll see how the 9 Stars company tries to defend itself. I'm one of the victims of the 9 Stars phone explosion case. Over the years, to protect my rights, I've run around every department, but alas, no one paid attention. If it weren't for the DNUC, perhaps I'd never get to say this sentence in my whole life. It's truly a quality issue. xuanhuan, who said earlier that there was nothing wrong with the 9 Stars phones. Stand up, beast. It's more than that, haven't you noticed? The list on the first picture seems to be the very first group of people who jumped out to defend the quality of the 9 Stars phones. Shit, these bastards are even using domestically made phones. Damn it, don't they have any shame? They should be the water army hired by stick country, right? Shit, how black their hearts can be. Never expected that a global top 500 company would stoop so low. No questions asked, we want a refund. The 9 Stars Group says there's nothing wrong with their phones, but all the pigs in the world must be laughing. The announcement on Weibo quickly spread within the group. Just moments ago, the executives who were confident of their certain victory suddenly turned pale, especially after the exposure of the Water Army's IP addresses. This was much more challenging. They had planned to use this opportunity to sell new phones, but never expected to end up being slapped in the face. Now, with the real quality issues exposed, would they even have a place to stand in Daxia country in the future? Especially the general manager at the top. His eyebrows were already furrowed into a xuan character. Bang! A fist slammed down on the desk as he glared at those around him and said, "What's going on here? Didn't you tell me there wouldn't be any problems? Now, who can explain this mess to me? You damn fools, a bunch of useless waste. What do I keep you around for?" Seeing the general manager enraged, several supervisors began to panic, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. If this issue wasn't resolved, everyone might lose their jobs. At this moment, they finally understood the anxiety of the masterminds behind the poisonous vaccine case. Damn the xiuxian. They were like mangy dogs, biting down and refusing to let go. Even the evidence has been presented. This clearly shows that they intend to destroy them completely. General manager, given the situation, shouldn't we switch to plan B? One of the supervisors stepped forward and suggested. Hearing his words, the Daxia region sales department general manager revealed a trace of a smile and asked, "Your meaning is?" Using Chapter 14, Land, Sea, Air, Martial Law. Xiuxian Group submits. Good. Let those people come out and take the blame. Although this will harm our reputation, it's still better than continuing the deadlock. Now that the IP addresses of our water army have been exposed entirely, the longer we drag this on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. The PR director said this with a hint of helplessness on his square face. Over the years, he had encountered many tenacious opponents. However, only the dying department gave him an uneasy feeling. It was like a starving wolf with red eyes. Once it attacks, it would fight to the death. Fine. Push them out. After this matter is over, in the near future, substandard phones should not be dumped into Daxia area anymore. We will start again after things calm down. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement. We've reached this point now, so the most important thing is to withdraw. Even if it means losing some reputation, it doesn't matter. Soon after, under the official microblog of Xiuxian Group, a notice was issued stating, "Thank you very much for the supervision of the dying department of Xia country. Upon receiving your message, our company immediately launched a thorough investigation and found that due to the complex personnel in our workshop, such a blunder occurred where phone components were not properly assembled. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with our production quality, and we hope all Xia country customers can understand. In addition, the company is willing to compensate a certain amount of money to all victims. We hope everyone can forgive us." The sincere tone touched countless people. They even voluntarily compensated for the loss. Initially, some citizens who had grudges against the Xiuxian phone group started feeling a bit embarrassed at this juncture. The condition to receive compensation made many fall silent. What was initially a highly controversial phone explosion case unexpectedly calmed down just like this? Moreover, under the guidance of some deliberate individuals, gradually, the entire situation has completely reversed. From the beginning of having quality issues, to the end, it was merely that some parts were defective and poorly assembled, which led to the tragedy happening. In the comments section, there were actually many people pitying the Xiuxian Group. Even though they are wrong, it takes courage to step up and admit it actively. Kudos to them. Xiuxian Group indeed shows great determination. No wonder they're one of the top 500 global corporations. They even dare to take responsibility for their employees' mistakes. What else can I say but admire? I thought there was an issue with the phone quality. Turns out it was because of poor assembly in the workshop. That's what I thought. How could a company from Bangxi country do something like this? Thanks to the intervention of the dying department. If it wasn't for them, those employees might still be messing around in the workshop. Half a while later, the Xiuxian Group sacrificed its own people, personally handing them over, while the dying department helped the common folk clear grievances and solved another major case. This seemed like a perfect ending. After this battle, the fame of the dying department would surely grow greater. As the matter came to its conclusion stage, many news media outlets began reporting on it. Inside the internal office of Xiuxian Group, several managers and the general manager finally relaxed. Haha, Manager Park, your method was indeed excellent. Not only did we solve the trouble, but we also regained a batch of customers. Great job, very well done. Those Xia country citizens are really stupid. They already checked to this extent, and saying a few words actually convinced them. Thanks to the insightful guidance of the general manager, our group can only thrive continuously. Well said. After work, let's head to heaven and earth. Besides, I'll report the promotion to the headquarters, and it should get approved pretty quickly. Congratulations to Manager Park on being promoted to deputy manager. All laughed hypocritically. Simultaneously, a stone inside each person's heart fell. No matter what, the matter was resolved satisfactorily, and they could continue living extravagantly without any trouble. Meanwhile, within the administrative building of the dying department, in the conference room, all civil servants sat there, smiling faces as two major cases were solved one after another. This was too much glory, especially since this time it involved foreign companies, which further gained the respect of the public. Jeezy. The door opened, then xiuxian walked in from outside. Quickly moving to the main seat, he threw the folder in his hand onto the desk and said, "Tonight, everyone must stay overtime. Besides, inform the military district to prepare for arresting suspects. Also, close all land, sea, air checkpoints to prevent anyone under Xiuxian Group from leaving the country." Upon hearing these words, everyone was shocked. "Minister, you're not overly tired from yesterday, are you? The Xiuxian Group case is closed already. There was an issue in the workshop, and the suspects have been brought in. What else needs to be investigated? Who else needs to be arrested? The suspects are already in custody. Minister, Although Xiuxian Group had issues, we shouldn't cling on to it indefinitely. Otherwise, if word gets out, it wouldn't be good for our reputation. Listening to the words of those in the office, xiuxian's face remained calm, without saying a word for a long time. It wasn't until after they finished speaking that he spoke up. There was an issue in the workshop? Assembly errors? Clinging too tightly? Is this what you think of me as that kind of person? Or do you believe that Xiuxian Group would surrender so easily? Faced with xiuxian's questioning, everyone fell silent. Words reached their lips, yet they didn't know how to respond. After all, in their memories, this minister, though young, took charge personally and truly was an exceptional leader. How could someone like this deliberately frame others? Moreover, the latter half of his statement made them realize something. If it were truly this simple, then why would Xiuxian Group hire trolls to boost their popularity? But why did they hand over people so decisively later on? If there was no hidden agenda, it was hard to believe. The only explanation is that we're about to uncover the truth of the matter. In their panic, Xiuxian Group chose to surrender these people. Understand? What we need to do next isn't to close the case, but to nail them down. As Jianyu Department, the final gatekeeper of Daxia country's legal system, no matter where mistakes happen elsewhere, they absolutely cannot occur here. At this point, xiuxian's eyes still contained anger, flames almost spewing out. We mourn for their misfortune and lament their lack of striving. Even the quality inspection report came out, yet in the end, it was covered up by just a few light sentences and some scapegoats. Yes, we will accomplish the mission. Everyone stood up, solemnly stating. The situation shifted rapidly, the atmosphere thickened. Chapter 15, Kyoto under the night, glittering neon lights. Kyoto under the night, bathed in colorful neon lights. As several responsible persons from Xiuxian Group were enjoying themselves at Heaven on Earth, xiuxian came to where the prisoners were held. In the dark corridor, his steps echoed. He passed through the corridor and arrived at the cell holding the suspects of the Xiuxian Group explosion case. Looking at those sleeping figures, a coldness emerged in his eyes. Open the door. Yes. The guard quickly moved forward and unlocked the door. The sound of the door being pushed open woke up the sleeping individuals. When they saw the handsome youth standing before them, a flicker of fear appeared in their eyes as they recognized his identity, the highest minister of the Daiyosai. The toxic vaccine case had caused a stir across Xia country. How could they not know about it? And now, with this unexpected visit, what was he here for? While they were lost in thought, xiuxian began. Good evening, everyone. I seem to have disturbed your sweet dreams. But I assume you wouldn't mind, would you? Under someone else's roof, one has no choice but to bow down. Moreover, would their protests be of any use? They could only remain silent. Seeing this, xiuxian continued. Actually, the purpose of my coming should be clear to all of you. I just want to ask you a few questions and hope that you will cooperate so that I can finish my task. Otherwise, none of us will have an easy time. I know that you were sent here to take the blame. Tell me the conditions they offered you, and show some evidence. Minister Su, please don't joke around. We are aware of our own guilt due to an assembly error, which led to this outcome. There's no manipulation involved. Please don't mock us. That's right, we've already confessed. What more do you want? An issue with phone assembly eventually caused the explosion incident. This is our mistake, and we naturally accept responsibility. Minister Su, if there's nothing else, please leave. Apparently, before he arrived, these people had already coordinated their testimonies. Otherwise, how could they be so consistent? If it were anyone else, they truly would be powerless against them. After all, Xia country doesn't have the death penalty. At most, they would be imprisoned, and as for those taking the fall, powerful companies on the outside would bail them out. After spending a dozen or 20 years in jail, they would receive a substantial sum of money and wouldn't lose anything in the process. It was exactly because of this that establishing the Daiyosai was extraordinarily challenging. Unfortunately, this time they met xiuxian. Good, very good. Since everyone refuses to cooperate, why don't we play a little game instead? If you can successfully make it out of the game, I promise there won't be any problems for you, and I'll personally escort you out. If you can't pass, then you just need to tell me what I want to know. How about that? Isn't that quite fair? Will you really let us go? The group lying there perked up with interest. No one wanted to stay in prison, and neither did they. If they could simply leave, that would indeed be a good thing. Therefore, their faces lit up with delighted expressions. But, could things really go as smoothly as they hoped? Clearly, the chances of that were slim. Hearing their agreement, xiuxian's deep eyes revealed a cunning smile before he said, Please proceed. Fine, we'll do it. We hope you mean what you say and actually set us free. Just playing a game to get out, huh? The doors of the Daiyosai aren't so hard to exit after all. They agreed without hesitation, and followed xiuxian back into the punishment room. After seeing them walk in, xiuxian's expression turned icy cold. System begin. Special scene conversion. Yes, scene construction completed. Interrogation starts. In no time, the system voice resounded. Upon completion of the setup, changes occurred within the punishment room. The dimly lit room lit up. Standing inside, the group gazed warily at the surroundings. In the center of the room, there were 5 human-shaped stakes with handcuffs attached, clearly designed for them to step into. True enough, xiuxian's voice promptly followed. As you see, in front of you are 5 human-shaped stakes, our game props for today. First, please step onto them. Huh? Just some old wooden stakes. What's there to fear? Could Minister Su really let us leave? Still, there's no need to make it so obvious. Haha, maybe there's a trap inside. Like we wouldn't spot it immediately. Come on, let's play along with Minister Su. Up until this moment, clearly, none of them had realized the impending trouble. They moved towards the wooden stakes and stepped into them. Following their actions, xiuxian's next words came out. Excellent, you've all made the correct choice. Now let's start our game. On these anthropomorphic stakes, I have installed some simple mechanisms. At the positions corresponding to your hands, feet, and necks, I've added small gears that will begin to rotate once the game starts. Then, the shackles will gradually tighten and eventually snap your hands, feet, and necks completely. Of course, the gears spin at different speeds. Number 1 is the fastest, and number 5 is the slowest. But it will happen sooner or later. But since we're calling this a game, there must be a way to solve it. Rest assured, I won't simply kill you. Beneath your feet, there is a red button. If you step on it, the gear speed of the person next to you will double, while yours will halve. The entire game lasts for 3 minutes. Good luck, everyone. Of course, if you want to confess, just tell me anytime. So let the game begin. As xiuxian's voice trailed off, the countdown started. Once it hit 0, finally, the machine began operating. The gears kept contracting, with the first one being the most noticeable. Already, veins were protruding from the arms of the individual bound there. Meanwhile, regret filled their hearts as they thought, if only they'd known this would happen, no matter what, they wouldn't have chosen number 1. But now, it was too late to even regret. Pain surged in their minds, leaving them with no chance to turn back. Feeling the tightening gears, their faces turned blue, as if ready to die any moment. Looking down at the red button beneath their feet, it seemed like the devil fruit in Eden, full of temptation. Chapter 16. The game ends. I choose. ZZZT. 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 The sound of the gears turning kept ringing out. Finally, the one tied to the first humanoid stake could no longer hold on, his face full of pain as he spoke. No, I can't hold on any longer. If this keeps up, I'm going to die at any moment. Shit. Damn it. That guy is clearly just playing with us. Is this even called a game? You fool. This is gambling with our lives. Damn it. It was only then that they realized what the so-called game really was. It wasn't as simple as they had imagined. Instead, it might lead to their deaths. Therefore, in such circumstances, there was already no way back. No matter how unwilling they were in countless ways, they could only choose to accept their fate. Finally, when being strangled around the neck, that number 1's foot pressed onto the red button. The speed of the gear turning slowed down, but number 2's increased abruptly by double. Originally, he was still struggling to bear it. He started coughing now. Anger filled his face as he stared at number 1 and said, "Asshole, what do you think you're doing? Trying to kill me? Damn cow dung bastard. You stepped on the button. I have no choice either. If I didn't step, I'd be dead. You can also step. This game, isn't it played like this? I've held out for so long for your sake. It's already given enough respect. Do you want me to die?" Number 1 replied angrily. After all, if he himself died soon, he had lasted for a long time before stepping. How dare he get scolded? And when the latter wanted to say something else, he also closed his mouth sullenly. Sensing that doubled speed, his face twisted completely. Ultimately, he fixed his eyes on number 3 and said, Buddy, don't blame me. I have no way." As he said this, he took a step forward. The red button triggered again. Instantly, veins popped out on number 3's forehead, who appeared almost unable to bear it anymore. Yet, at this point, he also chose to press the button. The force from the rotating gear was entirely loaded onto number 4. The latter quickly moved his foot toward the red button, but at that moment, number 5 hastily opened his mouth. "Don't. We fell for it. That guy just wants us to kill each other. If we keep pressing the buttons, the force will keep increasing, and eventually, none of us will escape. Moreover, he hasn't lifted a finger to harm us. Everything is done by ourselves. His scheme is truly too vicious, that asshole." What? Hearing these words, the remaining few understood. It seemed that the fact was indeed as such. If we keep pressing endlessly, perhaps not even 3 minutes could be endured. Soon we would all be killed. But, at this point, there was no room left for regret. Perhaps, only accepting our fate remains. Especially number 4. Even though he knew it was a trap, he continued to press, because he couldn't hold on. If he persisted in resisting, then probably it wouldn't look good. The red button was stepped on again. Number 5 felt an abrupt increase in weight, anger flashing in his eyes. "Shit, bastard, weren't you told it's a trap? And you still press? Are you deliberately trying to kill all of us? Screw you. How did you notice early on? Late noticing. When it's my turn, suddenly you notice it, huh? In my opinion, you deliberately want to kill me. Moreover, you're the slowest, naturally able to chatter nonsense here. Haha, bastard, you want to kill me? Can it be so easy? Let's all die together. You can't escape me, and I won't let you escape either." Number 4 naturally grew more enraged. Upon hearing this, number 5 looked terrible. Only at this moment did he realize why xiuxian had deliberately set up different gears. At first, they thought it was just random. But by this point, they understood this person's intention. It was clearly meant to intentionally kill them. This scoundrel, he's just a beast. From start to finish, they were calculating against them. From the moment the game began, they were like ants in a jar, with absolutely no chance of crawling out. Truly, this young warden minister had terrifying methods, calculating through human nature early on. This is an open conspiracy. Even if it's seen through, it can't be solved. If we keep pressing the button, then the pulling force will continue to increase. But if we don't press it, only oneself will die. The sound of the gears turning continues constantly. 3 minutes away, it feels so distant, it's probably the longest stretch of time they've ever experienced. Finally, number 5 also stepped on the red button, and at this moment, he only wanted to preserve a ray of hope. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm, it's human instinct. No one can avoid it. Since things have come to this, naturally there's no way around convention either. A foot stepped down, and the crisis fell again upon number 1. Without hesitation, he stamped down, his eyes flashing crimson as he growled. "What a joke. It still got stepped on, didn't it? Let's just see who has better luck. The rest of them made the same choice. Uh, 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 uh. In the punishment room, screams of anguish kept ringing out, everyone feeling nearly hopeless at this moment. Sensing the feeling of impending suffocation, they were all close to breaking apart. Life and death, in themselves, are not frightening. It's only people like xiuxian, who leave them with the slightest thread of hope, that are the most terrifying. Finally, number 5 could no longer bear it, and burst out. I confess. We were specially recruited by the 9 Stars group of the bastard country to take the fall for them. I also have videos of our transactions with them. Also, on my second uncle's bank card, there's money they transferred to us. I've confessed everything, spare me. I don't want to die here. While speaking, there was still a sobbing tone in his voice. Number 5 had been the first to see through the outcome, but understood clearly as well. Due to being the slowest among them, he had been targeted from the start. The remaining 4 would absolutely bring him to his death. Therefore, he eventually chose to confess, though his voice was hoarse from having his throat constricted by the manacles. As he broke down, so did the rest of them begin their confessions. As expected, all of them had been hired as scapegoats, and as they saw their confessions, xiuxian's face revealed a bit of relief as he said, "System, stop now." Instantly, the game ended. The contraction of the manacles ceased. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Ding dong, mission triggered. Please, host, make your choice. A. Ignore the injustice and conclude the 9 Stars Group explosion case. Reward is 2 million cash. B. Expose the conspiracy of the 9 Stars Mobile Group and expel the 9 Stars Group from Dia Country. Success will earn you a chance at a gold level draw. I choose. Chapter 17. Hiring a hitman to take the blame. Heaven and earth bear witness. Grievances surge toward the sky. I choose B. Without hesitation, the latter was chosen. Although 2 million in cash is not a small amount, compared to that, a precious chance to draw lots still seems somewhat insufficient. Moreover, these people who resort to any means to make a profit, no matter what, do not deserve our sympathy. Even, killing them would not be excessive. They are a group of unscrupulous merchants. These despicable people go right down to their very bones, and anyone with even a shred of conscience wouldn't wish to be mentioned in the same breath as them. These people, even if described as beasts, are somewhat overly beautified. Truly, less than pigs or dogs. After a while, holding the confessions of the 5 individuals, the well-prepared Dianu department launched operations everywhere. They printed out all the money used for bribing them from the 9 Stars Group and the transfer transaction records, and the final move was the videotape from when they hired the hitman. Number 5's brain was simply too sharp. Originally, he still wanted to use this videotape to extort more money from the 9 Stars Group later on. But now, it has unexpectedly become the last piece of evidence against the 9 Stars Group, thoroughly crushing that massive corporation. After all the evidence was collected, the official Weibo account of the Dianu department released the information. The previously calm situation once again began to stir up waves. Upon investigation by our department, it is confirmed that the suspect was indeed provided by the Korean 9 Stars Group, involving a fact of taking someone else's name as atonement. In light of this situation, further investigation into the explosion case of the 9 Stars phone will continue. We hope that the 9 Stars Group will cooperate. Dianu Department of Xia Country. After this Weibo post went live, the entire network was shaken once more. After all, the incident had just concluded, and the 9 Stars Group also came forward to apologize. At this critical moment, an unexpected surrogate confession appeared. If this matter was true, then doesn't it imply that the Korean mobile phones indeed have issues? If not, why would there be a surrogate confession? At the same time, the staff on duty inside the company quickly forwarded the content of the new Weibo post to their respective department supervisors. Given such a major event, it must be reported level by level. Soon enough, the few enjoying themselves upstairs received the message. The scene in the private room was indescribable. The faces of those supervisors and general managers were draped in expressions of enjoyment. Explosive songs made their blood boil, causing their bodies to constantly sway, feeling incredibly wondrous. Finally, a few minutes later, they were all lying there, with lingering excitement in their eyes. Right at that moment, the Public Relations Department supervisor's phone rang. He immediately picked it up and stared at the glowing screen, his complexion instantly turning difficult, and his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the phone. What's wrong? Director Park, did your little darling wife call you back? We already agreed. Today, nobody leaves unless we're done having fun. It's just that, it's hard to come out and play once. Don't ruin it. Let's go back tomorrow. The guys here will cover for you. In an instant, everyone wore smiles filled with profound meanings. But right at that moment, the former hurriedly regained his senses and said, "No, it's a message sent from the people below. These subordinates just don't know their place. How could they disturb us at a time like this? Looks like we should give them a lesson when we get back." The general manager directly spoke up, still somewhat dissatisfied in his gaze. Having finally resolved a major issue, able to come out and relax a bit, yet they are still being relentlessly pursued. "No, General Manager, the employees from my department sent a message saying that the officials from the Dianu department found evidence of those people we arranged to take the blame. Now, there will be a re-examination. What shall we do?" Saying this, he handed over the phone. At this point, the people who were initially smiling couldn't help but shut their mouths, never imagining that such an event would happen. They had already handed over the people, but were still being hounded by those fellows. And it hadn't been more than a few hours. Damn it, aren't their mouths far too loose? What exactly is going through the brains of these morons? After spending so much money to arrange for them to take the blame, all confessed. What to do? What to do? Ask me. Idiot, didn't you tell me it was foolproof? Why did something like this happen this time? Tell me. Damn it. When higher-ups hold us responsible for this matter, you will bear full responsibility. The general manager directly threw the phone on the ground, looking furious. I've seen stupid ones, but never thought there would be someone this stupid. Clearly, such a simple matter ended up with so many complications. I don't know either. In the past, whenever something happened, they were the ones sent to take the fall. These are familiar faces. They've already taken responsibility many times without any issues. The manager was also somewhat helpless, as similar situations had happened before. When official resolutions failed, scapegoats were handed over to create a diversion, and these people never let them down. Regardless of the crime, they would always take the blame willingly. But why? In this case, did it only take a few hours for them to confess? The general manager's face darkened. Humph, the damn Dianu department. This is clearly their attempt not to let us off the hook. Since that's the case, we'll drag all of them down with us. Listen carefully. None of us can avoid responsibility this time, understand? If the truth comes out, we will all die. Truly befitting someone accustomed to high-stakes situations, the general manager quickly regained his composure and scanned the group with a steady gaze. Subsequently, everyone nodded solemnly. General manager, please instruct us on what to do. Since the Dianu department has targeted us, there's no easy way out. Starting now, you all go back and prepare the necessary documents to incite public support for our cause. Additionally, bribe some users who have purchased our phones and get them to testify on our behalf. At this point, there must be no backing down. Otherwise, the 9 Stars Group's reputation will be utterly destroyed. We cannot afford the consequences. Yes, understood. Everyone nodded but lost interest in further revelry. They hastily rose and prepared to retreat. At this critical moment, preserving their lives was paramount. That night, the 9 Stars Group began its final counteroffensive. Before long, company-authored posts appeared on Weibo. The army of paid commentators and customers, hired at great expense, quickly came forward to speak on their behalf. Chapter 18. Ironclad Evidence, a Fire That Spreads. For many years since the 9 Stars Group from Korea has been stationed in Xia country, we have consistently adhered to the principle of providing good quality products at low prices and high quality to offer convenience for everyone. The quality of our phones has been praised by countless people. Being one of the top 500 companies globally, we can withstand the world's scrutiny. For both consumers and law enforcers, we maintain a humble attitude, treating everyone as gods. The occurrence of the phone explosion case is due to inadequate management within our company. Thus, being targeted, we have no complaints. Nevertheless, our group will certainly cooperate with all inspections and actively improve workshop regulations, strictly preventing similar incidents from happening again. We also hope the general public will continue to supervise us. Of course, our 9 Stars Group will not be slandered by anyone. If anyone attempts forced targeting, our group will take certain protective measures. After the statement was released, in the eyes of many bigwigs, this was a joke. Haha, any industry so large would surely have some shady spots underneath. And yet they still dare speak of humility? If it were truly that way, such an incident wouldn't have occurred. It was just empty rhetoric. Of course, many citizens chose to believe them, especially under the hype of online shills, causing 9 Stars' name to immediately rise on trending lists. 9 Stars Group, great job. I knew it, you wouldn't have problems. I've used 9 Stars phones for 10 years, never encountered any issues. A thumbs up for the previous commenter. The explosion incident happened simply because there was a small mistake during phone assembly. Although there was an accident, the company has already compensated. What more do people want? Could we possibly have become a target? Haha, some other phone manufacturers are indeed interesting. Not able to compete with quality themselves, they end up resorting to such underhanded tricks? Fascinating. Big love for 9 Stars phones. I support you forever. A few of the high-ranking executives sitting in their office wore expressions of satisfaction, seeing how public opinion was still under control. If they could focus on this point, nothing bad would definitely happen. Daxia country is a nation that places emphasis on public discourse. If compelling evidence convincing to the public is not produced, even if arrests are made, they cannot hold. Manipulating public opinion. This was their final tactic. Just as they were pondering, the door to the office swung open, and a staff member rushed in panic-stricken and said, "General Manager, trouble's brewing. The Penitentiary Bureau has released those individuals' testimonies, and there's also a video recording where the conversation involves hiring scapegoats to assume guilt." As the words trailed off, those who were originally smug suddenly stumbled back, at a loss for words, audio recordings and videos. If leaked, this would essentially be a devastating blow. Perhaps the earlier matter could have been explained away somewhat. But the responsibility of hiring killers to take the blame, that was something they absolutely couldn't escape. To make matters worse, just then, the phone inside the office rang. The general manager hurriedly picked it up, only to hear the voice from the other end. "General Manager, bad news. Our warehouse has been sealed by military personnel. All phones have been completely taken away." "What? Shit." Springing up directly from the desk. The phones inside that warehouse, without exception, had issues. Being carted away directly like this, wouldn't this really put them in a hopeless position? Originally holding out hope against better judgment. Now, tears couldn't fall, much less words. They hadn't expected for such events to unfold. The general manager understood clearly. Once things reached this point, it was an impasse with no recourse left. And those civilians who had purchased the explosive phones were beginning to post about their after-sales rights protection journeys right around now. By this point, the previously hired shills suddenly reversed their stances. Initially doing it just for some money, but now realizing they'd been deceived. There truly was a problem with 9star's phones. Besides, this time even higher-ups got involved. Should they remain ignorant now, then their outcome would inevitably be very tragic. The previous incident of IP addresses being banned wasn't forgotten either. Hence, they too began turning against 9star's company en masse. A global top 500 enterprise, capable of carrying out such inhumane acts, selling substandard phones exclusively in Xia country? Isn't this openly treating them as suckers? Compared to the amount of money offered, asking them to betray their country just wasn't worth it. In the blink of an eye, all the comments in the section turned completely around. Within a moment, tens of thousands of comments were posted. Shit, where are those paid shills now? What about the trolls? Damn it, weren't they saying the phone was absolutely fine? If there's no problem, why would they need someone to take the fall? The phone assembly had issues, huh? Haha. If the people assembling phones don't even know how to assemble them, are you telling me they managed to put it together themselves? Screw, we've been deceived by these bastards. Screw their ancestors. I thought this morning that their attitude was very sincere. Now both testimonies and videos have come out. Damn it, such dishonest merchants deserve to die. I just ordered a 9star's phone a while ago. No way, I must return it quickly. I can't let my newly renovated home get blown up. Enraged by the people, the hired forces from 9star's group couldn't accomplish anything. Before they even had a chance to post their comments, they were drowned out entirely. The general manager of the Xia country division of 9star's was completely livid at this point. He hadn't expected things to spiral so out of control. If this incident were reported to the headquarters, the consequences could be imagined. But the most pressing issue right now was damage control. He had no doubt that if he stepped out now, he'd be torn apart by everyone. If this matter were allowed to escalate, then the 9star's mobile group might indeed have to permanently withdraw from the Xia country market. Furthermore, its reputation on the international stage would also suffer a severe blow. It might even face mandatory shutdowns. Hurry, the PR department should immediately release a statement to repurchase all problematic phones and compensate generously. Also, clarify that this is merely an oversight in our work and has nothing to do with the inherent quality of the phones. General Manager, it's useless. Let's just run for it. The PR department head said with a bitter smile. By now, there was no room left for explanations. Not being torn apart by the angry mob would already be a good outcome. Chapter 19. Justice lies in the hearts of people. Let's go? Yes, we're leaving right now, back to the headquarters. Finally coming to his senses, the general manager hastily stood up and headed toward the door. Although caught, as long as he returned to Korea, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, who would still come after him? At worst, he'd get fired. Anyway, the money earned over the years was more than enough. Even if he couldn't stay at the company anymore, it wasn't necessary to panic. With that thought, he quickly rose and walked towards the door. But before he could reach for the doorknob, the office door was already pushed open. Subsequently, a few men dressed in suits entered. They exuded an air of confidence, clearly no ordinary people. Looking around the room, one of them pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, "Good day. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Junhua from the Imperial Capital Military District. Acting under orders from my superiors, I have been sent here to carry out an arrest. May I ask, who among you is the highest-ranking official of xiuxian Group?" "It's me." Cough. "It's me." Seeing everyone glance at each other uneasily, the general manager realized it would be useless to find someone to take the fall for him now. So, he stepped forward and admitted it. "Very good. Please cooperate with our actions and come along with us. Also, a few of you seem to be responsible figures within the group. Come with us too." He then moved aside to make way by the doorway. Looking at the armed personnel waiting outside in the corridor, the initial thoughts of escaping vanished, ultimately choosing to accept his fate. After all, it had come to this point. Or was there any way out? Whether willing or unwilling, there was nothing left but to bite the bullet. And so, they followed accordingly. As for the remaining employees within the company, they were taken away entirely. After all, once things had reached this stage, how could anyone possibly remain behind? What used to be the illustrious xiuxian Group had instantly fallen silent. The car sped onwards. Half an hour later, stopping at the entrance of the detention bureau's office building in the suburbs. Once they got out, they were led upstairs. The rest of the detained staff were locked up to await further questioning. The supervisors and general manager were escorted to the top floor. There, numerous television crew members had already set up their broadcasting equipment. In the spacious room, many tables had been arranged, each displaying a mobile phone encased in protective glass. Xiuxian sat centrally in position, seeing the brought-in group. With a smile on his face, he said, "Haha, it was truly difficult to invite all of you here for a cup of tea. So much so that we even needed to bring substitutes instead. Isn't that just disrespectful?" "Ho ho, Minister Su, what exactly are you implying? We are law-abiding merchants. On what grounds did you arrest us? Even if we really hired someone to take the blame, it shouldn't end up like this. A mere fine would suffice, isn't that so? Could the head of the detention bureau, Su Minister, actually be unaware of this? Please give us some explanation, Minister Su." One does not realize danger until they face it, and refuses to yield until hitting an impasse. Even as death stared them in the face, they were still trying to hold out, but unfortunately, Xiuxian didn't offer them that opportunity. Instead, he said coolly, "Regarding the matter of hiring substitutes to take the fall, I will let that slide. The reason why we've invited you here is for something else. Your company's phones have been reported multiple times for suspected quality issues. Since you've refused to cooperate with investigations, I have no choice but to personally bring you here. Rest assured, our great Xia kingdom never plays dirty tricks nor intentionally sets traps. These phones were all directly taken from your factories. Additionally, This time we've invited a large number of media reporters to act as impartial witnesses to avoid any accusations of framing you. Should there be no quality issues found, then the department will bear all resulting losses. But, he stopped speaking mid-sentence, only letting out a faint sneer before lapsing into silence. The more quiet he became, the more panicked the group felt. Their faces turned sallow, staring anxiously at the familiar newspapers and media outlets around them, including several large TV stations. It was clear this was serious business. Fine, under such fair conditions, I would also like to demonstrate to the public that our phones absolutely have no issues. Let's start. The general manager steeled himself and spoke up. Yet his trembling legs betrayed everything. If it hadn't been conducted openly with the press, they might have accused the officials of tampering, believing that the public would still side with them to some extent. However, this time, the detention bureau had played its hand brilliantly, directly mobilizing the masses. This was what made the situation so insurmountable. Clearly, it was aimed to drive them into ruin. He could only silently pray in his heart that the problematic phone wouldn't be chosen. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Upon seeing his agreement, xiuxian stepped forward and said, I believe everyone is well aware of the recent explosion cases involving xiuxian phones and the hiring of scapegoats. However, regarding the quality issues, the xiuxian manufacturer has consistently maintained that there would be no problems. Therefore, to assist our investigation, we have invited all of you here as witnesses. This will also give xiuxian Group a chance for justice. The last two words were spoken with deliberate emphasis. The reporters from various media outlets all showed eager anticipation. For them, it was a great thing. Whether or not xiuxian phones actually exploded, it wouldn't affect their benefits. Moreover, this was hot news by itself, and none of them would miss it. They couldn't wait to get their hands on their equipment. Subsequently, the recording began across various media platforms and television stations. All at once, the testing process was broadcast live. As the participants readied themselves, xiuxian gave a signal. The power switch was flipped, and the screens of the phones placed on the tables all lit up. The citizens of Xia Kingdom sat before their televisions watching the live broadcast unfold. Justice lies in the hearts of people. The Correctional Bureau did a good job. Fair. I wonder if xiuxian phones can withstand the test? Haha. Broadcasting the entire process live was a good idea. This way, we avoid some internet trolls making comments about rigging things later on. I guarantee with my head that xiuxian phones definitely have problems. Behind the scenes, the supervisors of xiuxian Group were sweating profusely. This was happening right in front of countless people, and if they faltered even once, it would destroy them completely. As for the general manager, although he was barely holding up, he didn't look well either. It seemed like he was close to breaking. Chapter 20. Experiment. Can mobile phones be used as bombs? Half an hour had passed on the clock. However, no one at the scene felt tired. On the contrary, they felt like watching a classic blockbuster. After all, as long as any of the phones here failed, there would be something good to see. Therefore, everyone was incredibly expectant. As for the executives of the xiuxian Group, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, their faces were completely distorted. Tick, tock, tick. Time continued to pass. Finally, even the most patient person could barely endure it. However, xiuxian was naturally well prepared for this, and waved his hand, indicating that the meals bought earlier should be distributed to everyone. He said, Everyone, quality appraisal is a very long process, and our Department of Justice has a duty to perform. We hope everyone can cooperate. Today's meal costs will be reimbursed. Upon hearing this, the reporters all cheered with excitement. As for the executives, their faces turned even darker. Originally, they had managed to endure until lunchtime, hoping to bring these people closer, thinking that they might gain some benefits. But who would have thought that xiuxian had already prepared for this, showing signs of resentment in his eyes. Meanwhile, the audience watching on television also started eating. Damn. Today I must see whether their xiuxian phones have any issues or not. 10 packets of instant noodles are ready to go. Who's afraid? After my phone exploded, I ran around for half a year seeking justice, but failed. This group deserves a proper reprimand. Minister Su, I support you. Evidently, by this point, no one was willing to give up easily. They simply ate at the sight and waited. But just at this moment, suddenly, an explosion rang out, only to see the xiuxian phone marked as number 17 explode directly. Fortunately, it was protected by a glass cover. Otherwise, the bomb's aftermath would probably have injured people. The intense explosion startled everyone, and the reporters, who had forgotten about eating, quickly operated their instruments to broadcast live. This was major news. There actually was an issue. If this matter were aired, their TV station would only need to sit back and watch the fire spread. And those executives' foreheads glistened with sweat. Problems finally arose where least expected, resulting in such a massive situation. They originally thought they could get through without incident. But now, it really seemed they had underestimated the situation. As for the audience watching on TV, they became fully excited. Some people even dropped their instant noodles on the ground. Their gazes were filled with shock. Whoa, it really exploded. Can't believe it, right? Just saying, well done. Damn, it actually exploded. This time they're dead. Fans of xiuxian phones, come out now? What more is there to say? Chuckling, merchant credibility, quality first. TSK, TSK, TSK. I feel as if my face inexplicably hurts, like I've been slapped, haha. Previously, they confidently boasted of being the best in quality, almost wanting to crush all domestic smartphones. But who would have thought, within such a short time, they had been proven wrong multiple times. Everyone was left speechless at this point, especially the general manager, whose face turned green with anger. If it were a private test, there'd still be ways to solve it. But in front of so many people, The reputation of the xiuxian phone group couldn't possibly be salvaged now. Shit. Those stupid workers in the workshop, even with inferior quality, shouldn't have produced such poor goods, right? Exploding after just 1 hour? Was this going to play me to death? Sensing everyone's questioning gaze, for a while, he didn't know what to say. And just at this moment, xiuxian stepped out and said, everyone, please calm down. This should just be an accidental error. Don't get too worked up. I think such errors won't happen too often, right? General Manager. That's certainly true. Certainly, it won't happen too often, definitely not. While speaking, his face hurt. Simultaneously, he harbored a few feelings of gratitude towards xiuxian inside his heart. After all, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have known how to resolve the situation. But in his heart, he was somewhat puzzled because given xiuxian's ruthless nature, he wouldn't want to kill him on the spot, would he? Moreover, helping him, this seemed to have some small issues. But fundamentally, it was unreadable, so he decided to let it go. But just at this moment, the sound of an explosion rang out again. And it wasn't just one phone, there were over a dozen in succession. Subsequently, all eyes burned with intent focus. Those who had intended to interject found themselves at a loss for words as they stood dumbfounded. Ho ho, General Manager. I remember you telling me earlier that such errors wouldn't happen more than once. So, how do you explain the current situation? We'd appreciate a reasonable explanation from you. Alright, at these words, the man's complexion turned ashen, and he finally understood why xiuxian had come to his aid moments before. It was clearly a move designed to block off his last resort. Now, he paced like an ant on a hot griddle, uncertain what to do. After some time, he regained his composure and said, cough cough, Director Su, we did mention that among this batch of phones, some units were improperly assembled in the workshop. Therefore, even though it's unfortunate, incidents like this are unavoidable. We sincerely apologize. An assembly issue in the workshop, huh? xiuxian remarked with deep meaning. Hearing this, the general manager nodded solemnly. He absolutely could not concede now. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he would die, openly acknowledging the quality problem of the phones. If those words made their way back to the company, they would surely want to kill him 10,000 times over. But how cunning were these journalists? Could they possibly fail to see through this? Right then, they quickly scribbled furiously onto their pads, already concluding by now that the quality was indeed problematic, so no further discussion needed. Once this story breaks, the potential benefits will be unimaginable. As they wrote, they also padded certain sections for effect. After all, it was their job. But right at this moment, suddenly, everybody's attention was completely drawn towards Chapter 21, Xiuxian Phone, Wrath of a Great Nation. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosive sounds rang out. Perhaps earlier, there were still some plausible explanations. But now, even the tongue didn't know how to articulate properly. That explosive sound was truly heart-stirring. Even from 100 meters away, it could be heard clearly. If it weren't for the protective shield, there might have been a fatal risk. And at this moment, less than 2 hours after the charging began, the journalists all went wild. The previous 2 accidents could be explained. But this scene where all the phones exploded simultaneously left no explanation possible. At this point, who would bother with eating? As long as they captured this image and reported on it casually, promotions and raises were within reach. All cameras started making noise. Click, click, click. The flashing lights caused the legs of several executives to tremble uncontrollably. They seemed to imagine what was about to happen next. Even the public relations manager, who was highly skilled, didn't know what to say. After all, 1 or 2 accidents can be blamed on an error or assembly issue. But so many phones exploding together left them clueless about what excuse to offer. At this moment, even fools knew that there had to be a quality problem. To our audience watching on television, by now everyone has gone mad, especially those people who were used before. They are filled with anger. Damn it. I thought since so many people supported it, there shouldn't be any issues. The cursed 9 stars phone, is it mocking our intelligence? A phone like this should just be turned into a bomb. Assembling problems? How could every single phone have assembly problems? Are your facilities phone manufacturing plants or bomb factories? 9-star group, do you intend to play games with our lives? Who in their right mind would buy their phones anymore? Playing with them leads to explosions. Placing them near when charging at night might just send you straight to meet Lord Yama. What about those executives? Weren't they saying everything was fine just moments ago? Step up and explain yourselves. Shit. In an instant, all the citizens boiled over. All the phones involved in the test exploded. The thunderous sounds symbolized the rage of 1.6 billion Xian nation citizens. People have seen cruelty, but never anything like this. Actually daring to treat everyone like monkeys being teased. And these few executives were similarly at a loss for words. They could foresee the outcome of this incident. 9-star group might be directly expelled from the Xia country market. Moreover, it would also suffer a severe blow to its international reputation. After all, offending a country that's top in military, economy, and population worldwide is definitely not a good thing. Plenty of mobile phone brands would gladly kick someone while they're down. Reputation built over decades, shattered in an instant. A few of you, explain the situation now. While they were contemplating, xiuxian turned around and calmly asked them. Their mouths opened, yet they couldn't find any appropriate way to answer, swallowing whatever words they planned to say. With facts laid bare, how could they defend themselves any further? Right now, asserting that there's no quality issue would be equivalent to throwing a punch to their own face. Babbling half-heartedly, unable to produce any meaningful words. Just then, xiuxian stepped forward, cutting him off by saying, "So, can't you explain yourself? All right, then let me help you explain." When we received the consumer report a few days ago, we already assigned dedicated personnel to inspect the phone quality. Additionally, to ensure impartiality, we specifically visited several major consumption points for 9-star phones globally to take sample inspections. Guess what the results were? What? The general manager instantly changed complexion. He instinctively tried to stop xiuxian from continuing. But he, already enhanced, wasn't someone weak that could be stopped so easily. With a flick of his hand, the general manager stumbled backward a few steps and was restrained by 2 soldiers on the spot. How about this? Dare to do it, but don't dare let me speak. Please don't say it. The formerly arrogant manager was now full of fear, able to imagine what would happen next. The phones sold globally and those sold to Xia country were entirely different batches. Once this secret came out, it would be no less shocking than an earthquake. Evil brings its own punishment. You all must be curious about the results of our investigation, right? Bring them in. With a clap of his hands, personnel from the DUN department stepped forward, distributing documents to everyone present. Afterward, all the journalists who had seen the documents froze in place. They even forgot to operate the equipment in their hands. The onlookers among the crowd were brimming with curiosity. What kind of document could cause journalists to forget live reporting? Minister Su, could you read out the contents of the document? We want to know what this 9-star group has been up to. Please explain. Just have a feeling they haven't done anything good. These bastards have no conscience left. They probably sold their souls for profit long ago. Under the fervent reactions from the citizens, the journalists eventually snapped back to reality. Remembering they were live streaming, they hurriedly resumed their work. If anyone had paid attention at that moment, they would have noticed that every journalist holding the document was trembling. Their faces were ashen, grim expressions painted across each one. Looks like the audience watching at home is very curious about the outcome of our investigation at the DUN department. Fine, I'll inform all of you. After thorough research, the phone's 9-star group sold globally, and those it sold specifically to Xia country are completely different batches. Xiuxian paused for a moment after speaking, then continued. In other words, every 9-star phone destined for Xia country has severe manufacturing quality issues. Once these words were spoken, the citizens who had eagerly awaited the answer fell into silence. It was only at this moment that they truly understood why the journalists had remained quiet after seeing the investigation's findings. So it was really like this. Xiuxian phones. All faulty ones get shipped directly to Xia country. What a remarkable 9-star group. What a commitment to quality. What a global top 500 company. 3 consecutive goods only confirmed the extent of public outrage. Chapter 22. Merchants are profit-driven. Online, the tide of public opinion suddenly changed. The official forum of xiuxian Mobile was flooded with angry netizens. Your xiuxian Mobile group is really smart to pull off a trick like this with these Xiuxian phones. You sell all the faulty ones to our Xia country. Do you really think we're suckers? I've seen a lot of garbage in my life, but yours? I've never seen anything as bad as this. A minor issue with a phone wouldn't be a big deal. After all, no tech product is perfect, but explosions? Are you making phones or bombs? Stop joking around. Over the years, I've used quite a few xiuxian phones. Haha, I guess I've been using one of the few that doesn't have any problems. How ruthless is that? Nima, being a merchant, yes, it's fine to be profit-driven, but have you considered other people's lives? Are we supposed to risk our lives so you can make money? What kind of twisted thinking is that? Didn't you say before there would absolutely be no quality issues? Sure, there's no way there could be any, because we, the suckers, bought all the faulty ones. Damn, do foreign countries' lives matter more than ours here in Xia country? I swear I'll kill you. Why bother producing bombs anymore? Xiuxian phones are good enough. They blow up in large areas. The power, huh? Previously, you accused domestic phone brands of framing you. Now what? Huh? Do your faces hurt? You heartless dogs, the worst mobile group ever. Under the threat to their lives, all netizens were furious. If all the phones sold domestically and internationally by xiuxian Mobile were the same, the public anger might not have been ignited. But now, only the Xia country zone had problematic phones. How could this not provoke anger? We've seen junk before. But nothing compares to this level of trash. Treating human lives as jokes? For some profit, they've lost their integrity entirely. This behavior is simply too ugly. For years, citizens who purchased xiuxian phones are now livid. Their rage has nowhere to go. When the DNU department stepped forward to identify the problem, they helped speak up for xiuxian. But now, reality triumphs, and their faces are burning with anger. What kind of people can make such shameless decisions? To sell all the defective phones exclusively to the Xia country zone is an obvious insult. At this point, Xiuxian stood up and said, "Everyone, at this point, things should be crystal clear. The issue isn't with the quality of xiuxian phones. It's that they sold all their inferior phones to our Xia country zone. They treat us like a dumping ground for substandard goods." After receiving complaints from the public, our DNU department immediately launched an investigation. And even after reaching this conclusion, I too am incredibly furious. Our Xia country is at its peak of national strength and economic prosperity. But precisely because of this, there are plenty of vile people trying to take advantage of the situation to ruin us. So let me just tell those people this on behalf of the DNU department. Heaven's calamities can be forgiven. Self-inflicted calamities cannot be endured. Of course, we also hope everyone continues to supervise and report any incidents right away. We at the DNU department will surely investigate thoroughly. With his calm words spoken, the citizens naturally expressed their support. If ordinary people were wrongfully accused by public opinion, they would surely stop investigating further. After all, who would continue doing something that is labor-intensive without rewards. But despite the immense pressure, the DNU department pressed on and eventually uncovered all the secrets. Such perseverance, it's impossible not to admire them. Instantly, a sense of guilt welled up in everyone's hearts. Knowing this now, why didn't they act differently back then? How could they have supported such a black-hearted phone manufacturer? We were wrong. Minister Su, we were truly wrong. Who would have thought the xiuxian group could be so cruel? From today onward, anyone in my family who buys another xiuxian phone, I'll beat them to death myself. You're too slow. My son just bought a xiuxian phone, and now he's lying in the hospital. The DNU department is brilliant. No wonder they are the last line of defense for Xia country. Pressing forward under pressure, bearing the burden ahead. Xia country is proud because of you, and the people are honored because of you. With all my limbs supporting the DNU department, punish the treacherous merchants. As xiuxian gazed at the barrage of messages, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He then continued, please rest assured, our DNU department will always stand on the front line of law and discipline. As for the handling of the xiuxian group, we will release it tomorrow. We hope everyone continues to pay attention. The experiment today ends here. Director Su, do you really need to show mercy to such beasts? Just let them roll out of the Xia country zone. Our Xia country consumers have been taken advantage of. A phone manufacturer like this deserves no less than total destruction. In my opinion, just kick them out. Don't let them defile the soil of Xia country. Trash xiuxian group. At this moment, those few executives were already completely stunned. All the phones exploded, and the Xia country citizens questioned them all together. Did this mean they were truly doomed? Starting from today, it was probably necessary for them to exit this most prosperous global market. Once this happens, their place among the world's top 500 would be impossible to maintain. Opening their mouths to explain something, yet the words stuck at their throats. What should they even say? They're done. These words were all that remained in their heads. After this event, even if they returned to their home country, there'd be no chance of living peacefully again. After the testing experiment concluded, xiuxian waved his hand and said, today, thank you all for coming to help. Your efforts won't be forgotten by us in the DNU department or those higher up. Please go back now. And we hope you can truthfully report what happened today. And those journalists solemnly nodded. Perhaps, for other things, they might twist black into white, but only this time, this had hit the bottom line. Moreover, the issue of xuanhuan phones, once revealed, will surely explode as a hot topic. There's no need to worry about its popularity. Chapter 23, Stock Market Turmoil, the Fall of the Global 500. As expected, after the quality inspection meeting was over, all major media news stations wasted no time upon returning in reporting on the case of the 9 Stars Group phone explosion. Some WeChat official account bloggers and influential internet personalities also broadcast the news at the fastest possible speed. And naturally, all comments were consistent. They focused on making a big deal out of the explosion case, especially emphasizing the xuanhuan phones with boldface and special writing. The overwhelming articles almost made it common knowledge to everyone. All the masses became angry, and online jokes about the 9 Stars phone explosion case could be found everywhere. As for the 10-cent hotspot information, it was directly monopolizing the top charts. Everyone, at this moment, went into a frenzy. No one had expected that something like this would happen. They had seen cruelty before, but never something as outrageous as this, selling all the defective phones to Xia country. DNU's latest news, first-hand information on the 9 Stars phone explosion case. Please stay tuned. Shocking news for 1.3 billion people. It turns out the reason behind the frequent explosions of the 9 Stars phones is because of this. The most severe phone explosion case in history. 9 Stars Group claims to prioritize quality and reliability above all else. Yet they pull off stunts like this behind the scenes? Under the influence of the media, the citizens of Xia were furious. They felt duped. The audacity of the 9 Stars Group's actions had certainly gone too far. Who knew such despicable behavior would take place? Selling all low-quality phones domestically while exporting the good ones abroad? A single spark can start a prairie fire. Previously, those who were swayed by 9 Stars Group finally saw the light, their anger more evident on their faces. The depth of one's love matches the depth of their blame. Given that the 9 Stars Group was originally an overseas entity, they initially wanted to help them, but they didn't expect the consequences to spiral so disastrously. How did these people think? Carrying out such an absurd act, even beasts wouldn't do something like that. Therefore, when this scandal broke, all the people rushed to the streets heading towards the office building of 9 Stars Group and its various sales outlets, demanding answers. And the hired trolls and negative materials employed beforehand were exposed immediately, and 9 Stars Group ended up completely cursed. Within just half a day, the phones that were originally on pre-sale were all returned. There were continuously more orders being refunded, and the phones that had been sold were sent back to the stores. What used to be a huge mobile phone group instantly met with misfortune. As for the headquarters in Bangzi country, they apologized right away. But it was of no use. The already infuriated masses were beyond caring. Their sole purpose now was to punish 9 Stars Group, a company that clearly didn't value human life. Not only that, but even the headquarters of the 9 Stars Group couldn't escape the aftermath. Even though they quickly released an announcement claiming full ignorance of these acts, done supposedly without their knowledge by subordinates, it was impossible to fool adults. Such talk might deceive children, but not serious adults. In a single night, this enormous mobile phone company was already teetering precariously. Years of hard-earned effort came crashing down due to one fatal misstep. As for the global top 500 title, it fell straight to the bottom with no hope of recovery. At this crucial moment, The Jianyu's punishment announcement was also posted. Below the official microblog post, once the notice was issued, countless civilians gathered around to watch. Regarding this 9 Stars Group phone explosion incident, a special statement is hereby released. Starting from today, 9 Stars Group will be permanently banned from distribution in Xia country and will never be allowed re-entry. All phones sold in Xia country are required to be fully repurchased within 3 days at the original price. All victims affected by the explosion case will receive compensation for medical expenses, lost wages, etc. In addition, our organization has the authority to report this matter to the International Trade Organization. We request the closure of 9 Stars Group's trade channels due to commercial crime. After the announcement of the punishment was published and people reviewed the terms, the furious masses gradually calmed down, whereas the headquarters of 9 Stars Mobile Group had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the decision. After all, things had reached this point where there was simply no room left for regret. If they didn't agree, it was likely that the angry citizens would immediately take a plane to their Bangzi country. Finally, after the headquarters of the 9 Stars Group indicated their willingness to compensate for all losses, the situation calmed down. However, the market value and stock price of the entire group plummeted. While they could still operate with difficulty, returning to their peak was basically impossible. A well-established global top 500 company was reprimanded to such an extent. The resulting scandal far surpassed the previous toxic vaccine case in severity. Originally, some people were skeptical about Dianyusi, but after this incident, they had become fully convinced. Dianyusi has done a great job. The trashy 9 Stars Group deserves this kind of treatment. They even dare to pull off stunts like the Enyang phones. What difference is there between them and those who disregard human lives? They deserve what's coming to them. This 9 Stars Group really asked for death by doing something so out of line. They treat consumers like fools, haha. Now they've hoisted themselves by their own petard. Don't they know? Our Xia country has genius. I'm becoming Minister xiuxian's most loyal fan from today on. Whoever dares to criticize him, I'll verbally attack until they shut up. As one of the global top 500 groups, instead of making progress, they pulled stunts like these. They absolutely deserve to be banned completely. People like these don't have the right to sell things in our Xia country, huh? Give Minister xiuxian a thumbs up, and also offer an apology for my own foolishness. At first, I believed the slander from 9 Stars Group against you. I never expected, haha, that this would happen. These despicable bastards. Hopefully, this will give them a lasting lesson. The money in Xia country isn't so easily swindled. Chapter 24. I am the legend, infinitely arrogant. In just one short week, the Dying Department acted twice, uprooting many social tumors. And in an instant, they became the center of attention. While the entire nation celebrated the downfall of the 9 Stars Mobile Phone Group, xiuxian sat quietly in his office with a faint smile on his face. Just prior to this, the 9 Stars Group had announced their withdrawal from the mainland market. The task set by the system was finally completed. A voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing Task B, exposing the conspiracy of the 9 Stars Mobile Phone Group and driving them out of Daxia country. You've successfully earned one chance at a gold-level lottery draw. Finally, it was time to draw the lottery. After finishing the first task, he had been given a super warrior gene agent that increased his strength by more than dozens of times. From this, it could be seen that everything inside the system was good stuff. What would come out of this second gold-level lottery draw? He felt a quiet anticipation within him as he then spoke. Draw. With those words, a large roulette screen formed in front of him in midair, displaying countless items. Substitute doll talismans, globally universal black obsidian cards, appraisal eyes, grandmaster tai chi skills, etc., all listed there. Among these dazzling items, the drawing began. The large roulette slowly started, spinning with the pointer gradually shifting. xiuxian felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. This was the most invigorating moment. Sometimes, rewards obtained through some luck were even more enjoyable than directly receiving them. After a while, the pointer finally stopped, and the system's notification sound followed. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have won the appraisal eye ability. Note. The appraisal eye can discern treasures from anywhere in the world. Any counterfeit antique cannot hide its true identity from the host. Surprisingly, such a skill came out. xiuxian couldn't help but smile. It wasn't bad at all. At least, he wouldn't need to worry about being deceived in the future. If needed, he could also appraise antiques for fun and make a little extra money. After all, grass-hugging rabbits aside, life in the Dying Department wasn't exactly affluent either. Just after the draw ended, a knock at the door rang out. Xiaoli pushed the door open and walked in, saying, Minister, here are the selected members based on your requirements. A total of 200 people. Do you think we need to eliminate another batch? I'll take a look. xiuxian quickly picked up the file handed over by Xiaoli and started checking through it rapidly. The resumes all looked pretty impressive, ranging from martial arts to computers to private detective work, almost bringing together top talents from all industries. Moreover, their professional experience was impeccable. One must admit that today's Dying Department is truly raising eyebrows. Who would have thought so many people would apply? If there had been no achievements in the past, standing up to recruit now probably wouldn't lead to today's situation. After skimming through for a while, xiuxian ultimately eliminated 80 spots, leaving a final count of 120 people. Among them, 20 had studied martial arts. These would become the action team personnel for the Dying Department, because relying on one's own people is always the safest option. Besides, almost every case handled by the Dying Department involves offending someone. Without sufficient deterrent power, they might be done away with before even starting the investigation. Their opponents, aren't righteous gentlemen, but rather ruthless criminals. Simultaneously, 30 private detectives were also chosen. These individuals would be responsible for investigating various messages. It should be known that sometimes these noses were more sensitive than anyone else's. Reports may indeed be one path, but collecting evidence is crucial too. Preventing disasters before they occur, the dark hand manipulators hiding behind the scenes will, after these two events, surely grow more alert. To catch them off guard is no easy feat. Their tactics must not be underestimated. Following this, medical teams, psychological counseling teams, and quite a few supercomputer hacker experts were added as well. Thus, the 120 members were all equipped. With their arrival, one could only believe that the Dying Department would undergo a tremendous transformation as well. Go and gather these people. They'll be the backbone of the Dying Department from now on. Yes. Xiaoli took the list seriously, nodded, and headed out. Quickly, the job seekers from all over the 5 lakes and 4 seas set out towards the capital city. Among them was Li Zhonghua, who upon receiving the call immediately headed to Haikou Station to board the high-speed train to meet up. Perhaps, when mentioning this name, many people are unfamiliar. But if you talk about Wolf King, undoubtedly, countless soldiers will shed tears of emotion. That is a name familiar to countless individuals. Back in the day, Wolf King Li Zhonghua formed a special combat unit named Langia and went on countless missions for his country. Fearless in the face of death, they had accumulated numerous achievements over the years. But one time during a mission, the team was ambushed. His comrades sacrificed themselves to cover his escape. Although he ultimately completed the mission, an unexpected incident occurred when he returned the ashes of his fallen comrade to his hometown. A thug lived in the comrade's village. This thug repeatedly bullied the elderly just to seize their land. He even openly threatened to kill the comrade's parents. In a rage, Li Zhonghua took action. With just one punch, he disposed of the despicable thug. However, this act cost him his military career. After retiring from the special forces, he hadn't used his skills for many years, instead choosing to live quietly under an assumed name. Yet the recruitment by the Dying Department gave him hope to once again serve the nation. So he quickly applied. Finally being chosen, he immediately set off toward the designated location. After hours of travel, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Dying Department office building. At the same time, the other selected candidates were also gathering. As these were all top talents from various fields, many of them already knew each other. In small groups, they gathered and discussed the matter at hand. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, joining the Dying Department was the dream of every person present. To be able to serve such an organization was something that would make their lives worth it. Brothers, I've heard that Minister xiuxian will personally interview us tonight. Is that the legendary Minister Su? That's right. Besides him, who else is qualified enough to carry the title minister? The man who eradicated the poison vaccine case and solved the 9 Stars mobile phone group explosion scandal. Truly a legend. As they chatted, the revolving door of the main hall opened, and a young man dressed in formal attire stepped out. Though his face was thin, he exuded an aura like that of an ancient colossal beast. Chapter 25. Gravitational Wave Energy Product Series, Xinqing Group. Upon their entrance, they had already left everyone awestruck. When they saw the handsome face of the young man, they couldn't help but be slightly surprised. They knew that xiuxian was young, but they didn't expect this minister who continuously solved major cases to be so youthful. But that was all. Though young, no one doubted xiuxian's abilities. After all, those with true talent clearly understand that so-called strength and age have little relation. Perhaps some are old warhorses harboring ambitions far into the distance. Yet among the younger generation, there are also many shining stars. Undoubtedly, xiuxian is one of them. Being chosen by higher-ups to take on the role of prison warden under critical circumstances, and having solved 2 consecutive cases, he certainly isn't an ordinary person. Being able to follow such a leader, maybe, a promising future awaits. And xiuxian was also observing the crowd, his eyes showing satisfaction. Truly deserving as elites from various industries, the gathered momentum was indeed extraordinary. The characters they would need to face in the future weren't just street hooligans or low-level organizations. The enemies of the penitentiary department were invariably huge entities dominating specific regions. To uproot these individuals thoroughly, they must surpass them in terms of spirit. If someone only possesses ability but lacks aura, then they're useless. However, these people did not disappoint him. Although still somewhat unrestrained, they could rival his presence, especially Li Zhonghua within the group, whose energy even seemed almost on par with his. After a while, xiuxian retracted his field of influence. As if nothing had happened, he began to speak slowly. Let me introduce myself. I am xiuxian, Minister of the Penitentiary Department belonging to the Supreme Department. I believe all of you should know what kind of enemies and crises our penitentiary department faces. Even though all of you are outstanding and surpass your peers, I still feel the need to remind everyone. The cold tone fell silent. Even though it was summer, everyone felt chills down their spines. xiuxian continued. After joining the penitentiary department, you will be facing people as sly as jackals. They will do anything for profit, even persecuting and coercing you through threats and inducements. These are truly vicious people without any moral standard. As long as they have money, they dare to do anything, everything. So, I hope you can forget your everyday kindness. Only then might your lives last longer. Listening to xiuxian's lecture, everyone nodded instinctively. They knew very well that from the moment they set their hearts on joining, they were fully aware of what awaited them. But since they dared to come, they naturally had prepared themselves mentally and wouldn't retreat because of xiuxian's words. Be prepared at all times. Li Zhonghua shouted loudly in the crowd. followed by the resounding cheers of the others. Yes, they were always ready. For this country, for its people, always ready to battle against evil. From the moment they chose to submit their resumes, they were completely prepared. Good job. I hope you can make sure of it. Of course, none of you need to worry too much. From the time you joined here, your families will be comprehensively protected by the military base immediately. Therefore, all you need to do is ensure your survival. Besides, taking on this important role in the penitentiary department, I hope you can resist bribery. I don't want to personally recruit you in, only to have to lock you up later. Do you understand? Understood. The voices of everyone echoed loudly. From this moment onward, the first team of the penitentiary department was officially formed. In the near future, their presence would spread across the entire nation, their legends causing countless evildoers to hear their names and flee in terror. This story will continue later, but let's not get ahead of ourselves for now. After the speech ended, xiuxian summoned Xiao Li, who quickly allocated tasks according to the previously determined groups. Just as Su Mu was about to leave, Li Zhonghua in the crowd hesitated, finally stepping forward and said, "Minister Su, please wait a moment." Xiuxian turned around, looking at his uncertain appearance, instantly understanding that something must be on his mind. He replied, "Come along. We'll discuss this in my office. Xiao Li, once you've finished grouping them, lead them around and acquaint them with the environment. Guarantee to complete the task, Minister." The latter nodded. Then xiuxian walked into the building, Li Zhonghua closely following behind. Ding! The elevator door opened, stopping at the top floor office. Xiuxian sat in his seat and gestured with a word, "Sit down. Now that you've joined the penitentiary department, we are brothers. If you have anything on your mind, feel free to speak. I guarantee there won't be any eavesdropping here." Director Su, actually, I came here for another reason besides joining the penitentiary department. The thing that makes a retired soldier king hesitate to speak must be quite intriguing. Xiuxian twirled the black pen in his hand, a faint smile on his face. Li Zhonghua bitterly smiled and said, "Sigh, I see you already know? Then I'll cut to the chase. After I left the army years ago, I spent all my money buying a house to take care of a comrade's parents. It is only natural and right to do so. If it were otherwise, xiuxian would have looked down on this former wolf king. The comrade sacrificed himself to cover for him. How could he not take care of the elderly? But a few days ago, I noticed their expenses were a bit high. Upon inquiry, I found out they bought many products from a company called xiuxian. It's a health product scam company." Health products? Xiuxian's gaze slightly deepened. If they were really health products, I'd sell everything I own without hesitation to afford them. But what are these? Broken hula hoops and slow reacting scales. And they're being touted as ways to prolong life and maintain good health, priced at exorbitant rates, around 50 or 60,000 yuan. They've already scammed many people. By this point, Li Zhonghua sounded somewhat helpless. Even the battle-hardened soldier king was powerless in the face of such matters. And after hearing his story, xiuxian's expression also grew somber. Scams were one thing, but to target the elderly with scams, charging sums like 50 or 60,000 yuan, money which, for retirees, might as well be their last savings, it was truly monstrous. These blood-sucking creatures dared to make money by exploiting conscienceless tricks. Bang! A fist slammed onto the desk, teeth gritted as xiuxian growled, "Monsters!" Chapter 26 Trial begins, the prison bureau in action. If it were some wealthy merchants, or even those with great fortunes, xiuxian wouldn't be this angry. After all, for them, this amount of money is not a big deal. It wouldn't affect their daily lives. But these damn health supplement scammers actually targeted lonely elderly people. And they asked for exorbitant prices. Even someone with a decent white-collar salary would find it difficult to pay. How could they deceive the elderly? They were already digging into their life savings. In their old age, they relied on this retirement fund to live. In the end, all of it fell into their hands. Such people don't deserve to be called human. With rage boiling, xiuxian spoke up. "Where exactly is this sincere heart group located? How many people are there? What are their products? Moreover, how many victims are there? Do you know any of this? I've secretly investigated some things. The group's headquarters is in Linen City, near the capital. There are nearly 100 people in this group. Every day, they give lectures in senior activity rooms. As far as I know, there should be no less than 1,000 elders who have been defrauded, and all have lost their life savings." When Li Zhonghua said this, there was a hint of helplessness in his voice. Yes, anyone encountering this kind of situation would indeed find it quite tricky. Worse yet, the products were bought willingly by the elders, so filing complaints wouldn't yield any results. However, for xiuxian, this wasn't a problem. Originally, after the toxic vaccine case and the explosion incident involving the 9-star phone, many criminal organizations had become compliant. I was just wondering whom I should target next. Unbelievably, someone came knocking at my door. Deceiving the elderly is an unforgivable crime. Therefore, after hearing Li Zhonghua's report, xiuxian decided immediately that regardless of circumstances, swift action must be taken. With so many elderly already deceived, how could we let them go free? All right, prepare. We're heading to Linen City. By the way, this will be your trial mission. If done well, you'll be formal members. I was originally hesitant about what mission to assign these rookies. If it's too serious, mishandling might occur. Too light, and it won't test their abilities properly. This task, which seems neither heavy nor light, is most suitable. Tasks were quickly assigned, and afterward, the entire Penal Affairs Bureau began to move. Aside from the intelligence team and the hacker team staying in the office, everyone else went out into the field. When the Penal Affairs Bureau started moving, the Sincere Heart Group had also begun its promotional event. Inside a certain senior activity center in Linen City, Hundreds of elders sat in the room, with various tea and pastries placed before them. On the stage stood a young man dressed in a suit, who slowly opened his mouth to speak. My dear fathers and mothers, our Sincere Heart Group has always been dedicated to researching gravitational wave series health supplements for all the elders. I believe, after listening to our explanations for some time now, you should understand the aim of our group, right? All of our products guarantee the longest possible life. They can prolong life, even rejuvenate you, grow taller, and make you energetic, without any trouble. Upon hearing this, someone led the applause. The rest of the elders followed in clapping, but there was a hint of confusion in their eyes. Apparently, they didn't fully understand what he was saying. However, they heard clearly about the effectiveness of the product. Each pair of eyes bulged wide open. Truly remarkable technology indeed to produce such amazing effects. Such a good product, it mustn't be cheap? Yes, longevity enhancement, this high-tech item, must cost a fortune. Can we afford it with our retirement income? Alas, my hair has almost all fallen out. To regrow it, how much would it cost? My meager pension, someone asked first, which sparked a conversation among the rest. That quiet room became noisy. Then, the young man on the stage gave a signal behind him, and then spoke. Dear fathers and mothers, how could you say such a thing? How could I, as a son, take money from you? Isn't it only natural for sons to give good things to parents? But, I know that there are no parents in the world who do not care about their children. You surely know that we spent significant costs developing these items. If we just give them away for free. He sighed and continued. Our company might go bankrupt instantly. Alas. Fine, I'll leave these products here. They're nothing but a nuisance. I shall destroy them. Only in this way can I avoid being torn apart. Speaking thus, he picked up a hammer and made a gesture as if he was about to smash it. Seeing this, naturally, the shills below stood up quickly, blocking him and saying, Don't do it. What a pity to smash such good things. Just tell us how much they cost, and we'll buy them, all right? These are Son's heartfelt offerings. Why do we earn so much money? Isn't it for health? With these health products from Sincere Heart Group, we won't get sick anymore. In this case, what's the use of money? Don't you want to live longer and spend more time with your children? Don't give them trouble. That's right. I'll buy that gravitational wave energy suit. Tell me, how much does it cost? At this point, an old man in a black waistcoat stood up and spoke, his head full of white hair, with more than a dozen wrinkles on his face, clearly over 80 years old. Just standing there, he gave off a shaky feeling, as if he might fall at any moment. My respected father, this gravitational wave energy suit is the best product we've brought this time. You truly have a sharp eye. Haha, the original price is 50,000 yuan. With it on, it guarantees to extend your life, allowing you to live past 200 years. The young man on the high platform immediately said, and the old man looked somewhat troubled. These 50,000 yuan were almost all of his savings. If he really took it all out, he'd be reluctant to part with it. At this moment, the young man spoke again. Of course, my esteemed father, I deeply understand that you're buying this out of love for your son. Parents' affection is truly touching, so I'll make the decision myself and give you a huge discount, 5,000 yuan, and you can take it away directly. How about that? Good. The elder took out his bank card from his pocket. Those weathered fingers were already covered with traces of time. Seeing someone taking the lead, the rest were also eager to try. Chapter 27, Solar Mattress, Bringing the Dead Back to Life? How much is that energy wave gravity hula hoop? I'll take it. An elderly woman in the second row stood up and spoke. Her forehead was covered with wrinkles. My respected mother, you really have a good eye? This energy wave gravity hula hoop is also our company's latest product, specifically designed for seniors like you. Just using it for a few days can reverse the aging process and extend your life for several more years. It can also help your children with grandchildren-related matters. The young man spoke again, lying without even turning red in the face. And like the previous person, since you care for your children, people like you are who we respect most. So, to show our appreciation, we offer you a discount price of 3,000 yuan. How does that sound? The frail old woman took out a red fabric-wrapped wallet from her sleeve, pulled out a bankbook, and handed it over. All right then. As for the remaining products, is there anyone else interested? There's not much stock this time, so I hope all of you esteemed parents will actively purchase. Also, I will sing a song for everyone. My old father, I am your most beloved person. As he spoke, the singing began. In that music, many of the elderly came forward to start buying the products, their faces genuinely showing some emotion. After all, with their children often absent, they did feel somewhat lonely. It was precisely because of this that they were scammed. Otherwise, how could someone who has lived for decades be so easily deceived? Xinjiang Group was exploiting the psychology of these empty nest elders. Sure enough, the elderly fell into the trap one after another. Queuing up, they started purchasing the products. Those long lines revealed the disdainful smiles on the faces of a few con artists. Indeed, earning money from these folks was much easier than legitimate work or office jobs. Could anything be faster than deception? When the song ended, the products were sold out. In just a few hours, the operation had amassed at least 5 million yuan in ill-gotten gains. But how limited was the greed of these few scammers? The waiting stooges below finally had their moment to play their role and began complaining. Why did it sell out so quickly? I haven't bought anything yet. You cannot favor some over others. We are also your fathers and mothers. Why don't you sell to us? Yes, we should get them too. How come there's only such a small amount? Aren't there better ones? As they said this, they started creating a commotion. And the scammer host on the stage, upon hearing the complaints, nodded knowingly. Of course, it's not just this much. Alas, my incapability leaves my parents only with access to these primary products. After sighing deeply, he actually burst into tears. As the tears streamed down, some elderly rushed to comfort him, while others asked, "What do you mean by primary product? Is there a more advanced product?" Indeed, our xiuxian group spent decades diligently researching and eventually created what we believe is the best product. Moreover, it has been recognized by the global United Health Products Company and granted us a patent. As long as this product is used, even dead people can be revived. To be honest with all of you parents, one of our colleagues once had an accident when leaving the company. His head got squashed and flattened completely. What a bloody mess. Honestly, none of us dared to look at it. However, our boss immediately ordered someone to place him onto this magical health product. In less than 2 days' time, all the elderly were curious and looking forward with anticipation. Then what happened? He died. All the seated elders waved their hands dismissively in amusement. Nonsense. With a squashed head, how could anyone survive? But after a couple more days, when we checked again, he had come back to life. His crushed head was repaired directly, and moreover, he looked a few years younger. Isn't that amazing? This is the power of technology. The host, near the end of his speech, couldn't hold himself back and turned away to suppress a smile. After all, these absurd lies. Even ghosts might find them hard to believe. However, those elders were evidently susceptible to such tactics. As they aged, they feared death, especially becoming a burden to their children. If there truly existed such a product, wouldn't it grant extended life and even resurrection? That way, they could remain by their children forever. Hence, they curiously questioned further. So what exactly is this miraculous thing? Without further ado, dear fathers and mothers, this thing is our company's latest ultimate product and also the highest level product of this project. This product integrates various functions and is patent certified. Nearly 300 billionaires worldwide are all using our mattress. There are also certificates issued by 1,000 experts. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The several etiquette ladies at the back quickly brought the product up and started showing it to the crowd. Upon seeing the certificates from the experts, all the elders solemnly nodded in agreement. At their age, experts were the most influential figures, so as long as it was endorsed by an expert, it absolutely couldn't be wrong. Well then, next, please allow me to introduce our company's latest and ultimately advanced product, the Energy Wave Series Solar Mattress. After speaking, he pulled down the red curtain to reveal a regular-looking mattress inside. Looking at the incredibly ordinary mattress, all the elders leaned forward to get a closer look. The host then announced, "All right, everyone don't rush. Since I brought out this mattress today, let's all witness its miraculous effects. Haha, may we invite the luckiest elder to come forward and experience the uniqueness of this mattress. So, who will be that lucky elder? Let me try. I want to try it. Let me give it a shot." Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the fraudulent host said, "Those who already got gifts just now, let's not test it again. Such a precious opportunity should be given to those dads who might feel a little regretful for not getting the previous items. Let's welcome Uncle Lee on stage. He will try out this mattress for us." Chapter 28 Product Accident? No, just a special feature. Clap, clap. The host led the applause, and then the accomplice stood up from his seat, walking towards the mattress. A smile still graced his face as he said, "In that case, I won't be shy, haha, let me try. All right, Mr. Lee, please lie down on it." Sure. Mr. Lee immediately laid down on the mattress, with a look of pure enjoyment appearing on his face. Seeing this, the host quickly followed up with a question. "How does it feel, Mr. Lee? This mattress, it must be pretty great, right? Comfortable. It's no wonder it's a top-notch tech product. It's truly very comfortable. TSK. If I could take this mattress home, it'd be worth any price. I've had trouble sleeping every night, depending on sleeping pills. But just lying on this mattress for a little while has already made me sleepy. It's really a fine item. The only thing left is to know how much we need to spend to get such an amazing product." While speaking, he turned over. His eyes opened and closed intermittently, as if he were about to fall asleep. Originally, the excited audience, upon seeing this scene, instantly became even more astonished. In such a short time, he was already about to fall asleep. If he slept longer, couldn't this product possibly have miraculous effects, like bringing someone back from death? Good. Truly excellent indeed. I want to buy it. That son, tell us quickly how much. We'll buy it. The elders below rushed to speak up. At this moment, the scammer host quickly chimed in. All right, since all you fathers want to buy, I naturally won't refuse. However, there are only so few units of this ultimate product. Even our whole company has only managed to produce 3 mattresses. There's absolutely no way we can sell them all, so we can only select 3 people from among you. Who knows who will be that lucky? And regarding the price of this mattress, considering it's our company's pinnacle technology, naturally, the cost has to be quite high. Therefore, it's 300,000 yuan per mattress. If you fathers sincerely wish to purchase it, then I, personally, can offer a 50% discount. 50% off? Top-notch technology product. Only 3 exist nationwide. Instantly, every elder's heart stirred, but the price was truly too expensive. 150,000 yuan wasn't exactly pocket change. For most of these elderly people, they had spent their entire lives working hard, and finally received merely a few thousand yuan in pension. Subtracting what they needed for daily life expenses, they had accumulated this amount over half a lifetime. To just hand it over now seemed rather regrettable. This was truly not a small sum. As they hesitated, suddenly, the elder lying on the mattress let out a terrible scream. He bounced as high as half a meter and fell heavily beside the bed. Fortunately, a sponge pad nearby cushioned his fall, Otherwise, a single fall like that might have cost him his life. On the mattress itself, several springs were protruding. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale. The elders who originally intended to buy quickly withdrew their money. That host, obviously inexperienced with such a situation, remained dumbfounded for a brief period before coming back to his senses. He tried to compose himself, swallowed a couple of times, and began. Fathers, don't worry. Haha. This is another feature I'm introducing for all you dads today. It's also why our product ranks at the forefront nationwide. Hearing his words, the old people set aside their anger and waited for his explanation, seated in place. Facing their stares of disapproval, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. How unfortunate. Something had to go wrong precisely now. Moreover, he was fully aware that if he couldn't handle the situation smoothly today, these elders might likely drag him straight to the police station. He hastily blurted out. Actually, the earlier occurrence wasn't an accident. While developing our product, we intentionally designed this effect into it. Haha. Actually, these features are interesting. And they're also the reasons why the Gravity Wave series mattresses have earned global experts' approval. I didn't expect such results to show so quickly. My esteemed fathers, this is the latest function of our product series, the acupuncture function. What? Acupuncture? The old folks looked at each other, confused yet somewhat awed. Seeing the situation, the latter quickly added, that's right, it's the acupuncture function. Everyone, please take a look at the positions of these springs. My esteemed fathers, these positions correspond exactly to your acupoints. When you're most relaxed, it can sneak attack your acupoints and achieve the best effect. It can also help stimulate blood circulation. The elders all nodded, but some still voiced their concerns. However, the needles on these springs seemed too sharp. They might leave quite a few bloody marks. My esteemed father, that is our gua sha function. What about the red spots caused by the needles on the back? Detoxification function. The fraudulent host let his imagination run wild and began to deceive. The old people were stunned for a moment by his words. Then, the first elder who bought the energy wave clothing spoke up. Then how do you explain him being bounced off earlier? Entertainment function. Saying this with great conviction, the elders below instantly seemed to understand after hearing the explanation. Having successfully deceived them, the fraudulent host hurriedly asked, everyone, are there any more of you who wish to purchase? My dear fathers and mothers, you must know, this is a good thing. There are only 3 of these in the entire world. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone forever. Only 15,000 yuan, and all the hard-earned money you've worked so diligently for. What was it all for? Wasn't it just to ease the burden on your children? Imagine, if you stay strong and healthy, how could you possibly become a burden to your children? For only 15,000 yuan, you buy harmony for your family and filial piety from your sons. Isn't it worth it? His speech became more impassioned as he went on. The old people below were all swayed by his persuasion, preparing to step forward to make a purchase. But just then, a voice came from the direction of the door. Even the elderly's money you defraud, don't you feel guilty? Who the hell is spouting nonsense? Chapter 29, Shocking Scam. The warden arrives. Just as everything was going smoothly and 45 million was about to fall into his pocket without effort, someone suddenly stepped in to stir up trouble. The scam host on the high platform revealed a look of anger on his face, glancing back at the source of the sound. Gone was his previous smooth talk. Now he looked like a cornered wolf, ready to devour someone. Warden Department, xiuxian. Sorry, we received reports from the public that your place is selling obscene products. Therefore, please everyone accompany us for an investigation. Take this trip with us. The calm voice had just fallen, and the handsome figure already appeared at the doorway. All the entrances, exits, and surrounding roads of the room were completely sealed off by the Warden Department's people. The seated elders couldn't help but turn their heads. They had heard of xiuxian's reputation. Within a short period, he had solved 2 major cases and was praised as the Nemesis of evil, rightfully so. At this moment, he actually stood before them, the Warden Department. Xiuxian, isn't this the great Lord Qingtian? Why has he come here? Could it be that we've been scammed? I just heard him say something about illegal sales. Does this mean that the Gravity Wave series products we bought aren't patent authorized after all? Even Minister Su has arrived. It couldn't possibly mean. The old people began to discuss among themselves. Perhaps they wouldn't believe others' words, but what xiuxian said was truly hard to ignore. After all, the solving of these 2 big cases was enough to prove this man's ability. Furthermore, he always stood up for the poor, so when he spoke now, many of the elderly began to question what had happened. The scam host on the stage was scared up a sweat. Inwardly, he couldn't help muttering, hoping xiuxian hadn't overheard those earlier statements. Otherwise, with this man's methods, being locked away for 10 or 20 years wouldn't even be surprising. Even the 9-star mobile group and hundreds of hospitals with deep backgrounds were ruined by him. Then, what did that make him? A petty scammer. Amidst his panic, he hastily glanced downward to see that several accomplices also appeared dumbfounded. They never expected this sort of situation. Just selling a few items ended up attracting this big shot from the Warden Department. Calm down. Calm down. Absolutely cannot get nervous. As a professional scammer, he'd seen plenty of situations. So, forcing himself to remain composed, he replied, Minister Su, what do you mean by illegal selling? All our products have manufacturer certificates and Price Bureau approved sales permits. If you have questions, you should consult the relevant legal institution first. If I'm not mistaken, the Warden Department doesn't have jurisdiction to meddle in this sort of thing, right? Jurisdiction? A hint of a smile crept onto xiuxian's lips. Indeed, by what the scammer said, there really wasn't any basis for taking him away for questioning. After all, though both departments serve the people, Each had its own responsibilities, and if they jumped in recklessly everywhere, things would descend into chaos. But, since xiuxian had already arrived, how could he not have made some preparations? This time, it wasn't because of illegal sales, it was due to reasons like disrupting market prices and selling substandard products. With these 2 points alone, it would be more than justified to lock them up immediately. However, xiuxian intended to catch them all at once, hence allowing the scammers more time for their own entertainment. The elders below continued to murmur in discussion. Right, Gravitational Wave Company can't really be called illegal sellers. So, it seems Minister Su really made a mistake? Sigh, I said it already. How could someone of our age still get scammed? It looks like they really messed up. Huh. As he listened to those murmurs, xiuxian shook his head helplessly. The way these con artists deceive the elderly was truly too cruel. Even at this point, they still didn't understand the truth of the matter. Fine then. When the voices finally settled down, xiuxian opened his mouth. Thank you for the reminder, but your Shining Group is suspected of fraud, rumor-mongering, price gouging, disrupting the market, and selling inferior goods, all of which violate the highest laws of our country. Please cooperate with our actions, and come with us. The simple official statement caused the host to nearly drop the microphone from his hand. Good grief. It turned out that aside from the charge of illegal selling, all other charges fit perfectly? Hold on, Minister xiuxian, that's not quite right. When there's a buyer, naturally there's a seller. I've never forced anyone to buy anything, asked the elderly present. All purchases were entirely voluntary and unrelated to me. At this point, the scam host began to incite the elders. Sure enough, in the next moment, the elders seated began to speak up one by one. That's right, what he said is correct. We indeed purchased these products voluntarily. A few tens of thousands for an effect that prolongs life? Isn't that a fair deal? Sounds reasonable. Such a good product, the Gravitational Wave series. Amidst the murmurs, the host's face lit up with a touch of smugness. In his view, he had it in the bag against xiuxian, as long as these elders helped him. With their support, there was no way the other side could take him away. Longevity? Gravitational Wave series? Voluntary purchases? Do I even need to explain much about your heart-sincere group? You know perfectly well what these things are. Just slow-reacting weighing scales labeled as IQ testers and substandard mattresses called solar therapy beds. What else? Need more examples? Now return the money you've taken from the elders and come with us. xiuxian's cold voice fell, and at first, the scammer wanted to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to respond anymore. By now, the elders finally realized the truth. It turned out that the so-called therapeutic products they had believed in all along were nothing but cheap, poor-quality goods. How dare these despicable merchants commit such inhumane deeds, going as far as deceiving old people? I kept telling myself why my IQ tester showed 0 every time, and suddenly spiked after some hits? You bastards, give me back my money. How dare you deceive elderly people like us? Do you even consider yourselves human beings? Will you never grow old yourselves? Minister Su, please fight for justice on our behalf. People with fully functioning limbs don't work honestly and instead swindle the elderly? Shame on you. Chapter 30. Su Qingtian, completely unprincipled. The faces of the elders were somewhat somber. Unbelievably, their trust was betrayed instead. These cunning merchants are completely unprincipled. They would even dare to do something like this. They're no better than beasts. It's hard to imagine what else can be said. Who would have thought? In an instant, they all began to curse angrily. Some grandpas made gestures as if they were about to rush forward. Fortunately, they were stopped in time by people from the Diana prison office. Looking at the heated scene, xiuxian waved his hand and said, Esteemed grandpas and grandmas, I know you're very angry, but please rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory resolution on this matter. I hope that everyone today will allow me to take these individuals away. After they defrauded your money, you can register the purchased items with the local police station, and once the amounts are recovered, we will distribute them back to you as soon as possible. Though xiuxian also has the intention to kill these bastards. But unfortunately, the current situation doesn't allow it. If he really kills them, the consequences would likely be very serious. After all, there are still many deceived elders outside. He must take responsibility for them too. Alright, Director Su, you're a good person, we'll follow your advice. Judge Su, you speak, we believe in you. It doesn't matter about the money, but these beasts must be severely punished. With hands and feet able to work, how dare they deceive the elderly? Punishment is necessary. Demand justice for us, Director Su. Hearing xiuxian's words, the old people showed understanding, quickly making way. Subsequently, the team left. At the same time, news of the Diana prison office's operation was quickly spread online by passing netizens. After all, following 2 major cases, this department seemed to have disappeared entirely. Therefore, upon seeing videos attributed to the Diana prison office and xiuxian, the internet erupted immediately. Various Tieba forums, mobile app platforms, and other websites reposted it. All over WeChat moments, the video went viral. Just a week later, the Diana prison office once again became an internet sensation. Netizens, in turn, did their utmost to publicize the case to prevent more elderly people from being deceived. It must be said, justice is not dead. After capturing several individuals and returning to the vehicle, interrogations began immediately. Alright, how about it? Spit out the money. Anyway, your assets under your names will also be frozen after entering prison. To save the trouble, just hand it over directly. Accumulate some merits before the end. Don't make it difficult for me. xiuxian's calm tone fell, and now there was no need to beat around the bush. Upon hearing his words, their expressions turned grim. hesitating for a while before finally speaking up. We only have a few 10,000 cash here. The rest has already been transferred via bank to the group company. Minister Su, you must plead our case. I have parents above and children below, and in between. What did you do earlier? Having elderly relatives, and you still deceive their money? Where's your group headquarters? Speak up quickly. Whoever speaks first counts as having achieved credit. Canning Building, Tower A. Initially hesitant, upon hearing about gaining credit, they quickly spoke. Good, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Xiuxian turned his head to look at the driver, who then started the vehicle. Subsequently, the convoy headed toward Canning Building. Along the way, these individuals had confessed everything clearly. After all, only when truly facing interrogation does one realize its terror. And more importantly, all wanted to mitigate their sentences through meritorious acts, aiming to reduce their jail time. Things had come to this point. Where could there be any hesitation? The car raced along. Meanwhile, inside Canning Building, within the xiuxian group, the executives sat with grave faces, all showing deep anxiety. Just a moment ago, they received word that one of their dens had been raided. Originally, after meticulously planning for over half a month, they were almost ready to harvest. The wealth of those elders was almost fully extracted, yet exactly at this crucial moment, they were arrested on site. Even worse, one scandal after another concerning their xiuxian group emerged online. Some of their nests, due to these incidents, were dismantled by self-organized netizens. Furthermore, volunteers were giving lectures about health product scams. After listening, the elders naturally wouldn't fall for such tricks anymore. This was practically cutting off their income stream. It's worth noting, despite this precarious situation, they still clung to their profits, with little regard for their own safety. Cough, cough. Everyone, you should have seen the matter of the Diana prison office online, right? I think those few guys cannot keep their mouths shut. They will definitely sell us all out soon. What should we do? Everyone, please speak up. What's there to be afraid of? Boss, everything was done with mutual consent, right? It's not like we forced them, is it? The money was handed over to us willingly by them. We neither stole nor robbed anything. Besides, even if it's fraud, it was organized by the underlings. What does it have to do with us? Even the Diana prison office doesn't have direct evidence proving our involvement in fraud. Can they arrest us? In my opinion, there is nothing to be afraid of. What old Gao said makes sense. At most, we'll just pay more relocation fees. This matter, let them bear the blame. Another manager also spoke, and the rest naturally agreed as well. It has come to this point, so it's best to preserve ourselves first. As for those scapegoats below, giving them a small share is not impossible either. Subsequently, the Public Relations Department of xiuxian Group immediately issued an announcement. The activities conducted by the Dianu prison office to suppress our company's operations were completely unknown to our company. The so-called sale of health products were all self-initiated actions by employees. Our company has been dedicated to health therapy for many years and would never do such things. Furthermore, our company will fully cooperate with the enforcement of the Dianu prison office. We hope that all friends online don't believe rumors. After the Weibo announcement was posted, netizens who were paying attention immediately rushed to the front line and angrily scolded. After all, every household has elderly members, and everyone will eventually become old. These bastards deceive the elderly and then refuse to admit it. It's clear that completely unaware is just common jargon used by apologists. Apparently, xiuxian Group has already decided to distance itself from the scandal. Chapter 31. Abandon the chariot to save the general, self-preservation. Shit, disgraceful greed. Could it be, this is the so-called burning the bridge after crossing the river? xiuxian Group is really playing a great game. They don't even care about appearances anymore. Haha, utter nonsense. Fuck, without the company's permission, employees are actually selling products daily? This is way too powerful. Your company seems extremely liberal. Can I ask where your company address is? I want to work there as well. Count me in. It looks like they can't even bother with public relations and have come up with such a ridiculous statement. What exactly are you trying to fool us with? Let the Warden Bureau take them down all at once. Looking at the advertisement released by xiuxian Group, how could the netizens not understand? It's plain mockery, isn't it? How could such a situation occur? What do the employees do every day while the boss doesn't know anything? Obviously, this is just a case of burning the bridge after crossing the river. They're just trying to let the caught employees take the blame. But the masses cursing doesn't faze xiuxian Group one bit, as their faces are already completely lost. How would they even care about these small matters? For them, these curses are rather a great honor. After all, it proves they've successfully conned people. Otherwise, they wouldn't provoke such anger. Thus, they still remain self-satisfied. Meanwhile, inside the Public Relations Department of xiuxian Group, just as everyone felt proud because of the clever announcement, the entrance of the building saw dozens of black cars stopping, each marked with the word Warden Bureau. The doors opened, and Xiuxian stepped out among others, clad in black suits with work credentials pinned on their chests, exuding an efficient aura. As for those around, browsing netizens who witnessed the scene, quickly began taking out their phones to start shooting. Some even live-streamed it immediately upon seeing this. However, Xiuxian did not interfere, as all actions by the Warden Bureau were entirely lawful and reasonable, thus there was nothing to hide. The ones who should be worried are instead the staff members of xiuxian Group. With a wave of his hand, everyone strode toward the building. At the entrance, the customer service personnel responsible for registration quickly stood up and asked, "Who are you? Do you have an appointment?" Warden Bureau, Xiuxian. We need to see your supervisor. Additionally, from now on, this building is only allowed entries, not exits. We hope everyone can cooperate with our investigation. As for any losses, they can be claimed later from relevant departments. Our boss is on the top floor. Before the female customer service representative could say more, she swallowed her words back, captivated by xiuxian's charm. Xiuxian's straightforward statements were simply mesmerizing, causing her thoughts to drift elsewhere. Thank you. Let's go. Heading towards the elevator direction, they quickly pressed the button for the top floor. And the netizens, meanwhile, hastily followed along. The whole time, excited netizens were glued to the events, never imagining they'd get to witness the crime scene directly. Many viewers who couldn't make it personally were rushing into the live stream rooms. Warden Bureau on-site operation. Wow, so cool. How could there be someone that handsome? Is that xiuxian, the Minister Su we've heard about? He's always said to be very good looking. He's quite handsome indeed, though he might just be slightly less attractive than Wu Yanzu from Lingnan. Lu Dehua from Northwest China, refuse to acknowledge that claim. Surprisingly, they've actually made an appearance for real captures today. Shit, the nuisances of Ling Zicheng Group will finally be apprehended. They just claimed that it had nothing to do with them before? If it truly had nothing to do with them, how could Director Su possibly falsely accuse them? That's laughable. The audience quickly debated online. Undoubtedly, after handling several previous cases, the popularity of the Warden Bureau skyrocketed, and within this short span of time, nearly 1 million people had crowded into the live streaming room. Moreover, their leader being incredibly handsome didn't hurt either. In this age where beauty equates to justice, xiuxian's influence naturally needs no further explanation. Ding! The sound of the elevator chimed, followed by the door opening. The team from the Warden Bureau then advanced toward the office direction. Just when a few executives were about to intercept them, they were instantly restrained. Who are you? What are you here to do? Don't you know this is a workplace? You dared intrude without an appointment. Get out right now? Are you thinking about using force? Believe me, I'll sue you. The executives were all worked up, their necks stretched out as they cursed. But just at that moment, xiuxian stepped out from the crowd. His handsome face with the tousled hair looked incredibly dashing under the sunlight. He spoke in a calm tone. I believe you. However, before anything else, you'd better explain your issues clearly first. Otherwise, I doubt you'll have the chance to sue. Our company? What issues do we have? Upon seeing xiuxian, like rats encountering a cat, they naturally felt afraid but still mustered the courage to speak. After all, at this point, it was absolutely crucial not to show weakness, otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. Of course, his confidence stemmed from the public relations announcement. Since it had nothing to do with him and the settlement fee had already been paid, there would be people willing to take the blame. Thus, what was there to fear? With this thought, his boldness increased. Sorry, but your group is suspected of fraud, price gouging, market disruption, and illegal money accumulation, among others. Hence, we hope you can cooperate with the investigation. Xiuxian's calm voice exuded an aura of authority. Fraud. Haha, I think you've made a mistake. We previously issued a statement claiming that incident has nothing to do with our company. It's all misconduct by some employees. We actually owe Minister Su a debt of gratitude for capturing them all, which protects our company's reputation. Truly, we should thank you. A middle-aged man, plump and rotund, walked out of the office. Apparently, he was the mastermind behind the Ling Zicheng Group. He appeared entirely unconcerned. This behavior irritated some people, yet in xiuxian's eyes, he resembled a clownishly laughable figure. We've already uncovered the circulation of certain bank accounts. Every penny went directly to your company's main finance department. I suspect this matter requires thorough explanation from you. Please follow me. You can remain silent now, but every word you say next will be documented and used as evidence in court. Chapter 32, Nanjiang Leather Factory. Do you know how much I have contributed? A cold voice echoed, leaving him no chance to argue. The boss's face was gloomy, staring at xiuxian, his fists tightly clenched, not knowing what he was thinking. Anyone who could be in this kind of business isn't ruthless and cutthroat. In the past, within the city district, he had some reputation. Whoever saw him gave him due respect. But xiuxian dared to come and provoke him at his doorstep. How could that go unpunished? What if I don't cooperate? Humph. Xiuxian stepped back 2 steps, and Li Zhongguo moved forward, his physique quite intimidating. The meaning couldn't be clearer. If the latter didn't listen obediently, the result would be tragic. You? I don't believe you dare hit me. I've already issued a statement that this matter has nothing to do with us. Xinjiang Group is fully legal, and we've filed records with relevant departments. On what basis are you arresting me? I refuse. Apparently, there was still no intention of confessing. And what are you waiting for? Take him away. Hearing these words, xiuxian smirked coldly. Did they really think they had a choice? Transferring over hundreds of millions from the bank. How many elderly people were defrauded to obtain such a large sum of money? And this was only what was recorded inside. There's absolutely no way to let them off. You guys dare. In the next moment, Li Zhongguo's action demonstrated their resolve. The prisoner wardens really would dare. He immediately grabbed the man and swiftly pulled out the handcuffs from his pocket. Within less than 3 seconds, it was done. The fluidity of the movement impressed the onlookers, and xiuxian nodded approvingly. Good, this level of brute force. It will definitely prove useful going forward. Even though compared to someone taking super gene reagents, there's still a difference, but it'll do just fine for smaller matters. After all, one can't always deal with everything personally, right? People are more suited to be laid back. Take him away. Xiuxian waved his hand and walked toward the exit. Those few senior managers who were originally considering resistance hesitated when faced with the sudden turnaround. His icy gaze pierced straight into their hearts, making them abandon any thought of defiance immediately. That glare was too terrifying. Just imagining it made people uneasy. I advise you to behave yourself. All bank records are under my control. You should know what that means, right? If you continue to be obstinate, I won't mind gifting each of you a pair of bracelets. Don't worry, we brought enough. This will comply with your orders. Initially wanting to say something else, the words eventually got swallowed back down. At this point, what was there left to resist? With ease, everyone resigned to their fate, and those who closely followed the entire action became excited. No wonder prisoner wardens' bosses were so efficient. Their methods truly lived up to expectations. That gaze, truly dazzling. Awesome, the prisoner wardens are powerful, 666. I'm convinced. Seriously, the earlier scene was just cool as hell. Why doesn't the prisoner wardens recruit me? How amazing it would be to enter the ranks. Minister Su, when will the second recruitment begin? Babe's hair, Wu Qiong's eyes, Zhang Jin's suit, xiuxian's stare. Upper floor, same 9 virtues, Ruishio? He might have been preparing last minute. Huh. No doubt about it, the bigwigs of the prisoner wardens are genuinely badass. My admiration is absolute. All at once, everyone started swiping through their screens. Initially, it was assumed that this would be an extremely difficult operation. After all, Xinjiang Group, over the years, had shown its blatant disregard for law and order. They never placed anyone in high regard, which is why they'd reached this uncontrollable extent. However, in such situations, they proved utterly ineffective against the prisoner wardens and were easily outmaneuvered. This video, spread by everyone quickly, went viral across the web. It rapidly took over all forums and posts. In its wake, nothing remained untouched. All public accounts and new media sources were glued to this story. Especially many journalists from various TV stations rushed to the crime scene in the first instance, starting their verification process. Smelling a big scoop, if this story were to blow up, it would instantly land them atop trending lists, leading to promotions and raises in the blink of an eye. xiuxian, truly their blessing. Wherever he appears, explosive news follows. Nanjiang, a land abundant in fish and rice. In the meeting room of a leather factory somewhere, several executives' faces showed signs of anxiety. They had already been informed about the arrest of xiuxian Ling Group earlier, and precisely because of this, they were extremely worried. After all, they were the supplier to that group, and there were quite a few similar groups under their names as well. After all, no one in their right mind would specifically set up a company just to produce counterfeit goods, those so-called health products. In fact, all came from this very leather factory. It was precisely because of this that Nanjiang Leather Factory had risen from a small, newly established plant in such a short time, becoming one of the largest in the entire country. Everything was due to the existence of numerous secretive distributors like xiuxian Ling Group. If xiuxian Ling Group really got into trouble and implicated them, it would cause a major scandal. Even if they didn't speak, the prisoner wardens definitely wouldn't stop investigating. Handling such large quantities of substandard products fell squarely within their responsibilities. Therefore, there was an emergency meeting held overnight to ensure xiuxian Ling Group's safety, keeping their supply channels intact and avoiding capture. This way, they could continue making money. For this reason, the boss called everyone together late at night. Their goal was singular: to use any means necessary to secure the release of the people involved. At the same time, inside the prisoner warden's main building, outside the interrogation room, xiuxian looked through the one-way mirror and mockingly asked those inside, "So, are you still not planning to confess where the money went? Your lack of cooperation will only bring you more suffering." Minister xiuxian, you think we'll tell you where the money went? Not in your wildest dreams. Just wait. We'll be released soon enough, and then we'll see who wins. Oh, and you bastard, why are you always targeting me? Yes, I admit I made mistakes, but do you know how much I've contributed to taxation? What good is all that money to those old geezers? Chapter 33, Trial, xiuxian Ling Group. Old geezer? Haha, good, well said. xiuxian's face was cold. Originally, he thought that after these people had deceived money, they might have a bit of guilt. But unexpectedly, they had completely become parasites. After committing such inhumane acts, they still had the audacity to say such words? Moreover, calling them beasts might even be too much of an exaggeration. Simply, they were animals. The sheer shamelessness they displayed was truly rare. They were indeed unprecedentedly despicable. Among the numerous scoundrels he'd encountered, none had reached this level. Then, a cold voice sounded. "Since you refuse to cooperate, then let's play a game. It's very simple. As long as you can pass the game, I'll pretend nothing happened with the xiuxian Ling Group and erase it from the records. Of course, if anything unforeseen happens during the game, don't blame me. If you wish to surrender, you may do so at any time. As soon as you answer my previous questions, the game will end automatically. What do you say? Would you like to take a gamble?" The enticing voice rang out, and a few people in the punishment room began to show glimmers of hope on their faces. If there was really a chance to escape, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But escaping seemed far easier said than done. At least, xiuxian would never let them leave easily. Therefore, this game could not possibly be an ordinary one. There must be some other catch involved. What should we do? The executives looked at the boss with some confusion. Let's play Why Fear Him. Anyway, we are doomed here. If there's a chance to fight for our freedom, it won't be a bad idea. Saying this, the boss's eyes still carried a tinge of annoyance. Inside, he naturally understood the situation better now. Since things had come to this, even if they weren't killed outright, they'd spend the rest of their lives imprisoned. Why not take a shot at survival? Thus, at least they could save their lives. And with that thought, a slight smile still lingered on his lips. Let's do it. The others also nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they all accepted. Upon hearing their response, xiuxian's lips curved into a cruel smile. His sinister voice sounded. Congratulations on making the right choice. Now let's begin the game. System, construct the scene. Special scene constructed, rules explained successfully. The game officially begins. As the system's voice echoed, xiuxian began reading the game rules aloud. The first round is very simple. There are 4 mattresses in the room, all of which you yourselves developed. However, I've made a small adjustment. Once you lie down, the protruding springs will tear your backs open. Don't worry though, I'm not going to let you die that easily. Underneath each mattress is an air cushion ball. You need to touch it with your feet to refill the mattress with air so you can survive. The game lasts 10 minutes. Have fun. Having said that, the lights in the punishment room lit up. Sure enough, everything matched xiuxian's description. There were several mattresses placed inside. Their expressions became somewhat grim. They were fully aware of the poor quality of their products. Forget lying down. Stepping on them twice could easily cause problems. So the boss sneered, "Xiuxian, Director Su, don't you think you're being overly simplistic? Why should we follow your orders? We don't have to play this game, right? If you choose not to play, you violate the game's rules, and as punishment, the 5 kilograms of explosives installed in this room will detonate at any moment. What do you say? Do you want to experience what it feels like to be blown into meat pulp? Xiuxian, don't act rashly. The law has its limits. I've never acted rashly. Just now, it was you who agreed to play the game with me. My stakes are your freedoms, while yours is your lives. What? Are you regretting your decision already? There's no such thing as a free lunch." A cold voice rang out. Only then did they realize they had indeed agreed. Thus, the matter had turned into a private bet. Even if higher-ups found out, it wouldn't result in severe punishment. This damn man calculated every step. What a bastard. In front of him, they felt utterly powerless. So, have you decided yet? Do you plan to be blown up or obediently follow the instructions and play the game? An impatient voice sounded. When the group saw this, they had no choice but to move towards the mattress. After all, when under someone else's roof, one has to bow their head. At this point, could they still have a say? They could only grit their teeth and agree. At the same time, the eyes of those executives carried a tinge of resentment. Initially, they didn't need to play this game. If it weren't for the boss who insisted on agreeing, how would they end up in such a predicament? Thus, looking at the boss, their gaze carried some reproach. The latter also felt extremely innocent. Damn, wasn't this what he wanted? Living well originally, who in their right mind would be idle and seek death? But by now, where was the choice? Whether willing or not, they had to tough it out. As for the boss, feeling the stares from everyone, he too became somewhat annoyed, saying, "What? Now you're blaming me? Show some skill if you don't want to play. Shit, if it weren't for you bunch of idiots, would the warden's office even discover us? Now look, you've dragged us into risking our lives." While speaking, his entire face turned dark. Hearing his words, the 3 executives knew they couldn't argue back, so they resigned themselves to fate. Then, they walked toward the mattress, lying down on it. Initially, it felt quite soft, but suddenly, sharp springs protruded from beneath the mattress, the pointed tips instantly piercing their backs, ripping through with excruciating pain that caught them off guard and nearly caused them to break down. The intensity of the pain was overwhelming. It was strong enough to make someone feel like crying their eyes out. Traces of blood leaked from their shirts, mingling with the cries of anguish. These people, used to living in luxury, had never experienced anything like this before. Quickly, they stretched out their bodies, stomping on the air cushion balls beneath the mattress. Chapter 34, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. But, in an instant, all 4 of them turned pale. What the hell? Who installed the air cushion ball? Shit, it's so far away, trying to kill us? The distance between the air cushion ball and the mattress was about half a meter, making it impossible to step on it easily. Only by fully stretching their toes could they barely touch it, feeling as if their entire legs were about to tear apart instantly. Almost everyone was on the verge of collapse. The numbness and pain twisted together, bringing unimaginable suffering. Almost everyone was about to cry. Damn it, how had they ever endured such treatment? In daily life, they were always surrounded by others. Now, they had fallen to this. And they didn't dare to stop either, as the springs at their backs continued to penetrate into the flesh, giving them the feeling that their skin was being gradually torn apart. This feeling made their eyes reflect unbearable pain. Damn it, how did it come to this? If only they had known then what they know now. Even if you beat them to death, they would never agree to play games with xiuxian. Why not just stay quietly in jail? But once started, there was no turning back. Thinking about the consequences of the explosion, they could only grit their teeth and keep going. Sweat was trickling down from their foreheads, and at this moment, they were almost unable to hold out. The cries of agony echoed through the torture chamber. Time passed minute by minute, and probably this was the longest stretch of time they had ever experienced. They couldn't relax for a second. Even a slight misstep would cost them their lives. Finally, after a long period of time, the final countdown rang out, and using all their strength, they barely managed to hang on. Once released from the bindings, the first thing they did was jump off the mattress, leaving behind streaks of blood dripping from their backs. The boss's face looked particularly gloomy as he said, "What do you think, Director Su? We've completed our task. You should let us go, right? Leave? How could you possibly want to renege?" Thinking of the torment he had just endured, his face darkened. If xiuxian decided to go back on his word, he really would break down. Of course not, but I don't recall ever saying that this game was the last stage, do I? Congratulations on getting through the first level. Next, we'll proceed to level 2. I hope you can survive it as smoothly as before. A calm voice hung in the air. The previously smug expressions on the 4 men's faces turned black. What kind of nonsense was this? There were more levels? It had to be admitted though that, from beginning to end, xiuxian never explicitly stated that this was the final stage. In other words, their supposed victory over xiuxian was actually a miscalculation. So what was the real result? The game wasn't just one stage. Damn it. At the start, they hadn't thought to ask that question. No wonder two big cases had been solved so effortlessly by the prison warden department. This director Su was too cunning and ruthless. He could come up with ideas like this. That guy was truly ruthless. If only they had thought a little more earlier, they might not have ended up here. However, without much thought, they had agreed. Now, backing out would mean being blown up. To admit truthfully, wouldn't the suffering endured just then be for nothing? Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and continue forward. Of course, inside, they began to be wary of xiuxian. That man was not good. He needed to be guarded against, or else they might fall for his tricks anytime. Thus, they could only blame themselves for being stupid and tough enough to go through the second level. Seeing their cautious demeanor, xiuxian spoke. Good. It seems your wisdom has grown somewhat after everything just now. I'm looking forward to your next performance. If you're ready, let's begin the second level. This one is likely more challenging than the previous one. As you see, on the walls ahead of you are each equipped with water valve outlets. Soon, I will open the valves, allowing water to flow in, and this torture room will slowly be flooded. Of course, you also have a way to save yourselves, by finding the switch controlling the valves. This round is called Drowning Lives. I hope you can use your intelligence and wit to escape as soon as possible. Begin. I am expecting a great performance. So, let the game begin. Upon finishing his speech, xiuxian wore a sinister grin across his face. Upon hearing his words, all four inside the room felt some sort of breakdown and looked back helplessly. As they saw the so-called valve, it was indeed as big as a bowl opening. If it began ejecting water jets, it wouldn't take long for the entire room to be submerged, right? The only way out was finding the switch. But where could this elusive switch possibly be? There wasn't even a single hint. It was akin to looking for a needle in the ocean. You bastard, xiuxian, you're deliberately trying to play us to death? You psycho, you freak. I'll kill you. Damn it, I quit. Let me out. I'd rather stay in jail than deal with you. The four of them felt close to breaking down, unable to figure out where that switch might be. Didn't that mean they would have to passively wait for their doom? After hearing their words, xiuxian's gaze turned somewhat icy as he coldly remarked, jail? How unfortunate. You will never have that chance. The moment you stepped into here, there was no turning back. Of course, you can choose another condition. If you tell me what I want to know, then you'll leave here unscathed. Foolish dreams. I'd rather die than tell you anything. The boss clearly showed defiance. After all, the Nanjiang leather factory was his biggest backing and the only one who could save him. There was no way he would easily confess everything. Seeing this, xiuxian shook his head and said, then I can't help you. The game begins. Best of luck to you all. With a flicker of thought, the system automatically opened the valves, and the pipelines on the surrounding walls started rapidly injecting water. The flow as big as a bowl quickly filled up to about 5 centimeters within the blink of an eye. The water level kept rising. Damn it, you son of a bitch. xiuxian, I'll murder you. You actually dared to release the water. Killing us won't do you any good either. Damn it. Oh, I don't want to drown. Chapter 35. The Emperor of Luck, the Giant Hand in the Darkness. While they were arguing incessantly, xiuxian's eyes outside were filled with coldness. He had no intention of letting them off at all. These people are completely seeking death. Since they want to bring ruin upon themselves, then obviously no one would stop them. Some people, if they want to seek their own destruction, must bear the consequences. Even able to swindle the money of elderly people. Such inhumane things are probably only within their capacity to do. Damn it, shut up. The boss said angrily, looking at a group of high-level executives under him, and couldn't help but wonder why he promoted these brain-damaged ones into such important positions in the first place. No wonder Changzling Group collapsed. With so many stupid subordinates, it's already hard to imagine how they could have avoided collapse. Hurry up and find where the valve switch is. Damn it, we're not dead yet. He began to act immediately, while the remaining group quickly reacted as well, appearing like they'd finally found their bearings. Joy appeared in their eyes, and they started searching right away. Since it's the switch for the valve, it should not be far from the valve itself. Plus the room isn't that large. Therefore, it's not too difficult to find it once you start looking. If you can just reach the switch, the rest of the work will be easy. Therefore, they hastily began their search, but unfortunately, despite all efforts, they were unable to find where exactly the switch was. Even after thoroughly searching the entire room, there was still no sign of it, no clue where it might be hidden. Their faces darkened. Who would have thought there could be such a scene? Immediately, the group which was already somewhat collapsing went completely mad, shouting loudly. Damn it, there's no switch at all. xiuxian, you deliberately wanted us to die. F***K. Even if I die, I won't let you go. We can't find it. Where is it? Damn it, why can't we find the switch? At this moment, everyone has nearly gone crazy. The water level was about to submerge their necks. If it continues like this, they were surely going to die here. A trace of coldness showed in their eyes. Thinking about the imminent death awaiting them, everyone had broken down. The boss who originally managed to force himself to stay calm. Now, his face was filled with anxiety. The water level was about to submerge his nose, mouth, and ears. If he gets fully submerged, wouldn't that mean certain death? His face looked terrible. Just by looking at his expression, it made others uneasy. Pale complexion. Threat of death. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer, unwilling to die, at least unwilling to die here. So he spoke to those outside. I confess. *T, xiuxian, are you there? I'll confess, ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything I know. In the crisis of life and death, finally, this person gave up on delaying further. He could feel clearly. If he continued to resist, that person would truly let them die. So at this moment, his face had already turned greenish-white. The remaining people also seemed reminded. Since even their boss has confessed, they naturally didn't care much. Thus, they quickly agreed reluctantly. All right, very good. Since all of you are willing to cooperate with our work, then, I am quite pleased. However, to prevent you from changing your minds, you need to stay inside a little longer. Once I've asked my questions, I'll let you out. As he spoke, xiuxian's voice had a slow, dragging quality. The few people inside were all quite anxious, wanting to urge xiuxian to finish speaking quickly. Of course, these people originally had the idea of reneging on their confession. Once they leave the water-filled room, making them confess again would not be easy. But they didn't expect xiuxian to be such a schemer. This bastard, truly calculating everything meticulously. There's no doubt about his crafty means. Things have come to this point, and they have no choice but to accept their fate. Ask anything quickly. We'll certainly tell you everything we know. Director Su, please hurry. We can't hold on much longer. The few people who earlier were stubbornly refusing to confess, now, are more proactive than anyone else. After all, when your life hangs in the balance, any lifeline thrown to you gives some hope. No matter who, nobody, at this time, would give up this thought. After all, this is the last chance for survival. Excellent. Thank you all for your cooperation. Now we'll start the questioning. Where did the money that your group collected end up? Don't tell me it's just the small accounts on the surface of your company. These little tricks won't work with me and will only cost you your lives. Xiuxian's voice was icy cold. Everyone seemed a bit hesitant, looking at each other. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. Actually, we only took a small portion of the money. Most of it was given to the manufacturer. Manufacturer? A trace of mockery appeared on the corner of xiuxian's lips. He had suspected as much, knowing that such an enormous sales volume couldn't possibly be handled by a small company like Changseling Group alone. There must be someone more powerful behind them. However, he didn't expect to uncover this so easily. It truly lacked a sense of accomplishment. Yes, Nanjiang Leather Factory is our supplier. Our starting capital and goods were all provided by them. And our company isn't the only one under their control. As far as I know, there are at least 100 similar companies. Here, the boss looked especially sincere. Director Su, I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. I really don't want to drown in there. Don't rush. If Nanjiang Leather Factory controls nearly 100 groups like yours, is there any other connection between you? For example, how does the money get transferred into their company accounts? Our bank cards have 80% of the funds automatically transferred away during fixed time periods. The rest serves as our commission. As for that account, it should belong to Nanjiang Leather Factory's company account. I still remember the number 6156, 7654. Please let us out. The water level had already reached the tip of their noses, making everyone even more panicked. Ding. Right at this moment, the system alert sounded. Please make your choice. A. In the case here, cut off the path of grievances and receive a cash reward of 3 million. B. Pursue the matter fully. If successful, gain one chance to draw for gold, plus Emperor of Luck status for 24 hours. Chapter 36. Survivors, Nanjiang Leather Factory. Looking at the system reward, xiuxian didn't hesitate to choose B. He then said, very well. Thank you all for your cooperation. I will report accordingly and help reduce your sentences. At this moment, what xiuxian said was forgotten by them as they could only think of getting out of the water room quickly. When they took a step out, their whole body trembled with excitement. It was a feeling of surviving a catastrophe. They couldn't believe that they still had a chance to live. It wasn't easy. They thought they would die inside. Calling over a prison guard to take them away, xiuxian turned back to the office, wrote down the bank account number, and instructed Xiao Li to gather all relevant information about the Nanjiang Leather Factory. Upon reviewing it, his entire face turned dark. A little-known small leather factory became a top industry benchmark nationwide in just a year, and both their sales and repurchases were abnormal. Though registered as an export trade enterprise, it shouldn't be so absurd, right? Moreover, selling dog meat under the guise of sheep's head, named as a leather factory, but all its products were actually adult toys? Humph. A leather factory producing adult toys? Is it saving lives or ruining lives? His face turned pitch black. Apparently, the executives of Xian Chengze Ling Group were right. Almost all the money has been swallowed by this cash vault. In this way, it also explains why such an event occurred. A glint of anger flashed in his eyes. He'd seen corruption before, but one this dark? He'd never even heard of it. Instead of doing legitimate leather business, they were indulging in these illegal activities. Though they might gain some benefits in the short term, behavior that nearly crosses the legal bottom line is absolutely unacceptable. Someone, Minister Su, what is it? Li Zhonghua and Xiao Li walked in from the door and asked. Notify all banks to tally up all the assets under the name of Nanjiang Leather Factory. Also, freeze this bank card number. Additionally, gather everyone together. We're going to Nanjiang overnight. Yes. Although they didn't quite understand what happened after hearing xiuxian's words, they nodded seriously nonetheless. Following this, arrangements began. As a department directly connected to the highest level of the capital, Prison Affairs Department naturally didn't need much explanation regarding its power. Shortly after the order was issued, various sides started implementing it. Not long after, everything was frozen. As for the specialized personnel from the Prison Affairs Department, they headed towards Nanjiang. Let us now diverge our narration. Inside the Nanjiang City Leather Factory, all high-ranking personnel had gathered. Sitting in the meeting room, smoking continuously, After a 2-hour-long meeting, they finally determined their goal. No matter what, they had to rescue the people from xiuxian group. At that point, the boss called the responsible person from the Pharmaceutical Safety Bureau. After all, adult products like these were also under the jurisdiction of this individual. Initially, creating this nationwide network required a great deal of effort. Among other places, a great reliance on this person was necessary. However, such reliance did not come for free. Now, it was time for him to exert some effort. The phone soon rang, and a lazy voice came through from the other side, clearly having been sleeping. The tone carried a slight hint of dissatisfaction. Hello? Who is this? Calling so late. Wang Director, it's me, Xuanhuan from Nanjiang Leather Factory. Sorry for disturbing you at night, but there's really nothing I can do since one of our companies got caught. Therefore, I'd like to ask Director Wang to intercede for us. Rest assured, there'll definitely be substantial gratitude in return. He concluded with a meaningful remark. The man on the other side sounded more cheerful, no longer displaying any impatience. Heh, little dragon, what are you talking about? Haven't I already told you that your matters are my matters? Don't worry, isn't this just a trivial issue? I'll handle it for you. Which company is it? Just say it. It's just a phone call matter. And thus, the world seemed to have effortlessly taken responsibility for the task. Clearly, for him, this matter was relatively simple. Moreover, importantly, Nanjiang Leather Factory had never made significant mistakes throughout the years. Thus, naturally, there was no need for excessive worry. He imagined, surely it would be quite effortless. Then thank you very much, Director Zhang. I'll visit another day. Please make the call to xiuxian as soon as possible. Our people are still suffering inside. Help us. Zhang Long hurriedly expressed his thanks upon hearing the other side readily agreeing. But before he finished speaking, at the mention of xiuxian's name, Director Wang almost jumped. He was very familiar with this name. During this period, almost every day, he would hear about it. And most importantly, the reason he could sit in his current position was because the original director was taken down due to a connection with the toxic vaccine case. It was all thanks to xiuxian's efforts. Therefore, since he took office, he didn't even want to mention xiuxian's name. That guy had become a taboo. Whenever he was mentioned, nothing good ever followed. Thus, there was absolutely no way he could agree to help now, and sweat began forming on his forehead. Zhang Long, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can be of any assistance here. The Prison Affairs Department, you know as well as I do how much power they have. It's not something I can fight against. In front of them, I'm just a stink bug that can be squashed at will. Also, those things you've given me over the years, I'll return them tomorrow. If we don't have anything further to discuss, perhaps we should minimize our contact moving forward. What do you mean? Are you trying to cut ties with me after I've helped you get where you are? Zhang Long's previously smug face darkened immediately upon hearing these words, his voice becoming extremely serious. Cutting ties after crossing the river? Motherfucker, are you forcing me to die? Humph, what happened to the last director? Didn't he also fall because of the Prison Affairs Department? Aren't you actually trying to kill me instead? Fine, after all these years of relations between us, I'll tell you one thing. In Xia country, you can provoke anyone except the Prison Affairs Department. Do you understand? Those people are everywhere, omnipresent. Even if we join forces, we wouldn't be a match for a single finger of theirs. If you offend them, prepare yourself a fine coffin while you still have the chance. After saying this, he hung up directly. Inside the conference room, Zhang Long stared at the disconnected phone. His face looked pale. Perhaps others might doubt what the Wang Bureau had said, but it was something he couldn't afford not to believe. Chapter 37. The Great Banner of the Dying Department, and the Iron Edict of the Highest Treasury. After all, over the years, many troubles have been resolved thanks to him. Moreover, just hearing that they had offended xiuxian was enough to make them want to push everything away, showing just how much they avoided conflict. At the same time, it was also a testament to just how mighty the Great Banner of the Dying Department truly is. 2 major cases solved in succession, drawing the attention of countless citizens, with the backing of a powerful figure behind the scenes. No wonder even Bureau Chief Wang wouldn't dare to provoke them. But, unfortunately, such a troublesome matter has fallen into their own hands. Their faces turned completely dark, and the executives seated in the office, noticing their boss's sour expression, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Zhang? Could it be that Bureau Chief Wang refuses to help? Isn't this guy too ungrateful? Over the years, we've helped him countless times. And now, for such a trivial matter, he intends to cut ties with us. I knew it. They can't be relied on. Humph. What's so special about the Dying Department? I'm not afraid of them at all. Mr. Zhang, if you ask me, just pretend nothing happened and see what they can do. In recent years, our Nanjiang Leather Factory here has deep roots. I don't believe anyone would dare move against us." As they spoke, each one became increasingly indignant. As for Mr. Zhang's gaze, it flickered with dissatisfaction. Although somewhat fearful of Chief Wang's warning, decades of established foundations made it difficult for him to give up so easily. Furthermore, given the deeply entrenched nature of their Nanjiang Leather Factory, even if there were genuine issues, wouldn't the Dying Department hesitate to act hastily? This thought stirred a sense of xiuxian psychology within him. Moreover, relying on the scant evidence in hand from Chengxiling Group, what could they possibly accomplish even if they were aware? At worst, they might slap a charge of inadequate supply on them, and pushing out a few scapegoats should suffice, right? Thinking about this, his originally sullen face began to lighten up. However, before he had a chance to feel relieved, someone stumbled in panic through the door, utterly disheveled, unable to care about the hostile gazes of the executives. Rushing to speak, "It's terrible, Mr. Zhang. The bank responsible for our company loans has rejected all of our loan requests citing unclear accounts." "What? originally somewhat irate at the untidiness of the situation. But as soon as they heard this, how could they have any time for complaints? Only fear remained in their hearts. They had just crossed the dying department, and in the blink of an eye, the bank halted all loans. If there was no connection between the two events, not even ghosts would believe it. There's more. The messenger stammered, clearly exhausted from running so fast. Out of breath and panicked, the others had little patience left, already at a critical juncture. Damn it, you son of a gun, hurry up and say something. What else? You useless piece of crap. Not even a proper report can be filed. What good are you? The faces of the several executives turned red with anger. Their moods were already bad enough. At this moment, they naturally grew even more anxious. Were it not for wanting to find out exactly what had happened, they would have fired him on the spot. And another thing, our ICBC corporate account has been completely frozen. All funds cannot circulate. According to the bank's customer service, they found abnormalities in our financial transactions, including large amounts of unidentified funds being deposited, suspected viruses, so they temporarily sealed the account. The suppliers who sell goods to our company have already called to inquire. They can't transfer the money. Upon hearing this, those seated by the desk froze in shock. Confusion shone in their eyes. A bank account virus? Don't kid around. A bank represents a nation's economic lifeline. No matter where the problem occurs, it must absolutely not go unchecked. And it just so happens that the very important bank card of theirs is affected. This card is used nationwide across nearly 100 similar companies for supplies from the xiuxian group. For more than half a year, there hasn't been a single issue, so why does it suddenly happen now? If there isn't some kind of trickery involved here, then ghosts really do exist. Who's manipulating them from behind? In an instant, the three words, dying department, flashed through everyone's minds, and all of their faces turned extremely grim. Just then, the person arrived and asked again. Just now, the subsidiary companies under us inquired when we would settle payments with them. Also, sales have been quite good recently, so they're hoping for the second batch of shipments soon. Hearing this, their faces immediately turned cold. If this were under normal circumstances, they would certainly be delighted. After all, the more they sold, the more money they made. But upon learning that Xuanhuan might be playing tricks behind the scenes, no matter what, there was nothing to celebrate. Shit, this came fast. Xuanhuan slammed his hand on the desk, his eyes darkening as he said, "Tell them that within a short period of time, Nanjiang Leather Factory won't be shipping any goods. Additionally, I'll settle all the payments as soon as possible. Tell them to stay calm and not to rush." But, before he could say more, something in the office seemed off. So, he hurriedly nodded and left the room. After he departed, Xuanhuan clenched his fists, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone seated there, brimming with anger. Humph, didn't you say Xuanhuan wouldn't interfere? Didn't you also say our Nanjiang Leather Factory has deep roots? So now what? The bank is frozen, all accounts are under investigation. The subsidiaries are demanding payment already. How should we handle this situation? Tell me. Bang. His phone clattered loudly on the table, and the executives' faces were somewhat grim. At that moment, the beautiful accountant spoke up, saying, "Mr. Zhang, I have an idea. An old classmate of mine is a manager at a Citibank branch in America. We can mortgage some of our assets to borrow a sum of money, solving our urgent problem. Besides, our company's accounts don't have major issues. What can they possibly find from their audit?" Do it as you suggest then. Xuanhuan agreed after nodding, since there wasn't much else to do for now. The call connected quickly, and on the other end, a sleepy voice replied, "Hello, Xiaoli. Calling me so late, huh?" He didn't finish speaking, but all the men present exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 38. The arrival of powerful figures. The end for Nanjiang Leather. Cough cough. Let's not talk about that yet. Brotherly, there's a small issue with our company's accounts, and so I kindly ask for your help to approve some funds for us to tide over this difficulty. I really have no other way out. You must help me. At worst, tomorrow night. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter. I will call you right away and arrange the funds." With that, the phone call ended. Upon hearing the full agreement from the other side, the hearts of everyone present were finally put at ease. No matter what, as long as this problem is solved, the company's crisis could be overcome. As for certain small sacrifices, they weren't particularly significant. Not long after, the sound of the phone ringing was heard. The female accountant quickly pressed the answer button, but before she could say anything, an urgent voice came from the other end. "Xiaoli, I apologize, but it seems like I can't help you with this matter. Just now, the head office called to notify that in the near future, no loans are allowed to be issued. Tell me, which important person did your company offend? Even our foreign enterprise bank has been restricted. The Xianhuan Savings Bureau has just released a loan order strictly prohibiting any loans to you." At this point, the tone on the phone was somewhat shaky. Indeed, Citibank, as a globally accessible bank, had branches everywhere and its backers' wealth and power were among the best in the world. Yet even someone like him dared not go against them, clearly showing that Nanjiang Leather Factory had indeed crossed a powerful force this time. They had angered someone very important. Xianhuan Savings Bureau? The female accountant broke into a cold sweat. This was, after all, the highest financial department in all of Xianhuan. It held life and death power. No wonder all the banks were unwilling to lend them money. They also used excuses about auditing accounts and froze all their bank accounts. Could it really be Xuanhuan, the prison office, xiuxian's doing? Xuanhuan frowned, raising his voice. In the speakerphone state, even the brotherly on the other side heard him and quickly responded, "Shit, the prison office? Are you trying to kill me? You offended him and still dare to come to me for a loan? Screw off. We didn't speak tonight. I know nothing." After saying that, the call was immediately cut off. Clearly, Even the manager of Citibank in the US didn't dare to offend xiuxian. After all, a monstrous entity like xiuxian Group has already almost fallen because of him. What more of a tiny branch like theirs? The prison office conducts investigations regardless of national borders. They investigate within their jurisdiction wherever they find problems. In ancient times, they would be equivalent to trusted royal ministers, imperial envoys. Who dares to offend them when they are supposed to worship them? Just then, outside the door, another hurried voice echoed. Boss, bad news, something's happened. Our raw material suppliers suddenly terminated their contracts with us. Moreover, inspectors from the Supervision Bureau, National Savings Institute, and Price Control Bureau have arrived at the gate, saying they're going to thoroughly check our financial records and product quality. What? Indeed, troubles seem to never cease. The prison office matter wasn't completely resolved, and the remaining staff couldn't stay calm anymore. The arrival of people from these two departments indicated figures of great authority whose jurisdictions should not be underestimated. They had the power to completely destroy Nanjiang Leather Factory. Under normal circumstances, if such a number of officials were sent to inspect, someone would have definitely reported it, and any problematic items would have been hidden. But, this time, there was absolutely no advance warning. Hence, their faces betrayed signs of panic, as the factory still had many products with quality issues that hadn't been shipped out. If found, wouldn't they be doomed? While pondering what to do next, several leaders already walked through the doorway, announcing, "Who here is responsible for Nanjiang Leather Factory? Please step forward and cooperate with our investigation." I am. Zhang Long steeled himself and stepped up, his brows furrowed deeply. Years of hard work told him this matter was certainly more than just surface level. It was highly likely that someone was deliberately targeting them. And behind it all, without a doubt, the instigator was the prison office. Wonderful, Mr. Zhang. Tonight, we received reports from the public claiming your products have quality issues and are counterfeit goods. Therefore, we've specially brought people to inspect your warehouse, hoping you can cooperate. Before the words finished resonating, the representative from the National Savings Bureau then stepped forward, stating, "Our specialists, after checking the accounts, have discovered a large amount of unclear funding sources in your company. Therefore, we hope you can immediately provide all operational financial records so that we may inspect them." Spoken with strict professionalism, the tone was clearly serious. Before anyone could recover, a member of the Price Control Bureau also approached and spoke up, saying, "We suspect there is some inconsistency between your company's sales goods and market prices, up to nearly 100 times higher. Hence, we request to see your item unit prices and market feedback reports for further investigation. Cooperation is everyone's responsibility. Please proceed." 3 voices sounded one after another, and just as they wanted to respond, the words faltered on their lips, unsure how to continue. After all, things had come to this point. Where was there room left for denial? They could only helplessly hand over everything and allow an audit of the books. It didn't take long for the significant discrepancies in fund flows and the excessive item prices above market regulations to be confirmed. As for the quality and quantity of the substandard products, it came as a great shock. Even the leader from the Supervision Bureau couldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Such terrifying numbers. This wasn't just a factory, it was practically a production hub for counterfeit goods. Every warehouse was stacked full of these inferior products. It really must be said, how incredibly audacious they were to dare commit such deeds. In the midst of national efforts strictly monitoring daily consumer product quality, they went against the current, only to unfortunately collide head-on with the prison office. Truly, fate has its eyes wide open. Seeing the situation exposed, General Manager Zhang collapsed unconscious directly onto the ground. And at the same time, members of the prison office arrived right at the door, entering in an orderly fashion. Chapter 39. The entire network exposed, all captured. Upon seeing xiuxian leading the way in, several leaders quickly surrounded him and said, "Director Su, what you said was indeed correct. After our investigation, we have found that there are significant financial issues with Nanjiang Leather Factory. Their financial transactions are unclear, with a substantial amount of money being transferred monthly. These funds come from hundreds of registered groups, but according to our investigations, these people have little trade connection with them. Indeed, our quality inspection has also discovered major issues. All the goods from their company have quality problems. A large portion was not produced according to safety standards at all. It's no wonder I was curious before about how this company could accumulate such an alarming amount of wealth in a short period of time. Now it's clear what happened. We found many problems here as well. In their accounting materials, there are several large one-way inflows and outflows noted as adult products. A leather factory producing adult products? Huh. The workers at Nanjiang Leather Factory truly set the industry standard. They've diversified so effectively. With each consecutive report, instantly, the remaining senior executives felt despair. By now, none of them could fail to understand. They were really doomed. No one had expected this to happen. This good factory, which built its sales network in just over half a year. They thought their defenses were unshakable. But within just 2 days, everything came crashing down. The actions of the Penal Affairs Department were too swift. Even at this moment, many were still not fully awake. Their eyes still held traces of bewilderment. They never imagined things would escalate to this extent. Clearly, they were finished. After today, Nanjiang Leather Factory will completely cease to exist. Every crime uncovered by the Supervisory Bureau, the National Savings Bureau, and the Price Bureau alone was enough to lock them up forever. There'd be no coming back. They initially thought they'd covered their tracks perfectly. From sales channels to monetary transactions, they'd managed to avoid any relationships as much as possible. In the end, however, Their schemes unraveled when warehouses full of substandard products exposed their crimes. And more, no trial might even be necessary. It must be admitted that the tactics of the Nanjing leather factory were sophisticated. They didn't directly sell any products. If it hadn't been for the collaboration of various departments, even if evidence of wrongdoing was caught, capturing them all at once would have been incredibly difficult. Since they did not directly sell anything, it equated to having no definitive proof of guilt. Perhaps only fines could have been imposed, but catching them wasn't easy. These people made counterfeit goods but still claimed to be righteous, winning awards as outstanding enterprises multiple times in Nanjing province. They did well indeed. Unfortunately, their opponent was Penal Affairs Department. As he stared coldly at the group of executives in the office, xiuxian's expression turned grim. Just how many old people's funeral expenses were sacrificed to sustain their lavish lifestyles? Even in death, those elders wouldn't know the truth. Their entire lives' hard-earned money ended up being swindled away by beasts like these, truly deserving death. So everyone present, starting now, thoroughly investigate every subsidiary company associated with theirs, similar to the xiuxian group, a societal tumor like that. Under no circumstances should it be allowed to remain. We cannot let ordinary people suffer injustices and be cheated out of their final funeral funds. This is our responsibility as officers dressed in these uniforms. No matter how deep they hide or how many individuals are involved, the black hand of injustice must be completely rooted out. Tell me, do you have the confidence to achieve this? Yes. Everyone from the Penal Affairs Department solemnly nodded, especially Li Zhonghua, whose tiger-like eyes burned with passion he hadn't felt since leaving the army years ago. Behind them were hundreds of millions of people. And the nation. Xiuxian, satisfied, nodded and said, good. So then, starting from now, take action. By noon tomorrow, every group must be dismantled. Give the defrauded elderly their answers and restore justice under this vast blue sky. Deliver satisfactory results to the public who trust us. Yes, sir. In the office, echoed the voices of the Penal Affairs Department. Subsequently, each team began to act according to the prearranged order. It would definitely be a sleepless night. Hundreds of Penal Affairs members took off from different airports toward their targeted locations already investigated. Under the assistance of local police stations, Triumph followed Triumph. Donghai, Jinkolong Group, all in custody. Chengdu, Shanshui Group, all in custody. Ningmen, Jinxiu Group, all in custody. As messages came back one by one, xiuxian glanced over reports sent from various regions, and satisfaction gradually appeared on his face. These people had not failed them after all. The chase operation lasted a total of 9 hours, and nearly 100 groups were already apprehended before they could realize anything was happening. Of course, not a few groups tried to escape upon hearing the news, but failed to succeed. They were all arrested on the spot by the policemen who were ready for them. Finally, by the next day, in the Penitentiary Affairs Department office building, xiuxian sat with slightly weary eyes and examined every message relayed by each group. No criminal escaped successfully. After all, this time the order was passed down directly from the highest level. All arrests were executed quickly and swiftly, a precedent never seen before. Therefore, no one could stand up against such strength, and ultimately everyone involved was captured. Only when all members returned with their culprits did xiuxian's gaze finally reflect some relief. The troubling case that had lasted days was finally resolved. Simultaneously, an official microblog announcement prepared ahead of time was immediately issued. Within 24 hours of arresting the xiuxian group, the Penitentiary Affairs Department solved another big case. Close to 100 fraudulent organizations across the country were captured, along with their mastermind, the Nanjing leather factory, brought fully under control. When the news spread, it caused a great tremor online. Countless netizens were the first ones to log into platforms, beginning their perusal. Chapter 40, Mystical Principles Unchanged, Cash Can't Buy Destiny. The sordid affairs concerning the Nanjing leather factory and its various subsidiaries were fully exposed in the announcement. The sheer number of elderly people deceived and the staggering amount of over 100 billion yuan evoked intense anger. Who would have thought that the seemingly reputable Nanjing leather factory, with countless awards to its name, harbored such darkness? It turned out they were guilty of such callous disregard for human life. That money was the retirement savings of these elderly individuals, indeed, their final funds for coffins. And yet, these beasts had dared to covet this sum, intending to embezzle it. Beyond calling them bastards, there was nothing else to say. While many villains had been seen before, none as despicable as them had ever come to light. How could they stoop so low? Such actions deserved execution 10,000 times over without any trace of being excessive. Instantly, an uproar of condemnation and rage erupted online, igniting public fury. Even the influence of Xiuxian Group seemed somewhat diminished in comparison. After all, it wasn't a domestic company. Even if some misdeeds were committed, it didn't evoke as much heartbreak. However, the Nanjing leather factory was a national enterprise, and many had used their products. Who would have thought? Son of a bitch, Nanjing leather factory. Damn your whole family. Don't you feel a shred of guilt? How could you possibly stoop to doing something so inhumane? You can scam the youth. I won't mention that since they can at least recover their losses. But to defraud the elderly, you truly are worse than swine and dogs. Hell, who gave you the nerve to live on this earth? People like you, unworthy even to die, pollute the soil just by existing. Breathing is a waste of air. Back then, I thought the owner was decent. It was painful every time wages were settled. Little did I know he's a beast. Why does a leather factory need so many raw materials? Turns out, it's because of such beastly practices. Screw you. Minister xiuxian, kill him outright. My Sudentong raw materials plant is willing to contribute 5 million yuan to compensate the victims. Kudos to plant manager Su Dong for owning up to mistakes. This isn't your fault, and how could anyone imagine these people lack basic decency? To be alive and yet utterly devoid of conscience. Sigh beast. If this were my son, I'd beat him to death with a chair right away. Worthless scum. Worthless scum. Taking away the last savings meant for coffins. Can you use that money with a clear conscience? Aren't you scared that one day someone will find you? Citizens were enraged. Who doesn't have elderly loved ones? For generations, Xian Nation has upheld the tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Thus, the actions of Nanjiang Leather Factory stirred up collective indignation, leaving countless citizens deeply disheartened. Though they'd encountered numerous rascals, finding beasts like these was rare in a century. Every citizen was thoroughly enraged. All online comments echoed with curses. Customers who previously purchased from Nanjiang Leather Factory demanded refunds en masse, while material suppliers stepped forward unanimously to donate funds in order to appease netizens' fury. If not confirmed through the judicial prison investigation, who would believe that someone could behave this cruelly? Not only did they swindle away elders' money, but also used substandard products, risking grave consequences should anything go wrong. Responsibility no one could bear. Locals who originally supported Nanjiang Leather Factory expressed anger after the incident came to light, never imagining such events would unfold. Naturally, no one would continue supporting them. Well, haha, what a fine example of an outstanding merchant. How do those human blood buns taste? xiuxian reviewed the list of victims collected from various places. The count stretched into hundreds of thousands, with many already deceased. Because they believed the factory's propaganda, they refrained from taking medicine during illnesses and opted for their health products instead, eventually losing their lives. Filth. Bang. He slammed the documents onto his desk. A chilling voice rang out, reflecting the ugliness in his gaze. Despite straining his brain, he couldn't think of any words adequate to describe this person's audacity. Subsequently, punishment measures against Nanjiang Leather Factory were all released. Nanjiang Leather Factory, permanently banned. All industries under its umbrella, completely wiped out. All bank accounts of Nanjiang Leather Factory, fully frozen. Almost everything related to Nanjiang Leather Factory was thoroughly investigated in a short period of time. Subsequently, all the money was confiscated, part of it returned to the people, and the rest used to replenish the national treasury. As for those executives, including Zhang Long, they might never walk out from where they are now. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. No matter how perfect it seems, the eventual result is clear. There's no escape from punishment. In the end, they will still be caught, and an endless despair awaits them. With the verdict announced, the anger of netizens finally subsided. After all, these people have paid enough of a price. This painful lesson will surely remain etched in their minds for life, allowing them ample time in prison to reflect on where they went wrong. Subsequently, police stations across various regions launched operations and quickly investigated Nanjiang Leather Factory. All its businesses were entirely banned. As for the elders' money, it was promptly returned. After this matter concluded, it significantly bolstered the reputation of Dinyus, the judicial prison, with stories of their achievements spreading through every street and alley. At the same time, xiuxian sat in his office, a faint smile playing on his face. A system notification sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing Task B, thorough investigation and eradication of Nanjiang Leather Factory, earning 1 gold lottery chance and a 24-hour Emperor of Luck status. Indeed, this task was complex and challenging, but the rewards obtained naturally were numerous. A gold lottery opportunity plus that legendary Emperor of Luck status known for extreme good fortune. Even if one didn't expect great things, it would be hard not to receive something valuable. Would you like to claim your reward now? Claim. Emperor of Luck status activated. Would you like to start the lottery immediately? Lottery. xiuxian nodded, and the wheel began to slowly spin, stopping moments later. His eyes widened as he stared at the pointer's direction, astonished. It turned out the drawn item reward lived up to the Emperor of Luck status. Even. Chapter 41. Television interview. Nation shocked. Ding dong. Host draws a true dragon storage ring. As the sound of the system in his mind rang out, the so-called storage ring appeared before xiuxian, staring at the intricately designed ring in his palm. A smile crept across his lips, for this was a legendary item capable of storing anything within it. It truly was an excellent object. A trace of joy flickered across his lips as he slipped the ring onto his finger without hesitation. He then focused on the teacup on the table, and with a thought, it disappeared into the ring. With another thought, it reappeared in his hand. This truly was a fine thing. Moreover, upon sensing its internal space, it proved to be fairly sizable, able to store many daily necessities. It could also preserve secrets directly if necessary. So long as it wasn't against his will, no one could open this ring. After taking out the treasures inside, he couldn't help but marvel. What an incredible treasure! Just as xiuxian's curiosity took hold, a knock sounded on the door. Then Shaoli walked in from outside, looking hesitant, as if holding something back, unwilling to speak. Upon seeing his expression, xiuxian felt a strange foreboding stir in his heart. Could something have gone wrong? What? What's happened? Not that, not really. Minister, a friend of mine from the Imperial Capital Satellite TV production team, just called, wanting to do a special interview with you. They hope you can. Imperial Capital Satellite TV? xiuxian's gaze narrowed slightly, understanding immediately. The current chief warden of the penitentiary department was undoubtedly a hotshot on a national level. For any television station to invite him would signify instant success. Moreover, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Collaborating with Imperial Capital Satellite TV would allow them to utilize their promotional channels to amplify the influence of the Penitentiary Department even further. Most importantly, since it was a state-owned station, there wouldn't be concerns about negative publicity. Currently, xiuxian treaded carefully. While things seemed smooth on the surface, hidden forces lurked in the shadows, ready to strike with lethal blows at any moment. The taller the tree, the more wind it catches. The Penitentiary Department's recent prominence had infringed upon the interests of numerous lawbreakers, and they certainly wouldn't be easy negotiators. After much deliberation, he finally nodded, saying, "Fine, I'll agree to this. Just let me know when to show up." "Thank you, Minister." Upon hearing his agreement, Xiao Li's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly ran out. At the same time, at the Imperial Capital Satellite TV station, upon receiving the news, they acted swiftly. This was a golden opportunity to attract a large audience. Thus, they quickly launched promotions across all networks. They even made an official announcement on their public Weibo account, Focal Talk Show, engaging with both ancient and modern. Today at noon, join us for a live discussion with crime-fighting superstar and legendary figure, xiuxian, Director Su. Please tune in on time. Once the news broke, the entire web erupted. After all, xiuxian was currently the hottest figure in the entire Xia country. Even the elderly and children on the streets were aware of him. Unfortunately, aside from a few rare appearances, the enigmatic director vanished from the public eye. Furthermore, the Penitentiary Department was heavily guarded, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Who would have thought that the Imperial Capital Satellite TV station managed to bring him all the way to a live broadcast? This was nothing short of monumental news. Fans all over the capital city immediately rushed towards the television station. Those not in the capital still logged onto the synchronized live streaming platform, eagerly awaiting the event. The heart-pounding moment is finally here. xiuxian, Director Su, he's my idol. Like everyone isn't a fan of his. Luckily, friend upstairs said that quickly. Otherwise, I'd already be pulling out my 800-meter-long blade. I'm eagerly waiting for Director Su to arrive. 12 o'clock seems impossibly far away. You brats, xiuxian is mine alone. No one else shall take him. Sweetie, I've come to see you. Don't act shameless. Su is my husband. Director Su has long deserved an interview. Only true dedication to serving the people deserves our admiration. Can't wait for Brother Su's appearance. There were nearly 3 hours left until the broadcast began. But the number of internet users gathered in the livestream chat room had already reached the millions. Beneath the television station itself, people crowded together so densely there was barely standing room. Such was the immense popularity of the Penitentiary Department. Within the studio of the television program, the several directors were in utter disarray, their calm completely shattered as they gazed helplessly at the masses of audience members gathered below. Even though they had anticipated a large crowd and had added 1,000 extra seats specifically for this program, none of them could have foreseen just how many people would actually show up. In the past, even with 500 seats available, they often had to pay outsiders to fill empty spots and create an illusion of popularity. But for this particular episode, it was clear that there wouldn't be enough space even if the studio walls collapsed. How many empty seats do we have left? About 10 or so, but it's nowhere near enough. There are still far too many people outside, tens of thousands at least. This is after we managed to disperse some of them. xiuxian's popularity is beyond what we ever imagined. Damn, what should we do? If this continues, it's going to end up being a broadcasting accident. While the director team scrambled to deal with the chaos, xiuxian sat calmly in a TV station vehicle, heading toward the capital satellite TV studios. On both sides of the road, traffic flowed endlessly, while the midday sun streamed through the car windows, its rays illuminating his striking features, making him appear exceptionally handsome. At this moment, even the hottest celebrities currently on top couldn't compare to him. They seemed utterly overshadowed by his presence. Before long, the car passed through a special side channel and entered the television station from the back door. After all, interviews often drew crowds of fervent fans, and attempting to enter through the main entrance was simply impossible, especially for someone like xiuxian whose supporters might surround the entire building inside and out. Upon arriving at the broadcast hall, staff members greeted him immediately. A makeup artist quickly approached, while a beautiful female host dressed in professional attire also stepped forward with a bright smile. Her elegant legs were long and graceful, adding to her captivating demeanor as she extended her hand and said warmly, "Minister Su, I'm Li Shui, the host responsible for interviewing you today. Let's hope our collaboration goes smoothly." "Smooth sailing," xiuxian replied, extending his own hand. Chapter 42, Wearing the Crown for Justice, Bathing in Preparation Only for Hard Work. After quickly applying makeup, xiuxian and Li Shui went over their lines simply and prepared to start the live broadcast of the program. During this time, the members of the director's team repeatedly instructed them. After all, this episode was crucial. It could be said that whether they could restore honor to the station depended entirely on this broadcast. After all, as a state-owned TV station, most of what they aired was related to people's livelihoods. But in today's peaceful times, who still cares? Especially young audiences, they basically stopped watching long ago. Thus, the ranking of the capital city's television channel among major stations has always been at the bottom. If nothing good happens soon, there might be cancellation. So this live broadcast absolutely must not have any problems. After setting everything up, preparations began with the director escorting xiuxian to the recording hall. Meanwhile, Li Shui was holding a microphone and sitting nearby. The floating fragrance in the air evoked an indescribable longing. 3, 2, 1, start. As the director gave the order, the recording hall started filming. The live audience quickly entered, and simultaneously, the online platform also initiated the live stream. Hello everyone. Focus Interview talks about ancient and modern issues together with you. Thank you to our friends watching on TV for waiting. I am host xiuxian. Our guest for this episode is none other than xiuxian, the much debated yet greatly beloved minister of the penitentiary department. Below, please give a warm welcome to Minister Xiu as he says a few words. With these witty remarks, the atmosphere of the scene was enlivened. The audience clapped enthusiastically. There's no denying that in this world where appearance reigns supreme, if someone looks good, they really can do whatever they want. Clap, clap. In the thunderous applause, xiuxian calmly stood up and spoke. Hello, friends both at the live event and in front of the TV screen. I am xiuxian, the Minister of the Penitentiary Department. Thank you very much for the invitation from the production team, and thank you all for your support. We will continue to strive hard. After speaking, he sat down again. Even though it was just a few simple sentences, the emotions of the live audience were stirred up, along with countless comments flooding the live stream. After all, compared to the lofty promises made by others, they liked xiuxian's simple words better. Without extravagant vows, these words alone already earned the trust of everyone watching. This speech from Minister Xiu was excellent. I admire you. Hell yes, far better than some others' empty talk. No nonsense, one sentence. Get the job done. This is the kind of person truly representing us, ordinary citizens. I knew Minister Xiu was young, but I didn't expect him to be this young. Damn, so handsome, and even pairs well with host xiuxian. They look like golden children. Is the production team stirring things up? I waited 3 hours in front of the TV just to see this moment. Comments continuously streamed across the live chat box, and with xiuxian's appearance, the viewership soared dramatically, almost crushing every competing broadcast in the same time slot. And this was just the opening. After only 3 minutes of broadcasting, the total number of views and active users online had surpassed the highest ever ratings record, and it kept climbing. In the director's room, the directors were all excited. Just this beginning already completed the tasks they had set. Judging from this, the figures would keep climbing further. Excellent, truly impressive. Focusing on the data analysis displayed on their computer screens, they couldn't help but break into radiant smiles. After so many days of hard work, finally, they could now find peace. There's no doubt, xiuxian's popularity was too explosive. Encountering such a formidable presence was quite unexpected. Finally, after the brief opening words, the focus interview officially commenced. The critical part came next, which also constituted the challenge. Even with some preparation, should the show falter, it would still harm reputation. Thus, tension returned once more. Inside the recording hall, host xiuxian began questioning, her hand gripping the microphone trembling slightly. Though she'd hosted programs many times before, this time all the weight rested squarely on her shoulders. Phew. Taking a deep breath, xiuxian finally began her question slowly. Minister Xiu, recently there have been reports of your excellent performance in solving 3 major cases, even taking down the masterminds behind them. As such, netizens fondly call you xiuxian. I wonder, how do you feel about this nickname? Xiuxian. Haha. In ancient times there was Baolong too, but I believe that compared to those before me, I fall short in many ways and thus don't deserve such a grand title. For me, everything I've done is just part of my duty. I don't think it should be any different. Instead, I see this as simply our responsibility. Wearing the crown for justice, bathing only for public service. I've merely fulfilled my obligations and responsibilities within my capabilities. His voice, though calm, carried immense sincerity. A brief silence followed, and then the recording hall erupted with thunderous applause. Some audience members had already clapped until their hands were red, but still didn't want to stop. That's well said. Truly excellent. It's all we should do. Yet saying it is easy, actually practicing it proves far more difficult. But the people understand. How many hold insignificant power, yet wield it like an order? And how many others occupy positions without fulfilling their roles? This is why the decisive actions of the penitentiary department have won the full support of the populace. Meanwhile, xiuxian looked at xiuxian with a newfound admiration. Who wouldn't like a man like this? She had initially assumed that the department's actions were just appearances forced by circumstances. However, from his simple response, she now saw that Minister Xiu was genuinely someone who cared deeply for the nation and its people. How many could match him? If someone else were in this situation, they would probably take all the credit for themselves. After all, it was an opportunity to gain enormous fame. But unexpectedly, xiuxian responded with such humility. That uneasy feeling inside subsided slightly into peace. And the viewers watching on TV also went wild. Chapter 43. I am the enemy of evil. Good line. Wearing a crown to seek justice. Bathing for the public only. I declare that from today onward, I'm an ultimate fan of brother xiuxian mate. Even though he could have relied on his looks, he's still incredibly talented. Awesome. Give thumbs up to Director Xiu. The bullet comments flooded in instantly with millions of lines. As for the popularity, it surged by nearly half. Countless people started inviting friends and family to watch. This was truly a case of perfect fairness. At the same time, xiuxian naturally had no idea about what was happening inside the live streaming room. He was still sitting there, waiting for questions. After a moment, xiuxian asked again. Alright, let's move on to the second question. Some netizens pointed out that although the recent actions of the penitentiary department have been swift, wouldn't this just be all bark and no bite? After capturing some individuals, would they quickly cease their operations? Or perhaps, under certain pressures, the penitentiary department might be abolished. As soon as the question came out, everyone perked up their ears. Indeed, it was something they were most concerned about. and also highly sensitive. Any slight misstep in answering could lead to significant problems. After asking the question, xiuxian couldn't help but worry herself. Although these questions were selected from netizens' concerns, it really seemed overly difficult. Even seasoned politicians might find it hard to navigate smoothly. Would xiuxian be able to answer satisfactorily? Of course, even she herself wanted to know the answer to this question very much. In the past, it wasn't unusual to see idealists like xiuxian full of righteous indignation, but soon enough, time eroded them away. Perhaps they failed halfway through. As for the reasons, it was clear without saying. After all, the existence of the penitentiary department indeed blocked many paths and entangled many interests. Under the anticipation of all netizens, xiuxian replied faintly, I don't know whether the penitentiary department will disappear one day, but I can tell you all this. As long as justice does not die, then I, xiuxian, will absolutely not bow down to evil forces. Moreover, I would also like to invite all of you to be witnesses. If any personnel from the penitentiary department ever act in a way unworthy of our uniform, we will leave automatically. Unlike the standard official responses in the past, xiuxian tackled the issue head-on, providing a firm affirmative response. This answer was precisely what all netizens hoped to hear, but they didn't expect xiuxian to actually have the courage to say it. If justice endures, the penitentiary department won't succumb. If, one day, they prove disloyal, they would leave voluntarily. When his words concluded, they deeply resonated. The applause on-site thundered like rolling thunder, refusing to subside. All audience members remembered xiuxian's response profoundly, and for the following questions, xiuxian showed no hesitation at all. As long as they weren't classified secrets, everything else was made public. Therefore, the interview proceeded unusually smoothly. Meanwhile, netizens gained insights into what they wanted to know, understanding the penitentiary department more comprehensively. The Q&A session passed safely. Everyone on the director team broke out into a sweat with relief. Luckily, there were no mishaps, and thanks to xiuxian's full cooperation, the show's effect far exceeded expectations. The number of viewers had already surpassed hundreds of millions. Even within the entire livestream history, such data was rare. To date, the entire interview had been exceptionally successful. Finally, when the program approached its conclusion, xiuxian said, Director Su, thank you very much for making the time amidst your busy schedule to participate in our show and satisfy the curiosity of netizens. In closing our show, it is customary to say a few words. Do you have anything specific to add? Her soft voice hung in the air. Everyone eagerly anticipated, having waited so long for this very moment. What exactly would this minister have to say? Ears were pricked up to listen attentively. Compared to the previous content, which served as mere appetizers, this was the most critical part, and certainly the segment that would earn the most points. If well delivered here and recognized by all the public, it would practically guarantee widespread fame. It was also a pledge before the citizens. After waiting patiently, this was the moment xiuxian was looking for. This was also the best opportunity to promote the penitentiary department. He stood up immediately and declared, I just want to deliver one message to those unlawful elements. Don't reach out unless you want to be caught. Starting from now, the penitentiary department will launch an all-out offensive to nail every single case and accident. If you're smart, do not make a mistake during this crucial phase. Otherwise, though his later words went unsaid, but the meaning was already crystal clear. Anyone who dared to commit a crime at this time would certainly be nailed by the penitentiary department. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Evidently, xiuxian's words came straight from the heart and deserved the respect of everyone. Slowly pressing down with his hand, he spoke again. In fact, for me, the penitentiary department isn't an honor but rather a responsibility. The true burden has been there since I took over. Behind me are the eyes of 1.6 billion people watching every move we make. Therefore, I hope that everyone will continue to supervise us. The penitentiary department will definitely not let you down. I and evil cannot coexist under the same sky. As his words echoed, the applause grew even more intense. At the same time, the live streaming room's bullet comments were flying by like snowflakes. No one expected xiuxian to take such an oath on television. Moreover, it was openly proclaimed. This was a true great person unafraid of evil. As for xiuxian, at this moment, her gaze on xiuxian sparkled with stars. She never imagined that he would say something like this on the program, and judging from his demeanor, it was all genuine. He was speaking on behalf of all the citizens. At the same time, he formally declared war on evil. Perhaps many people dare to think this way, but no one had ever dared to do it or say these words. After all, those people are inhumane for the sake of profit. Xiuxian's actions clearly placed himself in perilous heights, yet he didn't care. From this, it could be seen that he was truly a selfless minister. All netizens, at this moment, deeply remembered this name. Minister Lee, I am convinced. Shit, you're a real great person. I and evil cannot coexist under the same sky. That's inspiring. The penitentiary department is not an honor, but a heavy burden. Well said. Chapter 44. Our male sons of Xian Nation should be like this. All the audience members on the scene became excited. Xiuxian is truly a great man. After all, speaking publicly in this kind of situation doesn't bring any benefits. Instead, it might attract the attention of those criminals. But xiuxian had no fear and took up the responsibility anyway. Indeed, as he said, the office of prisons is merely a heavy burden. How can it be considered an honor? And that little bit of power in his hands, compared to one's life, is simply not worth mentioning. From the moment he assumed this position, what he has had to pay and bear far exceeds imagination. Whoever dares to move against Director Su is opposing me. Mada, I will never let him off. The greatest heroes live for their country and its people. If one day something happens to Director Su, then the anger of 1,600 million people will fall upon those criminals. Our male sons of Xian Nation should be like this. Ho ho, with Director Su here, how could we worry about troublemakers lurking in the shadows? They'd better not reach out because if they do, they'll surely be caught. What a splendid speech. Ho ho, do those behind-the-scenes people think they can evade consequences? It cannot be denied, this speech by xiuxian indeed moved many people, and even some of the viewers down below have already started to tear up. For many years, no one had stood up for them, except Director Su. He is a true hero. He dared to speak up. Meanwhile, the recording of the program finally came to an end. After a few simple little games, the Focus Talk show was over. But the impact created by this live broadcast was far from over. Even without deliberate promotion by the TV station, just the recordings captured by the audience were already spreading across the entire internet en masse. Every forum, blog, Facebook, app, hotspot, etc., wherever there were netizens, these videos of xiuxian had spread everywhere. In the blink of an eye, it went viral across the entire web. And xiuxian's purpose for coming here has also been achieved. After all, depending solely on the official Weibo account for publicity might still have significant influence. But compared to the whole web, it really falls short. Moreover, creating public opinion is not something they are particularly skilled at. The production team of the TV station is quite proficient in this aspect. Therefore, by using their platform to voice his concerns, he was able to achieve his goals faster. The reputation of the Office of Prisons has indeed spread widely because of these cases, but how long will such a level of popularity last? Perhaps within a few days, it will fade directly. Only by continuously stirring up attention can criminal elements be intimidated, making them hesitant to act. The strength of netizens did not disappoint him. Soon after the recording finished, xiuxian had already intended to turn around and leave the TV station. And just at that moment, he suddenly glanced and noticed a familiar person in a corner. It was Li Shui, who had interviewed him earlier. But, in front of her, there was another girl whose eyes were already red. What's going on? Considering how much the beautiful host helped him during the show, after thinking about it, he walked over and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Minister Su, it's you. Sorry to bother you. Let me introduce you. This is my childhood best friend, Qi Lin. She went to the antiques appraisal show earlier to authenticate an ancient painting. The experts determined it to be a fake and tore it apart right in front of her, which is why. Li Shui still looked a little embarrassed when she got to this part. Upon hearing her words, xiuxian nodded in understanding. However, there's nothing that can be done about this. After all, those experts have their own responsibilities. If something is found to be counterfeit, it certainly cannot remain as it would deceive more people. This clause is clearly stipulated in the contract signed at the beginning of the appraisal session. So he couldn't help much. Just as he was about to take his leave, the young girl suddenly spoke up. Sister Shui, what I said is true. It was personally painted by my great-grandfather. How could it possibly be fake? They are unreasonable. Personally painted by your great-grandfather. Looking at the little girl, he couldn't help but chuckle. Even if it were true, it probably wouldn't be worth much. Yet, just at this moment, Li Shui dropped a name that made even xiuxian's eyebrows shoot up violently. Her lips slightly parted as she softly introduced, Ling's great-grandfather is our country's renowned professional-level painter, Master Qi Baigong. What? Instantly, he felt as though struck by lightning. This man's fame is no less than the Qi Elder from the world before the time-traveling event. If this painting were genuinely from his hand, it could be worth millions or even tens of millions. Such a valuable artwork being torn up? If this is true, then this matter becomes much more interesting. Even if he were a fool, one could still sense something unique about old Master Qi Baigong's paintings. Besides, there were several experts. How could they not notice? Even if they couldn't determine the truth, at least the little girl's great-grandfather should be a real person, right? And yet, those experts dared to tear up the painting directly? Old Master Qi Baigong, as one of the rare painting masters of our time, his skill in painting shrimps is naturally accomplished. A single painting can be worth millions. Not only does it have monetary value, but it also carries significant importance. Whether it is genuine or not, it shouldn't be up to them to decide. How dare they? Could you take me to the Antiques Appraisal Program team? I believe I can help you seek justice. xiuxian said casually, and both women seemed slightly moved. Then, they walked towards the Antiques Appraisal Program recording hall. Fortunately, the two recording halls were not far apart, just a few hundred meters away. Soon, the group of three arrived at the periphery of the Antiques Appraisal Program recording hall. There were still quite a few people around, waiting for their turn to be called. In that long queue, everyone held so-called antiques. Under the examination of the appraisal gaze, quite a few secrets were revealed. There were actually some authentic antiques among them, which xiuxian quietly observed while watching the show being recorded. Gradually, xiuxian noticed something suspicious. Out of 7 or 8 genuine items that went in, none were successfully authenticated. If we consider, perhaps 1 or 2 mistakes might be accidental. After all, experts are not gods. How could they guarantee no errors? But even if these experts were mentally challenged, could they really fail to identify everything? This matter became increasingly intriguing. Thinking about this, xiuxian casually made a call and summoned the action team from the Office of Prisons. The two women, seeing this, quickly approached and asked, "What's wrong? xiuxian, is there something amiss?" Ho ho, this Antiques Appraisal Program team is deeply mired in corruption. As he spoke, a meaningful smile spread across his face. Chapter 45, The Trap of Free Appraisal. How dare they try to mix dragons with pearls? It was clear that the appraisal show crew was using the guise of appraising antiques as a front for amassing wealth. If I'm not mistaken, every genuine item that goes in for inspection will eventually be swapped out by them. Then, they break the prepared substitute items. TSK. These so-called experts are truly ruthless, even attempting to seize items passed down from ancestors and calling it protecting the genuine articles. They really have no shame. Is the water murky? The two women felt some oddness, but didn't understand xiuxian's meaning. Just then, a large number of members from the DU prison office walked in from the corridor, all dressed in uniforms, exuding an unspoken aura. Director, the operation team is assembled. Is something wrong? Xiuanhuan stepped forward, somewhat curious, asking. Given his capabilities, he naturally became the leader of everyone. After all, being the king of the 3 military branches wasn't a title earned in vain. I suspect this show group uses the pretext of antique appraisal, but actually intends to confiscate antiques. Therefore, now we'll invite them all back to assist in the investigation. Let's go. With these words spoken calmly, the latter wasted no time and headed straight inside. For the DU prison office, the word suspicion was already enough. Especially if there's suspicion of illegal trading of cultural relics, the offense would indeed be serious. Remember, every relic is a national treasure. There are certainly quite a few privately owned treasures, but due to their immense value, open trading is strictly prohibited. How could they dare use the guise of an appraisal program to gather antiques? It's sheer recklessness. Xiuanhuan waved his hand, ready to move forward and arrest people. However, at this moment, Shui revealed a look of anxiety on her face. She hurriedly spoke up. You mustn't act impulsively first, Director Su. This antique appraisal show has an unusual background. Although it's not one of our custom programs on the capital city TV station, its ability to air suggests that it must have ties to certain individuals. Without solid evidence, the aftermath might not be pretty. At this point, she still showed some concern. Even though this was her first meeting with xiuxian, she had been impressed by his interviews in the show and certainly didn't want such a just and upright official to unnecessarily make enemies. To borrow a broadcasting hall from the capital city TV station means having a powerful backing force, which is beyond doubt. Oh, what do you think? Xiuxian turned to look at Xiuanhuan, who looked embarrassed but still gritted his teeth, and said, Director, I don't have many special skills, but I can sense there must be something fishy here. Even the most subpar antique appraisal program should have at least one genuine item, right? Besides, these kinds of shows usually find more promotion opportunities at local stations. Why choose the capital city station? I feel they're trying to intimidate us to achieve some ulterior motives. Being the king of the military district doesn't come without sharp observational skills. In such a short period, he managed to analyze these facts, which was indeed predictable. If xiuxian didn't have the assistance of his appraisal eye, he wouldn't have been able to definitively confirm there were problems with the show's staff. But now, haha, a cold smile passed across his face. To think they believe that relying on the shield of capital city TV is enough. Good, well said. So, should we arrest them now or not? He asked decisively. Upon hearing xiuxian's words, not only did Xiuanhuan nod heavily, but so did the rest of the people present. In such moments, how could they refrain from taking action? Should they allow these individuals to remain unchecked? Arrest. Director, the worst-case scenario is just losing our hats. Who's afraid of whom? As long as you give the command, I, Old Li, will definitely be the first to charge forward. Brothers, no hesitation either. As he spoke, he turned around to look at the operational team of the DU prison office. They all wore looks of righteous indignation. Truthfully, by this point, there was no room left for retreat. Regardless of whether they arrest or not, action was inevitable. From the moment they joined the DU prison office, they were destined to become guardians of order. If even this last layer of order was broken, who could possibly hold the line? All right, let's go. Don't worry. If no issues are found, I'll take full responsibility. It won't have anything to do with you. With that said, xiuxian led the way, striding forcefully inside, his presence imposing. The operational team quickly followed suit. Their demeanor portrayed true valor, and their performance was undoubtedly satisfying. The DU prison office needs exactly such a team of individuals. After all, making arrests inside the capital city television station would definitely attract trouble. This was something xiuxian had naturally considered long ago. Even if he truly knew there were issues at hand, the opposing side wouldn't yield easily. The matter of antique appraisal itself is not easy to determine, and faking their way out would be as easy as flipping a hand. If they were to hesitate at such a critical juncture, it might lead to losing more than just catching some chickens. Furthermore, trying to find loopholes in this treasure appraisal program setup would be even harder. So, instead of hesitating in the heat of the moment, why not simply choose not to act? But, the performance of this action team satisfied xiuxian. Subsequently, everyone moved forward. The surrounding guests who were still waiting patiently for their turn at appraisals, upon seeing the large throng, instinctively stepped aside. At the same time, some resentment was expressed. Why aren't you people queuing? They look like officers from the DU prison office. I've seen them outside the xiancheng Ling group headquarters. They wear the same uniforms, and that person leading them must be Director Su. What? Director Su? DU prison office. This revelation sent ripples through the crowd. These days, the DU prison office was highly prestigious. No one expected that the famous Director Su would actually show up in front of them, leaving many astonished. If officers from the DU prison office are here, does that mean there's an issue with this treasure appraisal program? That makes sense. Damn it. I've been saying how could anyone be so kind to offer free appraisals? Screw that. That's why every appraisal has turned out fake. Shit, There's clearly a problem with this program team. What are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. I've suspected those so-called experts are frauds. Subsequently, everyone surged forward. The originally well-ordered line quickly erupted into chaos as they followed after towards the front. Chapter 46. Raid on the recording studio. Inside the recording studio, the treasure appraisal show crew was filming. There were still a large number of audience members seated in the studio. Around the studio were all cameras and temporary stagehands. On the broadcasting platform, the host was introducing items, while several experts half closed their eyes, occasionally opening them, looking rather professional. Occasionally, someone would present an item, but it would be appraised by the experts as worthless. Then, it would be directly smashed by the guardian hammer. After a set of items had been completely appraised, the few experts finally had some rare free time. They all took off their earphones and murmured to each other, "How about it? Elder Qin, what is our harvest today? I haven't checked closely, but with 2 or 3 million yuan, it's definitely worth it. Haha, making money this way is much better than buying treasures in the countryside before. Those fools actually deliver all their treasures to us themselves. Little do they know, there is a secret compartment under the table where treasures are placed. Haha, a group of idiots." Elder Qin's fingers tapped on the table, and his face still bore a deep, mysterious smile. In the past, they always roamed around to buy treasures. Sometimes, they even got beaten up, but who would have thought that such good luck would come? Through connections with the capital city TV station, this program group was formed, and it could be said they had made a killing. In just over half a month, they had accumulated nearly hundreds of millions, and this was due to their lack of discernment. Otherwise, it might have increased many times. The most important thing was that those deceived people still kept coming endlessly. They only needed to appraise a few cheap ones occasionally for them, then buy them at low prices. Basically, this was a stable earning business, faster even than robbery. Just as they were chatting, at the entrance of the studio, xiuxian arrived with the team from the penitentiary bureau. The large crowd advanced towards the entrance. A few security guards, seeing the ominous scene, quickly demanded, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" "This is the capital city TV station." "Understood. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be here now." Penitentiary Bureau, xiuxian. "We've received reliable intelligence indicating there's a problem with the appraisal group inside, so we want to conduct an investigation. We hope you'll cooperate." As he spoke, xiuxian pointed to his badge. The red national emblem shimmered brilliantly under the lights. More piercingly visible were the 3 words, Penitentiary Bureau, which represented the highest criminal investigation department. Who dare to stop them? "Sorry, can I consult with the higher-ups?" The captain of the security guard said this as he prepared to use the walkie-talkie. Just at this moment, xiuxian waved his hand. Xuanhuan immediately understood and delivered a whip kick, smashing the walkie-talkie out of his hand. "You?" The security captain's face turned livid, quite displeased. "Sorry, confidentiality is strictly required during law enforcement. Please understand. As for your walkie-talkie, rest assured, the Penitentiary Bureau can reimburse it. Let's go." Xiuxian waved his hand and moved inside. The operation team followed in. Originally, they were also prepared to enforce forcefully, but after secretly evaluating both sides' strengths, they ultimately chose the wise move to stay calm. After all, by now they really couldn't fight back. Walking straight inside, the door of the studio was pushed open. Subsequently, the Penitentiary Bureau personnel split into 2 rows walking in, while xiuxian stepped inside last, his face carrying an icy look. This sudden group entering caused everyone on site to pause. Cold sweat broke out on the host's forehead. Having not experienced this kind of situation, after a short moment, he finally asked, "Excuse me, gentlemen, we are currently recording a show. Penitentiary Bureau conducting investigations." Li Zhongwa stepped forward a couple of paces, pulling out the badge. The host was instantly frightened, speechless, his heart racing. He clearly knew about the so-called flaws within this appraisal group. If problems were discovered, things would escalate severely. Achoo! After a long silence, the chief expert in the middle finally spoke up. "I say, comrades, even the Penitentiary Bureau shouldn't disrupt the taping of our show, right? Do you know what the matter is? Hurry, we will certainly cooperate thoroughly." As he spoke, he presented an extremely sincere attitude. It seemed like he was being bullied. Seeing his fake righteous manner, xiuxian inexplicably felt nauseous. The reason the Penitentiary Bureau came here, surely the so-called experts must know, yet why didn't they clarify it? Apparently, it was playing mind games with them. Their so-called cooperation is no more than a delaying tactic. But, compared to playing mind games, xiuxian started playing these tricks long before they did. "Fine, since all of you are willing to cooperate, I am more than glad to proceed. According to reliable informants, your production team has significant issues. Someone is substituting fakes for genuine items. Hence, I would like to request that a few of you assist us in our investigation. Please come along." As these words fell calmly, his gaze simultaneously focused on the faces of those experts. Indeed, upon mentioning the term fakes, their eyebrows involuntarily twitched. But very quickly, they regained their composure. After all, these were seasoned veterans who understood each other's tricks thoroughly. "What? Fakes? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Director Su, although we know that in solving major cases, you have many legends behind your name, in the field of treasure appraisal, I believe no matter what, you can't be as proficient as I am. I can confidently say that among the participants in our show group, the majority of items submitted are indeed fakes. You need to realize that valuable treasures do exist from ancient times, but over history, many of them have been damaged. How could there possibly be so many intact ones? If every single item was a treasure, then it wouldn't be worth much money." As they spoke, the experts continued laughing. Naturally, they were skilled at deflecting responsibility. Within just a few sentences, they managed to wash their hands clean of any blame. And hearing their words, the audience below also nodded their heads. It made sense. If historical artifacts were as abundant as to appear in every household, they wouldn't be worth much anymore. So, everyone nodded in agreement. Oh, is that so? Humph. Expert Chin does make a point. Perhaps we were too abrupt in jumping to conclusions. However, since all of us from the Penitentiary Bureau are here, it's not ideal to leave empty-handed. How about this? Let me seek your cooperation in taking an item from here. This way, it'll suffice as completing my task. What do you think? Chapter 47. Jia expert equals fake expert. Take something. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was a little confused. Earlier, the warden's office had marched in with great pomp. Could they really have given in so quickly? This wasn't the Su minister they knew. If it was just this, it would be bearable. But the most embarrassing thing was that they actually had to take something publicly. Wasn't this humiliation? And didn't they fear being caught from above? After all, this was a television station. How many citizens were watching on their televisions? Those experts were somewhat bewildered, never expecting xiuxian's audacity to be this great. Was he trying to tear the roof off? But still, they nodded and said, anything goes. Young brother xiuxian, we're all friends here. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you personally. We can't let you make a trip for nothing. Haha, that expert Chin waved his hand generously. Anyway, those things weren't valuable. What could taking them possibly achieve? Moreover, he didn't believe xiuxian would really dare act out, especially on a live show. Unless he wanted to completely ruin his reputation. That's great then, I won't hesitate, haha. Xiuxian looked around with genuine greed on his face and finally fixed his eyes on the table where the treasures were placed. He opened his mouth. TSK. This table is quite good indeed. Exactly what we need because there's a document table broken at our warden's office. So, can you give me this one? Haha, thank you. Xuanhuan, go ahead and move it. What? Hold on. The originally composed-looking Chin expert shot up instantly from his seat like a rat whose tail had been stepped on. The audience below also hadn't figured out why xiuxian didn't pick some of the nice stuff and instead went for an old table. What was it even useful for? All the viewers wore expressions of curiosity. Only the few experts present were now breaking into sweat on their foreheads. Damn, these people were truly worthy of being ministers of the warden's office. Xiuxian sure did know how to hit hard, right on the vital spot. They thought giving him a small favor would suffice to send him away. But now, it seemed like they'd struck trouble. After all, the table was not supposed to be moved. If it was, the hidden compartment underneath would be exposed. The elaborate scam they had set up would be busted instantly. Then, the enraged populace might tear him apart. So, Mr. Chin expert, are you having second thoughts already? That doesn't seem very right. You've just agreed a moment ago. Now to regret it so fast is not logical. Besides, it's just an old table. Surely you don't begrudge parting with it? Or does it contain secrets too terrible to see the light of day? As he spoke, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Hearing these words, all the viewers started to catch on. Yes, it was merely an old table. Why couldn't it be moved? Minister Su, with your status, moving such an old table is inappropriate. Moreover, we still need to continue recording. How about this? I have a fine piece of yellow ancient jade. You can take it. And if you truly like this table, I'll deliver it to you after the recording finishes, he said, maintaining a seemingly affable expression. No need. A few of you can go buy a new table and bring it over for their program. But I'm fond of this one. Minister Su, don't ask the impossible. This table, we still need it. Seeing the avoidance tactic wouldn't work, he cut straight to the chase. But how would xiuxian back down? If I insist on taking it, then so be it. Move it. Upon hearing this, the action team moved forward. The faces of the several experts darkened profoundly, and they spoke up. No way. There's no way you can take this table. Saying this, they got up and walked towards the table. Meanwhile, the audience at the scene also realized something significant. Perhaps the minister of the warden's office was not interested in the table itself. The fact that the experts were protecting it meant it definitely contained something suspicious. Thus, the situation on-site escalated increasingly. The action team members had made preparations before coming. Moreover, wasn't there truly something shady going on? They boldly advanced towards the front. Under the combined effort of more than 10 or 20 action team members, the host was gently lifted aside. Just when they were about to reach the table, those few experts were already breaking out in cold sweat. Hurriedly running over, they sat directly on the table, protesting. Minister Su, you can't abuse your power like this. We'll give you the table after we finish the recording session. What more do you want? Everyone, come give us justice. We're just helpless experts. Do you think we'll force ourselves to grab it? Speaking to this point, they all displayed looks full of virtue. At this point, if someone still didn't realize there was a problem, they would surely be a little slow-witted. These people clearly aimed to cause trouble, deliberately delaying time. So, Li Zhonghua, with a quick temper, lost control. He lunged forward ready to strike. At the same time, they spoke up. We, the warden's office, are very busy and don't have time to wait for you all. Moreover, making you personally deliver it feels somewhat embarrassing. Move aside for me. After saying that, xiuxian walked straight toward the inside. And right at this moment, those few experts were shameless as well, crying out one after another, looking like doughy in a wrongful accusation scenario. Given the situation now, xiuxian naturally understood. To take away the table clearly required some tactics, and otherwise would be impossible. He waved his hand and said, "What are you still hesitating for? Take it." Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone who had been waiting there moved forward. Subsequently, they lifted the experts down, and others went ahead to carry the table. Seeing this scene, those few experts were bewildered. They'd seen ruthless behavior before, but never anything so ruthless. Actually planning to use force. What do you intend to do? This is the recording hall. Is there still any rule of law? Why must you mess with our personal belongings? Do the rights of the warden's office really mean no laws and no heaven? I'll sue you. Speaking like an abusive woman scolding in the street. Unfortunately, nobody paid attention to them. A few experts only. How many medical experts got involved in the toxic vaccine incident? These ones didn't make much difference. As he spoke, xiuanhuan carried the table down. And right at this moment, the hidden compartment underneath was revealed. The audience originally seated below couldn't possibly remain unaware at this point. As for the few experts, they were shocked speechless. Xiuxian's eyes turned cold, and as he stared at the hidden compartment, he said calmly, "How about it? Don't you all intend to explain what this exactly is? What is inside that compartment? Don't tell me it's empty." Chapter 48, The Table with Secrets. Confronted with xiuxian's interrogation, the experts were all somewhat stunned. At this moment, saying they didn't know was obviously a lie, but if they admitted they knew, that would also be inappropriate. Therefore, everyone wore worried expressions and their gazes showed helplessness. They really didn't expect such an event to occur. If only they had known better. Would they have acted differently back then? And naturally, it was impossible for them to confess so easily. Expert Qin directly said, "How should I know? This table wasn't arranged by me. Could it be a problem with the props team? Who would have thought they'd be so careless? It's about time we gave them a talking to." We also thank xiuxian for helping uncover such a major oversight. It turns out the issue lies with the props team? That's what I thought. How could these experts possibly do something so heartless and shameless? In that case, we'll take the table. And the things inside its hidden compartment must not belong to you either, right? As he spoke, xiuxian waved his hand, planning to retreat. A cunning smile still lingered in his eyes. Those few experts definitely wouldn't let him leave so easily. After all, the items within that compartment were quite valuable. Not allowed. This table may indeed be an issue of the production crew, but ultimately, it remains our property, and xiuxian can't just forcibly seize our personal belongings. Besides, you've already disrupted the recording of our show. Please leave. The tone here became resolute. These experts had seen many situations and certainly weren't thrown off balance easily. Especially the treasure inside the hidden compartment, which absolutely couldn't be taken away. Losing money was a minor concern. More importantly, they feared being exposed. If the hidden compartment were opened, any excuses they offered would be meaningless. But no amount of reasoning mattered. Xiuxian wouldn't let them off that easily. With a cold voice, he said, "Sorry, this is a suspected item, and it must be taken. What are you waiting for? xiuxian, act now." As soon as the words left his lips, the action team sprang into action. And at this very moment, Professor Qin coldly smirked and said, "Let's see who dares. Minister Su, this is the capital's broadcasting hall, not your xiuxian office building. Moreover, shouldn't you lack a search warrant? Whether there is anything in the hidden compartment is still uncertain. Would you really make things so awkward? Search warrant? The xiuxian department directly oversees the highest level. Our search warrants are all issued personally by myself. Want some? I can sign hundreds of them for you, right? Do you need them? As for the contents in the hidden compartment, you surely understand, don't you? Since you won't open it yourself, I'll help you open it personally." Speaking, he took a step forward. Focusing on the table, he suddenly struck down with precise control. The surface of the hidden compartment immediately cracked open, revealing several authenticated treasures. The audience erupted in excitement. Realizing this wasn't a small matter, treasures really did appear. Instantly, whispers spread throughout the room. "Wow, isn't that painting by old Qi from earlier? Wasn't it supposed to be burned? Why is it still inside? Blue and white porcelain. TSK, it's in there too. What's going on? Not to mention, there might be dozens of pieces. Weren't they destroyed by the protection hammers? How are they still here? Cough cough. Expert, don't you intend to explain?" In a moment, murmurs spread throughout the crowd. Everyone's face was uncharacteristically grim at this unexpected development. Who could have imagined that they would encounter such an event? Especially outside guests who appeared increasingly disgruntled. Hadn't they been made fools of? Crowds rushed inward, with some people starting to record videos live streaming the scene. In no time, news about how Director Su from xiuxian led a team to raid a certain gem appraisal program hit hot topics. All citizens began discussing this incident. News channels and public accounts promptly started promoting updates about this event. Online followers who paid attention to xiuxian quickly ignited discussions. In no time, every part of QQ's trending list was overtaken. A certain gem appraisal program is suspected of switching items, stealing a large number of treasures. xiuxian takes action, follow-up content coming soon. Breaking news shocking over 1.3 billion people. A certain gem appraisal program resorted to such actions just to increase views. xiuxian breaks another major case. Behind this gem appraisal program, is it the degradation of morality or the twisting of human nature? Continue watching as we track updates in real time. Actually, these. Attempting to say something, Mr. Qin's mouth fumbled for words. Yet upon reaching his tongue, he found himself unable to articulate further. After all, even a fool could see that there was definitely something wrong here. What? Can't explain it? Then come back with us to give an explanation. Take them away. Xiuxian sneered as he waved his hand, signaling the action team to move forward. The few experts who were originally planning to put up some resistance were instantly stupefied. This had turned into a serious matter, and if they continued to resist, it might lead to trouble. Therefore, they could only obediently accept their fate and follow along. leaving the recording hall while carrying the table on their shoulders. The seated audience members were all bewildered. They had seen many arrests before, but never anything as intense as this, a live capture at the recording site. This was DUC, wasn't it? Indeed, they were impressive. Damn, I'm impressed. From today onwards, I'll only follow Minister Su, screw the rest. Damn, this is too amazing. They actually arrested people on the spot, haha. Damn, is this what we call being domineering? Wow, to grab someone right in front of so many people, truly powerful. It's no surprise why Minister Su is admired by all. What else can I say besides how awesome? I can already guess what the trending topic will be today. Wow, capturing people in the recording hall, hilarious. It left me thrilled. Minister Su is indeed commanding. DUC rocks. The seated audience members' faces were filled with astonishment. To witness such an event made it worth the price of admission. Even when retelling the story, it would be a memorable tale. It was hard to imagine ever seeing the enforcement process of DUC or witnessing Minister Su's charisma personally. Chapter 49, The Road to Redemption. After leaving the Imperial Capital TV station, xiuxian took the people from the penitentiary office and drove towards the office building. However, there was something he didn't notice. At the rooftop window, a pair of eyes filled with hatred was staring at him. This person was none other than the deputy director of the Imperial Capital TV station. His fists were tightly clenched as his gaze followed the car that gradually disappeared from view downstairs. Ultimately, he did not step out to stop it. After all, at this stage, xiuxian held the winning position. Even if he jumped out, it wouldn't bring about any good result. But letting xiuxian off just like that was absolutely impossible. Although as the deputy director, everything seemed incredibly prosperous on the surface. But is that salary enough for anything? Precisely because of this, he connected with several experts. Since then, he basically made substantial profits daily, incomparably more than what he used to earn. Every day indulging in revelry, all supported by this extra income. Now, capturing them would cut off his route, right? A good life prolonged meant no one wanted to return to those impoverished times. Therefore, he couldn't possibly be so easily disposed of by xiuxian. His eyes were full of hateful glares as he said, "Xiuxian, wait for me. I will never let you go." Bang. Saying that, he threw all the files in his hands to the ground. Inside the penitentiary office building, facing the few experts before him, xiuxian smirked and said, "So, regarding this matter, are you going to voluntarily come clean, or do I need to force it out?" The experts crouching inside the cell glanced at each other, apparently deciding to remain defiant until the end. Simultaneously, Expert Sheen spoke up. Xiuxian, don't think you'll get a single word out of us. I'd also like to remind you, our status isn't like ordinary people. Randomly abducting an expert, do you realize how grave an offense that is? If you know what's good for you, release me soon, otherwise. Saying that, his manner still threatened. Unfortunately, such threats were utterly weak. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian chuckled coldly. Good. Experts, right? Don't worry, soon I will make you talk. Let me suggest something. You probably don't want to stay here anyway, right? Judging from your IQs, which must be high. After all, you're experts, aren't you? How about we play a game? If you can pass, I'll let you go. What do you say? Really? Hearing xiuxian's words, the faces of the few experts revealed concealed joy. In this regard, they had absolute confidence. If they could leave just by playing a game, why not take the deal? Hence, their expressions gleamed with excitement, nodding affirmatively, saying, "All right, in that case, we'll play along with you. Xiuxian, once my words are spoken, for horses can't drag me back. Hope you don't regret it." With those faint words, everyone wore looks of disdain. In their view, there wasn't a game yet devised that they couldn't handle. Wasn't xiuxian's condition equivalent to letting them go without a fight? I agree. Do it, The experts nodded, and xiuxian immediately led the group toward the punishment room. Passing through long corridors, they arrived at the cell room, where the door creaked open. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness. Darkness reigned, pitch black. Once everyone was inside, xiuxian mentally muttered, "Game begins. Special scenario established, complete. Rules loading, completed. Begin now." As the system's voice sounded, an unusual piece of information suddenly appeared in xiuxian's mind. Soon, he fully understood the rules of the game. Calmly, he announced, "All right, experts, are you ready? Our game today is about to start. Hope you have fun, The game is called The Rat's Escape Journey." An eerie voice echoed through the prison room. The experts looked around anxiously, their thoughts unknown. Darkness has always been the most feared. Next, every rule I state. I hope you hear clearly. Otherwise, if you happen to break the rules and meet misfortune inside, well, that won't be my fault. In front of you, there are a few mechanical boxes. Meanwhile, on the front of each box is a thin tube coated with honey around it. The other end of the tube is connected to your mouths. Once the countdown ends, rats will start slowly crawling across the tubes and finally enter your abdomens. I'm sure you all know what kind of result that would bring, right? Correct. Rats will chew inside your bodies until they slowly gnaw you to death. Of course, I won't let you die so easily. Since this is a game, there must be a way out. So, there's no need for excessive panic just yet. Before this happens, you do have one last chance, using your tongues to block the entire passage. This way, the rats won't burst through, and the entire game lasts 5 minutes. I hope you can overcome the fear in your hearts. Thus, the game begins now. As xiuxian finished speaking, the originally smug expressions on the experts' faces quickly faded, replaced by uneasy grimaces. The rat game. This was definitely not going to be any fun. Perhaps, this was all a bit too extreme. Right at that moment, the lights turned on, and instantly the room's layout became clear to them. Indeed, in front of them were thin tubes and iron boxes, inside which something was wriggling around. A faint sweet scent also drifted into their noses. Clearly, this proved that xiuxian wasn't messing around. Could this guy really want to play them to death? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of rats rang out. The several experts looked at each other before reluctantly stepping forward and following xiuxian's instructions, placing their tongues over the thin tubes. It was their only chance to survive. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, black rats began emerging from the iron boxes, hungrily devouring the honey on the tubes and charging relentlessly toward the openings. Their disgusting appearance made everyone feel queasy, especially their 2 rows of sharp teeth, which induced an even stronger urge to vomit. Fortunately, they had been captured late at night. Otherwise, witnessing just this scene would have been enough to make them retch. Chapter 50. Death Game, Rescue the Rats. Shit, don't come over. Disgusting thing. Die, bastard. Ugh. The faces of several experts changed dramatically. None of them had expected such a scene. It was truly nauseating. So many rats. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. They couldn't even imagine how it would feel if they were swallowed. Unfortunately, the rats couldn't understand their words. They continued to push forward, driven by hunger. At the moment, all they wanted was to find food. Inside that narrow tube was the food they had been desperately seeking, so they began to eat greedily. Their tiny eyes turned red as they realized this was an unexpectedly delicious treat. It was truly exquisite. Finally, after 2.5 minutes, the rats were less than half a handspan away from them. In fact, the whiskers of the rats were almost touching their noses. The sensation was absolutely hair-raising. Ah, it hurts, damn it, it's killing me. Incredible pain. Almost caused the experts to break down completely. Ah, damn it, get away. Don't come near me, you bastards. Struggling to make sounds while still blocking the opening of the tube, it was crucial not to let the rats break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they'd die. That intense pain made them nearly spasm. And yet, they could not escape. At this moment, the experts finally understood why xiuxian had previously said they should never regret their decision. Looking back now, they truly did regret agreeing to play the game. Amidst cries of agony, another 1.5 minutes passed. Finally, the rats reached the tube's opening. The sensation of their touch was about to push them to the brink of total collapse. Desperately trying to move backward, but it was impossible. The space left was too limited. Gradually, the rats, deprived of honey, began to grow restless. They attacked the experts, their sharp teeth biting down instantly, leaving streaks of dark red blood. The tearing pain almost caused them to collapse utterly. But unfortunately, they could only endure it. Sweat poured down their foreheads. How could they have ever endured such pain before? Accustomed to living comfortably, they could no longer resist the urge to flee. But they didn't dare. They knew if those things got inside their stomachs, they'd surely die. The gnawing continued, and those final few seconds became the hardest time to endure. Their eyes wide with horror and despair. Initially, they could still hold Xuanhuan support it. But when their tongues were severed, they could no longer control themselves. One of them wet his pants in sheer terror. The others fared not much better. Especially Professor Qin, who had previously espoused endless theories, now immediately crumbled under real pressure. Tears flowed freely from his eyes. He was on the verge of complete breakdown. Under the immense pain, time approached its end. Drip, drip, drip. As the numbers reset to 0, the experts quickly moved their mouths away, and the rats fell unconscious due to the drug effect. The first round of the game was over. Watching the experts tremble uncontrollably in fear, it was clear that they were still dazed and bewildered. How do you feel, everyone? A cold voice echoed, laced with mockery. To xiuxian, these individuals were nothing but a joke. You're a demon, pure and simple. Do you want to kill us? Damn it. I'll never forgive you once I'm free. Director Su, you will pay for what you've done. Thinking back to their days at the television station, when they enjoyed comfort and ease, none of them had ever experienced such treatment. Yet, xiuxian dared to treat them this way. It was nothing short of an outright provocation. They simply couldn't let him off the hook. Of course, rest assured, I will pay for my actions. But first, you must pay for yours. How's your current condition? Be careful. If you die inside, there won't be anyone left to seek revenge against me. You, originally filled with bravado, their momentum dissipated instantly. They had to admit, xiuxian's words carried weight. This man possessed abilities far beyond ordinary people. If he intended to harm them within the game, it would be an effortless task. After considering carefully, they ultimately decided to yield. When under someone's roof, one must bow. Hee, you all seem to be in good spirits. Then let's begin. Good luck to all of you. The cold voice faded away. Expert Qin hurriedly interjected. No, what exactly do you want to know? Just ask us directly, and we'll tell you. Isn't that enough? Why bother trying to kill us? Isn't it right to let us live? Confess? That's not impossible, but you must remember. If you say even one wrong word, I guarantee your days won't be easy. Do you understand? The threatening tone echoed again. They all nodded their heads. At this point, they completely understood. We've already seen xiuxian's methods just now. As long as one isn't a fool, no one would dare cross him. He truly is a demon. Just thinking about the earlier scene sends chills down their spines. It's simple. How much wealth did you gain from doing this? Secondly, how did you fence those relics? Lastly, who's backing you up? Answer these 3 questions, and then you can leave alive. He demanded bluntly. Initially, they were planning to argue, but eventually, swallowed the words back down. After all, xiuxian's gaze was simply too intimidating. From last month until now, we have gained relics worth nearly 100 million. As for fencing, That was handled by our boss. Our patron is an associate director of the capital city TV station. All this is true. Don't believe it? Go check it out yourself. Stop playing games. We'd rather go to jail. If it were just physical punishment, they could still endure it. But this? It was literally life-threatening. Even if they weren't scared to death, they might die from sheer disgust. They couldn't stand going through it any longer and only wanted to spill everything quickly. At this moment, even being imprisoned felt like the greatest relief. Chapter 51. The entire internet laughs. Sue's humor. Deputy Director of the capital city TV station? Xiuxian's gaze slightly narrowed. Given this position, getting a broadcast hall would not be a difficult task. It seemed that what these few people had said was true. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Just at that moment, Xiuxian's cell phone began to ring. He quickly answered it. After hearing the words from the other end, his face immediately turned gloomy, as if water were about to drip off his entire face. He never expected that before he had even made a move, the deputy station director had already taken action. Previously, this was a call from Xiaoli. It was said that the deputy station director directly published a Weibo post, demanding that the penitentiary commission give an explanation. Publicly arresting someone in their live broadcast hall caused quite a commotion. Soon, there were already many trolls online starting to attack. His eyebrows furrowed tightly as he stared at the group and said, "You all record your confessions first." Afterwards, there were naturally prison guards responsible for handling the situation. As for Xiuxian, he took the elevator towards the office. Ding dong. The elevator door opened on the top floor, where Xiao Li and Zhongguo were already waiting there. Both of their faces showed some signs of urgency. After all, this operation involved most members of the penitentiary commission. If direct evidence wasn't obtained, wouldn't they really be finished? Online evidence, plus troll manipulation, has never been easy to deal with. Minister, the deputy station director just issued another statement, hoping you could publicly respond. What should we do? If we remain silent, it might not work. Public response. Aside from those trolls, how are the netizens reacting? Upon hearing these words, Xiuxian let out a cold laugh. When did the penitentiary commission need to report its actions to a mere deputy station director? Does he really consider himself something great? As for the reaction of the trolls, it doesn't matter much. From the day the penitentiary commission was established, such criticism was bound to be frequent. What's more important is the attitude of ordinary citizens. They believe that after uncovering several major cases, these citizens definitely won't turn against them, right? And Xiuxian's estimation was indeed quite accurate. After this period of hard work, all citizens still stood on their side. There isn't much stir among this crowd. The public still strongly supports us. Additionally, some remain neutral. But this matter absolutely cannot be left unchecked. Minister, if we don't react, then in the future, won't those people continue stepping on us? Speaking here, his brows furrowed tightly. All the hard-earned reputation accumulated so far will be destroyed otherwise. It's simply not worth it. Relax, he's just a petty agitator. Xiuxian calmly stated, and began reviewing the Weibo posts made by the aforementioned person. It must be said, being able to become a deputy station director does show some skill. His talent in sidestepping critical issues is also well practiced. The latter publicly posted on Weibo, condemning the penitentiary commission for forcibly intruding into the broadcast hall without any notice, disrupting a live program in progress, removing relevant parties, affecting program ratings as grounds, directly attacking it. Further, there were trolls asking whether the penitentiary commission's actions were approved. Between these two roles, a fine performance was put on. All responsibilities of the Antiques Appraisal Program team were completely absolved while amplifying the arrogance and haughtiness of the penitentiary commission. In doing so, it created the feeling of being bullied. Such behavior was truly nauseating. Moreover, propaganda promoted how all experts of the appraisal group provided free authentication services for the benefit of the people. Even under such circumstances, they were still apprehended and processed. Was there still justice in the world? As soon as the Weibo post was released, countless trolls jumped onto it. Of course, there were also quite a number of fans of the penitentiary commission who cursed in the comment section. They ridiculed the deputy station director's ability to distort truth. After all, no matter how you look at it, Xiuxian had successively cracked multiple big cases, proving to be quite competent. This person's methods were truly extraordinary. But since they dared to come forward publicly, how could that deputy station director not be somewhat prepared? Very quickly, fake evidence was brought out and publicly disclosed on Weibo, accusing everyone of covering up for the penitentiary commission. Afterwards, all the Weibo accounts protesting against him were directly closed, leaving only a cluster of trolls behind. Soon, the incident blew up. However, the penitentiary commission was truly helpless in this matter. After all, if they were to post condemnatory statements, it would be baseless. After all, even with immense power, they can't possibly seal someone's mouth shut. As for why notification wasn't given beforehand before making arrests, the truth is rather clear. If actual notification had been given, it likely would have yielded nothing, for those individuals aren't fools. With preparation, it wouldn't be that easy to find evidence. However, this matter naturally cannot be made public. Therefore, they could only swallow this humiliation. Who would have thought that this deputy station director had become addicted and kept posting on Weibo one after another, still demanding Xiuxian come out to admit guilt? If at this moment, Xiuxian really stepped out to apologize, it would likely make the situation even more difficult. That would be equivalent to admitting there was a mistake in this operation of the penitentiary commission. At that point, it would only lead to bigger trouble. But if they just ignored it, it wouldn't be that easy to get away with either. Minister, what should we do? How about we arrest him? Arrest him, then release him after 24 hours? Would that be useful? Precisely because he saw through this point, he dared to step out. However, since he has delivered himself to our doorsteps, don't blame me for being rude. Let's seize the opportunity to capture all of them. Xiuxian's calm words faded away, and the two of them also nodded. After all, in their memory, as long as Xiuxian promised to handle something, it had never failed. Then they walked toward the door. After they left, Xiuxian sat alone at the desk, beginning to contemplate. Given the current state of affairs, the response to this Weibo post must be cautious. At least, it must absolutely not alarm the snake prematurely. Based solely on the testimonies of those experts, it would be insufficient to convict him. But since the other party has chosen to step forward, there must be a way to find his flaws. After a while, fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, typing. Thank you very much for Director Zheng's suggestion. From now on, once our penitentiary commission locks down suspects, we will certainly notify them at the first possible moment to prepare for their escape. Thank you for your valuable advice. Chapter 52, a very constructive suggestion. Poof. Does the minister have to be so playful? Haha, my stomach hurts from laughing. Still, our boss is amazing. A single sentence can shut him up. Yeah, before we arrest people, we should warn them first, telling them to wait patiently for us to catch them and absolutely not run away. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. It sounds so reasonable. No wonder why he's the minister. Haha, his thinking process is really extraordinary. Inside the prison guard office building, everyone burst into laughter. Haha, no one expected Xiuxian to reply in such a manner. This definitely hurt. That guy must be seething with hatred by now. If that deputy director had seen this scene, he would probably be angry enough to die. Then everyone started forwarding the message, and soon countless citizens saw this message. Originally unsure of how to respond, they all burst into laughter at once. Is this really the intimidating minister of the prison guard office that we remember? Seems like he's way too playful. Who could have thought he would come up with an idea like this? Haha, only someone with a devious mind can do it. Minister Su is right. We should warn the criminals before we arrest them, making sure they run far away. Then we start arresting them. In this way, the effect will be doubled. Double the effort. Haha, this deputy director has indeed provided a very constructive suggestion. Must be an idiot. Haha, truly amazing. Incredible, as expected from someone who graduated as a homebody. His skill is indeed powerful. Who would have thought of such a brilliant idea? No wonder others could become deputy directors while we are nothing. In no time, all netizens went crazy. They kept forwarding the sentence. Very quickly, the new rules of the prison guard office already appeared on the hot topics of Weibo. All citizens couldn't help but laugh. Is this guy tricking fools? He actually came up with such a proposal. Even the IQ of the Capital TV station staff was pulled down accordingly. After all, never have they seen someone so stupid. With his IQ, he became a deputy director. Judging from this, the IQ of those above him wasn't high either. At that moment, everyone laughed mockingly. Those who were originally angry due to this guy's Weibo now scoffed, looking at the man in front, as if looking at the mentally challenged. Haha, we've seen quite a few foolish ones, but like this one, it's truly unique. The prison guard office, established as a national supervisory organization, since its establishment, has cracked many major cases. Why? Isn't it because of its independent authority? There's no need to coordinate with any department. It only needs to be responsible to the top layer. But there's someone questioning this privilege. Haha, just imagining it is funny. To be able to come up with such a suggestion is indeed talented. Moreover, over such a long period, Xiuxian's contributions are almost countless. At such a moment, challenging him publicly. Meanwhile, this deputy director also received this Weibo push at the same time. Upon seeing the content, blood spouted from all 7 holes of his body, smoke poured out of his nose. Damn it, this was clearly provoking him. How dare you Xiuxian say something like this? Isn't this publicly playing around? Then he posted another Weibo. Director Su of the prison guard office is indeed capable. With just a few words, the situation has been reversed. Your strength is indeed beyond my imagination, but does acting like this make sense? Splashing all the dirty water on me. The prison guard office cannot notify the suspects, but can't even notify our TV station? Or are you suspecting us of scheming? As soon as these words were spoken, countless citizens exploded instantly. Seen shameless people. Never seen anyone this shameless. The evidence is there. What else is there to say? Wanting to bully people without success? Furthermore, previously while mocking the prison guard office, it was not directly exposed to the public. Now, all facts have been made public. This guy, apparently doesn't care about his reputation, and has already reached the extent of being shameless. Dirty water? Haha, does Minister Su need to splash dirty water on you guys? As soon as someone is arrested, you come out yelling, afraid that others don't know there's something wrong with you. I think even you need to be investigated. You're given advance notice, hehe. Your TV station made such a huge blunder, but hasn't realized it up until now. In the end, do you still need Minister Su to remind you? Truly hilarious. Interesting, absolutely very interesting. I've seen shameless people, but none like you. This is truly the first. Are you not disgusting? When something happens within your own organization, instead of thinking about keeping a low profile, you jump out to stir up trouble. Aren't you just foolish? In an instant, all citizens turned their fire onto him. The deputy director couldn't hold on much longer. Just as he was about to retreat, a miracle happened. What had been one-sided condemnation against him was immediately drowned out. Instead, many internet trolls began flooding the comments section. Their appearance turned the tide of public opinion. In no time, opinions were split evenly. Could it be that asking questions regarding such a significant incident in my own recording studio is forbidden? I've seen arrogant behavior, but yours sets a new record. One dog bites another, and they both lose fur. Who doesn't make mistakes? Besides, after such a major event occurred, does even the department head have no right to ask questions? The prison guard office isn't following proper protocol. This is clearly their fault. What does it have to do with Deputy Director Zhang? It's wrong of them to refuse to admit their errors and publicly ridicule others. In an instant, my impression of Minister Su has dropped drastically. At once, the comments started pouring in, all perfectly synchronized as though planned ahead. As for who posted these comments, it was already glaringly obvious. Who else could possess such skill other than hired trolls? Chapter 53, The Imperial Capital TV Station, Live Arrest. Clearly, the deputy director's sudden attack had been well prepared. The barrage of comments quickly scrolled by, and each one received tens of thousands of likes. As a result, they ranked at the top. What kind of comment could gain so much recognition in such a short time? Even the most popular film stars couldn't achieve this. Obviously, the presence of online trolls must be involved. Xiuxian curled his lips into a faint smirk. He was waiting for just this moment. Just relying on the testimonies of a few experts would not be enough to take down a deputy director of the Imperial Capital TV station. But if it could be proven that the latter had hired internet trolls to smear public officials, then this matter would get interesting. An inch higher than the demon, but a foot higher still is the Tao. Perhaps the deputy director will never know that it was precisely because of his own stupidity that he met his demise. Inside the office of the Imperial Capital TV station, the deputy director wore a smile on his face as he watched the positive reviews created by his hired internet trolls. They were almost all one-sided attacks on the penitentiary office, prompting him to nod approvingly. He boldly praised, "Haha, Xiaowang, you've done a good job with this matter. Rest assured, your promotion will be taken care of by me." "Thank you, Director Zhang. But are we really sure this is okay? If the penitentiary office focuses on us, things might become very difficult," he said worriedly. After all, during the recent period, he had heard about the fame of the penitentiary office. Swift and decisive, solving major cases consecutively. To argue with such people just for a few fake experts wasn't a wise choice. Ho, what's there to fear? The penitentiary office is nothing more than a group of toothless tigers. Can they eat us alive? I'll tell you honestly, someone has already expressed dissatisfaction with them. Even if they discover our handiwork, they'll turn a blind eye. The deputy director smiled smugly, already starting to fantasize about the awkward situation the penitentiary office would find themselves in. Unbeknownst to them, if their conversation leaked, what consequences would it provoke? Openly targeting the penitentiary office. Isn't that the same as asking for death? While they were talking, neither noticed a female host hurriedly passing by the door. Had Xiuxian been present, he would have immediately recognized her as Li Shui, the woman who interviewed him that day. Li Shui clenched a recording pen in her hand, her phoenix eyes filled with anger. In fact, when Xiuxian decided to enter the live broadcast scene to arrest someone, Li Shui realized how complicated this matter would become. But she didn't expect the deputy director to be so despicable as to fabricate baseless accusations. Willing to hire a large number of internet trolls to spread disinformation. Holding the recording pen tightly in her hand, she swiftly transferred its contents to Xiuxian's WeChat. She then left. Meanwhile, Xiuxian, who was in the penitentiary office looking for sufficient evidence to arrest the deputy director, suddenly heard his phone ring and opened the screen to see the WeChat message. His expression changed somewhat. Gently tapping the voice message, the conversation between the station chief and Xiao Li entered his ears. His originally calm demeanor shifted rapidly. Though he knew the deputy director had considerable audacity, he hadn't anticipated that he would dare to openly confront the penitentiary office. Was this man really seeking death? A chilling look emerged in his eyes. Deputy Director Zhang, claiming righteousness and standing up for the program? Ho, truly impressive arrogance. This time, will you still survive? At the same moment, there was a knock on the office door. Xiao Li walked in from outside, placed a document on the table, and said, "Minister, we've locked down part of the internet troll IPs. These records show their locations. Many of them have participated in numerous cyberbullying incidents. What should we do? Notify the local police department. Charge them with cyber threats and detain them for 3 days. It's high time these people learned a lesson. Do they truly believe they can hide behind a keyboard and fabricate lies, distorting truths with impunity? Besides, gather the operation team, prepare to depart. We're heading to the Imperial Capital TV station." Xiuxian spoke calmly, simultaneously directly sentencing those individuals. In comparison to physical actions, cyber violence is far more terrifying. Certain keyboard warriors, hiding behind an Ethernet cable, recklessly tarnish others' reputations, sometimes even engaging in human flesh searches. Compared to criminals, these individuals often commit greater offenses. People like this must be dealt with strictly, otherwise, chaos will reign. Do they really think they can break laws without restraint, just because they're separated by a network connection? Yes. Are we going to the Imperial Capital TV station? Xiao Li asked curiously. Could it be that with just these online trolls, they could convict the other party? To be honest, over the years, he had learned a lot from his time in the penitentiary office. Those rich people would never admit guilt without solid evidence. At most, they'd spend some money and find scapegoats to take the fall. But Xiuxian never engaged in a fight without being well prepared. Thus, he eventually nodded and agreed. Half an hour later, the convoy of the penitentiary office set off again. To ensure secrecy during the operation, they carefully removed the logos on the vehicles before heading toward the Imperial Capital TV station. Finally, after a swift ride, they arrived at the building of the Imperial Capital TV station. Staring at the familiar entrance, Xiuxian let out a faint sneer, saying, "Seal this place off. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Li Zhonghua, take a team and come with me." Yes. Walking straight inside, a few security guards initially attempted to block their way. However, upon seeing the badge of the penitentiary office, they wisely stepped back. Why should they risk their lives for such little pay? If someone was targeted by this man, it was as good as being marked by the Grim Reaper. They couldn't retreat fast enough. No one dared approach him. Unobstructed, they entered the office building and made their way towards the deputy director's office. At that moment, the deputy director was still sipping wine, unaware of what was happening and completely oblivious to the impending danger. Meanwhile, the employees of the TV station were puzzled when they saw the grand procession of the penitentiary office. What are the penitentiary office people doing here at our TV station? Didn't the interview already end? Didn't you hear? It said that the deputy director publicly criticized the penitentiary office for not following procedures. Looks like this is about revenge. This is big news, definitely big news. If the minister of the penitentiary office personally brings a group for revenge, this story will surely create a huge buzz once it gets out. What are we waiting for? Come on, let's follow them. Chapter 54 Diverting Disasters. All plans come to fruition. Perceptive journalists immediately sensed the explosive news. If they could capture footage of the DU office conducting malicious law enforcement, then they would be famous. They quickly grabbed their gear and moved forward. As for the little tricks up their sleeves, xiuxian naturally understood them perfectly well. However, he didn't intervene. After all, if there were no witnesses during an arrest, even with a good case, things would still be difficult to explain clearly. Thus, since these people were willing to meddle, they could stay as witnesses. To prevent troublemakers from making excuses, striding quickly to the deputy director's office door, he delivered a swift kick. The door burst open instantly. The deputy director, who was tasting wine, fell backward in fright, his eyes filled with anger as he shouted, "You fool! Who are you? Don't you know you have to knock before entering an office?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw that familiar face and deflated substantially. Even though the comments on the internet were harsh, in reality, facing this minister directly made him feel uneasy. After all, the latter's reputation was truly significant. Especially his intimidating manner frightened him into silence for quite a while. After a long pause, he spoke up. "What is it? Minister Su, could it be that your anger over our exposure of problems within the DU office has made you want to hit me? This is a TV station. If you dare to resort to private punishment, I guarantee that the next second, many will rush in and expose you." Seeing the journalists trailing behind, his anxiety eased considerably. On the contrary, he even started teasing xiuxian mockingly. So it turns out you're still young after all, and lack self-control. A few taunts have brought you running wild into my office, unknowingly falling right into my trap. Haha, don't worry, Deputy Director Zhang, said xiuxian aloud. We from the DU office aren't unreasonable people. The reason we've come looking for you today is to seek your assistance in investigating a case. According to the confessions of those experts who were arrested, everything they did was under your instigation. Therefore, we'd like to invite you back with us. Xiuxian's words caused the reporters to be visibly shocked. Could it be that this matter really had connections with the deputy director? Conversely, the deputy director remained exceptionally calm. He'd known those idiots weren't reliable from the start and had prepared himself accordingly. With a cold laugh, he said, "What? Minister Su, would you believe the words of some criminals? I am, after all, the deputy director of the Imperial Capital Television Station. Do you think I'd do such a thing? Even if it's slander, at least give me a decent name for it." How cleverly he had diverted the calamity. Not only had he absolved himself, but he had also convincingly twisted the matter into slander. But for the latter's sly arguments, xiuxian already anticipated them. Pulling out the documents detailing the mercenary IPs and simultaneously playing the audio recording which reverberated throughout the office space, left the former deputy director, previously smug, now pale-faced and grave. Having meticulously plotted, he never expected that even the audio recordings would fall into someone else's hands. This effectively admitted to hiring online mercenaries against the DU office case. By itself, this charge was enough to place him under arrest. Instantly, his face turned ghastly pale with a feeling of desolation. Is it true that I'm finished? His entire face turned ashen white, imagining vividly the horrors awaiting him ahead. No, I never said that. You're slandering me. It must be a fabricated recording. This isn't mine. Idiots, you're trying to frame me. In anguish, he lunged forward in an attempt to snatch away the phone. At this moment, only one thought consumed his mind. Destroy the evidence. Once the recording was destroyed, not even xiuxian would be able to touch him. However, attempting to seize the phone from him? It was a joke. With a swift kick, xiuxian sent him sprawling several meters away, picked up his phone, and smirked coldly. Even at death's door, you show no remorse. Take him away. A shoe print was left on his abdomen, Zhang deputy director's eyes full of ferocity. Think of how many years he'd been pampered. When had he ever been treated like this? His gaze was filled with resentment as he stared at xiuxian. But under the action group's arrest, he could not resist and was led away. Subsequently, the internet exploded. No one had expected the twist to come so fast. Just prior, Deputy Director Zhang seemed to have been winning, yet in mere moments, he was captured, along with his association with those fake experts revealed. Various public accounts and media outlets raced to release the news. An astonishing message shocking 1.3 billion people. A certain TV station's deputy director, working together with several experts, created a scam only to be captured on-site by the DU office. Another meritorious feat of the DU office, uncovering fake appraisal program groups, helping recover antiquities. It's unbelievable that the deputy director of a certain TV station would actually do such a thing. Peng Ha was quickly taken over, Weibo trending topics and other apps were also not spared. The originally righteous voices fiercely suppressed by internet trolls finally emerged to speak up. An avalanche of comments exploded. Wow, I never expected someone with such insidious motives. Minister Su from the DU office rules. Haha, I knew it. Those bastards will definitely end up eating their own medicine. Justice will triumph over evil. Amazing. Minister Su's prediction came true. Who would have thought Deputy Director Zhang had some involvement in this matter? What a disgraceful bastard. How naive I was to trust him so much before. Congratulations to the Imperial Capital Television Station for acquiring such a scoundrel. Screw it. Honest folks really shouldn't be underestimated. Even a simple TV show can harbor so many hidden tricks. F*******. Thank goodness we still have the DU office, or else we'd surely be mocked by this group of bastards. They're nothing but scum. The situation online reversed instantly. After the ringleaders were arrested, the remaining internet trolls naturally crumbled like sandcastles. Inside the DU office building, as he stared at Deputy Director Zhang standing before him, xiuxian's lips curled into a cold smile. So what, Deputy Director Zhang? Is there anything more you'd like to say? You truly deserve your title, Minister Su. But no matter how talented you are, what could capturing me possibly accomplish? You want to recover that batch of relics? It's an impossible task. I've already sold everything to the South Korean Museum. Haha, I've always been one step ahead of you all. You'll get nothing. Ding dong, mission triggered. Please select A. Terminate further pursuit. Case closed. Rewarded with 10 million cash. B. Continue investigation. Retrieve lost relics from the South Korean Museum. Successful completion grants 1 supreme lottery chance. The system voice rang out promptly. Chapter 55. The Appraisal Eye. The Conspiracy of Jenner Exhibition Hall. I choose B. Regardless of national dignity or the issues concerning the DN office, the relics that were sold must be retrieved. Otherwise, if the news spreads, it would be an utter disgrace. Relics from Daxia could not possibly be in a display case in another country. It was absolutely shameful and humiliating. Upon receiving the mission, xiuxian coldly stared at Deputy Director Zhang. Speak up, where exactly did you sell the relics to? I believe you're a smart person and understand our country's relic preservation regulations. Unauthorized selling will bring misfortune not only to you, but also to your family. So, confess willingly. Anyway, even if you don't tell us, we can still find out. Don't underestimate the power of the state. As the words echoed, the expression on the face of the deputy director grew grim. As someone from the capital city television station, he naturally understood the detection abilities of Xia perfectly well. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that under the comprehensive coverage of surveillance systems, there were no secrets that could escape the watchful eye. Even without a confession, it would only take a moment to uncover the truth. Thus, there was nothing to hide. However, what he wanted more than anything else was for xiuxian to suffer humiliation. After all, the exhibition hall he sold them to had a far from ordinary identity. The exhibition hall belonged to a diplomatic official stationed in Xia country from Korea who possessed diplomatic immunity. Plus, since it was normal commercial trade, even the DUN office wouldn't find it easy to reclaim the artifacts. Right then, he thought it'd be fitting for this person to understand that not everything in this world could be easily accomplished. I've sold these things to Jenner Exhibition Hall. Haha, if you have the skills, go ahead and retrieve them. But I'm afraid, at the end of the day, your DN office might just end up disgraced. These people are not as approachable as me. Oh yeah, let me give you another piece of information. At noon tomorrow, Jenner Exhibition Hall will publicly exhibit these items. Wishing you guys luck. At this point, it was inevitable that he'd end up in jail. Selling relics alone was already punishable by law, and adding insult to injury towards public officials would surely mean spending one's life behind bars. So, causing trouble for the DN office brought him satisfaction. Fury surged in Li Zhonghua's eyes when he realized the other party was still scheming against the DN office by selling the relics to Jenner Exhibition Hall. Everyone knew how formidable its background was. Even the DN office dared not touch them casually. However, if they couldn't recover the relics and allowed them to proceed with the exhibition smoothly, Daxia would become the laughingstock forever. If it weren't for xiuxian sitting there quietly, Li Zhonghua probably couldn't control himself from acting rashly. To be capable of such treasonous deeds as a fellow citizen, particularly before a soldier, demonstrated how much rage Li Zhonghua harbored within. While the army fought courageously at the front lines, all they got in return were these fools fawning over foreigners. Do not get too excited. Many people saw when you arrested me. If something happens to me, it won't sit well with you either. Instead, focus on what should be done properly. Time is running out till the start of the exhibition. DN office, His smirk deepened as he spoke. Now reaching this stage, his attitude shifted into reckless abandon, ready to go down with a bang. At last, xiuxian responded. Thank you for your warning. Rest assured, we will definitely retrieve the relics, while you should stay obedient here. And know that during your lifetime, you may never see the sun again. Take him away. With chilling words, several prison officers stepped forward and led the man toward the cell. After the person left, Li Zhonghua quickly asked anxiously, Minister, are you okay? What should we do now? This bastard actually dared to pull something like this, selling relics to Jenner Exhibition Hall. It's unforgivable even by death. Idiot. Filth. Calm down. Especially at moments like this, we need to remain composed. Plotting against me won't be as easy as you think. Notify the Bureau of Cultural Relics Administration. Instruct them to go to Jenner Exhibition Hall tomorrow for negotiations. Additionally, we'll send a team as well. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let the relics of Daxia fall into others' hands, xiuxian said decisively. Clearly, he had calculated carefully within his mind. The listener solemnly nodded in agreement. Understood. Then moved towards the exit. Drip, drip, drip. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was already the next day. By noon, from the underground parking lot of the Dian office, more than 10 vehicles headed towards Jinner Exhibition Hall. The news of today's Cultural Relics exhibition had already spread. Thus, quite a number of people had gathered at its entrance. By the time xiuxian and his team arrived, the crowd had completely surrounded the outer perimeter. Minister, what should we do? It seems they were prepared in advance, opening early to let people in. If we can't retrieve the relics, it will be a major setback, Li Zhong was said with no small amount of worry. Originally, they had intended to arrive earlier to have a discussion before the exhibition started. If they could retrieve the relics immediately, it would be ideal. But, who would have thought such an issue would arise? That would be rather embarrassing. Rest assured, I've got everything under control. The tense atmosphere inside the car was somewhat alleviated by xiuxian's words. After all, they were well aware of the capabilities of this minister. He had never failed to deliver on his promises. After solving case after case, xiuxian had become something of a godlike figure in their minds. Subsequently, the group stepped out of the car and headed inside. The surrounding onlookers, upon spotting the members of the Dian office, though puzzled, spontaneously cleared a path for them. The Dian office investigators, famous for solving high-profile cases, were held in extremely high regard by the public. Upon entering the venue, it must be said that the Koreans had done an excellent job preparing for this event. Clearly, they had put in a great deal of effort for this exhibition. There were numerous relics displayed on the grounds. A few people were observing them. At this point, xiuxian activated his appraisal eye to examine those treasures. As soon as he did so, all the information about the relics appeared as if on a status table floating in midair. Chapter 56. Counterfeit, Inferior Products. Xushui Liushang Fan. Dynasty, Hai Tang. Value, 5 million. Appraisal, Genuine. Quality, Superior. White Cloud Soaring Dragon Table. Dynasty, Han. Value, 3 million. Appraisal, Genuine. Quality, Moderate. Bronze-Footed Cup. Dynasty, Qin. Value, 8 million. Appraisal, Genuine. Quality, Superior. Swiftly gliding through the front exhibition area, xiuxian still had a smile on the corner of his lips. These were all treasures. The Jinner Exhibition Hall did indeed have some substance, as it could handle all of these items. However, after today, the owner of these treasures will change hands. Continuing forward, he could already see quite a few foreign artifacts. Of course, the exhibition was not limited to just the Korean country. After all, even with their audacity, they would not dare to openly challenge Xia country. Therefore, they must recruit others. Currently, those foreign artifacts were clearly their collaboration partners. This exhibition has now become more than just an exhibition. It's also a competition of various countries' heritage. After all, in this era where global peace is the main theme, no country dares to easily break this peace. Everyone struggles to maintain it because only by protecting this hard-earned peace can they survive better. Otherwise, it may provoke more opposition voices. But wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. Even though overt military actions cannot happen on the surface, countries naturally still have ambitions to outdo each other, and this artifact exhibition is no exception. Everyone wants to vie for supremacy. With Xia country's 5,000-year-long rich legacy, it obviously holds an overwhelming advantage in this area. Therefore, this has drawn envy from many countries. While contemplating, xiuxian still scanned the artifacts in front of him. At that moment, an artifact suddenly caught his attention, not because it was especially valuable, only because it was a fake. How could something counterfeit possibly appear at such a large-scale event? After all, those who own exhibition halls are not ordinary people. If it was revealed that they had fake items, it would be utterly embarrassing. Looking further around, xiuxian realized that this was no coincidence. He examined 5 consecutive artifacts, and 3 of them turned out to be fakes. If the first 2 were coincidences, so many counterfeits were definitely not. Xiuxian coldly said, "Strange. Why does the Jinner Museum put these counterfeits on display? What's wrong, minister?" Li Zhongguo behind couldn't tell what the issue was, but was observant enough to notice xiuxian's troubled expression, prompting him to ask immediately. "Nothing. I'm just curious why, given the background of the Jinner Museum, they would place counterfeits here? This does seem odd," he muttered quietly. After all, until the truth was certain, it was best not to reveal anything, yet since no one knew what kind of underlying plot might exist. Counterfeits. His face changed drastically, unable to stop himself from blurting out. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, and no one paid attention to what he said. Xiuxian quickly signaled with his eyes, forcing him to keep silent, but the shock in his gaze remained evident. At this moment, a bespectacled elder dressed in Tang attire walked over from a distance. Seeing xiuxian, he smiled warmly and hurried up to greet him, saying, "Minister Su. Haha, I've heard much about you. This matter has been greatly helped thanks to you. Without you, our country's treasures would surely have been lost. Truly, as they say, the later generations surpass the old. We old bones simply can't compete with your young ones. Director Kwong, you're too modest. You're the backbone of Xia country's archaeological bureau. If it weren't for you, our national treasures would have disappeared long ago. By the way, how did the negotiation go with the Korean representatives?" Xiuxian asked directly, getting to the heart of the matter. "The negotiations went well, and the other party is willing to return the items. As long as we pay them the original price, they'll return the goods. Moreover, they mentioned wanting to use these artifacts in the competition representing our Xia country team. TSK, these Koreans seem rather reasonable this time." Haha. He spoke while flashing a faint smile. But the more xiuxian felt things were amiss. After all, international relations between the two sides have never been friendly. In recent years, Korea applied for cultural patents for many of Xia countries' traditional festivals at the World Union, causing significant discord. Given that context, they should be making life difficult instead of willingly returning the items. Why are they doing this without resistance? Could it be that those guys from the Korean peninsula have finally seen the light? This is obviously absolutely impossible. Is something wrong, Director Su? Do you feel there's something suspicious? Kwang asked curiously. After hearing this, xiuxian pondered for a while and ultimately decided to issue a warning. Otherwise, if they truly brought back a pile of fakes, both the Cultural Relics Bureau and the Penitentiary Office would lose face completely. Kwang Lao, based on your past experiences, would those Koreans kindly return all items like this? I think there's an issue here. If my guess isn't wrong, those people must plan to replace the real artifacts with counterfeit ones, then hand them over to us. If so, even if we suffer losses, we will just have to endure in silence. Korea wouldn't do that, would they? But we must still guard against it. Rest assured, this time our Cultural Relics Bureau has brought 7 expert group members. They are all top-notch cultural relics experts in the country. Moreover, there are quite a number of other individuals from various countries as well. Regardless of what Korea attempts, we only need to be cautious. xiuxian nodded solemnly. This matter was indeed troublesome. If the items were genuine, then their inspection could damage diplomatic relations between the two sides, tearing apart their already frigid friendship into pieces. But if they directly bring back the artifacts, that would also create complications. Thus, extreme caution must be exercised. Once the items were in their possession, that would count as payment and goods being settled. At that point, should Korea produce the genuine items, there wouldn't be much left to say. Therefore, after hearing xiuxian's words, Kwang Lao grew more vigilant too. His years of dealing with Korea had been enough to draw his attention. With how shameless those people were, they very well might pull off such a stunt. Chapter 57. Authentication Conference, Experts Gathered. If it was merely about the face of the Cultural Relics Bureau, then there wouldn't be much issue. But if Jeaner Exhibition Hall were to make an issue out of this, the party that would lose face in the end would be the DNUC. There's even a possibility that the Great Xia country might get dragged into this. By that time, it would indeed become an undeniable slap in the face. xiuxian absolutely couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Otherwise, the hard-earned prestige he had built up would likely be turned into nothing but a laughingstock. At that point, the self-respect of billions of Chinese people would be lost along with everything else. Therefore, no matter what, it must not happen. Minister Su, shall we go inside first? Those experts are still waiting. If there really is an issue later, I hope Minister xiuxian can lend a hand. Kwang Lao's face revealed a few lines of kind smiles. As for xiuxian's reputation, during the last period of time, it could be described as deafeningly famous without any exaggeration. It seemed like any kind of issue could easily be resolved before him. So, having him here gave everyone considerable peace of mind. Don't worry, Mr. Kwang. xiuxian solemnly nodded. The current situation within the DNUC domestically was already being squeezed by many departments. The situation was precarious. If they could form a good relationship with the Cultural Relics Bureau, it would indeed be a good thing. More importantly, it could also avoid national loss, and who wouldn't want that? Fortunately, the gemstone appraisal I also came into play this time. It was believed that under the system rewards gemstone appraisal regardless of what counterfeit item presented itself, none could escape his eyes. Afterwards, he followed Kwang Lao to go inside. As for Li Zhonghua and others, they were left outside, monitoring the entire area. After all, until the exhibition conference ended, no one knew what tricks North Korea would pull off. Everything must be done cautiously. Very quickly, they arrived at the room prepared for the Xia country. Several antique appraisal experts were sitting there, discussing something amongst themselves. Upon seeing Kwang Lao walk in, they all stood up to greet him. Meanwhile, xiuxian, who walked in right behind him, also caught their attention. Who might this young friend be? Let me introduce him to all of you. This is xiuxian, Minister Su, the person in charge of the DNUC. Similarly, the case of the missing cultural relics this time was reported by him. Otherwise, our nation's relics might have already been secretly smuggled away. When Kwang Lao said this, the old man's heavily lined face showed a hint of relief. After all, as the head of the Cultural Relics Bureau, if there had been a problem with his management leading to the loss of artifacts, the punishment could have been severe. A minor misstep might have cost him his position. Fortunately, thanks to xiuxian's warning, the treasures did not slip away unnoticed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing these words, the elderly men present instantly displayed respect in their gazes, and they began to say one after another. Ah, so it's Minister Su. Your name has become widely known recently. My little granddaughter truly admires you. This matter was indeed fortunate due to your help, Minister Su. We thank you. Minister Su's name has certainly become very well known lately. Haha, it seems youth often brings forth heroes. All present expressed gratitude and admiration internally. Having reached their respective statuses, naturally none judged based on appearances alone. Solely through xiuxian's achievements did he earn the qualifications worthy of their praise. At least, were they put in his shoes, they surely couldn't accomplish half of what he had achieved. Upon hearing the compliments from the elders, xiuxian maintained a smile on his face as he modestly responded. Thank you all for your kind words, but my contributions are not worth mentioning. Comparatively speaking, your years-long efforts to firmly safeguard our nation's relics truly makes you genuine contributors. We entrust this matter into your capable hands this time. You know well that once cultural relics are lost, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, though this old body may not excel in other things, I do carry some weight in the field of artifact appraisals. We will give it our best shot. Since the state trusts us enough to let us conduct these evaluations, we absolutely will not let the people of Xia down. The senior experts spoke seriously. Through many years of relic authentication work, they understood fully the heavy burden on their shoulders. Besides, there would also be representatives from the capital city television station involved this time, making the severity of the matter all the more serious. Absolutely must exert every effort possible. Within the room, people chatted leisurely, most conversations revolving around antique appraisals. Listening to their discussions, xiuxian naturally learned a great deal. These individuals were all renowned antique experts in the country. Their extensive experience over the years was more than enough to elevate them to the highest levels of proficiency within their industry. Although xiuxian had the gemstone appraisal eye which could tell him which items were real and which were fake, he was completely clueless about how to actually differentiate them. However, under the guidance of the experts, he gradually began to understand. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, the broadcast outside suddenly came on, with the convention center announcing, "Please prepare for entry, all international participants and appraisal experts. The exhibition will officially begin in 5 minutes." This announcement repeated 3 times, audible throughout the entire venue. Everyone gathered towards the center, while various media teams started their machines to record videos for live broadcasts. After all, such an international cultural relic appreciation conference was a rare sight once in 100 years. Thus, this antique exchange conference attracted countless people's attention. There were no shortage of wealthy and influential individuals present. If it weren't for the limited capacity of Jiner Exhibition Hall, there would have been even more attendees, leaving many others to watch the live stream online. Let's go? We should check it out. Everyone must be cautious during this event. Huang Lao stood up and headed outside, with the rest following him. In the crowd of elders, xiuxian naturally stood out. Soon, they arrived at the central area. By now, quite a number of people had already gathered there. On the display platform, numerous relics were arranged neatly under glass covers, while cameras from at least dozens of media organizations focused intently on the exhibits. Expectation gleamed in every person's eyes. Meanwhile, the expert groups from various countries also took their positions. The director of Jiner Museum Exhibition Hall stepped forward, holding a microphone, and said, "Welcome, everyone, to the treasure appraisal session hosted by our museum today." Chapter 58, Director Su, an appraisal expert? After the words were spoken, thunderous applause broke out. At the same time, the expert teams from various countries also began making their way to the stage. The treasure appraisal event officially commenced. At the VIP channel entrance, groups of appraisers made their way to the stage, seating themselves at the tables arranged beforehand. Upon seeing these world-renowned experts, the audience of antique enthusiasts below became even more excited. Master Peters, this is a famous European appraiser. Legend has it that by the age of 31, he had already gained prominence at international appraisal conferences and earned significant recognition. Who would have thought that even he would be here this time? Expert Babia, a revered elder in the field of appraisal. It's truly unexpected that we've managed to invite him out as well. My goodness, they're all internationally renowned experts. This time, the production team has truly gone all out. Just inviting these people must have cost an unimaginable amount of money. What a bold move. Reporters went wild taking photos, with flashlights constantly flickering. No one expected that such a small-scale artifact identification event would attract so many giants in the field. After everyone had taken their seats, xiuxian finally appeared in the view of the crowd. His handsome face caused everyone to pause for a moment, because no one could believe that a treasure appraiser could actually be so young. Especially the members of DNUC were shocked. "Boss, how did you end up on the appraisal team? Holy crap, how did the minister make his way up there? Director Su can actually appraise treasures? Truly worthy of being our top boss at DNUC, skilled both intellectually and physically." In contrast to the others' ignorance, the group from DNUC was overwhelmed with admiration. To them, xiuxian seemed capable of anything. Thus, seeing him on the stage was nothing unusual. However, the remaining spectators struggled to comprehend this. In their impression, all artifact appraisers seemed to be elderly people. Even if occasionally a younger person emerged as an outstanding talent, they wouldn't be younger than 30. In the field of artifact appraisal, achieving certain results isn't easy. It requires many years of dedication. But xiuxian looked far too young, and if it weren't for the presence of experts from other nations within the Daxia contingent, someone might have already questioned his credentials. Who is that? Why is someone so young going up there? Could he be a disciple of some master? Is there no one left in the Daxia nation but to send up a child? That little kid is none other than Director Su of the DNUC. You know nothing about it, you fool. Director Su is unbeatable. Holy cow, it's xiuxian. Even this great god has arrived. Majestic, though wasn't Director Su supposed to be in charge of prisons and cases? Though he solved a few major ones, what does that have to do with the appraisal industry? Despite the huge buzz since xiuxian took over the DNUC, there have been many incidents created around him. Many cases were solved directly by his hands, but that didn't necessarily imply his proficiency in appraising cultural relics. It was absurd for anyone to assume that. After all, who doesn't know how complex the treasure appraisal business is? As for the doubts of these individuals, xiuxian acted as if he hadn't heard any of it. He silently turned around and sat down. Even the director of the Jean Air Museum, upon seeing xiuxian, held a somewhat disdainful attitude. In his eyes, there was still a trace of mockery. This time, they had carefully planned everything to humiliate Daxia. Perhaps those experts posed some challenges. But xiuxian was merely the head of DNUC. Perhaps he was skilled at solving cases, but when it came to the appraisal of antiques, he probably couldn't compare to a beginner. Therefore, they felt even more confident about their plan. All right, thank you all for gracing this occasion with your presence. Let's begin the treasure appraisal now. The rules are simple. Among these artifacts, there are genuine pieces and forgeries. Their prices are marked, and your task is to pick out the real man-made artifacts. Then, the selections will be cross-verified by the expert panels of various countries. Whichever nation identifies the most authentic items chosen by the International Committee will be declared the winner. The winner will receive a specially crafted pure gold medal by our Korea. It represents the highest honor in the world of appraisals. As he spoke, he waved a hand, and a protocol lady brought up the gold medal. The craftsmanship was extremely luxurious. There's no denying that for this exhibition, the Koreans invested a considerable amount of money. Unfortunately, with xiuxian present, their plans were destined to fail. After the rules were thoroughly explained, the cultural relics appraisal event officially commenced. The first treasure from Europe was unveiled from its glass cover for everyone to admire. First, allow me to introduce the first artifact to all of you. This item was carried by the Emperor Napoleon during his campaigns. Though it is not very old, it holds great commemorative significance. Back in the day, this ring accompanied him through numerous battles and bore witness to countless legends. Next, please allow our experts to appraise it. After the introduction, the audience was astonished, truly deserving of being a globally united cultural relics appreciation event. Just the first artifact alone has already thrilled countless people. Emperor Napoleon is a legendary figure in European history. The thumb ring that accompanied him throughout his life of battles. Needless to say, the significance of this artifact is priceless. Its value is unlikely to be less than 10 million US dollars. Subsequently, the members of the expert panel moved forward to begin examining the artifact. The European experts were even more excited. After scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass for a long time, they reluctantly shifted their gaze and declared, "Excellent. This artifact is authentic. We'll take it." Upon hearing that it was authentic, the crowd below became envious, especially the wealthy individuals. For them, money no longer means much. Being able to purchase an authentic artifact would be a once-in-a-lifetime fortune. Moreover, this is an artifact personally appraised by international masters. Its value would likely double. With this auspicious start, the remaining treasures were brought out one by one, almost all of them rare artifacts. The Gold Exhibition Hall indeed deserves praise for managing to gather so many fine pieces. All the participating artifacts are practically national treasures. Chapter 59, Forgery Incident? Aggressive Pressure. Very soon, the treasures had been appraised almost completely. Cultural relics from the Xia Kingdom were also placed on the display table. At this moment, a few experts from the Xia Kingdom became serious, their hands gripping magnifying glasses trembling slightly. It was absolutely essential to ensure there were no errors at this stage. Behind them, countless people from the Xia Kingdom were watching closely. If there were any issues, everyone would be embarrassed. The host from that rodent country, however, revealed a hint of cunning in his eyes and said, "Next, we will invite the exhibited treasure brought by the Xia Kingdom, one specially made Ming Dynasty general's insignia. This insignia could mobilize thousands of troops in ancient times and has great historical value. Now, please proceed with your appraisal." As he spoke, the various experts went up to examine it. Experts from different countries quickly confirmed it as an undoubtedly genuine artifact. So many prominent figures in the field of cultural relics identification all agreeing on its authenticity meant there was basically no doubt about it. The several Xia Kingdom experts seated there felt somewhat relieved. They stood up straight and moved forward, examining closely the so-called insignia under a magnifying glass. Each groove could be seen clearly, the fine engravings still exuding a historical and ancient simplicity. It moved one unknowingly. What a fine item. However, simply based on these observations wasn't enough to determine the authenticity. But observation time was insufficient. With the countdown reaching 0, they had no choice but to return to their seats reluctantly. Afterward, a voice began resonating from the host's microphone. "All right, the appraisers from all countries have observed the artifacts. Now, please show your decision. Is this item real or fake?" While saying this, he glanced meaningfully at the insignia. Experts from various countries showed their verdicts, all unanimously considering it genuine. Only the experts from the Xia Kingdom remained indecisive, for their responsibility was too heavy. How could the brief period earlier suffice for proper evaluation? The Ming insignia was extremely valuable, precisely because of this, making it even harder to evaluate. "What? Mr. Qian, you're an expert in this area, can't you tell?" Mr. Kwong asked anxiously, breaking out in sweat, knowing well that failing to make a decision within the specified time would mean it being accepted as authentic by default. Alas, the time was too short. If given just a little more time, I should have detected some clues. However, since all the other countries agree, then it probably isn't a forgery. After all, those individuals shouldn't take risks jeopardizing their reputation. Mr. Qian's face expressed struggle as he spoke. As an appraisal expert who failed to discern between real and fake, this itself constituted an immense disgrace. Now, they were forced to rely on luck. But what else could be done besides this? The remaining experts also nodded, leaving no alternative now than following the majority. Appraisal of historical artifacts was inherently intricate and complex. Especially items from military camps were harder to appraise. That amount of time really wasn't enough. Thus, only hearing the fates and destiny, they swiftly wrote the word genuine on the card and prepared to reveal their signs. The person in charge of Jiner Exhibition Hall already had a flower-like smile on his face. He seemed to already be able to imagine the upcoming news. The Xia Kingdom's appraisal team deployed, yet returned empty-handed. All artifacts identified as forgeries. If such news spreads, the Xia Kingdom in the gemstone appraisal circle would utterly become a laughingstock. Just imagining this was rather laughable. But just at that moment, suddenly xiuxian pressed down on the sign that was about to be raised with one hand and declared, "Forgery." Upon this single phrase, every seat was astonished. All gazes turned towards xiuxian's position, with fiery glares in their eyes. An item unanimously regarded as genuine by international appraisal groups was labeled a forgery by xiuxian. Isn't this simply slapping their faces? Even the Xia Kingdom's own few experts looked somewhat puzzled. After all, xiuxian knew nothing about appraising antiquities. Why did he raise doubts now? If it truly was a forgery, it might be acceptable. But what if it's genuine? Director Su, are you sure? This is no laughing matter. If it's a forgery, then you'll have contributed to the nation. But if it's genuine? Elder Kwong asked in a low voice. Wrinkles lined his troubled face. I'm certain it's a forgery. Xiuxian's words dropped calmly, but filled with certainty. Fine, I believe you. Elder Kwong nodded solemnly. Throughout their journey, the youth had brought him too many miracles. Therefore, much was expected of him. Originally, a few elder experts who still did not fully believe him could only choose to trust after hearing Elder Kwong's opening remarks. After all, his standing within the appraisal circle was far too significant. Experts from the Xia Kingdom group, are you certain that you wish to rely on a child's judgment? This artifact has been consistently identified as genuine by expert panels from various countries. Could it be that all these people cannot match a young, inexperienced boy? At this point, the manager responsible for Jiner Exhibition Hall was visibly emotional. The scheme that was about to succeed, could it be ruined because of this person? No, he refused to accept it. Our conclusion is set. This insignia is a fake, declared Elder Kwong, stepping forth to voice support, which in turn invited resentment from the panels of experts of various countries since this amounted to questioning their acumen. A few foreign experts stepped forward directly, saying, "Humph, counterfeit? I think it's your Xia Kingdom panel of experts that is incapable. Sending a mere child as representative is one thing. Now trusting his words without doubt? Fine then, let's hear it. How exactly does he know it's a forgery? Could it be possible that what so many experts among us failed to notice, he can identify?" Their voices were filled with irritation at being questioned. Furthermore, they dragged experts from other nations into their argument. Clearly, xiuxian had ignited general outrage. Yet, the manager of the Jiner Exhibition Hall smiled smugly while responding. Master Peter's comments are fitting. If we're speaking about suspicion of forgery, well then, evidence must surely be presented. Experts from the Xia Kingdom, please clarify, what precise detail indicates this item to be counterfeit? His tone carried an aggressive edge. If they could not produce any evidence, then this matter would indeed grow quite difficult. Chapter 60. On-the-spot examination, outraged experts from various countries. After all, humiliating the expert appraisal teams of various countries right in front of a global TV audience is somewhat disrespectful. After all, anyone who has made it to this point holds some status. If news spreads, the treasure authentication community might never again see Xia's presence. This scene caused beads of sweat to appear on Kwong Lao's forehead as he nervously stared at xiuxian. Everything rested on him now. If xiuxian were to falter, then the Antiquities Bureau would lose all face today. Bear in mind, all the participants in this treasure appraising convention are elite appraisers from around the world and are already well known globally. If there were no reasonable cause and they were dismissed so carelessly, this matter wouldn't be easy to handle. The future Antiquities Bureau would become a laughingstock to everyone. Jiner Exhibition Hall would surely exploit this incident for endless promotion, tarnishing Xia. Thus, the atmosphere on-site instantly became tense. Everyone fixed their gaze on xiuxian, expressions varying, some schadenfreude, others sympathy. Whispers emerged from the crowd below. So many experts have declared it genuine already. Why does he still want to jump out? Isn't he just looking for death? Huh. This time, the embarrassment will be massive. Fascinating. Things are going to get interesting. I didn't think Minister Su would act so impulsively. Looks like he's going to regret speaking up. Young Minister Su hasn't had enough life experience. Although he shows some vigor when handling cases, situations like these still highlight his impulsiveness. Identifying antiques isn't as simple as it looks. One little mistake can cost you your dignity. As the discussions went on, members of Dianyu Si hidden within the crowd wore faces marked with concern. Though they believed in Minister Su, there were far too many experts involved this time. Even high levels like Kwong Lao and Qian Lao couldn't differentiate between the real and fake. What chance could anyone else possibly have? Absolutely none. It seems like Minister is in trouble. What do we do? Or, should we just rush forward and take him away? Good plan. But if we really do that, the credibility of our Dianyu Si will completely vanish. Li Zhonghua looked somewhat uneasy, unsure what to do given the situation. Of course, if he knew about the Baotong technique, he probably wouldn't worry so much. Unfortunately, knowledge about this is still unknown now. All eyes in the hall focused on the young man. Finally, xiuxian spoke under everyone's scrutiny. Everyone, finding out the truth or falsehood is actually simple. Ming Dynasty talismans have existed for hundreds of years already. Externally, there certainly should be traces of aging. Inside the grooves, there should still be brown-red soil. I believe every expert here knows this aspect well. Yes, that's correct, but what does it mean? Isn't the soil visible on this talisman? Young man from Xia, don't change the subject, keep explaining. All we want to know is, why did you judge this as counterfeit? Experts from different countries clearly weren't convinced. These facts are only basic elements, naturally known by them. Moreover, the director of the Jiner Museum knew very well the issues contained within this piece. Therefore, counterfeits were prepared accordingly during production to fool even seasoned veterans like Elder Qian. It was precisely for this reason that these talismans managed to deceive several experts' eyes. So naturally, xiuxian's words aren't alarming enough. Hearing the remarks from experts across the globe, a slight smirk formed on the corner of xiuxian's lips before continuing. What I want to say next relates to exactly this point. Though this token seemingly appears identical to what legend describes, upon closer examination, many subtle differences can be found. The spots filled in inside the groove of this token were artificially added afterward. Based on the freshness of the soil, it appears not to exceed 1 week's worth of time. Ask yourselves, does a genuine artifact need such recent touch-ups? Furthermore, I'm also curious, how did experts among you miss such a glaring issue? If the soil has been stuck for several hundred years, how fresh could it remain? Xiuxian concluded casually, and the experts all slightly reddened their faces. Indeed, this crucial detail had been overlooked. However, an European expert still wasn't satisfied, standing up and retorting. So what? Couldn't fresh soil contamination have occurred during excavation? To use this single point as proof of forgery may yet be insufficient. Surely Xiao's own panel of experts doesn't lack such fundamental experience. With his comment, heads nodded in agreement. However, during the excavation of artifacts, accidents can happen. Even if an artifact is stored properly, it could still be accidentally dropped or exposed to various mishaps. After all, no matter how well protected, an artifact remains an object and accidents do happen. If one were to conclude that this item is a fake based solely on this point, then it would be far too unconvincing. The face of the latter expert displayed a trace of anger, but his explanation seemed, to xiuxian, like a desperate attempt to cling to a weak argument. With a calm demeanor, xiuxian responded with a slight chuckle. Determining its authenticity is actually quite simple. Just flush out the mud from the grooves, and we will have our answer. If the mud was added less than a week ago, it would easily wash off. However, if it had been there for hundreds of years, it would be much harder to remove and would leave distinct traces behind. How about it? Shall we test it right now? As he spoke, xiuxian glanced around the room. The experts from various countries chose to remain silent. They were bound by agreements with the Jiner exhibition hall and understood clearly that if the authenticity of this piece were questioned, their hard-earned reputations could be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, keeping quiet appeared to be the safest course of action. The director of the Jiner exhibition hall also began to feel anxious. Should the artifact truly be revealed as a forgery, the museum might as well shut down. The financial and reputational losses would be incalculable. Hence, he quickly interjected. Absolutely not. This artifact is one of our exhibition hall's most valuable collections, and it cannot be casually damaged. Members of the Xia country expert panel, are you really sure you want your colleague to proceed with the on-the-spot examination? If this turns out to be genuine, each of you will bear enormous consequences. Chapter 61, the Cultural Relics Bureau's Decision, On-Site Appraisal. After the words were spoken, the faces of several experts from Xia country's appraisal group became somewhat grim. This was no small matter. Even under the most certain circumstances, it was risky to proceed. But, based solely on xiuxian's word, no one dared to make a decision. Even Kuang Lao, who had previously trusted him immensely, now wore a troubled expression. His wrinkled face showed some worry. If it were really appraised as a fake, that would be fine. But if the insignia were genuine, the charge of destroying cultural relics would be something more familiar to no one than himself, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Or perhaps, he too might be implicated then. Thus, no one knew what to say for a moment. And at that time, xiuxian stood up from his seat and said, "What? I merely mentioned wanting to appraise it. Why are you so flustered? Could it be that what I just said is true? Nonsense, where am I being nervous? I simply wanted to remind you all. Every artifact in my Jiner exhibition hall is invaluable. How could someone as young as you possibly tell whether an item is authentic or fake? Do not ruin your own future." The head of the Jiner exhibition hall revealed a trace of unease upon being found out, but quickly recovered. After all, he'd seen quite a few storms. He wouldn't be intimidated by just a few words from xiuxian. However, just that instant was enough to confirm that his judgment was indeed correct. A sneer appeared on xiuxian's face. It truly was intriguing, these Korean people. Knowing well they didn't harbor good intentions, xiuxian hadn't expected them to attempt to scheme openly against Xia country. But this was also perfect. Reaping what they sowed. If it's not a fake, then what's wrong with letting me open it for inspection? As for the consequences, there's no need to worry. I believe I can afford it. Speaking indifferently, he walked forward, about to approach the pedestal where the insignia was placed. The head of the Jiner exhibition hall already had sweat breaking out on his forehead. His back was soaked. He understood clearly what secrets lay within the insignia. If discovered, his exhibition hall would lose its reputation instantly. Stepping forward hastily to block the tray, he asked, "Are all of you really going to let a little brat cause trouble here? Artifact appraisal isn't a joke. Can any of you bear the responsibility of ruining a genuine piece?" By this point, he was starting to threaten, almost resorting to extreme measures. Meanwhile, the original experts sitting quietly revealed differing expressions in their eyes. Years of experience had taught them other things besides appraisal. As they say, the older, the wiser, the ghosts know how to have fun. They naturally understood that Korea surely had nothing good in mind. Moreover, since they had come forward at this particular time, this indicated the items inside definitely had issues. Otherwise, why be so hasty? Regarding the nonsense talk about caring for Xia country, that might fool kids at best. Compared to these experts, such claims truly sounded naive. Nonsense. For years, both countries had been in conflict, with constant friction even during peacetime. How could they suddenly care about Xia country? So, this move itself was the clearest indication. There must be something fishy going on in these people's minds. Thus, Huang Lao grew grave after a pause and turned to xiuxian saying, Director Su, regarding this matter, you surely understand the danger involved. The state values cultural relics very highly, something you well know without me stating it. Are you absolutely sure it's a fake? Xiuxian nodded solemnly. Since it involved the prestige of the penitentiary department and the nation, he couldn't hesitate and immediately nodded again. Good. Since you're certain it's a fake, do as you see fit. We'll follow through with whatever decision you make. Ultimately, Huang Lao decided to trust xiuxian. After all, countless actions by the penitentiary department over time sufficiently proved that this young man was trustworthy. Therefore, it was worth betting on. Relax. With the old man's approval, xiuxian felt a bit lighter. If the Cultural Relics Bureau disagreed, even if he identified it as a fake, he couldn't force the inspection beyond his responsibilities. Even the penitentiary department couldn't act beyond its authority. Fortunately, the elder agreed. Subsequently, xiuxian smiled coldly at the head of the Jiner exhibition hall and remarked, What now? Am I allowed to begin inspecting? You will regret this, damnation. The responsible person's face was extremely unpleasant to look at, but at this point, there was nothing he could do. Even he could not prevent the inspection. Otherwise, it would only give people the impression that he protests too much. Glaring angrily at xiuxian for a moment, he then turned around and stepped aside. Chapter 62. Forgery of Antiquities, Allied Nations Convention. Subsequently, staff members naturally came forward with clear water and a soft brush, placing them in the middle of the exhibition hall. Under the illumination of the lights, xiuxian donned white gloves, taking down the Ming Dynasty military token and dropping it into the water. Splashes of tiny ripples spread out as everyone's expressions turned tense, their eyes fixated on the basin. This was an appraisal happening right before their eyes. A rare event in 100 years. Especially so for artifacts with such significant historical importance. The common person would not even have the chance to see such treasures, let alone witness the appraisal process. Even the wealthy attendees were holding their breaths, anxiously waiting. The spacious venue fell utterly silent. Xiuxian squatted down and picked up the token from the basin, then swiftly brushed off the dust with the soft brush. As the brown-red mud slowly washed away, renowned appraisers from various countries surrounded the artifact closely. This was, after all, a battle staking their reputations. As for the director of the Jiner Museum, his breathing grew heavier. He alone knew the truth. This was merely a replica he had manufactured. He had initially thought that within such a short time, there was absolutely no way anyone could discern its authenticity. Hence, emboldened, he boldly replaced the real artifact. But, who could have foreseen that xiuxian was so terrifying? Not only did he uncover the truth, but now he also proceeded to authenticate it on the spot. If revealed, this would be incredibly awkward. Of course, the director retained some cunning tricks up his sleeve. Though it was a fake, it wasn't easy to fool the expert's eyes of Xia's appraisers. Therefore, the red-brown mud atop the piece required considerable effort, eventually managing to simulate an appearance successfully. Even if they suspected a forgery, it was still not easy to identify it correctly. How could a young man like xiuxian possess such profound knowledge? Sure enough, after observing the red-brown mud, the experts breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, several Xia appraisers appeared extremely troubled. Their decades of experience already indicated that any artifact capable of bearing such mud must surely have been buried underground for an extended period. That is to say, the artifact must be genuine. Haha, the young expert from Xia really is. Well, how about it? Aren't you satisfied yet? What a pity, such a wonderful cultural relic, and you've destroyed it. That red-brown mud. It's the mark of history. Had it remained unwashed, the value would have at least multiplied fivefold. Now, alas, isn't this young man just here for a joke? He questions our expertise regarding artifacts with these red-brown traces. Such signs cannot simply be forged. This time, Xia will undoubtedly lose face. Destroying one's own country's relics. Haha. Someone should have warned him that youth in this field mustn't be overconfident without adequate skills. Unfortunately, he didn't listen. Laughable indeed, how those several experts from Xia's Cultural Relics Bureau even placed their hopes on him. Experts from other nations smirked coldly. Though unclear at first which item would be fabricated by their Korean counterparts, at least this military token was undoubtedly authentic. Only time's erosion could create such muddy markings. Thus, it was determined. This artifact had to be real. The crowd sneered disdainfully, imagining just how much face Xia would lose. They failed to identify whether their own national relic was authentic. Faced with whispers and cold mockery, only xiuxian continued crouched there, methodically brushing, until the token was completely cleaned. Subsequently, the original form of the military token lay exposed before all. What about it now? Minister Su, are you finally convinced? I've already warned you not to destroy artifacts due to impulsiveness. Alas, you wouldn't listen. And now, you've thoroughly ruined the artifact. You will become a sinner against history. The director of the Jiner Museum stepped forward, laughing coldly while trying to reclaim the token. At that very moment, xiuxian deftly twisted his body as though accidentally dropping the token onto the marble floor. It emitted a crisp sound. Initially smug experts from various countries immediately turned pale. What? The sound earlier was? Iron. Damn it, this piece is a fake. A Western appraiser blurted out, shock evident on his face. His deep blue eyes locked intently on the token on the ground, revealing sheer disbelief. His revelation shocked everyone present. A fake? The director of the Jenner exhibition hall was also stunned on the spot. The fleeting joy in his eyes quickly disappeared. As the big boss of the exhibition hall, he naturally knew that the most basic method to distinguish these ancient military tokens was that they were all made of bronze. Because, in ancient times, bronze was regarded as the supreme war relic. The military token was naturally forged with it. Although iron and bronze look very similar on the surface, the sounds they make are completely different. Therefore, the sound just now was enough to indicate that this item was a forgery. Not only that, under the illumination of the lights, the traces left by the red-brown mud were overlaid by the light, revealing a bluish tint. Huang Lao standing nearby looked excited, inwardly extremely relieved that he had agreed to let xiuxian conduct the public appraisal earlier. Chapter 63. Trouble falls from the sky while you're sitting at home. As the words fell, the entire venue was in an uproar. Especially the manager of the Jenner exhibition hall. His face had turned as bitter as a loofah. All he could feel was a bleak future ahead. The name, DNUC, Prison Bureau, naturally rang a bell with him. They don't care about your status or background. They just arrest you on the spot. The giant entity, xiuxian Group, was driven to be unable to survive within the borders of Xia country by this very individual. His methods were enough to give anyone chills. If truly captured by him, it would likely mean complete ruin. His mind began racing quickly, determined to find a solution. He did not want to lose everything too. I think this treasure appraisal session should end here. Please come with us. Mr. Jean, Huang Lao spoke up directly. Having prepared to make an arrest, at that moment, the manager hastened to say, wait, it's just one artifact. Our exhibition hall is large, but inevitably, there are people who come here to do some underhanded things. Moreover, even any exhibition hall globally cannot have all genuine items, right? Mistakes can happen sometimes. Is it because of this that we must be arrested? In that case, wouldn't everyone collecting fake artifacts be taken away? That innocent look on his face quickly drew sympathy from below. Indeed, in the business of antique acquisition, there are many rules. If someone makes a mistake in judgment, then so be it. To really arrest someone for this reason would indeed be excessive. After all, who doesn't make mistakes? Walking by the riverbank often, how could one remain unsoaked? That's right, what Mr. Jean says does make sense. In our line of work, how could we possibly not have a few fake artifacts? Because of this, accuse us of forgery? That sounds somewhat absurd, no? With buyers come sellers. We're not deities. How could we know which artifacts are real and which are fake? Trouble falls from the sky while you're sitting at home. The wealthy individuals below started murmuring amongst themselves. When they engage in collections, they inevitably encounter fakes. Now, they felt a touch of sympathy akin to mourning when a rabbit dies. Surely it couldn't mean arresting everyone? Hearing the muttering, even Huang Lao's expression turned somewhat grim. This had to be admitted, artifact authentication itself isn't simple. Though it was clear this was merely the Korean scheme at play, legally speaking, there truly wasn't solid evidence to prove these were their fabrications. And at this moment, the manager of Jenner Exhibition Hall had forgotten all about so-called credibility. Even though the presence of counterfeit goods within their own gallery might harm their reputation in the entire industry, but with circumstances already this severe, where was there room to consider trivial matters? Preserving his life was what truly mattered. Mr. Kwong, you're a veteran in artifact authentication. Can you guarantee that every single item in your collection is authentic? Here's my offer. If later there are more fakes discovered, the items in my exhibition hall will be at your disposal. What do you say? This. Upon hearing his words, Huang Lao hesitated. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Despite years in the profession, he still couldn't match the scheming of the Korean fellow. But as he was torn between choices, xiuxian stepped forward once again and asked, "Oh? Are these words true? Meaning, if we uncover more counterfeits, you'll admit to the crime?" Certainly. The responsible party's face showed a proud smile. The exhibition hall mainly contained authentic pieces. To truly check them all would take no less than a week. Moreover, in his view, the previous incident was merely luck. Had it not fallen to the ground, how could it have been identified? Thus, xiuxian was naturally considered unworthy of serious consideration. Upon hearing his statement, a smirk also appeared on xiuxian's lips. They really wouldn't back down until faced with irrefutable evidence. Directly, xiuxian spoke. The 8th piece, the 3rd piece, the 7th piece, the 6th piece, and the 5th piece. Bring these collectibles over, please. Thanks. As his words faded, the manager's face was filled with more laughter. He was truly overestimating himself. Who in the field of authentication didn't understand? Identifying a single item wasn't easy. How could anyone possibly authenticate 5 items simultaneously? This was nothing short of a joke. He must surely be a novice. What are you standing around for? Didn't Minister Su ask for the items? Bring them over. A sneer appeared on his face as he waved his hand, prompting several attendants to step forward, placing the relics on trays before him. And at the same time, not only the audience inside the venue, even in front of the television stations of various major media outlets, there were still many people gathered to watch. It was quite a grand spectacle, simultaneously appraising so many treasures at once, and the successful authentication of the military token earlier had invigorated everyone. Director Su did a great job. Who would have thought that he actually had this skill up his sleeve? They dared to counterfeit our Xia country's artifacts. These bastards don't give a damn. Let's annihilate them. I'll say this quietly. DNUC, Prison Bureau, is awesome. No one should notice, right? Absolutely incredible, damn it. We should teach these stick Koreans a lesson. Do they really think Xia country has no talent? Showing off fakes like this. Director Su, do your best and identify these artifacts properly. Restore justice for Xia country's cultural relics. Additionally, lock up those Korean counterfeiters. Damn it. Under global live broadcast, people from all countries could almost instantly see xiuxian's process of appraising antiques. And at the same time, the reputation of Jiner Exhibition Hall as being involved in forgery had spread both domestically and internationally. In Stick Country, capital city, xiuxian Group headquarters. Inside an office, the chairman's expression was abnormally grim, staring intensely at the live broadcast on TV with an air of dark gloom. Everyone around him was holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. It's xiuxian again, and it's this xiuxian again? Bastard. Every time you interfere with my plans, I will kill you someday. For decades, while in such a high position, no one had ever dared to challenge the status of xiuxian Group. But damn xiuxian, this guy was just an annoyance. He always popped up and ruined their arrangements. After losing the sales venue for low-quality phones and getting expelled from the Xia country market, they had planned to regain their footing in the real estate industry, aiming to severely damage Xia country's face, using this opportunity for revenge. Yet who would have expected that it was sabotaged by the prison bureau again? Chapter 64, Jiner Exhibition Hall equals cost site. If the involvement of xiuxian Group were to be exposed, wouldn't this further erode the little credibility they have left and possibly completely remove them from the edge of the world's major financial groups? They would have no face in front of any company. The Jiner Exhibition Hall, as their pawn for re-entering the Xia country, has been found out to contain forgeries, even more so in front of a global audience. In the future, who would still trust them? Originally, they had planned to use the treasure appraisal event as an opportunity to sell some collected artifacts while simultaneously selling forged ones as well, leveraging the credibility provided by all the experts around the globe. In the future, the prospects of the Jiner Exhibition Hall naturally wouldn't be an issue. It was believed that many people would be willing to buy. After all the top-level treasure appraisers worldwide chose to recommend them. Wouldn't those antique collectors be tempted? If this matter succeeds, perhaps xiuxian Group could completely transform itself based on this alone. The previous blows it received in the smartphone industry would vanish. Moreover, cultural relics can be replicated multiple times. Expensive prices. This business is far stronger than dealing with phones. Xia country has a large population and even more cultural relics. It was naturally the first choice, but they never expected that the plan hadn't even begun yet and had already failed. Found out by xiuxian's xiuxian with fake items, not only will it not succeed, but it might even risk being implicated. You should know, the xiuxian are like young wolves. Once they lock on, there's no turning back, dead or alive. The memory of xiuxian Mobile Group being completely expelled from the Xia country market is still fresh. Yet who would have thought history was about to repeat its tragic course? To fail twice at the hands of xiuxian, how could there be no anger? But within the conference hall at this moment, no one knew that the chairman of xiuxian in the land of the rising sun was already so worried he wanted to kill someone. Everyone watched with eyes glued to xiuxian as he appraised the antiques without pause, picking up an ancient jade pendant to begin examining it against the light. Under the fluorescent light, a soft glow flickered. The black spot revealed was like a harsh slap across the face of the Jiner Exhibition Hall manager, unable to speak despite opening his mouth several times. After all, one instance could still be explained as a mistake. But two, this method of light examination was already the simplest. If even this couldn't stop them making mistakes, then it was really unnecessary to open an exhibition hall. Moreover, xiuxian did not stop there. He continued holding the artifacts, appraising each one individually. In a short time, 3 fakes had been revealed. The audience watching on television was already sweating cold sweat, knowing full well how a proper exhibition hall turned out to have so many counterfeits, practically making it a hub for fake goods. Furthermore, the infuriating fact was that all the counterfeit relics were from Xia country, clearly intended to deliberately deceive the Xia people. Instantly, all Xia nationals became furious. Forums, web pages, Baidu Tieba, live streams, bullet chats, everything was flooded, gathering upwards of hundreds of millions of Xia country viewers in moments. Damn, all the artifacts are fake? What the hell kind of exhibition hall is this? Go home and sell sweet potatoes. Not all fakes, right? Only the relics of our Xia country are fake. Shit, these people really have wolf hearts and dog lungs. How dare they do something like this? Damn their ancestors. Are we Xia people just here to be bullied? Shit, you bastards from the rising sun country. How dare you toy with us? Close down your damn Jiner Exhibition Hall early. Watch out for getting struck by lightning tonight. Amidst the audience's angry voices, the manager of the Jiner Exhibition Hall felt overwhelmed. At this moment, everyone stared at him intently, hoping for an explanation, especially the experts from Xia country's Cultural Relics Bureau whose faces had turned pitch black. It wasn't as though they hadn't seen fake goods before, but actually daring to run an exhibition hall full of fakes. Wasn't that going too far? Moreover, all the fake artifacts belonged solely to Xia country? This incident surely could not be explained away with mere coincidence. If there wasn't a perfect explanation, it seemed unlikely he'd get off lightly. After half a while, trembling slightly, he stood up to say, well, actually, regarding this matter, I think we can explain. His voice started to stutter. Explanations? Not necessary. You can come with me to the xiuxian later where we'll listen to your explanation slowly. Someone, take him away. Xiuxian waved his hand. Li Zhonghua and others stepped forward, directly taking out handcuffs to take the person away. The security guards from the exhibition hall originally wanted to step forward to stop them, But before they could make a move, they were instantly taken down. This time, xiuxian was clearly prepared. All of them were highly skilled experts. After watching the person being taken away, the other antique appraisal experts from various countries no longer had any face left to stay, especially because there were so many forgeries that not one of them had been able to identify. This was simply slapping their faces. They quickly turned and hurriedly left. In the now empty conference room, only xiuxian and a few elders from the Xia Country Cultural Relics Bureau remained. Huang Laoshou's expression was filled with excitement as he spoke. Xiuxian, Director Xu. Haha. This time we truly owe it all to you. As expected, talent emerges young. If it weren't for you, our Cultural Relics Bureau would have really been in trouble this time, and even the country would have lost quite a number of cultural relics. Huang Laoshou's eyes were full of gratitude. I merely did what was my duty, xiuxian replied nonchalantly. And these elders evidently found themselves increasingly satisfied with xiuxian. His humility in bowing without arrogance was something rarely seen in this restless society. Especially at such a young age, xiuxian maintained this attitude. His future potential was boundless. Brother xiuxian, haha, whenever you're in the capital city, feel free to look me up. Old Qian's reputation will get plenty of people's attention. Besides, I happen to have a granddaughter around your age. What do you say? Maybe we can set something up, said Elder Qian with an expression like he'd already spotted his ideal son-in-law. Phew, don't listen to him. His daughter looks like a statue. What's so attractive about her? My granddaughter is much better. She's the campus beauty queen of Capital University. What do you think? Let me introduce you to. Drop by anytime you're free. Chapter 65, Stolen Antiquities, Mount Tai and Beidou. Listening to those two old men talking nonsense, I've seen their granddaughter. Apart from being slightly good-looking, she really has nothing going for her. So, young brother Xu, choose my granddaughter instead. My granddaughter has always been the top student in her class from a young age. She's truly beautiful inside and out. In comparison, their granddaughter doesn't even come close. Get lost, old Yuan. Do you have any shame left? Your daughter is only 17, and you're already thinking about introducing her? Let's wait until she grows up, shall we? Nonsense, your granddaughters aren't worth much anyway. Mine is far better. Always known for her beauty and virtue, brother Xu. If you don't believe me, come over one day, and I'll introduce you. If not her, I also have a distant niece who is incredibly beautiful. If the live stream hadn't been shut off, those viewers would be shocked to hear that these venerable figures of the appraisal circle, regarded as the great masters, were spouting such nonsense. These few people are all real big shots. That they would be eager to marry off their granddaughters shows just how special xiuxian is. He was able to uphold his integrity in a difficult situation and preserve the face of the Xia nation. This matter alone can be considered a great achievement. With the title of the highest leader of the Dian-Si Judgment Office, he has set an example no peers could match. Facing the enthusiasm of these elders, xiuxian felt somewhat helpless. After all, they only mean well. As he struggled to find a solution without offending anyone, Quan finally spoke up. That's enough, you bunch of old guys. What are you all scheming? Don't make another sound. This isn't the time to talk about this nonsense. The Jiner Exhibition Hall dared to play us like this? Go back immediately and find out who's behind it. I will ensure they pay dearly. Quan's face showed a frown, as if genuinely irritated. It's understandable. As the head of Xia Nation's Antiquities Bureau, such an event happening on his watch would bring shame upon him. The Jiner Exhibition Hall will certainly suffer severe consequences. Understood. The elders understood the severity of the situation and nodded, walking away shortly thereafter. After their departure, xiuxian let out a deep breath. That was terrifying. Looking at Quan, he said gratefully, "Thank you, Director Quan. Haha, no need to thank me. You're so young, yet already accomplished like this. Your future is boundless. No wonder those old men want their granddaughters to marry you. If I had a granddaughter, I'd probably want her to marry you too. Huh, by the way, I have a distant cousin. What about?" Whoa, xiuxian nearly sprayed water out, his forehead dripping with sweat and black lines. I was joking with you, but truly, thanks this time around. Without your interference, us old men would have ended up losing face. At this moment, Quan sighed. We've hunted swans all our lives, only to almost capsize in a shallow ditch. Director Quan, there's no need to be polite. If it weren't for you, our Antiquities Bureau would lose its dignity this time. We wouldn't know how much money the state would have to waste, or how much more of our domestic economy would be stolen. Therefore, please accept my bow. Saying this, the elder stepped back 2 steps and bowed deeply. Seeing this, xiuxian rushed forward to try stopping it. But it was too late. In the future, whenever the Dian-Si needs anything from the Antiquities Bureau, feel free to ask. I will not let you down, even if it costs me every ounce of my dignity. I have many other things to deal with, so I'll take my leave. Minister Xu, goodbye. As he finished speaking, Quan walked out. Watching Quan leave, xiuxian turned and made his way toward the door. Upon exiting, he found Li Zhonghua and the members of the action team waiting outside, looking up at him with admiration in their eyes. Brother Xu, you're incredible. Not only can you appraise antiques, but according to those elders, distinguishing fake ones takes decades of experience. How did you manage it? To everyone, xiuxian appeared to have much hidden talent. It seemed like, no matter what challenges came his way, for him, all problems could be solved effortlessly. Yes, xiuxian said with a smile, but obviously the group was not satisfied with this answer. Before anyone could press further, xiuxian changed the subject. Absolutely, he would never reveal the fact that he had a system, no matter how close the person was to him. What did the director of Jiner Exhibition Hall say? Have they found the cultural relics we need to investigate? As he mentioned this, the atmosphere in the car became serious. Everyone knew that at times, the minister could be easy to talk to. But once it came to investigating cases, he transformed completely and would not show any favoritism. Minister, we have traced the lost artifacts. Oh, that went so smoothly. Xiuxian showed a hint of surprise. He had thought there would be some difficulty involved, yet it turned out that the other party cooperated quite readily, saving much unnecessary trouble. As he spoke, xiuanhuan handed over the list of missing artifacts. The records on it detailed all the artifacts stolen during the live broadcast at the Duo TV station. Seeing the tick marks next to the items indicated their recovery. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in xiuxian's eyes. It was worth the effort after all. Just as everyone was celebrating, xiuanhuan added, Minister, during interrogation, the guy accidentally revealed the location of a hidden warehouse where we found a large number of stolen Chinese antiques. The heads of the 12 Chinese zodiacs, the divine farmer tripod, the sick tiger painting, the great statue of xiuanhuan, and so on. Xiuanhuan's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he listed them. After all, these were the long-lost treasures that many experts had been chasing for years. Chapter 66, publicly released across the web, mysterious phone call? After returning from the Jean Air exhibition hall to the DNUC by car, it was already midnight. And after a short discussion, finally, the allegations regarding the Jean Air exhibition hall's forgery have finally been revealed. The penalty results were naturally made public through the media, with the support of Xia Country's Cultural Relics Bureau. With the coordinated promotion of the two departments, the fake artifacts case quickly erupted across the web. The capital city TV station also clarified the situation as soon as possible. After all, it was just the personal behavior of the deputy station manager earlier. But now, with Korea involved, things have become a bit tricky. A public statement was quickly issued, and various local TV stations also reported the matter at the first moment. Media personnel who had already finished work were recalled in the first instance, all responsible for this matter. Many major public accounts reprinted the content. Online, the video of xiuxian appraising relics and announcing the arrest of Korean staff on the spot quickly spread across the country. Countless netizens praised it. DIUC intervenes again, solving another big case. Minister Su personally went on stage to appraise relics, recovering substantial losses for our country. Truly a national treasure. Shocking news that shocks 1.8 billion people. The dignified minister of DIUC actually did such things in public. Is this moral decadence or a lack of humanity? Korean's Jean Air exhibition hall suspected of forgery, forging numerous cultural relics. Follow this report for more unknown insider stories. After several days, the minister of DIUC, Mr. Su, acts again, bringing glory to our Xia country. Why are hundreds of internationally renowned appraisal masters so respectful towards this young man? Minister xiuxian is a legend in the history of our country. All-knowing, truly unprecedented. The entire internet was filled with overwhelming publicity, and netizens quickly began to respond below. Minister Su, awesome. These Korean bastards need to be taught a good lesson, even dare to mess with us. With the things passed down by our ancestors, they tried to fool us? Haha, turns out our Xia country has a person like Minister Su. Tasting your own medicine must feel great, right? Hell yeah, indeed, Minister Su is very skilled. What else can I say? Minister Su, simply a role model for my generation. There's nothing much to say, he's awesome. Breaking vaccine cases, 9-star cases, artifact cases. Not only is Minister Su an expert in appraisals, but also handsome. Alas, my whole life, I would only marry xiuxian. You should check out The Left Turn. My husband has been booked long ago. Do you have any sense of shame? Xiuxian is clearly my husband. How dare you grab him here? As women, how do you have the guts to say these things without feeling ashamed? Within hours, the video inside the Jean Air exhibition hall was released across the web. Almost overnight, everyone heard of xiuxian's name, especially foreigners who previously knew little about the DNUC. But after this incident, they learned that the seemingly young boy has terrifying skills. And while observing the reactions of the netizens, xiuxian began to announce the punishment result. Xiaoli, release all penalties related to the Jean Air exhibition hall. Send out the notice. No matter what, if someone commits a crime in our Xia country, they must be arrested. Even foreign nobles will absolutely not be let go. Those who violate the dignity of our Xia country, no matter how far, will surely be held accountable. With cold words falling, xiuxian's anger became evident. Then, Sino Weibo posted the DNUC's official punishment. All businesses associated with the Jean Air exhibition hall will be completely banned. All assets under the Jean Air exhibition hall, after verification, will have part used for compensation and the rest confiscated by the state. All shareholders of the Jean Air exhibition hall must undergo strict investigation and monitoring and unconditionally comply with the summonses of DNUC for further investigations. All employees of the Jean Air exhibition hall cannot be bailed, cannot escape surveillance, cannot leave the country. Local police have the authority to summon them for interrogation anytime. All bank transactions and reserve funds of the Jean Air exhibition hall are frozen entirely. After several punitive measures were announced, the person in charge of the Jean Air exhibition hall, sitting in prison, fell into despair. He knew well that these offenses were enough to keep him imprisoned in Xia country forever, never having a chance to leave. Similarly angry was the chairman of the 9 Stars group back in Korea. For many years, after so much effort and a great deal of funds spent, these were the artifacts they had collected with the goal of transitioning successfully this time. Initially, despite the 9 Stars group's mobile phone counterfeit products being hit, they had retained this fallback plan. But in just a few days, Even this path was completely cut off. Furthermore, all financial transactions were entirely frozen, and the cultural relics hidden in Xia country were confiscated without exception. The Nine Stars Group's remaining funds were almost depleted, making it virtually impossible for them to recover in their lifetime. As for what lay ahead, it could already be imagined. Companies eyeing their downfall would likely swoop in at the first moment to devour what remained. After all, in the business world, there are no real friends, only enough benefits. No matter the circumstances, rivals can turn against you when profits run out. Thus, with things reaching this point, how could there still be a way out? What awaited next? Were the masses ready to pounce, subsequently annihilating their massive corporation? Every thought of this brought despair. Years of hard work were now vanishing into thin air. In the Jinyu office, xiuxian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, a faint smile on his face. His mood was somewhat lightened. Finally, the matter was satisfactorily resolved. At that moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Hurrying over, he glanced at the number, and the initial hint of a smile quickly turned into a look of gloom. No matter how much he racked his brain, xiuxian couldn't have imagined that he would call. Chapter 67. Are you a big shot? Taiwa Group. The caller ID only showed 2 words. Number 1. Yet, these 2 notes alone were enough to represent an army of thousands, making everyone feel excited. After all, this person is truly the strongest in the Xia nation and one of the most noble figures. Throughout history, how many could compare to this individual? Back then, during the nationwide war, the weak Xia country was mired in the quagmire of war. It was due to this elder's rise that prosperity came to the Zheozhou nation. For years, no one has been able to surpass his achievements. As long as the elder is around, that vast Xia nation will remain incredibly stable. Now, this elder actually personally called, showing just how much importance he placed on Dinyusi Judiciary Office. Note that even after the founding of the country for many years, this elder had never personally called anyone. At most, he sent out a few telegrams. This clearly shows the position Dinyusi holds in his heart. Pressing the answer button lightly, soon, a gentle voice came through the phone. Young Su. Oh no. Haha. Now I should call you Minister Su. Good job, young man, you haven't let me down. Everything you've done these days proves worthy of the uniform you wear. Especially this time, regarding the fight against counterfeit cultural relics, it really salvaged our nation's dignity. Very well done. The importance of cultural relics is heavier than Mount Tai. They are symbols of a country's civilization and its times. Luckily we have you. Thus, our precious historical traces can be preserved. Those accursed Korean nationals dare to deceive us. They truly seek death. Rest assured, I will see justice done for you. The state will always stand behind you. As long as I am in power, no one will dare to touch you. The entire populace of Xia stands as your strongest backbone. After the elder's words subsided, xiuxian felt an indescribable sense of being moved. After all, as long as this elder's statement is true, from now on he can act with complete disregard within Xia country. Just how much trust does this elder have in him to entrust such great power? Please rest assured, I will not let any criminal escape the punishment of our judiciary. Xiuxian said this with a certain gravity in his tone. Excellent. Our country needs young people full of passion like you. We are proud of you. Because there are young people like you, our country has remained prosperous until today. Speaking, the old man still approvingly nodded. They talked for a good half, while before hanging up. After finishing the call, xiuxian felt a deep sense of peace inside, clearly demonstrating that the elder placed immense importance on the judiciary office, even granting them life and death authority. Thus, what the judiciary office could accomplish would be greatly expanded. Domestically, there would be no one daring to defy the elder's orders unless they didn't want to live anymore. After hanging up the phone, the system's voice rang out timely in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing Task B. Continue investigating, retrieving lost artifacts from the Korean exhibition, obtaining 1 supreme lottery opportunity. Would you like to start the lottery now? Lottery. xiuxian's eyes lit up. It seemed the final cleanup work had already concluded. Finally, it was lottery time again, curious to see what might be drawn this time. Thinking silently, quickly the void roulette in front of him started spinning automatically, with countless rewards displayed. Even gold-level lotteries were able to gain treasures like the gold eye. So, let's not talk about the supreme level. The pointer slowly spun. Eventually the speed began to slow down. Watching the direction where the pointer pointed, xiuxian couldn't help but tremble inside. This was after all a supreme level lottery treasure. If you didn't get something good, then you'd probably spit blood. 3, 2, 1. The pointer stopped, landing on a grid at last. Only seeing written there, mastery of martial arts. Though since the last injection of supergenetic fluid, it merely strengthened the body without any offensive techniques yet. This is akin to a muscular child who knows no method to attack. But mastering martial arts, once integrated, indicates growth into a master of martial arts. When combining the two, it isn't a simple addition in strength. Almost every part of the body can be utilized for attacks, and immediately chose to claim it. Subsequently, a headache surged as numerous memories flooded into his mind. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his limbs and unconsciously made many offensive moves. It was an extremely subtle sensation. Though he had never learned any martial arts, once he moved, there would be an explosive force that made people feel scared. Mysteriously, he had a good grasp on this force. It was as if it were innate. This was the formidable aspect of mastering martial arts. At this moment, xiuxian couldn't wait to find a skilled fighter for a duel. When the fusion was completed, xiuxian had an indescribable sense of strength all over his body. His every move exuded powerful vibes, like a crouching fierce beast. Meanwhile, all members outside were working hard. After these incidents, xiuxian has finally got on track. If it's not something extraordinary, these team members can already handle things properly. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but have a sense of relief. After all, in such a vast Xia nation, it was clearly insufficient to rely solely on xiuxian to ensure justice. In the end, xiuxian must still focus on cultivating talents. Just at this moment, the group members responsible for the reporting website received a message immediately. And, within a very short period, hundreds of people reported the company simultaneously. This matter could not be ignored. After all, since xiuxian solved cases, they have never received so many complaints, just some small issues. But now, there are so many reporters. 100, 200, 500. Taiwan Group Xiaotai, suspected forced demolition, murder falsifying scenes. Xiaoli looked at the Drupal information provided by the group members with a heavy expression and turned towards the office direction. Chapter 68. Real estate issues, Xiaotai, and the suicide incident. Bang, bang, bang. The office door was knocked on. xiuxian put down his teacup and, looking at Xiaoli who had just come in, asked, "What's the matter? Boss, there's been an incident. Just now, our reporting platform received a message alleging that Taiwan Group is involved in forced demolitions. As of now, nearly 500 people have reported it. What should we do? Forced demolition?" His eyes gleamed slightly, and a hint of a smile crept onto xiuxian's lips. It really was quite interesting. Just after dealing with a counterfeit artifact, here comes this forced demolition issue. However, it wasn't all that surprising. After all, Xia country mainly relies on real estate as its foundational economic industry. Over the years, the property bubble has become a domestic pillar of the economy. In such a vast industry, naturally, many people get envious, and the scandals within the industry are countless. Of course, there are also funny stories about stubborn residents making trouble due to demolition. But logically speaking, this matter shouldn't escalate to the attention of the penitentiary department, right? It should be dealt with by the local construction bureau, and even the penitentiary department cannot meddle in other departments' jurisdiction. Upon seeing xiuxian's expression, Xiaoli seemed to remember something else. He continued, "By the way, the whistleblower also mentioned that a migrant worker wanted to seek justice, but for unknown reasons, jumped off a building at Taiwan Group. He's currently lying in the TCU emergency room. Some suspect that the company manager, Xiaotai, committed murder and faked the scene. However, there's no evidence so far. The local police department and construction bureau plan to close the case as an accidental death. That's why they eventually reported it to us." Saying this, he handed over the document. As xiuxian looked at the complaint materials, his brows furrowed slightly. Without realizing it, nearly 1,000 people had already made reports. If there were no hidden secrets, how could so many people openly report it? Besides, why would that migrant worker jump off a building at Taiwan Group for no reason? Could it be that he really wanted to extort compensation? Or was it just an accidental death? Especially upon noticing the last item, local relevant departments merely send a few people to inquire and then close the case. Absurd. With a loud bang, xiuxian slammed his hand on the table, frowning deeply. When did solving cases become so simple? Without conducting any investigation at the scene, without any eyewitnesses, not even recording or monitoring the incident time, they hastily closed the case. No wonder there are so many wrongful convictions. At this rate, there would be endless injustices like dough-e everywhere. A migrant worker seeking compensation for a house demolition inexplicably jumps off a building and dies. In the end, the case is ruled as an accident. It's nothing short of fooling ghosts. Sitting at his desk, xiuxian's hands trembled while gripping the documents, his handsome face dark and stormy. "Director, should we investigate this matter further? The local relevant authorities have already concluded the case. But no evidence or official explanation has been provided. Various media outlets are closely watching this. If we get involved, it might be difficult to handle. It may provoke conflict between the local departments and the penitentiary department." Xiaoli still sounded worried as he spoke. After all, the establishment of the penitentiary department is in a rather awkward position. Other departments generally hold some hostility towards them. There's no open conflict yet, but if this time they overturn the local department's judgment and reopen the case, they will likely encounter obstruction. It's possible that the two departments may even clash. But if they don't intervene, with so much media attention, the reputation of the penitentiary department will certainly take a hit. In summary, this is a tough nut to crack. Regarding his concerns, xiuxian naturally understood clearly. Although he didn't fear triggering any special conflicts, this matter was indeed quite tricky to handle. After all, the party involved has already been admitted into the ICU ward, making any interrogation impossible. And from Huadai Group, what evidence could possibly remain? This is obviously not feasible, unless they are foolish enough to wait around for arrest. Otherwise, they wouldn't be stupid enough to leave such clues behind. It's estimated that the so-called surveillance recordings have already been destroyed long ago. This case has practically turned into a headless riddle. Even though everyone knows there are issues within it, there's simply no way to resolve it, given the lack of concrete evidence. In such a situation, it's clearly absolutely impossible to arrest the perpetrators. Besides, Taiwan Group is a well-known group in the capital. Indeed, it ranks among the top nationwide. Deeply rooted and entrenched, it's naturally not that easy to take action against them. Moreover, Zhao Tai is the second son of the Zhao family. Even though he's a concubine-born son, there's no evidence to move against him. So naturally, it's just empty talk. Should he take on this case? Or should he uphold the original verdict? Trapped in a dilemma, he continued flipping through the documents. Just then, xiuxian came across the later complaint filed by the victim's family. From their words, one could feel the endless pleas and laments. Director of Penitentiary Department, Justice Su, my husband absolutely could not have committed suicide. It must be those bastards from Taiwan Group who killed him and then faked the scene. Please do something for us. I still have a child at home. We can't even afford our normal living expenses as it is. The local authorities completely ignored our testimonies. They're all colluding together. My husband has always been a quiet person, but when he jumped off the building, he sent me an unusually long text message. That's impossible. He's never said so much to me. That message was definitely not sent by him. Not only was the surveillance footage deleted, but they claimed it was due to maintenance. The local department didn't send anyone to handle the matter. My husband had bruises all over his body, obvious signs of being beaten, but it was called an allergic reaction. Director Su, please seek justice for us, or we mother and son will also not survive. Our slum housing was forcibly demolished, leaving us with nowhere to live now. As he looked at the complaints, xiuxian's gaze showed a tinge of reluctance. Yes, even widows and children without homes have had their houses demolished. Now the man lies in the hospital, costing a large sum of money every day. How are they supposed to manage? Chapter 69. The chief magistrate takes action, bringing the criminals to justice. However, forced demolition is not something that can be judged by one-sided words. After all, in the past, there have been people who used relevant departments to create trouble in order to obtain more compensation. Although there are many informants, that doesn't necessarily mean they are correct. Hearsay is rampant. Thinking about this, xiuxian quickly logged onto the internet. Rapidly typing on the keyboard, it wasn't long before he had uncovered information about the case involving a man jumping off the Huatai building. Already, numerous media outlets were reporting on the story. Demolition was always an issue of societal concern. Underneath the post, a large number of people had already started leaving comments. Especially regarding the suicide incident, countless citizens were stirred and began commenting rapidly. Huatai Group would not just have demolished a single place to get where it is today. If they truly acted tyrannically, naturally, there would be many more complaints. Sure enough, as he scrolled down, he could see that many people had already begun discussing the matter. In particular, the victims were commenting quickly and complaining loudly, revealing their own stories of being forcibly relocated. You should be glad. This is only a case of forced demolition, and you've already been notified. I remember when our area was destroyed, Huatai Group didn't even send out a notice, and one night, they just dug into the ground. That year, several people were accidentally killed, but ultimately, with their vast connections, the issue was suppressed. So, in our area, basically no compensation was given. People were scared away. Damn these ruthless animals. Ho ho, friend, haven't you heard about the Intong district demolition? Cut water, cut electricity, cut the internet, throwing rats at night, releasing poisonous snakes, kidnapping children. What tricks haven't they used? Where is this demolishing buildings? It's practically killing. Bloody hell, you bad merchants. Good job, editor. Hopefully, your house won't be inspected tonight for water meter readings since you dared to report. My damn situation is the worst. Because I moved too slowly, my legs were crushed directly. I lay in the hospital for half a year. These bastards didn't pay a penny in compensation, and we couldn't even find the right place to sue them. Say, shouldn't everyone file a complaint against Taiwan Group at the Department of Prisons? Isn't Minister Su famous as Justice Su? If he's there, he will certainly help us seek justice. As soon as this was said, many people started acting swiftly. The email box of the Department of Prisons saw its number of complaints increase dramatically. Fortunately, the previously installed servers were top grade. Otherwise, they might have exploded from the tens of thousands of complaints. Virtually, thousands of new reports were flooding in every second. In the comments section, countless people continued to discuss their tragic histories during previous demolitions. If only one or two people complained, perhaps it could be argued that they were wrongly accused. But, with so many people filing complaints, this matter was clearly not as simple as it seemed. After all the households affected by the Taiwan Group's demolitions had issues. Furthermore, none of their original reports back then were handled, meaning that something suspicious must have occurred. It would be unbelievable if ghosts could laugh after hearing this tale. Yet, their work was so meticulously planned that even entering their affairs required ample evidence. Not even the Department of Prisons had the authority to arrest people arbitrarily. Minister, what should we do? After a while, Xiaoli asked again, still looking hesitant. What should we do? Ho ho, the forced demolitions by Taiwan Group have resulted in deaths and withheld compensations. Do I even need to ask? This time, we must investigate thoroughly. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let such murderers go unpunished. xiuxian tossed the document in his hand onto the table and spoke coldly. If it were merely a few incidents, xiuxian would not have intervened. After all, humans are not saints. Who among them makes no mistakes? But this time was an explosive event. If they remained silent, the outcome would be allowing Taiwan Group to continue its oppression and bullying of the people. Most importantly, how would the Department of Prisons maintain its credibility if they did nothing? Wouldn't they become a laughingstock? At least, xiuxian would never allow such events to happen. Understood. Xiaoli, who originally wanted to dissuade xiuxian, nodded happily. This minister hadn't disappointed him after all, eventually standing on the side of justice. If it were any other department, they wouldn't take on this case because it involved far too many complications. The Construction Bureau and Taiwan Group are both massive entities. With no evidence whatsoever, no one would dare to touch this hot potato. Unexpectedly, our minister was willing to take it on, demonstrating his courage. Only the minister would dare to handle this case. Who else but him would dare to step forward? Even xiuxian, after confirming that he would take on the case, became solemn. Standing up against these two giants wouldn't be an easy task. No matter how great the authority of the Department of Prisons was, evidence remained the key. Only with sufficient evidence can they be arrested. Otherwise, without evidence, who will listen? Therefore, in a situation like this, we must proceed cautiously. Speaking up, he said, call all the teams together. In half an hour, we'll meet at the number 1 office. Yes. Xiaoli left for the door and began assembling the people. And at this moment, in the top floor office of Taihua Group, Zhao Tai stared out the window, a cold glint in his eyes. Behind him stood a sharp-featured assistant. Report, Mr. Zhao. Everything has been taken care of. There won't be any trouble. Surveillance, recordings, physical evidence, all destroyed. All eyewitnesses have been silenced. Everything dealt with? Nice work, Chui assistant. How about that bumpkin in the hospital? Some things, once resolved, aren't issues anymore. But if not resolved, they'll forever remain problems. Repeat this. Some things, once resolved, aren't issues anymore. But if not resolved, they'll always remain problems. Chui Jingmin raised his eyebrows, clearly understanding Zhao Tai's implication. Obviously, even the severely injured patient could not be spared. Very good, go deal with it. I've heard that the Department of Prisons intends to interfere in this case. I'd love to see what they can do to me. Who's the real powerhouse in this capital city? He laughed maniacally as he spoke. Chapter 70, Dagger Drawn, Full Group in Action. Of course, young master. You are the real big shot. The people from the Divine-Level Penal Institution don't even compare to you. They're nothing but bugs that can be toyed with at will. Chui Jingmin's lips curled into a sneer, his face still quivering. The meaning was unmistakably clear. To them, the so-called penal institution was nothing more than a plaything. Although they had cracked quite a few big cases recently, compared to the background of Huatai Group, those were mere trifles that didn't even deserve attention. How about the board of directors? I assume Grandpa has no issues. For now, no. But the elder master said that your reckless behavior caused a death just for such trivial matters. Therefore, they are very dissatisfied. Chui Jingmin said this with some concern. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhao Tai, who had been smiling just a moment ago, burst out. He slammed his fist on the glass, getting extremely agitated. Damn it. He doesn't know anything. Isn't what I'm doing for the group's benefit? Idiot. He actually dared to complain. When I become chairman, I absolutely won't let that guy go unpunished. As he spoke, resentment lingered in his eyes. This matter must be dealt with before the board reselects members. As for the abuse on the internet, get some hackers to clean it up as soon as possible. There must be no traces left behind. Understood. Chui Jingmin nodded, and then started walking toward the door. After the door closed, Zhao Tai turned around and stared down at the crowd below, like ants, through the floor-to-ceiling window. A contemptuous smile played on his lips. As the second-in-command of Taihua Group, he also wielded immense wealth and power. It was easy for him to decide life or death. Over the years, his brazen behavior was precisely why he had reached today's height. Compensation for demolition? Is that possible? Even if 1 or 2 cases are okay, if everyone starts copying, would Huatai Group still have its status in the future? Would there still be law and reason? As one of the top real estate groups nationwide, being able to demolish their land was already giving them plenty of face. And yet, they wanted money from his hands? That's asking for death. After all, Huatai Group had hundreds of demolition projects. If compensation was required, their capital chain might suffer significant damage. Thus, absolute non-compensation. That damn migrant worker even came into his company. Wanting money? Peasant. Recalling the moment when he shoved him onto the coffee table made him feel an intense sense of satisfaction. It served him right to die. As for the citizens' campaigns online and their talk about complaints to the penal institution, none of that was taken seriously. Could they bring him down? In their dreams? At least. In this lifetime, it's absolutely impossible. Even the penal institution wouldn't easily find sufficient evidence to punish him after all the evidence had been erased. As long as this matter was handled well, that position would definitely be secured by him. While he was basking in smugness, inside the penal institution, in the number 1 office, all team leaders were already present. The previously somewhat spacious office suddenly felt crowded. Xiuxian glanced around at the assembled group before speaking. Everyone, surely you've heard about Huatai Group's forced demolition incidents lately? What are your thoughts? Speak freely. Big brother Su, just tell us what to do. Li Zhongguo was the first to stand up and show loyalty. Being someone who detested evil and injustice deeply, upon hearing about Huatai Group's deeds, Li Zhongguo immediately volunteered to act, eager to send those villains straight to prison. How dare they? Publicly target the penal institution? That's tantamount to suicide. Committing crimes in full view of everyone, without knowing how they'd meet their end, truly a bunch of fools. The rest of the group also nodded, clearly agreeing with this approach. Those people must be severely punished. Otherwise, how would society keep functioning properly? Good. Since everyone is ready, I won't waste any more words. I believe you all understand the level of danger this case presents. However, rest assured, evil will never triumph over good. Starting now, we officially enter Taihua Group to investigate the case of the migrant worker who jumped from the building. Regardless of the cost, justice must be served. Yes. As Xiuxian finished speaking, everyone solemnly nodded in agreement. They had been waiting for this day, for far too long. Everyone stood up from their seats, eyes burning with determination as they fixed their gaze on Xiuxian. They were filled with admiration, and only someone like him would dare to stand by justice in such perilous times. Of course, it was precisely because of this that they had joined the penal institution in the first place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left their previous jobs to travel great distances just to gather here. Seeing the team's response, xiuxian spoke again. Good. Let's start preparing for the operation. We will thoroughly investigate all the demolition projects and reconstruction projects carried out by Huatai Group over the past decade. Remember, at all costs, we must secure the testimonies of all victims. When necessary, bring some people forward as witnesses. We'll ensure their safety and make sure those lawless individuals don't get a chance to harm them. Yes. The head of the investigation group, Sun Dashing, solemnly nodded. He felt immense pressure. Digging up records from the last 10 years wouldn't be easy, but for the sake of justice, it would be worth it. Also, the medical team must go to the hospital. Investigate the admission records, all diagnostic data, and medication details. If he was assaulted and staged as a suicide, there must be traces left on his body. Whether or not we can overturn the verdict depends on whether you can secure evidence. Yes. The leader of the medical team also nodded in affirmation. Network team, monitor online trends closely. Also, track the IP addresses of all victims to assist the investigation team. Action team, come with me. We're heading to Huatai Group. Everyone, if we want to crack this case, we must work together seamlessly. Let's go. In no time, orders were given, and everyone began moving toward the exit. Chapter 71 xiuxian arrives, investigating on behalf of heaven. Imperial capital, Thornflower Business Center District. On both sides of the streets were skyscrapers everywhere. Only the wealthiest corporations could afford to open offices here, and even internationally, they ranked among the top. Even a small patch of land was priceless. And yet, Huatai Group owned a 100-story building in such a prime location, which clearly demonstrated the immense economic strength behind them. However, even such a colossal company as this one was unwilling to pay those compensation fees. Because of insufficient financial resources? Haha, what a joke. It was simply because they didn't want to pay. This group was like man-eating ghosts, blood-sucking beasts that wouldn't give up a single cent, despite being rich enough to let oil drip. Yet, they were still unwilling to share anything with the common people. In this era when housing prices are as precious as gold, Huatai Group virtually monopolized half of the real estate business nationwide. Even Xianda Real Estate, supported by the state, paled in comparison before them. This illustrated the immense wealth and the extensive network of relationships behind this enormous group. But, due to the outbreak of this recent jump from a building incident, a large number of civilians had gathered below the Huatai Group building, holding banners demanding justice. Especially those whose houses were forcibly demolished a few days ago. They had not received any demolition compensation until now, making even daily household expenses an issue. When xiuxian and his team arrived by car, the area below was already filled with people. Upon seeing the vehicle marked with the DU office insignia, the crowd became agitated. The righteous officials from the DU office have come. Brothers, hurry up and clear the way. These blood-sucking leeches from Huatai will finally get what's coming to them. With Minister Su around, watch how they squirm out of their debts. Bastards. Very quickly, some on-site recognized the DU office insignia and promptly cleared the road, while others uploaded photos. After all, every time the DU office took action, it never disappointed the masses. Before long, news of the DU office intervening in the Huatai Group suicide case had spread throughout the internet. As xiuxian and his team drove to the company entrance, looking at those citizens standing under the blazing sun, they couldn't help but clench their fists. At this moment, they should have been working or spending time with their families, but due to Huatai Group's misdeeds, they were forced to gather here. If they couldn't seek justice, this would truly lose the hearts of the people. These detestable parasites, these bloodsuckers, cared not for serving the nation but only for amassing wealth. And dare they commit such atrocities? It was truly suicidal, a group of bastards. Marching straight toward the company's entrance, several security guards attempted to block their way, but Xuanhuan, walking at the front, already produced his credentials, DU office, investigating a case. They hastily retreated, and even helped open the door, having lost all previous airs of arrogance. After all, even if they acted arrogantly towards the civilians, nothing happened. However, if they dared to act rashly in front of the DU office, death awaited them without warning. Humph. With a cold snort, he strode inside. Just entering the main doors, the receptionist was already waiting to greet them. Evidently, the security guards had already informed the higher-ups. However, this saved everyone some trouble. A few of us, our manager is already waiting upstairs in Office 32. Please follow me. The customer service representative pressed the elevator button. After a short wait, once the door opened, they found themselves in the corridor leading to the office, continuing further ahead. Just this fact alone sufficiently highlighted the vast power of the DU office. Even Huatai Group dared to oppress civilians, forcing evictions. Yet, they still needed to show some face to the DU office. If they wanted to investigate, there wasn't anywhere in this sprawling capital where the DU office couldn't enter, as they were directly subordinate to the highest levels. As the saying goes, under the heaven, all land belongs to the king. And the DU office patrols on behalf of heaven, wielding life and death authority. Who dares obstruct? Even if executed on the spot, no one would dare to protest. As they walked, xiuxian also observed the lavish decoration lining the corridors on both sides. Uniform Yunnan marble with numerous embedded red garnets flashing oiled red brilliance. Truly extravagant beyond measure. With so much money, surely it would be sufficient for anything else, right? By giving up just a fraction of it, they could easily disperse those commoners. Yet, even with this option, Huatai Group refused, eventually causing fatal incidents. They were truly wolves devouring people without spitting out bones. In no time, they arrived at the office. Inside, there were already quite a few people seated, indicating Huatai Group had prepared in advance. Naturally, this was expected. Without proper resources, who would dare to openly oppose the DU office? Unless one's brain got kicked by a donkey. But then again, these few guys actually thought they could contend with the DU office. What a pipe dream indeed. Manager, Minister Su from the DU office has something to discuss with you. Oh, Minister Su, I've heard much about you. Haha, hello, welcome to our company for an inspection. Zhao Tai, seated at the head of the table, said without even standing up. Clearly, today's negotiation wasn't going to be smooth. I didn't come here for an inspection. Rather, your company has caused quite a stir online, which forced me to come. I hope everyone will cooperate. Speak up, what exactly happened that day? And what's the deal with the forced demolitions? Xiuxian asked bluntly. Before he could finish speaking, Cui Jingmin, sitting next to Zhao Tai, already interrupted and responded. Just a moment, Minister Su, you're falsely accusing us out of nowhere. When did we forcibly demolish anything? The compensation money was long ago paid to a third party. As for the jump from a building incident, it has nothing to do with us. If you don't believe me, this Wang lawyer is one of the most renowned in the imperial capital. Feel free to ask him anything. At that, Mr. Wang stood up, still wearing a smile on his face. Evidently, Huatai Group had no intention of admitting their guilt. Otherwise, why would they spend such a vast sum hiring a lawyer? With this thought crossing his mind, Xiuxian couldn't help but let a faint smirk curve the corner of his lips as he observed Mr. Wang with interest. It intrigued him how things were progressing. This situation was becoming increasingly interesting. The more challenging it became, however, the more he enjoyed it. After all, if Huatai Group had no ulterior motives or hidden skeletons, why would they go to such lengths and bring in a high-profile attorney? It only made the entire matter even more entertaining. Chapter 72. Public reports, Huatai building on the brink. Even before they were seated, a confrontational atmosphere had already emerged, eyes locking with nothing but animosity in between. Minister Su, my client has entrusted me with this matter. If you have any issues this time, you can ask me directly. Lawyer Wang stood up, neatly dressed in a suit, but underneath his professional facade was a wolf in sheep's clothing. After all, any law firm with integrity wouldn't provide them with a protective umbrella. Clearly, this lawyer had long degenerated into a tool for the elite. Is that so? We received public reports accusing Huatai Group of forced demolition. Additionally, someone jumped from the building and is critically injured. That's why we've come to investigate. Can you help explain these matters? Also, from now on, every word and action here will be recorded in real time for future evidence. Please do not mind. As he spoke, Li Zhongwu took out a recorder. The moment it appeared, Zhao Tai and others' faces turned grim. Without a recorder, they might still flip their statements. Now, however, they must ensure they say absolutely nothing wrong. Otherwise, they might end up behind bars. But unfortunately, the requirements of the judicial ministry were completely reasonable, leaving them with no arguments. Lawyer Wang's previous smugness disappeared instantly, his expression turning sour at the realization that the minister of the judicial department could be such a tough opponent. You're really careful. This building is full of surveillance cameras. There's no need to worry about accidents, right? Just to be safe. If your company happens to be under maintenance during this period, what would happen then? I hope you understand. Xiuxian said with an insincere smile. At the same time, news of the judicial department's arrival at Huatai Group spread rapidly across the internet. All the victims began sharing the information widely. In no time, complaints filled the web. For years, Huatai Group had forcibly demolished properties and colluded with relevant authorities, causing endless harm. Such a major issue had always been ignored by higher-ups, leaving people feeling there was no justice to be found. Finally, with the intervention of the judicial department, hope emerged. Even if these bastards couldn't be brought down entirely, at least, it would make them fear something. Otherwise, who knows how many more heinous acts they'd commit. Major media outlets and news reports, along with WeChat public accounts, bloggers, quickly condemned Huatai Group. Online outrage was overwhelming, clearly showing just how much evil Huatai Group had perpetrated over the years, to the point of angering both heaven and man. Haha, good deeds bring good rewards, bad deeds bring bad ones. You cursed Huatai Group, you finally met your reckoning. Even my home got torn down by you guys. What assholes? Cursed scumbags. The members of the judicial department must severely punish you and hold you accountable for your crimes. What qualification does a bastard like you have to keep living? I beg the judicial department to severely punish these animals. These sons of bitches, how dare they oppress the people with our own money? Our house, passed down through generations, full of the sweat of countless ancestors, was raised by these bastards without even giving us a few hundred yuan. Damn assholes, how dare they survive? I beg the judicial department to bring them to justice. Damn, long live the judicial department, long live Minister Su. Punish these bastards no matter what. Make them pay. The previously victimized citizens finally had a platform to speak up. Ordinarily oppressed by Huatai Group, they hadn't dared voice any dissent, as the tiniest opposition immediately drew attention from those beastly executives. Now, finally given the chance to speak out, it became clear these bastards deserved no less than the harshest punishments imaginable. Across the web, streams of comments flooded in as the entire populace united. Absolutely destroy these beasts working at Huatai Group. Ever since Huatai Group began its operations, countless families have suffered due to the forced demolitions carried out. These heartless bastards treated human life as nothing. They were all disgusting, especially during the demolitions when, to guarantee their profits and prevent delays in construction, they resorted to violence. If force didn't work, they'd bury people alive at the scene, losing all humanity just for the sake of profit. For money, they would commit any crime. Now, it was finally their turn to reap what they had sown, and almost everyone in the capital was waiting online for the results of their punishment. At that moment, inside the office, Xiaoli also took out some materials that had been prepared beforehand and asked, "Based on the DSU of our prison department, since the establishment of Huatai Group nearly 10 years ago, your company has had multiple sources of income with unclear origins. Moreover, after reconciling accounts with the bank, we found that your company's finances were not very transparent, and there were significant issues with taxation. Therefore, we would like to ask all of you to help explain what exactly is going on here. Additionally, tens of thousands of people online have reported that your company used violent means during demolitions without paying sufficient compensation. We would appreciate it if you could elaborate on your reasoning." With these calm words, the financial expenditures and receipts over the past decade were listed item by item. The faces of Zhao Tai and others became somewhat cold. They didn't expect that the prison department could gather so much material in such a short time. If they were given a little more time, these so-called problems could have disappeared completely. It was precisely because of this consideration that xiuxian chose not to make public statements. Instead, he began collecting evidence directly. Finally, the fatal blow. It seemed the effect was quite good. Wang Dezhuang, who originally intended to say something, now opened his mouth but found no words, as the data was clearly laid out before them. Just the charge of tax evasion alone was inescapable, let alone the tens of thousands of citizens reporting forced demolitions through violence. Remember, this is a major taboo for real estate developers. Chapter 73. Does spreading rumors require evidence? After all, real estate could be considered a top priority for the nation. Both are pillar industries. If problems arise, the repercussions would affect 1.6 billion citizens, so any demolition issues must be handled cautiously by anyone. In just this short period of time, nearly 10,000 people have already reported violent demolitions against them, not to mention those silent citizens who haven't yet spoken up. Once this matter is exposed, even those with powerful backing will hesitate to protect them. No one wants to anger the masses. When the public gets angry, even those with immense power can be instantly overpowered, let alone their Huatai group, which, on a national scale, is but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, if what's said is false, it doesn't matter much. But the worst fear is that they truly have done such things, and that's why they're afraid. Otherwise, once caught, it really will spell doom. However, one does not become a big lawyer in the capital without talent. The latter soon reacted and spoke. "Impossible. My client absolutely would never do such a thing. Besides, if Huatai Group really hadn't paid the relocation fees, why would those people move? The claim of violent demolition is sheer nonsense. I believe all of you should know the strength and reputation of our group. How could we possibly do such a thing? Ridiculous." As he spoke, Lawyer Wang revealed a mocking smile in his eyes. Having experienced countless battles, such trivial matters wanting to shake him to his core, this was simply a joke. Even if one were bad, they still need skills, and Lawyer Wang was precisely like this. Please everyone discern the truth clearly. Additionally, we sincerely want to know who has been defaming our group from behind. How could we possibly do such a thing? This matter has already caused considerable impact on our company online, and we hope the Department of Corrections can help uphold justice. Lawyer Wang's voice had barely ceased when Zhao Tai and others already showed expressions of smiles. Excellent, shirking all responsibilities clean, even shaping themselves as innocent victims. Isn't that right? It should naturally be like this. That bunch of peasants actually dared to insult their group, utterly ridiculous. Not asking for damages for defamation was already generous, and now they wanted compensation? As for that migrant worker's suicide, we truly feel very sorry. But it's all due to his own personality flaws. That's why he couldn't withstand the blow and eventually jumped off the building. Ask yourselves, what does this have to do with our group? Should we also assign security personnel to watch the rooftops every day? Besides, we've already paid part of the medical fees, which is already the maximum assistance our group could provide. After all, we're not a charity here. If every migrant worker comes to jump off our building, then in no time at all, probably Huatai Group would go bankrupt. His air of righteous indignation. If one didn't know the full story, one might really be deceived by this lawyer's words. It seemed as if they were the most innocent party here. Finally, after Lawyer Wang finished speaking, everyone on the task force was thoroughly enraged. They'd seen many shameless ones, but such bastards were unprecedented, having lost all sense of honor. They were claiming the suicide was because the individual hadn't let go mentally. Regarding the compensation money, it was all the unreasonable demands made by those displaced residents. And those online reports? Damage to their corporate credibility? As if not demanding reputation fees was already the greatest leniency. Truly, bad people aren't to be feared, cultural ones are. They were wrong, yet justified themselves confidently. Had their hearts been clouded by lard or something, how else could such nonsense come out of their mouths? It was simply the behavior of creatures worse than pigs and dogs. Indeed, even beasts wouldn't stoop to their level. After speaking, Lawyer Wang sat back on the sofa, still revealing a mocking smile, eyeing xiuxian with a provocative demeanor. He genuinely wanted to know what kind of skill set this young man possessed, who became the Minister of the Department of Corrections at such a young age and cracked numerous major cases. Clap, clap, clap. However, at this moment, xiuxian suddenly began clapping. Instantly, everyone present felt puzzled, unsure of what this guy was planning. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This is the most impressive debate I've ever seen. Haha, Lawyer Wang certainly lives up to his reputation as a lawyer. This talent of yours is indeed top-notch. But, with such eloquence, you're willing to be someone's lapdog? It truly makes me feel ashamed for you. The icy tone carried particular weight in the final few words, verging on outright insult. Flushed with anger, the latter immediately stood up from the sofa and demanded, "What did you say? Minister Su, you must apologize to me. This is a democratic society. Your high-ranking position doesn't entitle you to suppress me. If you don't apologize today, I assure you, I will sue you." Lawyer Wong had always prided himself on his elegance and sophistication, and rarely lost his temper. But after being provoked by xiuxian, even he struggled to control himself and snapped. Unfortunately, his words had no effect. Xiuxian wouldn't stand here if he feared him. To sue me? Go ahead then. But where exactly will you file charges against me? By the way, I hope you still have the chance to sue me. And by the way, all of you, your actions are watched by heaven. Do you truly think what you've done can remain hidden forever? A cold gaze swept across the group, evoking an inexplicable sense of fear among them. Still forcing himself to stay composed, Lawyer Wong said, "So what? Do you have any evidence? Defamation requires evidence. Does spreading rumors even require evidence? However, I can provide some pieces of evidence for you. According to our records at the Department of Corrections, in your recent demolition records, your esteemed group has forcibly demolished nearly 30 streets within just 10 years. In addition, almost 100 people were injured during these incidents. Certain projects undertaken by your company collapsed multiple times within 3 years, resulting in numerous deaths. These are their medical records, along with the construction contracts of your company. Would you like me to read them out loud for you?" Bang! The documents landed on the floor with a loud thud. Chapter 74, Solid Evidence, The Black Hand Behind. Please help me explain. Regarding the financial issues of your company and tax problems, how did you achieve such high revenue in such a short time? And why haven't those people subjected to violent evictions received any fair judgment so far? I am really looking forward to all of your answers. Xiuxian's cold voice trailed off. Those who originally intended to say something more, but ultimately chose to shut their mouths. After all, only they knew the truth clearly. It was definitely unshakable. Why hasn't anyone reported this? The answer is obvious. All those who tried to report have been secretly threatened by them, and the means they used weren't exactly legitimate. Precisely because of that, throughout this entire time, no one dared to stand up and speak out. Even Zhao Tai closed his mouth, frowning deeply, at a loss for what to do for a moment. So many violently demolished residents. Why was there not even a hint of news, and why hadn't the relevant departments intervened? As the black hand behind all this, they naturally knew the reason. Yet it could not be spoken. Some things are easier done than said. Hence, he kept silent. As for Lawyer Wong, he had nothing to interject anyway. These were not part of his responsibilities when it came to company operations. Besides, being bluffed by xiuxian, he subconsciously clamped his mouth shut as well. At this point, he didn't want to confront this irrational warden department minister. If he drew attention to himself, he wouldn't know how he'd die. His law firm also had many loopholes over the years. It couldn't withstand thorough investigation. Once someone got serious, no matter how capable, everything would crumble. Thus, he chose to obediently stand aside. A moment of silence ensued. Finally, Chui Jingmin spoke, adjusting his glasses before saying, "Minister Su, if I'm not mistaken, these documents should all be confidential files from within our company, correct? Especially the government cooperative projects which involve national secrets. How exactly did you manage to retrieve these? The crime of stealing secrets carries a significant penalty. Can your warden department really take responsibility for this?" Of course, regarding these documents, I can also provide an explanation to everyone. I believe that after reviewing the documents, you should all be aware that several collapses happened due to issues with material suppliers and collusion between the purchasing agent and him. Therefore, at the first sign of trouble with the project, we immediately arrested everyone involved and fully cooperated with local authorities to capture all responsible parties. As for the tax issue, our Huadai group has a wide range of business operations and enjoys some support policies locally. Furthermore, we've provided quite a number of jobs, thus the tax bureau has already granted us certain reductions. If you have any questions, you can go check directly. In terms of forced demolitions, the lack of complaints isn't the best proof that we value credibility and put people first. While we don't know where the warden department heard such rumors, I guarantee that we absolutely have never done anything like that. We hope that the warden department can help us find out who is playing tricks behind the scenes and trying to frame our company. Chui Jingmin, being able to become an assistant, wasn't worthless either. He quickly shifted the focus, revealing a set of protruding teeth that gave him a cunning look. Very well put, but if I'm not mistaken, the highest limit for reduced commercial taxes should only be 2 to 3%. But in recent years, Huadai Group's total tax amount has only been a few million. Could it be that your massive group only just breaks even every year? However, based on bank deposits, it doesn't seem that simple. Or perhaps, there are some hidden affairs on these accounts that cannot see the light. As for no complaints being filed, I believe you understand what's going on here. There's no need to pretend ignorance. Here, we have all the visit records of forcibly evicted households in recent years, along with their victim photos at the scene and media reports. So, we'd like you to explain further why there hasn't been a single case accepted. According to rumors, it is your group doing something behind the scenes. I wonder, is this true or false? Speaking of this, xiuxian changed the tone of his words. He brought out a large number of documents once again, clearly catching Chui Jingmin off guard, who obviously didn't expect xiuxian to press so relentlessly. Chui's face looked somewhat grim, especially since the warden department had presented all the evidence, making denial no easy feat. He wanted to say it wasn't their group's fault that the higher-ups hadn't processed the cases, but the words reached his lips, and he didn't dare utter them. After all, it was they who gave the orders back then. Moreover, everyone was on the same boat. If those words were really spoken and investigated, the result would be dying without knowing how. They've been standing tall in the capital for many years, all thanks to that network of connections. Absolutely cannot betray them. Otherwise, the Huadai group will end up worse. Besides, the charges xiuxian brought out are all old accounts. No accusation from the people, no inquiry from the officials. So much time has passed. Will those people step forward? How could such dusty and moldy affairs be made clear? At most, it's just about paying some compensation. For a massive entity like Huadai, it doesn't mean much. Precisely because of this, their originally tense hearts relaxed instantly as they fixed their gaze on xiuxian and continued. Director Su, doing things requires evidence. Can these ratty items you brought out possibly bring down our Huadai so easily? Besides, records of events from back then have been filed with various departments. Our evidence, both witnesses and physical, along with the main culprits, have all been handed over. Could it be that after all these years, you think a few pieces of paper can slander our innocence? And by the way, these matters seem unrelated to the current event. Chui Jingmin said with an unperturbed face, clearly deciding to deny everything. As long as they didn't admit, even the warden department would be powerless. At worst, they'd have to pay a fine. How much could it be? Making up tax payments. For a giant corporation like Huadai Group, it was just a drop in the bucket. But hearing his words, xiuxian sneered repeatedly. The evidence Chui Jingmin spoke of from back then was entirely fabricated and wouldn't stand up under scrutiny. Moreover, the more reckless the opponent acted, the bigger the black hand behind this case must be. Chapter 75. The evidence you've asked for, here it comes. Alright, if it truly makes no difference, then let's discuss the recent incident. According to the information we've received, a few nights ago, your group's demolition department forcibly demolished houses on Garden Street without any prior notice, leaving thousands of people homeless. We would appreciate an explanation for this matter. Furthermore, there was a case of someone jumping from the rooftop of your company building. However, on that day, someone personally witnessed that the peasant worker was arguing with your manager about compensation issues. Please explain, how did he suddenly end up on the rooftop? Was no one aware of what happened in between? More importantly, why were all the surveillance systems under maintenance so early that day? To my knowledge, your company should have conducted surveillance maintenance twice a week. Yesterday wasn't scheduled yet. What justification do you have for shutting down all the cameras? As for the excuse of broken surveillance, please don't bother bringing that up. Your company uses dual cameras, which are currently at the forefront of global technology, waterproof and fireproof. Even if they malfunctioned, there would still be a backup internal camera continuing to record. Why is there not even a single bit of record from that day? Moreover, local authorities seem to have provided absolutely no explanation, not even coming by to investigate, hastily closing the case. We hope that you can give us a reasonable explanation regarding this event. A barrage of questions came out one after another, and those who originally wanted to respond but couldn't figure out what to say when the words reached their lips. Chui Jingmin's face had already fallen apart completely. If only he had known earlier, he wouldn't have made such a decision in the first place. He regretted slightly why he just couldn't help but challenge that young man. This guy was definitely not an easy person to deal with. The consecutive rapid-fire questions gave them no time to think. But staying silent like this was also not a good situation. He stuttered and said, Director Su, you're really making things difficult for me. Although we installed the latest cameras, there's always a possibility of quality problems. Even if we need to hold someone accountable, it should be the manufacturer, right? Our company is also a victim. That day, without our surveillance operating, our company was also affected quite significantly and lost many things. Ho ho, you mean you didn't know? Apparently, Assistant Chui Jingmin had already decided to brazenly deny everything. After all, as the saying goes, confession leads to leniency, resistance to severity, and they were already at this point now. If he confessed, his responsibility would be even heavier. So, rather than trying, he decided to simply lie outright. At least this way he could save his life. Of course, we didn't know. Our company specializes in real estate services and has nothing to do with technology. Such incidents affect our group too. As for how that individual managed to get up there, it has nothing to do with us. The roof isn't locked, and we can't stop him from going wherever he pleases, right? Chui Jingmin looked like someone ready to stubbornly dig his heels in. Xiuxian's expression grew icy, realizing that the other party had no intention of revealing anything. However, if that was all it took, it certainly wasn't unsolvable. In any case, since your company's surveillance system malfunctioned, your involvement in this cannot be overlooked. So, please come back with me for investigation. Rest assured, our Yamen will never wrongfully accuse an innocent person, nor will we let a criminal go unpunished. By the time he finished speaking, he had already planned to take people away directly, unless they got a taste of hardship first. Otherwise, confessing would clearly not be easy for these guys. Once taken back, he wouldn't believe they wouldn't talk. After all, taxes alone were enough to incriminate them. Pulling out a part of the personnel, when the enormous hand behind the curtain started to panic, it would make them easier to catch. Hold on, Director Su. This seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Arrests require evidence. Moreover, when did tax matters become something your Yamen cares about? If there really was an issue with taxes, the ones being arrested shouldn't be Zhao Tai General Manager or Assistant Chui Jingmin. I am their lawyer. I suggest you take the financial staff back first for a review. If it's really necessary to invite these two individuals, you can come pick them up later. My clients are very busy with work every day and don't have time to accompany you on wild goose chases. Please understand. At the very end, there was still some mockery in his tone. As for his words, xiuxian had naturally noticed it early, coldly replying, It's each citizen's duty to assist the Yamen in investigations. Therefore, these several individuals must cooperate with me in my investigation. If you have any objections, you can file a complaint upwards. Upon hearing this, Lawyer Wang almost died of anger. Complaint? To whom? The highest level. Even if he were the birthday boy hanging himself, he wouldn't dare complain to that person. What's the difference between that and looking for death? But if Xiao Tai were taken away like this, his own bowl of rice would be lost. When the two sides were at an impasse, suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Then the investigation team leader dressed in prison office work clothes, sun dashing, walked in and said, "Minister, I have already investigated clearly what you entrusted me with. When the case happened that year, 12 victims had been found. Besides, the wife and child of the peasant worker brother lying in the hospital have reported to us. The injured person sent abnormal text messages before jumping off the building." Text messages? Haha, Minister Su, you can't be stupid to this degree, can you? Can such a thing be used as evidence? As for those victims, when we carried out demolition, we didn't give them enough money they wanted, so they're now stepping forward to slander us. I don't think there's any mistake on our part in this matter. In addition, unless you have new evidence, I absolutely will not agree to let you take my client away. Wang Daswang's lips curled up with a cold smile, acting like a triumphant rooster. They had originally thought the Department of Corrections had some kind of secret card. Who would have thought? It was only one text message after all. Even though it seemed unusual, what else could it possibly imply? Upon hearing these words, Li Zhonghua and others turned red with anger, but xiuxian remained calm and sitting there, completely unfazed. Just based on this, of course they couldn't be taken away. But just at that moment, the knocking on the door sounded again. "The evidence you've asked for, here it comes." Xiuxian's unexpected remark made everyone involuntarily look toward the door. Chapter 76. The devil grows a foot, outweets half of heaven. A woman walked in from the doorway, holding quite a few documents, followed by the medical team from the prison office. "Huh, Minister Su, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This is your so-called evidence? We waited for half a day, and now only a woman shows up. Could it be that you're playing a joke on us? Honestly, your joke really isn't funny at all. We don't have time to play games with you. If you want, the accountant can just go back with you to clarify the situation. If there's nothing else, please leave. Our company still needs to operate normally. Your presence here seems somewhat inconvenient." Xiao Tai's eyes showed ridicule and insidiousness. He had actually believed that xiuxian would present some kind of evidence. But who would have thought that merely inviting out a woman was supposed to deal with himself? That was way too naive. Li Zhonghua and others, however, were unsure what trick xiuxian was trying to pull. At this point, bringing in a woman wasn't going to help at all, was it? Isn't this just waiting to be laughed at? Oh, is that right? Really useless? Did I forget to introduce everyone? This woman is the wife of the migrant worker who jumped from the upper floor of your group's building. Additionally, she is also an important witness in this case. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Just as they were about to say something, the leader of the medical team had already stepped forward and said, "Minister Su, the results of our hospital investigation have come out. The injuries on the body of the migrant worker brother are completely different from what was written in the diagnosis. According to his admission records, there should be quite a lot of bruises on his body, which are clearly the result of beatings. This point, we can compare with the surveillance video and the residual traces on the victim's body." Good job. Xiuxian nodded contentedly. He was waiting for this result. Subsequently, he turned his head and glared at Xiao Tai and the others standing there, then sneered coldly. "How about it? Do you still have anything left to say? Although the surveillance camera inside your group broke down, the recordings on the surrounding streets did not break down. When that migrant worker brother walked into your office building, he was fine. So why did he suddenly have injuries? Can any of you explain this? Additionally, I need to remind all of you not to deceive me. Otherwise your consequences will be very tragic. It's best to come up with a perfect reason. Catch the thief first, strike the snake where it hurts." With just one sentence, it already put the person in a deadly position. Initially, they wanted to say something, but once they got to their lips, they didn't know how to start. Clearly, no matter what kind of reason, it could not explain why the other side got injured. Looking at their pained faces, Li Zhonghua and Sun Dashing both revealed sneers at the corners of their mouths. They finally have this day too. Previously, they were all domineering, but facing ironclad evidence. What else can they say? It seems like none of you have anything more to say. In that case, take them away. As the cold voice fell, a wave of the hand sent the action group forward. Zhang Tai and Cui Jingmin instantly panicked. Once they're locked up, everything will be ruined. They anxiously stared at Attorney Wang. "Attorney Wang, what are you waiting for? Quickly stop them." "That's right, we can't be taken away like this. Don't you want your money anymore? We are innocent. You're committing a crime by arresting us. You even dare to openly arrest people inside our company." "Hold on, Minister Su. If you are really going to arrest people, you should at least have a warrant, right? How can you just arrest someone without a valid reason? Moreover, even if there were real beatings, does it fall under your jurisdiction? There are local relevant authorities responsible. You are overstepping your authority and territory." As Attorney Wang spoke, he became flustered. If the two parties are taken away, his money will be gone. Not only that, but afterward, he might not be able to continue working in this industry. After all, although the fees for handling dirty cases are high, similarly, if the employer falls once, finding employment again is basically impossible. After all, those who hire them all have questionable backgrounds. Who would dare take the risk of hiring a failed black attorney to serve as their defense again? Speaking of Xiao Tai and Cui Jingmin, they were more anxious. The board meeting is about to be reconvened for re-elections. At this crucial juncture, if they get locked up, aren't they doomed? He didn't want to wait for death. As long as he avoids capture today, when the prison bureau comes with a warrant, he can easily evade them. Given Huatai Group's capability, hiding a person in this vast imperial capital city is simply far too easy. Minister they, seeing the three people who were reasoning and arguing, xiuanhuan and others could only helplessly turn back to stare at xiuxian. It seemed that without using coercive measures, there would be no way. Understanding their meaning, xiuxian nodded as well. During law enforcement, no one is allowed to obstruct. Once interfering with law enforcement, it's tantamount to being an accomplice. Since it has been proven that the migrant worker brother was beaten upon entering the hospital, it also means that Huatai Group must be related to this matter. As long as Xiaotai is nailed down, the rest of the issues will resolve themselves. Move in. The order was given, and the group naturally did not hesitate any longer, moving forward directly. Lawyer Wang still wanted to block them, but before he could even make a move, he was already thrown to the ground. The remaining Cui Jingmin and Zhao Tai were taken down directly by Li Zhonghua. Silver handcuffs were pulled out, but just before they could be fastened. At this moment, Cui Jingmin suddenly laughed coldly and said, Minister Su, surely you don't think this seals your victory? Heh, well done indeed, worthy of being the head of DNUC, Prison Bureau. I truly admire you, but ultimately, we've won. Yes, I'm the one who beat him, so what? Just some assault. How many years can you sentence me to? I'll go with you. And guess what? The surveillance footage? I had the security guard in the monitoring room delete it after I beat the man. What are you going to do about it? Come on, arrest me. Huh. He spoke as though challenging them to act. His willingness to take the fall gave Lawyer Wang the opportunity to seize the moment and quickly interject. Minister Su, the perpetrator of the assault case has been found, and he has confessed willingly. What else do you have to say? Quickly release Master Xiaodai. Otherwise, I will sue for unlawful detention. Release him. Chapter 77, The Way of Heaven. Principal? Bring Cui Jingmin along. Let's go. Xiuxian finally said after hesitating for a long time. Li Zhonghua and others were still clearly reluctant. All this commotion and investigation had resulted in just catching some small fry, which if publicized, might become a laughing stock. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. After all, with someone already accepting the blame, forcibly taking Zhao Tai further would have no grounds and might lead to a lawsuit against them. Although Xiuxian had nothing to fear, the goal had been achieved. With Cui Jingmin alone, it would be enough to completely unravel the case and investigate the secrets behind it. There was no need to alarm the suspects unnecessarily. The scale of the case indicated significant power backing Huatai Group, allowing them to act recklessly under the nose of the capital city. Compared to dealing with the minor Zhao Tai, Xiuxian was more interested in who the mastermind behind the scenes was. How dare they be so brazen? Minister Su is correct, huh? Young Master Zhao Tai has nothing to do with this matter. Now that Assistant Cui has admitted his role, please leave. That Mr. Wang looked smug again. After all, Zhao Tai was his employer. As long as the young rich man didn't get into trouble, it didn't matter who took the fall. Dismissed. Xiuxian placed the teacup on the coffee table and stood up, heading outside. The various teams also moved out promptly, though slightly disgruntled. However, orders were orders, and no one dared to defy them. This was the first iron rule of the penitentiary department. Li Zhonghua led Cui Jingmin out with the group, quickly leaving the office building. They drove towards the outskirts. Almost simultaneously, all major websites went berserk with news. Reporters waiting outside began their stories. Within hours, the internet was flooded with reports about Cui Jingmin's arrest. Evening News report. Recently, the much-discussed forced demolition case by Huatai Company has been accepted by the penitentiary department. This morning, Minister Su personally led the team to arrest Cui Jingmin, assistant manager of Huatai Group. Please stay tuned for updates. CCTV Channel 1. Huatai Group, a landmark real estate company in our capital, has always enjoyed good credibility. However, the recent incident concerning the Garden Street demolition uncovered several dark secrets. Is it malicious defamation, or are there actual issues with Huatai Group? Our anchor will report live updates for you. Tianya Forum. As the second-largest construction company in Xia country, Huatai Group is embroiled in scandal, accused of forced demolition and violent acts. Currently under investigation by the penitentiary department, any individuals with information are urged to submit evidence through the reporting website. Capital Forum. Celebration everywhere. The penitentiary department successfully apprehends the notorious Huatai Group, marking the department's first successful operation. For a moment, the entire capital was buzzing. Not only that, netizens across the country went online to criticize harshly. The scandals surrounding Huatai Group were abundant, but rarely voiced due to fear. After all, in this age of favoritism, Huatai Group's current status surely came from the backing of powerful figures. Offending certain bigwigs could mean death without knowing how or why. Moreover, grievances often went unheard. Had it not been for the penitentiary department, this injustice might have continued indefinitely. No telling how many more people such a blood-sucking corporation would harm before stopping. Netizens surged onto forums en masse. Using keyboards as weapons, they condemned Huatai Group's disgraceful actions. Their paid commentators were utterly drowned out in the ocean of public fury. Any attempt at praise met instantly with fierce denunciation. Forced demolitions were universally hated. Xia citizens valued returning to their roots. Although progress in technology sometimes necessitates sacrifices for benefits, such as ancestral homes, it should at least come with fair compensation. Violent removal was something everyone detested most deeply. One must admit, Huatai Group's action struck a nerve with everyone. Inevitably, no sympathy remained for them. Instead, there was an eagerness to see them face legal consequences. The penitentiary department did well. The beasts of Huatai Group deserve this treatment. They're not even human. How dare they do such things? A bunch of idiots. Fair point, Humph. Destroying someone's house was bad enough. Refusing compensation, being tyrannical. What kind of world is this where justice doesn't prevail? They've crossed the line. The penitentiary department will be my lifelong idol from now on. Those bastards of Huatai Group have been lawless for too long. They really thought no one dared to take them down. This time they're finished. Huh. In just a few months, Minister Su has solved so many major cases. What else can I say but admiration? Committing crimes right in the capital and under the nose of the penitentiary department. Aren't they asking for death? Is there something wrong with the boss of Huatai Group? How could they do such stupid things? All netizens erupted into a barrage of scolding online, showing just how much the public detested Huatai Group. At the same time, inside the penitentiary department's internal office building, while looking at Shui Jingmin in front of him, xiuxian played with a pen in his hand, eyes scanning back and forth, as if deep in thought. Minister Su, I've already admitted guilt. What more do you want from me? As for other things, no matter what you ask, I don't know anything, and I won't say anything. So, you might as well give up the idea of finding out whatever you seek. Best you sentence me quickly. I'm eager to experience life inside. Having meals taken care of by others isn't too bad. Shui Jingmin clearly intended to tough it out until the end since the money Huatai Group had given him was enough to support his family. After all, at most he'd only serve some time inside. If he hired a good lawyer, he could get out in just a few years. Compared to exposing Zhao Tai's sins, that punishment would be far lighter. Otherwise, not even Huatai Group would easily forgive him. Experience life? No rush, you'll definitely get your chance. And I guarantee once you're inside, you'll never have the opportunity to come out again. While you still have time, better enjoy the sun outside. Chapter 78, The Disappeared Video. What do you mean? Director Su, are you kidding me? It's just a case of injuring someone. Even if it's intentional injury, the maximum sentence would only be a few years. How could I never get out? Are you trying to bluff me? Shui Jingmin coldly laughed as he spoke, being an assistant. In many aspects, naturally familiar, exploiting legal loopholes is something they must learn. Otherwise, how would they provide service? Even malicious assault carries a maximum of 6 years, let alone having top lawyers defending him. Therefore, that despicable face showed a cunning smile, showing no fear towards Director Su's threats. Perhaps others might be frightened, but intimidating him wasn't that easy. Am I scaring you? Do you think I look like I'm bluffing right now? You. Initially brimming with confidence, Shui Jingmin suddenly felt a sense of deflation in his heart. No matter how it looked, xiuxian indeed didn't appear to be frightening him. This guy seemed completely confident. Could it be that he has some evidence? Serving time in prison doesn't scare him. Backed by Huatai Group, even after decades inside, he could still lead a leisurely life. However, if there were no chances to leave for the rest of his life, that was indeed unbearable. He still had his prime ahead. He absolutely did not want to waste it here. Ho ho, Director Su, I truly don't believe you have any way to lock me up for life. Don't be afraid to tell you. Even if all charges are pinned on me, it's useless. At most, you can keep me in for 20 years. After getting out, I'll still be a man. Young man, you're simply too naive. You're not qualified to compete against me. I've heard about the reputation of the penitentiary department, but if all you have are these tactics to frighten people, then it's unnecessary to bring them out. Also, I'm tired and need rest. If you don't have anything else, please send the materials upward. I shall excuse myself. I'm going to sleep first. If there are any other questions, please contact my lawyer anytime. You've already met him. Then he pretended to yawn loudly, making a gesture as if preparing to go to bed. Upon seeing his demeanor, xiuxian revealed a hint of shrewdness in his eyes and said, "Bring him down to rest. By the way, Assistant Shui, I forgot to tell you one thing. Taking the blame for others isn't a problem, but don't be overly smart. Some charges are more than you can bear. This afternoon, the injured person in the hospital died from a cerebral hemorrhage due to untimely treatment. Therefore, what we at the penitentiary department are accusing you of is not merely harming, but rather killing through torture. For this charge, 20 years won't suffice, right? There's also tax evasion. Anyway, you're so righteous. Help carry the burden together. Let's save everyone the trouble, and I won't need to continue the investigation. After all, the penitentiary department only needs to give the public a satisfactory explanation. Who gets caught is irrelevant. Good luck, see you in court." After speaking, xiuxian walked toward the exit, while Shui Jingmin, who was initially somewhat smug, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The accusation of murder differed greatly from bodily harm, especially since the deceased had bruising, which could be considered severe torture, thus meaning that he would indeed spend his entire life behind bars. Hold on. Director Su, what exactly did you mean earlier? You couldn't possibly be trying to intimidate me, right? I tell you, there's no way I could be scared. The company spent so much money. How could someone die? He absolutely couldn't die. Shui Jingmin's gaze turned bloodshot red, seemingly able to envision the torturous days ahead. The entire person was on the verge of breaking down. Knocking madly on the table like a lunatic, tears of regret streamed down his cheeks. If only he knew now what he should have realized back then. Unbelievably, things had deteriorated to such a state. That expression, utterly collapsed, revealed forehead wounds caused by repeatedly bumping his head, fists tightly clenched, manifesting utter reluctance. Are you trying to scare me? Ho ho, I don't have that kind of idle time. While you confessed this afternoon, Huatai Group immediately halted the hospital fees, leaving no medication to maintain his condition, causing that person to die, hence transforming your charge from injuring someone into killing someone. Or, to put it more accurately, it was the manager you trusted the most who personally sent you to the gallows. Satisfied? Evasion of taxes and torturing to death. Combined with these two charges, do you really think you'll get another chance to walk free? Stay here a bit longer. In the future, perhaps you won't even see the sun again. To be sentenced to life imprisonment at such a young age, I genuinely feel sympathy for you. Xiuxian's icy words fell, devoid of any emotion. It was precisely this indifferent voice that made Cui Jingmin even more panicky. In his view, Xiuxian was already determined to make him the scapegoat. That's why he had said such things. The thought of spending a lifetime in a cell for the rest of his days brought sheer despair. Finally, his gaze hardened. After a long pause, he spoke. Wait, Director Su, don't leave yet. What exactly do you want to know? I can tell you outright. I only ask for leniency. I don't want to die here. That person's death has nothing to do with me. Tax evasion is even further from my jurisdiction. It was a decision made by senior management. I merely oversaw the forced demolition project. Beyond that, I truly did nothing. Please, I don't want to spend my entire life in there. I have proof of their tax evasion, and I also have the backup video showing how Xiaotai committed murder. I can give all of it to you. His voice began to stutter as he spoke. If it were just about taking the fall, then so be it. He could serve a few decades and get out. Using his prime years to buy wealth might even be worth it. But murder carried a death sentence, and now that Xiuxian had clearly decided to pin all the charges on him, what use were top-tier lawyers? Besides, could a Thai group still be trusted? As soon as he agreed to take the blame, they cut off the medical expenses. Wasn't this an obvious betrayal meant to send him to his grave? Fueled by indignation, he refused to make a futile sacrifice. Even if everything came out, he'd just be responsible for overseeing the forced demolition and would serve maybe a decade or two before being released. If a Thai group wouldn't treat him fairly, then he wasn't at fault for exposing them. Let everyone die together. So, that video was indeed deleted? Hearing these words, Xiuxian's eyes lit up. He had long suspected something fishy about the maintenance timing, coinciding perfectly with the surveillance breaking during the suicide incident. How could such coincidences happen in this world? Chapter 79, Escape Road, Ironclad Evidence. Just at the crucial moment of inspection, the surveillance video happened to disappear. And relevant departments completely ignored investigating this matter, simply skipping over it. To say there wasn't a shred of foul play involved would be something no one would believe. At this moment, Cui Jingmin's words clearly confirmed this very point. That video truly existed, and definitely, someone was manipulating things from behind. Looking at the dispirited figure in front of him, Xiuxian coldly said, "How's it going? There's no need for any more nonsense. Just confess everything directly. You should know your current predicament. Huatai Company has already abandoned you. If the prison bureau doesn't help you, then your end is predictable. Whether or not to cooperate is up to you. Rest assured, we will absolutely not force you, but we do hope that when the time comes, you won't regret it." A smirk lingered on the corner of his lips. If it were another time, perhaps Cui Jingmin might have taken some time to consider his options. But now, with the thought of spending the rest of his life in prison looming large, his mind was entirely filled with panic. Ever since the migrant worker died in that hospital, he had already realized there was no way out of this mess. The only choice left was to save his life first. If even his life can't be preserved, then all else is mere talk. Only the living have the right to speak of other things. Without life, what's the point? His forehead was drenched in sweat, and sweat poured down his back. It was clear that at this point, keeping secrets meant nothing. Although, when entering into this affair, Huatai Group had promised him numerous benefits. No matter how many those promises were, preserving his life was far more important. Now, even his life couldn't be saved. What time did he have to think about anything else? The sweat dripped off profusely, and obediently, every detail of the situation was revealed. Xiuxian's eyes fixed on him, showing no trace of emotion. Right now, the prison bureau had become his last lifeline. To survive, he needed to cling onto this support tightly. Otherwise, no matter how much he struggled, he would inevitably meet his doom. Cui Jingmin's voice stammered as he spoke. Where was the earlier arrogance? After being discarded by Huatai Group, he felt like floating weeds. Any small wave could destroy him completely. Moreover, didn't Xiuxian have evidence of his murders? To ruin him would be an easy task. A few words, and he could be brought down. Realizing this, Cui Jingmin chose to reveal everything truthfully. Furthermore, he also informed them of the location of that particular video. Originally, he had planned to use this as his ultimate trump card. But unexpectedly, it had to be used so soon, turning into his final lifeline. Without this thing, his life would have been forfeit. After a long pause, Xiuxian held all the testimonies and video evidence. A cruel smile hung on the corner of his mouth. With these two things in hand, that man was almost certainly doomed. No matter how influential the black hand behind him was, there was no way for him to overturn his fate. Very good. Thank you for your cooperation, Assistant Cui. Don't worry, after this case concludes, I will ensure you receive lenient treatment. He nodded firmly after speaking. At the same time that the prison bureau obtained the testimony, in the underground parking lot of Huatai Tower, a golden Ferrari worth millions sat parked, with Xiaotai inside, and Wang Daswang beside him in the passenger seat. At this moment, both of their faces showed signs of tension. Mr. Xiaotai, you'd better go into hiding for now. Since we got Cui Jingmin into this trap, that guy will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to expose the entire matter. Once he speaks and produces evidence or testimony, based on our firm's calculations, the chances of your walking away unscathed are quite slim. However, if you leave now, I am confident that I can pin all the charges on his head. Damn it, why did that idiot have to die exactly at this critical moment? Bang! Xiaotai fiercely slapped the steering wheel, anger flashing in his eyes. When would it have been better for that idiot in the hospital to die? Yet coincidentally, the trouble arose just as Cui Jingmin stepped in to take the blame, leading to news of the death reaching the hospital side. Otherwise, why would he have withdrawn medical funding? He wasn't stupid. But now, explaining anything wouldn't help. Cui Jingmin wouldn't believe it anyway. Moreover, trapped under the prison bureau's hands, there was no way for him to pass on any message. Essentially, Xiao Tai considered himself done for. That damn xiuxian was truly a jerk. Had it not been for him, how would he have ended up in such a terrible situation? Mr. Xiao Tai, talking now is pointless. Fortunately, the court session is about to start soon. We will resolve this case before the board meeting begins. Additionally, I've arranged your flight to the EU countries. Even if the prison bureau finds evidence and wants to intercept us, they'll need to communicate with the alliance countries and obtain an arrest warrant first. So rest assured. Good, I'll lay low for a while. Remember, take care of everything for me. Your money will not be short. Get out of the car. As he spoke, the latter opened the car door and walked away. The car sped off, rushing toward the exit of the parking lot. It made a perfect curve on the road, heading towards the airport in the EU countries. Fortunately, there was a special channel. Otherwise, with the traffic in the capital, just getting there would have been a problem. Watching the scenery retreat outside the car window, Xiao Tai's eyes were full of sinister dread. That damn Warden Su actually wanted to capture him? Was that even possible? As long as he could catch the flight to the EU countries, he could leave this wretched place. By the time he landed, this case would be completely over. Wanting to fight for those peasants? Could they really achieve that? Huh. Huatai Company has risen to its current position thanks to its network of connections behind the scenes. No matter how far-reaching the prison bureau's influence extends, they won't have the opportunity to take him down. Still, during this chairman election conference, being targeted by the prison bureau will undoubtedly be disadvantageous for him. Thinking about this, he immediately became even more hateful towards xiuxian. All because of that bastard. If it weren't for him, he'd be home sleeping with models right now. Why should he have to flee? Chapter 80. No Escape. The Hand That Tears Through the Night. Now, all they could do was endlessly flee. One day, this debt would surely be repaid. Meanwhile, xiuxian also brought the members of the penitentiary department again to the bottom of the Huatai Company office building, looking at this magnificent structure and waving his hand. Arrest. The action group members rushed forward. As for those security guards, with memories of what had happened before, naturally dared not to obstruct. They could only let them proceed upstairs. Soon, they reached the office building, pushed the door open, and only saw Wang Dazhuang sitting there calmly. Penitentiary department? Haha, didn't you people already take Cui Jingmin away? Why are you here again? Where's Xiao Tai? Xiuxian had no time for small talk and directly asked coldly. There was an attempt to fumble for excuses, but during their eye contact, inexplicably, some fear crept in and tremulously replied. He left. Left? Where to? I seem to recall notifying you earlier that without our approval, leaving the capital is forbidden, let alone leaving the country. Xiuxian grinned malevolently as he stared at Wang Dazhuang. The latter's throat was dry, unsure of what to say at the moment. Half a day passed without a word escaping. Seeing his expression, Xiuxian's face grew serious. There wasn't time for delay now. If the other side truly managed to escape, catching them again wouldn't be easy. After all, many small countries dare to do anything for money. If the guy really escapes, then it will be much harder to catch him back. And right at that moment, the phone rang. After connecting it, hearing just a few words, Xiuxian's face turned somber. Minister, what's wrong? Just now, the information team said that the vehicle monitored belonging to Xiao Tai has gone towards the EU airport. That person might be planning to seek refuge abroad. Haha, playing it real big, disgracing even internationally. But do they think this is enough to escape? Notify all checkpoints along the way to rigorously inspect vehicles. Also, prepare the cars. We'll head there immediately. Yes. Li Zhongwen nodded solemnly. When Wang Dazhuang saw everyone leave, he let out a deep sigh of relief, but his heart still hadn't fully settled. Xiuxian then spoke up. By the way, be sure to entertain this gentleman well. This guest is very important to us from the penitentiary department. Notify the investigation team to start investigating their law firm. Remember, investigate thoroughly. Yes. Upon hearing these words, Wang Dazhuang collapsed onto the ground weakly. He never thought Xiuxian would resort to such tactics. Now, regret set in. His eyes filled with desperation as he helplessly shook his head. He understood his own law firm clearly. Once investigated, it wouldn't hold up. All he could hope for now was that the penitentiary department slowed down slightly, allowing him to complete this lawsuit, grab a lump sum, and then leave. Unfortunately, Xiuxian no longer had the time or energy to deal with him. They quickly drove towards the EU airport. The surrounding roads had been cleared long ago. The car never stopped as it rushed towards the airport, yet the speed simply wasn't fast enough. Just halfway through, the phone rang again. Upon pressing the answer key, after whispering a few words, Xiuxian's face darkened further. The information team has sent out the latest news. Xiao Tai has entered the EU airport, and his flight is about to take off. If we rush over now, we might make it, but we don't have time to request an arrest warrant from the alliance nations. This means we have to bear the pressure and make the arrest. Otherwise, after the case concludes, it will be too late for retrial. Everyone, what do you think? Xiuxian gripped his mobile phone, glancing around at everyone inside the carriage. Storming the EU airport isn't a trivial matter. If international relations get involved, they might possibly be penalized. More so, perhaps even losing their positions. With support from higher-ups, Xiuxian naturally doesn't need to fear. However, these people are different. Each one carries a family on their shoulders, seeking justice and arriving here. They've already sacrificed so much. Would it really come to them being penalized? Thus, xiuxian gave them the chance to choose. Big Brother Su, since the first day Li followed you, I haven't thought about so many things. The Mindful Enterprise Group case, the 9-star explosion case, the vaccine case, our penitentiary department has weathered so many storms. If we, among others, are afraid and dare not step up to capture someone, then who can still uphold justice? Regardless of whether others go or not, I must go. The Huatai group tramples on human life, forcefully demolishes illegally, uses violence against people, and even attempts to cover up the facts. For crimes like these, even executing them 100-fold wouldn't be excessive. Absolutely cannot let them go. At this point, Li Zhonghua's eyes were somewhat red. Back in the military, he was always fond of standing up for justice and couldn't tolerate a speck of unfairness. If it weren't for that, Zhao Tai wouldn't have ruined his bright future. How could Zhao Tai let him go now? Good, well said. What about the others? Turning to look at the remaining people, they all solemnly nodded their heads. Since the day they joined the penitentiary department, they had already been prepared to sacrifice everything. By this point, naturally, they wouldn't hesitate. Let's do it. What the hell? I'm in too. Isn't it just an EU airport? So what if we barge in, bring it on? I'm not afraid either. Minister Su, ever since I started following you, I vowed that no matter what obstacles come our way, I will never back down. Worst case scenario, we lose our jobs and end up moving bricks. With my strength, carrying a few more bricks is no problem. They responded almost in unison. If they were willing to leave their previous jobs to be here, who would possibly step aside for such a small matter? Satisfied with their answer, xiuxian nodded approvingly. The penitentiary department aspired to become a national symbol, one that strikes fear into the hearts of every criminal. Thus, there must be unwavering spirit and morale. If everyone thinks about retreating when danger comes, nothing significant can be accomplished. At this moment, these interns could officially be considered to have passed xiuxian's test and earn their capital to join the penitentiary department. Once everyone had decided, he sharply stepped on the gas pedal, continuing their charge towards the EU airport. As they drove along the road, the mood among them was also tinged with excitement. For many years, those noble family's sons could get away with committing crimes simply by fleeing after spending some money. Originally, they thought this situation couldn't change this time either, but unexpectedly, Minister Su demonstrated such determination. Chapter 81. In cahoots, a den of vipers and rats. Surprisingly, they would directly issue an order to pursue. Even if they dared to take on Minister Su, what was there for them to fear? At worst, they would lose their jobs. With their abilities, finding a way to make a living somewhere else should not be a problem. What was there to fear? Thus, the crowd became filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't wait to sprout wings and immediately fly to the EU airport to bring the person back. Xiuxian, however, was also very pleased with their performance. The car was racing at full speed, and the silhouette of the EU airport in the distance was already visible. Everyone was fully prepared because if that guy got away, it would be nearly impossible to apprehend him later. It was practically inconceivable. After all, there wasn't much time left before the conclusion of the case. If the court determined that Cui Jingmin was the murderer, then their chance to continue arresting Zhao Tai would be lost. Thus, the time remaining for them was scarce. They must intercept the flight before Zhao Tai took off. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, the vehicle finally stopped at the entrance of the EU country airport. Upon seeing the airport, everyone could hardly wait to rush inside and arrest the man immediately. This was the best opportunity. Just as the group from GNUC were preparing to act. Inside the EU airport, Zhao Tai's face showed an expression of self-satisfaction. He was about to leave the country. Once he stepped out, just like birds flying high in the sky and fish leaping freely in vast oceans, even if people from GNUC really traced back to him, it wouldn't concern him anymore. With Wang Dazhuang's courtroom declaration, he would be able to confidently return home. That group of bumpkins actually thought he would pay them money or allow GNUC to ruin him. Impossible. It was daydreaming. In this world, there was nothing that money could not solve. Sitting in the waiting room, enjoying the sweets in front of him. Around him, many people were pointing fingers and taking pictures with their mobile phones. After all, Zhao Tai, who had been making headlines recently, was still relatively well known to many. Who would have expected that while under investigation, he could still show up here? What is the most important thing in this era? Heat. In this era where pigs can fly when standing on the windward side, being able to capture Zhao Tai escaping at this critical moment meant that after some minor embellishments, the story would go viral. Thus, many people began shooting footage. Seeing those photographing people, Zhao Tai's face turned sour, and he hurled the tray from the table shouting, "Snap, snap, snap. What nonsense are you taking photos of? Want to take my picture? Come closer. You bunch of bastards, peasants." While speaking, his fangs bared, looking like he wanted to devour someone. Fortunately, there were a few bodyguards nearby. Otherwise, with such behavior, he might have been surrounded and beaten by the public. After venting for quite a while, an intriguing look appeared in Zhao Tai's eyes as he said, "Haha, aren't you interested in what I'm going to do? Fine, today I'll tell you. That cursed DNUC has their eyes on me. So I've decided to flee. Do you really think a small DNUC can bring down my Huatai group? Dream on, haha. Soon, I'll be leaving. And your director Su is probably still eating dust on the road. Even if he arrives at the airport, he won't be able to enter. Haha, happy now? No one among you can save yourselves. Wait and see. These days, whoever has criticized our Huatai group and all the mud-covered folks, you just wait. I will definitely settle scores with you. Haha. I am coming back." His face twisted into grotesque rage, frightening some people so much that they retreated several steps. As for the more courageous individuals, a few words were exchanged. You don't be so cocky, Xiaotai. Minister Su from Dianyusi will not let you off easily. Escaping isn't as simple as you think. Hey, aren't you afraid? Is that why you're running? Fear? Me afraid? Hell no. I'm merely tired of playing games with him. Next time I come back, I'll make sure he regrets ever crossing me. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, when fear was mentioned, his facial expression changed instantly, but his attitude remained incredibly arrogant, using this as a disguise for the panic inside. He was truly afraid. Otherwise, why leave the capital? That damned Dianyusi was like wolves that never stopped hounding him. He could not do anything without being completely under surveillance, every move tightly monitored. Hence, he had no choice but to flee. While these ordinary people were taking photos, outside the EU airport, the group from Dianyusi got out of their vehicles and moved toward the entrance. Dozens of them walked past, which alarmed the security guards waiting outside. Panicking, the guards quickly called for backup and immediately surrounded the group. Who are you? What do you want? Dianyusi, investigating a case. We hope you will let us in. With that, Li Zhongwu took out his credentials. Apparently, the guards had no intention of letting them pass. Their leader hurriedly said, "Oh, so you're from the Dianyusi of Xia country, huh? However, it's not up to us whether or not you can enter. Everyone who comes to our airport is a distinguished guest, so please allow us to report this." Go ahead. Su Xing waved his hand indifferently. The guard quickly turned and left to head towards the office of the airport manager. Meanwhile, xiuxian waited quietly on the outskirts. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't wish to provoke any conflict between the two sides. But if these security guards insisted on blocking their way, they couldn't blame him for being impolite. A few minutes later, a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner emerged from the distant corridor, his face beaming with warmth. "Hello everyone. I am the manager of this airport. You can call me Carl." "Minister Su, your name has been ringing in my ears for quite some time. Last time, at the Global Cultural Relics Appraisal Exhibition, your profound knowledge left me in awe. Mr. Carl, we are pursuing a criminal here at your airport. We just received accurate intelligence indicating he is inside. So, we would like to conduct a search. Please allow us entry." Xiuxian directly came straight to the point. There wasn't much time left, so there was no need for beating around the bush. Chapter 82. In Xia country, is there any place the penitentiary department cannot enter? Go in. Arrest a criminal? No problem. Our country's criminal investigation department will naturally cooperate unconditionally, but please show us the arrest warrant from the United Nations Alliance. After all, it's hard for us to handle without it, isn't it? Everyone inside this airport is extremely important guests. If they are disturbed, our airport simply cannot afford to offend them. Cal said this with a smile on his face. But that glint in his eyes was somewhat cunning. Show credentials. Which meant that if one did not have them, they would absolutely be unable to enter. Hence, Xiuxian's face darkened. Clearly Cal was nothing but a smiling tiger, or more accurately speaking, a shield. After all, the matter concerning Xiaotai has already spread across the internet like wildfire, denying their departure. Yet the EU country attempts to take him out right now. The implications behind this are self-evident. It seems like the black hand behind Huatai Group indeed has some influence, even persuading the EU airport to follow its commands. Of course, money plays a role here, but connections must not be underestimated either. Otherwise, who would risk offending the penitentiary department by forcibly transporting a criminal away? If they claim to be unaware, they might fool a ghost, but trying to fool xiuxian is clearly impossible. Sorry, we came in too much of a hurry and didn't prepare properly. I hope Mr. Cal can accommodate us. The person we're capturing is named Xiaotai. As long as we take him away, we promise to retreat immediately and will cause no further disturbance. While saying this, xiuxian still observed Cal's expression. After hearing this name, his expression didn't change a bit. Evidently, he had known that the target was Xiaotai. A moment later, an expression of surprise appeared on his face as he stated, "Xiaotai? Is he not the general manager of Huatai Group? It truly is quite unfortunate. Just when you arrived, Mr. Zhao's flight has already departed. If you wish to catch him, it seems highly improbable. After all, you can't possibly catch up with a plane. Our EU aviation really wants to help your agency apprehend a criminal, but alas, it's really rather difficult. There are many dignified guests aboard the flights, busy with countless affairs. We have no way of calling them back. Please understand." With these prepared excuses already set, the meaning couldn't be clearer. At this point, they had no intention of letting the man go. Upon hearing these words, xiuxian sneered inwardly, believing that this foreigner was indeed crafty. The EU airport's planes all have time restrictions. One departs every hour. How could it have been that fast? Otherwise, would he still be standing here continuing to waste words with him? Not in a hurry. Since we can't catch the person, then it's good. We haven't been on a trip in a long while. Our brothers from the penitentiary department have also been tired for quite some time. Right. This time, using the opportunity of coming here on a mission, let's go out and have some fun. Could Mr. Cal help book a few tickets for us? We'll also appreciate the scenery abroad. That should not be an issue, right? Li Zhongwu, bring the people in, let's go inside. And additionally, I personally invite everyone, so no need for invoices. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved towards the interior. Seeing this, Cal's complexion turned grave. He knew very well that Xiaotai was still inside. If he let them in, then this situation would get troublesome. If they collide, the lie would be uncovered instantly. Having cooperated for such a long time, upon hearing xiuxian's words, Li Zhongwu and others understood clearly, each one boldly walking inside. After all, they won't allow us to enter and capture the criminal. Does that mean they don't allow us to travel either? Moreover, it's our boss treating us. Naturally, they wouldn't hesitate and forcefully broke through the security blockade, loudly shouting as they walked in. Seeing their behavior, Cal's face turned slightly pale, yet at the same time, he struggled to find a proper reason to stop them. Right at this moment, a flash of inspiration hit him. Truly, my sincerest apologies. Minister Su, according to normal circumstances, if you want to go traveling outside, our EU airport should certainly give a warm welcome. But it's just incredibly coincidental that all of our tickets were sold out beforehand. If tickets are available, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. How about this? Come again tomorrow. As an apology, I'd be delighted to present each of you with a ticket. What do you say? That ever-smiling face exuded apparent kindness. However, if one knows what sinister thoughts lay within, one would definitely understand that this guy wasn't a good character. Evidently, the so-called free tickets were nothing but a facade. There was no way xiuxian and his people would be allowed to enter. Otherwise, the situation would become very troublesome. If by any chance they did bump into Zhao Tai, Cal knew he would certainly be implicated. Not to mention that Zhao Tai had spent a hefty amount of money on his escape. If xiuxian's team captured him now, it would mean cutting off Cal's own lucrative money stream. So under all circumstances, Cal had to make sure Zhao Tai remained safe and sound. No problem. No tickets available today? Mr. Cal, can't you just arrange for some? Moreover, we don't need to leave immediately. This is a good opportunity to take a look around your airport. I've heard that EU airports are excellent. Everyone, please visit slowly and carefully observe to gain valuable experience. Saying this, xiuxian started walking inward. Hold on, Minister Su. My stance is already clear. The EU airport has no vacancies today. Can't you understand that? Or do you have something against us? Cal pretended to be annoyed and decided to walk away directly. Of course not. Why shouldn't we take a look around? Is there any part of Xia country's territory that we cannot enter? Unless you're hiding something disgraceful inside? In that case, we should definitely tour it. Xiuxian straightened his back as well, knowing that if the other side had no intention of letting them capture Zhao Tai, then playing nice wouldn't work anymore. It was time to bring in some tough measures. You're insulting us, Minister Su. Please leave. I formally declare that you are one of the unwelcome guests at our EU airport. Please go. Cal showed his impatience, stepping back 2 steps and breaking off pretenses. What are you waiting for? Escort them out. Chapter 83, Self-Inflicted Misery. Finally decided to show your true colors? Humph, Mr. Carl, since I've come today, I will definitely go in and take a look. If you step aside, then the previous matters will be let go. But if you insist on obstructing me, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Saying this, xiuxian's face was still somewhat cold as he stared at the man in front of him. If he really didn't intend to let him pass, then it would be necessary to make him suffer. And Carl's face turned ugly, yet he also understood that from start to finish, xiuxian had known someone was inside. Before, it was just a jest with him. Realizing how long he had been fooled, his face turned quite dark. Staring intently at xiuxian, he opened his mouth and said, "What do you mean? If I don't let you in? Although Sir is a minister of the Penitentiary Bureau, but do not forget, I am not one of your Xia people. You are not qualified to manage me. Today, none of you will enter." Plainly throwing off the disguise. With an angry glare, he glared at the crowd of the Penitentiary Bureau. The security guards behind were also watching like tigers. Clearly, the EU airlines had been prepared, waiting for xiuxian's group to arrive. When soft measures failed, they moved directly to hard ones. Unfortunately, he underestimated xiuxian's abilities, and also did not know the selection criteria of Penitentiary Bureau action teams. Anyone able to join the Penitentiary Bureau action team was at least a national champion in martial arts. Not to mention the few security guards in front. Even if they were multiplied many times over, they wouldn't matter much. Besides, there was also General Xuanhuan. Should xiuxian act, he could defeat them all within seconds. Thus, these threats, viewed by everyone on the action team, were utterly powerless. If we insist on entering anyway, what? Are you going to hit me? Scared to death. Minister, what should we do? Li Zhonghua feigned fear, retreating a few steps, but was already prepared for an attack. The rest of the team found their positions accordingly, prepared to strike any time. Carl looked at the laughing faces of everyone. They clearly showed no fear, which meant he realized he had been tricked. That fact was now evident on his face. If it was another day, he would naturally not have interfered. But today, there was Zhao Tai inside too. Should he be discovered, where would the face of EU airlines go? Even though some international airlines specialized in such matters, at least they hadn't been exposed. If the public finds out that to increase profits, their airline placed criminals in the same cabin as themselves, wouldn't their reputation drop straight to zero? As the head of EU airlines, under no circumstances could he allow such an incident. But, even if he wanted to block the Penitentiary Bureau, he knew it would be impossible. For a moment, he fell into a dilemma. Li Zhonghua, what are you waiting for? Go in. Xiuxian waved his hand, and everyone immediately rushed in. By the time Carl thought to call a few security guards to intercept them, it was too late. In an instant, everyone was already lying on the ground. Before they had even reacted, xiuxian had already led everyone inside. Carl hurriedly chased after them, saying, "Minister Su, this is against international convention law. I advise you to stop immediately, otherwise, when higher-ups blame you, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't create trouble for yourself. Understand, I love creating trouble. Since you refuse to let me find what I need, I'll find it myself, no problem, right? And if you want to file a complaint, feel free to do so. Just find my superior if you can, go ahead." Xiuxian responded coolly. Everyone started searching around in the airport. Carl's expression grew more anxious. Had he known this earlier, he should have arranged a special flight to let that menace leave sooner. Now it was too late. As for filing a complaint against xiuxian, a joke. An elder in Xia holds a revered position. Even the big boss doesn't have access. Moreover, how different was this from dreaming absurd dreams? It was absolutely impossible to meet that old man, making a mockery of the idea, completely impossible. So, this path of complaint was cut off from the very beginning. To complain was practically hopeless. As for reporting to the Alliance Nation, aside from insufficient time, such trivial matters would likely remain unaddressed for who knows how long. By the time it was dealt with, it'd be too late. Therefore, the latter's face had a hint of irritation as he quickly caught up and said, Minister Su, no need to rush, right? You just want to find someone, don't you? It's very simple. Who are you looking for? I'll help you find them. It's easy to locate them through the broadcast or the passenger manifest. Why cause trouble here? What if we upset some important figures? Neither you nor I can afford the consequences. As he spoke, there was still a tinge of wry laughter. At this point, where was there any room for choice? Whether willing or unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and agree. To delay time, even if only a little, was worth it. Unfortunately, if earlier, xiuxian might have given him some face. Now that he had already walked in, was there any necessity? There's no need. The people of our penitentiary bureau don't shy away from trouble. Finding someone. We can do it ourselves. As he said this, his gaze was still sweeping around. The EU airport was extravagantly luxurious, but not overly large. Since it handled direct international flights, it was actually smaller than some domestic airports. Finding a person wouldn't take long. As for Carl's supposed assistance, what exactly was behind this ploy? Wasn't it clear? It was merely an attempt to interfere, using a loudspeaker to look for a criminal. Wouldn't that be telling him to run away? If the criminal's mind was still functioning properly, he certainly wouldn't stand there waiting to die. Therefore, xiuxian naturally wouldn't agree. He led his team to begin searching. Finally, at this moment, he noticed a group of people gathered 100 meters ahead in the waiting area. A dense crowd surrounded them, with angry shouting occasionally breaking out. Very familiar. It's Xiaotai. Move out. With a wave of his hand, everyone in the action group ran over. As Carl tried to stop them, Li Zhonghua unintentionally tripped him, causing him to fall to the ground with a cry of pain. Lying there, Carl was in great agony. As the head of EU flights, no one had ever dared treat him like this before. Chapter 84. Not even Jesus can save you. I mean it. The boldness of these prison officers was simply astonishing. Breaking in forcefully might be forgivable, but they actually tripped him up too. Just as he was about to vent his anger, xiuxian and the others directly stepped over him and headed towards the waiting room. The action team approached in a dense mass. At this moment inside, Xiaotai still had no idea what was going on, continuing to boast smugly about his achievements. Unbeknownst to him, death loomed close. Ho ho, see that? My flight's boarding time is almost here. Where are your prison officers? Quickly go beg Minister Su to hurry. Ho ho, can you catch me? I'm worried for him already. Hee hee, I don't have time for you anymore, farewell. Ha, wanna catch me? Dream on, next life. No one can capture me. The prison office definitely can't either. Speaking thus, he turned to enter the VIP channel and board the flight. Once aboard, he would be free to leave. The surrounding civilians were also somewhat anxious, wanting to step forward and stop him, but the few bodyguards blocked the path. Just as Xiaotai was about to escape, from the back of the crowd came a cold laugh. Young Master Xiaotai, we've really kept you waiting. Who would have thought you'd wait for us so long here? Really, it's quite an effort on your part. Come, return with us to the prison department, and thank you for your cooperation. Xiuxian's cold voice carried from behind. Everyone quickly turned around and saw xiuxian leading the action team walking in from outside, looking towards Xiaotai, his mouth slightly curved into a smile. Xiaotai, who was already at the entrance of the passage, instantly changed his expression when he turned around. He didn't expect the prison department people to stick around like ghosts. They'd already driven him out of the country, and yet they ran after him to cause trouble, truly annoying bastards. The prison department, I told you. Haha, Minister Su will definitely come. Minister Su rules, arrest this guy. Ho ho, weren't you strong just now? Now seeing Minister Su, unable to even speak, right? Ho ho, you're such an idiot. Besides being impressive, I can't find words to describe it. Anyway, Minister Su is magnificent, haha. This guy even dared to challenge Minister Su, really brainless, beyond himself. As expected, where there is crime, there is the prison department. Haha, no matter who, none can escape in front of Minister Su. You think he'll run away? Didn't you know? In the end, you're captured by Minister Su, you fool. In the airport, the onlookers quickly opened live broadcasts, relaying images of the scene. After all, probably everyone in Xia country now was very interested in this event. They wondered how this person could possibly escape. Before the prison department, no matter where someone runs, they'll eventually be brought back. As for Xiao Tai's expression right now, it couldn't be worse. Shit, xiuxian, you're ruthless. I was planning to escape already, and you haven't the intention to let me go, huh? Fine enough. If that's the case, then we'll die together. What's the worst that could happen? Death. Who's afraid of whom? You guys, stand still doing nothing? Attack. Following the command, those bodyguards rushed forward immediately. For them, protecting their employer's safety was enough. The rest wasn't important. Anyway, Huatai Group would take care of everything for them properly. Looking at the charging bodyguards, the action group members of the prison department all revealed smiles. After enduring for so long, they were just looking for someone to punish. These few guys actually came up voluntarily to die. Bang bang. They immediately clashed into a battle. As for xiuxian, he walked towards the exit, while stating, Xiao Tai, former general manager of Huatai Company, on April 10, 2019, officially arrested. Your charges include assaulting civil servants, intentional injury, attempted murder, promoting violence in public places, tax evasion, homicide, threatening senior leaders of Xia country. Numerous crimes combined. Arrested immediately, awaiting execution. You may speak, but every word you say will become court evidence. You are under arrest. The final 3 words hit like a hammer on a muffled drum. His complexion became somber. Unbelievable. Xiuxian actually meant business. This guy was serious about arresting him. Zhao Tai's face contorted, glaring fiercely at Xiuxian, with a touch of murderous intent and fury lingering at the corner of his lips. Haha, Minister Su, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how awesome I am, right? With all these crimes, I probably qualify for life imprisonment. Huh? Hee, but catching me won't be that easy. Screw you. Having said this, he turned and ran toward the passage entrance. But before he could take 2 steps, a chair thrown by Xiuxian had already hit his leg. He fell to the ground instantly, his face twisted with pain, unable to even stand up properly. Glaring at the approaching Xiuxian, he shouted, "Don't come near me, bastard. Don't come closer. You're enforcing violence. I'll sue you. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Xiuxian, you asshole. I won't let you off easily. Law-abiding citizen? Sue me anytime. But you probably won't get the chance. Weren't you just saying no one can catch you? Weren't you just bragging about your revenge? And now what? This is for those innocent workers you killed. This is for the families you demolished without any compensation, leaving them homeless. Asshole, you're nothing but worms preying on the people. I've said it before, don't break the law, or you'll be caught. Hee, are you happy? Happy? Of course I am. Do you really think you've got me? Let me tell you plainly. In a few days, I'll be set free. Then I'll fight you again. You bastards, what are you staring at? Get lost. Zhao Tai's face was distorted as he glared at the surrounding crowd. Even though handcuffed, he kept wriggling around. But Xiuxian naturally wouldn't let him succeed. In an instant, he yanked Zhao Tai back. Rest assured, no matter who it is, nobody can save you this time. Zhao Tai, you're done for this time. Not even Jesus can save you, I mean it. Bastard, team retreat. Moments later, news of the manager of Huatai Group being taken away on EU aviation spread across half of Xia country. Chapter 85. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Inside the EU airport, a large group of onlookers were left dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too fast? In less than a few minutes, the person who had been extremely arrogant just moments ago was now as obedient as a cat. Haha, what a typical show-off. No matter how boastful they spoke, when the DNUC, prison wardens, arrived, they were taken away on the spot within a few minutes. Is this what's known as instant karma? Could it be that the legendary DNUC handles cases this quickly? My goodness, before I could even react, that person was already taken away. Minister Su is truly amazing. Fortunately, everything was recorded throughout. Having the chance to witness Minister Su's appearance, I will definitely revere it daily upon returning home. Damn, this is the epitome of a man. Minister Su is awe-inspiring. DNUC is awesome. Lacking education myself, all I can say is damn. This speed, how does it feel like crushing an ant? Everyone was incredibly astonished. Zhao Tai, who was just threatening them in every way, was now being taken away. Could this be the action speed of the DNUC? Unknowingly, a sense of pride rose in their hearts. Because of such departments, they felt extremely secure. After all, the audacity of criminals has a lot to do with certain departments' indulgence. Nowadays, the Xia country truly needs such a swift organization like the DNUC. Though, their methods might seem a little unconventional. Would it make any difference if justice were negotiated with those villains? How could those people who have killed countless others possibly reform? Only DNUC and Minister Su are capable of bringing them to justice under the law. For many years, the Huatai Group was like a great mountain pressing down on everyone. Almost all the capital residents had headaches about it. Many people had suffered from their oppression, but none dared to speak out. After all, the influence of the Huatai Group is indeed significant. If one were to stand against them, the outcome would inevitably be tragic. There were not a few who stood up against them in the past, yet all disappeared without a trace eventually. As for how they disappeared, most knew clearly, but there was no evidence or way to voice their thoughts. Forceful demolitions, no compensation for relocation. Countless civilians lived under their tyranny, but who dared to speak up? Take, for example, the case of someone jumping off the Huatai Group building, a vivid proof. Ordinary people would try their best to avoid getting involved, so why would they get close to trouble? Over time, Zhao Tai naturally grew more tyrannical. And at this moment, the arrival of the DNUC gave them the means to resist. At least, there was finally a way to seek redress. All sorts of forums and websites, along with media outlets, started reposting the content almost immediately. Within the blink of an eye, it became nationwide news. The whole populace of the capital rejoiced. Under each news item were comments from the people. DNUC forever. Finally, we've locked this menace up once and for all. For years, we've been bullied by him. Haha. And now, we finally get a chance to settle the score. Minister Su did a fine job. Minister Su is truly a national blessing. I wonder how they will execute that guy. DNUC, please don't really let him go. In the past, he was caught, but always came out after a few days. Alas, hopefully not this time. That's right. There must be people behind Huatai Group. Don't rejoice too soon. It probably won't take long until they set him free again. Amidst the jubilation, there were some expressing concern. In the past, it wasn't that no one caught Zhao Tai for his outrageous deeds. However, he was released shortly afterward. The people who caught him were either transferred, removed from office, or vanished into thin air. In such circumstances, the common folk had already lost hope. They even began to worry for the DNUC now. Xiuxian is a good man. If he just suddenly disappears, it would be a real pity. Meanwhile, as the people were discussing, Xiaodai had already been brought back to the DNUC office. He sat silently in the interrogation room, staring blankly at the walls around him, as if waiting for something. And seeing his appearance, xiuxian understood instantly. This man must be waiting for someone to rescue him. Unfortunately, although it might have been possible in the past, there was no such chance now. Xiaodai, it's better for you to honestly confess your crimes. Stop daydreaming. We already have surveillance footage, testimonies, and witnesses. No one has the ability to save you now. So, admit your sins and don't waste our time. Director Su, don't be hasty. Just wait and see. It won't be long before someone comes to take me away. Do you think our Huadai group could have reached this point today by relying only on what's seen on the surface? For all these years of tax evasion, withholding relocation fees, constructing substandard projects, do you really believe the money we've earned is just what's on the books? As for where the rest of it has gone, I trust you're a smart person, so you should be able to guess that, right? So, many people wouldn't want me to stay in here. They will try every possible way to rescue me. And as for you, Director Su, when you mess with me, you're also messing with their interests. Instead of worrying about whether I can survive or not, you might want to start worrying about yourself. They won't let you off easily, Zhao Tai said with a sinister smile, looking absolutely confident. And the more he acted this way, the more intrigued xiuxian became. Who was behind him? How could he remain so calm, even when faced with such a dire situation? It really sparked his curiosity. Who could wield such power? Of course, xiuxian was also slightly worried. After all, this wasn't a trivial matter. It wasn't necessary to worry about himself getting into trouble. What about the others in DNUC? They had families, siblings, and friends. What if these people decided to target their loved ones? How would they deal with that? Xiuxian didn't think the mastermind capable of organizing such a vast criminal network would be a benevolent individual. Thus, the top priority now was to prevent the enemy from making a desperate move. But with the current number of personnel in the DNUC, it seemed insufficient to handle the situation. Just at that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Looking at the number displayed on the screen, it seemed perfectly fitting. A case of Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. Chapter 86, Xiuxian Manor, High-Level Meeting. Seeing the familiar number, xiuxian turned and walked towards the interrogation room door. He then pressed the answer button. Hello, Director Su. Come to Xiuxian Manor. That elder wants to see you. These short two sentences represented everything. As for the so-called elder, who could use this phone and still lives in Xiuxian Manor, looking throughout Xia country, there seemed to be only one such person. That founder of the nation. The old man revered by countless descendants could alone bear this title. Yes. Nodding seriously. Looking at the disconnected call, xiuxian's lips curved slightly with a hint of laughter. His originally heavy heart had become somewhat relaxed by now. He was very clear about what this phone call represented. In other words, this matter has even stirred that elder. Precisely because of this. That is why the call came at this time. However, it can also be seen from this how widespread the implications of this matter are. Even that elder has been pulled into it, forcing the old man to take action. Xiuxian had a premonition that the black hand behind Huadai Group would soon appear. And the reason the old man summoned him was almost certainly because of this matter. Temporarily detaining Xiaodai. Subsequently walking towards the entrance of the DNUC office building, there were already two cars waiting there. Just from their license plates, it could be seen that they were the elder's personal vehicles. The first Hongqi car ever produced in Xia country. Vehicle number Jing 00001. It was also a symbol of nobility. Despite Xia country being established for many years, only a few have exclusive rights to license plates starting with 0000. This represents the elder's privilege and serves as a symbol for leading hundreds of millions of Xia country citizens through hardship to final success over the years. Walking towards the car, just as he opened the car door, a middle-aged man dressed in military uniform sitting at the back spoke. Director Su, I have long heard of your great reputation. I am a major general guarding Xiuxian Manor and also the personal bodyguard of the elder. Following superior orders, I have specially come to escort you there. Thank you. To send an escort of a personal bodyguard shows the importance the elder places on xiuxian. After all, this is the utmost protection which ensures the elder's safety. Yet, he willingly dispatches his personal guard, indicating just how important xiuxian is to the elder. Truly valued. Please. Sitting in the vehicle, it then departed towards Xiuxian Manor. Racing forward swiftly, all roads were sealed off entirely. Virtually every 3 steps there was a guard post, every 5 steps a sentry. Soldiers carrying guns were walking around, protecting them meticulously. The elder bore the burden of the entire country and faced its pressure equally. Breathing was stifling. Finally, after a long journey, they eventually arrived at Xiuxian Manor. The surrounding checkpoints, closely packed like golden nets, made it clearly impossible for ordinary people to enter. Even if there was the super soldier Gene Water, xiuxian didn't think he could forcibly break through into the place. As an important site of the nation, its defenses were incredibly stringent. And this is merely what could be seen on the surface. What lies hidden in secret is the crucial part. Things you simply cannot see or touch. Upon getting out of the car, xiuxian could already feel at least 4 or 5 dangerous presences passing over him. Evidently, numerous snipers were still hiding covertly in the dark. The Major General got down from the car and led xiuxian inside. Passing through multiple security checks, they finally arrived at the estate where the elder lived. It truly wasn't easy to find such a sanctuary in this bustling society. With the sounds of insects chirping and birds singing all around, plus the fresh air, it gave an inexplicable sense of yearning. Indeed, it was a perfect residence for retirement. Director Su, from here onwards, you need to go by yourself. The elder is waiting for you in the study. We aren't allowed to go in further. Saying this, the Major General took a few steps back. Xiuxian understood and nodded. After all, if today's discussion really concerns Huatai Group, then no one knows how many people might get implicated. Hence, keeping it unknown isn't unusual. The fewer people know, the safer it is. Alright, good. Nodding, Xiuxian followed the corridor towards the direction of the study. Half a while later, he stopped at the door of an ancient-style house. A faint smell of books wafted out. Pushing open the door, walking inside, Xiuxian's lips curled up with a slight smile. Entering through the main door, he only saw an old man correcting something, with a desk lamp placed on the table. The surroundings were extremely simple, with no trace of luxury. In the entire study, there were merely a few bookshelves, a desk, and several bamboo chairs. A cool breeze blew by, making one feel refreshed and invigorated. As he looked at the old man, Xiuxian's heart couldn't help but feel somewhat nervous. Although this place wasn't Earth, it was a parallel world. Moreover, the experiences of this old man were exactly the same as those of the one back in the day. Such a person truly deserved respect, someone capable of shouldering the heavy burden of an entire race. No matter where they were worthy of respect and gratitude. Clack! Just as Xiuxian was reflecting, the old man had already put down his pen, looked up, and stared at him standing in the room. His kind face showed a hint of affectionate smile. Young Su, it has been a long time since we last met. It seems that sending you away back then was the right choice. Who would have thought that you could achieve what you have today while in that position? Remarkable, truly remarkable. The vaccine case, the 9-star phone case, pyramid schemes, stolen relics, real estate developers. You've truly brought miracle after miracle to this old man. Cough, cough. As he spoke, the old man coughed a few times. His face was full of joy, clearly showing satisfaction with Xiuxian's actions over these days. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your praise. Facing the old man, Xiuxian didn't dare to act rashly and quickly replied. The elder smiled more deeply. Haha, good, very good. You still know some manners. Do you know why I summoned you back this time? Huatai Group. Without any concealment, he directly responded. In front of this old man, his eyes seemed like they could see through everything. There was no need to be evasive. Chapter 87. Using the country as a chessboard, an unprecedented game. Ho ho, you young man do have some wit. You already know what I haven't even said yet. Well done, this time I called you back precisely because of the Huatai Group matters. In recent times, your Diosai department has been performing exceedingly well and has earned great prestige among the populace. However, this time, you've hit a hard nail. The Huatai Group is not as simple as it appears. These waters run deep. For many years, I've wanted to take action on them, but alas, pulling one thread would affect the whole fabric, so they've persisted until now. Unexpectedly, these people not only show no remorse, but have become even more audacious. Ho ho, it seems that it's high time we completely uproot them. Now tell me, if I were to let you make your move, how confident are you? The elder sounded as though he was chatting idly over family affairs, his voice gentle and unrippled. As if, no matter how big the issue, in his eyes, it didn't amount to much, which was understandable given he'd weathered storms that nearly brought down the nation. What could possibly shake this old man? This so-called Huatai Group, regardless of how much they play, in this person's eyes, probably amounts to nothing more than a joke. It's fundamentally unworthy of mention. Bringing Xiuxian here this time was also about testing the courage of this novice bull. After all, in order to burn all bridges and rescue Xia from its critical condition, one needs a lot of bravery. After hearing the elder's words, Xiuxian slightly narrowed his gaze, pondering for a moment before speaking. Huatai Group is even larger than I imagined. Especially during the capture of Zhaotai, we encountered obstructions from EU flights, indicating there must be an immensely powerful force backing Huatai Group. Furthermore, even after being captured, Zhaotai still appeared arrogantly unafraid. I suspect that they likely have connections at higher levels, precisely because of this that the latter isn't afraid at all. To bring down such a massive group will not be easy unless decisive evidence can be found. While speaking, Xiuxian kept glancing at the old man's expression. After all, this man was historically one of the most fearsome elders of Xia. If he became dissatisfied, it would spell calamity for Diosai. Still, the elder nodded continuously, a hint of appreciation evident in his brows. Indeed, it was correct. Behind Huatai Group lay someone of no small significance. Good estimation on your part. There really is someone behind Huatai Group, and that person holds considerable power and position. Unfortunately, they've been corrupted. Ho ho, power, money, wealth. These things are forever inescapable traps. Easier said than done, right? How many can actually achieve true purity? At this point, the elder couldn't help but sigh. Back when Xia faced utter ruin, they all stood together resisting invasion, eventually forging today's Xia. That friendship forged through years of combat did not vanish amidst the battles, but rather corroded in the wake of peace. Thinking of this, the elder couldn't help but feel moved with profound regret. This country had fallen ill, a disease spreading throughout every level. If allowed to continue like this, greater consequences would undoubtedly ensue. This is why the elder specifically established Diosai, a potent remedy indeed. Recently, Xiuxian's work was commendable. Criminal elements had been truly suppressed, thoroughly wiped out. But for a nation like Xia, a vast, ancient eastern country, those achievements were far too insignificant to merit attention. They were barely worth mentioning. And if Xiuxian could successfully handle this crucial Huatai Group matter, xiuxian might finally justify its founding purpose. Otherwise, it would remain merely child's play. One sees further from a higher ground. For the general public, xiuxian's recent decisive actions have left them quite satisfied. But in the elder's eyes, it wasn't enough. What he desired wasn't mere satisfaction. He aimed for this strong medicine to pierce deeply into the hearts of criminals, eradicating them completely. If xiuxian could truly achieve this step, then he would enter a completely new world. For these influential and region-ruling leaders, the previous cases were nothing more than appetizers. Those caught were merely minnows, utterly unable to disturb their core interests. Should one touch upon anyone's Achilles heel, then they wouldn't have any qualms. Those who could be colluded with would be colluded, and those who couldn't be colluded would be eliminated or transferred on the spot. Xiuxian was the elder's protege, but if he could not become a great man, then it would be useless to keep him around. A person who could use an entire country as a chessboard wouldn't care about gains or losses of individual cities or regions. What the elder planned to do now was to let xiuxian become the flag bearer instead of just being a pawn moved around by others. The power of xiuxian was unprecedented in history, but how much of this power could be utilized depended entirely on him. This so-called meeting, or more precisely speaking, should be regarded as an examination. A fish leaping through the dragon gate hinged on this very moment. After seeing that the elder did not voice any opposition, xiuxian continued. Based on the evidence we currently possess, we can only convict Zhao Tai. But that's meaningless. It won't take long before the real culprits behind the scenes find ways to get him out again. Hence, to completely destroy their network of relationships, we need to focus directly on the Hua Tai group, cutting off this point of interest transfer. Once that's done, someone is bound to act rashly out of impatience, and we'll have them right where we want them. With them caught, naturally, the game will be cracked. Upon hearing xiuxian's words, the elder furrowed his brows slightly for a moment, then relaxed again. The elder spoke with a reminder. What you said is correct, but how exactly do you plan to drag the Hua Tai group down? One Zhao Tai isn't enough. Remember, the Hua Tai group is nominally run by the Zhao family, but the true forces behind it aren't something even the Zhao family can decide. Chapter 88. The heavyweight of the nation. I've discovered that over the past few years, all of Hua Tai Group's projects have been entirely substandard. Moreover, their buildings do not comply with standard regulations. I believe we can start from this point. If we break through here, all critical nodes will collapse on their own. Those who are holding back cards will naturally lose control, and at that time, we'll be able to reel them in, xiuxian said, a faint smile still lingering on the corner of his lips. The elder nodded in satisfaction, agreeing with xiuxian's statement. This was no lie. No one would allow their chain of interests to break. Hua Tai Group's existence is essentially the pivotal link in this chain. Whoever dared to tamper with it would surely face backlash from everyone involved. So, you intend to begin by scrutinizing the construction quality? Checking their standards? Yes. Not to mention how Hua Tai Group's housing issues could endanger the health and lives of residents. Even just their tax evasion and cutting corners would give us plenty to investigate. If possible, I want to take advantage of this forced demolition opportunity to delve deeper into this operation. In doing so, we can strike at their weak points. Xiuxian explained confidently before laying out his complete plan. The old man nodded contentedly, originally assuming xiuxian was merely a show-off without substance. He didn't expect xiuxian to grow so much during this period, able to identify key elements. This reassured him significantly. Whether or not there are persimmons, shaking 3 times isn't bad. Now, what we need to do is make the snake move. Thinking of this step is already impressive. The elder nodded, affirming xiuxian's suggestions wholeheartedly. Regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, action must be taken first. It's unacceptable to watch those people operate unchecked. Even if nothing major comes up, it's still an effective strategy to send a warning and frighten them. Isn't this part of the Correctional Bureau's responsibilities? Real estate serves as a pillar of the domestic economy. If problems arise here, how can the country remain stable? Nowadays, property prices are soaring uncontrollably. They're rising as fast as rockets, signifying an unhealthy industry compared internationally. Here, an ordinary house costs as much as a villa abroad. Despite this, they're still dissatisfied, continuing to drive prices higher recklessly, ignoring public welfare entirely. If things continue like this, the nation won't endure much longer. After all, no one has the ability to disrupt this vast chain of corruption. It's too extensive. Therefore, we must sever these ties as soon as possible. And the Correctional Bureau's responsibility lies precisely here. Although this department hasn't fully matured yet, its success will depend solely on today's actions. Thanks to its positive societal impact from previous cases, favorable public opinion will also play a part, even perhaps till death. Those regional officials wouldn't imagine being defeated by such a young boy. He pierced into them like a blade, rendering them immobile. Ho ho, xiuxian, your insights are commendable. It seems your recent efforts haven't gone to waste. You've achieved such profound understanding. Excellent, truly excellent. I'm deeply gratified. The future Correctional Bureau will gain honor through you. This department will only grow stronger. The elder spoke, a look of satisfaction evident on his face. For many years now, no youth had earned such high praise from the elder. This highlights how much xiuxian has captured people's admiration. Even this elderly figure showers him with accolades. Reaching this point, the elder finally made a decision. From today onward, I officially appoint you as the honorary general of the 3 armies, entitled to military region privileges. Furthermore, this is your rank certificate. With it, you can mobilize the domestic military forces. Remember, do not let me down. Arrest all criminals according to law. Additionally, starting today, the Correctional Bureau will formally enjoy the highest power domestically. All handled cases shall be treated as significant matters, with no interference, inquiries, or commandments allowed from anyone. Regardless of identity, position, or contributions, any violators within the country shall be apprehended accordingly. To support your work, all members' families will receive protection from the military zone. Moreover, for all needs, the Correctional Bureau may directly utilize all domestic resources, unconditionally. The final 4 words symbolize supreme authority. That means, as long as they are within the country and have any resources at their disposal, if they wish to do so, they can mobilize them at any time. No one can stop them regardless of when or what it may be. Wherever they go, they represent the nation. Behind them stands that supreme elder. More importantly, there is the right to mobilize military regions. Since the founding of the country, civil and military administrations have been separate. This is well established. No one has ever held both political power while also leading in military regions. Furthermore, there's the authority to mobilize troops. After all, soldiers are the most critical tools of a nation. They should not be moved lightly. With 5,000 years of history serving as lessons, all military control has always been firmly grasped in the central hands. This is why no one dares to step out of line. Money might be important, but in absolute strength, it means nothing. It's like a child's toy. But now, this elder actually issued orders to mobilize troops from military zones, showing just how much importance he places on this department. From here on, the Correctional Bureau will truly dominate without restriction domestically. No person, event, or thing can hinder them. Previous concerns no longer need consideration. Moreover, all family members are protected by military zones. As for the intensity of protection, xiuxian does not doubt it for a second. After all, these were words directly spoken by the elder. If something really goes wrong, wouldn't that simply be slapping his own face? From today onward, the Correctional Bureau has officially become a powerful domestic organization. No one dare look down on it anymore. As for prior worries, they can now be completely forgotten. Chapter 89: A grain in the vast ocean, light under the darkness. With the elder's assurance, there was truly nothing to worry about regarding the vast Xia country. No matter who it was, none would become an obstacle to them. The power of DNUC, Penitentiary Department, would from this moment on officially reach its peak, a height no one else could match. Even if the hand behind Huatai Group were to be mobilized for real, there would still not be anyone capable of hindering their investigation. In other words, DNUC domestically would have no obstructions. They could act with complete freedom, absolutely without any interference or obstruction by others. To do otherwise would mean opposing the military region, and within Xia country, what kind of good result could come from going against the military? One didn't need to think long to know. Execution, without question. After their heartfelt conversation, xiuxian returned to DNUC, immediately gathering his forces and directly heading towards Huatai Group. By this point, Zhao Tai's issues weren't worth mentioning anymore. After being reminded by the elder, how could xiuxian fail to understand? The mastermind behind Huatai Group. Even Zhao family was but a mere grain in the vast ocean. Hoping for compensation through Zhao Tai was futile now. Next up would be directly exposing Huatai Group itself. Only by doing so could they genuinely feel the pain. This would also stir up those lurking shadows to take action. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the DNUC office building, both the investigative and inspection teams had gathered in grand fashion, heading swiftly toward Huatai Group's latest development project. Garden District, a street recently violently demolished, remained surrounded by a great number of citizens. Looking at their homes now turned into construction sites, sorrow filled their eyes. Originally, if not for any unforeseen circumstances, they should have been home at this time, enjoying steaming hot meals with their families. But because of Huatai Group's forced demolition, their lives now look like this. Alas, that company hadn't even paid a single penny in compensation yet. It was heart-chilling to contemplate. Even amidst a summer night, it felt as though deep frost was biting into their hearts. Who could empathize with such bitterness? Losing one's home forcefully? Who would bear such indignation quietly? But what could they do? Expecting compensation obviously wasn't realistic. Within just a few days, a foundation had already been erected. Watching helplessly as their own homelands were encroached upon, they couldn't do anything. Inner sorrow. Whose understanding was that? At this moment, members of DNUC finally arrived in their vehicles. Looking at the forward construction site, anger flashed in xiuxian's eyes. It wasn't even necessary to go inside and inspect to see problems already clearly existed. Hadn't the demolition happened just days ago? Wasn't it too fast to have finished the foundation? Shit. There wasn't even a day-night rush job that could accomplish this speed. Was it constructing houses or playing with blocks? Under such critical pressure, Huatai Group still dared to act this way. Not to mention what they would have done under normal circumstances. Thinking of all this, anger crept onto his face. Go inside for inspection. If any problem is found, immediately order a halt to work. Those who disobey, orders will be taken away directly. As cold voices sounded off, xiuxian made no plans to give face, and subsequently, members of the action team moved forward resolutely. A huge crowd headed toward the construction site. Those spectators, upon seeing the scene, showed hopeful lights on their faces. The reputation of DNUC had reached their ears. Even Zhao Tai had already been arrested. From this, it could be seen that he was indeed a cadre sincerely caring for the people. Originally in despair, they unknowingly began to harbor some hope, clustering around xiuxian. Minister Su, we beg you, please save us. Our house has been demolished. I endured hardship for so many years just to earn this single property. My entire family relied on it to survive, and we owe the bank a large sum of money. They haven't compensated us a single penny, so how can we live? Minister, please save us, we beseech you. The faces of the masses carried some sense of lamentation, and seeing their looks, xiuxian grew increasingly furious in his heart. This was the calamity wrought by Huatai Group. They not only forcibly demolished people's houses, but also left behind incomplete housing projects, without even giving half a cent in compensation. How much conscience had they lost to dare commit such deeds? Utterly absurd. Rest assured, everyone, rest assured. I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory answer. Huatai Group will surely be severely punished by us. Please believe in me. Facing this group of commoners, xiuxian was at a loss for words. He could only bitterly smile and say, until the eradication of Huatai Group, one couldn't predict how many more people would endure such hardships. Thank you, Minister Su. Minister Su, thank you so much. You're truly a good person. Long live Dianyusi. Make sure to bring these people to justice. Otherwise, we really have no way to survive. We beg you, esteemed members of Dianyusi, please show mercy. These villains must not be let go. On everyone's face was a tinge of sadness. They had long been numbed by the oppression of Huatai Group. Now, xiuxian was their last lifeline. The recent actions of Dianyusi finally gave the crowd a sense of security and reliance. For them, having someone reliable to lean on was already the best choice. As for the rest, they didn't dare to hope too much. After all, without Dianyusi, their survival would already be an issue. Shaking his head helplessly, at this point, where was there room for choices? Just as xiuxian was about to console these citizens, dust appeared in the distance. Soon after, a car pulled up in front of the construction site. Following that, a stout man got out of the car and asked, "Who is Minister Su? Who is Minister Su? It's an honor to have you visit our site. Please don't hold it against me for not greeting you properly." "It's me." "What? And who are you?" Xiuxian looked at him and couldn't help but frown. Just from that cunning face alone, he was evidently a classic image of a villainous businessman. If xiuxian's guess wasn't wrong, this should be the general manager of Huatai Group. Indeed, exactly as xiuxian had expected. The latter really was the general manager of Huatai Group. And why he had come here didn't need further questioning either. It was obvious. It was due to complaints made by the workers at the construction site. Chapter 90. Sealed Investigation, Work Stoppage, Foundation Issues. Minister Su? Haha, so you're Minister Su, truly a young talent. I wonder, what brings you to our company's construction site? Hasn't the case of the jumper been closed already? Xiaotai was also taken away by your people. Could it be that Dianyus has its eyes on our Huatai Group? Endless nonsense, joke, haha, just a joke. As he spoke, he still inadvertently mentioned Xiaotai's matter. There was still some resentment in his gaze, but for some reason, he finally managed to suppress it. It seemed as though the mastermind behind Huatai Group had issued a warning, right? After all, for them, even the Zhao family was merely a dog, let alone someone else. And Xiaotai, being just a spoiled rich kid, meant even less. That person likely did not want to oppose the Dianyus at this time, which is why they gave him a warning. Otherwise, solely based on this, today's meeting would not have gone so smoothly. We received reports claiming there are issues with the quality of your construction site, so we specifically came to inspect it. There shouldn't be any problem on your side, right? Xiuxian said coldly, showing no patience for pointless chit-chat with this guy. The other party's expression flickered slightly before he waved a hand and said, "No problems, of course no problems. Rest assured, although I don't know who reported us, we always build according to the highest domestic standards. There simply aren't any problems. It could be someone intentionally trying to harm us. But if you want to investigate, then let's do it. Please." He made a please gesture with his hand as he spoke. Seeing his manner, Xiuxian furrowed his brow and led everyone inside the construction site. Logically, counterfeit goods should fear inspection, so why does he appear so calm? Though suspicious, they continued heading inside. Soon, they arrived at the construction site. Looking at the dusty sky, xiuxian's eyebrows knitted into the shape of a xuan, implying his concern about the environmental protection measures here. Surely they are far from adequate. More accurately speaking, it seems there's no protection whatsoever. However, based on this alone, there's not enough leverage against them. Given such short notice for the start of operations, failing to implement environmental safeguards nearby is somewhat understandable. Moreover, since there's no residential population around, even if xiuxian wanted to create trouble, it wouldn't be easy. So, Minister Su, isn't our construction site quite good? All these engineering teams were professionally hired, and their speed of building is very fast. Additionally, our site uses the latest equipment, guaranteeing absolutely no safety problems. If you don't believe me, feel free to inspect slowly. Our Huatai Group has always been law-abiding. This incident involving an unruly son is something I also didn't wish to see. At this point, he still appeared heartbroken and upset. If one were unaware of this man's devious nature, they might genuinely be deceived. Yet, from this alone, one can infer that this individual possesses greater cunning than Xiaotai, someone who conceals their emotions. Such an opponent is the hardest to deal with, because you'll never know what goes through their mind. Whether there's a problem or not doesn't depend on what you say. Minister, shall we begin the inspection? Sun Dajiang walked up from behind, looking rather displeased, carrying a large amount of instruments. These are all specifically used for monitoring construction sites. This time, Dianyus has come fully prepared. If no trouble is found, how could the big boss behind everything easily show up? Sure enough, Chairman Zhao's complexion worsened when he realized instruments would be used for inspections after all. However, stopping them now was too late, not to mention unsafe. He'd only bring ruin upon himself unless he wished for death. The power of the Dianyus needs no elaboration. Opposing them and forbidding investigations? Haha, one might end up crouching in prison within seconds. Conduct the inspections. Xiuxian stared at Chairman Zhao's face, coldly saying so. Before the latter could utter another word, there was no chance left to open his mouth. Sun Dajiang and others began setting up the instruments and checking immediately. Minister Su, the inspection will take quite some time, won't it? How about we go drink tea or have a meal? No need. Our team works quickly. Xiuxian directly refused. He was clear about the intentions of this man, but would not offer him a chance to capitalize on it. Forget about letting things slide. Since the moment they arrested Zhao Tai, the conflict between both sides had become irreconcilable. Did they really think that by letting them off this time, they wouldn't sabotage from behind? Nonsense. If Xiuxian dared act that way, that elder would probably block him immediately. The preliminary inspection was quickly completed. Sun Dajiang's expression was somewhat difficult to look at. According to their inspection, the strength of this foundation was completely insufficient to support the construction of the building. In other words, if the building were to be erected, it wouldn't take long before it collapsed. This was nothing short of treating human lives as worthless. Minister, the instruments show that their foundation strength is insufficient, not even meeting the minimum standard. If a building were constructed on top of it, it wouldn't last very long before collapsing entirely, endangering the lives of those who reside in it. Additionally, their surrounding setups are non-standard, with major issues in commuting and transportation. This isn't building, it's haphazard construction. I can confidently say that houses built this way, no matter how sturdy the upper structure might be, will have a lifespan unlikely to exceed 10 years. Moreover, if residents were to move in, it would further reduce its service life. Also, there's no pipeline laid under the foundation, meaning essential utilities like gas and natural gas cannot be transported underground. Sun Dajiang said harshly. Spending millions for a house that will barely last over a decade? No wonder Huadai Group's business has been thriving. What an ingenious way of doing business. Oh, Chairman Zhao, given this, shouldn't you provide some explanation? As a professional developer, you've constructed such a faulty foundation. Are you playing with people's lives? Xiuxian asked with a forced smile. The latter opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet didn't know how to explain. At that exact moment, suddenly, there came a boom sound from the construction site, signaling the fall of heavy objects. They quickly turned back to look. Xiuxian, whose face was already ashen with rage, now glared with fire practically shooting from his eyes. Chapter 91, Beating the Grass to Startle the Snake. Just then, the newly constructed wall suddenly collapsed. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, someone might have been directly crushed. Being hit by a wall could leave one either dead or gravely injured. Chairman Zhao, don't you think you should offer an explanation? Coldly staring at the portly man in front of him. The latter's pupils constricted slightly, his face turning unpleasant as he realized this problem occurred precisely at this moment, coincidentally witnessed by Xiuxian, constantly pondering how he might explain. But before he could even open his mouth, Xiuxian had already said, considering that this construction site has issues and lacks adequate safety measures, for safety reasons, we will temporarily halt the construction. When your company improves the safety precautions, you can restart. What? Director Su no. Upon hearing these words, his face showed urgency. For the land plot in the flower garden area, their Huadai group had invested a great deal. So much so that even his son got involved and caused quite a stir online. If, ultimately, nothing gets built, then things would become significantly troublesome. There is even a possibility that it might lead to the direct bankruptcy of Huadai Group. After all, such a large construction site lying idle daily consumes substantial labor costs. Moreover, who knows what additional safety measures might be required. You dare object. With a slight frown, an aura of authority without anger emanated from him, making the other man's expression somewhat difficult. The man opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't voice it out. After all, how dared he oppose? The decision of die in prison isn't something the chairman of a small company like Huadai Group could overturn. Shaking his hands rapidly, taking a few steps back, he said, I wouldn't dare, absolutely wouldn't dare. However, our Huadai Group obtained the construction permit issued by the District Construction Bureau when we started work on this site. They also set the deadline for project completion. If it's not completed by the time limit, we may not be able to answer satisfactorily. Director Su, could you make an exception for us? Mentioning the District Construction Bureau, the implication was unmistakable, attempting to exert pressure over Xiuxian. Unfortunately, the latter had grossly overestimated himself. Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian's lips curled with a smirk. District Construction Bureau, right? Rest assured, if they have any problems, I will communicate with them. But your company began construction without following safety regulations and still possesses a construction license, which alone merits my investigation. Zhao Chairman's face grew grim, never imagining that Xiuxian would not yield. He originally intended to bring up influential backing to overpower die in prison, but it turned out the latter completely played by unconventional rules, showing no consideration. Normally, when other departments conducted inspections, they would exhibit some form of restraint. Yet he hadn't foreseen that Xiuxian had such audacity. Resolute about rectifying them. You what? Prepare to stop construction. Waving his hand, he led his people towards the exit. At this moment, the forehead of Zhao Chairman dripped sweat. Under no circumstances could Xiuxian be allowed to leave. If the construction halts, not only would those behind the scenes come after him, but the bloodsuckers won't listen to reason. So he quickly interjected. Director Su, hold on. Just because of a single issue on this site, you're ordering a full shutdown. It seems overly extreme, doesn't it? Over the years, our Zhao family has made immense contributions to the capital city. Do you even know? Even if the foundation has an issue, it's merely due to all the recent public discourse online. Moreover, hasn't Zhao Tai, who's responsible for this site, already been taken away by you? Is this supposed to indicate that every single project under Huadai has a problem? To hastily order our entire company to stop operations, I refuse to comply. Where was Zhao Chairman's prior hypocrisy now? With his life almost on the line, there was no room for further nonsense. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: the project must not be halted. Even risking everything to oppose xiuxian. As soon as these words were spoken, xiuxian, who had already taken a few steps, curled his lips into a sneer. He was waiting precisely for this moment. Coming here with much ado wasn't simply to inspect a construction site. Even if they really sealed off the residential complex, what difference would it make? At most, Huadai Group would suffer significant setbacks, but before long, these people would return stronger than ever, potentially becoming a massive threat. A truth too obvious to overlook. Let the snake live and you'll suffer its retaliation. A simple truth xiuxian surely understood. Thus, they must be struck down decisively. Lenience cannot be afforded. As long as Chairman Zhao becomes angry, then this matter will be easy to handle. People often act irrationally when they are most furious, and in such moments, there arises an opportunity to strike. Unwilling to comply? Did I ever say you had to? The Dian prison investigates cases based on evidence. Since problems have arisen at your construction site, rectifications must be made, and work halted. You can resist all you want, but let me make it clear. If you dare proceed with the work, I'll shut down the entire Huadai group. Realizing this, xiuxian's cold tone rang out, completely devoid of emotion. However, it was precisely because of this that it became even more terrifying. At first still brimming with defiance, Chairman Zhao felt a mysterious sense of fear upon encountering that authoritative presence. He also understood now. The resistance was ultimately futile, wasn't it? From beginning to end, compliance was never required in the first place. Besides, the authority of Dian Prison is unprecedentedly vast, making it currently the most powerful functional department within the Xia country. It connects to the highest powers above while overseeing all departments below. He indeed has every qualification to speak those words. What Dian Prison enforces only needs to be obeyed. There is no need for acceptance or rejection, and in an instant, all hopes were dashed. Could it really mean halting operations? He could almost imagine the fury of those people behind him. After all, the real boss of Huadai Group is someone else. An extensive network built purely through monetary influence. None of their projects can afford any mistakes. Yet, Dian Prison's decision is not something he can change. Just then, as if remembering something, xiuxian spoke up. But, we from Dian Prison aren't completely unreasonable either. Here's what we'll do. You pick one of your group's other construction sites. If our inspections reveal no issues, then you may continue with the construction. Chapter 92, a century-lasting project, Brightness Peak. Oh, unexpectedly, there was a turn for the better. Chairman Zhao hurriedly said, "Good, thank you, Warden's office. Minister Su is indeed fair and upright. I will immediately take all of you to the Brightness Peak project. You should all know about it, right? That engineering project is also in charge of our Huadai group. Currently, it has been repaired and is ready to enter the sales stage. It would be great if you could help us check it out." Brightness Peak. It felt oddly familiar. Beside him, Sun Dashing quickly interjected, "Minister, Brightness Peak is handled by Huadai Group, which was completed 2 years ago. They invited many professional inspection teams and claimed it as a century-lasting project. This old fox hasn't had good intentions. The engineering shouldn't have issues, so that's why he asked us to inspect." Minister, absolutely don't agree with him. Let's choose another housing complex instead. Huadai Group has built numerous units. Among them, problems must exist. We can uncover something just by doing a quick check. Worried inevitably arose. After all, this time they had come here looking for trouble. There wouldn't be much to find inside the Brightness Peak project. After all, it was an engineering task personally handed down from above. Even if Huadai Group had the guts of steel, they likely wouldn't dare tamper with it. Fine, let's inspect Brightness Peak. Just as Sun Dashing finished speaking, Minister xiuxian had already made his decision. The face of Chairman Zhao lit up with joy, all earlier concerns now gone. Perhaps every project could have flaws, but this particular Brightness Peak project would absolutely not have any hidden tricks. Moreover, even if there were, the Warden's office wouldn't be able to detect them. After all, the repairs are complete. How could the Warden's office possibly examine it? Could they dismantle the entire Brightness Peak to inspect it? As for the exterior, Chairman Zhao believed he had ensured everything was flawlessly perfect. Minister Su, your word is indeed authoritative. Please proceed. Just as Sun Dashing wanted to say something more, someone pulled xiuxian and walked towards the outside. There wasn't much else to say at this point. All that remained was to pack up and follow along to Brightness Peak. The convoy sped on the road, and after some time, they finally arrived at the construction site of the so-called Brightness Peak project. Indeed, the place was almost completely constructed. Only a bit of external work remained to be done. From the outside view, this residential area appeared very grandiose, especially in the arrangement of the buildings which looked extremely aesthetically pleasing. The greening within the residential area was everywhere to be seen. Clearly, Taiwa Group could achieve what it has today because they possessed considerable expertise. No matter how things turned out externally, at least internally, their projects didn't fail. It was extravagantly luxurious. Everywhere there were waterside pavilions, artificial hills, and flowing water. At the same time, when they arrived, they noticed there were already quite a number of people present. At the entrance of the Brightness Peak project, many journalists were waiting with cameras, preparing for on-site reports by various media outlets. Minister Su furrowed his brows slightly, understanding it was Chairman Zhao's masterstroke. Minister Su, please don't mind. As you may know, our company's credibility has been severely damaged recently. Some people keep slandering us behind our backs, so this inspection process has specially invited some journalists and media friends to prevent being maligned. Surely you won't mind, right? While saying this, his gaze still flickered with resentment. Who was targeted clearly did not need to be asked. Recently, those slandering Huatai Group seemed none other than the warden's office, arresting the general manager and assistant under broad daylight, even nearly sealing a construction site. This group of journalists was merely here to ensure that nothing went amiss with the warden's office people. Of course, more importantly, it served as publicity. After all, the renown of the warden's office. In the capital city, its fame had risen considerably, never questioned for such a long time. If even the warden's office experts couldn't find any issues with the Brightness Peak project this time, then this whole matter might become significantly easier to handle. All credit issues prior would swiftly resolve. And xiuxian certainly understood his thoughts, yet completing such a mission wouldn't be that simple. With a smile devoid of sincerity, he nodded. Not at all, of course not. Just hope your project genuinely doesn't have issues. Otherwise, it would make all of us look bad. That's natural. Chairman Zhao laughed, nodded, and got off the car moving towards the outside. As soon as they stepped out, a large crowd of reporters swarmed over, holding microphones asking, Chairman Zhao, we heard that your Huatai Group was sealed by the warden's office. Is the situation true? It's said that the general manager of Huatai Group, Zhao Tai, has currently been detained by the warden's office. Is he falsely accused or truly problematic? Please answer this question directly. The Brightness Peak project was undertaken by Huatai Group for many years, and sales were about to commence. At this point, personnel from the warden's office have come to inspect. Why is that? Could it be that your company really has issues? Questions bombarded Chairman Zhao like rapid-fire shots. Although somewhat annoyed, Chairman Zhao had to grit his teeth and endure it. After all, these journalists must not be offended at all costs. The survival of Huatai Group entirely depended on their pens. So he spoke up. Please calm down, everyone. Our Brightness Peak project absolutely has no problems whatsoever. As for my son Zhao Tai's situation, it is self-inflicted. The warden's office enforces the law impartially, and our Huatai Group has no complaints. This inspection is solely due to our group being recently maligned by some individuals. Thus, we invited Director Su from the warden's office to personally investigate and verify, in order to restore fairness. As he spoke, he maintained a smiling demeanor. Some journalists around who had been bribed, then began asking questions advantageous to Huatai Group. This was indeed the best opportunity to salvage their reputation, and Chairman Zhao, seasoned in business, could how not grasp this? Looking at the ongoing interviews, Minister xiuxian's face showed no emotion at all, but deep inside, he chuckled sarcastically. Truly, speaking human words to humans, demon words to demons, born merchants. However, happiness wouldn't last long. If only one problem is found in the Brightness Peak project, it will be enough to bring Huatai Group to its knees. After all, this is a government engineering project, not a public welfare one. Chapter 93. Hype? A living advertisement? Just the investigation from above would be enough to kill them. Finally, when the journalists' interview time was over, the gates of Bright Peak opened, and they walked inside. Chairman Zhao followed behind, occasionally introducing things to xiuxian, with a hint of superiority in his words. After all, this could already be considered one of their company's best projects. There was absolutely no possibility of any problems. The various facilities inside were also luxurious. At this moment, it was practically an opportunity to create a living advertisement. Originally, running a nationwide ad campaign might have required considerable funds. But now, with media coverage and the inspection by the Department of Prisons, it was believed that it would attract a large number of visitors when the time came. This saved a significant amount of money, so he felt quite pleased. Even the fact that his own son had been arrested was pushed to the back of his mind. As expected, netizens, upon seeing the live broadcast process, praised it unanimously. Without even mentioning other aspects, just looking at Huatai Group's renovation and neighborhood construction, everything seemed perfect. Originally, there were some doubts about Huatai Group among the public, but now they were somewhat misled. And this was exactly what Chairman Zhao wanted to see. I feel that the Bright Peak project is pretty good. It's not as dark as I imagined. It's almost like my dream home. Why are there so many people online criticizing Huatai Group? Their projects look pretty good. At least, compared to the neighborhoods in our hometown, they're much better. Could it be that, as Chairman Zhao said, someone is deliberately smearing them? I also think something is off. How could such a coincidence happen? Huatai Group has been around for a long time in the capital. If there were real problems, wouldn't it have been shut down long ago? Why are there no issues now? This time, perhaps the Department of Prisons really got manipulated. Hearing is believing less than seeing. Although Huatai Group had some scandals, on a national scale, they weren't significant. Therefore, the residents outside the capital naturally didn't know the inside story. To them, everything they saw with their eyes was good. This Bright Peak neighborhood would likely rank high among all residential areas in the country. How could such a luxurious neighborhood have quality issues? Everyone started to doubt. After all, why would a top-ranking enterprise nationwide suddenly have such major problems? There must be something fishy. Moreover, Huatai Group had already hired internet trolls and spammers to quickly spread positive messages online. In no time, the netizens who were originally cursing Huatai Group were subtly suppressed. On the contrary, Huatai Group gained the upper hand. Regarding the online comments, someone immediately informed Chairman Zhao who showed a smile on his face. Haha, well done. He had been waiting for this moment. It must be said that the arrival of the Department of Prisons turned out to be a good thing for him. Otherwise, even if Huatai Group didn't go under, its reputation would have been severely tarnished. Now, with the help of the Department of Prisons, all the reputation was salvaged. Not only that, but it also attracted a large number of uninformed consumers from other regions. If the project went on sale, it would surely attract many buyers. This was a living advertisement, more effective than any celebrity endorsement. So his entire face lit up with joy. It truly was a great thing. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. Not only did it not nail him down, but it also allowed him to rise again. After receiving this news, Chairman Zhao became even more excited, quickly introducing everything to everyone, showing a completely caring customer service demeanor. He was just short of putting up a banner on the spot. The audience in front of the live stream was deeply moved. Finally, at this moment, xiuxian stopped in front of a building. After examining it thoroughly, he said, "Let's start the inspection. Chairman Zhao, you won't object, right?" "Not at all. Of course not. Inspect wherever you want." "Director Su, what are you saying? Our Huatai Real Estate Group serves customers, and you are here to check the quality for them. We welcome anyone, especially you. Please, feel free to inspect. Additionally, if you need any help, just let us know." As he spoke, his face still wore a welcoming expression. This action touched many people even more. After all, the CEOs of those real estate groups were all incredibly impressive, and it was rare to find a CEO who could be so considerate, to actually say they serve the customers. Living up to being a large group, this service attitude. Haha, well said. After the Guangming Peak project opens for sale, I must buy one. I'll go too. Just for this service attitude, I will also buy one. A few days ago, someone said that the Huatai CEO oppressed people. Is there such an easygoing boss? Haha, in my view, they are just a bunch of mindless trolls. As for the Zhao Tai incident, everyone has their own grievances. What does it have to do with Chairman Zhao? Does a son's debt need to be repaid by his father? Maybe the good-for-nothing spent the money on revelry. All-night consumption paid by Mr. Zhao tonight. Makes sense. Who is at fault? It's their problem. Huatai Group, I really don't think there's much of an issue. The Guangming Peak project, everyone saw it. Which company can achieve this? The online mercenaries hired by Huatai Group all praised them to the sky, as if Huatai Group was their breadwinner, a conscientious enterprise. And the victims didn't even get a chance to comment before their comments were drowned out. Start the inspection, remember to be thorough. Xiuxian waved his hand. Then, the officials from Dioside began to step forward for inspection. Various instruments were set up, covering the entire building. As for Chairman Zhao, there was a hint of a sneer on his face. Having started in real estate, he knew a thing or two about the business. It wasn't easy to find problems in a completed house with simple instruments, so it was destined that Dioside would return empty-handed. Chapter 94, Is it perfect? All the instruments were lined up in a row, displayed inside the building. Every single piece of data had been thoroughly measured, and Sun Dajia and others carefully inspected around, not missing a single detail. But no matter what, they couldn't find any place with issues. Could it be that there really isn't a single problem within the Bright Peak project? Obviously, this was absolutely impossible. After all, if there truly were no problems, then why would anyone focus on it? Besides, one could already see some flaws from previous construction sites by Huatai Group. How could this building be completely without defect? Yet, all the data came out normal. As each piece of data was reported, Chairman Zhao's face showed signs of happiness, exactly as he had expected to see. There would be no issues at all outside the Bright Peak residential complex. Because of this, he felt very assured allowing them to inspect. As the inspection time dragged on, those citizens watching the live broadcast were somewhat satisfied. I told you, Huatai Group is such a big company. How could they possibly produce low-quality projects? Are they going to throw their credibility away? Definitely someone's trying to frame them from behind, even roping in the correctional department. Huh, those people must have planned this for a long time. If even this house has issues, then whose house doesn't? This is absolutely impossible. Well done, Huatai Group. Haha, it must be those who got demolition compensation but still feel dissatisfied causing trouble from behind. A group of social pests. Just how much money do they want? They actually defame Huatai Group over just a little money. Truly lost their conscience. Some people are indeed very interesting. Even Minister Su from the correctional department was used by them. Huh. A series of internet trolls initiated wave after wave of attacks online, quickly spreading propaganda among those who didn't know the real situation. Chairman Zhao also took advantage of this opportunity to heavily publicize, portraying the entire Bright Peak project as something unparalleled. And these journalists also capitalized on this chance to spread rapidly. As time went by, the inspection was reaching its final stages. From inside the building to the exterior, once the outer walls had been fully inspected, that would be the signal to pack up. Chairman Zhao's face revealed a bit of relaxation. Fortunately, there hadn't been any surprises during this process, and due to the correctional department's check, it helped him quite a lot. Indeed, great assistance. Originally, even if this Bright Peak project was launched, because of potential reputation damage, it might be hard to sell for some time. However, with xiuxian's assurance and no detected problems, this was akin to restoring credibility. Believe that no one would doubt anymore. As for all the previous incidents, let Xiaodai bear the burden of it all. After all, as long as the matter was handled properly, the mastermind wouldn't hesitate to save his son soon enough. Therefore, his smile grew wider. Looking at xiuxian was like looking at a god of wealth. Minister Su, right? Our inspections should show no problems, shouldn't they? If not, let's go out for dinner, wait for them to slowly finish the checks. Anyway, this matter doesn't need rushing. Moreover, everyone has been busy all day. You have effectively ensured the quality of our Bright Peak project. I will treat us to dinner today. What would you all like to eat? Saying this, he acted as though covering everything. This impressed the netizens observing the scene. After all, although the correctional department conducted investigations under official orders, which falls within their duties, it was clear that this inspection was somewhat aimed towards the Huatai group. Yet unexpectedly, the latter showed great generosity, showing no trace of resentment. In fact, they even offered to take them out for dinner, proving that this boss really valued saving face. This action earned extra points from everyone. Indeed worthy of being the president of Huatai Group. Clearly magnanimous. Even when targeted, they can still maintain composure. No wonder Huatai Group can reach this level. Just their grace deserves bringing them to where they are today. I'm increasingly disdainful of those behind-the-scenes black forces targeting Huatai Group. What qualifications do you have? Do you know how hard they've worked? Such an excellent building that even the correctional department couldn't find half a problem. Huh, your face must hurt now. What else do you have to say? You disgraceful ones. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian clearly understood this person's thoughts and replied faintly, next time. We cannot have any issues during official duty. As for lunch, rest assured, our department has standard treatment. Alright, haha, then we will wait. Minister Su, is there really a need to continue checking? This alone already shows that there absolutely are no problems, right? What's the point of continuing? Aren't we just basking in the sun? In my opinion, let's call it off. Let the brothers withdraw earlier. Chairman Zhao put on an air as if he were considering the correctional department. Unfortunately, the members of the correctional department had long been clear about this man's intentions. A wolf in sheep's clothing, indeed. No one was going to pay attention to him. It'll be over soon. If Chairman Zhao has something else to attend to, you can leave first. Rest assured, if any issues arise, we will definitely contact you. Xiuxian's words made the latter lower his head reluctantly, without saying another word. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, all the inspection teams responsible came back to report. Minister, there are no problems. All these buildings were constructed according to the strictest standards. The walls have no issues. The load-bearing wall's gravitational value detection is correct, and surrounding environmental facilities meet requirements. Almost every team returning gave the same answer. There was not a single problem found. Every facility in this residential area was built with the most advanced technology, and along with its surroundings, everything was optimized. Hence, there was no defect to find. It could be considered perfect in every way. Just at that moment, Xiuxian's eyes were fixed on the ground floor of that building, a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Was there truly no problem at all? Chuckle. Chapter 95, Slander. Conscientious merchant equals wolf-hearted merchant. After all the appraisal teams had submitted their reports, Chairman Zhao's expression became even more smug. Turning to look at the media reporters, he said, Everyone, thank you for your hard work today. Afterward, please join us for dinner at a restaurant. Thank you all for helping clarify our company's name. Our Huatai group has always been people-oriented and absolutely would not deceive customers, let alone do something like cutting corners. Now that we have received an inspection from the DU office, there will be even less chance of such things happening. So, I hope all of you can help us testify. I don't know who is deliberately trying to defame our group behind our backs, but I, Xiao someone or other, am going to say this here. Huatai Group has set its sights on serving all clients since its establishment. Our purpose is to ensure that all our customers receive the best living conditions, which is precisely the goal our group tirelessly strives for. I hope those lurking critics will step forward and admit their mistakes voluntarily. Otherwise, our Huatai Group will certainly hold them accountable for damage to our reputation. Also, we would like to thank Director Su from the DU office for his impartial law enforcement. Taking a step sideways and stepping out, his face was full of gratitude. If one did not know his true nature, one might be deceived by this guy. He truly has no shame, and he can even say such things. But those journalists clearly ate up this kind of showmanship. They came, not only to grab red envelopes, but also to get a free meal, and all they needed to do in return was write a few good words in the news report. This business deal was highly worthwhile. As for whether Huatai Group has any issues or not, it doesn't matter much to them. After all, it's none of their concern. Journalists just treat it as a job. Grabbing the scoop is all they need. Everything else has little to do with them. Living is good enough. If one were to offend large enterprises, nothing good would come of it. Especially for a Huatai-like black industry-related enterprise, if one opposes them, they might disappear without anyone knowing one day. So, obtaining benefits is most important. Moreover, if even the DU office cannot find any problems, then does it have anything to do with them? All they need to do is to make a report. Thus, each and everyone smiled and nodded. No problem. Haha. Chairman Zhao is indeed a fine merchant who serves customers. Nice, very nice. I think, from today onwards, there shouldn't be many people who would misunderstand your company. With our publicity, I believe the public won't be deceived. Companies like yours that run businesses with conscience are really rare. If there were more companies like yours, it would be wonderful. Huatai Corporation never had any problems. I've always said that. Rest assured, this time when I go back, I will definitely help you clear your name. Your company has worked hard honestly, yet still faces slander. Is this fair? Those reporters all nodded in agreement, willingly taking on the responsibility. The common people subconsciously believed in Huatai Group under these circumstances. After all, even the DU office made inspections, finding no problems across all aspects. Under such circumstances, how could there possibly be any issues? I knew it. Huatai Group is definitely a conscientious enterprise. Not believing Huatai Group is fine, but we should trust in the authority of the DU office, right? If even Director Su couldn't uncover any problems, that proves there wouldn't be any. How many real estate companies nationwide would dare to send their communities and projects for inspection? Chairman Zhao is doing well. Online water armies kept setting the tone. Especially after the DU office found no issues, this rhythm swayed further off course. Everyone insisted on saying that there absolutely were no problems with the quality of Huatai Group's houses. As for the defrauded customers, their comments were hyped up by trolls into deliberate attempts to smear Huatai Group, thoroughly turning public opinion around. Upon receiving this message, the chairman smiled so much that his mouth couldn't close. Never did he expect that the issue troubling him for days would be resolved so effortlessly. It has to be said, he did an excellent job. The worry on his face diminished, and he turned to look at xiuxian, saying, Director Su, thank you for what you've done this time. Without you, our group's name would surely have continued to be implicated. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Our group has some matters to attend to in terms of hosting. Leaving. Chairman Zhao, no need to be in such a rush. Haven't we not finished the inspection yet? What's the hurry to leave so soon? Why don't you stay and complete the final check with me? Xiuxian still managed a smile on his face as he spoke. Of course, he wouldn't let him off easily. Finally, they had caught this guy, and if they didn't cut into him properly, how could that be possible? Letting him go after all this effort? What good things does this man think he can pull off? Does he truly believe gathering so many people was just for entertainment? What do you mean? Director Su, wasn't the inspection already completed? Or is it that your DU office has really set its sights on our company? I've already cooperated with the inspection, so why isn't it over yet? Could it be you're trying to force us? As Chairman Zhao spoke, there was a touch of mocking laughter on his face. After all, there are no issues with the Guangming Peak project at present. Even if the DU office were to try taking action against him, they would have no reason. Moreover, there are so many media personnel around. These people are his talismans. With their protection, he certainly doesn't need to be afraid anymore. The DU office capturing him? That's absolutely impossible. Ho ho, Chairman Zhao, what nonsense. Why would I force you? It's just that the inspection work hasn't been completed yet, right? Ho ho. Or could it be you have something to hide? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Not done? What isn't done? The entire building, haven't you inspected it thoroughly? Is there anything left unchecked? Go ahead and say it. Director Su, although our Huatai group may not be worth much, in your DU office's eyes perhaps we're nothing but insects. But, with so many media friends here, if you want to frame us, it won't be easy. As he continued speaking, he took 2 steps back and positioned himself within the group of journalists. Don't worry, if I really intended to frame you, I wouldn't have waited till now. Although the external body and structural inspections are complete, we haven't checked the foundation structure, among other things. How can we confirm everything is fine without inspecting those areas? Chapter 96. Wearing the crown for justice, bathing only for public good. What? Chairman Zhao's complexion turned grim. After all, he was well aware of the problems within the foundation. If it were really dismantled for inspection, it would likely expose his deceit. But, at this point, what could be done? He thought deeply about how to avoid being torn down. If the secrets inside were exposed, he would truly become a sinner and likely face nationwide condemnation. The secret beneath that housing foundation was known only to him. He feared being cursed to death. However, if he refused the demolition, the image he had built up would instantly collapse. Panic filled his heart, yet he still needed to remain composed. Under no circumstances should there be any slip-ups. Staring at xiuxian, his eyes filled with anger as he said, Director Su, are you sure you want to do this? The value of this building doesn't need me to explain, you should know it as well. If part of the wall is demolished for inspection, can your side bear the resulting losses? Our company has invested a lot of funds into the Guangming Peak project. Now, just before the launch, which is set to start sales soon, you tell me to dismantle it now. If the timely launch is affected, who will bear the responsibility? We've already cooperated with your inspections, and no issues have been found. What more can we do? Are you saying we must find a problem for this to work? Is Xia country not big enough to accommodate conscientious businessmen like us? As he spoke, he was extraordinarily agitated. He even managed to squeeze out a few tears. Anyone unaware of the truth might actually fall for his deception. At least, the reporters surrounding him at that moment felt some sympathy for this Huatai CEO. Not only was his son arrested, but the projects under his company were also being investigated. Now, the building about to go on sale would have to be dug up and inspected. I understand your feelings, but in our penitentiary office investigations, we must thoroughly check everything. Rest assured, all losses will be compensated. Although our penitentiary office isn't wealthy, with Xia country's backing, your losses can definitely be compensated. Furthermore, Chairman Zhao, whether you're running an enterprise ethically or not, you know that yourself, so there's no need to put on a show for me, right? Seeing this guy pretending to be sincere, xiuxian felt a sense of disgust. Logically speaking, Huatai Group earns so much money each year. It should be sufficient, shouldn't it? And yet, they still aren't satisfied. They forcibly demolished structures without paying compensation, violently threatened others, and recklessly constructed buildings. Almost all their projects collapsed within a decade. These people are nothing short of bloodsuckers. They insist on draining every last drop of blood from the people. With such a vast country like Xia, precisely because of people like them, it is far from peaceful. How could anyone let them off now? Putting on a show? Director Su, for many years, our Huatai Group has been an outstanding company in the capital city, and almost all departments speak highly of our projects. You talking like this, are you questioning our contributions? Besides, since all exterior inspections of the Guangming Peak project have passed, it meets selling standards. To suddenly demand disassembly for inspection at this point. Have you considered our merchants' feelings? The feelings of merchants, I do indeed consider. But the safety of the people, that's what I must prioritize. I've already stated that all losses will be fully covered by us. If you continue to obstruct, then you're hindering official duties. Do you want to give it a try? Besides, your so-called contributions, frankly speaking, I've never seen them. In recent years, all the projects you've undertaken have collapsed within a decade. Is this what you call having a conscience? Xiuxian said coldly. He gave him no quarter. The latter's face turned furiously red, but he didn't know what to say. After all, since the penitentiary office agreed to compensate, what else could he do? Routine inspections carry significant charges for obstructing official duties. There was some anxiety in his gaze as he stared at the bottom of the building, lost in deep thoughts. At this moment, xiuxian had already gestured. Xuanhuan immediately walked forward with a hammer, raised it, and struck hard. Seeing the dirt fall off, Chairman Zhao's expression became exceedingly grim. Director Su, you're too extreme. I'll definitely sue you. Feel free, replied coolly. At this moment, the more frantic this man became, the more it indicated that there was a problem here. Under these circumstances, xiuxian naturally wouldn't care. Otherwise, would Chairman Zhao lose his composure over mere damages? Where was his earlier bravado? Pathetic. You're excessively bullying, muttered Chairman Zhao after pointing around aimlessly. Meanwhile, those trolls on the internet began to stir up trouble. After all, since the penitentiary office was established, there has been practically no area that could be criticized. All actions have always been for the people's benefit, and each one is greater than the last, causing everyone to admire. And for such an organization, who would dare to criticize it? But now, one might say an opportunity has arisen. Moreover, having taken money from the Huadai group, these trolls went all out in their criticism without holding back. The penitentiary office has gone too far, hasn't it? Everyone knows they hold great power, but no matter what, they shouldn't destroy others' properties, right? What did Huadai Group do wrong? The Guangming Peak project clearly passed all peripheral design inspections. Why tear it down? Isn't this just picking fights for no reason? Interesting, indeed. They're being overly excessive. The place has already been inspected, yet they still insist on demolition. Do they think they own the place? Isn't this a little too lawless? And if nothing is found later during the inspection, what then? $1 billion project, simply demolished on a whim? Huh, and compensation? Will there really be any? I find that laughable. Turns out this famous penitentiary office is only that much. There was no issue at all. Why keep looking for problems unnecessarily? They even arrested their son. When will they let the Zhao family reunite? Chairman Zhao is nearly driven to death with anger. As the trolls online were enjoying themselves hurling insults, unknown to them, their IP addresses had already been completely locked onto. Soon after, awaiting them would be luxury private cells along with a pair of shiny silver bracelets. Chapter 97 Headline News, The Fall of Huadai Group. Bang, bang, bang. The wall was still being smashed, and Chairman Zhao's face had turned black. There was a deep resentment in his eyes. He never expected that xiuxian would resort to such ruthless tactics. It was clear that xiuxian was trying to destroy him completely, and there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't afford to be charged with obstruction of justice. The wall was starting to crack slowly, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Director Su, are you sure you want to continue? If you stop now, I can pretend nothing happened and help repair it. But if you keep smashing, the damage will be immeasurable. You won't be able to bear the responsibility. Breaking through the wall to inspect the foundation has unimaginable consequences. Are you sure you're ready to face them? I advise you to think carefully and not create trouble for yourself. His face had already turned as dark as water. No problem, I love trouble. With these indifferent words, xiuxian continued smashing. The wall kept cracking, and soon they would see what was inside. There was anticipation in his eyes. They would soon know if there were any issues. After a long pause, he couldn't say anything. Finally, a section of the wall was broken open. Li Zhongguo dropped the hammer and said, Director, it's done. Should we start the inspection immediately? Inspect. With a wave of his hand, the instruments were transported over. Seeing this scene, Chairman Zhao instinctively wanted to step back. However, the surrounding journalists didn't understand the situation. Since they were allowed to visit and even given red envelopes, they believed there wouldn't be any problems inside. Therefore, they continued praising loudly. Really broke through? This is going to be hard to clean up. Who knows how much compensation will be needed? Minister Dianyusi is playing it big this time. Minister Su might really have wronged an innocent person. I also think so. If the exterior structure is fine, how could the interior be problematic? Minister Su is still too young and lacks experience. While talking, the journalists didn't forget their duties. They continued filming. After all, this was today's news highlight. Minister Su from the Dianyusi personally leading the team and finding no issues but damaging the wall. What a big story. Xiuxian remained calm. Chairman Zhao's reaction alone was enough to explain everything. There must be something wrong with the foundation. Yet, this guy was truly ruthless, disregarding human lives. Tampering with the foundation. If something went wrong, it might cost lives. If the building collapsed while people were inside, unable to escape in time, many could die. How cruel must one be to do such a thing? Finally, at this moment, Sun Dasheng, operating the instrument, said, Director, there's a situation. Come over and tell me. Also, let our conscientious businessman Chairman Zhao take a good look at what he built. Xiuxian's cold words stopped the latter who was about to sneak away. Now, everyone's attention was on him. There was no way to run. Cough. Director Su, I don't understand what you mean. Don't you? Let me explain. Chairman Zhao, according to my monitoring, the foundation of your company's Bright Peak project is problematic. It's too soft, with a strength of only 1426 points, which isn't sufficient to support a high-rise building. At most, it can handle 2 stories. Even then, its lifespan would be significantly reduced. Can you explain how you dared to construct such a large building? You're endangering lives, Director. Huatai Group's foundation has problems. I suspect they rushed construction to save time and materials, resulting in substandard buildings. All foundations in the Bright Peak project are likely the same. If people live in these buildings, they could collapse at any time, with a maximum lifespan of only 8 years. As Sun Dashing spoke, there was still some hatred in his eyes. After hearing his words, xiuxian turned to look at the chairman and sneered. How about it? Anything else to say, Chairman Zhao? I remember warning you early on. Don't commit crimes because crime doesn't pay. Huh, for a crime like yours, execution wouldn't be too harsh. Huh, Chairman Zhao was now utterly disheartened. No trace of his earlier smugness remained. At this moment, all that was left was despair. He never imagined such investigative measures would be employed. He had completely collapsed at this point. If only he had known the consequences beforehand. Little did he know that even if he regretted it now, it was already too late. Well, let me help you speak. To make money, your Huatai company has resorted to every possible means, and even disregarded human lives, forcibly demolishing buildings and refusing to pay relocation compensation, ultimately constructing such houses. Tell me, is your company a conscientious merchant? I think your conscience has long been eaten by dogs. According to our penitentiary department's records, since 10 years ago, the projects undertaken by your Huatai Group have almost had collapses every day. This is the good deed you've done, right? Customers relied on you, but you exploited their trust to commit such heinous acts. Do you know how many people have lost their lives because of you? How dare you talk about conscience with me here? You don't have the qualifications. What awaits you will be the punishment of the law. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, the action team moved forward and apprehended him. The remaining media reporters were all stunned. No one expected that there really were issues inside, and the penitentiary department's actions were so swift, directly arresting the person. This speed was indeed too fast. After the surprise, they also came to their senses. This was truly a huge scoop. The chairman of the country's largest real estate company, Huatai Group, being arrested. This news would definitely make the headlines. Chapter 98, Big Shot. That night, the internet was flooded with news. Major media websites and TV stations worked hard to spread the news of the arrest of the chairman of Huatai Group. If Zhao's arrest indicated issues with the Garden Community Project, then the chairman's arrest implied problems throughout the entire company. Moreover, the on-site inspection of the Bright Peak Project Foundation left no room for doubt. Even this luxurious-looking neighborhood had issues. It was unimaginable what could be said about other projects. Instantly, criticism erupted. Especially those citizens who were exploited felt intense anger. They couldn't believe their kindness had been used by a deceitful businessman. Could such a beast even be considered human? With even the foundations problematic, who would dare live in these houses? As for the online shills, they vanished without a trace. Damn, we were actually used by Huatai Group? I just want to say, F***K, apologizing for those brothers who have been wronged by them. It's our fault. These bastards aren't human. When the foundation was dug up, I watched the whole process online. If I could have been there, I really wanted to kick that bastard to death. How could he have the nerve to do such things? What does he think human lives are? Even if house quality issues can be accepted, but this is simply pushing people to death. Huatai Group, you're ruthless indeed. Spending millions on a house only for it to become a tomb. Huh, I didn't expect this evil from you. Conscientious merchant? This is the most conscientious one I've seen. Great job, Divine-Level. Such beasts should be punished severely. What were they thinking to do something like this? I swear, during the live broadcast, I confidently said my house had no problems. If there's no problem, why don't you go live in it? Damn. Amidst the wave of condemnation online, Chairman Zhao's hypocritical facade was finally revealed. Everyone found him disgusting. To think they were still used by such scoundrels? Fortunately, Divine-Level insisted on uncovering the truth. Otherwise, if such beasts got away, where would justice be found? Thinking of those displaced by Huatai Group, everyone couldn't help but feel sympathy. What kind of monster would do such things, losing all sense of decency? Even beasts wouldn't do something so inhumane. While the public condemned, in the Divine-Level office, xiuxian stared at Chairman Zhao and said, "How about it? Speak up. Are you going to confess everything, or let me uncover it piece by piece? You should know the charges will differ greatly. Be reasonable, and it'll save us both trouble. How about it? What's there to confess? Director Su, it's just a foundation issue. It might be some workers playing tricks during construction. Do you think this charge can nail me?" At this point, a hint of smugness still lingered on his face. Having built Huatai Group through business battles, even with support from powerful figures, his own strength shouldn't be underestimated. So, getting him to confess wouldn't be easy. Just a foundation issue. He could resolve it with money. But xiuxian truly had some skills. He'd been using this trick for a long time without anyone noticing. Yet xiuxian managed to uncover it so quickly. He finally understood the capabilities of Divine-Level. But this incident would at most damage his reputation. Once out, he'd still be the chairman of Huatai Group. A few donations and good deeds, and he'd be accepted by the public again. Over the years, he'd mastered these tactics. How could he not understand? To think this alone could nail him? Possible. Besides, he had many powerful backers. They wouldn't let anything happen to him. After all, Huatai Company was their shared asset, crucial for maintaining relationships. If issues arose here, many people would suffer. Therefore, it wouldn't take long before he could leave. Oh, does this charge not nail you? Then why are you sitting here now? xiuxian coldly stared at the man in front of him, who was still unwilling to give up. I'm sitting here, so what? It won't be long before I get out. We'll see what happens then. Director Su, this time you've played too big a game. In the past, no one has interfered with you. Do you really think that the Dying Department can act without restraint in the whole Xia country? To tell you the truth, in many people's eyes, you're nothing but a pawn. The voice was full of ridicule. Of course, he didn't know the current power of the Dying Department. If he knew what kind of conveniences that Elder had provided for xiuxian, he wouldn't be so happy anymore. After all, the privilege to mobilize the military is unprecedented even throughout the entire Xia country. This shows how much that Elder values xiuxian. Many people? I really want to know who they are. Why don't you tell me? What? Trying to trick me? It's useless. That person is a real big shot. Even if I told you his name, you couldn't do anything. So forget it. Saying this, a twisted smile appeared on his face. Seeing him like this, xiuxian smiled as well. A big shot? I'm looking forward to it. How about this? Let's play a game. If you win, we'll let the Guangming Peak incident slide, and I can help clear your name. But if you lose, you tell me the name of that big shot. What do you say? This is your last chance to save yourself. Really? Originally somewhat hesitant, Chairman Zhao's pupil showed a glimmer of hope when he heard xiuxian's words. Although those people would save him, it was uncertain when. Playing a game to get out and having the Dying Department help clear his name wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 99. The game begins, the mastermind behind the scenes. Fine, I'll play with you. Chairman Zhao agreed without hesitation. Of course, at this moment, he had no idea what price he would have to pay in the not-so-distant future. He might even find himself unable to live or die. Excellent, just as expected. Let's begin then. Nodding, xiuxian looked at him and then walked towards the torture chamber. Soon, they stepped inside. It was pitch black all around, and Chairman Zhao felt a bit uneasy. But recalling his years of experience, he eventually calmed down. It's just a game, right? What tricks could xiuxian possibly come up with? Director Su, you'd better remember your words. If you don't let me leave after the game is over, the consequences will be something neither of us wants to see, he said, still trying to threaten, but it was completely ignored. Let's see if you can survive the game first. System, set up the scene. Scene loading, game design complete, rules loaded, please start. In no time, a voice echoed in his mind. Feeling the newly added rules, xiuxian spoke. Chairman Zhao, our game has started. Just a reminder, if you feel you can't hold on, you can surrender at any time. As long as you tell me what I want, the game can end any time. He didn't forget to add one more warning. But Zhao waved his hand indifferently. To him, it's just a game. What could possibly be so hard? What could be simpler than this? Nonsense. Impatiently urging, let's get started. I can't wait anymore. Very well, then, the game begins. I hope you can remember every word I say next, because these words may very well determine your life or death. If you miss even a single word, it might cost you your life. Good luck. I hope your mental strength can help you get out of here. Haha. As he spoke, that sinister laugh echoed in the dark space, making it even more chilling. In this room, there are 3 water inlet pipes and 1 outlet pipe. Once the game starts, the inlet pipes will start filling the room with water, while the outlet pipe will simultaneously drain water. However, due to the piping system, only part of the water will be drained, leaving the rest inside. When the room is filled with water, you will drown. Of course, I've left you a chance to live. There's a valve in this room. If you open it, the inflow speed will decrease, and the drainage speed will increase, allowing you to survive. Whether you live or die depends on you now. Begin. What? xiuxian, you bastard, this is murder. I won't let you get away with this. I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to complain. How dare you treat me like this? Bastard, I refuse this. Let me out. The once indifferent Zhao suddenly looked extremely grim, realizing how daring xiuxian was. This wasn't a game. It was a matter of life and death, his life. No sane person would have agreed to this. Unfortunately, xiuxian hadn't left him an escape route. After announcing the rules, he watched silently from outside, completely ignoring Zhao's pleas. After struggling for a while, Zhao heard the sound of running water. Looking up, he saw water already pouring through the valves on the walls, instinctively trying to block it. But it was impossible. The pipe openings were too high, and the water flowed too fast, far beyond his ability to stop. 3 pipes were filling the room simultaneously, and within moments, the floor was covered with a layer of water. Damn xiuxian, this bastard was clearly trying to kill him. Worse, the outlet pipe was installed in the middle of the wall, meaning it wouldn't start draining until the water level was halfway up. It seemed the only way to survive was to find the valve. Desperately searching everywhere, he couldn't find it no matter where he looked. Watching helplessly as the water rose to his calves, he felt utterly devastated. Having lived a life of luxury, when had he ever faced such a situation? That bastard, this wasn't a game. It was a death sentence, just phrased differently. Wasn't xiuxian being too ruthless? Damn it, you lied to me. There's no valve at all. You just want to kill me. Fuck, let me out. I don't want to play anymore. I'd rather go to jail than play this game. Let me out, damn it. Haha. As for xiuxian outside the window, hearing his screams, he paid no attention at all. Want to get out? Is it that easy? Dream on. Once you're in here, don't even think about getting out unless you confess. So many people were killed by him before. Now, being almost drowned. Are you already this scared? When he was killing people carelessly, did he ever think of what today would bring? Rushing water. Rushing water. Rushing water. The sound of rushing water continued. He was almost completely submerged, soon unable to even catch his breath. Chairman Zhao was no longer as arrogant as before. Fear filled his heart. He didn't want to die, at least not here. As the chairman of Huatai Company, for so many years, he had been revered by everyone. And now, he was going to be killed here? It really wasn't worth it. If the water kept pouring in, it wouldn't take long for him to drown. His mind was starting to blur. At this point, he gave up looking for the valve, staring at the water level nearing his nose. He finally sighed helplessly. Open the door. Let me out. I'll tell you what you want to know. So soon. Xiuxian really hadn't expected it. He thought this chairman would be tough, holding out for at least half an hour, but within less than 15 minutes, he was ready to confess. It seems that the richer one is, the more afraid of death they become. Chapter 100. At the top of the pyramid. The chairman felt like cursing. After all, who could think of anything else when trapped in water? More importantly, even if the name was revealed, the person would not dare to take action. For Huatai Group to reach its current position, they have done countless things, but they have never encountered any trouble. Even a state-owned enterprise like Xianda is nothing compared to them. This shows just how powerful that person is. Therefore, even if told, what difference would it make? It's possible that after hearing the name, Xiuxian would not only dare not arrest him, but also release him politely. After all, that person's name is so influential that it can strike fear into anyone, even at the top of the pyramid in the entire country. Not just Xiuxian. Even the elder would need to think twice before making a move. Speak up first, and I will naturally let you go afterward. Xiuxian said calmly, knowing well that this chairman wouldn't easily reveal the name. He feared that as soon as he released him, this guy would renege on his promise. Such tricks might fool others, but not him. The chairman clearly understood that his little scheme had been seen through and had no choice but to confess. The name he revealed indeed surprised Xiuxian. Lin Zhangwo. To many people, this name might be unfamiliar. At least ordinary citizens in Xia country have never heard of it. He has always been low profile, but if you mention the department he oversees, almost no one would be unaware. National Construction Bureau. As the name suggests, all construction projects in the country are planned by them. In peacetime, few people can reach such a position. After all, in Xia country, how many people can gain such trust? This position can only be reached by the most trusted confidants, and it requires significant achievements. Indeed, during the national war, Lin Zhangwo risked his life multiple times, infiltrated enemy lines, and achieved remarkable feats. Moreover, he was shot twice while protecting the elder. Thus, he is deeply trusted by the higher-ups and eventually reached his current position. But who would have thought he would collude with them? This is not a small matter. Only this explains why these people dared to act so recklessly, disregarding human lives. They repeatedly carried out forced demolitions without any complaints being reported. After all, with that person's ability, achieving this was quite easy. No wonder a private company like Huatai Group could compete with state-owned enterprises. It seems there must have been some backing from that person. Many projects were contracted to Huatai Group by the National Construction Bureau. Then, they shared the profits. That's why Huatai Group rose to its current status in such a short time, accumulating immense wealth. After the chairman finished speaking, Xiuxian released him and took him back to the detention room. In the top-floor office, Xiuxian held his phone, unsure of how to proceed. If it were someone else, he would have acted without hesitation. But for this person, he needed to be cautious. After all, this is not a trivial matter. It might already be necessary to inform the elder. After hesitating for a long time, he finally dialed the number, which was quickly answered. It seemed they had anticipated Xiuxian's call. A familiar voice asked, "Did the interrogation yield results?" "Yes." "Who is it?" The elder sounded somewhat disappointed. Although he didn't guess the specific person, he knew that anyone capable of covering up to this extent in the capital city could be counted on one hand among the higher-ups. Any of these people causing trouble would pain him deeply. After all, they all came from the same era, enduring hardships together. But who would have thought that at this time, problems would arise due to greed? National Construction Bureau, Lin Zhangwo. After much contemplation, Xiuxian finally spoke the name, feeling relieved. On the other end of the phone, there was silence, followed by a faint sigh of helplessness. Clearly, even this elder was put in a difficult position by this name. "Grand Elder, what should we do? Should we continue the investigation?" Since taking charge of the prison bureau, Xiuxian had never asked such a question before. The elder did not know how to respond either. If he could, he really did not want to take down that person. But, given the current situation, it seemed unavoidable. Just the actions of Huatai Group over the years were indefensible, let alone the fact that this was no small matter and an ordinary person could not bear this responsibility. If this case were to be hastily concluded, it would be absurd. The people are not fools. Such a scandal occurring under the capital's watch, could it be accomplished by a minor figure? If a satisfactory resolution is not given, how can one govern the country in the future? If leniency is shown this time, will the same leniency be expected in the future? Do as you see fit. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a voice came from the other end. This response essentially handed the decision over to Xiuxian, whether or not to continue the investigation. Bringing down that person would cause an earthquake. But, if no action is taken, how can one justify holding this position? After all, the prison bureau was established to address wrongful convictions in Xia. Even if that person has made significant contributions, they cannot be ignored. Ding, system task triggered. Please choose. A. In the Huatai real estate case here, reward, 1 supreme lottery chance. B. Continue the investigation, task reward unknown. Chapter 101. The young calf fears no tiger. I choose B. After a long pause, Xiuxian finally made up his mind. Although the reward for option A was the supreme lottery, which would undoubtedly grant him something excellent if he won. After all, this was already considered one of the system's high-level rewards. The reward for option B, however, was unknown. In such a situation, it was clear that A had an obvious advantage. But, After much deliberation, xiuxian ultimately chose B, his brows furrowed tightly. Even though he knew well that apprehending the person in question might bring significant trouble and easily drag him into a deep whirlpool. Ultimately, he did not choose otherwise. Rewards were indeed important, but allowing such a malevolent person to hold power could lead to countless troubles in the future. Just considering the Huatai group incident, how many people had died because of it? A stable country means peace for its people. The more dangerous the time, the more one must think of potential risks. Because water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. If the people are oppressed too much, it might brew an even greater storm. Therefore, xiuxian had no choice. He had to take a risky move. The National Construction Bureau, Lin Zhangwo, must be arrested. Someone. As soon as he spoke, a voice came from outside the door. Xiao Li pushed open the door and walked in, looking at his minister's expression and hurriedly asked, "What is it, minister? Is the interrogation done? Call the action team to set out with me to the National Construction Bureau." What? Xiao Li, who had just been eager, instantly frowned deeply. He didn't expect that this person would really go to arrest someone. Moreover, the mastermind behind this case was actually connected to the National Construction Bureau, one of the most crucial departments in Xia country. If even that place had problems, it was hard to imagine where else in this vast empire wouldn't have issues. More importantly, everyone in the National Construction Bureau held high positions and wielded great power. It seemed that Minister Su wasn't planning to arrest just anyone, so Xiao Li couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. A slight mishap might result in the entire penitentiary bureau being disbanded. Those people truly had that kind of authority. Gather, National Construction Bureau. He repeated his order. Xiao Li originally wanted to say something more, but he swallowed his words. There was nothing left to say since this person had already made his decision. After all, over the days, he had come to understand xiuxian's character. Once he decided on something, he never changed his mind easily, nor would he change for anyone. Soon, the Penitentiary Bureau's action team gathered. They drove off, heading towards the National Construction Bureau. The scenery along the road kept receding. After an unknown period, they finally stopped at the entrance of the National Construction Bureau. At this moment, the building was brightly lit. The guards at the gate were watching closely. The National Construction Bureau, the most important department since the founding of Xia country, issued all orders concerning the nation's construction. One could say it was a department that had grown alongside the country. But now, they were about to personally apprehend someone from within, evoking countless emotions. Pushing open the car door, he headed towards the building. Just as he reached the entrance, several guards blocked his path. "Stop. This is a restricted area of the National Construction Bureau. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Please show your permit." Their eyes were wary. Clearly, as an important functional department of Xia country, ordinary people could never enter here. Moreover, there were many secrets inside, so security was naturally stricter. Penitentiary Bureau. On official business. Xiuxian took out his credentials calmly. The guards hesitated, clearly not intending to let them pass. After all, without the bureau chief's order, no one was allowed to enter the National Construction Bureau. Even the Penitentiary Bureau was no exception. But before they could protest, xiuxian presented the military rank certificate given by the elder. Seeing the senior general rank on it, the guard who had intended to block them quickly moved aside. At the same time, their eyes showed admiration. After all, they knew that there was no one younger than xiuxian who held a general rank in all of Xia country. Moreover, at such a young age, he had already climbed to such a high position. Xiuxian's ability was evident from this small glimpse. "General, please." They quickly moved aside, and xiuxian led the Penitentiary Bureau action team inside. Entering the office hall, they saw many employees of the National Construction Bureau moving around. Seeing this group rush in, they were all bewildered. But no one dared to step forward to inquire. After all, those who could break through the guards' defenses and walk in were all powerful figures. And xiuxian ignored them. Looking at the hall sign, he walked straight upstairs. The director's office was on the second floor. Stepping on the stairs, he quickly came upstairs. At the end of the long corridor, an office still had its lights on. Walking over quickly, through the window, he could see an elderly man with white hair staring at a pile of documents. Even though he was advanced in years, his spirit was vigorous. Thud, 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 knocking on the door. A voice from inside invited him in. With a creak, the wooden door opened. Xiuxian stared at the old man in front of him, and similarly, Lin Zhangwo also looked up at him. Their eyes met without any sign of weakness, as if he had guessed that the people from the penitentiary would come. So, there was no surprise at all. Instead, he was incredibly calm. The elderly voice sounded, "Well, you guys are really quick. Can we wait for this old man to finish this cup of tea? Please, all of you go out." Xiuxian waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Li Zhongguo was still somewhat worried and wanted to stay, but unfortunately, after making eye contact with xiuxian, he finally turned away and left. After the office door closed again, only 2 people remained in the room. "Sit down, xiuxian. Director Su, your methods are really impressive. You managed to trace it back to me in just half a day, and you even brought people to arrest me. TSK tisk TSK. Indeed, young men are formidable. Just like the saying goes, the calf is not afraid of the tiger." Lin Zhangwo picked up the teacup on the table and pushed it in front of xiuxian. "Try my tea-making skills, how about it?" Chapter 102. A vast network of relationships. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian calmly sat down as well. Smelling the tea aroma in front of him, he took a gentle sip and truly found it to be of unique flavor. As for Lin Zhangwo, he was watching xiuxian with a calm demeanor, but his face carried a touch of appreciation. "Among the young ones before me, you are the first to appear so composed. It seems that the Great Elder has indeed chosen an outstanding talent. Too kind. A faint response echoed without a ripple. From start to finish, xiuxian remained rare to be flustered or excited, which earned Lin Jiangwo's respect all the more. Originally, Lin Jiangwo thought that even if the penitentiary department had cracked this case, they wouldn't dare to come here and arrest people. After all, the National Construction Bureau's functions were different from ordinary departments. To oppose them basically amounts to courting death. But unexpectedly, xiuxian actually came, and without giving him even a moment to breathe. This was because if even the slightest bit of information was given to this person, he could leave Xia country directly. As someone who survived the ethnic war years ago, plus years of wielding high power, his influence naturally didn't need further explanation. With enough time, he could completely vanish from Xia country forever. Thus, xiuxian immediately brought people over. And the latter party also did not expect this. Of course, even more unforeseen was that throughout the process, xiuxian remained so calm. By logic, breaking such a significant case at such a young age could signify unlimited prospects. Exactly the time for ambition and vigor. But, from beginning to end, the young man in front showed rare perturbation or excitement, as if, for him, matters of life and world have long been indifferent. This realm sounds simple, but truly achieving it is difficult. Even in the vast Xia country, only the elder who wielded life and death powers can do it. And xiuxian, at such a tender age, already possessed this kind of poise, indeed not to be underestimated. Little guy, may I ask you what methods you used to make that fool confess about me? After a while, Lin Jiangwo asked again. He was genuinely curious about the young man's magic. The chairman of Huatai Group, no matter how stupid he might be, should know that as long as he himself is still in power, sooner or later the chairman can get out, just enduring some suffering inside. But, why would he implicate me? Isn't that digging his own grave? Did the guy grow tired of living? Because of this confidence, after the penitentiary department took the man away, he wasn't overly worried. Unbelievably, that person ended up betraying him so decisively. Once he went in, the Huatai Group will lose any chance to turn things around. How did this young man manage to accomplish such a feat, making that idiot commit such a foolish act? Methods? Doesn't count much. I just treated the symptom. He fears death, so I let him taste it. Naturally, then extracting information becomes much simpler, xiuxian replied with a smile. Although the elder man in front was also a criminal, he was different from regular criminals. After all, if not for this elder, the current stability of Xia country wouldn't exist. Even if something really went wrong, it wouldn't diminish years of achievements. Without him taking charge, the National Construction Bureau might have collapsed long ago. How would it have today's prestige and status? I see. You're truly an interesting little guy. This time, the Great Elder wins. I never expected he could find you. If I had discovered you back then, perhaps this case would have had a different outcome. The unpredictable turns of fate. Taiwa Group, it ends here. At this point, the old man felt somewhat melancholic. Initially promoting Taiwa Group, he already sensed some issues. Indeed, the head of the group was too foolish, doing anything for money, even scraping the ground clean of resources, leading to this final tragic end. Otherwise, how could they have been caught? If one could rely on xiuxian, this matter would have taken a different direction. But now it's too late. Nevertheless, it's clear this elder admires the young man. Evil cannot overcome justice. Hearing the elder's words, xiuxian simply gave a light reply. Lin Jiangwo, who was initially filled with many emotions, seemed to have understood something. Yes, evil truly cannot overcome justice. The National Construction Bureau manages all engineering projects across the country. Their functions and powers are naturally immense. However, once problems arise within this department, the resulting issues will be extraordinarily severe. No one can ignore it. The real estate industry serves as a pillar of the national economy, and taking one wrong step could signify the regression of the entire country. Thus, in moments like these, hesitation must be avoided at all costs. Regardless of who it is, during critical times like this, they absolutely cannot afford to make mistakes. Unless, of course, one truly desires to walk down a path of no return. And evidently, this elder ultimately chose his own doom. Even if he dug his own grave, who else could possibly save him? Director Lin, the tea has been finished. Let's go together. Of course, you can choose to find a lawyer or call someone for help. But whether it'll work or not is uncertain. If you resist enforcement, we'll have no choice but to take compulsory measures. xiuxian's voice carried a hint of reluctance. By this point, he truly didn't know what more to say. After all, this elder's contributions to Xia country have been extraordinarily remarkable. While committing crimes deserves punishment, such actions aren't devoid of sentiment either. Were it not for this person, how would Xia country look today? As Lin Jiangwo looked at the now empty teacup, a faint smile of bitterness appeared on his lined face. So it's already finished? It really was quick. Shall we go then? As he spoke, he rose and slipped on his coat. Like an old, sick tiger rousing from its slumber, he walked outwards. With this, the director of the National Construction Bureau, renowned for his accomplishments within Xia country, was thoroughly arrested. Along with him, countless others were apprehended. Naturally, this vast web of relationships wouldn't just comprise of 2 or 3 people. In one single night, the penitentiary department split into over a dozen groups, carrying out surprise raids on various departments within the capital city. People were led away in large numbers. Chapter 103. If only we had known. Under the starlit night, in the Xiuxian Garden's study, a dim oil lamp flickered in the wind and rain. The elder patriarch sat on a wooden stool, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window, with an indescribable expression on his face. He was well aware of how Taihua Group had been acting recklessly within the country for years. But, as Lin Jiangwo had said, this cancerous growth couldn't be easily removed. Especially given the old man's overly sensitive identity, it could not be touched. Otherwise, they would be plunged into endless public scrutiny. After all, even just mentioning the National Construction Bureau alone, its significance to the state doesn't need further elaboration. If they were to take action against them, it would be seen as biting the hand that feeds them, even with numerous reasons. Still, in most people's eyes, it would ultimately be viewed as such. Hence, the elder patriarch found himself in a dilemma. However, the appearance of xiuxian greatly helped him avoid this conflict. One might say, xiuxian is a sword, and xiuxian is the master of this sword. His reputation among the masses was enough to make him unafraid of any power, and no one could smear him. Therefore, the elder entrusted this matter to xiuxian, and he treated it as a whetstone. After all, to become powerful, one naturally needs to be honed. Although xiuxian has already shown some initial prowess, it still needs more tempering. For an empire, their actions still appear somewhat naive. Yet, this performance clearly pleased the elder. Everyone has been arrested. Elder Patriarch, Minister Su has apprehended Director Lin and all his subordinates. This time, over 2,000 people have been implicated, including many from powerful departments. If xiuxian were here now, he would certainly recognize this person as the major general who had initially escorted him to Zijin Garden. Over 2,000 people? Huh, what a grand move. This young man, when he acts, he truly shocks everyone. To present me, an old man, with such a grand gift. A smile appeared on the elder's face. Apparently, even he hadn't expected that xiuxian would have such courage to break everything or nothing. He actually arrested everyone, when it was thought that capturing Lin Jiangwo alone would be daring enough. But who knew his audacity would reach such heights? Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in heaven. Elder Patriarch, isn't what Minister Su did somewhat inappropriate? With too many key positions in the capital left vacant, it will be difficult to continue operations. Moreover, arresting so many people this time, I fear it will cause unfavorable public opinion. In recent years, other countries have been waiting for our Xian nation to make mistakes. They won't let this opportunity pass. Speaking to this point, there was still some concern. Small disturbances are nothing. Even though xiuxian had solved many major cases before, those didn't compare. But this time, it really was a bit much. To arrest so many powerful department officials. If this news spreads, it might have adverse social impacts. After all, if even functional departments have these problems, can the people still live peacefully? Adverse? What adverse effects? Tell me, do you know why I chose to give xiuxian so much power? The elder asked with a smile. And the other naturally shook his head in ignorance. How could he possibly know about this? This is no small matter. The elder giving power, even military authority, has deep implications that he cannot fathom. It's simple. I want him to stir things up. If there's no disturbance, how can this country change? On the contrary, the bigger the commotion, the better. Only through this can there be changes, and we can reform in the midst of change. You must understand, Xian nation has been sick for too long. These past years, although nominally the strongest nation, whether in entertainment, film, or technological development, we have been looked down upon by other countries. And the internal reason is precisely these parasites. The explosion of the 9-star mobile phones. Could our personnel not detect it? Not to mention a small company like 9-star, even Apple could be investigated. But some people in power don't fulfill their duties. They only think of eating, drinking, and playing, or worse, completely neglect their responsibilities. What use is keeping such people? At the appropriate time, some should be driven away. Only then can this country truly undergo a transformative change. Understand? Growth always comes at a cost. As the old man finished speaking, the general who originally wanted to say something else ultimately closed his mouth. Even he had to admit. The country was indeed sick, and the xiuxian was the doctor chosen by the elder to remove those corrupt officials one by one. While they were discussing in Zijin Garden, outside the office building of the State Construction Bureau, Lin Jiangwo was also being escorted into a vehicle. He looked back at the place where he had worked for half his life, sighing helplessly. As someone who held life and death power over his department, how could he have thought he would end up like this, especially at the hands of a young guy? Let's go? Director Lin, if only you had known today, why did you do it back then? Xiuxian couldn't help but remind him. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo shook his head and turned to get into the car. Finally, the car door opened, and it drove off into the distance. Inside the car, Lin Jiangwo looked at the young man in front of him and asked with a bitter smile, "What benefits did the great elder give you that made you work so hard? In fact, if you had stopped investigating at Huadai Group, no one would have stood up to say anything more. You could have ended it there. Why continue? Do you know how many departments your xiuxian has offended? All the powerful departments in the capital have been offended by you. Even if you put these people in jail, others will still come out to oppose you. Moreover, what you're doing now is like driving them to the wall. Those people won't let you off either. Think ahead. It will be difficult for xiuxian to develop in the future." Saying this, he sighed again. It seemed he felt some sympathy for xiuxian. Offending so many departments in the capital of Xia, how could xiuxian hope to survive? Chapter 104. This night, no one sleeps. The answer, clearly, is impossible. In this vast Xia country, there are so many problematic departments and people that they can't even be counted. Moreover, the DU department actually dared to challenge even the higher-ups. This had already offended many powerful individuals' interests. Believe me, those people will absolutely not let them off easily. After all, anyone who has climbed to such a position over the years is crafty. They understand the principle of, if one's lips are lost, his teeth will feel the cold. Once xiuxian starts targeting these high-ranking officials, it's certain that he'll face the exclusion of all departments. Originally, for those people, the DU department was nothing but a toothless tiger. Though it caused some irritation, no one really paid attention because it wasn't worth it. However, the current situation has changed somewhat starting from now. xiuxian's actions have directly targeted them, so naturally, they won't allow the DU department to continue existing. Hence, Lin Jiangwo believed that xiuxian's move was indeed somewhat unwise. In this kind of situation, making so many enemies and forcibly taking away members from other departments, isn't that just inviting trouble? Originally, the DU department's authority was already something many people couldn't stand, yet instead of reining it in, it only became more audacious. Thus, they won't let them off easily either. There might already be people secretly plotting how to deal with this upstart department of the DU. No one can tolerate another management organization being established above their heads. As for those higher-ups accustomed to their freedom, of course, they would never allow xiuxian to tread on their territory. Tonight's operation was beyond xiuxian's jurisdiction. Although it could be considered a great feat, it also alienated many, placing him in an unfavorable position. Whether it was right or wrong, that's truly hard to argue. This doesn't require your concern, Mr. Lin. Since I dare to do this, I must have my reasons. As for mopping up afterward, I will handle it myself. Please rest assured. xiuxian's calm words hung in the air. He didn't care about the threats, as once you're standing in this position, there's nothing to say anyway. Furthermore, this was part of the assessment set by someone. Otherwise, the power of the DU department would gradually be taken away day by day. It would eventually become someone's tool, which xiuxian disdains entirely. Compared to becoming a pawn, he'd much rather control his own destiny, despite its challenges, and finds it worth it. After all, the taste of being a dog isn't pleasant, and given his system at hand, if he couldn't carve out a piece of his own world, then he would truly tarnish the reputation of any golden finger a traveler has. Ho ho, well done. Truly a youthful hero. Alas, not listening now will lead to your downfall later. How about this? We make a deal. Let me go, and it'll count as a goodwill gesture. If anything goes awry in the future, you can come to me for help. Otherwise, the factions you offend will multiply, and I, Lin Jiangwo, am confident I still have a few friends. At this point, Lin Jiangwo smirked maliciously while watching xiuxian. But unfortunately, the suggestion was rejected outright. Though xiuxian knew that letting Lin Jiangwo go tonight would solve the issue seamlessly, once Huatai Group was brought down completely, it would count as a significant accomplishment. Even the elder wouldn't blame him. After all, he was given discretion to act freely. Nonetheless, no matter what, he couldn't get past this mental hurdle. This was most important. Perhaps, capturing the entirety of Huatai Group would suffice as a satisfactory report to the populace. But allowing such evildoers to remain unchecked, that was something xiuxian could never endure. Maybe Lin Jiangwo found it difficult to comprehend, but for xiuxian, it was simple enough to explain. It was justice, sympathy for the oppressed victims, which made him absolutely incapable of doing otherwise. Without this figure's approval, even Huatai Group wouldn't dare act so blatantly, because there was backing from them behind the scenes. That's why they were emboldened enough to flout the law without regard. The public entrusts their rights into their hands for the sake of fairness, but if these people consider human lives as grass, then obviously they shouldn't be allowed to walk free. Now that things have come to this point, there's nothing else left to discuss. If harm to public interest continues, then whatever punishment they receive is well-deserved. Perhaps, as Lin Jiangwo said, if he were arrested, the DU department would create countless enemies. After all, adults see advantages and disadvantages. Only children distinguish between right and wrong. To those higher-ups, all they need is to ensure their interests remain intact. The existence of the DU department has threatened them. It fills them with fear, making them worry if one day they might end up in there as well. That's why they feel so urgent about this matter, and when the time comes, they will undoubtedly pull out all the stops against the DU department. But xiuxian can't turn back now. Even if he knows that letting someone go would raise no suspicion and bring no questions from anyone, it is still something that absolutely cannot be done. This has already become the final bottom line. It must not be broken under any circumstances. No thanks, haha, I have my own ways to deal with it. I remember saying during the DU department's first investigation, avoid committing crimes. If you do commit a crime, you will surely get caught. If only you had realized that earlier and stopped then, perhaps today's disaster could have been avoided. But now it's too late. Even though you've made great contributions to the country, that is no reason to harm its people. They trusted you so much, but you abused your power to repeatedly injure them. Have you ever thought about what kind of outcome would come today? Lin Jiangwo wanted to say more, but words failed him at the last moment. He couldn't manage to utter even half a sentence. Even he knew deep down that he was wrong. However, once some things start, there's no turning back, whether willingly or unwillingly. One must keep moving forward. Even if he knows he'll be arrested eventually, the enormous benefits continue to drive him onward, like the apple in the Garden of Eden. At the same time, the entire capital was unable to sleep this night. Countless people were taken away, and on the dark streets, police sirens sounded incessantly. Chapter 105. Internet Explosion, Prison Warden's Prestige. By dawn, the online forums had completely exploded. On various websites, videos of the prison warden's office conducting arrests last night were everywhere. Public officials were taken away on the spot, and some were even arrested directly from their homes. This was arguably the most severe crackdown in Xia since its founding. In a short time, an astonishing number of officials were arrested. The videos quickly spread online. Normally, they would have been deleted by the Internet Monitoring Department, as arresting public officials is different from others. Even if there are issues, it would be done quietly. Not like the prison warden's office doing it publicly. Sometimes, people could be detained for half a month without anyone outside their family knowing. This was to maintain the face of each department, an almost subconscious agreement among them. After all, as functional departments, everyone would leave some room for each other. Perhaps, things could still be turned around. Videos not being posted online meant better private communication when resolving issues. But unexpectedly, the prison warden's office did not notify the Internet Monitoring Department this time. So by the time they noticed, it was too late. The internet was flooded with news of arrests. Many people from the Internet Monitoring Department were also arrested. After all, only with their help could such silent crimes be committed in the digital world. Otherwise, cases would immediately make the news. By then, even if someone wanted to interfere, it wouldn't be easy. The Huadai group managed to commit so many crimes quietly, without the involvement of the Internet Monitoring Department. Who would believe it? Therefore, the entire internet exploded. This unprecedented crackdown left all citizens bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Fortunately, the prison warden's office already had a good reputation among the public. So despite the chaos, there were mostly just negative comments online, but no significant impact. After all, in the hearts of the people, anything done by the prison warden's office seemed right. Minister Su was truly a righteous official dedicated to the people, repeatedly solving major cases, this time dismantling the entire Huadai group. The strong inspection at the Guangming Peak project earned the trust of the people. Now, xiuxian was seen as a guardian deity. So whatever he does won't cause much trouble. As expected, soon, major media outlets and TV stations released the news, and the official website of the prison warden's office explained why the functional departments were arrested. Initially, people didn't quite believe it. But, when verifying the arrest locations and units from last night, they found that the arrest list published by the prison warden's office was indeed true. Instantly, the whole country was shocked. Since Xia's founding, there had never been such a large-scale crackdown on functional departments. Even though some knew certain people weren't clean, no one thought the prison warden's office would really do it. Suddenly, news spread like wildfire. The prestige of the prison warden's office finally deeply penetrated the hearts of the people. Previously, although they performed well in many areas, it had never made such a stir. Damn, the prison warden's office is awesome. They caught everyone. Before, I was worried that the prison warden's office might give up investigating after finding out about the masterminds behind the Huadai group. Unexpectedly, they thoroughly investigated everything and locked everyone up. Besides saying they're awesome, I don't know what else to say. Amazing, amazing, nothing else to say. No wonder the prison warden's office dares to arrest so many powerful departments. Awesome, long live. This is a real righteous official. Compared to previous cases, I can't think of words to describe it. In short, just one word, awesome. The prison warden's office is mighty and awe-inspiring. Why am I kneeling while watching the news? What can I do? Minister Su is so impressive. I'm helpless. Almost the entire country joined in this heated discussion. No one had expected that the DUC's arrest operation would be so extensive, even including those powerful departments on the arrest list. And when this news was released, there was a huge uproar among the functional departments in the capital. Even they hadn't anticipated that the DUC would have such audacity. Last night, it launched a sudden raid and took everyone away. Some departments were almost completely cleaned out. Fortunately, it was still early. Otherwise, it might have affected the entire capital's operations. The Grand Elder made accurate judgments promptly, reorganizing all departments and deploying some reserve talents to barely keep the capital's system running. The consequence of this operation was, many of the big shots behind the scenes became more cautious. Even though they hated the DUC, they didn't dare to cause trouble at this time. They realized that the DUC was like a time bomb. It could explode at any moment. Therefore, to save their lives, it was better not to make too much noise for now. Of course, these people were secretly plotting how to punish the DUC. That damn xiuxian had already stepped on their interests. As the backstage manipulators quieted down, the whole Xia country fell into an unprecedented silence. No matter where you went, from streets to alleys, almost everyone was talking about the DUC. After this operation, the DUC finally firmly established its presence among the public. But this matter was far from over. Inside the Huadai engineering group, in the high-level office, xiuxian, along with Li Zhonghua, sat in the chief seats of the meeting room, looking around at the shareholders seated there. Chapter 106, this is not a business negotiation. Surveying the crowd and clearing his throat twice, xiuxian finally said lightly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all heard about the recent actions of the penitentiary department. The Zhao family from the former Huadai group is suspected of colluding with senior officials, using violent means for demolition, withholding demolition compensation, and other issues. They have been arrested. As for the people behind them, they are under investigation. I have gathered all of you here for a clear purpose, to hope that you can choose a leader as soon as possible to take on the responsibility of the Huadai group, compensating all those who have suffered losses under your company's group at market value. I have said my piece. Who agrees and who opposes?" Holding the teacup in his hand, xiuxian stared at everyone present, his thoughts unknown. The business tycoons sitting there were all somewhat flustered. Though they considered themselves elites in the business world, having met many people, they could not quite read this minister of the penitentiary department. He was smiling calmly, but it seemed like he could burst out at any moment. Therefore, no one dared to speak up first. After a long silence, finally, someone could not bear the immense pressure, gulped down some water, and then spoke up. "Minister Su, I admit the Zhao father and son had problems, causing economic losses within the company and leading Huadai Group to its current state. We do bear some responsibility, but this matter seems unrelated to us. We are just shareholders responsible for dividends. We don't know how they operated the group, and over the years, we've invested a considerable amount of money into Huadai Group. Now the group is affected, and the stock market is volatile. To avoid bankruptcy would be good enough. Where would we get the money to compensate those people? Minister Su, please don't make things difficult for us. If necessary, you should talk to the Zhao father and son. Right. As he spoke, he started to incite others in the office. That makes sense. Old Wang is right. We're just shareholders. This matter has nothing to do with us. We only handle dividends. The rest isn't our concern. Even if there are real problems, why should we be the ones to clean up? Yes, it's all the Zhao family's fault. Why should we be the ones to fix their mess? More and more people agreed with him. Who among those sitting here wasn't a seasoned fox? If asked to share a little benefit, these people might not hesitate, but asking them to bleed out was basically impossible. Now, the Huadai Group was nearly bankrupt. At this time, who would take over this mess? In their view, pulling their money out was key. Otherwise, if the stock market continues to plummet, Huadai Group would really go bankrupt. They took advantage when it was beneficial, but when it turned bad, these people ran faster than anyone else. No one here was a fool, especially these old merchants, each as cunning as a fox. Trying to get even a bit of benefit from them was impossible. Perhaps, only if they stood to lose would they consider it. For them, filling their own pockets was enough. As for the rest, they didn't care about their fate. Their faces showed smug smiles, like old foxes. Seeing their discussions, xiuxian tapped on the table and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Our penitentiary department always acts reasonably. If none of you wish to take on this responsibility, that's fine too. Let us handle it. But before that, let me clarify something. All the money taken from Huadai Group must be returned. Additionally, according to your shares, you must pay all the funds required during liquidation. I believe none of you will begrudge this small sum, right?" His fingers tapped on the table casually, and everyone fell silent instantly. Upon hearing this, their faces turned grim. This was no small matter. If they really had to pay, it would hurt deeply. Over the years, they had made considerable profits from Huadai Group. And by the sound of it, if this money wasn't enough, xiuxian would continue to demand more. Isn't this a death sentence? For these unscrupulous businessmen, asking for money was almost like asking for their lives. Minister Su, what do you mean? We are just shareholders responsible for providing certain funds. As for what they did with the money, that has nothing to do with me. You can't do this. It's illegal, and we can sue you. Old Wang, who had spoken earlier, stood up again. It was clear that this guy still had considerable authority. Once he spoke, many people echoed him. To make them pay, xiuxian knew he first had to break this hard nut. He said coldly, Shareholder Wang, don't be in a hurry. If you want to sue me, I suggest you listen to what I have to say before making any decisions." Li Zhonghua read the documents to these bosses. At this point, Li Zhonghua stepped forward from behind. He began reading the document in his hand. At first, the bosses were somewhat indifferent. After all, no matter what it was, nothing could make them pay. It would be like taking their lives. But as the reading voice grew louder, their initial indifference quickly changed. The document in Li Zhonghua's hand recorded not something else but the results of the Prison Bureau's investigation over the past decade, detailing all problematic projects handled by Huadai Group, along with the profits from these projects and the money that flowed into the pockets of the shareholders present. Finally, after a while, Li Zhonghua finished reading the records. The office instantly fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping would be clearly heard. The bosses' faces turned grim. After a long pause, one of them finally spat out a sentence. "Minister Su, what exactly do you want? There's no need to go this far, just speak directly. Very simple, follow my requirements. Take over Huadai Group and compensate all those who have been harmed over the years at market price. After completing these tasks, you will be free. Otherwise, even if you didn't participate, I wonder how the judges in court will rule, just on the grounds of knowing, you won't escape responsibility." Chapter 107. Covering the sky with one hand? Minister Su, are you threatening us? Old Wang's face showed some anger. To have reached this point in his life, he naturally wouldn't be easily intimidated. He said this aloud. Before he finished speaking, xiuxian stopped tapping his fingers. In the office where a pin drop could be heard, an unprecedented pressure suddenly emerged from xiuxian, making everyone feel as if they couldn't breathe properly. No one expected that the young man's aura would be so strong. It was simply terrifying. You can think of it that way, but I absolutely am not. Someone, please escort him to the Diosai. Also, ask the investigation team to look into their family's financial records. Remember, thoroughly. This light remark made the latter fall to the ground. No one knew better than him about the issues within his own financial records. Doing business at this level, who didn't use some unconventional methods? It's just that these things usually went unnoticed. But when xiuxian got serious, it was a different story. No, Minister Su, I'm willing to listen to you. He hastily cried out. Unfortunately, it was too late. Looking at shareholder Wang on the ground, there was no emotion in xiuxian's eyes. Today, I sincerely invited all of you here to resolve this matter, but you've been obstructing everything. It seems you don't intend to negotiate properly, so I no longer want to talk to you. Someone, take him away. Yes. The action team members stepped forward and dragged him away directly. The atmosphere in the office became tense. No one dared to speak up. They hadn't expected xiuxian's methods to be so direct. Only now did they realize that this wasn't a business negotiation. It was the Diosai demanding cooperation. If they agreed, it would be fine. If not, given what they had done, spending a few years inside wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, they finally kept quiet obediently. Alright, I think we can talk now. Within half an hour, I hope someone can take over Huadai Group and arrange for compensation. Who agrees? Who opposes? Xiuxian touched his nose, staring at everyone. In the end, everyone lowered their heads. They agreed. At this point, they realized there was no way out. The Diosai wasn't here to negotiate. Seeing everyone agree, Xiuxian coldly snorted. Huh? Still feeling wronged? If you really feel wronged, then consider those people you've oppressed over the years. For a little money, you resorted to violent demolition, even causing deaths. Is that right? Don't tell me you didn't know. Holding on to others' hard-earned money. Can you sleep soundly? Pursuing profit in business isn't wrong. But for profit, you lost your humanity. Knowing full well the secrets behind Huadai Group, you still invested. This is already lenient treatment. Go home and think about it. His icy words echoed in the office. The shareholders all hung their heads, feeling somewhat guilty. Indeed, how could they not know what Huadai Group was involved in? But for profit, they took risks. Now, with Xiuxian pointing it out, their faces flushed red. What difference was there between them and the masterminds? Knowing Huadai Group used money to commit crimes, yet they supported it unconditionally. Perhaps they could deceive others, but not themselves. After saying this, Xiuxian turned and left. Once only the shareholders remained in the office, they quickly began discussing compensation and resettlement plans. After all, Xiuxian didn't give them much time. If they didn't complete it by the deadline, they might end up inside with the Zhao family father and son. They didn't want to go in, so they had to act fast. Being in these positions meant they were competent. Soon, Huadai Group had come up with a compensation plan, taking responsibility for resettling those affected by violent demolitions and compensating them partially. While not much, it was enough to live on. Those injured were all arranged hospital care and expenses covered. Finally, they donated 10 billion to compensate customers who bought their properties. Huadai Group immediately distributed the compensation to the affected citizens. Holding the hard-earned money they should have received, the citizens felt like crying. If it weren't for the Dionysi, it would have been absolutely impossible to get this money so easily. Even, there would have been no chance at all. They were well aware of Huadai Group's nature. This company was entirely profit-driven. How could it possibly take the initiative to compensate? Behind the scenes, it must have been due to the assistance of the Dionysi, which was indispensable. Everyone was incredibly excited. Fortunately, for the help from the Dionysi. Otherwise, how could there be such an outcome today? All the citizens became agitated. The internet was flooded with gratitude towards the Dionysi, though many still condemned Huadai Group, especially those who had been exploited. Their anger wasn't easily quelled. Even after this matter was resolved, Huadai Group wouldn't have the means to continue existing in Xia country. Great job, Dionysi. Su Qingtian is awesome. If not for him, these crooked businessmen wouldn't have submitted so obediently. These people only turn back when they hit a wall. For so many years, they've been squeezing our hard-earned money. But in front of the Dionysi, they still have to return it obediently. At this moment, I just want to say one thing. Long live the Dionysi. Did they really think they could cover the sky with one hand? In the end, they still fell into the hands of the Dionysi. It's a shame that Chairman Zhao still had the nerve to call himself a conscientious entrepreneur. Now, he can only talk about conscience inside the prison. Finally, with Huadai Group's compensation, this matter came to a complete end. Chapter 108. High-level rewards, new office building. Only the online platform continued to discuss this matter. Of course, more topics revolved around Diosai's achievements. After all, if it weren't for Xiuxian, this matter would likely have ended unresolved like before. There had been previous exposés, but the investigators eventually gave in. Only Xiuxian pursued it to the end. Ultimately, this led to where we are today. Only then could Huadai Group be completely relegated to history, and all the people behind it apprehended. The credibility built up over so many years vanished in an instant. For a company to last long-term, one must not be short-sighted and only care about short-term benefits. Huadai Group's methods, while allowing them to surpass Qianda in a short time, were destined to be unstable. This kind of growth was like floating duckweed without roots. It could be destroyed at any moment. While this topic was hotly debated across the internet, inside Diosai, Xiuxian sipped coffee and played games on his computer. Now that Diosai was finally on track, the pressure on the minister naturally decreased. But just then, there was a knock on the office door. Then, Little Lee rushed in nervously and said, Minister, something happened. Cough, cough. The elder's convoy is downstairs at our department. What? Xiuxian, who had just taken a sip of coffee, sprayed it out immediately. He didn't expect that person to actually come in person. Hurrying out, but before he could leave, a familiar face already appeared in the hallway. Who else could it be but the elder? Very good. Little Su. You haven't disappointed me. You handled this matter very well. As soon as he saw the person, the voice rang in his ears. Then, the elder quickly approached, and Xiuxian hurriedly said, Elder, you flatter me. These are things I should do. No blame at all. After all. At this point, he didn't know how to continue. After all, the case involving Lin Zhangwo was too sensitive. He was the elder's savior. How dare he arrest someone like him? He originally thought that if the elder wasn't angry, it would be good enough. But unexpectedly, the elder came to see him personally. Blame? When did I become such a petty person? Although Lin Zhangwo saved my life before, there are national laws and family rules. No matter what, since he broke the law, he should be arrested. In fact, I should thank you. Without you, little Su, I wouldn't have been able to get past this. At this point, the elder still felt a bit bitter. In that final moment, the old man almost forgave Lin Zhangwo, but fortunately, Xiuxian was there, preventing a mistake. Regardless of whether someone is a hero or a criminal, anyone harmful to the people must be dealt with impartially. This is why xia has its current status. If even the leader harbors mercy, what about the rest? You did a great job this time. Our xia has been established for many years, and some people have become too complacent. It's indeed time for a shake-up. Your duty in Diosai is to address all grievances, so what you did was right. On the contrary, it was very good. You should continue doing this. No matter who is behind the criminals, they must all be caught. Behind you stands the nation. The 1,800 million citizens of Xia support you. With us backing you, there's nothing to fear. The elder's words directly brushed aside the issue of Lin Jiangwo. No one is above the law. No one can be spared. Hearing this, xiuxian felt relieved. After all, being remembered by this elder wouldn't be a good thing. Fortunately, the elder had no such intention. He had overthought it. Who sitting in such a high position would be petty? And this person certainly wouldn't be. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he realized he had overthought it. Thank you, elder. By the way, your location for Diosai is too remote. If there's a problem, it can't be solved promptly. Moreover, this place isn't big enough, causing many troubles, right? The elder seemed to remember something and said. Hearing this, xiuxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the past, when the dyeing department was small, it didn't matter much. After all, there were only a few dozen people, and there was plenty of space left over. But after recruiting more than 200 people, the number quickly surpassed 300. Staying here had become inconvenient, especially with both men and women, making living arrangements even more cramped. Coincidentally, after the announcement of Huatai Group's bankruptcy, their building is still unoccupied. How about converting it into your new office building? It can be considered a reward for your department. The elder made his decision final. With his word, no one in Xia would dare oppose it. As for Huatai Group's building, xiuxian and others had been there many times. It was indeed massive, spanning dozens of floors, complete with various conference rooms, and located in the heart of the capital city. This was prime real estate. They couldn't ask for anything better. Thank you, great elder. He nodded eagerly in agreement. Even across the entire Xia, no other department could match this level of luxury, occupying an entire CBD as their office location. This central area showcased just how highly regarded they were by the elder. I won't disturb your work anymore. Feel free to come chat with me when you have time. The elder got up to leave. As the highest leader of the country, he had many matters to attend to and couldn't stay indefinitely. Watching the elder depart, the entire dyeing department began preparations for the big move. A grand procession headed towards the former Huatai Group office building. Along the way, the sign was already replaced, indicating that the elder had planned this well in advance, not on a whim. Chapter 109, Friendship First, Competition Second? In the CBD business district of the imperial capital of Xiagua, standing in the Huatai Group building on this prime piece of land, xiuxian looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling imperial capital with its endless stream of vehicles. He couldn't help but smile. At the same time, a sense of pride welled up inside him. This was because they were the defenders and protectors of the law. It was precisely because of their presence that the imperial capital could have its current appearance. Otherwise, criminals would be running rampant indefinitely. And at the bottom of the building, there were quite a few people gathered there spontaneously. They had nothing to offer, but could only express their gratitude this way. If it weren't for the DUC, prison authority, Huatai Group might not have let them off so easily, nor would they have been compensated so simply. Therefore, they really had to thank this person. The compensation they received today all came from Minister Su's assistance. Thus, they could only silently express their gratitude. Minister, we've moved everything in. Should we start setting up? Xiaoli walked up from behind and asked. Set up? Also, send someone down to disperse those civilians. It's so hot today, don't let them get heat stroke. They don't need to do this. We just did what we should, xiuxian said calmly. To him, since he held this position, he should fulfill his duty. But this also showed that Xiagua indeed had many problems. Civilians actually stood on the street to express gratitude for such matters. When did the enforcement department doing their job require public thanks? It was precisely because too many people failed to act. That highlighted them. I understand. Xiaoli nodded and began to make arrangements. Soon, the prison authority personnel finished organizing. The massive building had 4 floors dedicated to offices, each department occupying one. The rest were living quarters, sports areas, and residential areas. In the past, conditions were lacking, but now with so many floors available, they naturally made use of them. Additionally, they specially equipped the action team with a training room and an armory. It must be said that the great elder truly gave xiuxian a nice gift this time by allowing all members of the prison authority to carry firearms. Not ordinary pistols, but the latest model produced by the arms factory, extremely powerful. One shot could be fatal. Compared to the standard police officers who mostly carried less lethal firearms, the prison authority was directly equipped with the latest models. This showed the elder's favoritism. Of course, more importantly, the actions of the prison authority this time had become a thorn in many people's sides. So, those people naturally wouldn't let them off easily. With firearms, many things became more convenient. It also made the prison authority more standardized. And to commend their actions, they were granted unlimited funding privileges, meaning the prison authority would undoubtedly become the strongest domestic department without question. After all, an organization with unlimited funding is what every department dreams of. For several consecutive days, nothing major happened within the prison authority. Everyone was immersed in joy. On this day, news about Huatai Group Online was replaced by another piece of news. After all, this was an era dominated by entertainment. Although Huatai Group's incident was significant, it would eventually become outdated. However, This new piece of news wasn't entertainment-related but sports-related. For many citizens, it was a disgrace. That is, before the World Cup. The national football team suffered another crushing defeat, failing even to qualify. It must be said, this really counted as one of the world's unsolved mysteries. Looking across Xiuxian's population of over 1 billion, it was hard to find a few good football players. No matter when, they always ended up losing. Since organizing a football team to participate in matches, they basically never won. Yet, every year, the national team continued to fight despite repeated defeats. Moreover, their apologies were sincere. Over time, people got used to it. But this year, the national team's performance angered all citizens. Already accustomed to losing, they felt nothing special even if they lost. But this time, it was different. What infuriated all the citizens was a video secretly filmed by a journalist inside the national soccer team's resting room. That was, before the match started, an opponent actually entered the resting room of the national team and was talking about something. Normally, this wouldn't be much of an issue. After all, when matches start, both sides usually engage in some simple exchanges. Friendship first, competition second. So such occurrences could be understandable. But what truly enraged the public was that after the opposing team members entered the resting room, they actually took out a box of money, said a few words, and then left directly. Once this video was released, it set everyone off. Hundreds of millions of fans were furious. No one had expected that the team they had been supporting would do something like this, accepting bribes during the game. If losing was due to skill level, that would be acceptable. But accepting bribes? That would mean the match was deliberately lost. After the video was leaked, the forums related to the national soccer team were almost flooded with curses. Although the official statement from the national soccer team claimed that the money was just temporarily stored in their resting room by the opposing team. Obviously, this lame excuse could only fool children. The enraged fans certainly wouldn't accept such an explanation. Who would casually store a few million with their rivals for no reason? Instantly, there was a flood of curses online, and the angry fans were almost ready to storm the training grounds of the national soccer team. As the incident escalated, it eventually reached the ears of the DU department. Chapter 110. The clear will be clear, the turbid will be turbid. The online mob battle continues, and it seems to be getting more and more intense. At the beginning, the members of the national football team still came out to apologize, but as time went on, they gradually lost their patience and began to curse at the fans. With their curses, all the fans went crazy. The video has already been filmed, yet they still refuse to repent, and even longtime supporters who have followed them for years started cursing them. Just from this point, it can be seen that the nature of these so-called national team members are beasts without shame. Hundreds of millions of national football fans directly overwhelmed the entire official website. Later, the national team, feeling pressured, began banning accounts. They even hired a group of internet trolls to wash the ground. Anyway, for them, this isn't a bad thing. In this world where popularity is paramount, basically as long as you can get some heat, then you'll definitely become famous. A bunch of brain-dead bastards. Do you see how hard the players train every day? Just because they lost a few games, is that worth all this cursing? Besides, how do you know for sure they're taking bribes? All fools, long live the national team. They train hard, wanting to bring glory to the country, but they were misunderstood by a group of people. What cold-hearted times. All you know how to talk here. Why don't you go onto the field yourself? Always accusing others of taking bribes, always jumping to conclusions. Idiots. Do you know how dedicated the national team players are? They train for a long time every day, and just because of such small things, you misunderstand them? Truly heartbreaking. The trolls quickly washed the ground. Unfortunately, their statements held no water. Especially the content of that video, which was completely unexplainable. This is no small matter. If it were another case, perhaps there would be a chance to clear their names. But alas, this time the video was too clear. Although the distance was a bit far and no sound could be heard, the content alone was enough to explain everything. How would fans believe such self-deceptive words? Right away, both sides began the verbal battle. Yes, they work really hard, lying in bed dreaming about training every day, still calling themselves a national team? Even when I was in kindergarten, I played better than them. What a joke. Is this considered training? I haven't seen them working hard at all. With big beer bellies, you call this hard work? What a joke. If they consider this hard training, then our training should simply be called murder, isn't it? Laughable to the extreme, truly faceless now, able to say such words. For the country's honor? What a fine example of honoring the country. Shit, they've already started playing dirty games. Is this called bringing honor to the country? Even pigs would perform better than them. In global cups, they haven't even kicked past one nation, yet are called elites. There's no need to jump to conclusions about receiving bribes. Then why play soccer at all? I declare myself no longer a fan from now on. A group of idiotic water armies, without understanding the situation, washing grounds over there. Right? Their soccer playing is very hard. Staring into space on the field requires courage too, doesn't it? After all, facing countless fans who might throw objects right at their faces takes great courage. Such courage is rare. I certainly can't match up to it, having trained in soccer for over 10 years and never scoring even one goal. Don't blame the national team like this. After all, they didn't want to, did they? Not scoring goals happens for many reasons. For example, it wasn't the field they practiced on, or the balls weren't perfectly round. The soccer field grass was too hard, the opponent was too strong, the weather wasn't good, there were issues with the quality of the goalposts. Damn impressive, high-level negativity. Originally allies, almost forgot to pick up my 80-meter-long knife. Throughout the web, voices of scolding resound. Even though numerous internet trolls were hired and comments continuously banned, it had absolutely no effect. After all, there are too many fans in the Xia country. Although the national team doesn't play soccer well, these fans are extremely united, waiting for years just to witness the day the national team can break through globally, only to feel so deeply disappointed. Not being skillful isn't an issue, but even if they are really not good enough, it's not possible that for so many years, they haven't managed to score a single time, right? Even without training, there should be some instances where they got lucky. And now, they've finally found an excuse. This isn't about them being incapable of scoring. It's about deliberately not wanting to play. These guys are clearly incorrigible and have actually stooped this low. Clearly, they don't even care about their reputation anymore. With so many fans supporting them, even during losses, as long as they apologize sincerely, the fans would still accept it. Where else can you find such loyal supporters? But repeated disappointments could be forgiven. Yet at this moment, they're actually accepting bribes. The infuriated fans have lost all rationality. If not for the remnants of morality, they might already rush to the football field and kill all these bastards on the spot. After the online cursing lasted several hours, the national football team players, seeing their hired trolls couldn't hold up any longer and were afraid of being exposed, directly released an official Weibo statement. The clean will be clean, the turbid will be turbid. The truth of the matter has been explained by us, and if you don't believe it, there's nothing we can do. Moreover, some brain-damaged and idiotic people should unfollow us. Our national football team does not need fake fans like you. One message released made the originally slightly calmed public even more enraged instantly. Huh, taking bribes, yet still having the audacity to say such things? The clear ones will naturally be clear, the corrupt ones remain corrupt, so does that mean they consider themselves wrongfully accused? The video is right there, even a fool could understand what's going on. Seriously wondering, where did they get the face to say this? Isn't this complete shamelessness? Chapter 111. The national team's ultimate skill apologies. Facing such a national team, even the most patient fans couldn't hold on any longer. They announced their departure one after another, directly unfollowing the official football account. Originally boasting over 10 million followers, the number plummeted to just a few million within half an hour and was still dropping rapidly. It seemed like it would soon be completely gone. Seeing this, the members of the national team inside the stadium all looked grim, especially the coach whose face turned dark. Watching the continuously dropping fan numbers in the back end, he never thought it would come to this. According to previous experience, even though fans might lose patience, there had never been a case of losing followers. After all, the true fragrance theorem applies to everyone. Although they say they won't follow the national team anymore, many people still subconsciously watch the matches, hoping for a rare win. Because of this, no matter how much trouble the national team caused over the years, there had never been a loss of followers. They originally thought this time would be no different, just thunder without rain. But unexpectedly, something did happen, and now they have lost so many followers. This is not a small issue, as their daily expenses are almost entirely dependent on these brainless fans. This continuous loss of followers means a significant loss of benefits for them, especially for the sponsors behind them, who would invest in them without fans. How could they maintain their luxurious lifestyle on just the meager salaries? Therefore, their faces showed growing anxiety. Sitting in the office, the coach said with a darkened face, "You idiots, how could you get caught even while collecting money? What do you eat? Now our plans are ruined. If we lose all these fans, things will be tough from now on. What should we do? They're just brainless fans. Even if they all leave, they'll come back in a few days. This has happened before," the top player sneered. To him, this wasn't a big deal. After all, having been in the national team for so long, he was used to being scolded by netizens. This time was just more severe, but he believed it would pass soon. These fans have been stupid for too long. They've lost their minds. They don't understand anything. Just give them a little benefit, and they'll likely come back soon. Idiot, what do you know? Come back automatically? Think with your pig brain. After they found out we took bribes, will they come back? Before, they hoped to see us win. Even though we lost, at least there was hope. But now, after this incident, it's impossible for them to come back. The coach's face showed anger. Still dreaming dreams, even now. What a fool. Although the fans are brainless, taking bribes has always been the most disgraceful act in football. If it hadn't been discovered, it wouldn't be a problem. But this time it was exposed, and the online public outrage spread widely. How could those fans return? What should we do then? Coach, are we really finished? If those fans unfollow, we'll have to pay huge compensation fees for the endorsements. Should we really go through with this? Absolutely not. I don't want to live like that again. F***K, neither do I. Is training every day a life? It's just playing football. We make money. Who cares who wins? A medal. How much can it be worth? The players' faces were grim. They didn't want to go back to the old days. Compared to now, living like this is better. After all, they can earn endorsement fees just by boasting and drinking. Moreover, more importantly, even if they fail in football, they can just apologize and everything will be resolved perfectly. Such a perfect life. Who wants to go back to the days when they had nothing? For them, making money is the most important thing. As long as they can earn money, whatever the cost, it's worth it. Face. What's that worth? Hearing their words, the coach's eyes also showed some anxiety. This was indeed not a small matter. If all the fans really unfollowed, he would be the unluckiest one. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Apologize." The players were all confused. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Apologize at this point? The reason it has become so tense is entirely because our attitude was too tough before. If we apologize, things should improve significantly. Additionally, we absolutely cannot admit to the black money issue. Inform that team and tell them to shut up no matter what. We will give up this payment. Okay, at this moment, the players had no objections. After all, compared to future days, this amount of money wasn't significant. The most important thing was to silence those people. Without evidence, fans would have no way to prove anything. Even if it's the truth, without evidence, it will always just be a rumor. In this way, the matter would be much easier to handle. The coach's eyes lit up as he continued. But we can't personally make the apology. Find some people to film us appearing drunk. Make sure everyone acts convincingly, understood? Coach, you're brilliant. Hee, I don't believe those fools won't fall for it. That makes sense. Let's get those brainless fans back first. Coach, you really are a step ahead. Everyone started praising him, and the coach's face showed a hint of pride. Without these tactics, how could he have reached this position? Chapter 112. The grass is too soft, the soccer ball too hard, and the goalpost shifts. At the same time, inside the prison warden's office, xiuxian also saw this message. However, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, matters on the soccer field had little to do with their department. Besides, the fans had already run off, so there was nothing much to investigate. Moreover, the notorious reputation of China's national team for poor performance was well known far and wide. In xiuxian's view, only a fool would try to bribe them. It was incredibly hard to find a weaker team than this one. If someone tried to bribe them, it must be a complete idiot. On the contrary, he was more concerned about the unknown reward for eliminating the Huatai group. As the interrogations of the arrested officials concluded, the case was drawing to a close. He eagerly awaited the announcement of what the reward would be. This mission was harder than the previous ones. Therefore, even if it's an unknown reward, it shouldn't be too bad. Just as he was pondering, the long-awaited system voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission and received an unknown reward. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. He chose without hesitation. After all, he had waited too long for this. If he didn't claim it now, it would be foolish. After quickly choosing to claim it, he soon felt many new memories flooding into his mind. They were about soccer. Originally, xiuxian wasn't very interested in this sport. In his previous life on Earth, table tennis was the national sport, while soccer was almost embarrassing to mention. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had mastered soccer completely. If there were a soccer ball at his feet right now, xiuxian was confident he could score with 100% accuracy. That feeling was truly mystical, like the world's best soccer skills had merged into his body. It was a strange sensation. Could this be the unknown reward? While he was thinking, the system provided the answer. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skills Soccer Master at the proficient level, ensuring perfect accuracy. Upon hearing this, xiuxian smiled slightly. Although it wasn't an exceptionally powerful reward, it was still pretty good. Mastering a skill was always beneficial, especially at the master level, which was considered top tier in the field. At that moment, he believed that if he returned to his previous life, those so-called European stars wouldn't amount to much in front of him. While he was contemplating this, another major event emerged online, quickly shaking the entire internet. Countless people went wild as the previously invisible soccer match-fixing scandal once again became a headline. In the evening, a popular Weibo influencer suddenly reposted a video. It showed several people crying, holding bottles of alcohol under the night sky, creating a profoundly desolate scene. If it were ordinary people, it might not have drawn much attention. After all, many people drink late at night in the fast-paced capital city. But upon closer inspection, the people in the video weren't ordinary. They were members of the national soccer team. Due to being misunderstood by fans, national soccer players cry bitterly and drink to drown their sorrows. Men do not shed tears easily, only when they are truly heartbroken. The title quickly attracted many viewers. Additionally, the influencer was quite popular. So, the news quickly spread across the internet, with countless people sharing it. The video showed several national team players sobbing, holding bottles of alcohol, looking helpless and evoking pity. Fans who had previously been angrily cursing at them were now touched deep down. To them, these players seemed genuinely wronged. After all, men don't cry unless deeply hurt. These few national team members were drinking heavily late at night. If they weren't wronged, why would they do this? Many began comforting them in the comments. Of course, some still didn't believe their show of emotion. Not all fans were so easily persuaded, especially the older ones. For them, what haven't they experienced? Playing these little tricks on them was simply too naive. Thus, they started to curse in the comments section. In an instant, the famous blogger's Weibo turned into a battlefield, overwhelmed by furious fans. CNMD, even a video is made, and they are still pretending to be pitiful? Do they have any shame left? Binge drinking, apologizing? With this time, they might as well go home and reflect against the wall. How could it be so coincidental? Just happened to be filmed? Or just happened to be filmed by a famous blogger? TSK. The luck of the national football team is really impressive. Apart from on the football field, at other times, this luck is truly out of this world. Blogger, can you have some shame? How could you promote these beasts? Really, for fame, you would do anything. How much did they pay you? We will pay double, just to stop seeing these fools. Didn't they seem tough before? How did they become so cowardly now? I believe your ghost stories, Really taking us for fools. What a joke. Exactly, who are they fooling? Damn, if they have this much time, they should go back and practice their ball skills. Besides pretending online, what else can they do? As football players, they haven't won a single game. They are truly unique. Do they have any humanity left? They have already become like this. What more do you want? Can't you let them off? At least they have been on the football field. Even if they didn't win, it's better than standing here talking without feeling the pain, right? Exactly. Besides criticizing behind the keyboard, what else can you do? They have already been forced to cry. What more do you want? I think someone must be trying to frame the national football team. Chapter 113. A straight body fears no crooked shadow? Some netizens were moved and consoled him one after another. Coupled with the water army that the Chinese national football team had hired long ago, they actually took the upper hand in public opinion for a while. It's just a video, right? Whether or not they take bribes, is it really important? Do you really have to drive someone to death before it's over? Correct mistakes if you have made them, and strive harder if you haven't. Anyway, they've already learned their lesson. There's no need to be so ruthless. Good job, national football team. Keep it up. You must stand up again. Never be defeated by such minor difficulties. I will always support you. Well said. The truth of the matter is still unknown. Yet people are already speaking out. Actually, the previous Weibo post isn't completely unreasonable. Even if there was money involved, so what? Does it mean it must be dirty money? The public opinion trend quickly turned around completely. Seeing this scene, the netizens were speechless. They had seen people protecting their own, but never to this extent. Clearly wrong, yet they could still twist black into white. Have these people lost all sense of shame? Who are these people who can do such things? They must have completely abandoned their pride to act so shamelessly. Especially those brainwashed fans with overly sentimental hearts, which is even more infuriating. Just because they cried a few times, people believe them? Over the years, the national football team has cried more times than they've played matches. Is there any reason to sympathize with these people? It's really hard to find a reason. Even with the video out, they still want to whitewash it. Even if they try to whitewash it, at least wait a few days, right? Are they really treating all fans as fools? The incident just happened, and it was perfectly captured by a big V and posted online. Such a coincidence seems almost impossible. Even movies wouldn't dare to be filmed like this. How could there be such coincidences in the world? Clearly, this group of people are deliberately stirring up trouble. Only this reason can explain how shameless these people are. They've completely given up on saving face, treating all fans as toys to mock. The online arguments continued without end. For hours, neither side gave in. Even the Weibo platform became laggy, nearly crashing at one point. Fortunately, the backend programmers were skilled enough to stabilize the situation. But, if this continues, it will eventually crash. Even since Weibo was established, there has never been a scene where hundreds of millions of people insult each other nonstop. If this continues, it might escalate to real-life confrontations. The head of Weibo was sweating. Even though this incident wasn't related to them, they would still bear some responsibility if problems arise. In the past, he wished his platform could become more popular. But now, he doesn't wish for that anymore. If real-life confrontations happen and investigations start, he won't be able to escape responsibility. Yet, he dares not shut down the servers, as this is not a small matter. Too many people are involved. Shutting down the servers now would be like destroying their own reputation. And the consequences would be severe, obvious without saying. If he dared to shut down the servers now, he wouldn't doubt that his family graves would be dug up, caught between a rock and a hard place. Finally, netizens got tired of arguing. After hours of insults, even the water army felt exhausted. So, the arguments slowly died down, but the issue wasn't resolved. One netizen suggested. Anyway, continuing to argue won't solve anything. I think there's a good solution. Ask the Dayunsi, prison authority, to intervene. If they investigate and find no evidence of bribery, then we can put an end to this. If there is evidence, I believe no one would doubt the findings of the Dayunsi, right? This suggestion was agreed upon by everyone. In such matters, no other department would be accepted, but only the Dayunsi, which has solved major cases multiple times. So, if they handle it, everyone feels confident there will be no issues, and no one would question it. If xiuxian truly finds evidence of bribery, so, it will definitely be resolved. After all, even a huge case like the Huadai real estate group was ultimately uncovered. Investigating such a small case would be effortless. With the credibility of the DNUC, naturally, no one would refuse. When this matter reached the ears of the national soccer team members, they were all somewhat bewildered. Their script wasn't written this way, and they had heard of the reputation of the DNUC. If they really investigated this case, it would truly be disastrous. Regardless of whether any issues were found or not, the shady dealings inside could not be avoided. If problems were discovered, it would be truly over. Just thinking about it made them feel despair. Had they known it would end like this, why did they do it in the first place? But at this point, there was no way to refuse. After all, it had escalated to this extent. If they dared not let the DNUC investigate, the matter wouldn't need to continue. They would definitely lose. So, no matter what, they had to push through. Therefore, on the official Weibo account of the national soccer team, a message was posted. A straight body has nothing to fear from its shadow. Since we haven't done anything wrong, we are not afraid of anyone investigating. Upon seeing this message, many fans supporting the national soccer team felt vindicated. To them, since they dared to accept an investigation, there must be no problems. Unbeknownst to them, the national soccer players were almost panicking. This was truly digging their own grave. Chapter 114. Announcements from the Dayunus. Entering the situation. Originally, it was only a minor issue. But, if the Dayunus gets involved, and by some chance they uncover something, that would truly be awkward. Over these years, they have done everything possible just to make money. In many competitions, they have been playing fixed matches. Anyway, for them, there is absolutely no need for that small reward. Just the income from their fanatics and illicit funds is already enough for them to live quite comfortably. Besides, as long as they can make money, everything else is unimportant. As for reputation, what century are we in now? Who still cares about such things, right? For them, the only goal is making money and living a life of extravagance. compared to rigorous year-round training, which is stronger can be deduced even with mere toe thinking. And precisely because of this, they continue to exploit the trust fans place in them. And, with the passage of time, they've become accustomed to this kind of lifestyle. As long as they can make money, then all other things cease to matter. What significance does face have? Money, after all, is the most important thing. Of course, the reason they agreed to let the xiuxian investigate was also because they believed that the xiuxian wouldn't bother paying attention to such a trivial matter, right? After all, compared to the cases the xiuxian has dealt with over the years, theirs is truly quite elementary. No matter how you look at it, it's rather insignificant. Therefore, they finally agreed. At the same moment, inside the office building of the xiuxian, all team members were quickly tapping away at their keyboards, organizing data, when suddenly Xiao stood up and walked towards the direction of the office. Tap tap tap. The knock on the door rang out, and soon came an invitation from within asking him to enter. Xiao swiftly went in. Upon entering, he saw Su Minister, hunched over reviewing documents. Quickly, he spoke. Leader, just now, we received quite a few reports. Among them were about the black money our national soccer team accepted not long ago. Should we investigate? Investigate? Xiuxian slightly furrowed his brows. This matter should have nothing to do with their xiuxian. After all, if every trifling little thing required the personal involvement of the xiuxian to conduct investigations, wouldn't that cause chaos? Would the rule of law still exist? But just then, a reminder about his newly obtained skill appeared, master-level proficiency in ball skills. Thus, moved by a fleeting thought, he questioned, are there any other cases aside from this that need handling? Nothing major so far. After the Huatai Company incident last time, domestic criminals have become much more compliant now. They hardly dare to act rashly. Therefore, currently, we haven't received any complaints or case reports. At this point, pride colored his expression. After all, for so many years since the establishment of the xiuxian, they could finally hold their heads high. Who would have guessed that a department that used to be completely obscure would actually achieve its present status? When the xiuxian was first established, even that venerable elder probably never imagined it would reach such heights of success. Are there really no other cases? Nodding subconsciously, indeed, the commotion caused by the Huatai Company incident last time was truly immense. Any sane person would absolutely avoid picking fights openly during this time. After all, even among criminals, there are clever ones. They understand what times are good for taking action and when it's best to lay low. With the xiuxian enforcing such strict measures nowadays, as long as one values their life, nobody would idly stir up trouble for fun, unless they don't care about living. Who dares to step forward easily otherwise? The principle that the first bird to fly gets shot applies universally. Since it's like this, why not take advantage of this investigation into the national soccer team's case for a bit of fun? Good. Issue a statement on the bulletin board. Starting now, we'll handle this case. Also, bring the blogger influencer responsible for bringing this up to me. Given the crucial timing, his coinciding encounter with the drunken national soccer players seems somewhat improbable. A seemingly offhand comment. It nonetheless prompted Xiao to nod quickly and head outside. Though he had no idea what his superior's plan was, none of his decisions thus far had ever been wrong. Therefore, at this point, he didn't doubt or question. Understood. With that, the latter swiftly headed towards the exit. At the same time, the official announcement from the xiuxian was also posted. All the fans became excited. Since the case of Huatai Company last time, they hadn't seen any actions taken by the xiuxian. Although they were aware that there would be no good news behind every move made by the xiuxian, they still missed Minister Su's authority in those moments. Originally, they thought that Minister Su wouldn't bother with this case. If he had plans to intervene, why didn't he act earlier instead of waiting till now? But it turned out that he eventually did take action. And not only that, the announcement was published at the first moment possible. Upon hearing the content of the announcement, the national soccer team completely broke down. The last shred of hope in their hearts disappeared. Who could have guessed that the xiuxian actually took on this case? But with the situation as it is, there's nothing much to be done about it. After all, they couldn't publicly stand up and say anything without appearing guilty. At the same time, they were more anxious because of that influential Big V anchor who knew what he had really done. The so-called drunken video was entirely filmed after he received the money to help. If questioned by the xiuxian, there was absolutely no way he could skip past this investigation step. Thinking about the methods used by the xiuxian minister sent shivers through him, wishing he could run away right then and there. If only he had known this matter would be so hot-handed. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't have taken the job. After all, this might very well drag him into the situation himself. Though he enjoyed a bit of fame, compared to the xiuxian, it counted for nothing. So many high-ranking officials had already been captured. How much less would he be spared? While stuck between a rock and a hard place, a car marked with the emblem of the xiuxian pulled up under the residential building. Xiao got out of the car and said, "Second unit, building 3, room 302. Let's go." Chapter 115. Open the door, water meter inspection. At this moment, completely unaware of the situation outside, Big V hastily dialed a phone number in a panic. It was the national soccer coach who initially asked him to shoot the video. The call was soon connected. An impatient voice came from the other side. After all, it was night when nightlife had just started, and waking up like this would make anyone unhappy. "Who is this?" "Coach, it's me," Big V hurriedly said. Upon hearing his voice, there was a noticeable pause on the other side. After a while, they finally responded. "What is it? Didn't I say that we shouldn't contact each other anymore? This matter ends here. You know nothing. Why are you calling now? Wanting to extort me?" While speaking, annoyance could be heard in their voice. After all, regarding this video affair, he truly did not want to bring it up again. Yet Big V called so late at night. Aside from extortion, it was difficult to think of any other reason. Therefore, the tone naturally carried a bit of hostility. Since one could do such shameless things, then he wouldn't be any good person either. If it was really for the purpose of extortion, then no courtesy would be given. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone felt somewhat speechless. At this point, there's no way to extort anything. Although in the past there were thoughts about it. If even Dian-C got involved, he genuinely didn't dare to continue. Now, he only wanted to save his own life. If taken by the people of Dian-C, it would be troublesome. Even those famous big shots had to obediently confess what xiuxian wanted, how much more so for himself. He certainly didn't feel he could surpass these bigwigs. No, don't hang up. Coach, I have no intention of extorting you. It's just, could you help me hide temporarily? The Dian-C has already begun investigating this case. If they catch me, it won't be beneficial for you either, right? After his words subsided, silence ensued on the other side. Eventually, a response came. All right, I understand this matter now. I'll immediately arrange for someone to come pick you up. Just listen to them. Remember, don't play tricks. We're all on the same boat. None of our crimes are insignificant. Just before hanging up, there was still a reminder. On the other side, he hurriedly nodded as well. After the call ended, his mind eased a little. But at that very moment, a knocking sound rang out at the door of the room. Excuse us, we're from the Housing Estate Property Management Office. We'd like to check your water meter. Could you please open the door? Gulp. Big V's heart leaped suddenly. He wasn't stupid. Even for a water meter inspection, it would never be done in the middle of the night, right? Instinctively heading toward the door, he saw several burly men standing outside with stern expressions. Even a fool could guess who these people were. Dian-C. How quickly had they arrived? Subconsciously covering his mouth. This time there must be absolutely no noise. Maybe, seeing no response, the Dian-C members outside would quickly leave. However, clearly, he overthought this possibility. The knocking continued without stopping. After quite a while, a member of Dian-C spoke. Team leader, the door can't be knocked open. What should we do? Could it be that no one is inside? Nobody inside. Li Xiao's face showed a hint of suspicion. This was absolutely impossible. Where else would one go late at night rather than staying home? Nevertheless, he still dialed the information team of Dian-C. Soon enough, the IP address of Big V's phone was locked. Then he smirked coldly and said, still at home. Looks like he plans to hide from us. Haha, can he escape? People inside, hear this. We are from the Dian-C investigation team. Please come with us. Otherwise, we will break the door down. All consequences are yours to bear. Li Xiao wore a sneer on his face. Initially unsure if there were any secrets inside. Since they refused to cooperate with opening the door, something must definitely be amiss. Of course, it couldn't be excluded that they were afraid. After all, at midnight, no matter who, having a few people at the door would cause fear. Break the door. Seeing that the other party still had no intention of opening, since identity had been stated, there was no need for further conversation. A direct order to break the door was issued, followed by one kick after another. As for Big V inside, he stood completely stunned. He didn't expect that the Dian-C would be so persistent. In the past, this trait might have been advantageous, but now, it was truly a bit awkward. Unfortunately, his apartment was located on a very high floor. He didn't dare to jump from such a height, and could only stay calm and wait. He hoped the soccer coach would act faster, otherwise, it would become embarrassing. At that moment, a security guard from the property management came over to the hallway, seeing several people standing there. He asked, what's going on? Why are you guys out at this late hour instead of sleeping? Are you troublemakers? Dian-C investigation team. We have some matters to inquire about from the person inside. We apologize for the inconvenience. Xiaoli replied without intending to stop. No matter what, this person is a suspect. We must take him away. If we hesitated in handling every case due to concerns, how would we ever uncover the truth? That would be a joke. Ah, it's the investigation team. I knew it. Please proceed. Please proceed. The previously arrogant security guard immediately changed his tone. One should never oppose anyone, but definitely not Dian-C. Especially after the Huatai incident, all real estate companies learned their lesson. None dared to provoke Dian-C, because which residential area could guarantee no issues existed. Once under scrutiny by this department, it would spell disaster. Hence, they quickly stepped aside, and even handed over keys from property staff, who assisted swiftly in opening the door. As soon as the door opened, they entered. The first sight was the famous online influencer standing in the living room. Chapter 116. The Big V is arrested. The prison institution responds. After seeing the group of people walk in, he looked utterly confused. He had been counting on being able to hold out for a while, but never expected that the property management would be cooperating with the prison institution. They managed to open the door so quickly that there was no place left to hide. Cough cough. As their eyes met, there was some awkwardness. After all, the other party had been knocking on the door persistently while he refused to open it. If he weren't inside, then this could have made sense. But since he was standing right in the living room, there was no way to justify his actions. Are you the Big V who released the video about the national football team? Xiaoli stepped forward and spoke with a calm voice. The man's face turned pale. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew how effective the investigation methods of the prison institution were. Since they'd come here, it was clear they had substantial evidence. Yes, so what? I just posted a video. Is that even illegal? Acknowledging it with a nod, he still insisted stubbornly. After all, at this point, retreating wouldn't do any good anymore. He needed to stand firm. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoli nodded and said, of course it's not illegal. Everyone has the right to freedom of speech. However, we have something we need your help investigating. Here are our credentials. Feel free to check them. As he spoke, he pulled out his credentials. After taking a look, the man couldn't help but tremble as he held the ID card. What bad luck? Turns out it really was the prison institution. This situation was getting complicated. A helpless feeling came over him. If only I'd known, why did I start? But, at this point, even regretting won't make much difference. Why didn't you open the door when we knocked earlier? I was afraid you might be bad people. It's reasonable for me not to open the door at this late hour. The Big V's expression stiffened, naturally unwilling to admit it, so he quickly replied, Haha, makes sense. Now please gather your things and come with us. Additionally, this place is now a crime scene. We'll send someone later to take charge. Kindly assist us in keeping an eye on it. Thanks. Turning to the several security guards present, they all nodded in agreement. What? Go with you? On what grounds? All I did was post a video. Why am I being arrested? Do I commit a crime just for doing that? Even if it's the prison institution, you can't just arrest people randomly, unless you give me a reasonable explanation. Saying this, his entire face darkened. His complexion became extremely grim, as if ready to drip water. If he were really taken away, he believed he wouldn't be able to keep any secrets. Thus, there was no way he could go along. Yet Xiao Li calmly stated, Sorry, it seems I wasn't clear before. We don't intend to arrest you. We simply want you to return with us to clarify the situation and help solve this case. Assisting the prison institution in solving crimes is every citizen's duty. Isn't that obvious? Please join us. There was no room for negotiation in his tone. Clearly, no matter what, following them was inevitable. Staying at the scene was absolutely not an option. Previously, Xiao Li's attitude might have been softer, at least giving him more time to prepare. But, thinking back to how the door remained unopened despite knocking, was it truly because of fear? He didn't think so. After all, the guy hadn't opened the door even after the security arrived. If nothing was wrong, then claiming fear would have been nonsense. Stammering. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After all, at this juncture, where was there room for choice? Whether willingly or unwillingly, he had to harden his resolve. And just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, suddenly another group of people rushed in from outside. Who is the Big V? Please follow us. It was very clear that this newly arrived group belonged to the national football team. Quickly smiling, the Big V planned to leave with them instead. Regardless of anything else, going with the national football team was better than going with the prison institution. Just as the coach said, right now everyone is in the same boat, and none of them can run. Very well, then come with us. And you guys, who are you? What are you doing here? Nodding. The person intending to lead the Big V away also noticed many others standing around, thus asked curiously, And who are you? Xiao Li furrowed his brows. Was this Big V still so popular? Yet another group of people had come for him, and they clearly weren't ordinary. So he asked. The people who had arrived later looked somewhat displeased. Used to being arrogant and domineering in their daily lives, they hadn't expected someone to dare question them. But upon seeing that Xiao Li's group wasn't someone to be trifled with either, they reluctantly said, We are the security team of the National Football Association. What about you? As an official association of Xia country, the national football team naturally enjoyed a certain level of protection authorized by the government to establish its own security department. Moreover, these security members were treated just like regular public servants, so they were used to throwing their weight around. Backed by the national football team, most other departments wouldn't even dare look at them sideways. Unfortunately, they had met their match this time. Thinking they were dealing with someone extraordinary, it turned out to be merely the national football team. A cold smile flickered across Xiao Li's face. Then this person is not going anywhere with you today. Perhaps no issues were noticeable before, but now, since even the national football team was getting involved, if one still couldn't see what was happening, then they didn't deserve to hold their position. Xiao Li spoke calmly. Take him away. And while you're at it, take these guys as well. What? Are you taking us too? Which department are you from? Who's your superior? How dare you act so arrogantly? Want to take us? Do you even know who we are? In an instant, they began protesting. After all, regardless of what happened, the National Football Association would back them up in the end. Besides, this time, the coach had given them a substantial amount of money. Thus, completing this task was unavoidable. They certainly wouldn't let the man go easily. Chapter 117. The Correction Department is a hornet's nest. Hearing their words, young Li's smile deepened even further. Who would care about a small security team from the National Football Association? Even the National Construction Bureau was powerless when its director was arrested from inside their headquarters. What about these people? They were nothing but an unruly mob. Correction Department, Investigation Team, Li Yong. How about it? Do you have any more questions? This internet sensation spread the drunken apology video of the national football team. We want to take him back for further questioning. Are you all planning to obstruct us? Besides, your previous behavior already constitutes obstruction of justice. So, you will be arrested as well. If you have any objections, you can raise them after you get to the Correction Department. And if you continue to cause trouble here, don't blame us for being rude. Saying this, he waved his hand. A few members of the investigation team stepped forward, instantly rendering the others speechless. After all, in the face of the formidable Correction Department, they didn't dare to say anything. There had been too many rumors about the Correction Department recently. Everyone knew that crossing this department would not lead to anything good. In fact, they inwardly cursed the coach who had insisted they confront the department. Did he really intend to harm them? Being targeted by the Correction Department would never end well. Opening their mouths to explain, Young Li was already losing patience. Minister Su was waiting in the building. There was no time to waste. He stated bluntly, Ladies and gentlemen, 5 seconds. Move out of the way or bear the consequences. You should know the implications of hindering our case investigations at the Correction Department. Certainly. No one within the public service sector understood this better than them. The current correction department was like a dragon's lair or tiger's den. No one wanted to tangle with them. Especially under Minister Su's leadership, these individuals acted like hornets from a disturbed nest. Once you provoke any one of them, the entire swarm comes down on you hard. Therefore, after wanting to say something, they ultimately closed their mouths. No one wanted to risk their lives. In the end, they chose to step aside and obediently followed the correction department's vehicle toward the office building. Things had already come to this point. What else was there to say? After all, even with reckless bravery, one would not dare to go against the correction department. Not for such paltry sums of money. If they had known someone from the correction department would show up tonight, not even double the price would make them act rashly. They weren't fools, and at this point, doing so would be reckless. Regardless, self-preservation must always come first. Soon, news of the capture of that prominent online influencer began to spread across the internet. This is the information age, where no one escapes surveillance. Any event, once it occurs, will immediately become known online, and stopping it is practically impossible. Fortunately, from the very start, the correction department never intended to stop it. In fact, they hoped everyone would find out. After all, sometimes when things remain still, no flaws are revealed. But once people move, everything becomes riddled with vulnerabilities. Did you hear? The famous vlogger who posted the video has been arrested. The correction department moved quickly. The incident just happened, and they already caught the person overnight. No wonder Minister Su is so fast. Doesn't that mean the video online is actually problematic? Otherwise, how could they have arrested someone? Instantly, netizens began to speculate. Previously sympathetic fans of the national football team now remained in a state of suspense. If any other department had intervened, they wouldn't have believed it. But the correction department was different. It was a real authority. There would be no issues at any time. For a long time, the credibility established by the correction department ran deep into the hearts of the people. Even if they doubted anyone else, they absolutely wouldn't doubt the correction department. For Xia country citizens, none had the right to question the correction department's actions because their contributions were simply too significant. Nobody could erase such contributions. Thus, once the vlogger was arrested, no one dared speak up anymore. All waited for the correction department's investigation results. Only they could uncover the truth. As for the video capturing the arrest, it also ended up online. When they saw the mysterious arrival of the national football team's security personnel, fans who had sympathy for them were left speechless. After all, this was no small matter. There was nothing wrong with the correction department people coming to arrest someone regarding this incident. But why involve the national football team? If they weren't guilty and hiding something, why would they rush in like that? And even more, they intended to take the person away. This further indicated there was indeed an issue, and when everyone was seen being taken away together, the fans couldn't help but praise the correction department. As expected, the correction department still held sway. What sort of department was that so-called football association? They actually dared to compete. In no time at all, this incident had already climbed the trending topics. Almost all citizens were aware of it, especially the various public accounts, which feverishly wrote articles. Nowadays, any event involving the correction department was almost guaranteed to become popular. And every time, if the correction department took action, it meant good news was coming their way. It was like sitting back and counting the money. No department dared to challenge the correction department. After all, this particular organization was genuinely incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, mainstream media and television news quickly reported on the incident, leading with it on their front pages. Below the reports, all comments were full of praise for the correction department. Nowadays, the correction department's popularity across Xia country surpassed many top celebrities' influence, far more terrifying. They had built their credibility through sheer capability. Compared to other departments, these were truly insignificant. And at that moment, in the national football team's training field, the coaches and players gathered together, looking extremely grim. They had also seen the online news reports. Chapter 118, the warden's office steps in. If it were just the Big V being arrested, then there wouldn't be much of an issue. But, coincidentally, even the people sent over were taken away as well. Moreover, the video was made public, which complicated things significantly. If by any chance, the warden's office manages to extract some information from them, then we would truly lose everything. Even if they didn't get anything, public opinion on the internet would still turn against us. At this point, we need to take the initiative. After a discussion, half an hour later, a statement from the national soccer team appeared online. Soon, it was reposted and quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. Upon knowing that a certain Big V had captured video footage of our national football players drunk, after careful deliberation by the association, we decided to bring him back for questioning. However, we accidentally encountered an enforcement team from the warden's office, leading to a misunderstanding. Currently, we are actively communicating to resolve this issue. We hope that netizens do not believe in false rumors or listen to slanderers. The national football team absolutely will not do such a thing. We are dedicated to contributing to the nation, and please believe in us. At the next global football meeting, we will definitely give everyone a different performance. After the announcement was released, some reputation was salvaged. Indeed, this explanation seemed reasonable. After all, upon discovering the video, anyone would naturally want to ask questions, especially since the national soccer team is an official organization, so asking about this incident wasn't really strange. Originally, it was like this, I thought so. How could the national soccer team possibly do something so despicable? It turns out it was a misunderstanding, gone, as expected. It didn't disappoint me. I knew it, looking forward to your performance. If it's only a misunderstanding, then the warden's office should release them soon. Hope no blame falls on the warden's office personnel. After all, They work hard enforcing the law, especially considering this case was handled late at night. Misunderstandings can be explained away. Looking forward to your performance at the global meeting. Haha, national football team, fight. The hired trolls went online quickly, and the comments section under the Weibo post filled with uniform praise. But clearly this was just a way of shifting blame and wasn't accepted by anyone, especially the fans who believed the national soccer team was up to something suspicious. There wasn't anything wrong with the national soccer team sending someone to investigate. But why did it have to happen alongside the warden's office? For hours after the incident occurred, there was no action. Just when the warden's office issued their statement, the national soccer team apparently wanted to take the person away. Fortunately, the warden's office acted faster. Otherwise, if the person had been taken away, could they have been retrieved? Because of this, the internet quickly erupted in criticism of the national soccer team's deceitful explanation. Do you have no shame? This is considered a misunderstanding. Don't fool yourself. For such a long time, there was no investigation. When the warden's office took the case, suddenly you got worried? We've seen shameless behavior, but never anything like this. How dare you drag the warden's office into this mess? Isn't this self-inflicted? The national soccer team must be too shameless to talk like this. You tell me, how can public servants from the warden's office investigating cases at night be a coincidence? After such an incident, your first move isn't contacting the warden's office, but issuing a statement online? If it's really a misunderstanding, shouldn't the person have been released already? Why don't you make them step forward? Drama queens. Enraged soccer fans obviously wouldn't believe such nonsense. The players from the national soccer team are completely making fools of them. Is this shameless behavior? They actually dare say such absurd statements? Could the warden's office wrongly accuse them? We've seen despicable acts, but never something this despicable. Over the years, the position of the warden's office in the public's mind goes without saying. They've solved countless major cases. In many people's minds, the warden's office has become like gods, seeming capable of solving any problem as long as they are present. And these people, how dare they defame the public officials of the warden's office? How shameless must one be to commit such ridiculous actions? Is this the result of moral decay or ethical collapse? Would the warden's office ever arrest the wrong person? To everyone, this was absolutely impossible. After all, since the warden's office emerged onto the scene, they've never made any mistakes. Especially in these cases, they did an excellent job. Moreover, if it were a misunderstanding, why can't it be clarified after such a long time? Would the warden's office really want to keep those people for dinner? It was quite obvious that there was something wrong here. And just when the internet was buzzing with arguments. Inside the warden's office building, facing the big V in front of him, xiuxian twirled the pen in his hand and said calmly, "Take a seat." I'm fine standing." The latter looked at xiuxian, his eyes shifting restlessly. Minister Su is well known as a brilliant detective, not to mention the intimidating aura of someone in a position of power. How could he possibly withstand it? He started to stutter while speaking. Even before the interrogation began, the man was already trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were slightly red, as if on the verge of tears. "All right then, tell me how the video was filmed. And let me remind you, honesty leads to leniency. Resistance results in harshness. You should understand this principle. We're all smart people, so don't beat around the bush." Xiuxian came straight to the point. There was some hesitation in the big V's voice. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. At home, he still had some confidence. But now, facing the minister of the warden's office, he was panicking so much that he felt like collapsing at any moment. His gaze was filled with nothing but unease. "So, don't feel like talking? No problem. But I must warn you, obstructing justice is no small crime. If convicted, you'll be spending at least 5 years inside. Think about it carefully." Upon hearing these words, the man couldn't stand anymore and fell onto the ground. Chapter 119. The Great Deceiver of the National Football Team. That influential online figure, referred to as a Big V, had not expected that he would end up in jail. This was no small matter. He had originally thought it would be just as simple as casually filming a video and uploading it, making a bit of money in the process, a seemingly good deal. But now, such a thing had happened, plunging him into complete despair. Who could have guessed that something so simple would ultimately lead to a prison sentence? Moreover, the words spoken by Minister Su were absolutely without question. He could even send the director of the National Construction Bureau to jail. How much more so for someone like himself? The meager connections he had weren't worth mentioning. If this person truly wanted to lock him away, it would take mere moments. After all, being merely an online influencer, a Big V, his usual routine involved nothing more than posting feel-good stories and jokes online. But the dark reality of imprisonment was not a life he desired. Thinking about the endless darkness of prison already made him collapse with despair, sitting on the ground, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. This grown man was actually brought to tears from sheer fear. Please, Minister Su, give me one chance. I'm willing to fully cooperate with every move you make. Please don't arrest me. I really don't want to go to prison. I can't do it. Please, don't arrest me. I don't want to go to jail. Please, I really don't want to die. Alas, I don't want to spend time in prison. I admit it, that video wasn't filmed because I happened to pass by. Rather, it was specifically commissioned by the football team's coach. I have his phone number, chat records, and remittance information. Please, I really can't go to jail. By the time he reached this point, tears were streaming down his face. Watching the weeping confessor, xiuxian's face turned cold. Frankly speaking, xiuxian felt somewhat exasperated with certain individuals online who assumed they could say anything behind the shield of a keyboard without any regard for the truth. They insisted on imposing their moral views on others. What's amusing about that? People like this were not even the worst culprits. The real troublemakers were these internet celebrities who, with just one word, could sway the opinions of most people. After all, they had quite a following. Could it be that for some money, they had lost all sense of conscience? If such people are left unpunished, how many more will follow suit in the future? It's easy, just apologize if discovered, but if not found out, then simply pocket the cash. As for those slandered or deceived fans, they're none of their concern. Such values were indeed frustrating, yet it seemed that many people had come to accept them. Therefore, punishment was necessary this time. Of course, since the person in question had already confessed everything, there would be no need for several years behind bars. Xiuxian said coolly, "Good. Since you've come clean, though jail is still inevitable, 10 days at the detention center should suffice to set an example. Any questions?" Upon hearing these words, the Big V started to laugh. Years reduced to 10 days. Even though prison was unavoidable, the gravity of the situation was clearly lessened, his face brimming with excitement as he said gratefully, "Thank you. Thank the warden. Thank Minister Su. From now on, I'll definitely reform and never repeat my mistake." Speaking happily, he followed the staff away. Once the Big V was taken away, Xiaoli spoke up. "Minister, looks like things aren't straightforward this time. If there were no issues, why would the national soccer team pay him to film the video? I suspect there's something fishy here." "Yes, indeed." Xiuxian agreed with a chuckle. "Seems like the national football team holds many secrets." After a moment of reflection, Xiuxian continued, "Announce this matter publicly. Let's see what reaction comes from the national team. Meanwhile, have our people keep a close watch on them. If they're really taking bribes and disgracing our nation, then we'll show them no mercy." These last few words came through gritted teeth. Poor technical skills? Not such a big issue. After all, it's individual capability. Underperforming in a game doesn't cause too much trouble. But once bribery enters the equation, the situation becomes severe. Simply put, they are shaming the entire country. Now, if it were an ordinary team, Xiuxian wouldn't have much to say. But unfortunately, this was the national football team, representing the honor of the country. Their losses reflect poorly on the nation's pride, and thus, there was no comparison needed between the significance of their performances. Thus, matters had progressed to a point where it was now affecting the face of the Xian nation. Even Xiuxian couldn't help but take this case seriously. Before long, the announcement from the penitentiary department confirmed that the Big V had indeed been bribed by the national football team's coach. The phone records, chat logs, and remittance information were all but undeniable evidence. There was simply no way to argue against them. And as this message came out, it completely undermined the claims made by the national football team. Just minutes before, they had insisted that it was all a misunderstanding, yet within seconds, the penitentiary department released the evidence. By this time, the truth behind the matter was crystal clear. Wondering if the national football team is feeling the burn on their faces? Shit, what about those who were desperately defending them earlier? Got some balls, step up now. Their shameless act knows no bounds. Come on, keep defending. Well done, penitentiary department never fails to impress with their efficiency. Haha, didn't they say there was no hired hand involved? Wasn't it an accidental video? Oh, turns out it was a grand production. Quite the performance indeed. I can only chuckle at their loss of dignity. Desperately begging for the national team to issue another statement already. With the announcement from the penitentiary department, netizens flocked beneath the football team's official Weibo page, hurling sarcasm and mockery alike. After all, their earlier fervent denials now stood in stark contrast to the final verdict, making for quite a laughable end. Beneath the football team's statement, countless comments began popping up. Your desperate defense may be embarrassing, but your blatant disregard for decency is truly despicable. Spot on comment above. Misunderstanding? Could the video and remittance documents be coincidental? National football team's big scam artist, please enlighten us all. Chapter 120. Picking up a stone only to drop it on one's own feet. The comments below the Weibo post felt like slaps in the face. At first, they still thought that this Weibo post could ease the relationship between the two sides, and believed that DNUC would not overly trouble them when the time came. After all, this case had little direct interest for DNUC. But, unexpectedly, just as soon as the Weibo was posted, it was quickly countered. Instantly, their faces turned bright red, unable even to utter a word. What was more important, however, was that DNUC directly revealed all the evidence of their hiring key opinion leaders, KOLs, and the payment records. This was equivalent to delivering a heavy slap across their faces. They had originally hoped DNUC might help mediate, but now it seemed this hope was a luxury at best. There was no possibility of DNUC stepping in, and netizens' comments made them angrier. All the preparations they had made earlier were meaningless now. With just these pieces of evidence alone, they could be utterly crushed. Inside the national football team's meeting room, all the players and coaches gathered there with grim expressions. None had expected that DNUC would publicly humiliate them so thoroughly. It was simply too much. Damn it. What exactly does DNUC want to do? Are they really going to investigate us, the national football team? What benefits would exposing us bring to them? Damn it. Especially the coach. This was equivalent to a hard slap across his face, leaving him speechless. His gaze swept over those present. His face was almost distorted. If they had known, they would have never dragged this matter into the open. But regretting now is futile. Coach, what should we do now? There are more and more people cursing us online. If this continues, our national football team may be finished. The fan base of DNUC is too large. Plus, they have provided solid evidence against us, and currently, most of our fans have already left. Furthermore, many merchants have terminated contracts with us. Panic was evident on everyone's face, used to living a life of comfort and privilege. No one wants to return to the way things were years ago, but unfortunately, xuanhuan was watching them too closely, making it impossible to find an escape route. It seemed a storm was brewing. Don't panic. Acting recklessly solves nothing. Is xuanhuan trying to play with us? Alright, then we'll fight them. Damn it, if we're going down, we'll take them with us. As the coach spoke, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. Although he wasn't great at training the national football team, he was highly skilled at scheming. Especially this time, when xuanhuan exposed his actions so openly. It was like cutting off his path to survival. If retaliation didn't occur, it would indeed be surprising. Upon hearing the coach's words, the players were puzzled and immediately asked, what should we do now? Counterattack. Shit. Since xuanhuan isn't willing to give us any face-saving room, we shouldn't offer them any either. Create some dirt on xuanhuan. Also dig up their past scandals, or if there aren't any, create them ourselves. But we must have some evidence, something substantial enough to stand scrutiny. Understand? What? Coach, openly opposed xuanhuan. This doesn't seem right. You know how formidable xuanhuan is. If we oppose them, we might end up being utterly ruined. It seems quite impossible for us to confront xuanhuan. Coach, they have the backing of the state. If provoked, they could possibly wipe us out entirely. The players expressed concern because they were aware of xuanhuan's recent actions. When had they ever suffered a loss? Even the mighty Huatai group, well known nationwide, fell victim under their hands. Let alone others? They looked fearful. Apparently, their fear of xuanhuan had deeply rooted in their minds. If it were another department, they wouldn't be afraid at all. After all, there's no impenetrable fortress in the world, and many departments harbor corruption, providing room for negotiation. But this time, caught by xuanhuan, no one wished to cross swords with them. That department was truly terrifying. And them? You really think highly of them. Does xuanhuan have that kind of ability? Even if they do, so what? Is that enough to nail us down just like this? Remember, we only took bribes, and we've already silenced everyone involved. Without evidence, what can xiuxian do, even with all his great talents? It's nothing more than buying a big V influencer and releasing false news. The worst-case scenario is getting fined. The coach coldly chuckled as he analyzed the situation. The others present also unconsciously nodded in agreement. It did seem to be true. What could xuanhuan do about their bribery scheme when everything had been arranged and hushed up? As long as no one sold them out, xiuxian would have no way to get any evidence. Without evidence, isn't everything still just empty talk? Reasonable. But how should we counter xuanhuan? Their influence runs deep in people's hearts. A few words won't easily shake their status. Some asked curiously. Even though they strongly opposed xuanhuan, they had to admit that this department's appeal in Xia country was indeed extremely strong. Such a powerful organization. To bring it down would almost be impossible. More likely, they'd end up shooting themselves in the foot. However, the coach sneered. Of course, we can't beat them directly, but this matter involves not only us. Use your heads and think carefully. In the past 6 months, how many people has xuanhuan offended? Will those people let them go unpunished? As long as we take the lead, there will surely be more supporters behind us. So, our next move is to guide xuanhuan into the opposition of all people. That way, those hidden enemies will step forward. The power of the national football team may not be much, but remember, xuanhuan's enemies aren't just us. They are targeting the entire criminal organization. Chapter 121. How to Save Face. A cold gleam gradually hardened on the face of the national football team's coach as a malicious plan formed in his mind. Nowadays, after the Huatai real estate group case, although everything appears calm on the surface, many people within have begun targeting the prison bureau. Moreover, they're hatching a conspiracy. What they need now is just someone to take the lead. However, those people's identities are too sensitive, making them easy targets for the prison bureau. But the national football team would be the best choice. After all, even if discovered accepting bribes, it would at most only be an economic issue. Could xiuxian really lock them up? As for fines, once this matter is resolved, that amount of money can be quickly earned back. Besides, it's not guaranteed that the prison bureau could uncover anything anyway. Without a confession from the opposing team involved, no one will ever find the answer. Hence, they represent the perfect breaking point with absolutely no repercussions. Thus, when the coach proposed the plan, the players began to deliberate, even though there seemed to be no possibility of failure. However, taking on the prison bureau was something that needed careful consideration. This department was indeed terrifying. One slip up, and everything could fall apart. Even if seemingly foolproof, facing such a formidable opponent required complete preparation. Seeing the hesitant players, the coach sneered coldly. So what? Are you already scared off by this little task? Well, if none of you are willing to cooperate, then don't waste time anymore. In fact, let's use this opportunity to disband the team. Everyone go back to your own places. Upon hearing these words, how dared anyone think twice? All nodded in agreement. After all, if they left the national football team, they wouldn't know what else to do. Over the years, they've pretty much become useless for anything other than continuing to play football. If they stopped, they'd be practically worthless. I'll do it. Coach, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. Right, coach, just tell us directly. We'll comply. I agree. In the office, everyone nodded. At this point, there was no choice but to sink or swim together. After living so long in luxury, who wants to return to their old days? Seeing everyone agree, the coach gave a satisfied nod and began posting announcements on Weibo, criticizing the prison bureau from every angle. Of course, many accusations were slanderous, and many others were fabricated, or minor charges without real weight. Still, They successfully portrayed the prison bureau as having exclusive authority over these matters. Someone unfamiliar might actually believe them. Quickly, a lengthy article had been written. The coach gave a satisfied nod. With this, even if the prison bureau doesn't die, it will definitely suffer significant harm. As for the national football team, they can take advantage of the ensuing chaos to extract themselves. They believe that after a few months, who would still remember them? Then he immediately sent out the article. Late at night, many netizens were still online, playing games or browsing forums. Just then, the notification of the national football team's official Weibo announcement rang out. Due to the recent uproar over these incidents, almost everyone was keeping tabs on developments between the prison bureau and the football association. After all, everyone was waiting for the next chapter. When the prison bureau revealed its conclusive evidence, people thought the matter had concluded. Yet unexpectedly, at this moment, the football association dared to speak up. Consequently, many rushed to click into the post, eager to see what countermeasures might come next. Once inside the Weibo link, they opened the text body. Seeing the densely packed characters, anger flared on everyone's faces. There was simply no reason, because the entire article criticized the prison bureau, accusing it of being irrational, employing brutal enforcement, and overstepping its investigative jurisdiction. Almost all possible charges listed were pinned on them. Yet, none contained any substantial proof. Occasionally, a small scandal appeared here or there, trivial issues of limited significance, such as single Weibo post, naturally ignited widespread attention across the web instantly, and nearly everyone tuned in to review it. While netizens were angered, some department staff received this message. Among them were several entities akin to the Huatai group. Since that incident happened, they've operated much more low profile. Indeed, they suffered significant losses, all four, dodging the prison bureau. However, this did not mean they were not wary of the power of this department. If the prison bureau were allowed to continue developing unchecked, they would feel like rabbits trapped in a cage, vulnerable to being pulled out and slaughtered at any time by the prison bureau's will. Thus, all parties quietly accumulated their strength in preparation for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. And now, that moment had finally arrived. Even though anyone with sharp eyes could tell there were significant problems within the allegations, it didn't stop them from fanning the flames behind the scenes. After all, compared to what the national football team was doing, they disliked the prison bureau even more. The former may cause embarrassment, but it hadn't directly impacted their interests. Only the prison bureau remained like a blade perpetually hanging over their heads. Since its emergence, the prison bureau has disrupted countless underground rules and arrested so many people, causing a massive loss to their profits. If xiuxian were willing to join forces, regardless of the cost, it would be worth courting him. With the prison bureau's alliance, they could obtain even larger slices of the pie, and they wouldn't have to worry about running into trouble. But unfortunately, the prison bureau stubbornly chose to oppose them instead. In this situation, they absolutely couldn't let this go unpunished. Otherwise, where would they save face? Therefore, everyone began secretly putting pressure as the coach had suggested. Black hands seeking revenge all emerged at this time. In just half an hour, the tweet targeting the prison bureau skyrocketed onto the trending list. Countless trolls hired by them provided numerous examples to criticize the actions of the prison bureau. As for these individuals, they were naturally the mercenaries they employed. Chapter 122, Black Hands Everywhere. The national football team's affairs should be managed by the sports bureau, right? Why did xuanhuan interfere? Taking people away in the middle of the night is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Even if their power is great, they shouldn't act so arrogantly. xuanhuan's behavior is disgraceful. How audacious. They completely treat other departments as irrelevant air now. When did they even become responsible for football association matters? Even though they've solved some major cases, does that mean they can act this way? Is xuanhuan the only department in all of Xia country? Why are all the cases being handled solely by them? If this autocratic tendency continues, it will be hard to imagine what happens if one day an issue arises within xuanhuan itself. Who could we rely on then? In an instant, the forum erupted. Almost everyone began criticizing xuanhuan's actions. Under the lead of these hired posters, supporters of xuanhuan became infuriated. After all, they knew how other departments had handled investigations over the years. When did they ever genuinely handle anything? Even minor issues were passed around like hot potatoes, and if not for xuanhuan's intervention, who would have caught those criminals? Take the 9-star phone explosion case. It didn't just happen 6 months ago. How many departments had they petitioned before giving up without resolution? Without xuanhuan stepping in, this might have continued for years longer. As such, the populace naturally wasn't satisfied and went online en masse to argue with these hired posters. However, had it been just about the national football team, perhaps it would have worked. This time, however, it wasn't just about the football team. It involved a lot of powerful figures behind the scenes who had grown tired of xuanhuan's conduct. But due to their inability to find solutions against this department earlier, now finally there was a chance to make things happen. If they pinned down this department properly, then all remaining matters would resolve. Hence, these parties were working strenuously from the shadows to bring xuanhuan down. Although they lacked public support, these individuals weren't short on money. In this world, there's nothing money can't do. Especially when you want to falsely accuse someone, you need substantial funds. With sufficient finances, achieving anything becomes both simple and normal, beyond anyone's control. As a result, wave after wave of hired posters were unleashed, and with account bans following up closely. Common users couldn't access the internet unless registering new accounts. Thus, the battlefield gradually tilted, and in public opinion, the hired posters eventually gained the upper hand. Moreover, the Sports Bureau stepped out to criticize DNUC. For them, profits came first. Football alone generated more income than any other sports project. After all, football fans were extremely passionate. However, with DNUC's involvement, previously negotiated collaborations were disrupted, and the Bureau lost its golden opportunity for huge financial gains. Naturally, they became irate and could not help but step in. More crucially, their accusations seemed justified. That is, DNUC overstepped its authority. Regardless, the Football Association still fell under their jurisdiction. How could DNUC interfere so casually? Thus, their statement carried the most weight. And as this announcement emerged, more and more departments expressed dissatisfaction. Indeed, over the past 6 months, DNUC had squeezed their operational space almost entirely. With such collective force, combined with countless hired posters, DNUC suddenly found themselves in an unfavorable position. They were surrounded by a massive encirclement formed by their critics. Upon seeing such results, everyone inside the national football team office revealed smirks, especially the players, who had initially held little confidence in success. They hadn't expected that this tactic would actually prove effective. One way or another, DNUC was successfully placed in an awkward position. Though they wouldn't topple immediately, prolonged exposure like this meant even the great elder might take action. Coach, you're brilliant. This move practically sentenced him to death. Haha, this makes our situation easier to handle. Good job. No wonder you're the coach. You're always one step ahead. DNUC thought they could compete with us? Such arrogance. Coach rocks, I'm convinced. As they spoke, admiration showed on the players' faces. None of them had expected that the coach's move would be so ruthless, directly placing DNUC in a dead-end situation. Moreover, as anticipated, there were already many hidden forces taking this opportunity to push DNUC into the abyss. After all, they were well aware of how many online mercenary posters they themselves had hired. There was no way they could have achieved the current effect. Furthermore, even the Sports Bureau had spoken out. Clearly, events were developing in the direction they had envisioned. Although they knew full well that those people were merely using their national football team as a pawn, they were nonetheless more than willing. After all, without those individuals, this battle would undoubtedly have been lost. At least, there still remained an opportunity to turn things around. If they had relied solely on themselves, how could they possibly have reached this outcome? Matters had escalated to the point where there was hardly any room for maneuvering left. Ho ho, don't rush to praise me just yet. DNUC isn't so easily defeated. Their counterattack has not yet arrived. We must be prepared, the coach said, his brow furrowed. For some unknown reason, he couldn't help but feel that this entire affair was proceeding far too smoothly. In fact, it was almost excessively smooth. The smoother it seemed, the more uneasy he became. It was like DNUC was laying a trap and waiting for them to fall into it. And just when everyone was jumping on the bandwagon. Inside DNUC's office building, personnel from every group had gathered together. Xiuxian stood atop the platform, gazing out the window with a slight hint of disdain in his eyes. Think you can bring down DNUC? You're not qualified. Chapter 123, Director Su's plan, mending the sky with one hand. Director, what should we do now? We can't possibly let them keep framing us forever, right? Xiaoli's face still wore a look of anger. The illustrious DU office had fallen to such depths? All that happened was that a certain popular soccer influencer was hired by the national soccer team to produce false videos, and they merely uncovered the truth. Not only did they not receive any benefits for it, but instead were slammed online, being blamed for all kinds of offenses. Even more infuriating was that the Sports Bureau came out to criticize them too. Over the years, these kinds of issues with the national soccer team weren't rare, yet no one ever cared until now. When it finally mattered, they blamed the investigators for uncovering their wrongdoing. How shameless could people get? I've seen bastards before, but never ones as ridiculous as these. These are truly despicable things. And worse yet, despite wanting to fight back, xiuxian had directly ordered everyone to gather and forbade anyone from making public statements online. Faced with those infuriating comments, it felt like there was no justice in the world at all. What's worse is that some even said because we didn't respond, we were speechless. Damn it, are we really speechless? For so many days, how many crime syndicates has the DU office dismantled? This fact is plain to see. Who could accuse them with such fabricated charges? There's also talk of exceeding authority. But the DU office's mission is to resolve every injustice in Xiuhuan. No matter what kind of case, they have the right to resolve it. And now, they're being criticized? Even if ordinary people don't understand the situation. Those who run powerful departments, don't they know? If the DU office wants to, they can interfere in any case. It's within their job description. But still, these laughable accusations mean they're completely shameless. Unjustly framed? They lack the ability to make a move like this against us. That little national soccer team, do you think they can shake us? Even if they want to, they definitely don't have the capability. Behind them, there must be some highly skilled players. Xiuxian's eyes flickered slightly. His thoughts unclear. Indeed, with just the national soccer team, the DU office could arrest them without wasting a breath, much less creating such a big storm. It was evident someone bigger was pulling the strings. Behind all this, there might be hidden influential figures. Those were the real key players. Highly skilled player? Upon hearing xiuxian's words, everyone snapped back into understanding. At first, they hadn't considered it thoroughly, but anyone joining the DU office had to be top-notch. No one was stupid here. A quick nudge of thought brought clarity instantly. Sure enough, though small, the national soccer team wouldn't be capable enough to stir up such trouble alone. That was absolutely impossible. However, who was backing them? You're right, the national soccer team can be arrested anytime. but finding out who's supporting them behind the scenes is crucial. Although our DU office looks splendid right now, the truth is, it's already in a precarious state. Just this incident involving the national soccer team caused such turmoil. It's proof enough that many forces out there wish us gone. The reason I've forbidden you from making official statements publicly is simple, because the situation isn't beyond redemption yet. Right now, we're still able to control the situation. As long as we capture the troublemakers, it'll be fine. However, if we arrest the national soccer team members first, the remaining individuals will go underground. Without valid reasons to make arrests, we shouldn't act rashly. Once we strike, it must be stunning. Among the shadows, we don't know how many unseen hands are working against us. But we must reveal one or two and send a message. No one can outsmart the DU office. As xiuxian spoke, his gaze turned fierce. If one is not ruthless, they cannot stand firmly. The responsibilities of running the DU office inherently require a certain level of ruthlessness. Otherwise, this position could easily be taken away. Hence, this incident concerns not only his position but also the survival of the entire DU office. Certainly, eliminating all enemies at once would be impossible. But pulling down one big shark will make the rest think twice about moving rashly. Therefore, patience is crucial here. Black Hand, what do you mean? Xiaoli asked curiously. Not only him, but everyone was staring at xiuxian, not knowing whom he would choose to target. Looking at everyone's gaze, a smile appeared on his lips as he stared at the world outside the window and said, "The General Sports Administration." What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Xiuxian really was taking it too far. The General Sports Administration may seem like just a department overseeing sports development, but those who truly understand its power would never doubt its influence domestically. After all, anything related to sports in the country is entirely organized by this department. Add in events like hosting the Olympics and so on, and the General Sports Administration becomes equivalent to the face of xiuhuan. This department has significant meaning, so even though it lacks real power, other departments still need to give it some respect. No one expected that xiuxian would set his sights on this department. It was practically suicidal. Moreover, even if they wanted to catch them, it wouldn't be easy. A department in charge of sports with no obvious illegal behavior. What reason would DU office have to take action? Seeing everyone's confusion, he continued, "What? Are you afraid? Do you really think that such a small entity as the national soccer team could pull off all these things without anyone knowing? Year after year of losing matches, and yet this department hasn't been dissolved. Could it really be just due to them? The only entity in the country capable of pulling this off is one department, the General Sports Administration." As his words echoed, the originally confused group finally understood. Indeed, even if the national soccer team had all the popularity in the world, for the General Sports Administration, it would be easily replaceable. So why hasn't it been replaced over all these years? And this time, they even made an official public statement. Come on, do you really believe the tricks of the national soccer team can fool those cunning old foxes within the General Sports Administration? Chapter 124. Are the authorities failing to act? It was clear that there must be someone playing tricks behind all this. Therefore, the current situation has occurred, and if it happens without any whispers, then one can almost certainly determine that something is definitely amiss. For years, China's national soccer team has performed poorly. But why? Why hasn't the General Administration of Sport been willing to abolish this department? If there were no underlying issues involved, then who would believe such a claim? Even fools wouldn't buy it. Moreover, could a single soccer team wield the kind of influence it has now? The answer is self-evident. Only with the backing of the General Administration of Sport could they act so brazenly and receive support from behind the scenes. Otherwise, a mere soccer team, no matter how wildly ambitious, lacks such ability. With their current capability, they could at most stir up some online buzz, which would already be considered impressive. As for creating a sensational event like this one, it is basically nothing more than a pipe dream, absolutely impossible. Hence, solving this issue does not involve making the national soccer team the focal point. The sole adversary here is the General Administration of Sport. To hit the snake at its 7-inch mark and capture the bandit by first seizing its leader, only by choking the throat of the General Administration of Sport can subsequent matters be resolved properly. Originally, under no absolute interest relationship, xiuxian truly had no intention of targeting them. After all, in sports, it is still nearly impossible for incidents involving harm or bullying to arise. But alas, should the administration seek its own demise? Who else could be blamed? Xiuxian has no doubt that even if this time the national soccer team is taken down entirely, it would still serve no real purpose as certain individuals will continue pursuing their self-serving interests. After all, for them, many things have become accepted norms over time. So naturally, there is little room for introspection. Therefore, in order to ensure that the status of DNU department remains unshaken, an opponent strong enough must be targeted. The General Administration of Sport suits perfectly. That is why xiuxian aimed his focus on them, and after hearing him out, everyone present understood clearly. Although reluctant to admit, this truly is the best choice. To take down all forces of evil in one swoop is pure fantasy. Absolutely impossible. It's mostly wishful thinking. So, following Minister Su's blueprint seems like the simplest approach. So, Minister Su, what exactly do you need us to do? Realizing this, everyone appeared eager and ready to jump into action. After all, they've endured too much frustration, and now is finally the time to retaliate. Observing their reactions, xiuxian nodded satisfactorily and spoke. What we need to do is simple. Gather all the dirt on the General Administration of Sport throughout the years. And ideally, get hold of evidence to post online. Since they are looking for public opinion battles, let's play along fully. Also, expose all the scandals related to the national soccer team. I'd really like to see who ultimately wins this stage fight. With that said, he gazed into the distance outside the window, his face wearing only a smile. By this point, how could there be any choice? And yet, calmness was still required. Often, many problems cannot be solved simply by arrests. Perhaps GNU department could act immediately now, punishing some relevant personnel of the General Administration of Sport for dereliction of duty. But if they did that, it would only confirm all the accusations previously circulating online, playing right into their hands. Thus, even if arrests are needed, it absolutely isn't the moment. With one command, every level within the GNU department mobilized swiftly. Given access to the entire nation's data archives, finding certain information was rather straightforward. In addition, the extensive authority of GNU department verges on controlling everything, leading to quickly compiling all the materials xiuxian requested. After being edited by the publicity department, they were subsequently uploaded onto the internet. Simultaneously, with GNU department's Weibo update, citizens who had been lurking began surfacing, hurriedly leaving comments below. Thought Minister Su had been chased off by them. Didn't expect him to still be around. Members of GNU department, don't mind what those fools say. After all, their consciences were eaten long ago by dogs. Hey, what are these? Shit, big drama. Shockingly huge drama. The General Administration of Sport actually pulled off something like this? A certain member of the national soccer team owns 3 villas? Hell, his salary probably can't even buy the toilet in a villa. How's that possible? In no time, netizens grew in numbers. Only then did people begin paying attention to the announcement issued by GNU department, realizing that it pertained to the General Administration of Sport and the national soccer team. As seen, the above is virtually a list of all the morally reprehensible actions taken by these two departments over the years, including records of their real estate and financial assets. Everything comes with photos and precise addresses. This is truly hard evidence. After all, people are generally aware of the average salaries of the national soccer players. How could they possibly own villas under their names? And not only that, some employees of the General Administration of Sport have even been found visiting certain unspeakable places. All this evidence has been laid out, and it's nothing like what was presented by the national soccer team and the General Administration of Sport. The GNU department has provided comprehensive proof, and just looking at the pictures makes everyone furious. How could they have so much money? It absolutely wasn't earned through legitimate means. After all, wages, subsidies, and benefits can be easily seen. But the money in their possession could never accumulate from those sources. With the release of this Weibo announcement, instantly, it went viral among netizens, quickly spreading across the entire internet. Moreover, those who still had unfrozen accounts rushed to paste the content under the official Weibo accounts of the national soccer team and the General Administration of Sport. This set off a heated debate online. Previously, comment farms were continuously whitewashing for these organizations, but now they don't know what to say. After all, what the comment farms said before was all false, but now the other side has real evidence, especially in the criticisms directed towards the national soccer team, which are completely irrefutable. After training for decades, they couldn't score even one goal. Such an inefficient department remains unabolished, clearly showing that the General Administration of Sport is failing to act. Just the last 3 words have nailed down all their previous slanders against the GNU department. Chapter 125. Why does Braun struggle with the king? After all, if the General Administration of Sport did something, the prison bureau would not step in personally to handle it, right? But the latter really didn't know what to say, as a single national football team was enough to drag them into the mire, making it impossible for them to wash away the shame. And the long-muted netizens finally had their chance to make a fuss. With concrete evidence, they turned it into jokes, adding emoticons. Even though it spread like wildfire across the entire web, except for the banned official Weibo accounts of the General Administration of Sport and the national football team, the rest of the forums, hot topics, etc., were almost inundated with comments from netizens. Our General Administration of Sport, even if we starve, get angry, or jump off from here, we do not need the prison bureau to overstep its authority. Haha, the truth. That's right, our sports bureau is just so amazing. Not only do we not get things done, but we also confront you. You help us handle cases, and we still criticize you online. That's how it is, come bite me. The prison bureau is awesome, right? Everyone should have no objection, right? Like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing the kindness of others. Minister Su of the prison bureau personally helped them investigate a case, but instead of thanking him, they actually stood up against the prison bureau. That's really shameful. For many years, the national football team wasn't the first to rank last. Haven't you seen you guys investigating them? Now that the prison bureau has found out, are you this excited? Humph, really disgraceful. Is this the General Administration of Sport? Humph, even losing face doesn't matter to them. What nonsense. They must be afraid that the prison bureau delays their opportunities to earn black money. Otherwise, how could they end up in such places? As these discussions went on, there was almost one-sided condemnation online, especially when the national football team issued a statement without any proof, which was compared to the prison bureau where every post included evidence, whether it was on-site surveillance videos or photos. By comparison, who had the upper hand was self-evident. The methods used by the national football team were like those of a newborn infant, completely incomparable. As for the prison bureau, once they acted, it was lethal, directly killing off the other party without giving them a chance to react. Their high and low levels of competence became evident after comparison. Moreover, with public support, the announcement from the prison bureau quickly spread across the internet at an incredible speed. Countless media outlets, WeChat official accounts, and TV reporters seized this issue and began promoting it right away. After all, any news involving the prison bureau usually came with natural trending qualities and easily reached the top charts. This time, it would obviously be no exception. Essentially, people in every street corner were talking about this matter, especially the announcement released by the prison bureau, which made everything clear to everyone. Just this alone provided ample fodder for gossip during tea breaks. At this point, the hired internet commentators naturally lost their purpose. Everyone was passing the story along orally, half the imperial capital discussing this event. Of course, more people were talking about the stupidity of the General Administration of Sport. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with them, but unluckily, they decided to join in and grab attention. The result was obvious. They got themselves dragged into trouble too. Haha. The General Administration of Sport originally wanted to cover up for someone. Now they've covered themselves too. I just want to ask, are you happy? They're real fools. You could have just watched idly, but no, you had to stand out for some presents. Great now, right? I thought the prison bureau was bronze. Turns out they're the strongest king. Watching these clowns perform for half the day, then they deliver the fatal blow, KO. In the end, it's still about skill. The prison bureau remains awesome. All events are backed by solid evidence. Those statements released by the national football team were simply laughable. Children playing pretend. Releasing those boring announcements, are they useful? Don't take us for fools. Why don't you enjoy living peacefully? Do you enjoy making mistakes? Living well, and suddenly wanting to go all out. That's reality. As one can imagine, the General Administration of Sport and the national football team have become a laughingstock nationwide. Originally, this was a simple matter. At most, an apology was needed. But, unfortunately, the latter brought this upon themselves. First, they publicly confronted the fans online. Then a video of drunkenness surfaced, and finally even caused the Penitentiary Bureau to intervene. After some preliminary investigation, it was already found that there were issues in this matter. Originally, that should have been the end of it. But unexpectedly, the latter completely had no limits on self-destruction. They even released some kind of crime sheet against the Penitentiary Bureau, especially the General Administration of Sport, which immediately reposted it. This collaboration between these two incompetent allies was simply digging their own graves. Now, so much evidence has come to light. It seems they must have thought carefully about it. As long as the issues are verified, if everything, including properties and such, turns out to be true, both the General Administration of Sport and the national football team will be doomed. After all, economic problems are the most critical ones, especially since they represent the face of the country. If they were an ordinary department, they might not have been punished too severely, since there is no direct victim involved. However, what they've damaged is the dignity of the nation. If truly verified, this scandal would create a sensation no less significant than the Huatai real estate group case. Moreover, based on the public's understanding of the Penitentiary Bureau, everything it does is backed by concrete evidence. There has never been a case where someone was wrongfully accused. Therefore, one can already foresee the fate awaiting the General Administration of Sport and the national football team. And right when things were being wildly reposted online, inside the national football team's office, coaches and players sat on their chairs, staring at the projector screen displaying the evidence revealed by the Penitentiary Bureau. Each of them clenched their fists tightly, their eyes bloodshot with anger. Who would have thought the Penitentiary Bureau could uncover all their skeletons? These were all pieces of black history. Now they're exposed under the spotlight of the public? Most importantly, the events did not develop according to their pre-scripted storyline, but instead headed towards unforeseeable consequences. Chapter 126, Declaration of War, Solid Evidence. Coach, what should we do now? The DNC has clearly already had us under surveillance. Shit, these bastards have actually exposed everything. Those houses, all registered under my name, can't withstand scrutiny as we have no external income sources. That's correct. If this is found out, it'll be an economic issue, and the consequences will be severe. Xiuxian is trying to completely destroy us. Previously, we thought we had a slight advantage, but in the next moment, we realized that we still fall far short. We are utterly inadequate. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? It's unimaginable how shameless the DNC can be to actually expose everything. This almost forces all of us onto a dead end. At this point, if we still can't see how powerful the DNC truly is, then we're really a bit foolish. Whether in terms of methods or abilities, they far surpass us. It's absolutely not wrong to call it a beating. Ironically, even in such circumstances, we still issued that statement, which is embarrassing to look at now. We thought that with the help from some behind-the-scenes black hands, even if we couldn't defeat the DNC, at least we could cripple them. All the preparations before were going exceptionally smoothly. But, who would have thought the final outcome would be like this? Now, though we regret, it's already too late. Truly, at this point, we seem to be on a complete dead end. If we knew this would happen, we would never openly oppose the DNC. At the same time, we also feel deeply remorseful. If only we had apologized and admitted our mistakes right at the beginning, nothing bad would have happened. But, until now, there's no choice left. Who would have thought? We ended up here. In the end, we still couldn't match the DNC. No matter how smooth-talking or deceitful we might be, it's all useless against absolute evidence. By now, the result is crystal clear. The facts speak for themselves. Where is there any room for choice? Whether one is willing or unwilling to admit it. The most tragic result is this. At this moment, it's truly a place without regret, just having to accept fate. Especially, the coach's face turns black at this moment. In the past, he didn't use such tactics less often, almost always working perfectly. There has never been a situation quite like this one now. How could we lose? The DNC's methods were simply too fast, and their actions too ruthless. From the start, they never gave us any room for maneuvering. Regardless of how reluctant we may be, we can only accept it. Regardless, this marks the complete end for the national football team. And it's not just them who are disheartened. There's also within the sports bureau where meetings were called promptly. Since the establishment of this department, they've never encountered something as serious as today. After all, their daily management was rather lax, rarely taking responsibility for what happens below. As long as there's profit to be made, it's fine. Even though the national football team's performance over the years has been poor, never scoring a goal, at least their profitability status was very good. Moreover, over the years, they contributed generously. Thus, when issues first arose, the sports bureau decided to protect them. And they did so without hesitation, even risking offending the DNC. They thought that xiuxian had offended too many people, and when walls fall, everyone pushes. This has happened countless times over the years. How many once powerful departments or officials were pushed down this way? But no one could have imagined that the DNC would not only remain unaffected, but become even stronger? Even more shocking, their moves were astonishing, dragging the sports bureau into the mix. With so much solid evidence, yet we still have no way to refute it. The DNC has given no face to the sports bureau whatsoever. Moreover, from the very beginning, there was no intention to ease the situation. This has left their position extremely passive. Just by looking outside the sport bureau, one can see the cameras set up by major television stations and media journalists, showing just how difficult this situation is. What should we do? You guys must come up with an idea. All these years, everyone has taken their share from the money allocated to the national football team. No one can escape this. Do you understand? This. Everyone remained silent. For how could they not know that things were getting dangerous this time? But what choices did they have? It had already reached this point, and the conflict was beyond reconciliation. Seeing no one spoke, the face of the sports bureau director became even darker. After a long pause, he finally said, "Good. Since none of you have any better ideas, from now on, you follow my orders. Get rid of everything in your possession that can be disposed of. Also, about those photos and such, deny all of it. Deny until death. I don't believe the DNC can do anything. Additionally, under the name of the General Sports Administration, we will reprimand the DNC for investigating citizens' records without consent and publicly spreading private information, all illegal actions." Agreed. Seconded. Good plan. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed a fine strategy. How dare the DNC, without permission, send operatives to investigate their records so brazenly? This was clearly showing complete disregard for authority. More importantly, they hadn't committed any crime. So what right did the DNC have? On top of that, making public announcements. Just based on these charges alone, it was enough to crush the DNC. Not to mention, was there any better way to handle the situation now? With no other choice, everyone vigorously nodded in approval. Starting now, our General Sports Administration formally declares war against the DNC. There's either him or us. Humph. The sports bureau director slammed his fist on the table, full of anger. For years, this was the first time he'd been publicly disgraced, so of course, he wouldn't let this pass easily. Chapter 127. Hot News Discussion. The first ever sports-related hot search. Initially, the intention was simply to step in and protect the national football team. The living expenses for the rest of their lives still depended on them, but unexpectedly, DNUC, the correctional institution, had instead made them the target. The implication was clear. DNUC's previous investigation into the national football team wasn't due to issues of overstepping authority. It was because they believed the General Administration of Sport had neglected its duties. This was no small matter. If it became public, how would they save face? Moreover, without any written notice, all the dirt was already reported, and it came with evidence, making it impossible to wash off completely. Therefore, even if they were going to die, they would drag DNUC down with them. It wouldn't be easy to destroy them. That sports director had already resolved in his heart that he would deal with this damn department called DNUC, no matter what. How dare they do something like this? An agreement was made, and they intended to start using their connections individually. But just as they stepped out of the office building of the General Administration of Sport, reporters and media were already swarming around, countless microphones thrust forward. "Excuse me, Director 1. What are your thoughts about the information posted by DNUC on Weibo? We are Capital City Television. We would like to interview you and find out if these allegations are true." "Excuse me, Minister Su's revelations. Does it mean that he is planning to officially investigate the General Administration of Sport?" A source claims that over the years, the General Administration of Sport has received gifts from the national football team. Is this true? Director 1, can you explain this? Regarding Minister Su's accusations against your neglectful conduct at the General Administration of Sport, what do you think? Faced with a flurry of questions, Director 1's expression became exceptionally difficult. The occurrence of such an event was already embarrassing enough, yet the reporters were crowding around asking more questions. Especially whenever those pieces of evidence from Weibo were mentioned. His entire face turned sour, as if he had swallowed a fly. But despite his feelings, he couldn't offend these reporters. After all, one never knows how far they'd go when wielding their pens. If he ignored these reporters, left without answering any of their questions, he believed within half an hour, they would write up a piece alleging Director 1 of the General Administration of Sport admitting everything. Thus, even if irritated, he still needed to patiently answer. What happened behind closed doors could not withstand scrutiny. Even if they wanted to oppose DNUC, they needed the help of these reporters and certainly wouldn't sever ties at this moment. So he patiently replied, "Everyone, please don't rush, ask slowly. If there's anything I know, I will certainly answer carefully. Please rest assured. Over the years, our General Administration of Sport hasn't made much achievement in the national football team, but other sports departments have achieved notable results. These aren't something one or two people can negate. Are you targeting DNUC with this statement? In other words, you acknowledge the inefficiency in the management of the national football team? Director 1, please give us a straightforward response. We need a fair and reasonable explanation. Instantly, everyone began asking questions. Originally, the director still wanted to say something else, but after trembling lips and silence for a long time, he couldn't utter a single word. Clearly, he underestimated the ability and curiosity of these reporters. With even the smallest loophole in his words, these people would jump on it and try to get answers to all the questions. How could he not want to target DNUC? Or rather, to be more precise, he didn't just want to target DNUC. But there was nothing he could do. This sentence naturally couldn't be said aloud. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth again. Please don't make wild guesses. I have never said that we would target DNUC. In addition, regarding those photos online, though I don't know what kind of equipment synthesized them, they're really quite interesting, huh? Our General Administration of Sport has been diligent in its work over the years, and the achievements we've made are visible to everyone. You can't deny all our efforts just because of occasional negligence, right? Besides, although the national football team may have erred in certain aspects, their training and efforts are also undeniable facts. Would you consider this statement a rebuttal against DNUC? This means you admit some inefficiencies in managing the national football team? Director 1, please provide a direct response to our questions. We require a fair and reasonable explanation. In no time, everyone started questioning him directly. At first, that director had wanted to say more, but after moving his lips around for half a day, not a single word could come out. Evidently, he underestimated the capabilities and curiosity of these reporters. As long as his words contained even the tiniest loopholes, they would seize upon them like a peephole, wanting to extract every possible question. I believe that sports competitions rely not only on skills, but also on a competitive spirit. Sometimes, even if we lose, it doesn't matter as long as we win in many other aspects. Without the permission of our General Administration of Sport, DNUC secretly investigated the private lives of players and announced these statements online, which I think is against the law of our country. Our General Administration of Sport will reserve the right to sue. Additionally, we hope that DNUC will come forward soon to clarify this matter. He spoke with composure, but whenever the evidence was mentioned, he would instantly shift the topic. No matter what, he would remain silent, clearly showing his stance. It was evident that getting him to reveal the truth wasn't easy. On the contrary, he often dodged heavy topics and chose lighter ones. The reporters were about to ask more when Director 1 excused himself, saying his car had arrived, and walked toward it. There was a trace of regret in his gaze. Under the protection of security guards, he got into the car. Afterward, he drove off. When he left, the reporters began writing their articles, almost as fast as running a 100-meter dash. After all, such explosive content was once-in-a-lifetime material. For them, the only thing that mattered was the sensationalism of the news. Everything else didn't count. Even just the previous segment of answers was worth the interview. In no time, the news had been published. All of the back-and-forth responses were taken out of context, painting a picture where Director 1 publicly confronted DNUC, even accusing them of fabricating evidence and various other crimes. Chapter 128, What Goes Around Comes Around. Apparently, this label was not lightly placed. It's uncertain whether it could instantly crush someone, especially at this point. If the Sports General Administration still hasn't made a move against DNUC, that would be impossible, especially with the final sentence. They hope DNUC publicly apologizes and clarifies the facts. Isn't this openly accusing DNUC of fabricating evidence and defaming others? The meaning couldn't be clearer. All the people who have read the report know clearly. Apparently, the conflict between the two sides has escalated. Initially, it was the war between DNUC and the national football team, but now it has risen to involve the Sports General Administration. And judging from the momentum, it is an obvious declaration of open warfare. For the panicked actions of the Sports General Administration akin to a cornered dog jumping over a wall, DNUC internally is in a harmonious state. Everyone isn't worried at all because whether these pieces of evidence are real or fake, they can easily be investigated. Moreover, the more anxious one becomes, the more one should sit calmly and wait. The Sports General Administration has obviously lost its coolness at this moment. Therefore, they will surely lose this public opinion battle. As soon as the tide of public discourse ends, it will be time for them to face the consequences. Tap, tap, tap. Xiuxian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers tapping on the frame, his deep gaze looking into the distance, his mind seemingly filled with unknown thoughts. At that very moment, a person walked in from outside the door, and Xiaoli began to speak. Director, everything is going exactly as you expected. Oh, has the Sports General Administration already started their counterattack? Haha, they really were quick. I thought they'd be able to hold back, Xiuxian said indifferently. Go notify anchor Li Shuezhu from the capital city TV station. Have her come over for an on-site interview. Xiuxian had not seen the beautiful female anchor since their last parting at the television station. During this period when most news media swayed like weeds in the wind, only that little lass persisted in standing by DNUC. Thus, naturally, the exclusive interview should be entrusted to her. Xiaoli quickly nodded and went out to make the arrangements. Not long after, the vehicles from the capital city TV station arrived downstairs at DNUC's headquarters. Following that, with the assistance of the staff members, the equipment was swiftly set up and they were ready to begin the interview. Xiuxian himself, dressed in a suit, also descended from upstairs, entering everyone's field of vision. His slightly stubbled face made him appear more spirited, his firm gaze full of dignity. Even standing there gave off an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Let's begin. Seeing the somewhat stunned crowd, Xiuxian coughed lightly twice. They regained their composure. And Li Shui, responsible for the interview, turned bright red, her heart racing wildly, questioning when she had developed feelings for this man. But obviously, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. She hastily prepared for the live recording. After all, as a professional-grade host, plus this event concerning DNUC's future development, she soon steadied herself. Seated across from Xiuxian with a solemn expression, she looked at the camera and said, 3, 2, 1, start. Beep. The machine emitted a sound, and the live recording commenced. Subsequently, Li Shui spoke up. Respected friends and viewers in front of your television sets, good day. We are here at the capital city TV station's Focus interview. I am today's host, Li Shui. As for the individual sitting beside me, don't the audience already know who he is? That's right, he is the now famous xiuxian, the director of DNUC, Xiuxian. This marks Director Su's second interview at our TV station, haha. Regarding the issue for today's interview, it involves the authenticity of the evidence published on the Sports General Administration's and National Football Team's Weibo accounts. We hope everyone continues to tune in. As the TV station began recording, countless people had already received the message and hurriedly tuned into the live stream. Watching Xiuxian sitting there, the girls immediately fell for him. In this era where looks mean justice, Xiuxian's appearance has already defined absolute fairness. Even if he did something wrong, it would likely still be forgiven. And the men among the audience also held some admiration. After all, who doesn't wish to live an intense life once and fix those despicable things? This world seems a bit too dark sometimes. Since taking office, Xiuxian has repeatedly cracked tough cases, becoming a role model child admired by many. Therefore, everyone deeply trusts and respects this individual. This is truly an outstanding figure. That legendary history is something that's hard to believe. Therefore, in such a situation, admiration for Xiuxian naturally becomes even stronger. Right at this moment, Xiuxian stood up and spoke. Friends watching by the television, hello everyone. It's great to meet all of you again. I am your friend, Xiuxian. Graceful gestures, accompanied by generous words. Instantly, he attracted many fans. There's no denying that Xiuxian is really good with words. The moment he stepped on stage, it was evident. After briefly greeting everyone, the live broadcast officially began. Understanding the psychology of the audience, Li Shui wasted no time with pleasantries. She cut straight to the point. Minister Su, regarding the accusation made by Director 1 of the Sports General Administration, who claims that your DUC fabricated evidence this time, and demands a public apology, or else will reserve the right to pursue litigation. What are your thoughts on that? As soon as the words were spoken, the mood of every person in front of their TV set rose. Everyone wants to know how Minister Su will respond. Not only them, but even the civil servants of DUC are somewhat worried at this moment. This question is indeed too sharp. If answered poorly, it could easily cause resentment among the masses and escalate the conflict further. However, at this critical moment, Xiuxian remains calm as ever. He simply said with a faint smile, it's simple. Our DUC has never fabricated evidence. We have never wronged an innocent person, nor would we let a single criminal go unpunished. The law casts a wide net, and nothing goes unnoticed. One should treasure each step they take. Chapter 129. Exclusive interview in the imperial capital. Is the national football team about to be disbanded? The soft words carried an underlying warning. It was as if giving advice, or bluntly speaking. It gave people a feeling of unpredictability, but the sentence, will never let any criminal go, already sufficiently explained the stance of DNUC. That is, once targeted, they absolutely will not relent. And the citizens watching on TV had smiles of satisfaction on their faces. Although Xiuxian did not make grand promises, he still assured that no murderer would be let go. These simple words are more useful than many vows and curses. After all, most people prefer such sincerity. No matter how sweet the talk on the surface, if things aren't done behind closed doors, what's the use? Similar to the Sports Bureau, which has given fiery speeches over the years, yet there hasn't been any evidence found of the national football team taking bribes. Is it really because they can't find any evidence? Not necessarily. It might just be collusion. Compared with this, the method used by DNUC is truly superior. They may not voice out often, but when they do act, it's always swift and sure, leaving no room for escape from punishment. In comparison, the threat posed by the Sports Bureau simply pales in contrast. Therefore, the second question was quickly asked. Li Shui's face lit up with joy as she opened her mouth and said, then, may I ask how DNUC plans to proceed with its next step? Additionally, what's your take on the frequent defeats of the national football team? As she spoke, her interest was evident in her questioning tone. The problem of the national football team has undoubtedly been the most painful issue in recent years. Any citizen of the Xi'an nation cannot bypass this issue. For so many years, the performance of the national football team has always been far from satisfactory. Now, another scandal has erupted. Thus, everyone naturally wants to hear the opinion of DNUC. What exactly does Minister Su plan to do? Upon hearing Li Shui's question, the audience members in front of the TV were also curious. They too wanted to know how DNUC planned to handle the situation. For so many years, the national football team has almost become a laughingstock, spending so much money. Yet in the end, not even a goal is scored. If it were only that, then it might have been bearable. but they apologize more frequently than anyone else, and now this incident has occurred. Unexpectedly, this national football team might very well not survive. Everyone wants to hear the suggestion of the minister and what tricks might be revealed inside. At this moment, xiuxian furrowed his brows. Compared to the previous question, this one was genuinely sharper. In short, it was equivalent to asking how the DNUC would handle this team going forward, a topic that concerns everyone. After a brief silence following her words, xiuxian replied, "With more than 10 years of training, even children should have learned to run by now. At least, it wouldn't result in not being able to kick even one ball into the net. So, if the national football team is disbanded, I think it's not necessarily a bad thing for us. After all, competent individuals should take their place. Although our country doesn't count as a football powerhouse, we have nearly 1.8 billion people. Finding a few people who can play football shouldn't be too difficult." While speaking, xiuxian's face showed a trace of a smile. Once these words were spoken, the viewers in front of the TV burst into laughter. Although xiuxian's remarks had some undertones of mockery, it could not be denied that what he said made perfect sense. Since its founding until now, the national football team has existed for 15 years. During this period, many people have grown up. Only the national football team has managed to remain steadfast in its mediocrity, which isn't easy. Countless matches, and yet they couldn't score even one single goal. There seems to be no other honor than this bestowed upon the national football team. But, when spoken out loud during the interview, it seemed rather comical. Moreover, everyone realized there was deeper meaning in Minister Su's words. It implied that the national football team might indeed be disbanded. Recruits would then be selected anew. Thus, some football enthusiasts got excited. They were rubbing their hands in anticipation, waiting for the opportunity, since joining the national football team has never been possible for outsiders. This situation had left them without even a chance to join. However, finally, an opportunity had arisen. Li Shui timely grasped the essence of the issue and opened her mouth to say, "Minister Su, do you mean that you intend to disband the national football team? What's the point of keeping useless people around? What our country needs is a winning football team, not a shameless one. So, do you have any other questions?" Xiuxian's calm words echoed through the air. This response earned him resounding praise from everyone. Indeed, what the nation needed was a team capable of winning on the football field, not a group that repeatedly apologized after every defeat. With these words, it was evident that certain people were being thoroughly humiliated, especially the national football team, who must have been seething with anger. But they had no opportunity to rebut. After all, they hadn't won a single time. Dissolving the national football team has long been the wish of many hearts. However, due to the constant favoritism shown by the Sports Bureau, there was simply no way to disband them. But now, even the Bureau itself is struggling for survival. Under the scrutiny of DNUC, could there be any good outcome left for them? The consequences are already predictable. Meanwhile, because of xiuxian's answer, the number of viewers watching the live broadcast on the Imperial Capital TV station doubled. During the same period, other news channels experienced an unprecedented slump. They could only watch the live stream helplessly, with some regret in their hearts. If they had taken sides with the DNUC at the beginning, perhaps today's interview would have been an opportunity for them as well. Alas, all they could do now was to remain bystanders. Next, several questions were asked consecutively. After xiuxian briefly answered, the program neared its conclusion. Finally, Li Shui posed the last question. "Minister Su, can we consider the statement previously announced on Weibo about the non-feasance of the Sports Bureau as implying collusion between the Bureau and the national football team?" Chapter 130. Finally, the moment of reckoning has arrived. As soon as these words were spoken, it was clear that a sensitive topic had been raised. However, the more sensitive the topic, the more it tends to capture the interest of the audience. After all, the recent behavior of the Sports Bureau has been unusually active. Previously, they publicly demanded an apology from DNUC. The implication behind this is self-evident. If xiuxian were to let them off so easily, no one would believe it. So, what is DNUC's attitude? This is what all the viewers are most interested in. Upon hearing this question, xiuxian tapped his fingers on the coffee table and spoke after a brief pause. "Firstly, we have never directly and publicly stated that there is any connection between the Sports Bureau and the national football team. As for the accusation of negligence, it is based solely on the performance of the national team over the past decade. The Sports Bureau seems to have no objections at all, which naturally raises suspicions. However, DNUC always acts according to evidence and would never falsely accuse anyone. Therefore, without conclusive evidence, we will not accuse anyone. Of course, whether or not the Sports Bureau has connections, we are still in the suspicion phase. We hope that, going forward, we can gather evidence. If any of you know anything insider-related, please report it." Xiuxian said half-jokingly. He managed to ease the awkwardness gracefully. Moreover, he mobilized a large part of the public since relying solely on DNUC to find evidence wouldn't be easy. Moreover, this situation is different from previous cases. In the past, opponents were caught unawares by DNUC, but this time is different. Since the Sports Bureau knows that DNUC intends to investigate them, they won't expose themselves easily. Their actions will be much more cautious in the coming period. Therefore, mobilizing the public turns out to be a good idea. The public also understands clearly now that DNUC's intention is for them to report any relevant information. Even though there's no concrete evidence proving a connection, the mere suspicion itself carries enough weight. If there really is a connection between the two, this matter could become quite entertaining. At this point, the interview concludes. A brief exchange follows, then the recording equipment is turned off, bringing the live broadcast to an end. All viewers feel slightly unsatisfied, but they mentally take note to look into the connection between the sports bureau and the national football team. After all, this is something DNUC needs. In the eyes of many people today, xiuxian has almost become a deity-like figure. Whatever tasks he assigns, big or small, everyone rushes to accomplish them. Especially when xiuxian mentioned punishing the national football team. Everyone becomes even more excited. They've waited for this day far too long. Over the years, the performance of the national team on the pitch has been extremely disappointing and even embarrassing. But alas, there's nothing they could do about it. With the Sports Bureau continuing to protect the national football team, finally, there's a chance to see them disbanded. Everyone is determined to find evidence. Come what may, this team absolutely must not be allowed to continue. Inside the DNUC headquarters, after seeing off the staff from the capital city TV station, xiuxian sits in his office sipping coffee, lost in thought. Xiaoli enters the room with a shocked expression and asks, "Minister, you're not actually serious about disbanding the national football team, are you? Why not? The football department doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. If we haven't found the link between the sports bureau and them, removing them isn't that simple. Furthermore, the decision to disband or retain them isn't even up to us." At this point, Xiaoli still felt a sense of worry. After all, our minister can be rather impulsive sometimes. A sudden decision like this, declaring the disbandment of the national football team, seems rash. So far, the evidence leaked on Weibo has some value, but just using that, it's impossible to bring down the sports bureau. And while this bureau remains, it's even harder for the national football team to be dismantled. Yet, xiuxian announced this himself in front of the public. That statement amounts to a promise. Keep in mind, the capital city TV station is state-owned, and everything said on it requires legal responsibility. It's certainly not something one can say casually. In the past, the minister was very smart, so why at this point does he seem to still be somewhat stubborn? Moreover, the DNUC today is already under the watchful eyes of many. The Sports Bureau is well aware that they will cause trouble, which makes gathering evidence even more difficult. It's truly hard to understand what our minister is thinking to dare make such a promise. Once there's failure in the future, DNUC will face immense pressure. Calm down, don't worry, I already have a plan for these matters, xiuxian said calmly, completely disregarding Xiaoli's anxiety. After hearing the minister's words, although Xiaoli originally wanted to say more, he eventually closed his mouth. After all, anything xiuxian has decided upon has never changed. More importantly, there hasn't been any mistakes. Still, even so, this time is far too risky, and now the only thing left to do is to strive to find evidence and gather everything needed as quickly as possible. Beyond that, there's nothing else to be done. We've already reached this stage. What else can be done? There's no other option but to turn back and leave, and when the latter walks out, xiuxian's originally relaxed demeanor grows solemn. By this point, it is a critical moment in the game. Whoever takes a wrong step will lose everything. This competition tests who has more patience. Thud, thud, thud. The office door creaks, and then, investigation team leader Sun Dashing walks in with excitement written on his face, saying, "Big brother Su, just as you predicted, the people from the Sports Bureau are selling properties, and there are substantial funds being transferred from the bank cards we've been monitoring." "Good, it's time to wrap things up," replies xiuxian. Chapter 131. If hard work were useful, why do we need geniuses? Early on, xiuxian had already ordered Sun Dajiang to monitor the every move of the general administration of sport personnel. The result was unsurprisingly clear. After the Weibo post was released, those people actually went ahead and sold out their positions, a scene that was perfectly captured by Sun Dajiang, who had been responsible for investigating this issue. A combination of overt and covert operations. It's likely that those bigwigs wouldn't have dreamed, even in their wildest imaginations, that from the very start they were being manipulated by the penitentiary department. From beginning to end, they never even had a choice. They were always at the mercy of xiuxian's control. Meanwhile, Xiaoli and others continued with their deeper investigations. Regarding the case of the capital city TV station's interview online, significant progress was made, and it wasn't long before the entire web knew about it. Other television stations and news media also simultaneously began publicizing this matter. Although, the impact of not live streaming, it was less shocking than it could have been. However, information related to the penitentiary department was never outdated. Before long, the entire internet was filled with it. Almost everywhere you looked were xiuxian's interview statements and video reposts. Stunning 1.6 billion people's news. Deputy Minister of the Penitentiary Department, xiuxian, actually said these words. Behind the repeated defeats of the national soccer team, what kind of secret lies there? Is it a lack of humanity or moral decadence behind it all? What secrets are hidden behind the general administration of sport? The penitentiary department has begun its investigation. Repeated defeats over 15 years for the national soccer team. Why hasn't it been disbanded yet? Who exactly is backing them up? In an instant, all advertisements and news stories were unleashed. For a time, countless netizens across the internet began discussing this event. After all, for many years, no such astonishing scandal had erupted. Both the national soccer team and the penitentiary department were hot topics among the masses. And this time, they coincided. Everyone naturally wondered what stance the penitentiary department had toward the national soccer team. Would they continue tolerating them as they had before? Or would they decide to disband them? Anyway, this event attracted the curiosity of everyone. Beneath the articles, quite a few individuals started commenting. Instantly, it became a nationwide topic of discussion. Deputy Minister Su's words make sense. What the country needs is a team that can win matches for us, not one that continuously apologizes. The national soccer team should indeed be dissolved. So far, it has shown no achievements, so continuing like this, how could it possibly help? There must be some corruption going on in the general administration of sport. Even without substantial evidence, I suspect something might be wrong within this department. After all, how could the penitentiary department falsely accuse someone? Clearly, there's a problem within the general administration of sport, but due to the lack of real evidence, no investigation has been initiated. Saying simply that it hasn't been disbanded for so many years reveals an issue already. Honestly, if just effort could allow someone to loaf around in the national soccer team, then this job really comes too easily, doesn't it? I truly doubt what qualifications these people even have. I agree. For 15 years, they've kept making our nation look bad on the global stage. Now, it's finally time for them to leave the field. Many openly ridiculed both the national soccer team and the general administration of sport. Indeed, these two departments had thoroughly disappointed everyone. No one would have expected such a situation. In the past, their dreams were supported with hard work. But ultimately, it turned out to be a place riddled with filth. No matter who it is, nobody could endure such a blow, right? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that the national soccer team had fallen this low? Being bad at playing was one thing, but accepting bribes was another story entirely. As for the general administration of sport, their behavior was equally despicable. For more than 10 years, they apparently never actively stepped in to stop any wrongdoing. If they were unaware, that'd be akin to nonsense. It was absolutely impossible. After all, the national soccer team had been under their jurisdiction for 15 years. Could there truly be no signs whatsoever? Even if there weren't, an investigation should have been launched immediately after the last incident came to light. After all, this involved the face of the nation. However, not only did they show no intention of investigating, but they even publicly criticized the penitentiary department for meddling where they shouldn't. There must certainly be something suspicious here. If things have reached this point, if there were still no issues, then they would truly be fools. Even ordinary people can sense that there must be significant problems within the general administration of sport and the national soccer team. They are nothing more than a group of scoundrels. Are these people capable of bribing their way through matters of national pride? Can we expect any integrity from them? As for the penitentiary department overstepping its authority? In the eyes of all citizens, this is just a joke. As Minister Su stated, if the general administration of sport refuses to act, should we simply allow matters to go unchecked? Should we let them continue their reckless behavior indefinitely? Is that what ought to happen? This kind of situation should never be allowed by anyone. The national soccer team has truly chilled the hearts of many. Moreover, the penitentiary department's actions over the past 6 months have uncovered countless bizarre scandals. In comparison, who should we support becomes crystal clear. Almost all the people side entirely with the penitentiary department. Because none of the events of these past days have disappointed anyone. The penitentiary department has performed impeccably. No one can help but trust such a department. Besides, dissolving the national soccer team would be good for many. If the former coach of the national team had known this would result in such an outcome, surely he wouldn't have acted this way, right? After all, it's akin to walking straight into death. Meanwhile, within the office building of the General Administration of Sport, the coaches and members of the national soccer team came here immediately after seeing the interview, with anxious expressions on their faces. Chapter 132, Reversal, Re-Reversal. Late night announcement from the Sports Bureau. Director 1, you surely don't intend to believe that bastard DNUC's suggestion and disband our national soccer team, do you? Over these years, we've certainly not been stingy with showing our respect to you. Yes. At this point, you must protect us. We're all on the same boat. Director 1, you must protect us. This national soccer team absolutely cannot be disbanded. Otherwise, how will we eat in the future? How will you eat? Several national team players spoke one after another. That Director 1, his face dark and gloomy, glared at these guys. It was unclear what he was thinking. And the coach, at this moment, also took the opportunity to hand over a card and said, Director 1, leave it to you for the boys. We have a long time ahead to make money. Moreover, this time DNUC has targeted more than just us. Upon hearing his words, Director 1's expression turned colder. He glanced at the card in his hand, and only then did his gaze soften somewhat as he said, Isn't it just some guy named DNUC? Why should we be afraid of him? The things we've done over the years, there's no evidence against them. Besides, what use are those things he's gathered? Just a few photos. Does he really think that with this stuff alone, he can destroy us? Haha. If we liquidate our assets and shift the blame later, does he think he'll be able to get a hold on us? That would be laughable. As he spoke, a smirk of pride crossed his face. Eliminating the root cause would indeed sacrifice some benefits, but often this tactic is the most effective. Moreover, their sports bureau wasn't an ordinary department. It definitely wasn't something xiuxian could move around easily with mere rhetoric. Without evidence, even if they knew there were issues, what could they do? So, of course, there was no worry at all. Upon hearing Director Wen's words, the two of them both revealed smug grins. Especially the national team coach, who naturally understood the implication of Wen's words. As long as the position within the sports bureau remained unchanged, even if xiuxian wanted to shake things up, what could he really do? That makes sense. Your insight, Director Wen, is remarkable. Then we rely on you. Saying this, they gave a subtle flattery. And Director Wen nodded satisfactorily. No matter what, this coach was greedy and somewhat foolish, but he was indeed a clever person. If it weren't for him, his own life wouldn't have been as comfortable. Being the head of the sports bureau sounded great, but each year, the treatment was only so much. What could he do with that? Of course, making money was still the priority. As for whether the national soccer team won or lost, what did that have to do with him? Losing or winning, what difference did it make? At this age, enjoyment was the most important thing. Rest assured, as long as I have food to eat, your supply won't be cut off. However, remember that during this period, you must act carefully. Do not stick out your necks unnecessarily. DNUC is like a dog plaster. Once stuck, it's hard to remove. But if you keep quiet, for now, xiuxian probably won't take any action against you. Saying this, Director Wen's eyes held a hint of smile. Understood. With this affirmative reply, their concerns dissipated. Believing they had Director Wen's backing, DNUC certainly wouldn't be able to bring them down. Subsequently, their worries lifted. These years, the national soccer team had already become a money tree. Even though, after this incident, there would be some losses, as long as the name stayed, it wouldn't take too many years to rebuild operations. If necessary, they could win a game or two occasionally. Subsequently, their faces broke into smiles. For many days, the heavy burden hanging over them finally started to dissipate. As long as this matter was handled properly, everything would go smoothly. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but feel smug. No matter how amazing DNUC was, what was the final result? He still couldn't do anything to them, could he? Then, what about DNUC? Director 1. They've publicly stated there's cooperation between the Bureau and us. If, by any chance, evidence of this cooperation is uncovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the midst of excitement, the coach raised this question. After all, this was no trivial matter. If problems really emerged, then how would they resolve it? Dealing with DNUC was not easy. This principle, he understood naturally. Both the general administration and himself were tied together like two bugs on the same raft. If problems arose within the general administration, they naturally wouldn't escape either. Hence, a reminder was given. And despite the questions, Director Wen's face remained calm as ever. If it had been earlier, they might have been somewhat afraid. But now, all their assets had already been transferred away. With those complicated money laundering methods, they believed that DNUC definitely wouldn't be able to trace them. Next, they just needed to wait for everyone to transfer all the money away. At this moment, the mobile phone rang. After answering the call, a few sentences were exchanged before hanging up. Subsequently, Director Wen's smile deepened even further as all the wealth had been successfully transferred. Since this was the case, then there certainly wasn't anything to fear. Even if xiuxian wanted to investigate, what could he do? After all, he was just one person, not a god. Could he really chase down those things that had vanished into thin air? After confirming that all the properties had been transferred away, Director 1 pasted the prepared statement he had ready long ago, copied and pasted it, and sent it to the official Weibo page of the Sports Bureau. The formerly calm network world instantly surged with an overwhelming wave, and the announcement posted by Director 1 immediately shot to the top of the trending topics. The preparation had been made beforehand. This sudden announcement from the Sports Bureau caused everyone to subconsciously click in. Upon reading its contents, they all felt astonished. The headline of the announcement read, Minister Su of the Penitentiary Department falsely accuses our Sports Bureau and indirectly hints at our acceptance of bribes multiple times. We request an explanation from the relevant party. The lengthy headline, coupled with the statement, immediately ignited the entire internet. Could it be? There's still a twist? It was originally thought that xiuxian's interview would be the fatal blow, leaving the Sports Bureau powerless to retaliate. Unexpectedly, the other side still had strength left to counterattack. Chapter 133, Justice lies in the hearts of people. Moreover, accusing the Department of Prisons and defaming others. That's quite a serious charge. If it were really proven, who knows, maybe they could rise up from being oppressed peasants to sing a song. However, the possibility of such an outcome is extremely small, as the general administration of sport had already lost public support right from the start. Take the national soccer team alone. This one factor is enough for many people to blacklist them. Thus, when this announcement was issued, instead of receiving any support, it garnered many complaints. Some even took out the photos posted earlier on the official Weibo account of the Department of Prisons and placed them below as evidence. Of course, there weren't entirely no supporters. At least, the State Administration of Cultural Heritage retweeted the post almost immediately and left a comment saying, "Sigh, these times are truly tough. Everyone says being an official is good, but haha, what use is there? Isn't it easy to be wrongfully accused if someone wants you to be? Without evidence, they fabricate evidence to trap people. I hope Director 1 can persevere. Some people will pay the price." After the Weibo post was published, most departments implicated in the Huadai real estate group case all forwarded it. After all, they originally had grudges against the Department of Prisons, plus they understood the principle that when lips are gone, teeth feel the cold. Those who had been arrested were just a batch of them. But it didn't mean that the rest had no problems. They were fully aware of what they had done. If they wanted to save their lives, they couldn't relax for a moment, and with the slightest misstep, they might be pulled down by the Department of Prisons. Therefore, whenever there was an opportunity to strike back at the Department of Prisons, they would never let it slip by. The Department of Prisons had too much authority. This department nearly had the power to supervise all other departments. With such a powerful entity around, who wouldn't worry? Moreover, it was only just after the Huadai case ended. Yet, the Department of Prisons jumped out again, confronting the sports authorities. This made them lose their calm as well. Who knew when the nightmare would descend upon them? Therefore, they were unable to continue remaining silent. Perhaps, it was time to stand up and counterattack. Almost half of the real power departments stood up and forwarded the statement, and their reasons were unprecedentedly consistent. The Department of Prisons slandered a state department without any evidence. This charge was not insignificant. What's more, all those who forwarded it were not ordinary people. They were the ruling class within the country. It was believed that even the Great Elder, upon seeing such a situation, would have to carefully weigh whether it was worth it to continue protecting the Department of Prisons or not. But, just as they united in enmity, an unexpected event occurred. A functional department did not stand up to confront the Department of Prisons, but rather express solidarity. And this department wielded considerable influence domestically. It was the National Cultural Relics Bureau. When all bureaucratic officials were condemning the Department of Prisons, the director of the National Cultural Relics Bureau stepped forward and publicly declared, "Minister Su, we've collaborated on cases involving relics before. As they say, a gentleman is like jade, and I believe Minister Su's character would absolutely prevent him from doing something like this. On the contrary, certain individuals should think things over carefully. Don't let your reputation suffer in old age." A certain appraisal expert also spoke out. "I've seen the integrity and ability of young Master Su. He absolutely wouldn't do anything to unjustly accuse others. Instead, certain people might not know each other as well as they think." Xiandao Real Estate commented, "In the Taishan real estate case, Minister Su offended a lot of people. But even under such circumstances, he still held his ground. I believe in Minister Su's integrity." The president of the capital television station said, "Our station once interviewed Minister Su. His upright nature is exemplary, an era role model, utterly incompatible with evil. I believe that Minister Su absolutely would not do something like this." Everyone who had been helped by the Department of Prisons before now uniformly stood up and voiced their opinions. Although the positions held by those voicing support for the sports authorities on the surface may appear higher, one must realize that the capital television station is state-owned and represents the attitude of the state. Without the elders' instructions, even if they wanted to express support, they wouldn't speak up. Now, with voices being heard, it adequately represents the elders' stance. Clearly, the Great Elder absolutely trusts the Department of Prisons. Hence, the public service departments that were originally contemplating collectively resisting the Department of Prisons instantly became hesitant. Are you kidding? If even the Great Elder is already showing explicit support for the Department of Prisons, how would opposing them now be any different from seeking death? If they were to continue like this, wouldn't that amount to suicide? Therefore, everyone became subdued. Quarreling with the capital television station? Haha, unless they really wanted to die. Once remembered by the Great Elder, their days ahead would truly be pleasant. Thus, in a flash, they disappeared quietly. Along with it, all tweets previously published were completely and secretly deleted. After all, it hasn't been easy for anyone to reach where they are today. Who would want to end it here? Once those people had deleted their tweets, the once smug sports bureau director suddenly had his face turn as bitter as a cucumber. Only at this moment did he realize that this matter wasn't as simple as he had originally thought. The forces hidden behind xiuxian were too terrifying. What was even more frightening was that even the Great Elder was standing behind the Department of Prisons. Although he hadn't yet directly stepped forward to speak out, just through the capital television tower was enough to convey a message across distances. Otherwise, why would those public service departments be afraid? Apparently, even the Great Elder had become dissatisfied with the performance of the sports bureau over the years. Thinking about this made him feel icy cold in his hands and feet. Being on xiuxian's bad list wasn't much of an issue. But if even the Elder's position was so clear, there must be something worth pondering about this matter. Could it be that the reason the Department of Prisons suddenly overstepped its authority and targeted the sports bureau was because of the Great Elder's instructions? If that were indeed the case, the more Director Wen thought about it, the colder his hands and feet felt. And right at that moment, the Department of Prisons also posted on Weibo. Although it was only 6 words, it was profoundly moving. Justice lies in the hearts of people. Chapter 134. Is the people's heart still there? National ball, table tennis. Yes, justice lies in the hearts of the people. In the past half year, what DNUC has done and solved cases have all been seen by everyone. Their position in the hearts of the people is not something that the sports bureau can match. Of course, there are many evasions, and there are also internet trolls constantly trying to tarnish their reputation. But DNUC still has the support of the people. Therefore, when xiuxian released this sentence, there were already many people brushing up the phrase, "Justice lies in the hearts of the people," in the comment section. Tens of millions of views. In an instant, pushed this message to the top of the trending list. A moment later, the announcement published by the Sports Bureau was also filled with this phrase. Not only them, but also the various functional departments that had previously spoken out, began to furiously brush it up as well. Just one phrase has already outweighed a lengthy argument. Countless netizens quickly browsed through Weibo, while at this moment, Director Wen still did not know what had happened. Inside the office building of the Sports Bureau, he held a teacup in his hand, took a light sip, and stared at the page view count of the announcement. It was rapidly refreshing every second, and within no time, it reached over 1 million. Together with that, the comment section was also extremely lively. Director Wen's face revealed a sense of joy. It seemed that the popularity of the Sports Bureau was still not diminished. So quickly, there were already citizens beginning to show their support. He casually opened the comment section, only to see almost unanimously, "Justice lies in the hearts of the people." The smile on his face deepened, as he turned around and said, "Haha, these foolish commoners are so easily deceived. Just this article has already managed to fool them around. There's nothing wrong with justice lying in the hearts of the people. With the support of the masses, what is DNUC? To want to take me down, he is still far from it." There was a hint of arrogance in his tone. And just at that moment, the national football team coach looked somewhat embarrassed. Director Wen, this sentence seems to be issued by Minister xiuxian from DNUC. They should be. He didn't dare to finish his sentence. After all, what xiuxian had said, if it continues to be repeated now, obviously mocks the sports bureau. Yet, this Director Wen was actually rejoicing? Even if he didn't say it, Director Wen soon realized it himself. Initially smiling, his face instantly fell. He didn't expect that the wretched DNUC already enjoyed such massive support. If things continued like this, without doubt, the sports bureau would nearly be destined to lose this battle. Hooligan, his dry hands clenched into fists, glaring at xiuxian with a touch of cruelty in his gaze. Director Wen, what do we do now? The national football team coach reluctantly asked. After all, this person was his backer. If even he falls, then wouldn't he follow suit? Hire internet trolls, smear DNUC for me. Spend heavily. I don't believe he can contend with us. Although lacking the support of the masses, never forget that internet trolls are a magical thing. If utilized properly, they can double the effect, perhaps even change public sentiment. Yes. Nodding seriously, at this point, there was nothing else they could do except fight hard. A moment later, the heavy-duty internet trolls hired by the sports bureau swiftly rushed to DNUC's official Weibo account and started cursing. Justice lies in the hearts of the people? Does that mean, without evidence, randomly suspecting others is what DNUC calls fairness? Investigating a few cases and suddenly acting so high and mighty, is there still any rule of law left? Do you really think, regardless of where, DNUC is invincible? For years, hasn't the sports bureau achieved countless feats that no one has acknowledged? The national football team might be garbage, but table tennis is our country's best performing sport, and globally it has won numerous championships. Why aren't these achievements being mentioned? Being misled by trivial matters. Do you really think having power allows you to crush anyone? One rank higher in officials, and you can crush people. Previously, I thought DNUC truly stood on justice and righteousness. Who knew you guys could engage in such baseless accusations? Aren't you having fun planting false accusations on others? Scornful. In an instant, beneath the official Weibo account, countless people were cursing, and upon seeing these comments, xiuxian found it quite amusing. All the accounts were completely void of any real-life information. Some hadn't logged in for years, others had just registered less than 4 or 5 days ago. Even if they were fools, they understood that these people were hired internet trolls. The more it was like this, the more it showed how truly worried the sports bureau had become. Otherwise, they would absolutely not do something so stupid. Of course, even though it was like this, it was impossible to let them keep being arrogant, silently allowing the information group's people to record every single IP address, notifying the local police bureau for arrest. Although online, there is freedom of speech. It's also certainly not a place outside the law, much less a free-for-all to say whatever you want. Every announcement published by DNUC has evidence. But these people barking madly like rabid dogs must definitely pay a heavy price. Of course, one comment did receive recognition from many. Indeed, although the national football team is trash, but it's undeniable that over the years the sports bureau hasn't achieved absolutely nothing. At least in table tennis, they have given significant help. Just at global sports events alone, they've won championships numerous times. But when we look back at what the sports bureau did, for years, they've kept the ping pong teams hidden away while excessively promoting the national football team. Thus, after this remark was released, it caused even more anger among the public, prompting a flurry of backlash in the comments section. So, according to your logic, as long as table tennis goes well, other projects can be dropped, right? The national football team performs so poorly and still gets the final resources. The table tennis team does so well internationally but cannot get promotion. Everyone stood up for table tennis. It contributes the most for the country, yet the sports bureau rarely lets them appear publicly. Conversely, this national football team is almost always active in promotions and post-game activities, giving off an impression that they've won championships. Chapter 135, Remarks from the Table Tennis Team. This world needs heroes. Originally, this was already something the public was dissatisfied with. Everyone felt a bit disheartened for the table tennis players, but when the latter dared to bring up this issue, they were immediately met with warnings and countless netizens began to argue in the comment section. When the latter realized something was off, their own comment section had already been completely overrun, thinking they could still counter-argue. But unexpectedly, the power of table tennis fans turned out to be significant as well. In no time, their faces were slapped back, and ultimately, they could only delete the post and slink away quietly. At this moment, seeing the words of the internet trolls on Weibo, almost everyone focused on the achievements of other sports teams to slap the face of DNUC, the Justice Ministry. They clarified that it wasn't due to the inaction of the General Administration of Sport. As for so-called promotion, it was merely aimed at helping boost the confidence of the national soccer team. In other words, it was equivalent to saying that DNUC was deliberately targeting the national soccer team and trying to undermine their confidence. On normal days, in the face of such comments, xiuxian would always ignore them. Direct ban and deletion. But today, he really wanted to have an argument with them. He quickly typed on the keyboard, and soon, a message appeared on the screen. With a light click to upload, a smirk emerged on his face. Relying solely on these internet trolls to set the rhythm? How naive the General Administration of Sport really was. If it weren't for wanting to secure a victory in public opinion, xiuxian would have already acted directly to apprehend people. After all, certain individuals within the General Administration of Sport who had been transferring assets, their evidence had already fallen into his hands, and now, xiuxian was just letting the line out a bit longer to catch bigger fish. He actually wanted to see what kind of tactics these people had left. The General Administration of Sport, as the overseer of Xi country's sports events, carries the heavy responsibility of promoting the entire sports culture. What they wish to do or don't need to do, don't they know themselves? Who doesn't know about the contribution of table tennis? Our GNUC also understands. But is this supposed to be an excuse for absolving sins? The tone was clear. Even though table tennis global performance ranks very high, they are independent individuals after all and don't belong to anyone. As for the honors they've won, they're not related to many others. In such a case, are they supposed to get dragged into the national soccer debacle? This is somewhat laughable, isn't it? Toiling and training hard, only to become someone else's disgraceful shield. Does that mean there's truly no law in this world? Then, typing again on the keyboard, I have never accused the entire general administration of sport. There are bound to be a few bad apples in any department. Our responsibility in GNUC is simply to catch those rats, not to suppress a particular department. Of course, we absolutely won't allow any criminals to escape from our hands. Another Weibo post went live and received countless likes. It must be said, xiuxian's principles are truly commendable. He has gained universal praise from the masses. Everyone feels proud to have such a minister in charge of GNUC, especially in this world full of filth for a long time. Previously, the crowd arguing against the trolls now instead started brushing "Justice resides in the hearts of the people" 6 big characters under the latest Weibo post xiuxian just issued. Some trolls attempted to attack xiuxian. However, once their comments went live, they were instantly drowned out. Weibo posts continued one after another, gaining countless supporters. All the excuses the trolls came up with were rebutted by xiuxian, leaving them speechless. Xiuxian's eloquence was terrifying indeed. Moreover, he stood firmly on principle, making it extremely difficult, if not outright impossible, to defeat him in debate. And just as xiuxian was fighting for fairness on behalf of table tennis, the national table tennis team under the Sports Bureau quietly issued a statement. For years, they've been silently contributing behind the scenes. Although the results of the national soccer team have been terrible, they have always been prioritized in terms of resources. The members of the table tennis team train to the death every day, but what is the result? Those national soccer team players basically indulge in a life of luxury with plenty of meat, owning villas, maintaining multiple luxury cars, and living like gods. Being members of the national team too. For years, the table tennis team has been making silent contributions, but this does not mean they are foolish. There are certain gaps that still exist, yet everyone is clear-minded, especially those who have made it into the national team. They naturally possess the intelligence to calculate these accounts clearly. So many days and nights of arduous training. But the final result is without any harvest, and they even end up shouldering the blame. During every meeting held by the General Administration of Sport, the higher-ups criticize them for being unfriendly towards rival teams, affecting unity. At times, they're even forced to let the opponent win. Otherwise, they'd be forcibly kicked out. And under such circumstances, the weichief of the table tennis players needn't be mentioned anymore. As for the rest, there's really no way to question it further. After all, when things have come to this point, what more is there left to say? Whether willing or unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and agree, just to retain this stage for realizing their dreams. But who understands them? As a global champion organization, they've almost become the demons of all foreign table tennis teams. Yet, the salary and treatment they receive is pitifully small. When they retire, they must even worry about finding work. Because they lack specialized skills and don't know what else they can do. Meanwhile, the members of the national soccer team live extravagantly year after year, profiting immensely and showing no signs of restraint. This is how they behave. Using the money of fans, they only know how to spend recklessly. Originally, it seemed like there was no hope left in life. But unexpectedly, an organization called GNUC appeared, and Minister Su actually stood up for their fairness. Who would have guessed? Chapter 136. The final blow, storm overflows the mountain tower. Subsequently, the coach of the table tennis team, who was also stepping out to speak for the first time. It was hard to come by a hero who would support them. Absolutely, they couldn't let the warden department lose heart. Compared to Director Su's words, relying on Director 1 was already impossible. Asking him to expel his cash cow was utterly out of the question. And since the table tennis team had been brought up by the public, even if they didn't speak up, should the General Administration of Sport and the national football team recover, they wouldn't let them off either. After all, their existence posed a huge threat. The table tennis team was likely to be dissolved sooner or later. The only one they could depend on to protect them was xiuxian. Otherwise, after this crisis passed, the General Administration of Sport might very well find some excuse to remove them. In this organization, there was absolutely no room for another dissenting voice. Things had reached this point. There was no turning back now. So, the table tennis coach could endure no longer and publicly voiced his opinion. Although table tennis fans were fewer in number, after all, the promotion efforts they received daily were insufficient. What's more, under the deliberate suppression of the General Administration of Sport, the fanbase simply wasn't comparable in scale, but these people excelled in quality and activity. Almost immediately after the table tennis team made its voice heard, the information was pushed to the trending topics. Thank you, Director Su, for speaking up for our table tennis team. Thank you all for your support. We will always be here. A short title, yet filled with emotion. Clicking into the content, even though it was just a few simple sentences along with some pictures, it made everyone deeply reflective. Ever since the national table tennis team was established, the trophies have almost reached over 100. Countless champion medals are even more numerous. Just looking at the number of trophies in the photos is enough to leave one endlessly moved. If it weren't for the personal release of this, who could have thought that within such a short period, the table tennis team would accumulate so much honor? In addition, there were videos of the team members training, sweat-drenched, yet continuing to practice tirelessly. Sometimes, they even shed silent tears because they failed to catch a single ball, but still, they trained harder than ever. Such spirit, compared to the national football team, was truly like heaven and earth apart. For the football team members, playing was the greatest farce. At this level, they were completely indifferent to the so-called ball. Rather, how much money they could make was more worth calculating. Calling them the national football team, might as well call them businessmen, which would be more fitting. After all, no one could be more practical than these people. Finally, when the video posted by the table tennis coach was watched by everyone, it truly made everyone reflect. This was the spirit of sports, truly a kind of national soul, and seeing the faces in the video truly stirred excitement, even making one feel a surge of excitement. In comparison, they were the real heroes. In front of them, the national football team had become clowns. Without comparison, naturally, there was no feeling. But now, there was truly an inner impulse, almost a wish to slap the football team to death. What the hell? They're clearly just playing around? Afterward, under the Weibo post by the table tennis coach, countless comments were drawn. Sorry, you are the true national heroes. From now on, I'll be a table tennis fan. This is the true training. This is the real national team. What bullshit about the national football team? I just haha. You've been buried for too long. I finally understand why Director Su scolded those bastards from the General Administration of Sport for their lack of action. Even such national heroes receive no promotion, while a bunch of bronze-level athletes continue to hog resources. Ha ha ha, those people truly deserve death. The table tennis team is the real hero, no questions asked. I finally understand what a real national team is. I said it before, originally, the training of the national football team is less intensive than the playtime of my son. Huh, Director Su is badass. Only Director Su dares to stand up and say these words. Haha, national football team, screw you. In an instant, everyone started criticizing the national football team. Moreover, under the official Weibo account of the table tennis team, the number of fans kept increasing, and they were all active fans. When the number surged to nearly 1 billion, the trend began to slow down slightly. Initially, the General Administration of Sport intended to use online trolls to attack the warden department, but unexpectedly, this situation arose. As for the national football coach, he was on the verge of tears. At the worst possible time, he found himself shouldering the blame again. This was no good thing. Originally, he planned to rely on the General Administration of Sport as his protective umbrella. But unexpectedly, after the table tennis team's Weibo post went live, their so-called training videos, fake or real, were immediately exposed. After all, there was simply no comparison between the two sides in terms of level. In comparison, this was truly genuine competition, whereas theirs was just a joke. Therefore, even retaliation was impossible. By this point, the national football team, which had previously gone under the radar, once again found themselves at the center of attention. And there was no way to escape it this time. If it were only xiuxian speaking out against them, there wouldn't have been much trouble. After all, they could always justify their ignorance of the warden department's internal matters. However, this time even the national table tennis team stood up. Now, the situation became awkward. There was no way to shift the blame. After all, the fans could clearly see who was telling the truth and who was lying. While Director 1 of the General Administration of Sport was still contemplating how to extricate himself from this quagmire, another lethal piece of news quietly arrived. As for the national football team, he had already abandoned them long ago. How could one possibly save others when they couldn't even protect themselves? Chapter 137, Grand Elder's Directive, Arrest Operation. The sports administration's inaction had already incited much dissatisfaction from higher-ups. Now, even the national table tennis team has spoken out. Moreover, this situation has stirred up public outrage. Faced with the anger of so many people, Director 1's first thought wasn't to calm the public, but instead hired internet trolls in an attempt to suppress their voices. Isn't this tantamount to opposing the people? This is a grave taboo. No one, not even the Grand Elder, dares to stand against the masses. Even if surrounded by public opposition, the Grand Elder would not act stubbornly. Director 1 is truly courting his own demise by daring to bring up such matters. He doesn't even know how he will meet his end. If civil unrest were to be triggered, who could bear the consequences? Therefore, regardless of whether he was right or wrong, there would be no tolerance for allowing him to continue. The country of Xia had just enjoyed stability for a few years, yet it had been disrupted by these corrupt officials. Now was the time to deal with them. At first, the Grand Elder still managed to maintain composure. After all, as the leader of the nation, one must always keep cool-headed in every circumstance. But the subsequent actions taken by the sports administration went too far, especially when the national table tennis team also stepped forward. This was like the final straw that broke the buffalo's back. For many years, the table tennis team had brought countless honors to the country. Perhaps, in Director 1's eyes, this might mean nothing. However, from the Grand Elder's perspective, the team held immense importance. Hence, their position naturally became crucial, since they had come forward to criticize the injustice. It shows just how rampant the corruption within the sports administration must have grown. Who knows how much filth has hidden behind all of this? Furthermore, even the capital city television station spoke on behalf of the Grand Elder's intentions. But the sports administration still refused to admit guilt and impose self-punishment. In such a case, it seemed that only direct action remained. And at this point, the Grand Elder had finally reached his limit. So, he ultimately decided to act. Thinking about this, the Grand Elder said aloud, "Someone, aren't you here, Great Elder? Is there something you need?" An officer walked in from outside, his gaze filled with reverence for this elder. After all, this venerable figure was a legend in this ancient nation. No matter who you are or what achievements you've made, in front of this elder, none of it compares. Send a telegram to the prison bureau. Let them take action. Cleanse the entire sports administration swiftly. The pests eating away at our nation have reached the time when they deserve legal punishment. Yes. The latter nodded heavily and left. And with these words from the Grand Elder, the matter approached its conclusion. Throughout the vast Xia kingdom, those who have attained a state-level post cannot be lightly touched. This isn't an exaggeration. If someone holds that position, they'll rarely ever leave it unless they seek death themselves. These people have earned great merits for the country in the past, which is why nobody moves against them unless absolutely necessary. Even Director xiuxian couldn't arrest the head of the National Construction Bureau despite serious crimes like murder and extortion without the order of the elder leader. By comparison, Director Wen's offenses were slightly less severe. Originally, if the other party had admitted their crimes and promptly made amends, out of consideration for past contributions, the Grand Elder wouldn't have moved against him. After all, for such a massive empire, this amount of money really doesn't matter. But who would have thought the other person would act so tactlessly, determined to invite their own downfall? At this point, it cannot be blamed on anyone else. Even if reluctant, there is no choice but to bring them to justice. At this moment, where is there any room for regret? Whether willing or unwilling, moving forward remains the only option. After all, there aren't any other choices. It's their last path. What the sports administration did was truly disheartening, not only to the people, but also to the Grand Elder. Finally, the resolve to eliminate came through. The moment the order was issued, the prison bureau received it. Upon receiving the elder's directive, xiuxian could finally rest easy. After all, it was that elder who was the main decision-maker. Once the Grand Elder's intentions were confirmed, it was time for xiuxian to take action as well, so he picked up the internal line phone. Not long after, the heads of several action teams from the prison bureau all walked in. Xuanhuan stepped forward and stood at the front, his towering figure exerting a faint sense of pressure. Of course, compared to xiuxian, this still wasn't worth mentioning. Prepare to make the arrests. Has the approval come down from above? The latter's eyes lit up, not expecting that the real approval had actually come down. If that was the case, then it was time to act, so they smiled. After waiting for so long, this was the moment they'd been waiting for. The prison bureau had already gathered all the evidence. They only awaited the command to set off. It has been approved, move out. xiuxian nodded lightly, and the personnel in charge of the action team also revealed smiles. Subsequently, they began their operation according to the prior arrangements. Certain leaders of the sports administration were directly apprehended and taken straight to the prison bureau. Initially, they had intended to plead their case, but when they saw the evidence of asset transfers provided by the prison bureau, those who had wanted to speak immediately closed their mouths. After all, since the other party had presented the evidence, it clearly wasn't some joke. They were taking this seriously, and by now, anything said would merely be empty words. Director Wen also received the news when his subordinates were arrested. Already anxious, he grew even more restless. He wanted to flee, but it was too late. Vehicles from the prison bureau had already arrived outside the office building of the sports administration. Director Wen's arrest was personally led by xiuxian. After all, if anyone else had tried, there might have been no guarantee of cracking such a hard nut. Chapter 138, The Rule of Law, No Escape. Only xiuxian could have the full confidence to take on this tough challenge and succeed in handling it. After a while, the enforcement vehicle from the penitentiary department parked in front of the National General Administration of Sports. xiuxian got out with Li Zhonghua and others, his eyes fixed on the national emblem atop the building. His face bore a look of helplessness. Who would have thought? In such a place where national laws are enforced, it was actually harboring filth and corruption. Clearly, as leaders of the sports events in Xia country, not being impartial is already an issue, but how could they end up creating such a huge scandal? It's nothing short of a joke. Who would have imagined they'd do something so disgraceful? Even after being discovered, instead of showing remorse, they continued to lie and evade responsibility. They're just a bunch of animals. How can they behave like this? It's unimaginable. Who would have anticipated that they would commit such absurd actions? Even with all this, they still have the audacity to wear the national emblem. His face turned cold as he walked into the building. Several security guards at the entrance initially wanted to say something, but upon seeing the enforcement credentials of the penitentiary department, they immediately panicked. After all, the penitentiary department, in today's greater Xia country, is already well known. Maybe online, people might dare to confront them openly. After all, protected by the internet, even if the penitentiary department knew, what could they do? Could they arrest them? That's clearly impossible. There are billions of netizens. To try and arrest them all would be like a fool's dream. But now that they're standing right in front of you, who dares to fight against them? In minutes, one can find themselves locked away, dying without knowing how. Therefore, they only chose to stay aside. After all, their salaries weren't too much. There's no way to put oneself in jail over this. Moreover, those top-level executives in the sports department have become blood-sucking vampires due to greed. Life for these lower-level security personnel isn't easy either. They hope someone will clean things up, thus stepping aside. Everything went smoothly as they entered the inside of the office building. The customer service at the front desk saw them come in. Her expression changed significantly. She quickly grabbed her headset and said a few words before coming forward to greet them. Hello everyone. May I ask who you are looking for? Let's register first. Penitentiary department, where's your director Wen? xiuxian had no time to exchange pleasantries, stating directly. The young female receptionist hurriedly replied. Director Wen is in a meeting on the top floor. Or else, let me make you a cup of tea, and you can wait here. Director Wen will come down soon. Meeting. This kind of excuse, maybe it could fool a child, but compared to xiuxian, it was quite naive. He calmly stated. Good, I also want to observe your meeting at the sports headquarters. Let's go to the top floor. With a cold voice, he moved forward. His face was completely dark. Given the current situation, was there any room for choice? The customer service girl originally wanted to stop him, but before she could react, she was gently brushed aside by xuanhuan, who coldly asked, "Are you trying to block the penitentiary department from enforcing the law? Do you want to step inside?" The customer service girl stammered for half a day, unable to speak a word. Her entire face was already turning red. In the end, she didn't continue speaking. After all, within this system, she clearly understood just how vast the authority of the penitentiary department truly was. Once they decided to send someone inside, to prison, it was effortless. Ultimately, she stepped back, saying nothing. Seeing her silence, xiuxian then advanced ahead, quickly boarding the elevator to head towards the top floor. Ding dong. The top floor elevator indicator light lit up. Then, a few people came out and looked along both sides of the corridor, which was empty. Then they proceeded towards the main conference room's entrance, reaching it quickly. Xuanhuan took 2 steps forward and pushed the door open. Inside, indeed, were quite a number of people gathered. There was Director Wen among them, and the rest were members of the football team. Unexpectedly, almost everyone was present, as if they had all been caught in a single net. Perfect. Now, everything can be resolved at once. Sorry for interrupting, but the penitentiary department is here to enforce the law. Please come with us, xiuxian said calmly. Director Wen's face turned sour, and the members of the national football team also had dark expressions on their faces. Though they knew, xiuxian wasn't someone who would back down easily, but they never expected this guy would actually come here to arrest them, and with a large group of people. Even so, it wouldn't be easy for them to submit willingly. After all, who wants to give up this extravagant lifestyle and instead suffer in jail? Of course, Director Wen also understood. Since xiuxian was already here, things wouldn't be resolved easily. If xiuxian doesn't get his answers, there would be no end to it. Moreover, since xiuxian had managed to investigate this far and even come in with a team, he must have some evidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch so many people at once. His entire face darkened as he said, "Director Su, we're currently in a meeting. Your sudden intrusion without any politeness is bad enough, but now you want to take us away? That's not according to the rules." Rules? Privately accepting bribes, selling off state assets, attempting to mislead me. Is this what you call following the rules, Director Wen? Your secrets are out. Just come with us quietly. Xiuxian showed absolutely no intention of giving this old man any face. Things had already reached this point, and yet he still tried to argue. Would that really work? Now that he had come, how could xiuxian possibly leave without a result? That's obviously impossible. From the moment he stepped into the general administration of sports, this matter was already set in stone. Chapter 139, please come with us. What? Bribery? Director Su, food can be eaten recklessly, but words cannot be spoken recklessly. When have I ever done such a thing? Furthermore, selling off family assets. Which of your eyes actually saw this? The face of Director Wen turned tense for a moment, but he forced himself to remain calm as he said, "After all, we've reached this point, and it is necessary to hold steady. Who knows what chaos would ensue if one couldn't keep their composure." Therefore, at this time, the man was somewhat disordered. Though his words were resolute, his legs trembled continuously underneath, not expecting that the matter would be known by xiuxian. Had he foreseen this, why would he have started in the first place? Xuanhuan, show the investigative materials to Director Wen so he understands. Let him know that we in the penitentiary department don't just sit idly in our offices chewing on empty rice. Xiuxian's cold voice carried an unnatural tone. His expression changed slightly upon receiving the documents, and at that moment, his entire face became unpleasant to look at. As detailed within, were records of all his properties and assets. Furthermore, regarding the recent transactions of properties sold, even down to 2 decimal places, there was a clear record. Moreover, the exact banks those funds were transferred to were clearly documented. By this stage, even if he wanted to deny it, it wouldn't be possible. After all, Director Wen was fully aware of the enforcement rigor of the penitentiary department. If it had been a case without evidence, it might have still worked out. However, with contracts between the buyer and seller present, along with witness testimony, it was clear that this case could not be dismissed. At this moment, his whole face darkened. No one anticipated that such a situation would arise. By this point, his face had already turned pitch black. After a long while, the dossier was thrown onto the table, eyebrows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chan, as he glared at xiuxian and said, "Director Su, you investigated me behind my back. Bastard, each has its own way. Director Wen's use of cyber armies is top-notch. Do you know how grave it is to malign an enforcement department? Moreover, you are the mastermind behind it all. This single offense alone is enough to get you executed. The internet mercenary groups, if they hadn't figured out who hired them by now, then the penitentiary department really would be fools. On what grounds do you say I employed them? Director Su, it's not easy for you to frame me." Even facing death, he remained obstinate. His gaze was ominous, though it was unclear what thoughts were passing through his mind. "We locked down several highly active IP addresses and simultaneously instructed local police departments to arrest them. Here are their testimonies. The person who ordered them to attack the penitentiary department is your personal secretary. How about it? Is there anything else you want us to say, Director Wen? We know quite a bit. Should you wish, I can list these details for you one by one." By this point, his face had already turned iron gray, yet despite trying to open his mouth and say something more, ultimately, no words came forth. After all, having reached this juncture, what was left to say? "You're clever. Haha, so what if I did it? It's merely hiring a few internet mercenaries. Sooner or later, I'll probably end up in confinement for some time. As for the transferring of assets you mentioned earlier, it's true, those funds are mine, but what does that prove? Isn't it normal for someone in my position to accumulate wealth after being here for so many years? Sue Minister privately investigating me. That's a pretty serious matter. Be careful you don't kill yourself inadvertently. Our sports general administration may not have much authority, but this kind of public challenge against us isn't something easily settled. Sue Minister, concerning this incident, you'd better provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will certainly appeal. At this point, his face still held a fierce look. After all, although the sports general administration wasn't a powerful department, he, as director, still possessed certain capabilities. More importantly, he was among the old veterans who had participated in the nationwide war effort decades ago. So naturally, he didn't take xiuxian's threat seriously. On the contrary, he even chuckled. In his opinion, for xiuxian to try sentencing him to death, that was simply delusional. Your assets? Haha, what's the annual salary of the director of the sports general administration? Even if you do have some property, we're talking about nearly 10 billion here. Could it be that director one has some special skill to multiply his wealth? I must say, I'm quite curious. Please explain the source of these funds to me. As for investigating you, it falls well within the jurisdiction of the penitentiary department. We have the authority to search anyone suspected by us. This power was granted from the highest levels, and if there are any objections, please take them up with the higher-ups. As these calm words trailed off, the latter still tried to interject something. In the end, he could not utter a word. After all, having reached this point, how was there any room left for rebuttal? And appealing to the highest level? He didn't have the guts. Even he would feel somewhat helplessly amused when standing before the great elder. Who would have thought such a scene would unfold? Knowing now, why didn't he act differently back then? Alas, back in those days, he simply couldn't resist greed. For half a day, he didn't know how to respond because, after all, how could so much money be easily explained away? What? No words? If you have nothing to say, then please come with us. Xiuxian fixed a cold gaze on director when before speaking. Right at this moment, the national football team coach stepped forward and said, "Hold on, Minister Sue. Let me explain the source of these assets for Director 1. Actually, all that money comes from Director 1 winning gambling bets on football matches. You can verify it if you don't believe me. Although betting is illegal, it only requires paying some bail. There's no need for this kind of personal involvement." As he spoke, the coach seemed somewhat anxious. After all, the sports general administration is their backing. Should this figure fall, their good days wouldn't last long. Therefore, they must step up and hastily defend him. And indeed, the originally bitter face of Director 1 immediately lit up with renewed spirit as he followed suit, chiming in. "That's correct. The money is from my winnings on football gambling." Chapter 140. Just add to the ridicule. Although Director 1 was initially somewhat disorganized, he quickly came to his senses. Even though the latter act could also be considered a crime, at least the responsibility was lighter. The most that would happen would be a fine. In any case, it was more lenient than being dismissed and going to jail. As he spoke, he revealed a hint of smugness on his face. It seemed as if he had already schemed against xiuxian, and when they heard his words, the people in the Department of Corrections had some anger on their faces. Everyone knew this man was cheating, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, what he said did make some sense. If they were to investigate, it was almost impossible since every match-fixing operation was carried out through offshore websites. All these gambling setups were established abroad, and to find out the truth, cross-border investigations would be required. However, although the Department of Corrections held great power domestically, once they left Xia country, other nations would not comply easily. Moreover, match-fixing constituted one of the largest underground incomes for various countries each year. No one would allow them to touch such a significant sum unless they were insane enough to do so. Otherwise, no one would be foolish enough to go that far. Match-fixing? Haha. Director 1 is truly capable. I wonder what games you bet on. If it's so profitable, I really want to play with you. Li Zhonghua's face revealed a sneer. He was unable to suppress the fire in his heart. He wished he could slap this bastard in front of him dead. Who would come up with such nonsense? He was shameless enough to even say those animal-like words. And yet, on the verge of death, instead of repenting and submitting to justice, he was still making excuses. It was because of people like this that Xia country had become like this now. After all, even officials who should set an example have disregarded laws and discipline. How could others be expected to follow them? This was obviously unrealistic. Haha, is Leaderly interested too? Then if we have time, we can exchange experiences. But now, shouldn't all of you leave? I will explain this matter to the police station later myself. Also, if there's nothing else, all of you don't bother us at the Sports General Administration anymore. We do not welcome you here. If any of you have questions about my income, you can consult the Sports Betting Center. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with me. Goodbye. Won't walk you out. Director 1, seizing on the issue, quickly started talking, quickly explaining everything. There was no room for regret. By now, where was there any choice? Whether willing or not, they all had done it. After all, to avoid going inside, the only option was to temporarily accept this charge. Who would have thought Director 1 would be so despicable? He had lost all sense of shame. Haha, leave. Not in a hurry. Director 1 surely has good luck. He has won 10 billion in property. Well done indeed. Xiuxian sat calmly on the chair in the meeting room, smiling and staring at Director 1. Before coming, he had guessed that this person would not easily confess to their crimes. Since he dared to come, how could Xiuxian be unprepared? It wouldn't be that easy to escape punishment. But the latter didn't know what Xiuxian was planning, and he sneered slightly, saying, "Thank you for your praise, but Minister Su, Whether I am lucky or not isn't something you get to decide, right? Is your Department of Corrections so powerful now that it even wants to manage luck? Instead of discussing this, I think you'd better talk about something practical. When do you plan to leave? In his words, there was clearly an intent to drive them away. This guy staying here was a disaster. Who knows what other trouble he would cause? Anyway, he didn't want to see xiuxian even for another second. Of course, there was still a bit of smugness on his face. With evidence, what could they do? In the end, it was all covered by a few of his words. They wanted to arrest him. They were still too inexperienced. Of course we'll leave. But before we go, I want to invite you to take a trip with us. Although the money you won was from betting, your subordinates don't seem to agree with this. I must say, I'm truly impressed that you've led the entire sports general administration to make money together. Huh. Bang. As soon as the words were spoken, xiuxian directly threw the file in his hand onto the ground. The latter's face suddenly stiffened, clearly not having considered this step. Yes, his money could still be explained, but what about the people under him? Moreover, those who had been caught earlier might have already spilled the beans. No matter how he calculated, he had missed a crucial step in the end. He stammered for a long time, unable to utter a word. His mouth moved continuously, trying hard to explain something, but in the end, not even half a sentence came out. He really hadn't expected that xiuxian would play this move on him. Therefore, his entire face turned completely black at this moment. Director 1, don't rush. We have plenty of time to hear your explanation. By the way, didn't you say when we should leave? Once you explain this issue clearly to us, I'll go. How does that sound? Hurry up and tell us. I'm already looking forward to it. As he spoke, he smiled broadly while staring at the person in front of him. Director 1 opened his mouth, but had no idea what to say. He could only look at the national soccer team coach for help, who similarly didn't know what to say. At this point, what was there left to explain? After all, those who went in earlier must have already confessed everything, adding nothing but ridicule. Don't want to talk? Let me help you explain then. How about that? Suddenly slamming the table, xiuxian walked toward Director 1's position and said, the Sports General Administration should originally be the department responsible for managing sports events on behalf of the country. Moreover, these years have seen peace promoted, so sporting competitions have become part of the national strength comparison among countries, carrying such important responsibilities. Originally, you all should be focusing on training and bringing glory to the country, but... Chapter 141. How could there be someone that the warden couldn't find? After saying this, xiuxian suddenly stopped as he had already arrived in front of Director 1. His overwhelming height and piercing momentum caused the latter to unconsciously sit down on the stool. His face was somewhat embarrassed. How could he have been frightened by a young man? If it weren't for his personal experience, who would have thought such a scene would happen? It's almost unimaginable. But your sports bureau? Not only did you fail to fulfill your duty to supervise sports events, but you also suppressed other sports events while blindly promoting football and accepting bribes, etc. In the end, you tarnished the reputation of the nation and its people. This is what you have done. Everyone, feel your conscience. Are you still citizens of this country? What kind of face do you have? Cold eyes swept across the few people in front of him, originally wanting to stubbornly say a few words, but when the moment came, they didn't know how to express themselves. After all, everything xiuxian said made perfect sense, and their mouths opened and closed. Yet they were unclear about exactly what it meant. Let me tell you just how serious your offenses are. Firstly, our national table tennis team clearly wins championships every day. But what about their treatment? Director 1, do you know the current treatment of the table tennis team? They are still afraid of being fired daily and haven't obtained a formal contract. Tell me, is this your management style at the sports bureau? You don't support a team that has brought glory to the country, yet you maintain such a poor one. Director 1 tried hard to defend himself, but facing xiuxian's relentless attack, his mouth opened and closed without knowing what to say. In front of this youth, he lacked even basic ability to argue. This guy's linguistic ability is terrifyingly powerful, so much so that it rendered them speechless, unable to utter even half a sentence. Secondly, over the years, what achievements has the national football team made on the world stage? Why not replace them? Tell me. Why? It is explicitly stated in our laws that teams must be replaced every 10 years regardless of performance. Because they've passed their peak decade, why is the national football team an exception? Since they lose every year, what face do they have? Shifting responsibility to the grass, the footballs, and the goals? Tell me. Thirdly, when the sports bureau was found receiving black money, why didn't you explain to the public immediately and initiate an investigation? If you were investigated, would it not cause a series of consequences later on? You take the public's money, but never work for the public. All these years of training have resulted in not a single goal being scored. Tell me, how do you train? Fourthly, during the warden's involvement in the investigation, instead of cooperating properly, everyone obstructed in numerous ways. Could this be your way of governing? Is this your remarkable contribution to the people? Damn. As time went on, the tone became gradually colder, the entire face darkening at this moment. Who would have expected such a situation to occur? It's almost unimaginable. For so long, how many dirty secrets have been hidden under the jurisdiction of the sports bureau? It's almost unimaginable. Just following the line of the national football team alone uncovered so many corrupt affairs. If we continue investigating, who knows what else might come to light? Xiuxian really felt disheartened for this country. With such a group of individuals who do nothing, only thinking of eating, drinking, and having fun all day, how can this country ever be well governed? This is simply like talking nonsense in a dream. And Director 1 closed his mouth. At this point, he had nothing left to say. As for the coach of the national football team, he had a look of discontent on his face. After a pause, he finally spoke. Minister Su, speaking this way is too severe, isn't it? Haha, we understand that our level of the national football team is poor. But why assume we haven't trained? Moreover, playing football, can practicing alone guarantee winning? If we lose, does that mean we don't love our country? Haha, all your statements are just one-sided talk. Besides, hasn't the issue of receiving black money already been explained? But the masses don't believe us. What can I do? Do I really need to bring the relevant parties over to explain clearly? No matter what, whether our national football team is right or wrong, and whether the table tennis team needs promotion are all our internal matters. Don't you think that the warden is overstepping its bounds? And those who took bribes, since they've admitted it, just arrest them. What does it have to do with us? As he spoke, he began to counterattack. After all, no matter how well xiuxian spoke, even he himself was somewhat moved. As the national team, taking the people's money, they should be winning victories for them. But moved as he might be, reality is reality. And with such events happening, he truly felt helpless. They had already reached this point, so there was absolutely no way to admit guilt. Upon hearing this, xiuxian turned his head to look at the national football coach, who had been stirring up trouble from start to finish. As a national football coach, instead of thinking about how to train the team, he was playing tricks, so xiuxian coldly said, "You talk big, saying it has nothing to do with you. Then I'd like to ask, why are the bank account numbers receiving the bribes all relatives of your national football team? Is this world really so coincidental? Should I call them in for a face-to-face confrontation? Rest assured, if our warden wants to find someone, we can find them even if they hide. Do you want to give it a try?" He snorted coldly and looked at the national football coach in front of him. The latter's entire face had turned deathly pale, and in the end, he couldn't say anything. He hadn't expected that the warden could uncover the owners of those accounts so quickly. They now understood the intricate connections. Chapter 142. The prison minister moves, mission accomplished. Then, please come with us. As the cold words echoed, xiuxian calmly addressed the members of the WAN Bureau and the soccer team standing before him. Originally, capturing these people would have required significant effort, but unexpectedly, they were all gathered here at once. It was quite convenient. They could be taken away in one fell swoop. Upon hearing the minister's words, people like xiuanhuan didn't hesitate to step forward and bring out handcuffs. Everyone, please cooperate with our actions. With that, they began placing handcuffs on them. Wen Zhu's eyes revealed anger as he glared fiercely at xiuxian. "You can't arrest me. I have established great achievements for this country. What right do you little brat have to capture me? If it weren't for the sacrifices we made, how could you be the ones bullying now? I want to see someone who can make important decisions. You have no authority to capture me, damn it." The latter continued shouting, but his words had no effect. Who would have thought the Ministry of Prisons would really obtain evidence? Especially regarding the mastermind behind them. To ensure everything went smoothly, those involved were instructed to hide and given a large sum of money. Despite these precautions, they were still discovered. Thus, the soccer coach remained silent. Only Wen Zhu's eyes carried resentment. Over the years, he'd made substantial contributions to the country. Even someone as senior as the elder couldn't easily pressure him. Why would such a small agency as the Ministry of Prisons dare to arrest him? This simply couldn't be possible. His entire face darkened. Damn xiuxian, actually trying to capture him? No. He absolutely couldn't let himself get captured. Once captured, everything he'd worked for would be ruined. To meet with higher-ups? Forget it. I forgot to mention, this is an order from the top brass. That's why we've come to apprehend you, xiuxian said with a chilling tone. At the sound of this, Wen Zhu's previously arrogant demeanor faltered instantly, and his face trembled uncontrollably. Staring at xiuxian, disbelief filled his expression. Could it really be that the elder himself gave the order? He wanted to doubt it, but clearly it wasn't possible. Throughout the whole nation, who could dare to question the elder? He was truly a man whose word held immense power within the country. Even xiuxian wouldn't dare to defy universal law and falsely use the elder's name. So, once the order was spoken, it could be confirmed. It must have been directly communicated by the elder. Unexpectedly, the elder actually announced such an order. A strange sense of despair arose. Who would have imagined that something like this would happen? It was indeed a personal command from the elder, and contemplating it brought a sense of fear. Originally shouting loudly, the room suddenly became silent. The soccer coach and several soccer members struggled hard to escape, but compared to the action squad, their efforts were simply futile. In the end, they were effortlessly subdued by people like xiuanhuan. After everyone was cuffed, xiuxian spoke coldly. "No matter how much contribution each of you has made to this country in the past, the debt to the country has long been repaid. Did the nation intend for you to sit in these positions just to enjoy yourselves? For being unaccountable while holding your posts? It's precisely because of people like you that the vast Xia kingdom has fallen into chaos to this extent. If only any of you had retained an ounce of conscience, would the Xia nation have reached its current outcome?" Coldly observing the few people before him, hearing xiuxian's words left some food for thought. Yes, regardless of how many contributions they've made to the country, it was certainly not an excuse for their wrongdoing. Trust placed in them by the nation and the people granted them authority, yet instead of contributing to the prosperity of the country, they continuously obstructed progress. Just based on this, one could see why they deteriorated into their current state. Reaching today's predicament, there was no blame to place on anyone else. Only themselves deserved fault. Correct, blame me. I never thought old one, having lived to my age, would receive reprimands from a young whelp like you. Sigh. If only I had listened to old Lin from the National Construction Bureau, perhaps I wouldn't have fallen so far. Apparently, every move we've made over the years has already been known by the elder. How laughable. We still foolishly believed our actions were concealed enough. At this point, there was nothing more to say. After all, since it has come to this, everything has already been decided. There was no time left for the latter to say anything more. Besides, xiuxian had all the evidence in hand. Even if they tried to argue, there would be nowhere to start. Take them away. With xiuxian's calm words, he waved his hand. Several people stepped forward. Along with xuanhuan and others, they led the group downstairs. They quickly arrived at the gate of the General Administration of Sports. By now, a crowd had already gathered there. Among them were some journalists. Carrying their cameras big and small, they aimed at the gate of the General Administration of Sports, the flashing lights from their hands continuously going off as the shutter sounds rang out. When the members of the one bureau, the soccer coach, and the players were escorted out, reporters immediately rushed forward to conduct interviews, and live streams were already set up on site. Countless netizens flooded into the live streaming room. Upon seeing these individuals appear, everyone began to curse fiercely. Garbage, haha, finally caught, huh? Weren't you saying you had integrity? Now what? Also captured? Shit, denying taking bribes when we clearly see what you've done. Do you take us all for fools? In all these years, all the savings I lost are due to your manipulations. Thank heavens you're finally taken down. Bastards, how did you manage to lose year after year? Minister Su is awesome. Watching these people being arrested, everyone became excited. In the livestream chat, countless comments flew by. Netizens were thrilled as this was something they'd long hoped for. Chapter 143, a nearly impossible task. For how many years have the fans been enthusiastic about the national football team? Perhaps the number could be as high as 7 or 800 million nationwide, at least. And this time, after countless attempts to whitewash the bribery scandal and it was finally confirmed, how could these fans not be angry? Even though they couldn't make it to the scene, they still unleashed their fury online. On the live broadcast comment section, messages flashed by every second. The entire screen was covered over. All the fans were enraged in this moment. Dreams of so many years were shattered instantly. If it weren't for being an eyewitness, who would have thought that the national football team was so corrupt? Looking at those who had been arrested, the fans finally felt a little relieved. These beasts shouldn't have been allowed to live. Already at this point, whether dead or alive, they deserved death. All netizens were extremely furious at this moment. It was a feeling of indignation after cleansing. The journalists began interviewing. Minister Su, may I ask, what crimes were the national football team and the General Administration of Sport captured for? Bribery, taking bribes, and obstructing justice, hiring internet trolls, slandering government functional departments. After a brief thought, he provided a series of answers. Even just these answers were enough to lock them up for many years with no hope of release. Minister Su is awesome. The penitentiary department is mighty. Haha, these bastards deserve this. I guess they had problems long ago. What about those who used to defend them? Come out now. Shit, hiring internet trolls too? I said it before. That's why so many people criticize the penitentiary department. Minister Su is such a good person, and he got scolded? These people should die, bastards. In an instant, everyone attacked the General Administration of Sport and the national football team. Of course, more people sympathized with the penitentiary department being attacked by internet trolls. As a government functional department, just enforcing the law was already hard work. For the penitentiary department to persist until now, its efforts naturally didn't need to be spoken of. However, at this stage, there were still people attacking them. Are they even human? Who can do such beastly things? To be this shameless. And now, hearing about the internet trolls, it made sense. After all, those people long ago discarded any sense of propriety, morality, and honor. To them, as long as there was money, that was all that mattered. Finally, the interview was almost done. And just as they were preparing to wrap things up, the national football team's coach coldly said, Minister Su, I admit, you managed to catch us red-handed, found evidence, and sent us to jail. You've done quite a good job. I admire you greatly. However, if you think that this means you've won, then you're far too naive. This matter isn't as simple as you imagine. Hearing his words, the surrounding civilians were a bit curious but also slightly interested. After all, if it's come to this, what naivete remains? Could it be this man still has a chance to turn things around? The surrounding reporters keenly passed the microphones. This was the explosive news they wanted. Even though catching the General Administration of Sport and the national football team by the penitentiary department will create a huge uproar, if there's a surprise bonus in store, then they'd hit the jackpot. Hearing his words, xiuxian also looked at him with interest, wanting to see what insightful views he might have to share. Now, with solid evidence from both human and physical sources, even the descent of a celestial being would be powerless to clear their names. Moreover, this was under the direct order of the elder leader to arrest the offenders throughout all of Xia country, who would dare to set them free, unless one truly wished to lose their job. Haha, being able to catch me shows your skill. But don't forget, there's only a week left until the Global Football Cup. By that time, even if our national team isn't perfect, we're still considered a mainstay. Now that you've taken us away, I find it hard to imagine the scene when there's no football team at all. Haha, saying we tarnished the country's reputation, I believe Minister Su, your action now is the most unwise move. Even if we really had to be caught, it should have been after the Global Cup ended, right? Unfortunately, it's too late now. Minister Su, I'm really curious. How do you plan to deal with the situation? Of course, there's also a more important matter. We were taken down because of our failures in football, as per your demand. But what if you can't deliver results? I am really looking forward to that. Minister Su, good luck to you. As he spoke, a trace of scorn and disdain appeared on his face. I am truly looking forward to hearing the news of the victory of our Xia country national football team while I am in jail. Hopefully, Minister Su won't disappoint me then. A team that can't win isn't a good team. Minister Su, this statement is easy to say, but I doubt it will be so simple to achieve. I am very much looking forward to your performance. After finishing his speech, the coach of the national football team fell silent. All the journalists around, at this moment, looked somewhat awkward as they stared at xiuxian. Those words just now were certainly a bombshell. It had to be said, this coach of the national football team was indeed a smart person. Even though he was arrested, in his final moments, he still managed to put xiuxian in a difficult spot. Without warning, xiuxian was actually caught off guard. If it were at another time, no one would have known. Even if the journalists knew, they could be asked not to publish it. After all, these remarks were highly sensitive. But unfortunately, they were live streaming right now. The timing he chose was incredibly precise. Saying such things during a nationwide broadcast left xiuxian in an awkward position. After all, those words were originally said by him. If he can't make it happen now, it would be like slapping his own face. But achieving it wouldn't be that easy. With only 1 week left, how could a team be trained in such a short time? Winning an award in the Global Cup seemed nearly impossible. Chapter 144. The Prison Bureau is going to attend the Global Cup. Not only xiuxian, but even the most top football coach in the world would be incapable of completing such a task. And yet, this national football team coach actually came out with such words. It was evidently meant to make things difficult for the Prison Bureau. It was also aimed at embarrassing xiuxian, forcing him into an awkward position, or even if all of them were arrested, what difference would it make? In the end, wouldn't they still fail to win any award? This was a clear scheme, leaving no choice but to accept it, despite being aware of the risks. Because there simply wasn't any other choice. Upon hearing these words, even the audience watching the live broadcast began to ponder. That's right. The Global Cup was coming up soon, and it certainly wasn't a trivial matter to arrest everyone from the sports general administration and the national football team right before the event. Originally, people who were somewhat delighted now felt somewhat awkward. In any case, having someone participate was better than not having anyone, right? Even though the national football team didn't perform well, over the years, they at least knew something about their opponents. On the contrary, the Prison Bureau had absolutely nothing to do with the national football team, making it nearly impossible to understand the intricacies within. To win the game would be nothing short of daydreaming. Therefore, by this point, everyone was left feeling somewhat puzzled. No one could have anticipated for such a situation to arise. They all stared at xiuxian, looking somewhat embarrassed. Originally, the fans supporting the Prison Bureau now stopped typing on their keyboards, unsure of what to say. Should we really embarrass ourselves on an international stage? Or should we release the national football team now, and then capture them after the match? But that, of course, was entirely impossible. If the Prison Bureau let go merely because of a few words, where would its dignity stand? Would people even listen to what the Prison Bureau says in the future? By this time, the comments in the chat began to show more rationality. There was none of the previous blind flattery or scathing insults. Everyone was discussing who they should send, if not the national football team. As they spoke, everyone felt somewhat helpless, realizing there truly seemed to be no better candidate. Does this mean our country will have to withdraw from the Global Cup? What can we do except withdraw? Sigh. Without a team, how are we supposed to compete? Although the national football team has made mistakes, Minister Su's actions this time seem a bit impulsive. Forgetting the existence of the Global Cup, it seems inevitable that we'll lose face. Sigh. Who could have expected this kind of oversight? Regardless of what, Minister Su is awesome. A Global Cup held every 4 years. If we forfeit like this, then our country will surely become a laughingstock for everyone. Upon hearing this statement, even xiuxian didn't anticipate that at this moment, the opponent was still considering a comeback. Admittedly, what was said made a certain amount of sense. At the very least, this issue indeed posed a real predicament. If handled improperly, it would undoubtedly cause serious trouble. Even over the next several decades, the entire country might end up as a subject of ridicule. No one would have ever guessed that things could deteriorate to this extent if they hadn't personally experienced it. If there's no team showing up to compete by then the face of Great Xia will truly hit rock bottom. Meanwhile, those from the Prison Bureau also didn't foresee this twist of events. At this critical juncture, they've been successfully overturned by the opposing side. Just with one sentence, instantly everyone started to reconsider. That's right. If no team participates, isn't it equivalent to losing face outright? Everyone was somewhat anxious. Upon seeing this, xiuxian's gaze flickered slightly, and he calmly said, "Please rest assured, since we've decided to apprehend the national football team, we naturally have considered all consequences arising from this decision. Therefore, we already have proper preparations in place." With the calmness in his tone, the reporter's expressions relaxed somewhat. The viewers watching the live stream shifted from debating about the Prison Bureau to wondering aloud just what kind of preparation they had made. After all, regardless of the timing, xiuxian seemed never to have misled them. Since he declared having preparations, then they must be ready. But what exactly were these preparations? This part remains somewhat unknown. Hehe, you say you're prepared? Minister Su, then I look forward to seeing what you've got. Huh. The national football team's coach, however, sneered coldly. Although these past years he hadn't trained his team diligently, as a national football team coach, he still knew the basics. To have a team make an appearance on the global stage, there were simply too many intricacies involved. Previously, their losses were partly due to accepting bribes. But, more often than not, the reasons for losing were because the entire World Cup was full of highly skilled players. Winning was basically impossible, and even pulling off a single victory was a matter of luck. Even if they trained tirelessly, how could they possibly outmatch opponents who never relaxed? Even this professional coach wouldn't dare claim that his team could definitely win on the World Cup training ground. So how could xiuxian possibly achieve it? That would be even more impossible. Thinking about the prison bureau's methods, they were even less worth mentioning. Of course, staring at the man before him, xiuxian replied coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, xuanhuan and the others took him away. After all, keeping him here any longer might lead to him saying something unpredictable. And after he was taken away, the reporters asked a few casual questions before leaving directly. In the past, for such a major case, they would have thoroughly interrogated every detail. It would take hours to finish. But this time around, their focus was no longer on the prison bureau. According to the information revealed by the national football team's coach, the Global Cup was set to begin in a week. Minister Su of the prison bureau had confidently claimed that preparations had been made long ago. If this news were to be published, it would undoubtedly generate even greater attention. Thus, all the reporters hurried back to write sensational headlines. Chapter 145, Prison Selection, Preparing for the Global Cup. Inside the prison administration office building, the atmosphere in the top-floor meeting room seemed somewhat awkward. Everyone looked at each other. None of them had expected that the national soccer team coach would pull such a move when he was locked up. And even more awkwardly, because of the special nature of the national soccer team department. From the very beginning, the sports bureau did not have any reserves. All matches were entirely handled by themselves. As a result, the situation became even more passive. Almost everyone looked glum, not knowing what to think. What do we do now? Minister Su, how did this happen? Minister, what should we do now? We can't possibly be outsmarted by that guy, right? If there really is no team on the field when the time comes, our prison administration will be in a difficult spot. That bastard clearly wanted to screw us over. How frustrating. If only we knew then what we know now. As they spoke, there was still a sense of irritation. No matter who it was, at this point, their mood wouldn't be good. Especially being outwitted by a prisoner they had captured themselves. That guy was a real bastard. Originally, things could have stopped here. But due to his reasons, trouble arose once again unnecessarily. Perhaps the words xiuxian spoke in front of the TV reporters could temporarily deceive them. But the Global Cup was coming soon, and that wasn't something you could deceive your way through. If things continue like this, it seems that death itself may come unexpectedly, and a vague sense of despair fills everyone's heart. It has already come to this. Where does one have a choice anymore? Everything has already been determined, and there's no chance left. If, at the time, no team shows up on the field, then surely, those citizens will blame them eventually, right? But training a football team isn't something just anyone can manage. At least, there's no one capable of it in their prison administration. Even though, they might excel at investigating cases, but regarding this issue, they truly are at a loss for solutions. Don't look at how good Minister Su sounds on TV. However, as internal members of the prison administration, they understand clearly that at the time of arrest, the arrest was immediate. There was no preparation at all. After all, during these past 6 months, they were busy solving cases. Who had the leisure to pay attention to these sporting events? If they had known this beforehand, perhaps they wouldn't have acted so hastily. Now, however, they find themselves stuck in an impossible situation. Additionally, there isn't any solution yet. As for releasing the national soccer team, that's simply out of the question. The prison administration isn't a marketplace. You don't just come and go as you please. Once someone is locked inside, wanting to get out becomes akin to a pipe dream. And at this point, where is there any choice left? Whether you're willing or not, you must accept your fate. Xiuxian sat at the desk, his fingers tapping against it, seemingly paying no heed to everyone else's words. His gaze looked toward the distance, unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind. Ordinarily, looking at previous case-solving experiences, this case was already fully dealt with. Follow-up matters naturally weren't their responsibility. But back then, the taunting from the national soccer team coach was used perfectly. Right at that moment, xiuxian couldn't find anything else to say. Therefore, by this point, there was no room left for choices. Regardless of willingness, he had to grit his teeth and agree. Having reached this stage, where does he have room for regret? Truly, there's no opportunity left. He must persist despite the difficulties. Otherwise, the masses might be disappointed. Although for the reputation of the prison administration, this may not affect much, xiuxian absolutely won't allow such things to occur. The prison administration endured countless cases before reaching this current state. If it were hit now, all their efforts would be wasted. To gain further recognition from the public would probably become even harder thereafter. So, at this moment, whether willing or not, they must press forward regardless. In other industries, xiuxian might still feel some hesitation. After all, there aren't many easy solutions here. As the saying goes, each trade has its own barriers, which makes perfect sense. While standing firm within one's own industry may seem easy. However, if they wanted to cross boundaries, the difficulty would not be insignificant. As an institution for handling cases, the prison administration wanting to achieve success in sports events was almost like a daydream. But then again, if there were truly no opportunities at all, that wasn't entirely certain either. After all, xiuxian had the system, and conveniently enough, the system had rewarded him with master-level football skills. Perhaps in other situations, they might not have been useful, but now, they could come in handy. Originally, he had thought that this skill would only serve as a hobby. Unexpectedly, someone had just walked right in, ready to see how powerful he truly was. That member of the national soccer team would soon know exactly what he was up against. Otherwise, how could they keep losing every year yet still feel so smug and speak so confidently? Strangely enough, the masses really did fall for it. After all, regardless of what you say, the national soccer team coach still had some competence in this area. Compared to the law enforcers from the prison administration, he seemed much more credible. And that soccer coach was precisely trying to exploit this loophole. But, since he had walked right into it, asking for a beating, xiuxian wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Just how powerful are master-level football skills? Xiuxian really wanted to find out. If they could win the Global Cup championship, he'd love to see what those people would have left to say. Finally, having thought through everything, xiuxian snapped back to reality and looked at everyone anxiously pacing around the office. Officer Lee, select 23 people from our prison administration. Starting now, we prepare for special training. Get it done as fast as possible. Then, participate in the Global Cup. Chapter 146, Unexpected System Reward, Supreme Lottery. What? Xiao Li, who was pacing back and forth on the spot, froze after hearing xiuxian's words. Instinctively looking at his leader, could it be that he had gone crazy? How could they possibly consider going to the Global Cup? Even if a professional football team were brought in now, it wouldn't make any difference. Besides, it's us, selecting people from within their prison administration? This clearly wasn't practical. Even if the system was solid and physical fitness requirements met, that doesn't necessarily equate to playing soccer well. Whose idea was it that gave this minister such courage? It's laughable to think they could win so easily. It's absolutely ridiculous. How could anything come so easily in this world? Just imagining it reveals how unrealistic it is. Moreover, time is short. There are only 7 days left until the final match. Within this time frame, to win is nearly impossible. Not only might the rules remain unclear, but Minister Su appears to be overly fantasizing. Xiao Li stared doubtfully at xiuxian, questioning if those words really came out of the minister's mouth. In my impression, the minister never seems to have done something as stupid as this. Big Brother Su, you said what? To choose players from our prison administration and quickly form a team, we must start training immediately. Fast. The tone carried no room for doubt or questions. This, minister, not to mention, we won't have enough time to train. Besides, where do we find a coach? Even more importantly, that bastard just wants us to embarrass ourselves. At this moment, we can't fall for it. I think we should use the fastest means to bring in a top domestic team. No matter whether we win or lose, at least we can get through this stage. Minister Su, Xiao Li makes sense. I also think this is currently the better option. Building a competitive team takes time, not something achievable overnight. We need to take things slowly. If we rush without thought, nothing will work. Saying this, they couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious. After all, who would have expected something like this to happen? Why is the prison administration suddenly so impulsive? Especially Minister Su, who always appeared calm and composed during normal times. Why has he acted so impulsively this time? Could it be because of some kind of psychological stimulation that made him unable to settle down? It's obviously impossible. Trying to advise xiuxian, but before much could be said, he interjected. That's enough. I understand your concerns. However, now isn't the time to discuss these issues. Trust me, it'll be fine. Everyone, prepare immediately. Well, okay. Initially hesitant, but since the minister had spoken this firmly, what else could they say? After all, in the prison administration, xiuxian's word was law. No one dared question his decisions. After hearing their protests, xiuxian directly cut them off. Perhaps others weren't aware, but xiuxian was very clear about the power of the system. Since the system acknowledges expertise at a master level, no one can argue against it. Now is the time for action. Regrets are meaningless, and falling for tricks cannot happen. This time, not only must the prison administration win, but they must do so convincingly. Only then could they slap a stinging insult onto the faces of those merely spectating for amusement. Xiao Li had already moved to arrange accordingly. At the same time, xiuxian opened Weibo and swiftly typed a line of text before hitting post. After a brief moment, a Weibo update titled, "The prison administration will officially establish a national soccer team to prepare for the Global Cup. Please watch carefully," went live online. Soon, the message went viral across the web. Nowadays, every move by the prison administration was closely monitored by many, especially reporters, who depended on news from the prison administration to make a living. In the past, hard days spent writing hardly got noticed. But now, just reposting news related to the prison administration would easily hit hot topics. Under such circumstances, content creators didn't hesitate, promoting with full effort. The results were highly satisfactory. In no time at all, this piece of information landed at the top of the trending charts. Before the emergence of the prison administration, these spots were almost exclusively monopolized by frontline young celebrities. Even occasional colds or fevers would trend, but this time, they were overshadowed by xiuxian's sudden announcement. The news that the prison administration was organizing a national football team to enter the World Cup had spread nationwide. And the reason for doing so was that xiuxian wanted to officially announce to the people, the prison administration would not fear any challenge. It was also a way of telling those hidden black hands in the shadows that if provoked too much, xiuxian was capable of anything. At the same time, after the message was released, a system voice echoed in xiuxian's mind. Congratulations, host, you've activated a special task. Lead a team on the global stage to bring glory to Xia country. Winning first place will reward you with 3 supreme lottery chances. Second place, 3 gold lottery chances. Third place will reward 1 million cash. After hearing this, xiuxian genuinely felt curious. He didn't expect it to be such a pleasant surprise. Originally, he thought this wouldn't bring any rewards. Just handling issues with the national football team and sports bureau was considered decent. But who would have thought there was still something as good as this? The unexpected triggering of the task meant winning first place would grant him 3 supreme lottery chances. After all, this is the most precious reward. Unexpectedly, the system has truly made a big concession this time. It seems like I must put in some effort. No matter what, the championship must be within my grasp. At the same moment, the Imperial Capital Television, local TV stations, media workers, major new media websites, etc., all began promoting the prison administration's formation of the national football team. In an instant, the entire nation knew. Chapter 147. Nationwide Earthquake. The prison warden makes an oath. After all, even now, among all levels of authority across the nation, the prison warden is still one of the most credible official announcements. Especially since Minister Su personally updated it. Its significance was even greater. It was clear that xiuxian was serious about this. And when major media and broadcasting stations reported this news, the public was somewhat shocked. Whether they were fans of the prison warden or just bystanders, they all felt bewildered. They couldn't figure out what game Minister Su was playing. After all, in the past 6 months, the fame of the prison warden in solving cases has already spread far and wide, almost to the extent that every person in the whole Daxia country knows. But, at this point, how could he still want to participate in the Global Cup? No matter how you looked at it, there seemed to be no necessary connection between these two things. Being able to solve cases is already impressive, and xiuxian personally led his team to solve so many big cases, a fact that the masses recognized. However, compared with solving cases, this matter was indeed much more complicated. Who would have thought? Minister Su actually intended to lead a soccer team as well. Even though crossover attempts are common, wasn't this a bit too overboard? Could Minister Su really be omniscient and omnipotent? Was he good at everything? Playing soccer isn't something you can master just by practicing. Moreover, their opponents weren't ordinary people. They were experts from the Global Cup. Every team was composed of the best players from each country, and only the top-tier teams made it to the Global Cup. Within such a short period of a week, xiuxian wanted to quickly organize a national soccer team and enter the World Cup. This was nearly a pipe dream. Almost everyone expressed doubts, especially international teams. Upon hearing that Xia country was sending a temporary team organized by the prison warden to participate, all the teams laughed. They knew very well the previous strength of Xia's national soccer team. Now, they're organizing a makeshift team for a grand performance. It's quite embarrassing, isn't it? Perhaps, have they given up completely? Soon, various teams spoke out on the media, particularly during the previous Cultural Heritage Appraisal meeting. When EU countries' experts got their faces slapped, and that Korea repeatedly suffered losses, they were looking for somewhere to vent their frustration. Unexpectedly, the prison warden sent them a golden opportunity by coming forward themselves. This was excellent. In other aspects, maybe they couldn't beat the prison warden. But concerning soccer, it was truly effortless, difficult even to lose. Minister Su, we'll see you on the World Cup field. Although your country's team violates sportsmanship ethics, surely the great Xia country shouldn't fail to assemble an 11-man team and have the prison warden take the field instead? Huh. Interesting. The Korean football team looks forward to the prison warden's performance. Minister Su, I've heard your name. I hope that when the time comes, you will show mercy on the pitch. Xia people, haha. You might as well say it. If you can't assemble a team, you can withdraw. In humanitarianism, we absolutely won't look down on you. Why go to such lengths? Instantly, all the teams from different countries rushed to speak up. Already having been holding their breath, they finally found an outlet for their frustrations. If they win on the pitch against the Xia country team, that would be quite satisfying. Especially during the Global Cup. xiuxian's crime-solving skills would be useless then, wouldn't they? At that time, there would be no restrictions, just do whatever it takes to dominate. At that moment, it wouldn't be necessary to consider the backing of the Xia country. After all, on the Global Cup pitch, almost all teams from different countries are present. If Xia country were dissatisfied, it could only keep quiet. There are no exceptions on the pitch. The only comparison that matters is skill. Apart from skill, everything else is nonsense. And who could believe that the prison warden actually possesses such skills? Regardless of how you put it, previously, the prison warden only ever showed expertise in solving cases. At this crucial moment, it's highly uncertain if that experience would even help. If during the match, the team failed to display sufficient capability, their faces would surely end up bruised. With these almost derisive statements from foreign teams, the initially skeptical citizens grew even more anxious. It was not easy to have finally gained a group of true advocates for the people, like the prison warden, who would willingly create trouble in such a moment. By this point, there seemed to be no turning back. If the prison warden were to lose during the Global Cup, the consequences would surely be disastrous. By the time of the competition, it might already be too late to withdraw. Isn't it just a matter of saving face? Even if we lose that bit of pride, absolutely, officials as good as the prison warden must not suffer losses. Everyone began fervently advising at this moment. Director Su, you must not participate in this. It's just a competition. What if you don't join? Director Su, in our hearts, you're already the best. There's no need for such proof. Director Su is awesome. Long live the prison warden. Foreigners are just using reverse psychology. Director Su, do not fall for it. And by no means should you listen to them. True, he shouldn't be swayed by these people. The masses all left messages under xiuxian's Weibo post. As for the national soccer team, they would rather xiuxian continued his work with the prison warden. After all, losing face at the Global Cup really doesn't matter much. In comparison, in just half a year, the prison warden has already brought so much dignity back to the people. The issue of the national soccer team truly doesn't carry as much weight. The comments urging the prison warden not to participate in the game kept refreshing endlessly. Very soon, They reached tens of millions. While the citizens were giving their advice, xiuxian was sitting in his office, continuing to tap on the keyboard, and after a brief pause, clicked the return key, instantly uploading the post. Subsequently, another update appeared beneath the Weibo. If the previous message had only startled everyone, this new one truly made them go ballistic. It wasn't less intense than an earthquake. No one expected Director Su to release such audacious rhetoric. Chapter 148. Han Taio versus Su Duijui. The penitentiary will officially participate in the Global Cup in a week. Moreover, all participating members will be composed of penitentiary members, and we will certainly bring honor to our country Xia and strive for the championship trophy. We hope for everyone's support. Also, during the Global Cup, domestic security will be handled by investigative teams, action teams, etc., and no bad person will be overlooked. Some people should not take this opportunity to cause trouble, otherwise. A warning to certain black hands. Of course, this announcement also has another meaning. The penitentiary is indeed going to compete, and all members are selected from within the penitentiary, which rules out the possibility of inviting other amateur teams. If it were only that, it would be fine. But xiuxian actually claims he will win the championship, which irritates many people, especially various national teams. After so many years of football training, even they don't dare to proclaim victory before every match. But the penitentiary has such audacity. It truly shows the fearlessness of youth. Yet, it would have been okay if said privately. Unfortunately, the penitentiary openly announced it. This made the faces of various teams ache with embarrassment. This declaration from the penitentiary clearly showed that it did not regard them as serious competition, or more precisely, the penitentiary had no respect for them at all. Arrogant, yes, but never like this. To brazenly disregard everyone else was simply asking for trouble, wasn't it? Thus, all international teams decided not to let the penitentiary off easily. They responded on Weibo, "No wonder you're the minister. This arrogance exceeds even foot odor, but I wonder if you actually possess real skill." Also right, after all, you're Xia's penitentiary who solved so many big cases. Our achievements in football are probably nothing to you. Perhaps it's easy as pie for you. Sounds logical. Minister Su, I look forward to your performance. I hope you mean more than mere talk. Some people, I tell you, your boasting could shake the sky, but when it comes down to the critical moment in the game, qualifying might even be an issue. Instantly, the surrounding people snickered coldly. Almost every team came out to challenge the penitentiary. The latter's words were simply too cocky. Such audacious statements offended all opponents even before stepping into the arena. Their confidence seemed boundless, as though they already possessed the trophy for the Global Cup. While some arrogance was common, what xiuxian exhibited here was unprecedented in its extremity. Truly disgusting. Naturally, these sarcastic comments from international teams also made Xia's citizens break out in cold sweat for the penitentiary. Originally, the football field should worry only the teams involved. But, uniquely, this time was different. All Xia's people were worried about the penitentiary. With xiuxian's elevated status now on a pedestal, losing was not an option, not even at the Global Cup where defeat might give others ammunition to criticize him. The penitentiary today already has quite a number of people annoyed. This organization was proving to be rather troublesome. If it isn't dealt with carefully, it might lead to bigger problems. Furthermore, xiuxian publicly committed to obtaining the championship, a decision akin to signing his own death warrant. Originally not much of an issue, yet now, he has plunged himself deep into the abyss. All citizens watched helplessly. While suicide by embarrassment was common enough, xiuxian's self-sabotage tactics reached new heights unseen before. In the penitentiary office, xiuxian scrutinized the Weibo posts from various national teams. His brows furrowed deeply. He understood perfectly well their intentions, to seek revenge on the football field, aiming to put him down before the actual contest began. However, such petty tricks weren't a significant concern. How could xiuxian reach his current position without any ability? To think such minuscule methods could unseat him, it was merely a pipe dream. Subsequently, xiuxian tapped his fingers against the keyboard, eyes filled with thoughts unknown. After a long while, another Weibo post was released. Please rest assured, our penitentiary will definitely show up on the field on time. We just hope that you won't be too scared when that happens. If we, the penitentiary, really take the championship from you, your faces will truly be lost completely. Following this, he added a few smirking emoticons. The already infuriated international teams, upon seeing xiuxian's disdainful attitude at this moment, naturally felt even more irritated. This bastard. How dare he still look down on them like this? It was nothing short of asking for death. And as for Xia's citizens, after seeing xiuxian's response, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Truly deserving of being called the king of verbal strength. Even if he can't beat the other countries on the pitch, to argue with others? Su Duijui had never been afraid of anyone. Ever since the incident involving the sports bureau, xiuxian's single-handed showdown against thousands of internet trolls became widely known, and netizens bestowed him with this nickname, Su Duijui. Who would have thought? These international teams actually dared to confront xiuxian. What's the difference between this and asking for death? Forget their puny skills. Not even so many professional trolls were able to get a word in against Big Brother Su. Of course, this Weibo update also caused some concern among all the citizens. After all, with words said to such an extent, if they couldn't win on the pitch in the end, the situation would indeed become awkward. And by now, it was already useless to try and dissuade him. After all, xiuxian had already announced his participation, and any attempts at persuasion now would result in no useful outcome. It must be said, at this point, things were becoming somewhat awkward. It seemed like the citizens could already visualize xiuxian suffering a humiliating defeat. Chapter 149. The national team must win. The hardship of DNUC. After all, not even professional football teams dare to say such things at this moment. People from DNUC actually have the audacity to do this. They directly announced that they would win the championship and have offended all the teams in the process. When it comes to the match, wouldn't they be targeted as well? Therefore, at this point, there was no turning back. Even though the public worried, they could only silently support from the bottom of their hearts, hoping it won't be too devastating a loss. Even teams that have been trained for years wouldn't dare declare such an oath at this time. It must be said that xiuxian was indeed too impulsive. Football has never been an individual's battlefield. Besides, this time around they would be targeted by all the teams. Under such circumstances, unless their strength has already surpassed everyone else, winning the championship would be impossible. Otherwise, it's completely out of the question. One could say that currently DNUC has made countless enemies. The football teams from various countries were eagerly awaiting the match a week from now. Then, if they manage to crush DNUC, they'll achieve great fame. To them, this matter is almost effortless. Perhaps DNUC was training. But those professional teams, have they ever relaxed? In these 4 years, which day have they not spent training? If even such high-intensity persistence can't match up against DNUC, then they really might as well pack up and prepare to leave the team. And at this moment, xiuxian was naturally still in the office, nodding slightly as he stared at the 23 people selected before him. Without talking about anything else, just these people from DNUC are top-notch in physical fitness. Especially, their spirit is awe-inspiring. Put them out there, and they can scare people to death. These people aren't the ones with showy muscles. They're genuine martial arts experts. Good. Director Su, are we really going to play soccer? Is there any chance of winning? Those people are professionals. From childhood till now, I haven't been able to throw stones accurately, let alone play soccer. The leading man laughed bitterly while saying so. The others obviously had some concerns as well. It wasn't that they were unwilling to participate, but this situation was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Who would have thought there would be such trouble? Not even being able to throw stones accurately. Yet, they still need to compete against the national football team. This crossover seems to be too big. Perhaps, to many people, playing soccer seems very simple. Just kick the ball into the goal. As long as you run fast and are strong enough, you'll win. But, that's not how it really works. If it was that simple, why bother training at all? You could just hire a group of strong men and get it done. Why waste time on training? This competition is not that simple. There are plenty of techniques involved. Otherwise, if martial arts expertise alone could guarantee victory, things would be much simpler. After all, no matter what, without any accuracy, no matter how strong one is, what can be achieved? Besides, on the field, it's not just one person competing. The other side will also have someone defending the penalty area. Teams entering the World Cup are definitely not ordinary. Kick. Of course, we should kick. Why shouldn't we? Do you think the reason I'm kicking football is because I was harmed by that coach? If it were true, my mind wouldn't be that small. Just a few words from him trying to sway me. Are you suggesting I'd have the leisurely mood for that? xiuxian looked indifferently at the people in front of him, hearing his words. All shook their heads. In their memories, Director Su should not have the time to be involved in such trivialities. After all, DNUC carries heavy responsibilities. Where would there be time to deal with such trifling matters? However, if it wasn't for this reason, what could possibly make Director Su place such importance? That truly raised curiosity. It's very simple. I want to play football, not for myself. It's not for the reputation of our DNUC, nor is it for retaliation against that national football coach, but rather for the citizens of Xia country. Over these many years, our country's performance in the World Cup, I believe all of you have seen. Although this time we've taken down the national football team. But, what? Everyone looked curiously at xiuxian, wondering exactly what he wanted to say. If we just let this World Cup go, perhaps it wouldn't matter much for DNUC. At most, we'd lose a little reputation. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't forget what the national football team said when we captured them. They said that Xia country's teams can never compete with other countries. If we give up at this moment, it will be like we admit to this view. Then, even if new teams come in, they would still have an enormous mental burden. And for them, winning or losing wouldn't make any difference. After all, if even DNUC gives up, how could they possibly do anything different? So, in order for the national football team to truly stand tall again, we must win once, and we need to fairly beat every other country's teams. That is why I agreed to this in the first place. xiuxian spoke with a hint of indignation on his face. He naturally wouldn't engage in reckless competition. But, if we give up now, then our capture of the national football team and the sports administration would be entirely meaningless. Even if a new team comes in, they would still be able to keep losing. After all, not even DNUC dared to compete. So, why shouldn't they lose? If this kind of situation forms a vicious cycle, it would require much more from DNUC to change things later on, even more so than before. Thus, no matter what, they must participate in this match. This is a psychological battle, and they've already endured this long, so no matter what, it must go forward, and they must win the championship. Only then will the newly selected national football team truly have something to measure themselves against. Otherwise, they'll just follow the same path as the incarcerated national football team with the same result. Chapter 150, Soccer Formation, 442, to battle in the World Cup. Xia country's performance in the Global Cup will eventually fall into a vicious cycle. Every team will have reasons for grievances. Even DNUC can't win, let alone them. If such trends were really established, by the time people realize the need to strive harder, it would be too late. Therefore, It is essential to resolve this matter as quickly as possible and avoid a situation that cannot be salvaged. The group of 23 standing there, after hearing xiuxian's words, solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Minister Su was right. Although his words seemed impulsive at first glance, upon deeper reflection, they made sense. It is absolutely necessary to prevent such undesirable outcomes. Minister Su, please instruct us. We guarantee we'll accomplish the task. That's correct, boss. Just give the order. Let's go. Damn it, we can't be bullied by those guys. I'm in. It's just about playing soccer, right? As they spoke, their expressions showed determination akin to facing death without hesitation. It's not surprising why they feel so. Minister Su's vows have been grandiose indeed. If he hadn't insisted on definitely taking the championship, perhaps these people wouldn't have felt so much pressure. But now, they're under enormous pressure. At the very least, they must ensure that they advance far enough to save face somewhat. Yet, how easy is it to achieve such results in the World Cup? Many teams, with years of training, haven't been able to deliver such performances. How could a team trained only for a week possibly compete? Compared to dreaming, this seems even less reliable. There's no need to be so nervous. Don't worry, since I've said it, I am confident about our chances. Just trust me, and we will not lose. Looking at the tense group, xiuxian calmly stated. Upon hearing Minister Su's words, everyone revealed a faint smile. Though none knew what strategy their leader had in mind, this man has never disappointed anyone before, including them. As long as xiuxian promises something, it gets done. Because of this, his credibility is unprecedentedly high. So who is our coach? Speaking of this, someone asked curiously. After all, football techniques in many aspects are taught by coaches. A good coach might not instantly elevate the team level, but can at least prevent embarrassing failures. They aim merely not to humiliate themselves too much, considering winning glory is currently out of reach. On hearing their query, xiuxian briefly remarked, Coach, that's me. I'll personally train you for some time. Now, do you feel more reassured? Boss Suyu, calm down. Ahem, calm down. Originally filled with anticipation, after hearing his response, they suddenly lost all hope, as if struck by lightning. Having reached this point, who would expect this kind of twist? Xiuxian himself acting as the coach? Alas, even if regretful, it's too late now. Who would have guessed xiuxian stepping in as the coach? That fleeting burst of ambition disappeared in an instant. However, one still can't say anything openly. Challenging Minister Su wouldn't be wise. You may leave now. Get yourselves ready. Buy soccer shoes, uniforms, plus some sports wrist guards to prevent injury. From tomorrow, our formal training begins. Speaking nonchalantly, observing their expressions. Could he not know what these young lads were thinking? However, xiuxian didn't expose them outright. Let them imagine whatever they wish. Anyway, there's nothing much to lose. Once they witness his true skills, their faces might turn red then. He wanted to teach them the lesson that beyond humans lies another human, above skies lies another sky, daring to underestimate the minister. After the group left, xiuxian sat back in his office and began reflecting on the football master genes infused by the system, flashes of knowledge continuously flowing through his mind. A smile lingered across his face. What once wasn't fully comprehended about soccer, now integrated seamlessly. But xiuxian understood that understanding alone from his side won't suffice unless shared with everyone. It needs collective awareness for actual effectiveness. And, for a team hastily assembled like this, if they want to win the championship in the competition, it is clearly impossible to rely on random kicking. Therefore, careful consideration is essential. Only through proper planning can their true potential and physical advantages be utilized effectively, and the only way is to use formations. Ironically, the world has seen entertainment and gaming industries develop to their peak, but football is still being played haphazardly with no one understanding how to properly use formations. Thus, this creates an opportunity for xiuxian's strategy. If he can utilize the formations well, there's a chance they might win this match. Various soccer formations from his past life on Earth flowed through his mind, and eventually, xiuxian settled on the most famous 442 formation. Comparatively, this formation is the most suitable. It doesn't require too much technique. Simply dribble past opponents and score. The Jianyu department also needs exactly this kind of formation. Talking about soccer skills, even if they could learn quickly, they couldn't master too many techniques in such limited time. Hence, this formation is perfectly suited. Furthermore, using this formation would better play to the advantage of breaking through defenses, differing from the conservative tactics often employed by China's national team in the past. It might come as a surprise. Undoubtedly, the teams from various countries will never expect the Jianyu department to adopt such a risky style of play. This way, they could naturally make a name for themselves right at the start. Chapter 151, National Competition Stadium, approved by the Grand Elder. After quickly sketching out the formation and arranging each person's position, all that was left to do was wait for the action to begin. The next day at work, the training could commence. As for the stadium, it had already been arranged from the start. After all, even the Grand Elder was very anxious about this matter. After all, it concerns the dignity of the nation, something he couldn't ignore. When the news broke, a call was made immediately, stating that a team would be temporarily selected from the military. Among the countless excellent young men in the military camps, there were quite a few skilled football players. Though not experts, they were still presentable on the surface. Moreover, the Grand Elder wanted to assign a coach, but xiuxian refused. First of all, in the vast country of Xia, there weren't many good football coaches left. If there were any, they certainly wouldn't have allowed that bastard to act arrogantly and oppressively for so many years. More importantly, xiuxian trusted in his own capabilities. Therefore, the Grand Elder eventually allocated a football field. After xiuxian finished preparing the formation, the teams from various countries continued to mock them online. To them, crushing Dian Agency was an absolute certainty. They thought it was ridiculous to assume that a few days of training could beat world-famous teams. The probability of such an event was almost non-existent. Even if everyone were football geniuses, they wouldn't be able to grow into competent players within such a short time frame. Building a football team requires immense effort and experience, both of which demand significant commitment. Thus, it was virtually impossible. That's why these people kept ridiculing. They hoped to scare xiuxian away from participating altogether, believing this would be the greatest success. However, their behavior upset the citizens of Xia, leading to online quarrels. Especially the fans of Dian Agency, who benefited from xiuxian's favor, remained steadfastly loyal. During the time xiuxian studied the formation, online arguments raged everywhere. The Dian Agency in Xia is just awesome, always trying to expand its reach. Before, it used to examine artifacts, and now it's suddenly capable of playing football, claiming to win championships. Indeed worthy of the legacy passed down through 5,000 years of Xia. Unfortunately, when it comes to bragging, there's no one like them. Solving cases well isn't enough? Why do they insist on sticking out their necks for execution? How amusing is that? Seeking attention, I'm sure they'll get slapped hard in the face. I've seen people boast, but I haven't yet met someone who can blow themselves up with their own bravado. I'll bet my head that if the members of Dian Agency can qualify, then I'll twist it off and use it as a ball. Where does this courage come from? I don't dare to ask. The various national teams mocked them sarcastically, making some quite angry. Even though these guys had reached this stage, they dared to say such things. Even if xiuxian didn't stand up to refute them, the public wouldn't let them slide easily either. Instantly, all the Dian Agency supporters jumped into the fray, sparking an idle defending war. Our Dian Agency in Xia is just that talented. So what? It's better than you folks, who ridicule others using your specialties within your circles. You've played football for so many years and never had the guts to make such bold claims. Very interesting indeed. Who gave you the courage to spout nonsense like that? At least Minister Su dares to try, unlike certain individuals who resort to bribery to arrange fake matches. What kind of thinking is that? Minister Su is awesome. Long live Dian Agency. While a heated argument brewed online, xiuxian had no time for it. For him, there were more important matters to handle, training the national team. The next morning, he arrived at the agreed-upon stadium, bringing along the tactical diagram, and soon arrived at the football field. This stadium, approved by higher-ups, is almost identical to the ones used in global conferences. It is a top-tier training ground, reserved only for international competitions. On normal days, very few have the privilege to train here. However, it was fortunate that the identity of Dian was special, and this training session was different from the others. It was almost a case of only allowing victory, not defeat. In such a situation, the only thing to do was to win. Even a draw would be somewhat embarrassing. Therefore, there could be no delay in the various trainings. The Elder's special approval was what allowed them to train here. This was done so they could familiarize themselves with the competition venue and avoid any issues during the actual event. Faced with such training, xiuxian nodded in satisfaction. No matter how you looked at it, the Elder's arrangements were quite thorough. Subsequently, xiuxian gathered everyone, divided them into 2 teams, and took on the role of referee to start the practice. As he observed their ball-handling skills, his gaze slightly tightened. Perhaps to an ordinary person, these players seemed to perform adequately, but from xiuxian's master-level perspective, their ball-handling and drills were clearly lacking. In fact, many aspects appeared laughable, full of glaring loopholes. With just a bit more attention, one could easily spot their flaws. Such skills simply wouldn't cut it on the field. Quickly, xiuxian finally selected 11 players who had better ball-handling skills than the rest. When combined with their physical fitness, they could be considered relatively strong candidates. Finally, after confirming the personnel, xiuxian began assigning formations and tasks for each player while reinforcing their training based on their assigned positions. The originally indifferent group became slightly stunned upon seeing the rigorous training formations. Chapter 152, the 9th greatest wonder in the world. Initially, there were still some doubts about xiuxian becoming a coach. After all, solving cases and playing football are completely different things. Even though xiuxian was very impressive when investigating cases, in other aspects, he was somewhat weaker. Moreover, he had never touched football as a sport. To win would be nothing short of a daydream. Yet, he still proposed to become the coach. Wasn't this just making trouble for no reason? However, this proposal by Minister Su was not something they could question. Thus, they eventually agreed. They thought that if Minister Su taught for a few days and problems arose, there would still be time to change. After all, there was only a week, so even if it got delayed, it wouldn't be too problematic. So, in their view, today's training was basically just going through the motions. No one expected that Minister Su would take it seriously and even create a formation. Though, in this parallel world, the concept of football formations didn't exist. More people were simply chasing after the ball. However, the difference was evident from this diagram, which nearly marked out the running positions for each person, along with their responsibilities. In any emergency, they could arrive at the scene in the first instance. If training could follow the formation outlined on this paper, it would virtually achieve control over the game. This means that any position on the field could be precisely controlled. In such a situation, these individuals realized that their minister wasn't just talking nonsense. He indeed had some real talent. Just being able to do this already put him far ahead of regular coaches. Therefore, everyone was reassured. With just this formation, this match, although not a sure thing, still had a 70 or 80% chance of success. So, by this point, there really was no need to panic. It could definitely be done. How about it? Can we start training? Xiuxian looked calmly at the few people in front of him, a smile still lingering on his lips. No one expected that such a good thing could actually happen. He was doing an excellent job. It's exactly only xiuxian who has such talent. Of course. No problem. Minister, you're truly amazing. Haha. Awesome. Awesome. Who would have thought that Minister is proficient in this too? Yesterday, those who were skeptical immediately accepted wholeheartedly. After all, this Minister was genuinely talented. Under such circumstances, naturally, there was no room left for doubt. All they needed to do was carry out the order of Dianyusi. After seeing them agree, xiuxian nodded and said, "Time waits for no man. Let's start the training now." Oh, there's also a rule. Before the start of the match, no one is allowed to leave. Over these few days, we must use every bit of our time for 24 hours of filming. Everyone, make sure to follow the orders. While saying this, his face was graced with a smile. Anyway, overtime has already become the norm in DNUC. The time for this training was originally tight, and even the minister has come down personally. How could they hesitate? Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the football practice commenced. For a full week, everyone was confined inside without a single person leaving. For them, the sole thing to do was to train, relentlessly train. As for news from the outside world, they knew nothing about it. Of course, xiuxian also didn't care. No matter what kind of skepticism there may be, it can never be extinguished by mere words after all. After all, mouths belong to others, and you can't possibly kill everyone off. So, ultimately, strength speaks louder than words. Only this way would everyone feel convinced deep down. Finally, after a week, the new national football team's training was finally completed. And next, they awaited the moment to prove themselves. It will be interesting to see the performances of the various countries' teams. By dawn, numerous flights from various countries arrived in Xia's airspace. And these people were here to participate in the World Cup. Coincidentally, this World Cup was being held in Xia this year, which is why the national football team, after being imprisoned again, became so passive. After all, if there was no participating team in your home stadium, it would surely become a laughingstock. More importantly, it might mean no future chances to host the World Cup ever again. A country that withdraws itself forfeits its opportunity forever. Therefore, the entire nation and the Great Elder held such high importance to this event. For them, a long-awaited victory was desperately needed. Especially now, almost all the countries were watching it as a joke. For them, it was the national football team that still had some potential left to play decently. But, how could the team newly organized by DNUC be taken seriously? Just in these few days alone, the fact that DNUC remained completely silent online was clear enough. Most likely, they had exaggerated too much and now wanted to back off quietly. Of course, if xiuxian knew about their thoughts, he might be rather bemused. They mistook his intensive training as a sign of wanting to give up? What a joke. Finally, flights from various countries arrived one after another, and teams started moving towards the already prepared stadiums. And on both sides of the roads, reporters gathered, broadcasting live to their audiences. Such a major event, coupled with the participation of DNUC, made the outcome even more unpredictable. Meanwhile, the media seized the opportunity to hype it up. Will DNUC prevail over the professional football teams from all around the world? The ultimate showdown, an amateur team versus professional powerhouses. Can DNUC create a miracle? Can they build a competent football squad in just 7 days to rival elite teams chosen from across the globe? Will this miraculous challenge succeed? In an instant, this topic set the internet ablaze. Everyone was highly anticipating how DNUC would perform, what sort of skills their minister possessed. How could he confidently claim to win the championship? Chapter 153, the highly anticipated Global Cup. In light of the release of these news stories, the fans of DNUC quickly came out in support. Perhaps, they wouldn't support other matters, but when it comes to DNUC, they would support it with both hands and feet. To have such an opportunity is indeed worthwhile, even if DNUC were to lose this Global Cup match. However, with the level of an amateur player, daring to step onto the battlefield is a tremendous courage. Face your enemy and unsheath your sword. Isn't what Xia country lacks right now precisely this kind of spirit? All the netizens went crazy, giving their full support in the comments and furiously commenting on the posts. In an instant, this topic blew up the entire scene. DNUC is awesome. No matter what, I support Minister Su. Even facing the world's top professional players, DNUC shows no fear. Just this kind of spirit alone is worth our learning. There's nothing much to say. I support Minister Su. What's so great about those professional teams? They just know how to bully some newcomers who've never touched a ball. Even if they win, it's still an unjust victory. It might seem vulgar not to admit it, but somehow I feel Minister Su's bragging this time might be too big. He even announced he'd grab the championship. Sigh. Awkward. But, given that Minister Su is leading the team, making it into the competition should not be a problem. Mourning for Minister Su. He could have done his job while catching criminals. Why bother crossing over? Of course, despite saying all these things, many people still buy tickets to come and show their support at the scene. For them, perhaps, DNUC may not have the chance to win, but at least, they should let them know there are lots of people standing behind them. After all, in the past 6 months, DNUC has truly made many contributions for the people. Regardless of whether this game results in winning or losing, it won't shake their status in the hearts of the public. At most, some opportunists want to use this matter to make trouble, taking the chance to bring down DNUC. These years, the influence of DNUC has reached far and wide. ruining some people's interests. So, nobody wants to allow this hand to keep reaching anymore. But because they haven't found the opportunity, this time is exactly the chance. Of course, for the various countries' football teams, watching the comedy unfolds also involves having no sense of righteousness or shame. On the field, the only thing to do is to crush the opponent. Maybe, in the past, considering the face of the Chinese national football team, there would still be some restraint. They wouldn't make them lose too badly, but when it comes to Dionysi's team, then they must hit hard at first and stop them from advancing past the opening round. This event is recognized by all the teams. Their aim is to humiliate Dionysi. Minister Su, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Of course, I'm even more eager to see how you plan to snatch the trophy from under our noses. The renowned bull team from the soccer powerhouse expressed their voice first. This team holds high prestige globally. Over the years they have won at least 1/4 of all championships. Therefore, they still maintain considerable renown in soccer. Even they dare not make such bold proclamations, yet Dionysi's team actually dared to utter such words. Plus, it had been formed less than a week ago, with very rushed training. If such a team wins the championship, then what face will they have left to continue existing? Probably they'll have to retire from the football arena at that point. Therefore, the first team to somewhat challenge Dionysi emerged because speaking out this kind of statement is quite rare. Meanwhile, the rest of the various national teams issued statements immediately. In a short period, Dionysi almost faced questioning from all teams. Even throughout the history of the Global Cup, something like this has never happened before. I'm also eagerly anticipating. Hopefully, if we get to see Dionysi on the pitch, please show some mercy. Otherwise, I might get scared and faint. Haha. Perhaps Minister Su is excellent at solving cases, but this isn't a court where you can decide everything. A certain professional player released a statement addressing Minister Su specifically. Looks like we haven't even started playing yet. And the result is already here. Who exactly announced Dionysi as the champion? An amateur team claims this ability? It's laughable. So many national teams choosing to confront Dionysi at the same moment. This kind of situation is truly extremely rare. After all, for many people, peace is still the most valuable thing. Therefore, before the game starts, it's usually not common to make public statements. Even if there are grievances, they would rather suppress them inside. But Dionysi has created a miracle by being openly criticized by so many people. Such a spectacular event has not happened in years. It's almost unimaginable. And facing the targeting from so many national teams, will xiuxian and his Dionysi team be able to break through the encirclement? This seems like an impossible task. The public suddenly grew more worried. Meanwhile, as everyone else was in a flurry of anxiety, xiuxian remained calm in the car, heading towards the competition site. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, you have to let it run around to see what it can do. After a full week of training, now is the time for the match. It's the perfect time for everyone to show their skills. At this point, nobody should back down. Looking out at the scenery on both sides of the road, xiuxian couldn't help but wonder how things would go if the team he had trained were to perform well in the Global Cup. How can one put it? When those who mocked earlier hear about the results, they're bound to feel humiliated. Finally, the team arrived at the venue, and all the various national teams were also present, waiting for their turn according to the previously arranged positions. As for the nearly 10,000 seats available at the venue, they were completely filled, with nearly half of them being occupied by Dionysi fans. In their hearts, there was some hesitation. They wanted to see Dionysi's performance, yet they were still somewhat fearful. Chapter 154. Xiuxian takes the stage, master level. And under this kind of anticipation, the Global Cup arena officially began. All teams entered the field, and with the host commentary, the match officially started. After 2 full rounds of matches, it can be said that all countries' teams played exceptionally well. Every player displayed remarkable skills with dribbling, corner kicks, and more, putting on their best performances. Even over the last decade, such an exhilarating spectacle had never been witnessed. For this quadrennial Global Cup, everyone was giving it their all, using everything they had learned. However, much to their dismay, the audience's attention was not on them at all. Even when a goal was occasionally scored, there was no cheering sound. Everyone was waiting, wondering how Dionysi would perform. As for the fans from their own country, there were too few of them. Even if they made noise, compared to the vastness of the stadium, it hardly mattered. Finally, the third round arrived. It was also time for Dionysi to take the stage. Countless spectators from the Xian nation stood up and stared at the entrance, their hearts brimming with excitement. As the host introduced the 2 teams, they slowly walked out onto the field. All right, let us welcome with great applause the Dionysi team from Xia country. This is a team that joined the Global Cup after only 7 days of training, so let's applaud their courage. As for the other team, they are the Red Devils from Austria. Over many years, they have achieved notable success on the playing fields. They are undeniably one of the strongest teams. All opponents who faced them have always been afraid. The style of this team is ferocious. Let's look forward to the performance of these 2 teams. Begin. As the host finished speaking, the referee blew the whistle. Both sets of players took their positions. Sitting in the coach's seat, xiuxian watched the field intently. His gaze carried a faint glimmer of brightness. Whether or not they would succeed depended entirely on this moment. Similarly, both teams spread out across the field. The Red Devils played by the rules, but Dionysi's 4-4-2 formation looked somewhat strange to everyone. Teams from around the world who had initially been focused on the game now burst into laughter. Judging by their professional standards, this formation appeared very strange and even riddled with weaknesses. Indeed, it seemed Dionysi was still amateurish, resorting to such gimmicks. I told you before, how could they possibly succeed? Dionysi is just a joke. How could they dare to compete against our professional teams? What are they comparable to? They're really just a bunch of trash, utilizing this kind of formation? Do they think they can win against us? Huh, are they crazy or what? Since they couldn't properly play by following standard rules, they decided to use underhanded tactics. But will it work? Against absolute strength, all tricks are just paper tigers. To all the teams, xiuxian's formation seemed completely useless. At this moment, the game officially began. Players from both sides continuously ran around. The Jianyu's team immediately went on the offensive, heading towards the opponent's penalty area. Seeing this, the Red Devils quickly caught up. The battle between the two teams was intense and thrilling. No one expected Jianyu to play this well. As for the Red Devils team, they were growing increasingly frustrated, unable to believe that they might actually lose to an amateur team. Initially, they had claimed they'd crushed Jianyu easily. But now, to be equally matched was intolerable. The surrounding Xian Nation crowd, however, jumped up and cheered right away. To the ears of the opposing team, this felt like mockery. Therefore, the two key players of the Red Devils exchanged glances and then headed straight for the Xia team's most forward player, xuanhuan, who was also the weakest point of the entire team. They immediately attacked, kicking the ball away. The other one had intended to hit xuanhuan, but before he could make a move, xuanhuan forced him away and pursued the ball. Witnessing this, the latter became visibly irritated. Not only had his obvious foul failed to stop his opponent, but now he aimed a kick directly at xuanhuan. xuanhuan, running forward, instinctively turned back. He delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The player from the Red Devils fell to the ground, and this scene sent ripples of shock through the entire arena. The referee quickly blew the whistle. Over the years of officiating games, he had seen bold moves, but never something as audacious as this. To actually assault someone on the field? Such fouls usually happened in more discreet situations. But a direct confrontation like the one between the Red Devils and xuanhuan was truly rare. As the referee blew his whistle, the game was paused, and both players were immediately sent off the field. The Red Devils player lying on the ground let out a sardonic laugh. Even though he would leave the game, it was worth it if he managed to take down one of Jianyu's main players. During the brief match so far, they had already identified the problem with Jianyu's formation. It revolved around a single individual who became the focal point for all their aggressive plays. Only by leveraging this strategy could they achieve greater results. The head coach of the Red Devils nodded approvingly. This had been their intended tactic, relying on which they had swapped out many strong opponents and even won matches. Still, they hadn't expected that Jianyu might still have such an exceptional player, which explained why xiuxian had dared to make such bold claims earlier. However, now that their player had been sent off, nothing else mattered anymore. It seemed like they could already picture xiuxian's defeat and Xia country's football team leaving the field in disgrace. When xuanhuan was sent off, the Xia spectators seated nearby suddenly became agitated. They had already held a significant advantage, yet these tactics were employed. Was it really necessary for these professional teams to act shamelessly? Damn, how disgraceful. It was an intentional provocation to induce the foul. Shit, this is really bad. I thought it was starting to get interesting. How can they be so shameless? Damn, he was the strongest player. Now he's gone. As all the viewers cursed, no one noticed that xiuxian, seated at the Xia coaching bench, had already put on his uniform. Having already reached master-level skills in football, he initially didn't want to bother playing with these young ones. After all, the difference in their vision and skill levels was simply too vast. But since the opposing side had stooped to such shamelessness, it was time to take action. Chapter 155, an aerial shot, 10,000 to claim. Some people really need a lesson. xuanhuan's fate has made everyone somewhat nervous, especially the audience of Xia country. Hardly did they feel there was still some possibility to continue fighting, when unexpectedly, it was already over so quickly. Please have both sides replace their players. After the referee's words had settled, finally, xiuxian slowly walked towards the field. Seeing Director Su personally enter the game, the public were all excited. For them, no matter whether xiuxian wins or loses, at least this match has shown that it was worth it after seeing this minister. At the very least, the ticket price is justified. Director Su, magnificent. Prison guard team, go for it. We, the billions of Xia country football fans, will always stand with you. Ha ha ha. Instantly, the fans all shouted loudly, especially some spectators who directly let out roars, strangely evoking a sense of grandeur, as if they were amidst the clash of weapons and horse hooves, and carrying the hopes of the fans. Xiuxian stood firm on the court. Just after he had steadied himself, those guys had already come up to start taunting, especially the main player of the Red Devil team, sneering coldly and saying, haha, are there really no more people left on your prison guard team? Even the director himself has to personally take part. Haha, we shouldn't have penalized your people just now. Looks like this game doesn't need to continue anymore. Otherwise, it would be wasting time. Director Su, you can just admit defeat right away. Then we can also rest earlier. After all, the upcoming matches are the real battles. Mockery, outright sarcasm. The main player of the Red Devil team obviously didn't put xiuxian in his eyes. To him, xiuxian was just a joke. A minister who knows nothing but luxury every day, maybe has a little talent. But that talent is all about solving cases. It's absolutely impossible for him to have any other kind of soccer skills. Especially xiuxian, skinny arms and legs, looking like a frail figure who might fall down at a slight breeze. Playing soccer against such an opponent was truly heartless. Hence, he said out loud. But hearing his words, xiuxian said coldly, start then. Alright, haha, if you insist on humiliating yourself, then don't blame us. Originally, we wanted to give you some dignity considering the face of your Xia country, but since you don't want it, fellows, start. The main player of the Red Devil team sneered, then waved his hand. The players behind him had already been prepared. They all crowded in. It seemed that they were ready to start playing football anytime. And seeing their appearances, xiuxian nodded lightly, signaling the start. Subsequently, the competition began, passing back and forth. As for the national teams outside the court, at this moment, their boldness rose, completely ignoring the prison guard team. For them, they had already started to openly mock xiuxian, who was simply a laughingstock. No matter compared with whom, he is somewhat inadequate. Perhaps the previous xuanhuan was still worthy of a higher regard, but it is indeed hard to see what kind of ability this director Su possesses. Looking from any aspect, he seems weak enough. Therefore, naturally not taken seriously. For them, this time the Red Devil team has already won, so it is also unnecessary to analyze the kicking strategies of the prison guard team. Haha, prison guard team, getting off to a great start. Just entered the World Cup, and was directly eliminated. I wonder how much attention this news would attract once it gets out. That's right, actually thinking of comparing with our professional players. Do you really think training for a few days randomly can compare with our professional team? That's not even a joke. We practiced for so long in this industry to achieve our current status. They've only been doing it for a few days. Do you really think this industry is so easy to survive in? Maybe they can solve a case or two, but when it comes to football, forget about it. But it's not bad either. Being able to train a somewhat decent player in such a short period of time is commendable. Unfortunately, they cannot even see through the tricks behind the scenes, ended up hitting someone, and was penalized out of the game, ha. This time, the prison guard team is sure to lose. I have already prepared champagne for celebration. At this moment, the national teams were all openly mocking. For them, the prison guard team was surely going to lose. Who could have imagined that such a thing would happen? This was simply a joke. Right at this moment, looking back at xiuxian's Weibo post from a few days ago, everyone immediately revealed a look of disdain. After all, this was simply too embarrassing. Moreover, some people had already taken out their phones, ready to confront the prison guard team. But right at this moment, there was a sudden change on the field. The originally quiet stadium instantly echoed with cheers from Xia country fans. In their panic, they looked over and saw a figure charging towards the Red Devil team's penalty area, and the ball at his feet seemed to have eyes. Even though a number of players were arranged in the penalty area to guard, they were completely useless. Moreover, it looked like he might score any second. The main player of the Red Devil team was quickly running behind, shouting angrily, "Fall back, idiot, fall back. Stop him no matter what." Understanding his meaning, the defenders knew that they could stand out in global matches because they tricked opponents into fouls. Moreover, they were even willing to substitute players. If they encountered a tough opponent, they'd exploit the rules to make substitutions, but just as they wanted to rush up and cause trouble. They saw that before they could even approach xiuxian, he executed a corner kick. He kicked the soccer ball high up into the air and then leapt powerfully, completing a shooting motion in midair. Chapter 156, a live broadcast watched by 500 million people. In an instant, he was in. The goalkeeper who was still guarding the goalpost was completely stunned. No matter how hard he tried to think, he could not have imagined that something like this would happen. Someone actually managed the feat of kicking the ball midair. Could this be what they called a flying man? He had seen impressive players, but never someone this impressive. This way of playing soccer had long surpassed what ordinary people could achieve and even went beyond conventional thinking. At least, up until now, no one could react in time. It wasn't until the ball went into the net that the citizens of Xia country erupted in thunderous cheers after a full 30 seconds of stunned silence. The cheers of tens of thousands were all for xiuxian. Although they had expected that since xiuxian dared to make such bold claims, there must be some skill behind it. Just as they had imagined, xuanhuan was his trump card. But they didn't expect that xiuxian himself was so incredible. No, compared to xuanhuan, xiuxian was obviously even more impressive. Was this still human? Just now, that single moment of scoring had already set all the citizens ablaze, believing that they had watched soccer for many years, and having seen many skilled players. But xiuxian was perhaps something that couldn't even be called playing soccer anymore. He might as well be called a flying man. They had seen great skills, but never anything this terrifying. Especially after completing the goal in midair. The entire stadium was shocked. Even the referee was slightly confused. What kind of being is this? Moreover, those watching this game weren't just the audience on site. There were also the citizens watching the live broadcast. When they saw this moment, their hands were sore from clapping. They thought Minister Su was impressive. But who could have thought that Minister Su would be this awesome? Also, the great elder, who had been paying close attention to this matter, finally revealed a rare smile. Since the establishment of the Great Xia country, this old man had been busy working day in and day out without ever stopping. There hadn't been a trace of a smile on his face. But at this moment, he truly smiled. Holding his hand tightly, he stared at the screen and said, "Good job. This young man xiuxian really has some tricks up his sleeve. Come here, order the publicity department and radio and television department to immediately cut the clip from just now and release it across all platforms. Haha, this will be our Xia country's pride." The great elder quickly summoned someone, then issued the order. In no time, an edited video titled "Flying Man Goal" was released across all platforms. Some citizens who hadn't originally planned to watch the live broadcast decided not to, because for them, if they had to see their idol get beaten badly, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience. So, they avoided it altogether. But, the suddenly released video caught everyone's attention and prompted them to click in subconsciously. As soon as they did, they saw a leaping figure completing the goal mid-air, with the entire audience cheering in excitement. Subconsciously they were about to close the window. Because nowadays advertisements are rampant, mostly companies exaggerating their product's effectiveness for show. However, just as they were about to click the cross, they noticed the face. Time froze in that moment. Everyone's fingers hesitated over the mouse, unable to proceed, frozen as if struck. After all, this face was too familiar to them. During this period, xiuxian's face had become widely known to everyone. His intentionally magnified face was unmistakable, impossible not to recognize unless one were a fool. Su. Minister Su. The warden office is this good? What the heck? Is this even soccer? Minister Su is insane. No wonder he made such a bold claim. Damn it. Why didn't I buy tickets earlier? I want to go watch him live, damn it. Minister Su is amazing. Where's the live stream? I need to watch it. Those who were initially reluctant to watch became excited upon seeing this promotional video and hurriedly clicked the button. They began to watch. In no time, the number of people in the live streaming room surged. From the initial 5 million, within a short period, it skyrocketed to 10 million. All major live streaming platforms and television stations also quickly started rebroadcasting. At every moment, countless people were logging in. Half an hour later, by the time the promotional clip was getting close to its end, the statistics gathered from all the live streaming rooms showed that nearly 500 million people were watching this global cup competition. This directly surpassed all previous records, which showed just how terrifying the popularity of the warden office truly was. Moreover, it should be noted that many people were likely sharing a single live stream link, especially since it was the weekend and many had arranged to watch the game together. So when you consider that, the number becomes even more frightening. At one point, the number of people watching the live stream online simultaneously reached an astonishingly high figure. The various national teams that were previously mocking the warden office found themselves at a loss for words. As for the playing field, the Red Devils team, who were gloating earlier, now looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Each time, xiuxian scored in an entirely different way. Perhaps, this couldn't even be called playing soccer anymore. It was closer to slaughtering. Especially with the 4-4-2 formation, almost all of Xia country's players had completely surrounded xiuxian. This blocked any attempts by the Red Devils team to break through. The match progressed, and it was enough to leave everyone utterly disheartened. They had seen ruthless tactics, but never anything as ruthless as this. Was this even considered legitimate play? It was almost as if xiuxian was just fooling around. He was really taking things too far. Yet despite their frustrations, they were completely powerless against him. After all, there wasn't a single foul throughout the entire game. The on-field score kept changing, and the Red Devils, who were originally set to crush the warden office, were now getting thoroughly trounced. In the chat section of the live streams, armies of viewers bombarded the screen with comments. Chapter 157. Words to Awaken the Dreamer, Global Cup. After all, they had seen quite a few football matches. But someone like xiuxian, who could play football like this, was truly unprecedented. Each strange angle shot on goal, the airborne figure, the fluid and effortless movement, all of it was so pleasing to the eye. If football were compared to an ingredient, then at this moment, everyone felt as if they were savoring the finest delicacies in the world. Even professional teams were utterly bewildered. On the current playing field, it has become xiuxian's personal stage for performance. As for other players, their only task was to block attacks from the surrounding areas. After all, those Red Devils team members wouldn't just watch every ball go into the net. But it was utterly useless. No matter how hard they tried, there was no escaping the interference from the 4-4-2 formation. They could only helplessly watch the score constantly changing. At present, the score of the penal department's team had already reached over 60 points, whereas the Red Devil score was still 0. This was nothing short of a miracle. Whoever looked at it, it seemed impossible to believe. Though terrifying scores had been seen before, one like this was unprecedented. After all, the number of back-and-forth football matches on the pitch wasn't small, but performances like xiuxian's that almost defied nature were completely unheard of before. The entire field was set in motion, with the stadium shining brightly because of him alone. Such a horrifying skill was simply terrifying. There was even a sense of surprise. Who would have thought such incredible football skills existed? It was indeed something unseen in a century. If not seen with their own eyes, under any circumstances, people would find it impossible to believe that such football skills exist. It was nothing short of a miracle. Terrifying ones had been seen before, but never imagined that some individuals would turn kicking a ball into a pure showcase of skills. Yes, xiuxian right now was putting on a display. On the field, the Red Devils team appeared as if they were invisible in front of him. They had absolutely no ability to stop him and could only helplessly watch xiuxian put on this dazzling performance without anyone stepping up to block him. Thinking about the level of such power alone is already startling. Before the match began, the Red Devils' grandiose words now appear laughable. Though absurd cases had been seen before, this degree of absurdity had never been encountered, stupid to such an extent. A renowned professional team ended up getting thoroughly trounced. As the score kept climbing, the gap between the two teams became wider and wider. Merely observing it brought a sense of exhilaration. Especially the audience from Xia country present on site went wild. Who, before the match started, would have thought that this Minister of Penal Affairs would be this formidable? This might as well be considered a monstrous talent. Despite this, there was no sign of stopping, and the gap continued to widen. The key players of the Red Devils team were genuinely regretting their decisions now. Had he known this, he would have never implicated xiuanhuan. Little did he know, he'd created a demon himself. Yes, in their eyes right now, xiuxian was a demon. This man's football skills were simply too terrifying. Just looking at them was enough to make one's insides shake. Even years of experience in the Global Cup hadn't shown such terrifying ball skills. My god, this is already something worth calling miraculous. Who would have ever thought that such terrifying skills could exist? Meanwhile, on the live stream comment section online, things were even crazier, with hundreds of millions of people simultaneously endorsing xiuxian. Minister Xu is badass. Hail to the penal affairs. I said it before, Minister Xu can do anything. Kicking a football, what's hard about that? And in just a week, he's already become this skilled. These so-called elite teams are trash compared to Minister Xu. They got destroyed. Truly annihilated. No wonder Minister Xu dared to speak arrogantly online earlier. Huh. That Red Devils team actually planned to use dirty tactics. Didn't think they'd be slapped down so publicly by Minister Xu. Didn't they hurt yet? Laughing their heads off by taking group leaderly down, weren't they? This is sheer idiocy. You guys were mocking our national soccer team earlier, still laughing? Soon on the internet, insults flew everywhere. Before the game started, the national teams from various countries were almost speaking in restrained voices. After all, in these years, the performance of Xia country's national football team had been truly insignificant. Within such a short time, even Xia country couldn't claim that it could assemble a professional team immediately and guarantee entry into the Global Cup. Thus, the mockery from other national teams was irrefutable. After all, without a counterfactual response, no matter how much they spoke, a single trophy displayed by another would render any words meaningless. But who could have anticipated such an encounter? By this point, it was genuinely hopeless, regretting why they started at all. At this moment, the teams from various countries had some flush-faced expressions. They even didn't dare to open their Weibo accounts, imagining clearly what their profiles must look like right now. Definitely cursed by countless fans of the Penal Affairs Department. Thinking about this, they couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If they had known this, surely they wouldn't have spoken so definitively. Unfortunately, this awareness came too late. Moreover, the football skills of the Minister of Penal Affairs were remarkably divine, something none of them expected. Finally, the 90 minutes passed. In the end, without surprise, the Penal Affairs Department won. Seeing this result, all the teams were somewhat stunned. It felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Meanwhile, the global multi-time champion Bull team remained very calm, and its key players spoke indifferently. Individual prowess on the football field can indeed play a role, but it is minimal. As long as we keep an eye on him and don't let him get the ball, the rest of the players are not a threat. A word woke up the dreamers. And all the professional teams from various countries understood instantly. That's right. No matter how capable xiuxian might be, he still needs the ball to score, right? If we block him and don't let him handle the ball, won't he lose eventually? Chapter 158, The Green King, the Dark Horse of Dianyo. Initially, there were some concerns that the Dianyo team might be troublesome, but everyone gradually felt at ease. They truly deserve to be from the Bulls team. Indeed powerful, a single word revealing the essence of the situation. On an 11-man collaborative battlefield, xiuxian's prowess is negligible and may even become a disadvantage. In front of their professional team, such individual bravery is utterly useless. Because his teammates cannot keep up with him, thus intercepting xiuxian would be extremely simple. As for the Red Devils team, it was purely due to underestimating their opponent, which led to this situation. At the start, they didn't even give xiuxian a proper glance. They actually looked down on him because of the evident disparity in strength between them. There is simply no possible significant gap. Years of competition among top teams were more than enough to reveal their differences. Also easily discernible were the flaws within xiuxian's team. Almost all aspects rely on a single person. If xiuxian is restrained, the whole team will fall apart. Thus, everyone naturally felt relieved. After all, for them, it may indeed be difficult to restrain a whole team, but holding back an individual would be relatively simple. When this point is understood, xiuxian might have made it so far now, but by the next match, the result could end in much bigger failure. By the second game, the opponents will specifically target him. Just like the saying goes, when one stands out, he will encounter strong winds. Perhaps the legend of Dianyo should stop here. No one had the heart to watch the following matches. After xiuxian's almost superhuman performance, continuing to watch the game seemed rather dull. After the quick resolution of these matters, everyone was waiting for the next day's match against Dianyo. However, they didn't expect the underestimated Dianyo to bring so many miracles. The next day, Dianyo took the third-place spot on the field, and their opponents were a team from a small country within the EU. Although the country was small, their football talent was quite remarkable. Therefore, the strength of this team also deserves recognition. Moreover, they targeted xiuxian from the very beginning, attempting to form an encircling formation to cut off xiuxian's passing and shooting routes. Unfortunately, it was completely ineffective before absolute power, easily crushing them. And those major teams who were eagerly watching now found themselves completely surprised. As for the public, they spontaneously started spreading the news. Dianyo won 2 consecutive games, advancing to the World Cup. An amateur team defeats a top professional team. Minister Su's legend continues. How far can they go? On the football field, Minister Xu creates another miracle. He is a true legend. All reports about xiuxian began as well. Those media outlets who originally doubted xiuxian exploded instantly. Everyone was scrambling for interviews. Modern society being what it is, dogs biting humans aren't news. Humans biting dogs are. If, in this World Cup, any team winning isn't considered particularly newsworthy. After all, in the eyes of global fans, it is expected. Having trained for such a long time, not finishing first would be surprising. However, who could have imagined that the amateur team led by Dianyo performed like a dark horse, miraculously qualifying? This was genuine news. All the major teams got slapped in the face, previously boasting on networks only to quietly delete their comments moments later. After all, they still had some pride. Were this matter exposed, it would indeed be embarrassing beyond belief. The once upset-prone Dieno national football team instantaneously became a nationwide hot topic. Whether in trending news, headline news, memes, forums, or anything else, nearly everything featured videos of the Dieno team. They were incredibly impressive. Just watching was already making people feel a bit terrified. Not only that, the national football team's performances stood out even more in the subsequent few games. Nearly with the force of one man, xiuxian broke through multiple obstacles, displaying an awe-inspiring demeanor. Even, he once became a favorite for the championship. Had someone earlier dared to believe that this hastily assembled team, existing for less than a month, would possess such power? By the end of just half the week of matches, various countries also entered the final championship match. At this moment, the Dieno amateur national football team had also made it into the top 5. This meant that as long as they won the next 2 games, they could vie for the championship position. When this news was announced, the entire nation became excited. This was truly a time for the country's football fans to lift their heads and take pride. For years, the failures of the national team left them unable to boast about anything on the global stage. After all, not even a single goal had been scored. Every time they attended the World Cup, it was embarrassing. The looks from fans of other countries were filled with disdain. But now, finally, they didn't have to worry about that anymore. They could finally walk tall with confidence. If not for the Dieno amateur national football team, this opportunity might never have come. As such, the Dieno team grew even more popular and garnered many new fans. As for the teams from other countries, they truly felt something akin to despair over these few days. In previous years, reporters would always swarm outside their doors for interviews. But this year, there was no one at all. Every journalist had gone to Dieno instead, even those reporters who were sent by their own countries. Even the Bull team, which was considered a favorite to win, got no more than 2 or 3 sentences in interviews. And those snippets were placed at the bottom, completely incomparable to the attention Dieno received. Even just a few words from an interview could make headlines. In contrast, other teams weren't favored by the people of Xia at all. Chapter 159, Supreme Lottery, Legendary Reward. After all, their previous performance had indeed offended some of Xia country's fans. If DNUC, the prison guard team, hadn't done well this time, perhaps there would still be people paying attention to them. But alas, xiuxian almost miraculously appeared this time, suppressing everyone's brilliance and standing just one step away from the championship. So, in such a situation, naturally, no one would bother to focus on national teams anymore. Everyone's focus was solely on the prison guard team. For them, the latter was much more important. In a matter of days, they managed not only to form a team good enough to participate in the World Cup, but also at a level far exceeding anything seen before. The first match, they completely overwhelmed the Red Devils team. The second match, they successfully entered the top 100. The third match, they made it into the top 10. The fourth match directly brought them into the top 5. Such impressive results. For other teams, decades of training wouldn't have yielded such success. Even with talent, it simply wasn't possible. After all, every opponent they faced wasn't an ordinary player. Teams participating in the World Cup were selected as the elite of the elites, the strongest among the strong from various countries. Thus, the strength of these individuals didn't need further elaboration. Just seeing them gave an idea of how formidable they were. But DNUC managed to compete with them within a week of practice. As for Minister xiuxian, he created miracle after miracle. Once, those who were considered star players in various countries were left utterly powerless against him. They didn't even have a chance to move. This person was undoubtedly a true powerhouse. All completely under his control. No matter how tricky the movements, the ball behaved as if it had eyes and was effortlessly directed wherever needed. Just imagining this terrifying skill made people shiver with fear. And this was xiuxian's absolute court control. Regardless of the circumstances, he always maintained an awe-inspiring command that allowed him to manipulate every situation at will. This is exactly why Xia Country's audience went wild. Not just Xia Country. Fans from all over the world started to admire this man creating myths. Similarly, because of the intimidating strength of DNUC, everyone felt both fear and awe. As a result, what was once considered a sure champion, the Bulls team, began to lose confidence. To be so demoralized by a relatively unknown team. This clearly demonstrated how terrifying xiuxian's performance was on the field. Because of this, xiuxian also became a taboo subject in football circles and received countless accolades. Golden Right Foot, God's Forbidden Zone, the King of Grasslands, Death God. Each of these titles carried the dread of those teams defeated by him. Year after year, they trained rigorously only to find themselves utterly crushed when they expected to shine. Who could have imagined such a humiliating defeat? Had anyone predicted this early on, they surely wouldn't have made such bold statements initially. But now, regret was too late. Finally, in the anticipation of all, the King's battle arrived. In the fiercely contested matches, the strength of the Bull team astonished all spectators. Undeniably, under the pressure of xiuxian, all teams saw leaps in progress. But compared to xiuxian, there remained a vast gap between them. Hence, ultimately they lost by 3 goals. With the Bull team's defeat, the competition came to its conclusion. All national teams returned home, while the members of the prison guard team accepted numerous interviews. When the prison guard team stood on the podium holding the trophy, that photo was destined to become eternal. No matter how many years pass, no one will forget this legend. And its creator was none other than xiuxian, along with a group of friends by his side. Half a month passed. when all the citizens were still immersed in the joy of the national soccer team's victory. Inside the DNUC building, xiuxian sat on the chair in his office, feeling a sense of relief. The past period had been incredibly hectic, constantly being interviewed by journalists from all over. For others, this would perhaps be an enjoyment. However, for xiuxian, there was a bit of melancholy instead. Unexpectedly, it was still so exhausting. As time passed, the World Cup finally drew to a close. Sitting quietly in the office, he suddenly heard the system's prompt sound, ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the designated task. Award for winning the World Cup championship. Would you like to draw your reward now? Hearing this voice, xiuxian snapped back to reality. He then remembered that the task had come with a reward. Indeed, the system had reminded him as soon as the task was completed. But at that time, he was simply too busy. There was no way to attend to it. The interviews conducted by those journalists came one after another without any pause. Finally, now that things were quiet, he had the time to handle the matter of these rewards properly. So, with renewed energy, he prepared to draw the reward. Draw. With these words spoken, a void roulette appeared before him instantly. A flicker of thought, and the entire roulette began to spin rapidly. He got 3 chances for the supreme lottery, and he was truly looking forward to it. What treasures could possibly come out? After the first chance was used up, the system's message rang in his mind once again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ginseng fruit, weakened version. Ginseng fruit, which can increase lifespan by 10 years upon consumption. What does the weakened version mean? Is there also a complete version? Xiuxian asked curiously, yet inside he was already thrilled beyond measure. It was an extra 10 years of life. Certainly, a complete ginseng fruit can extend life by 100 years. Host, please continue to work hard. Would you like to continue drawing the lottery? Continue. Truly worthy of being a supreme level draw. How amazing to pull such a treasure. This was exactly when his luck was at its peak. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He quickly chose to continue with the lottery, after which the roulette spun again and stopped after a moment. Once more, the system's voice echoed in xiuxian's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine culinary skills. Meals cooked by the host, upon consumption, will enhance certain physical attributes and qualities. Attributes? Can the meals I cook really increase my attributes? His face showed signs of astonishment. If this were really the case, it would be a huge windfall. Just imagining it was exciting. If true, then in the future, he would just need to cook rice every day, right? While others worked hard to cultivate themselves, he could simply eat heartily. Not bad. This skill was actually pretty reliable. The third lottery draw. Would you like to start it? Start. With such great luck, it absolutely couldn't be missed. Subsequently, the roulette began to spin again, and as it came to a stop, the system's prompt tone rang once more. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining divine driving skills. After 3 consecutive draws, 2 god-tier skills were gained, plus something that extended lifespan. Indeed, his lucky value was practically off the charts. Chapter 160. Buying a car? Not the kind that leaks oil before leaving. After quickly finishing the lottery, it was the final legendary driving skill that caught xiuxian's attention. Ever since coming to this world, he actually still hadn't bought a car. Although public employees of the DN office were basically all assigned vehicles, these cars weren't too great. They were merely more crash-resistant compared to other cars, and thus fell far short of luxury vehicles. In his previous life on Earth, xiuxian was just a small white-collar worker content with living hand-to-mouth, and as for a car, he didn't even dare to dream about it. He had driven an old Santana, 7-hand at that, for several years. But now, at least he could be considered part of a high-income group. So not owning a decent car was indeed somewhat embarrassing. With that thought, xiuxian stood up and walked towards the outside. Meanwhile, he also brought along xiuanhuan, who had always been familiar with vehicles during his military days, so he would definitely be able to give quite a few suggestions. The two made their way towards the car dealership in the capital city. Sitting in the vehicle assigned by the DN office, xiuxian wore a faint smile on the corner of his lips. The anticipation of soon picking out his first car in this life filled him with subtle excitement. At this moment, xiuanhuan up front also spoke. Minister, what kind of car do you want to buy? Something with good performance and reasonable price will do. Ordinarily, if it were a rich person buying a car, they'd definitely go for the expensive ones. It's often said that one doesn't aim for the best, but for the most expensive. But, since xiuxian was still a government official, such extravagant behavior wouldn't suit him. In many cases, he had to remain low-key and absolutely cannot be ostentatious. Thus, he calmly spoke. Xiuanhuan then interjected. If we're talking about both performance and price, the first choice would surely be the Feiqi brand. It looks quite elegant, and its price isn't overly steep either, making it fairly competitive when compared to other cars of the same performance level. Most importantly, it hasn't had any major negative news in recent years. Indeed, in this aspect, Xiuanhuan was truly half an expert. After retiring from the army, he'd continuously studied cars, constantly flipping between different brands and models, and thus gave out some of the best recommendations at this moment. Upon hearing his words, since xiuxian himself originally lacked any strong opinions, he simply responded indifferently. Alright, then let's go to the Feiqi brand store. We'll check it out, and if everything is fine, we can pick one up. Within this dealership, all branded cars usually come with some minor or major controversies. But for Feiqi, it actually had relatively fewer bad reports, which was indeed rare. Could it really be that law-abiding? This piqued his curiosity slightly. Thus, he ordered Xiuanhuan to drive them there, who nodded in agreement. Soon enough, they arrived and parked at the entrance of the Feiqi specialized shop. Seeing the large number of visitors inside the store, xiuxian lightly nodded. From the perspective of present-day standards, things seemed quite satisfactory. With this many people attracted to viewing cars, it clearly indicated that this store enjoyed a good reputation. Minister, let's go take a look. Opening the car door, xiuxian stepped out of the compartment and headed towards the shop. Among the surrounding crowd, some recognized xiuxian and surrounded him. Fortunately, the physical fitness of both individuals proved helpful as they managed to extricate themselves from the throng. They instinctively put on caps to shield themselves from public recognition, allowing them to somewhat block prying eyes. As for the spectators, after seeing the two men seemingly vanish, they began looking around until dispersing. Only after the mob dispersed did xiuxian and xiuxian dare show their faces again. In those moments, they finally experienced what many celebrities go through regularly. Even though these fans have helped them in countless ways, sometimes, due to them, cases were cracked successfully. Still, being besieged was undoubtedly awkward, indicating they should probably consider makeup before venturing out next time. Otherwise, they might not make it through. Minister, come on. Over there are the Feiqi branded cars. Around 660,000 yuan. We can check them out. Xuanhuan pointed towards the north direction, after which xiuxian nodded and moved forward promptly. Walking swiftly, when they reached the area designated for the Feiqi brand, there were comparatively fewer people here. Even in the capital, those capable of spending such a substantial amount on cars were, after all, a minority. A few female salespeople immediately approached, each holding a sales brochure. Gentlemen, thinking about buying a car? You've come to the right place. This model is priced at 660,000 yuan per unit. Moreover, there's absolutely no quality issue, warranty included. And we provide insurance. Speaking, xiuxian listened carefully and nodded. For the description certainly sounded appealing at least. It was still pretty decent. But the actual value? That wasn't entirely clear. Noticing xiuxian's mood, Xuanhuan quickly interjected. This price is about right. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian began to scrutinize the car in front of him. Indeed, Xuanhuan had been spot on in his evaluation. The Feiqi car really did look quite impressive. Moreover, when it came to pricing, it wasn't as exorbitant as one might have feared. If it could be acquired, then it would indeed count as a pretty good deal. How about it? Minister, do you like this one? Let's go with the black one. It looks more refined. Want to give it a test drive? A thought struck xiuxian, and he smiled as he spoke. Xuanhuan also nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to open the door for a test drive, the female saleswoman who'd been by their side returned and said apologetically, "Sorry, gentlemen, but we don't allow test drives on our vehicles. However, during the sale, we can offer you a free inspection." A slight frown crossed xiuxian's face. If there was no opportunity to test the vehicle, how would anyone know whether it was problematic or not? As for professional inspections, since it would be conducted within the shop itself, who could say if there wouldn't be foul play involved? Seemingly perceiving xiuxian's dissatisfaction, the female salesperson hurriedly added, "Please rest assured, our Feiqi brand has been sold across Daxiao Nation for many years now. There's never been any discontent, nor refunds or complaints. We absolutely guarantee quality. After all, we wouldn't dare jeopardize the credibility of this store, would we?" As she spoke, she flashed a bright smile. Hearing her reassurances, xiuxian nodded. Indeed, it didn't seem reasonable for the shop to risk its reputation just over one car. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, suddenly, from a distance came the sound of an argument. Chapter 161, Shameless Sales Consultant, Faulty Flying Spur Vehicle. What do you mean? I haven't even driven this car out of the door yet, and it's already leaking oil. Now, you're telling me that we need to replace the engine? How is this the way your company sells cars? Even if I drove out of here, I would have just accepted the loss. But within less than 3 minutes, it started leaking oil. How did you check when you inspected it earlier? Ho ho, so this is how Flying Spur sells cars? You were all about loyalty to the customer before payment. Now there's a problem, and you want the customer to take responsibility? Isn't that an ugly sight? A gentle female voice came from afar, and xiuxian instinctively glanced toward the other side. His original intention was to proceed with the payment. But everything paused. What's going on? Why is there a commotion ahead? Wrinkling his eyebrows, he looked at Xuanhuan, whose expression was bewildered as he rubbed his neck, and said, "Minister, it seems to be something about the car not making it out of the door before it started leaking oil or something. There was also mention of replacing the engine. I didn't catch it clearly. Let's go see." Putting away the bank card, at this point, he lost interest in buying the car. He stepped toward the source of the sound. At this time, the sales consultant seemed anxious and said, "Gentlemen, don't rush to leave. We can still negotiate this price. It's really just a small matter, no reason to get upset. These things happen all the time when buying cars. No big deal. Definitely some customers dissatisfied with the gifts they received wanting refunds and causing trouble for no good reason." Is that so? Looking back at the beauty, xiuxian furrowed his brow into a frown and coldly smiled. "We are right here, and you know what the argument ahead is about? Ho ho, looks like these kinds of incidents frequently occur in your store, huh? If so, we should definitely go take a look. As for the car, let's buy it later." Clearly, the consultant realized she made a mistake. She had just claimed that there were absolutely no customer complaints or returns, yet now she was saying such problems happened often. Wasn't this slapping her own face? Initially trying to trick xiuxian into paying first. But, at this moment, she was unable to say anything further. Seeing her silence, xiuxian bluntly stated, "Let's go." Walking towards where the incident was happening, more people gathered around with curious glances, and an originally spacious area quickly filled up. Everyone was somewhat curious. After all, Flying Spur was famous for its great reputation, and there didn't seem to be any precedent for something like this. By the time xiuxian and others arrived, many people had already gathered. Instinctively squeezing through, they saw a beautiful woman sitting on the roof of the flying spur vehicle. Her face was still visibly angry, and upon closer inspection, she was recognized. Isn't this girl Li Shui, the program host from the capital city TV station? Who would have thought they'd coincidentally run into her here? Still, what was this performance about? Before they could ask, they heard the man in a suit wearing work attire open his mouth and say, "Miss, please stop causing a scene, all right? In all these years that our flying spur store has been selling cars, we've never encountered problems. Why are you suddenly having issues this time? You personally supervised the inspection report and process. What's wrong with it? After confirming the car was fine, you signed off on it, didn't you? Now that both money and goods are exchanged, why are you causing trouble? Do you truly think we're so easy to bully at Flying Spur? Also, who knows if it wasn't because you did something mischievous on the car yourself which led to this situation now? I tampered with it. This is my car I bought, spending so much hard-earned money selecting carefully. Why would I mess it up myself? Besides, this car never left your shop. At the very door, there was already a leak. Shouldn't this be your responsibility? All I did was drive it briefly. How can I play tricks in the driver's seat while driving?" Hearing the salesperson's words, Li Shui looked somewhat worried. Still, she explained reasonably. After all, as a program host, one must maintain basic composure. This has nothing to do with us. Anyway, the safety checks are complete, and you've already signed. Also, seeing that you're a girl, I'll give you some leniency. Thus, according to the national warranty policy, we'll change the engine for you. What do you think? As for anything else, I really can't help with it. And if you had problems, you shouldn't have signed in the first place, right? Ladies and gentlemen, please bear witness. The signature on this safety inspection report, that was signed by the lady herself. So, there's no problem with the process. Moreover, all cars we've sold haven't encountered any issues. Why is it that as soon as this beauty gets in the car, problems start to arise? Everyone should think about that themselves. The male sales consultant said this while still subtly guiding the crowd. Hearing these words, people around couldn't help but contemplate them. That's true. If there were problems, she could have refused to sign. Since her name is already on the document, it means everything was fine. In that case, what more is there to say? Also, quite a few people have been falsely accusing others recently. So many of those in the crowd started saying, "Young lady, if you signed your name, then it proves there wasn't an issue. Making false accusations like this isn't appropriate, right?" Exactly. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Why play tricks like this? Haha. Picking up stones only to drop them on your own feet. I also think it's just because she can't afford it. So what? Is it worth all this fuss? Having signed her name, who knows if she didn't tamper with something secretly? There are quite a lot of such people now, wanting to extort money from car dealerships. Listening to the murmurs from the bystanders, the salesman revealed a cunning smile on his face. His wicked plan had succeeded. Li Shui atop the car felt somewhat helpless despite not having played any tricks. Moreover, she didn't even know much about cars. How could she possibly be someone who would try to cheat others? Beauty, I think you shouldn't continue disgracing yourself here. Just leave quickly. Hee. If you stay longer, you'll embarrass yourself even further. Li Shui opened her mouth, but realized that explaining wouldn't clarify things at all. Wait a moment. Stirring up the crowd and deliberately muddling the facts. Is that amusing? Chapter 162. Seizing the shop. We are the prison office. Originally, Li Shui had already intended to bear this mute loss. After all, the crowd on the scene were already saying such things. And with her having signed on the documents, it was clear that even if she filed a lawsuit, it would definitely be a losing case. There was no choice but to admit bad luck and avoid coming to this shop in the future. But unexpectedly, at this moment someone actually spoke up. She quickly turned her head to look. At this moment, the male salesperson's expression also turned grim. Just when the issue was about to be smoothly resolved, somebody came out of nowhere. Wasn't this intentionally ruining good things? As long as this defective car could be sold, his commission could double. He thought Ms. Li was a girl, thus easier to bully. Plus the store had hired many plants in the crowd. So, they were acting so presumptuously. After all, it's easy to sway the public. As long as most people said something, the rest would just parrot what they hear. Unexpectedly, such an event still occurred. Just when the deal was about to close, someone rushed over to cause trouble. He turned back around, anger flashing on his face as he said, "Who said that? Who spoke just now?" "It was me. What's the matter?" Xiuxian calmly stepped forward, staring at the salesman who was a head shorter than him. His gaze was like a blade, piercing straight into the heart of the other man, who originally wanted to curse, but instantly swallowed his words under Xiuxian's strong aura. Unable to utter a word, his whole face was full of tension. Nothing. I was just asking. Sir, what qualifies you to say our product is faulty? When did I confuse the matter? Everything I said before is true. This lady only encountered problems after signing and taking the vehicle. Of course, we cannot exclude the possibility that she tampered with it inside. Are you talking like this because you're part of the same gang? While speaking, he diverted the conflict onto Xiuxian's shoulders. After all, by this point, in order to sell the car, they decided not to hold back. He eyed the young man intently, wanting to see how he would explain himself. As long as this incident was framed onto Xiuxian, everything else would fall into place. When a gang runs here for compensation from the dealership, it naturally seems more reasonable. Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian smirked and coldly replied, "A gang? Huh, right, I do know her. Xiao, long time no see." He took off his hat, looking at Li Shui before him. She immediately recognized him and quickly walked over to Xiuxian's side, a few tears still glistening in her eyes. After all, encountering such an issue as a little girl can indeed leave one at a loss for what to do. The surrounding people not only didn't help, but even kicked her while she was down. If not for xiuxian, she truly wouldn't know what to do next. Xiuxian, it's you. The car I just bought hasn't even left the door yet, and it's already leaking oil. But the sales staff here says it's none of their business and accuses me of tampering with the car. At this point, there was still some indignation in her voice, making her stutter slightly. After all, who would have thought that buying a car could lead to such an unscrupulous situation? Some people just don't care about their reputation anymore. Don't worry, there's no problem. Let me handle it. Go and bring your manager or supervisor over here. He signaled for Li Shui to calm down, then turned his head to look at the salesperson whose expression was somewhat contemptuous. In a cold voice, he said, "Call them? Haha, what are you worth? Why should I call anyone? Moreover, you two are obviously working together, probably here to extort money from us, right? Haha, interesting. Do you believe me if I call the police right now? Leave quickly." While saying this, he even took out his phone, pretending to report to the police. However, xiuxian clearly had no intention of hindering him, standing there with his arms crossed, waiting quietly. At the same time, he also said, "Go ahead and report. Why aren't you calling? Do it faster. Don't waste my precious time. Forgot the number? Need help with that? Or is your phone out of credit?" Li Zhonghua, given the phone. The salesperson's face flushed with anger. Normally, customers seeing him pretend to report the police would leave directly. No one wants to get themselves unnecessarily into trouble, especially those buying high-end cars, which are often worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Who has the time to waste in the police station? However, this individual not only isn't afraid, but encourages him to call the police instead. If you won't report, go and bring your person in charge over. Still haven't moved? Hurry up. There was already a hint of impatience in his tone. The worst kind of people were those who appeared to be one way on the surface, but were entirely different inside. Therefore, xiuxian didn't want to continue exchanging pleasantries with him at all. Realizing this, the latter had no choice but to open the radio. Not long after, a pot-bellied supervisor walked over from afar, surveying the situation and quickly understanding what was going on. He said, "What's happening? Why are you all blocking us here? We're a regular store. If all of you stand here, it might affect our business." "Business? No problem. Won't interfere, because, starting now, your place is being sealed off." "What?" The supervisor turned back to look at xiuxian, feeling inexplicably familiar with the face, yet not remembering exactly who he was for a moment. As a foreign brand, Feiqi did extremely well in domestic sales. Who would dare to shut it down easily? Li Zhonghua, call the task force to come over. Also, starting now, the entire Feiqi store is placed under comprehensive seal. No one is allowed to drive away any vehicles privately. And all of your employees remain here to await interrogation. Xiuxian said indifferently, while casually taking out the badge of the prison office and hanging it on his chest. The supervisor, who was about to say something more, instantly turned pale, his entire face trembling as he realized that they were dealing with an officer from the prison office. His legs began shaking uncontrollably. Finally, he recalled who the young man was and hurriedly said, "You are Minister Su, the genuine article. So, can you explain the issue just now? Don't tell me you don't know. Otherwise." Without giving the supervisor another glance, he turned to look at the sales consultant. Chapter 163. Please cooperate with our investigation, arrest them all. The latter was already scared stiff by now. Where could any words come from? His whole body shaking there like someone having the chills. The surrounding onlookers, seeing this scene, how could they not understand? They must have been deceived. If there were really no problems, would it be so frightening? More importantly, even people from DNUC, the prisons department, had stepped in. For the current citizens of the capital city, whenever the prisons department got involved, there would certainly be some issue. Otherwise, how would it possibly get the attention of prisons department's personnel? After all, these people rarely appeared in ordinary situations. This. The sales consultant struggled for half a day but couldn't utter a single word. Upon seeing his face, xiuxian coldly said, "All right, there's no need for you to say anything. Are there any issues in the surveillance room? Take me there for a look. Please." Sweat dripped down the manager's forehead, not realizing that this time they had truly hit an unmovable rock and dared not let anyone delete the surveillance footage. After all, the prisons department wasn't your average person. If it were normal people, one could bluff through it and nothing much would happen. But only the prisons department was untouchable. If they tried to bluff, it was likely they wouldn't survive. Who didn't know how powerful this organization was? It might cost one their life. Hence he was incredibly nervous, only able to lead xiuxian towards the surveillance room while quickly searching in his mind how to handle the situation. After some time, they arrived at the surveillance room. Subsequently, the recording started to play. After xiuxian watched it, his whole face twisted as he looked back at the salesperson and asked coldly, "What about it? Is there anything else to say? Could Li Shui possibly have tampered with the car within 2 or 3 minutes after receiving it? Tell me. Also, why is there a tamper causing oil leakage in the driver's seat? Tell me about that too." His voice, full of anger, made the other party unable to respond. And the manager quickly intervened, saying, Don't get angry, Director Su. This was our fault. Rest assured, we will definitely give this lady a satisfactory response. Full refund, plus we can also pay part of the compensation fees. We hope for forgiveness. Also, if interested, you can order a personalized car at our main factory. How about that? As for you, you're fired. Go away. Xiuxian slightly frowned. After all, for such a big incident, the manager was trying to gloss over it with just a few words. How easy was that? However, he temporarily kept silent, nodding faintly. Thinking xiuxian had agreed, the manager continued explaining. please forgive us both. After all, these kinds of cars, though they carry brand assurance, who dare say they really have absolutely no problems, right? So really forgive us. In the future, we will strictly prohibit such incidents from happening again. And the previous person, well, he was just a temporary worker anyway. So, unfamiliarity with our company's claim handling model can be understood, isn't it? Please bear with us. At this point, the manager's face was filled with apologies. Ho ho, understanding, hard to avoid, isn't it? Just, I wonder, how many unavoidable cases are there at your place? It's heard that since your company entered the Xia country market, there hasn't been any complaint record, including claim records. With such excellent credit merchants, naturally, we'll understand. Xiuxian smiled sarcastically while saying it. Upon hearing this, the manager froze momentarily before nervously laughing and nodding. If that's the case, then why don't we inspect it? Given such an incident occurred, I believe everyone will worry about the quality of your cars, so, take this opportunity, let the prisons department certify it for you. With our inspection, I believe, the quality issues of your vehicles should no longer be doubted by anyone. The manager was shocked, not expecting it to come to this. No one shall enter or leave until the inspection is completed. Let's go. Without leaving any room for politeness, Xiuxian spoke indifferently and walked out. The manager's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as well. After all, he knew that there were issues with this batch of vehicles. If these were found during the inspection, he feared it would be disastrous. Yet, stopping Xiuxian was now impossible. Before long, the team from the prisons department had gathered and begun inspecting on site. By this time, the number of people in the car sales hall was also increasing. After all, who isn't here to join in on the commotion? Moreover, this Feichi store has had no major issues over the years. So, many were quite curious about what kind of results this quality inspection could yield. It seems that whenever DNUC gets involved, there hasn't been a single failure. Could it be that these Feichi cars really do have problems? Everyone stared curiously, while the cars inside the showroom were being inspected. Sweat dripped down the forehead of the supervisor standing nearby. He fully understood that at this point, even if the slightest thing went wrong, he would be finished. He inwardly cursed the sales consultant to death. Why did they sell the car to anyone else but xiuxian? Now look, because of this, the entire shop might be ruined as well. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The inspection continued, and those watching around were already starting to feel hungry. But no one wanted to miss such an entertaining show. Just when everyone started to grow impatient, finally, Sun Daxing from the investigation team spoke. Minister, there are issues. Their tires, fuel tank, engine, etc. all don't meet specifications. What? The onlookers were all astonished. This is no small matter. If all of these components are faulty, then it's enough to prove that this car is essentially useless. And not only that, the other cars have also shown various degrees of defects after inspection. Virtually flawless vehicles were exceedingly rare. Xiuxian stared coldly at the manager in front of him and said, "Can you please give me a proper explanation for the current issues?" Chapter 164. Full Sealand Air Blockade. Ban on Feichi car entry. Sweat appeared on his forehead, not knowing how to explain. After all, the more you try to explain, the worse it looks. Seeing the other party pretending to be mute, Xiuxian didn't mind. Alright, if you don't want to talk here, that's fine. Just come back with me. I think you'll have a lot to say to me. Besides, starting now, this store will be sealed. We'll consider reopening after the investigation is completed. Yes. Xuanhuan nodded, and then proceeded to seal the place with his team. As for the staff inside the car dealership, they were all taken away. A while later, sitting in the office of the DNUC prison department, Xiuxian felt somewhat annoyed, never expecting that buying a car would lead him into such a situation. Fortunately, he was present during the scam today. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been deceived. Hundreds of thousands of yuan. Perhaps for some tycoons, it doesn't count for much. But for ordinary people, it's definitely a huge sum. And yet it was swindled away like this? No wonder over the years, there had been no reports against Feichi cars. It turns out, they always handled issues this way. Swap the engine, add some money, and the customers likely gave up, especially since signing the contract had already established legal binding. That's why so many people fell victim to the scam, making this case an unsolved mystery. If there were no whistleblowers, then at most the shop could only be considered to have quality problems. After being closed for a few days, it would reopen. Even the prison department couldn't possibly keep watch outside their door all day, right? With just Xiuxian suing alone, it wasn't enough. What should be done then? Still, there was some worry. At that moment, Xiaoli walked in from outside and said, "Minister, we just received several whistleblower materials related to the Feichi case. Would you like to take a look?" Whistleblower. His eyes lit up. He cursed himself for being too dumb. Why hadn't he utilized the excellent resources provided by the internet? Although he personally couldn't find evidence, it doesn't mean netizens couldn't. Now that these whistleblower materials had been submitted, the matter was going to be much easier. Xiuxian believed there must be issues with more than just one Feichi shop. All over the country, every branch may have similar problems. Such a vast criminal network couldn't be dealt with by just tackling a couple. The best strategy would be to use these whistleblower materials to strike at the entire Feichi headquarters, completely driving them out of Xia country. When Xiaoli handed over the materials, after looking through the contents, his eyebrows furrowed. He had seen shameless behavior before, but never something so utterly despicable. Those Feichi sales vendors had absolutely no sense of decency left. Just by reading one whistleblowing instance, it detailed an example from a Feichi sales store near the capital city. Apparently, a car that had only been driven for less than 2 days showed signs of maintenance for tens of thousands of kilometers. This is ridiculous. Whoever owned that vehicle surely couldn't drive that distance within such a short time unless the car had wings. The engine might have burned out by now. However, when the car owner complained to them, instead of resolving the issue, they avoided responsibility by giving numerous excuses. In the end, after complaining for 2 to 3 months, nothing was achieved. There was simply no other option but to suffer in silence. After all, facing such situations, what can anyone really do? Continuing onward, this was even more infuriating for xiuxian. The car owner was apparently still in the hospital, having been paralyzed due to a crash caused by a malfunctioning braking system in the Feichi car. Further checks confirmed some parts in the braking system were substandard. This was precisely the reason behind the failure of the brakes, which led to the car owner being hospitalized and paralyzed. Yet, when trying to defend their rights, the store told the owner to deal directly with them. No substitutions allowed. They also refused to pay any medical bills, leaving compensation entirely out of reach. Without a doubt, these individuals had hearts as black as coal. Later on, the family sought justice everywhere. It was all in vain, including attempts at the overseas headquarters where they were sent back home. As for domestic regulatory bodies, they had already been bribed, not only refusing assistance, but even attempting to arrest them. In the end, they had no choice but to give up fighting for their rights. After all, if they continued, there was a possibility they would be threatened with their lives. The third car owner's situation was slightly better. While driving, the steering wheel failed, and the car eventually crashed into a wall. Although the car was written off, at least his life was spared. After the incident, various attempts to defend his rights were in vain, and he later turned to Weibo and other trending platforms hoping to seek justice. But it was unexpected. The manager behind the scenes hired a large number of internet trolls and ruthlessly blackened the reputations of him and his family. Furthermore, through sinister means, they forced his company to fire him. Ever since, his family has been struggling to make ends meet. And these blood-soaked incidents were somehow covered up by those ruthless Feichi manufacturers and salespeople. And yet, they managed to maintain an image that their brand had absolutely no issues. Just, if the public knew about this, how would they feel? In business, profit is indeed valued. There's nothing wrong with that. But profiting at the cost of lives is certainly unacceptable. So many cases have happened. There must be countless hidden secrets unknown to the public. This clearly indicates that something is wrong with Feichi cars. As for why they agreed to reconcile with Li Shui, it was probably just to deceive him, wasn't it? Thinking about this, xiuxian still felt a surge of anger. He almost fell victim to their deception. So it was imperative to seek justice for the people. The so-called reconciliation from Feichi Group was just a deceptive move. If they let them off this time, who knows when another such tragedy will happen. Therefore, after much deliberation, he decided to take action. Looking up at Xiao Li, he said, issue a public announcement requesting Feichi Stock Company, Limited, to provide the location of its main factory. Gather the action team and investigation team immediately for departure. Also notify customs, road checkpoints, borders, etc. Starting now, all Feichi vehicles are restricted from entering the country. All domestic Feichi cars are prohibited from sale. Yes. Xiao Li quickly left the room, realizing that the minister had decided to take action against the Feichi car. Chapter 165, Journey to Country D, Overseas Inspection. In the dead of night, an announcement was issued by Dianxi, the prison department. Inside the main headquarters building of Feichi cars in Country D, blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners were pacing back and forth. From time to time, sounds of conversation could be heard. At that very moment, the urgent ringing of a phone interrupted everything upstairs in the office. William Charles, the chairman of the board of directors of the parent company, wrinkled his brow, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he picked up the phone and asked, "Who is it?" "Chairman, something's happened." The urgent voice from the other end immediately jolted William awake from his reverie, prompting him to inquire in a serious tone, "What's wrong? What kind of trouble could it be?" There was still some skepticism in his tone. After all, Feichi cars had long been exported overseas to countless countries that all competed fiercely for their products. There had never been any issues before. So what exactly could have gone wrong? Having reached their current level of success in business, they had already become invincible. No matter what happened with others, their company would remain unshaken. But before William finished speaking, the other end replied in a flustered manner. All our stores in Xiaogua have been completely shut down. All land, sea, and air sales routes to Xiaogua have also been severed. Currently, we are unable to export our Feichi cars into Xiaogua. Moreover, xiuxian, the minister of Dianxi in Xiaogua, has announced that they will conduct a thorough investigation into Feichi car quality issues at the headquarters and expects full cooperation from the company. So what should we do? Blockade? Quality issues? Thorough investigation. William, who had previously been somewhat smug, instantly turned pale-faced. For many years, there had been no problems with Feichi cars. Now, Xiaogua had actually imposed a direct blockade order, which was indeed too excessive. However, expecting them to retract it seemed impossible, and abandoning the Xiaogua market? That was even more unacceptable. After all, the country with the largest population and the most wealth worldwide was Xiaogua. If there were problems here, one could say his company might as well declare bankruptcy right away. Therefore, under such circumstances, this line absolutely must not be severed, unless they wanted the company to collapse. However, if they were to cooperate with Dianxi in conducting inspections, Feichi's reputation and credibility could take a hit. Indeed, he knew that over the years, due to their excellent reputation, some corners were occasionally cut during production. If this were discovered, it would spell disaster. But if they refused to allow inspection, it would amount to directly announcing their exit from the Xiaogua market, an outcome that competitors in the automobile industry would find most agreeable. Thus, after much deliberation, he finally decided to cooperate. For no matter what, the xiaohuan market must be retained. For sure, I'll cooperate. You arrange for Diancie personnel to come over. In addition, inform the staff below to be careful when working these days. Under no circumstances can we afford to make mistakes. As he spoke, William added somewhat worriedly. This was a crucial moment. Nothing could go awry. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, no one would be able to handle the fallout. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the call nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the phone call ended. Inside the office, William's face became even more grim. Actually, since the problem arose yesterday at the Capital store, he had immediately realized that Diancie wouldn't just let it slide. Yet, he didn't expect the minister to be so decisive. A direct visit to Country D for inspection. Of course, this wasn't bad either. It saved him from having to offer explanations. Since the vehicles here haven't left the factory yet and the majority are without issue, he couldn't believe that Diancie would uncover anything significant. If they don't find anything, then it would instead establish their brand internationally. Nowadays, Diancie's reputation in Xiaohua isn't confined merely within Xiaohua, but enjoys renown across the globe. Their track record of solving cases has impressed enforcement agencies from many countries who cooperate quite readily, because rarely does anyone demonstrate such terrifying prowess. Even if they investigate, they may not discover much anyway. Only Diancie has the capability to find discrepancies, and its abilities are not to be underestimated. To put it another way, if the manufacturer can pass the tests set by Diancie, it's equivalent to guaranteeing absolute quality. When advancing globally, such a brand naturally carries more credibility. After the headquarters of Country D accepted the terms, the team from Diancie lost no time. They proceeded to bring along both the action group and the investigation team. They boarded the first available flight, heading towards the capital of Country D. Upon landing, a representative from Feichi Group came to greet them, and as a sign of importance, they even sent a vice-chairman. This was merely a superficial gesture. After all, even if being investigated, an appearance of magnanimity must be maintained. The whole world already knew about this matter, so naturally, appearances had to be observed. They then got into the prepared vehicle and headed towards the Feichi Group headquarters. Upon arriving at the building's entrance, the chairman and a group of managers were already waiting there. Seeing xiuxian, the chairman's eyes lit up, surprised that the minister was so young. He quickly regained his composure and approached, saying, "Minister Su, welcome to our Country D for inspection. Rest assured, everyone in our company will absolutely cooperate with the investigation. Of course, we also hope Minister Su can act as a fair witness for us to uphold our reputation. If there really are no problems, then I will certainly help you." "Good, thank you. Please come inside, do come in." William's face showed some awkwardness, but being a chairman, he was very experienced and quickly composed himself, subsequently inviting xiuxian to enter. Following behind, they moved toward the interior of the corporation. Just as they entered the building, many journalists were already waiting there, with their equipment set up. "Minister Su, surely you don't mind? In order to demonstrate fairness, we specially invited media from various countries to record on-site, and it will also be broadcasted globally. Feichi Group always acts with transparency. We absolutely will not resort to underhanded methods." Speaking these words, he maintained an air of righteousness. Chapter 166, Public Opinion, Quality Inspection. Of course, the tone of voice was still sharp. If xiuxian refused the journalists following, wouldn't that be tantamount to hiding and being evasive? Hearing his words, a hint of cold laughter hung at the corner of xiuxian's lips as he nodded indifferently. "We don't mind. That's good, that's good." William laughed loudly, saying these were all journalists he personally invited, and they would definitely follow what he wanted them to say. Therefore, no matter how it looked, he seemed invincible in this situation. Perhaps, within Xia country, he wasn't the match for Diancie. After all, this organization's enormous power in that country, he had also heard about it. But, if in Country D, things would be different. Their company did have some influence. It didn't matter whether it was Diancie, or even a few more, none could be their match. They could eliminate them at any time. "Let's begin," xiuxian said coldly. Since he saw through this man's calculations, there was no reason to continue pretending. Moreover, there was no need either since, after all, he hadn't reached the point where he forgives someone who plotted against him just yet. Not striking first already counted as extremely polite behavior on his part. "All right, please, let us first take a look at the workshop. All our materials are processed entirely here, so we guarantee that there will not be any issues. Of course, you are welcome to visit." Speaking thus, Chairman William led the way. He quickly came to a password-locked door, swiped his card to enter, and immediately, one saw countless large-scale workshops operating rapidly, with parts falling off machines. Furthermore, the entire workshop was spotlessly clean, truly deserving praise, worthy of being an international large-scale company. Just from such sanitary conditions alone, it was commendable. Indeed, this place was very impressive. And while using this opportunity, William began aggressively promoting, "Ladies and gentlemen reporters, please feel free to inspect. This is part of our mechanical factory. We guarantee that all our materials and cars get supplied with top-notch components. And aside from that, our environment and quality protection can almost serve as a global model. You can actually see that on site. As for this incident regarding quality problems, I believe it should merely be the first among millions of cases. After all, no matter how good a product may be, there might always be exceptions. So, we sincerely invite personnel from Diancie over to examine. This gentleman here is the highly esteemed Minister Su from Xia country. I believe his name must already be known to everyone. I hope everyone continues to support our flying sprint car series. We promise that we are absolutely a conscientious business, and we won't engage in any fraud towards consumers. That William had indeed reasons why he reached today's position. At least, the previous advertising statement added points to the situation. Perhaps the previous quality issues improved quite a bit due to this ad, especially that line inviting Dionysi, indeed shameless. Yet, unfortunately, there was no way to refute it face to face. After all, even xiuxian doesn't wish to ruin relationships before uncovering anything definitive. This is a foreign country, hence every move he makes represents the national honor. Yet letting him off isn't an option either, for when has xiuxian ever suffered any losses? Particularly during verbal sparring sessions. Seizing the opportunity while the other was promoting, xiuxian casually mentioned, whether these parts have problems still needs investigation. Chairman William, you surely wouldn't refuse allowing us to take back a few samples for inspection, would you? No, certainly not. The color in William's face turned difficult, and the pleasant atmosphere was instantly ruined. And those netizens around the world watching the live stream awoke immediately to realize that Dionysi had never claimed the quality was without problems. It was only the person standing before them who made such claims. A slap in the face. Dionysi is doing great. Minister Su flew to Country D in person. However, since flying sprint cars dared to openly accept inspections, they probably don't have major problems, right? Otherwise, hiding wouldn't even be enough. How would they dare suddenly step forward? There's a point. I also want to know what exactly happened. Indeed, these people's faces, aren't they too ugly? They're so shameless. In an instant, the public began to curse. Especially the people of Xia country. After all, they were the ones who suffered this time. The malfunctioning Feiqi cars appeared in Xia country. If there were no problems here, it would certainly not be credible. And upon seeing these comments, William's expression turned as bitter as if he had eaten a raw bitter melon. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and already hired a group of trolls beforehand. Adding the wind direction brought by the employees under his group, for a period, it didn't seem like a total loss. At least, he hadn't lost in the overall situation. Unless, quality issues were really discovered. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any changes at all. The paid journalists started to promote the good qualities of these Feiqi cars. Seeing this scene, William's face revealed a hint of satisfaction. At least in this way, there was no need to worry about any possible issues. Moreover, after this incident, his vehicles would not only avoid trouble, but might even rise to greater heights thanks to this publicity. It took a full half hour before xiuxian finally finished touring the entire workshop. No problems were found. However, this alone wasn't enough. If inspections were being conducted, they must be thorough. With that, xiuxian spoke up. Mr. Chairman William, let's inspect your warehouse next. There should be no objections, right? What? Warehouse? William's face darkened, not expecting xiuxian to keep going endlessly. Even after checking here, it wasn't over yet. They wanted to check the warehouse too, which obviously wasn't a good sign. Frowning slightly, William said, well, it can be done, but... Chapter 167, Feiqi Group, Warehouse Inspection. So, does Chairman William's warehouse contain some secrets that can't be revealed? Noticing the latter's expression, xiuxian took the opportunity to apply pressure. He asked the journalists around, but this time they all closed their mouths. Although they had been paid, compared to breaking a sensational news story, the money they received seemed insignificant. If there really were any loopholes inside, they wouldn't mind conducting an investigation. After all, officially it was still under the jurisdiction of the Dian department. Even if something were to come out in the end, it would have nothing to do with them. And even if nothing were found, they could still take the money with peace of mind. Seeing the reactions of the journalists, Chairman William's face darkened. As expected, they were all opportunists who didn't hesitate when they saw the chance for profit despite receiving payment. However, fortunately, he was well prepared. Otherwise, he might really have been intimidated. But he couldn't let xiuxian see through him either. Otherwise, who knew what trouble the minister of the Dian department might stir up? Therefore, he quickly spoke up. Of course not. Haha. Minister Su is overreacting. How could we possibly do such things? It's just a warehouse inspection, isn't it? Fine, let's go now. Let's get moving, said casually, and then everyone headed towards the company entrance. The main warehouse of Feiqi Motors was located on a desolate hillside 10 kilometers away from the group headquarters. After all, a regular small place would simply not suffice for storing these vehicles. They eventually purchased an entire mountain. From this alone, it can be seen how formidable Feiqi Group truly is. The car sped along, and by the time they reached the warehouse perimeter, numerous security guards were already patrolling back and forth. After all, the vehicles inside were worth hundreds of thousands each, so they obviously couldn't just be left out there. Otherwise, they might be stolen without notice. Under the guidance of the head security officer, they entered the interior of the warehouse. It has to be said, the construction of this warehouse was quite luxurious and fully equipped. Countless Feiqi cars were parked throughout the entire facility. Each model, including those yet to leave the factory, were stored here. As for the surroundings, they exuded a sense of modern technology, with numerous maintenance personnel checking the safety conditions of the vehicles. Confronted with so many luxury cars, it was easy to feel awestruck. Chairman William's warehouse is indeed impressive. Minister Su flatters me. Why don't we start the inspection now? Despite the polite words, William did not feel the slightest bit relaxed, rather harboring some animosity. After all, having checked the workshops earlier, xiuxian still wanted to inspect the warehouse as well. This certainly felt like unnecessary trouble. If this were bearable, then certain actions would indeed be intolerable. Even with excellent gentlemanly manners, William began feeling irritable at the sight of xiuxian. finally understanding the anger of the chairman of Xiuxian Group. Unfortunately, they had run into someone so difficult to deal with. Alright, then we'll proceed with the inspection. Xiuxian waved his hand, and the working team began their work immediately. The surrounding journalists continued filming. Seeing so many Feiqi cars parked here instantly gave all the live streaming viewers a sense of satisfaction. After all, though Feiqi occasionally holds large-scale joint sales, the number of cars in these events pales in comparison to what's inside the warehouse. Just glancing at them revealed close to 10,000 vehicles, with more extending endlessly. No one knows how many cars are actually stored inside. Such a vast collection of vehicles parked together is truly breathtaking. So many Feiqi cars, damn, even discontinued models are present. Wow, the Phantom series is here too. I spent a long time considering this series, but ultimately decided not to buy it because production had stopped within Xia country's region. Is this the power behind Feiqi Motors Group? Indeed, compared to our domestic companies, it is far superior. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, their scale and mass production speak for themselves. Yes, in D country, they were already considered an industrial powerhouse during the Second Great National War. Thus, they could develop automobiles early and create such a good brand. There must be reasons behind their success. Our domestic manufacturers will need some time to catch up. That's a fair assessment. If Feiqi Group has such a good reputation, why are there still problems? The public began to discuss, and quite a few domestic manufacturers were also somewhat admiring. Although they had been striving for years to catch up, there was still a gap. After all, there is nearly a century of effort between them. D country's industry developed much earlier than Xia country's. It's impossible to surpass them in such a short time. Continuing to stroll around the factory, Xiuxian's gaze swept over each car, while the working group members carefully inspected each one, refusing to miss even one problematic vehicle. After all, this also concerned the face of the Diyun department, as it was their first cross-border investigation. If they found any issues, it would be easier to report back. On the other hand, if they returned home empty-handed, they might face significant backlash. As for Chairman William, he smirked and said, "Well, Minister Su, the quality of our domestically produced cars should still be pretty good, right? By the way, I heard you're thinking of buying a car recently. How about you take this opportunity and get one? I can't guarantee anything else, but we at Feiqi Motors have no problem with quality. Besides, I can give you a good deal since we're friends, right? Ho ho, thank you, but no thanks." Xiuxian directly shook his head in refusal, joking aside. Even if he didn't believe there were quality issues with Feiqi cars, he wouldn't buy one. After all, this was happening under the watchful eyes of people worldwide. If he were to purchase one, it would be equivalent to giving Feiqi Motors a seal of approval. How could Xiuxian not see through Chairman William's sly intentions? Chapter 168. Disassembling the engine unit for a secondary inspection, vehicle oil leak incident. Alright, Minister Su, please go ahead then. Chairman William's schemes had been seen through, his face turning ashen. At this moment, he truly wanted to pry open Xiuxian's head to see what exactly was going on in there. He had met many difficult people, but someone like Xiuxian, who was impervious to persuasion, was rather inscrutable. If it were a normal person, they would have already fallen into one of the numerous traps by now. Being able to stand in the car industry for so long without being squeezed out wasn't solely due to the brand, but also to those twisted strategies. Otherwise, in the treacherous business world, they would have been devoured completely without even leaving bones behind. How could things be like this now? This cunning old fox who had roamed in the business world for years still couldn't figure out what Xiuxian was thinking. This guy's line of thought was always so unconventional, making it hard to read him. Just when it seemed like everything was going well, within a moment, the situation had turned sour. Although they had seen fast changes before, never had they witnessed something this quick. This devil looked young, but no one knew how much mischief he harbored inside. Since he couldn't compete, Chairman William chose a retreat to advanced strategy. Walking towards the direction of the journalists, he began familiar introductions. After all, this was a rare opportunity to raise the reputation of his company globally. The extradition inspection from the Summer Country Penitentiary Bureau gave them the perfect excuse to use this incident to gain prominence. For many years, Ferris cars, though standing in the global mainstream market, never held the fame as grand as supercars. In many small countries, hardly anyone had heard of Ferris cars. Now, finally an opportunity arose. With the live global inspection site, if nothing else, with Penitentiary's guarantee, Summer Country's market was firmly in their grasp. Therefore, for the Ferris company, this was not a disaster. In fact, it could turn into a blessing. Indeed, since the inspection team started their work, several hours passed, and not a single problem was detected. This made some of the initially dissenting public suddenly believe that perhaps Ferris cars had no issues at all. As time flowed, they had inspected nearly 500 vehicles. Perhaps it had been slightly entertaining at the beginning. Everyone waited for any faults to show up, but gradually some began losing patience. Moreover, inspecting vehicles was not a simple task. It was a great strain both physically and mentally. Thus, the inspectors appeared somewhat fatigued, while the surrounding journalists felt restless too. From their perspective, continuing to shoot probably wouldn't yield any major news. If not for the money involved, they might have already turned around and left. Waiting here was a pretty dull thing, especially Chairman William, who usually enjoyed luxury. How often did he suffer such indignities? He stood in the factory for such a long duration. Stepping forward, he said, "Minister Su, how about we rest a bit first? We can continue checking tomorrow. You must also be tired after traveling so far. What do you say?" "There's no need. We aren't tired, Chairman William. This concerns the reputation of your company, doesn't it? I assume you aren't tired either. Let's find out the results." Otherwise, this will result in a significant loss to your company's reputation. Xiuxian patted the latter's shoulder. At the sight of that long row of cars, Chairman William almost collapsed. Initially, he intended to torment the Penitentiary Bureau, but ended up including himself in the plans. Minister Su, you don't mean to inspect the entire workshop, do you? Let me tell you honestly, there are at least 100,000 cars here. According to your current pace, it will take half a year just to inspect all the vehicles. Do we really stay here all this time? Anyway, these vehicles have shown no problems during inspection. Why put us through unnecessary hardship? Could it be that the penitentiary came here not to supervise quality, but to deliberately create difficulties for our company? Sure, our group has received some complaints, but ask yourself, which company worldwide hasn't? It isn't quite proper for your organization to target us so specifically. At this point, anger still showed. After all, no one could endure such targeting. Spending 6 months investigating the cars was equivalent to halting operations for their company for half a year. If this happened, perhaps this company could directly declare bankruptcy. After all, within 6 months, it would already be enough time for other car brands to seize the market. And ultimately, Ferris cars would officially exit the summer country market. At this point, out of frustration, William was no longer concerned about how much damage his words might cause and spoke directly. After his words were spoken, they also stirred different thoughts among many viewers in the live streaming room. In their eyes, originally this was just a normal inspection. But, by now, it seemed instead that the Penitentiary Bureau had acted on someone's word and deliberately targeted Ferris cars, attempting to force them out of the domestic market. Moreover, there had been such rumors circulating recently among the public. As for who spread these rumors, what was the purpose? As the saying goes, Sima Zhao's ambition is known to all. Mr. Chairman William, please don't misunderstand. Our summer country has always advocated the principle of offering fine wine to friends and clenched fists to enemies. If your group conducts business reasonably in our country, you will not face any targeted actions, rest assured. As for why this matter has come to this, you should answer that. If problems arise with your products, we can't just turn a blind eye, can we? The inspection is also for your own good. Xiuxian said lightly. He aimed to provoke Chairman William. When a person is most composed, there are often no flaws. However, once angered, many weaknesses emerge. All right, we can cooperate with your investigation. But, please provide us an accurate timeline. William almost gritted his teeth as he said this. Chapter 169, 9 Stars Group gets wrongfully involved. Xiuxian glared, his face already dark as a storm. He had seen tough actions, but never this tough. A 6-month investigation? This was clearly targeting the entire Fuchi group to completely dismantle it. However, Xiuxian remained calm and smiled, saying, if we don't want a full-scale investigation, that's fine. But, we'll need to select 500 vehicles and dismantle them for various mechanical tests. If they pass, then this inspection ends here. Otherwise, though unsaid, the meaning was crystal clear. And at that moment, Chairman William showed some signs of panic on his face. Yes, he had been so composed because all the issues with Fuchi cars were internal problems. After all, there was no need to tamper with the exterior. It also wouldn't save much money. But doing alterations internally would not only save labor and materials, but, more importantly, wouldn't be easily detectable during inspections. Hence, from beginning to end, they allowed Xiuxian to check everything freely without concern. But he didn't expect Xiuxian to insist on dismantling the vehicles for inspection. What's wrong? Problem? Xiuxian asked directly. Chairman William's eyes flashed with unease, but he quickly recovered, saying, no problem. Ha, of course not. Dismantling for inspection, right? So what? But our Fuchi series is expensive. You should know that by now. If you dismantle it and find no issues, even if you compensate at the original price, it will still cost several hundred million. While saying this, he deliberately emphasized the amount. For just inspecting internal problems, is throwing away hundreds of millions worth it? Clearly, his tone carried a hint of threat. Rest assured, we in Dynstu can afford it. Since you have no objections, I'll proceed without hesitation. With that, Xiuxian prepared to order the dismantling to begin. William hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Minister Su, please think carefully. This isn't a game. William interrupted. No worries, we can afford compensation. Sun Dashing, what are you waiting for? Mark the vehicles. Yes. The latter quickly approached, holding a marker pen. William, seeing the situation, started sweating profusely. If he knew this would happen, earlier he should have let them continue their checks. Why did he have to intervene and speak up? Anyway, he wasn't the one who had to deal with the mess. However, it was too late for regrets. The first car, the third car, the 72nd car, Xiuxian said calmly. Sun Dashing jotted down the list. In the meantime, William voiced anxiously. Minister Su, this level of inspection is really unnecessary, right? The Fuchi Group has sold its vehicles in your country for many years without any incidents, correct? Is there a need to dig something out? Are you willing to risk several hundred million, ruining the friendly exchange between us? Relax, it won't happen. Besides, if you keep obstructing, I'll consider these cars defective, Xiuxian replied with a smile. Chairman William, do maintain some grace, remember? This is live-streamed globally. Surely, you wouldn't want your company's reputation to suffer. He was truly suffering in silence. At this moment, those in the live-streaming audience naturally relished the drama and left comments flooding in the chat. Chairman William, what are you scared of? Let them inspect. Can't they uncover anything? Fuchi's quality mustn't be problematic. That's right, and Dynstu will surely compensate. Don't worry. I'm sure 9 Stars Group can vouch for this. 9 Stars Group is getting dragged into this unnecessarily. 9 Stars Group states, we're not responsible for this. All netizens chimed in promptly. especially the chairman of Nine Stars Group, who had been observing whether the Fuchi Group might meet the same fate as his own. Unexpectedly, the past events were brought up by the audience. Seated in his office, the man looked exasperated. Currently, the Nine Stars Group was notorious. Nevertheless, it seemed that after this incident, the reputation of the Fuchi Group wouldn't remain pristine either. Both parties were indeed evenly matched. What are you waiting for? Start the inspection. Seeing that William was no longer interfering, Xiuxian waved his hand. Then, the team stepped forward and began dismantling the cars. With various instruments' assistance, the Fuchi cars were disassembled almost beyond recognition, followed by detailed, standardized inspections. Boss, the steering wheel is fine. Boss, the fuel line is fine. Boss, the braking system is fine. Boss, the engine unit is fine. Soon, the members of the work team had already provided their answers. Listening to one after another, no problem. Chairman William's previously somewhat worried face instantly turned smug as he said with a smile, "What now? Minister Su, are you still going to dismantle more cars? That's already 1 million. The money may not mean much to you, but it comes from the hard work of your country's people. Can you bear to just throw it away?" As he spoke, he started inciting the citizens of Xiuxian. After all, wasn't the money applied for by Diansku funded through the public's taxes? If some citizens were to speak out against Xiuxian, this matter could become far simpler. Furthermore, thanks to shills hidden beforehand, comments quickly flooded in. "Minister Su, don't dismantle anymore. So many inspections have been done, and the Fuchi cars seem to really have no problems. We acknowledge that you're doing this for our benefit, but there's no need to waste more money, right?" "I also think so. Fuchi has been sold for so many years. If there were issues, how would they only emerge now? The Diansu is being too rash. Just because of a few reports, they went to inspect at Digwa's main factory. He's still too young. Heart can't eat hot tofu. Minister Su still needs more experience. To err is human. Minister Su has cracked so many cases, which is quite remarkable. At least, I respect him." Under the rhythm set by the shills, the public began advising against further action. If there were truly no problems, then naturally, there was no need to remain indefinitely at Digwa's main factory, was there? The brand of Fuchi cars has maintained a certain level of trust on the market over the years. Chapter 170. Vehicle Malfunctions, Inspection Standards. If xiuxian really did uncover an issue, perhaps, the public would support him. After all, the Diyun department holds significant influence in Xia country. But even after disassembling everything thoroughly, no problems were found, and clearly there wasn't any justification to continue doubting. So by this point, was it still necessary to carry on with the inspection? After all, if 500 vehicles were fully inspected, billions of yuan would go down the drain without any result. Everyone at this moment felt cold sweat for xiuxian, spending so much funding with nothing to show for it. It seemed like the Diyun department might become everyone's target. For almost half a year, it had always been the Diyun department standing up for them. So naturally, the public didn't wish for anything bad to happen to xiuxian. If things continued like this, there could be room for reversal. But, if the investigation carried on unnecessarily, that would truly create a serious problem. Apparently, calculating just this scenario, Chairman William spoke up at this very moment. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he said, "There's no need to rush, relax. This is only the first vehicle, we'll keep checking. Rest assured, if no problems are uncovered today, I assure you compensation will be given." Unexpectedly, xiuxian turned out to be this obstinate, even willing to pay damages rather than let him off the hook. His face was rigid at that instant. The damn xiuxian. No wonder those in the upper echelons of Xia despised this guy, truly insufferable. "Continue dismantling. Without my command, the inspection must not stop. Understand? Also, everyone needs to check meticulously and carefully, ensuring Chairman William isn't wronged. Do you understand?" Xiuxian never forgot to emphasize one more sentence, causing nods from the workgroup members, seemingly concerned about William, but making the latter utterly disheartened. He hadn't expected this man to play dirty like this. It was truly disgraceful. All right, you continue to inspect. But I'll make it clear now. If no issues are found later, you will compensate me not only for the cost of the vehicles, but also for sufficient delay fees. With a chilly snort, William had completely revealed his anger at this point. If all 500 cars were fully inspected, issues would undoubtedly arise. He was aware of the hidden tricks within his warehouse. The ones previously chosen merely happened to have no problems. But many more problematic ones remained ahead. This would spell real trouble if discovered. Yet paradoxically, there was no way to show any flaws. They needed to remain steady, or else xiuxian would seize onto any tiny error and never let go. Calm down, absolutely must calm down. William forced himself to stay calm under xiuxian's scrutiny, though some anger simmered deep in his eyes. Had he known this guy would be so difficult to handle, even if refusing him access for inspections would damage credibility, it might have been worth it. Regret was already too late at this stage since there were reporters all around. Were he to prevent further inspections, wouldn't that essentially announce that his cars had issues? Indeed, this time, he'd lifted a stone only to strike his own foot. He couldn't help feeling some remorse. Thinking back, why didn't he reconsider his actions earlier? Unfortunately, they'd already reached this point where regret was meaningless. There was no choice but to press on regardless. As he glanced at xiuxian, he could only hope the other party wouldn't uncover any problems. Rest assured, Chairman William, the Diyun Bureau is most reasonable. Should we find no issues, we take full responsibility for all compensation. However, if we do discover issues, I believe you're well aware of the consequences. Lessons from history can serve as warnings. Xiuxian naturally wasn't someone who'd easily back down under threat, stating directly. Hearing these words, William nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he fail to understand Xiuxian's implication? What Xiuxian meant by lessons from history should refer to the trouble the chairman of the 9-star group faced, a globally renowned corporation. In the end, merely because of selling defective products in Xia, the company was thoroughly exposed by Xiuxian. Not only were its past scandals disclosed, but also the subsequent boycott crippled the 9-star group, causing it to lose a limb and fall out of the top 500 companies worldwide. Climbing back up would certainly be no easy task. Director Su, you are an official representative of Xia. I advise you to speak carefully. Each word you say must bear your responsibility. Understand? Are you suggesting our Feiqi brand has problems? Chairman William had now come to confront Xiuxian head-on. On any other day, with his usual depth of cunning, he would never have done something like this. But at this moment, he had been so enraged by Xiuxian that his judgment was clouded. More importantly, the latter insisted on continuing the disassembly and inspection. Whether there's a problem or not, I don't know. However, since someone has made a complaint, it is the responsibility of our Diyun department to investigate. But rest assured, without evidence, we won't act against anyone. So please step aside. With a wave of his hand, the action team moved forward. They began taking apart the second vehicle while the inspection group stepped up next. Following the instrument readings, they started their examination. Meanwhile, Xiuxian and Chairman William continued to glare at each other with an unspoken animosity. At this precise moment, a sudden drip, drip, drip rang out. A series of alarm sounds. Just hearing them was already enough to unsettle anyone. Chairman William's face, which moments ago carried an expression of anger, quickly transformed into sweat as he turned back. His heart dropped. A disaster must be avoided at all costs. Unfortunately, Lady Luck was not on his side today. Sun Dying raised the device in his hand and declared gravely, Director Su, there's an issue. The type of paint used on these Feiqi cars doesn't meet standards. It contains excessive amounts of the magnesium element. If the driver operates the car for a long time under sunlight, it will generate gas capable of inducing dizziness. What? That's impossible. Chairman William hurriedly interjected, feigning surprise. Magnesium, you say? Chairman William, it seems like today, I might not owe you compensation after all. Let's continue dismantling. Chapter 171. Problems erupt. Feiqi brand faces demise. It's impossible. There must be something wrong with the testing equipment. Minister Su, it's absolutely impossible. Our company has been famous for a long time. How could we make such an elementary mistake? There must be a mix-up. Minister Su, let us retest. Upon hearing Xiuxian's words, where was the previous arrogance of Chairman William? His face was full of panic. No one understood better than him that if this news were to be confirmed, what kind of impact his company would face. Perhaps, all the hard-earned achievements accumulated over the years would be instantly flushed out of the market. After all, who would dare to use vehicles with excessive magnesium content? Unless one truly didn't care about their life. Is there a problem with the equipment? Chairman William, don't forget, all these testing devices were prepared by your group's people. Also, both sides have verified them. How could there possibly be a problem? Or are you accusing our Diyun department of deliberately framing you? As you just said, you can eat whatever food you want, but words cannot be spoken recklessly. Harm comes from careless speech. Regardless of anything else, the presence of Xiuxian and his team represents the official authority of Xia country. Even D country's corporate groups, let alone its governmental bodies, wouldn't dare to look down on them. Nowadays, Xia country is no longer the impoverished and weak nation it once was. With powerful armed forces and an almost terrifying number of troops, it's enough to ensure that no matter where Xia citizens go, nobody dares to underestimate them. The earlier words of Chairman William, if taken seriously, would amount to insulting public officials. If Xiuxian so desired, he could even arrest the person on the spot. Realizing this issue, the latter quickly shut his mouth. Not until this moment did Chairman William fully comprehend the current situation. It was no longer up to him to decide. Everything rested in the hands of Xiuxian and his team. His own opinions were irrelevant. Because this wasn't about business, the members of the Diyun department wouldn't play commercial games with him. Opening his mouth, yet unable to find words, and looking at their expressions, Xiuxian smirked coldly and said, How about it? Speechless? Let me speak for you. The reason why this car contains excessive magnesium is very simple. It's because you used substandard spray paint. In other words, just to make more profit, you disregarded the safety of drivers and used this element, right? If my memory serves correctly, this material was used by your country during the Second National War. However, after issues were discovered, it was clearly banned by the Allied nations decades ago. Yet, your Feiqi group blatantly ignored human lives and continued using this material. Just for some money, you attempted to commit financial murder. Your hearts are truly cruel. How about it? Is there anything else left to say? After speaking, Xiuxian fixed his gaze on Chairman William. Resentment flickered in the latter's eyes, but ultimately, he remained silent. After all, with the situation reaching this point, where was there any room for choice? Whether willingly or unwillingly, he had to agree. After all, Xiuxian's statements were too accurate. At the same time, he admired Xiuxian even more inside. To know such detailed knowledge is remarkable. Over the years, Feiqi Group spent enormous amounts of money before finally finding this raw material, yet it was directly uncovered by Xiuxian. What's more alarming is how young this genius still is. And Chairman William's resignation only further angered the people watching live streams. Damn it, I've been cleaning up for you guys constantly, and you actually tried to kill me. Thankfully, I couldn't afford the Feichi series of cars. For once, poverty makes me happy. Shameless, absolutely shameless. What bastards, how dare you do something like this? I thought with so many years of credibility, there wouldn't be problems. Didn't expect that the Diyun department would uncover issues after all. Truly, Minister Su is amazing. No matter what defect hides behind any product, he can reveal it. The citizens of Xia country were now excited. After all, this was nothing short of bringing glory to the nation. Originally, it was assumed that xiuxian wouldn't be able to discover anything abroad, but unexpectedly, he had swiftly revealed everything. Moreover, he uncovered the excessive magnesium issue. Just this incident alone means this investigation was not done in vain. Indeed, Minister Su is capable. Compared to him, others aren't worth mentioning at all. This is true strength. Compared to xiuxian, the investigative organizations of other countries are simply garbage. I ask, which country's supervisory organization can crack major cases in such a short time? But the matter is far from over. At this moment, Sun Dashing continued to say, "Boss, the braking system on this car is malfunctioning, and there's a big problem with the engine." Proceed. With such serious potential hazards, how dare the Feichi car group still sell these vehicles? It can be seen that their intentions have been utterly malicious. Originally already enraged, xiuxian's face became even more distorted now. He said coldly. Subsequently, everyone began checking further. Chairman William, his whole body trembled. Problems had already been uncovered, and he could almost imagine his fate, especially being exposed before so many spectators. Even with his extensive connections within D country, they wouldn't be enough to suppress this situation. And furthermore, even dreaming of entering Xia country would now seem laughable. The disaster of Jixing Group remains fresh in memory. Decades of hard work ended up being destroyed overnight, and he himself was about to meet the same end. He had already guessed the outcome awaiting him. In short, his Feichi car group was completely finished. Indeed, the third car had issues. The fifth car had issues. The eighth car had issues. Each alarm sounded as if it were tearing out one's heart. Truly unexpected, there were so many problems found. Even without looking up, one could well imagine xiuxian's expression at this moment. As expected, xiuxian also spoke up, saying, "Chairman William, do you have anything else to say?" Chapter 172. A century of accumulation, ruined in an instant. The tower is about to fall. Chairman William opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself. But he didn't know where to start. If at this moment, xiuxian were a businessman negotiating with him, then the matter would have been much easier to resolve. As long as some benefits were conceded, the issue could be settled. Unfortunately, the two sides were not here discussing issues as businessmen. Instead, from the perspective of the penal office, the young man before him was a representative of the penal office, the official authority of Xia country. And now, things had escalated to this point with all the media present on site. Even if he had 1,000 excuses, there was no way to explain clearly. Previously rather domineering. At this moment, he truly didn't know what to say. After all, it was never his wish for such an incident to occur. Even if he wanted to explain, there was no room left. What more could be said by this point? His entire face, in this moment, furrowed into a scowl. And upon seeing his reaction, xiuxian showed no sympathy whatsoever, but became even angrier. When they were causing harm to lives, there was never an ounce of shame felt. Yet now that they'd been discovered, they had the audacity to act aggrieved. Just how shameless must one be to pull something like this off? "Bring over the Drew Ball materials," said xiuxian in a calm tone, and swiftly, Li Zhongguo pulled out a large pile of document materials behind him. Xiuxian took them and lightly slapped the thick folder. Staring at the person in front of him, he then spoke. Mr. Chairman William, is it? Your company enjoys a good market reputation in Xia country, does it? Your product quality is top-notch, a conscientious merchant, right? Tell me, what kind of qualification do you have to say something like that? Have your conscience really been eaten by a dog?" As he spoke, xiuxian handed over the file. "Take a good look. This is the chaos your company has caused over the years in Xia country's market. Without investigation, we wouldn't know just how black-hearted you actually are. To bury the truth, you denied sales and even threatened the families of the victims. Do you know how many incidents have occurred because of your vehicles since you entered the Xia market? Brake system failure, acceleration system failure, oil leakage, steering wheel malfunction, tire misalignment. This is the karma accumulated by your company, resulting in at least a dozen Xia country car owners being sent to the hospital each year due to your company's products. Some are even sent directly to the crematorium. What face do you have to mention conscientious merchants to me? Or have your consciences really been eaten by dogs? Shit. Since taking office in the penal office, this was the first time xiuxian had burst into curses. After all, although disgraceful actions were often seen, never had he encountered such callous disregard for human life. Knowing fully well that their vehicles had problems, how dare they still sell them? This was no longer an issue of mere product irregularity. This amounted to suspected murder. Even the most ferocious criminals locked up in prisons hadn't killed as many people as this company. What? Too afraid to take a look? Xiuxian's cold voice rang out. Mr. William, the chairman, startled by the sound, hastily grabbed the documents in hand and started reviewing them. After all, regardless of how, he was still just a businessman. Compared to the penal office, an organization wielding national institutions, he simply wasn't qualified enough. Moreover, there was no need to elaborate on xiuxian's strength. Within half a year, he had repeatedly solved bizarre cases. Since resolving so many cases, his importance naturally far exceeded those others. The inherent authority surrounding him was more than enough to terrify anyone. Shaken excessively, The latter hurriedly began reviewing the files, flipping through the records. Every case where a speeding car malfunctioned was meticulously documented. As the journalist zoomed in on the gory accident photos, instantly, the audience watching live streamed were able to see the recorded details clearly. Citizens who were already slightly incensed became increasingly furious now, staring through the screen at Chairman William, wishing nothing more than to strangle him immediately. What sort of beast would take human lives so lightly? Clearly knowing that their cars had problems, for all these years, they still dared to sell them boldly. This was tantamount to premeditated murder. Everyone's hearts flared with anger at this moment. The citizens who had earlier supported the speeding cars, by this time, all closed their mouths, understanding that amidst public fury, it wasn't something they could overturn. Moreover, the few owners of speeding cars also felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, they themselves had not driven any faulty vehicles. Otherwise, would they still be able to save their lives now? Probably. They would have already died without knowing where they had perished. Instantly, even they became angry. It must be said that Feichi Car's operation had lost the trust of the masses. The little bit of reputation they had built up among the people was completely ruined in an instant. In the live streaming room, everyone cursed nonstop. The barrage of comments was flooded by furious netizens. After all, they had seen quite a few beasts, but nothing like this, truly unprecedented. What kind of face did they have? How could they possibly do such a thing? This was already beyond shamelessness. Damn Feichi Cars, almost believed their words. Still, the penal office is awesome for figuring it out at last. Otherwise, how many more people would have fallen victim? The victimized car owners, really, suffered enough. Not only that, but Feichi Cars denied this incident entirely to protect its own credibility and paid no compensation at all. Disgusting. Worked so hard to save money for over 10 years just for one day like this, only to get harmed by them. What bastards? Can these cars even be called cars? What isn't problematic with them? Thank heavens I couldn't afford a car. Upper floor joker. Netizens instantly turned their backs, abandoned the darkness for light, while Chairman William's lowered head showed some reluctance. If this were to end with him being taken down by the penal office, years and years of hard work would be completely destroyed. This Feichi Car trademark is nearly a century of family accumulation and has only reached today through great effort. How can it perish in his hands? It's somewhat unbearable. Chapter 173, International Convention, D Country Investigation Bureau. Especially since this is in D Country. He has been operating in this country for so many years and absolutely would not allow things to be ruined like this. His mind was constantly turning, trying to figure out how exactly he should explain the matter, and seeing his appearance, xiuxian could clearly tell what was going through the man's head. But his attempt to turn the tables had no chance. With both witness testimonies and physical evidence in place, even if the penitentiary office couldn't convict him abroad, it will be absolutely impossible for future chase cars to enter Xia Country's market ever again. Now, it's time to see how D Country will handle the situation. It seems you have already admitted your guilt? Admit. Chairman William nodded. By this point, there was no point in arguing. Besides, global live audiences had all seen it, and under these circumstances, future chase cars were done for. But it wasn't easy for xiuxian to take him down. Leaning closer quietly to the other side, a cold smirk showed on William's face. Even if you've caught me red-handed, but what then? This is D Country, not your penitentiary office, and there's no way you can arrest me here. However, as long as I'm in this country, I'll eventually get out. And when that happens, I'll make a comeback. And when that happens, I'll never let you off. It was an outright threat. Years of hard work gone to waste. A top 500 company globally might fall below the level of xiuxian Group soon. Anger surged in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to immediately tear xiuxian into pieces right now. If it weren't for this bastard, would it have come to this? Xiuxian frowned slightly as he looked at Chairman William. Indeed, he had to admit that what the other party said was entirely correct. At least in D Country, he really didn't have any power over him. Haha, just wait. Next time we meet, I'll surely not go easy on you. He almost bit his teeth while saying it. As his words faded, the factory's door opened. Several foreigners dressed impeccably in suits walked in, scanning their surroundings before the leading man spoke up. Which one of you is Chairman William? We are from the Investigation Bureau. I am. Excellent. Your group is suspected of selling vehicles with quality issues, so please accompany us for further inquiry. As for the rest of you, you may leave. The matter is currently under our jurisdiction. That man from the Investigation Bureau waved his hand, and those behind him began heading toward the reporter's direction, planning to disperse the crowd. But before they could act, xiuxian interjected. Hold on. Mr. from the Investigation Bureau, I believe this won't be as easy as it seems. We were the ones who uncovered this matter, and now you want to take the person away. This seems overly presumptuous. Oh, who might you be? The man in a suit arrogantly eyed xiuxian, asking curtly. Xia Country, Penitentiary Department, xiuxian. Answering neither humbly nor arrogantly. Even abroad, xiuxian wasn't afraid at all. After all, he had Xia Country behind him, and furthermore, how could these few worthless individuals manage to snatch someone away from him? Daydreaming. Had Chairman William not mentioned it himself, xiuxian wouldn't have thought about the problem. Regardless of the country, commercial political collusions were common, and D Country would be no exception. How did future chase cars manage to sell so many faulty vehicles in such a short period? To say it happened without assistance from D Country would simply be implausible. Throughout their entire inspection, D Country's investigation team had kept quiet, only showing up now during the final stage of the operation to arrest people. If they'd just received the news, even children would find it hard to believe. So, There must be some kind of ulterior motive here. Perhaps as soon as this guy was arrested, the moment xiuxian leaves, he'd be released immediately. Thus, for fairness, it's better to resolve this case sooner rather than later. Oh, so, Minister Su, nice to meet you. Truly, your reputation precedes you. Don't know if you have any profound insights? Recently, I've been quite busy, haven't paid attention. Next time, we'll certainly entertain you properly. That man in a suit started beating around the bush. Clearly, he wanted to sidestep this issue. But xiuxian wasn't a 3-year-old child. How could he be easily deceived? Staring at the man in front of him, he sneered and said, "No need. Let's make things clear this time. The Feiqi car case involves thousands of automobile safety accidents in our country. We were sent here to investigate and have already found evidence. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to just take him away like that, would it?" "Inappropriate? I don't think so." The well-dressed man still smiled and said, "Minister Su, don't forget, this is the country, not your xia country. So, this person is being detained by us. Of course, I'd also like to remind you, cross-border investigations require communication between the two governments. Your arrival without permission is unconventional. Therefore, please leave as soon as possible. As for this case, there's no need for you to worry about it. Rest assured, we will certainly give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Now let's go." Saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Hold on. I've said it. You won't take this person. Do you understand?" By now, xiuxian was visibly upset. He could basically confirm that these guys never intended to handle this case properly. Instead, they only planned to take the person away, and then release him directly. As xiuxian gave the command, xuanhuan and his team had already blocked their way. Though the task force members were few in number, each one was battle-hardened, and their muscular builds genuinely frightened the D Country Investigation Bureau officers. Turning back, the man glared angrily at xiuxian and spoke. "Minister Su, I feel obligated to remind you. This is D Country, not your xia country. Whatever happens here, it's our responsibility, not yours. I hope you understand this clearly. As a brand from our country, if Feiqi cars are problematic, it should naturally be dealt with by us. Regarding the damages suffered by your country, as long as it's documented, we'll claim compensation on your behalf. But what you're doing now is illegal and infringement." Chapter 174. Minister Su's overbearing stance and forced arrests. According to the United Nations Convention, regardless of which country conducts investigations across borders, any issues that arise should be reviewed by the local authorities. Are you implying that Divine-Level and Xia will violate international convention laws? Even if Feiqi Corporation has problems, it should be handled internally by our company, not by your agency, understand? Hope your organization can abide by the law. The calm voice made the members of Divine-Level grimace. They had seen their fair share of troublemakers, but never one so shameless as this person who dared to say such things. It was clearly an issue from their own country. Unresolved, fine. But they even pinned the blame on Divine-Level, making it seem like Divine-Level had broken the law. In such a situation, who could tolerate it? Xuanhuan was already itching for a fight. If it weren't for xiuxian being there, he would have surely beaten him till his face was red with embarrassment. Of course, the latter felt restrained enough not to act out. So he continued talking incessantly. Otherwise, just the battlefield experience and the murderous aura Xuanhuan carried would have terrified the other party. Over a mere case involving Feiqi Group, they actually brought up the United Nations Convention. If there hadn't been prior preparation, it absolutely wouldn't have been possible. Xiuxian, looking at the individual before him, coldly said, "Fine, well argued. If we're following the UN Convention laws, then this matter is easily resolved. You may take them. Proceed." What? Initially expecting xiuxian to be quite stubborn, yet, after merely these 2 sentences, he had already duped the opposition, meekly giving up the suspects, making it seem like Minister Su wasn't as formidable as rumored. "Minister, absolutely cannot let them go. If these guys escape, catching them again won't be easy." Xuanhuan and others immediately voiced their concerns. And upon seeing their reactions, xiuxian further spoke. "You can take them away. However, starting now, all Feiqi retail stores and branches within Xia will belong to Xia for disposition. This trade seems worthwhile. Let's prepare to clean up and return home. How many Feiqi branches do we have in Xia? About 200, right? And there are more 4S dealerships. This time, we're making quite some money." Upon hearing xiuxian's words, everyone wore expressions akin to black people asking questions, perplexed. Especially those few from the Investigation Bureau, who showed panic, sweat trickling down their foreheads. They seemed to envision what might happen if such events transpired. Perhaps the president of their nation would rip them apart? This amount of money was no trivial sum. At minimum worth several billion, potentially over $10 billion. After all, Feiqi Group had plenty of loans. Once Xia seizes the branches, it's still the parent company handling the loans. That means, after great effort to save Feiqi Group, all that remains is an empty shell. This sudden development left several members of the investigative team frozen, unsure how to respond. After all, no one had anticipated this kind of response before departure. Xiuxian reacted with incredible speed. Taking people away would mean accepting that all Feiqi companies in Xia belong entirely to Xia country. However, staying would leave them at a loss too. The head of the investigation team began stuttering. He and xiuxian were simply on different levels. Finding a way to bring the people back while retaining Feiqi's assets was evidently impossible. After a moment, continued, "Minister Su, perhaps this isn't under our jurisdiction. Issues concerning the branches of Feiqi Group, I believe the chairman should decide. Besides, these are personal properties, and we trust Xia wouldn't engage in confiscating others' belongings. Regarding your country's losses, we'll compensate fully. As long as you calculate it, we'll send payment immediately. Previously insisting to wait until the case concludes. Now, they didn't dare say that anymore. By the time the case concludes, those branches might have already been swallowed up entirely by Xia's officialdom. Therefore, they needed to settle the matter swiftly. Moreover, compared to the compensation money for those cases, Feiqi Group's finances were vastly superior. Hence, it was imperative to quickly resolve this problem. No. As you just said, according to international convention law, these properties should be handled by our Xia country. Where does it say anything about confiscation or not confiscation? As for compensation, that's another matter. If you don't compensate, then our country will naturally represent the victims and file a lawsuit with the United Nations. How could xiuxian not know that the other party was switching concepts? But, was he so easily deceived? Coming all the way to D country, working hard to investigate the case, and finally being sent back in disgrace? Xiuxian thought of himself as not that generous. The person from the investigation bureau was already somewhat confused. They had seen shameless people, but ones as shameless as xiuxian were rare. This was utterly shameless? Could such words really be spoken? And even planning to file a lawsuit at the United Nations? If that were true, then their face as D country would be completely lost. Minister Su, the United Nations Convention does not specify issues regarding branch companies. So, you cannot handle these companies privately. Besides, Feiqi Group is an entity, and Chairman William has not been convicted yet. Why are you in such a rush? We deeply apologize for the problems within their group and the injuries sustained by your country's personnel. However, automobile quality issues are not something Chairman William alone can decide, so this case requires further investigation. By the time he finished speaking, his face was already dark. At this moment, he really didn't want to continue bickering with xiuxian. All he wanted was to slip away. Otherwise, if things went on like this, Feiqi Group's branches and its 4S dealerships might really end up belonging to Xia country. Investigation? Insufficient evidence? Good, well said. Since your country lacks sufficient evidence, why not hand this case over to our Xia country instead? Xuanhuan, take them away. Finally, the latter spoke the truth. After seeing through their intentions clearly, xiuxian was tired of continuing this pointless banter and directly ordered the arrest. Chapter 175. So, you were framed? What? Director Su, I think you should not be confused. Where are we now? This is not your Xia country. Do you really think you can take someone away with just a few words? No matter what, the affairs of the Feiqi car group seem to be our internal matters. Even though they were investigated by you, just because of that, taking someone away is quite unreasonable. Frankly, at least you currently have no right to take this person away. If you don't understand the situation, your side could review the international conventions thoroughly. Regardless, our D country's group isn't something for your Xia country people to arrest on a whim. At this point, things were verging on an open confrontation. He wanted to say more but opened and closed his mouth several times without uttering a word. Upon meeting xiuxian's gaze, there was a strange sense of unease. After all, they actually had the intention to release the individual. Over the years, the investigation bureau had indeed received quite a bit of money, and it was their turn to reciprocate the favor. Besides, if citizens of D country were taken away by xiuxian in their own nation, it would be tantamount to humiliation. So anyway, it was impossible to arrest him. Oh, is that so? What if I insist on arresting him? Xiuxian said coldly. Here are all the whistleblower materials from the Feiqi group, with hundreds suspected dead and countless severely injured in hospitals. In such circumstances, you're telling me there's insufficient evidence? Also, the vehicle inspection results have been revealed already. If you gentlemen don't believe, feel free to conduct a re-inspection. In conclusion, either give me a decision today, or I'm taking this person with me. You all decide yourselves. At this moment, xiuxian's tone carried great authority. If this were an ordinary small country, the D country investigation team wouldn't have hesitated and would have directly taken the person away. Unfortunately, this time the opponent was Xia country. Although weak in production strength, this nation cannot be underestimated in other areas, especially militarily. What would happen if they offended them? Who knows what consequences would follow? Moreover, the whistleblower materials and the inspection data regarding the vehicles were all intact, essentially solid evidence. Speaking of which, if under these conditions nothing was done about the matter, they absolutely couldn't escape the watchful eye of the penitentiary office. It was impossible for them to let this individual leave without punishment. By now, face had been completely discarded. This was happening live before a global audience, leaving both sides in an awkward deadlock. Especially among those members of the investigative team, their faces were turning ashen, knowing very well how difficult it was to tangle with Xia country's penitentiary office. It wasn't anticipated just how tough the situation would become. Anyway, as long as they held firm, there was absolutely no chance of giving way. Is it worth offending an entire Xia country over just one Feiqi group? By now doubts began to emerge. Finally, after enduring prolonged eye contact with xiuxian, the head of the investigation team stepped back. All right, we will conduct this case in front of the penitentiary department. How about that? It also counts as a response to the public who were injured due to this incident. In the end, he yielded. Though seemingly dignified and noble on the surface, there was still some nervousness deep inside. The current penitentiary department was unlike any before. It had the backing of Xia country. Not to exaggerate, if Xia country were to act, there'd be none brave enough to stop them. No matter the laws and regulations, the ultimate measure rested on the comparison of strength between the two countries. If there's too much disparity in national power, then whatever arguments made would simply be futile. The situation now was exactly this. On the surface, D country's investigative department claimed to be concerned for the populace, yet behind closed doors, Even if unspoken, many understood why. They were genuinely afraid. Because of this, they chose to sit down and negotiate. This was a reflection of national strength. Even being in D country, Xia country's powerful military force was still sufficient to guarantee the appropriate rights of the penitentiary office here. Hearing the response, xiuxian nodded approvingly. Not bad. Haha, thank you for your cooperation. No need to thank. This is what mutual exchanges should achieve. The latter almost gritted his teeth saying this. Right now, he almost couldn't stand looking at xiuxian's face even a second longer. How infuriating it was that such a statement came out of him. It was outrageous. How shameless could one be to pull off something like this? Meddling in the affairs of another country, and yet still having to thank him. Ho ho, then that's good, that's good. Since that's the case, then let's start the interrogation. How about that? Chairman William, is there anything else you want to say now? Are you going to confess, or should we continue interrogating you? However, I think there shouldn't be much left to argue about, right? Xiuxian stared coldly at the man in front of him. The latter appeared somewhat embarrassed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said those words earlier. Now it was good that xiuxian had grabbed his tail, and it was almost too late to regret. If only they had known today's consequences back then, why bother now? Chairman William's face turned a bit unpleasant as he subconsciously looked at the few members of the investigation bureau, hoping they would save him. Otherwise, there was a real chance he would get tripped up here. Director Su, I think we shouldn't pressure Chairman William. That's correct. Our D country always emphasizes humane questioning. So let's talk nicely with Chairman William. I believe, being someone who understands timing, he will definitely spill everything out. No need to rush. Chairman William, weren't you framed by someone? These vehicles were not assembled by you, right? Maybe during the assembly process, the person in charge made some mistakes. Hence, do you agree? The director of the D Country Investigation Bureau asked. Originally feeling quite confused, Chairman William suddenly became enlightened. With a hint of joy on the corners of his mouth, he quickly nodded and said, Yes, that's exactly right. I was framed. You all must seek justice for me. Chapter 176, System Task Activated, the Scapegoat? Relax, if you have any grievances, just speak out. Both myself and Director Su will definitely stand up for you. The head of the Investigation Bureau said with a smile. As their eyes met, cunning shone through both of their gazes. Clearly, situations like this had occurred more than once, and they had long since coordinated their stories. All right, I'll speak. Chairman William hastened to open his mouth, and his appearance truly seemed as if he had suffered an immense wrong. He even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears from the corners of his eyes. Those unaware might truly think he was some upright individual. Your esteemed department's methods of interrogation really do have their own unique ways. Very well then, I am curious to hear exactly what grievance you have, and more importantly, who exactly is responsible for this matter. Rest assured, we at the penitentiary department believe in not punishing an innocent person, but also never letting a criminal go unpunished. Speak then, let me hear what has happened. While coldly staring at the man in front of him, xiuxian let out a derisive smirk from the corner of his lips. At that moment, however, this man opened his mouth. Thank you both for standing up for me. In fact, at Flying Group Company Limited, I'm only in charge of financial transfers. Assembling vehicles should be the factory manager's responsibility. If my guess isn't off, that guy must have intentionally done such a thing in order to embezzle money from the company. Actually, I had already noticed something wasn't right, but never had any evidence. Thank you, Director Su from the Penitentiary Department, for helping me find proof. Instantaneously, he extricated himself. He implicated some sort of manager, but xiuxian naturally wouldn't believe his lies. Why didn't he say it earlier? Why wait until now, when someone's caught to finally speak up? What kind of manager nonsense is this, saying that authority could outweigh Chairman William? For the latter to have carried out such a matter, a dignified chairman, and yet not have been alerted at all? If truly one were that foolish, how could he still hold such a vast company together? Believe his ghost tales. Thanks are unnecessary. If you mention a manager, why don't you call him out? Just right, let us meet him. Xiuxian followed his words smoothly, knowing clearly within his heart. This guy probably found a scapegoat. However, the more this way, the more interesting the situation becomes. Preferably, the scapegoats should increase. After all, only in such a case would his system automatically activate. Then, a good drama unfolds, right? Focusing on the guy in front of him. Upon hearing xiuxian's words, the latter instinctively tried to step aside, but could he avoid it? Would xiuxian so easily let him go? This guy, it's not easy to escape. Fine, use this chance to catch them all. Originally, after this crime was borne by Chairman William alone, the rest truly did not know how to proceed. Since he willingly confesses, that makes things easier. It's appropriate, very appropriate. What are you two waiting around for? Call Manager Jones over. That bastard actually dares commit such disloyal acts. I give him so much every year. Does he still not have enough food? He said, appearing exceedingly furious. Seeing this act of his, xiuxian secretly felt disdain deep inside. As for the investigator beside him, seeing xiuxian's seemingly believing demeanor, nodded satisfactorily in no time. As long as they manage to hoodwink the people from the penitentiary department, the rest of the matters will get handled smoothly. Not long after, from afar came a tall, blonde-haired foreigner with piercing blue eyes. His looks appeared rather handsome, though a long scar across his face added to his imposing aura. Entering the factory premises, before even managing to speak, Chairman William had rushed over and slapped him hard across the face, while angrily shouting, "You scumbag, I gave you so much money, and this is the sort of thing you do? Is this how you build cars for me? All materials used were inferior quality. Now people's lives are jeopardized. How do you plan to resolve this?" Jones looked around, still somewhat dazed, but quickly comprehended and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Chairman. I shouldn't have done this. I lost my senses. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I made a mistake, and I absolutely won't do it again. Slap, slap, slap. One slap after another rang across his face. The originally silent warehouse suddenly filled with sounds. At this moment, the head of the investigation bureau finally spoke up. All right, seems like this matter has become clear. All of it is due to Jones' scheming. He exploited Chairman Williams' trust to manufacture these substandard vehicles. He deserves his punishment, and we shall legally judge this. As for the compensation for the losses and damages of the people in Xia country, Chairman William, what do you think should be done? With an intentional hint, the latter, who had managed to expand his business to this scale, was certainly not without his wits. He quickly responded, I understand. Regardless of how we look at it, this incident was caused by us, so naturally, the responsibility lies with us. Our group is willing to compensate for all the losses to make up for Xia country's damages. As he spoke, his devout expression was evident. If only a mustache were added, one might genuinely believe he was a good man. Excellent. Then let's settle this matter here. Bring Jones away. And Minister Su, you can seek compensation for your losses from William. This matter has been perfectly resolved, so let's retreat. You're busy with official duties, so I won't detain you any longer. If there's another chance next time, feel free to visit D country. I'll take care of the arrangements. He still appeared kindly as he spoke. If xiuxian truly believed him, it would surely be because he was foolish. Observing everyone preparing to leave, xiuxian suddenly interjected, wait a moment. I have a few more questions about the case that I'd like to ask Jones. What else needs to be asked? Isn't everything already clear? Jones abused Chairman Williams' trust, acted recklessly in the factory, and even used inferior materials to build cars, which he admitted to himself. Director Su, isn't there no need to continue the interrogation anymore? The head of the investigation team chimed in. Haha, ignoring him, xiuxian directly said, stay where you are. Jones, right? Come with me. Chapter 177. Fate must be held in one's own hands. What? The head of D country's investigation bureau hurriedly tried to stop, but before he could move forward, Xuanhuan had already pinned him on the bench and said, don't be in such a hurry. Sir, our minister just wants to chat with this friend. You wouldn't want to obstruct that, right? As he spoke, he applied great force suddenly. Instantly, finger marks appeared on the chair. The originally defiant head of the investigation bureau immediately cowered in the next moment. Even the wooden stool could be punctured. Forget about himself. There was a chance he might lose his life, leaving him almost collapsing. There was still a trace of panic in his eyes. He didn't want to suffer such an outcome. No problem, no problem. Of course, there's no problem. He nodded in agreement, then watched xiuxian and Xiong Jones walk out of the factory. Where were they heading? In this manner, the atmosphere inside the warehouse began to become strange. Especially the reporters conducting live broadcasts. They seemed somewhat at a loss, instinctively wanting to flee but also not daring to move around randomly. After all, who knew what would happen next? Especially, today's events already seemed somewhat beyond expectations. There was an inexplicable feeling that they had been dragged into some big situation. Inside the manager's office outside the warehouse, the door opened, and upon seeing the dirty, disorderly room full of liquor bottles, xiuxian frowned. Jones followed him in, still displaying an air of defiance on his face. In his mind, since he'd already confessed, what could this Minister Su do now? Even if he helped take the blame for someone this time, he guessed it wouldn't take long before he could be released again. At that time, he'd still be the general manager. The reputation of Feiqi, flying car, brand, wouldn't suffer significant damage either. That was his line of thought. There would absolutely be no problems. This could even be considered a win-win situation. Thus, despite knowing how capable xiuxian was, he hadn't put much weight on him. Thud, thud, thud. With each step on the floor, xiuxian stared at the current scene. His gaze held a hint of a smile. Then, as if speaking to himself, he said, have you heard a story? Long ago, there were two good friends. One day, calamity descended upon them. They decided to enter a dungeon together, but when the first one went in, the second locked the dungeon door behind him with a chain. The first foolishly thought he would survive. Tell me, does someone under the close watch of our Xia Nation penitentiary have any chance of ever getting out of jail? Huh. The last laugh seemed both derisive and questioning. Jones, who had been standing calmly there a moment ago, instantly changed expression, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he took 2 steps back and asked hesitantly, You are? What exactly do you mean? Even while speaking, his words faltered. He truly felt alarmed, or even downright scared. After all, xiuxian's tone was genuinely intimidating, especially when he delivered these words with half a jest, making it even more unsettling. If what xiuxian said was serious, then perhaps one could imagine the outcome. Wasn't I, like the man entering the dungeon first in the story? What do you mean? Isn't it clear to Mr. Jones? Or maybe you believe that Chairman William is so reliable that even under the condemnation of hundreds of millions of Xia citizens and the wrath of our penitentiary, he will go all out to rescue you from prison? Do you understand what I mean now? With a gentle tone, Jones's face underwent a drastic change. Still forcing himself, he said, Minister xiuxian, I don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. All these things are my own mistakes and have nothing to do with others. Old Chairman has shown me immense favor, so it's because of my own despicable nature. By this point, his eyes were filled with a tinge of tears. It was evident that matters were not as simple as imagined. After finishing, Jones attempted to leave the room. Right at that moment, xiuxian continued speaking. Right? Immense favor he showed you. directly sending you to prison, correct? Let me think. This time, due to the Fei Chi car series incident, so many people died. You think you can live through it? If your country's laws weren't so stringent, by the time you come out, it'll be over 100 years later. Do you think you could possibly live that long? Your old chairman has completely abandoned you. Haha, you fool. This time of taking the blame is different from before. Once you go in, there will be no chance to come out. Even so, are you still willing to take the blame for him? You might even lose your life. You're still so young, is it worth it? He coldly stared at the person in front of him. The latter felt exhausted and didn't know what to say. After all, everything had been discovered by xiuxian. Was it still useful to pretend ignorance? But the old chairman really had treated him well. Who should he believe? For a moment, he couldn't help but fall into confusion. It was precisely this fleeting thought that allowed xiuxian to spot some flaws, continuing to speak. I know what you're concerned about. It's nothing more than fearing that if you reveal the person, you will also get entangled. Moreover, without their support, you wouldn't have been able to sit in today's position, so you feel somewhat conflicted, right? Why not play a game? If you can survive and come out of this game, I'll let you leave. From now on, I won't investigate this matter anymore. At that point, they should find it easy to save you. But if you lose, then just tell me who did this and give me some evidence. How about that? Fate must always be held in one's own hands, isn't that right? As he spoke, he still smiled while staring at Jones. The latter's eyes flickered. Indeed, he had evidence. It was for the purpose of guarding against the day when the old chairman turned on him. The responsibility for producing substandard cars was unclear, so he had to keep something as leverage for himself. Unexpectedly, it was actually being used now. All right, I'll play with you. Jones nodded seriously. Chapter 178. Where's the escape route? At this moment, the psychological barrier had long been shattered by xiuxian. He no longer trusted Chairman William, nor did he trust the prison authorities. He could only believe in himself. If this game could save him, then it was as good as winning. A faint smile still lingered on his face. After struggling for years, he finally had a chance to win. It seemed that he could already see it. The only person he could rely on was himself. If it were just a simple way out of this dungeon, then it would also be the last chance for survival. With this thought, he eventually nodded in agreement. And with his nod, a faint smile appeared on the corner of xiuxian's mouth. Subsequently, after a mental command, the system's prompt in his mind rang out. Ding dong. Trial scene setting up. Setup successful. Rules inputting. Rules input completed. Please start. Start. As the cold words fell, Jones felt a sharp pain in his neck and fainted. When he woke up again, the entire room suddenly turned pitch black, devoid of any human presence. General Manager Jones stood there, his dark blue eyes still carrying a trace of fear. Whoever witnessed such a scene would naturally feel a bit disoriented. Instinctively, he called out xiuxian's name. But alas, no one responded. Minister Su, where have you gone? What kind of game is this? Minister Su, why don't you say something? Xiuxian, do you really think that I will fall for your tricks? If so, you're underestimating us degenerates. We never believe in ghost stories. Although shouting loudly, there was still some anxiety in his heart. Fortunately, at this moment, xiuxian's voice finally sounded in time. Ahem, Mr. Jones, please don't rush. Since it's a game, we need some rules. Every word I say next, I hope you can hear clearly. Otherwise, what might happen, I cannot foresee. You, opening his mouth to curse, but ultimately choked back the words. After all, reaching the position of general manager, besides being promoted by Chairman William, he did have some brains. Knowing when to yield made him a wise man. Currently, xiuxian hadn't shown any murderous intent towards him, but his life was firmly in the other person's hands. In other words, as long as Minister Su wanted, he could take his life at any moment. In such a passive situation, the latter would naturally make the wisest choice. Not offending xiuxian was the way to stay alive. If man be the butcher's knife, I be the fish and meat. If such an event happens, who can we blame? Very simple. In this room, I have placed many traps. Each step you take will be exceptionally challenging. And, sniff around inside this room. Can you tell me what kind of smell is in here? As he spoke, Jones moved his nose slightly. Instantly, his whole face turned pale as he spoke. Gasoline. Not bad. Manager Jones has quite a sharp nose, doesn't he? You have 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, I'll light a fire. At that point, if you haven't managed to exit from this room, then your outcome will be quite tragic. Of course, I won't let you die so easily. There's a door somewhere in this room. Find it, and you can leave safely. So shall we begin? Will you choose to wait for death right where you are, or take the final gamble? I am really looking forward to your decision. Remember, every word I said today could increase your chances of survival. With these words spoken, xiuxian closed his mouth. No matter how much the other party tried, he didn't intend to say anything more. Hearing this, Jones felt somewhat overwhelmed with despair. Of course, he didn't want to die, at least not so easily. But did he have any other options? It seemed that either way, death was an inevitable conclusion. At this point, his fate had been determined, without even space for regret. After much consideration, he began to search for the door within the room, feeling his way slowly. After all, anything was better than waiting to die in place. Of course, he hadn't forgotten xiuxian's words. The latter mentioned that there were numerous traps in this room. If accidentally triggered, the consequences could already be foreseen. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Door. Where's the door? I don't want to die. Where's the door? It is only when a person faces death that they truly understand the feeling of despair. Otherwise, one would never imagine just how terrifying it could be. At first, Jones thought he had come to terms with his fate, even if Chairman William didn't save him. After all these carefree years, it seemed like enough. But now, as death loomed before him, panic set in. He didn't want to die. at least not so soon. His face was filled with fear, and his eyes revealed utter despair. Had he known this would happen, would he have made the same choices back then? At this moment, he felt like the former prisoner trapped in the dungeon, frantically searching the room. Suddenly he felt an excruciating pain in his foot, as though pierced by a steel nail. The pain nearly drove him mad. He pried open the mousetrap with trembling fingers, limping away, continuing his search. He refused to die here, but despite his frantic efforts, there was no sign of a door anywhere in the four walls. Where could it possibly be? As the countdown continued, Jones was nearing total collapse. He didn't want to stay here. The idea of dying in such a place horrified him. Lost in the endless darkness, he felt consumed, unable to see any light from the outside world. Damn it, Without warning, another steel nail pierced his left foot, rendering both legs useless. The unbearable pain caused his entire body to shake uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his cheeks, signaling his complete breakdown. After so many years of luxury and wealth, who could endure this kind of agony? Meanwhile, the smell of gasoline grew stronger. The 15 minutes were almost up. He could almost picture himself burning alive. Chapter 179 recording? The final evidence. And just at this moment, Jones's gaze flickered, but he stared down at the floor beneath him. If the door to survival wasn't among the walls around him, then the only remaining possibility was the ground. Thinking this, a new hope rose in his heart as he quickly began to search on the ground. As long as I can find any loopholes, I can escape alive. And once the game is complete, then I'll have the right to live. Subsequently, he started frantically searching. However, compared to before, this time he had grown smarter. Instead of hastily rummaging with brute force, he carefully felt around the surroundings, since a slight misstep could trigger a trap. If my injuries become too severe, even finding the door might be useless. After all, human blood is limited. Too many wounds, and it's uncertain if I would die simply from blood loss. His hands rapidly scanned and soon reached the other end, yet he hadn't found the door. The look on Jones's face became somewhat disheartened, but there was still a large area left unexplored. Perhaps the entrance to the door was right there. With that thought, he continued his search. But 5 minutes passed, and he had thoroughly searched the entire floor without finding any trace of the door. What's more, he had been severely injured in the process. In an instant, he completely broke down, staring like a madman at the empty space around him and shouting angrily. Damn it, there is no door. Let me out now, or I'll kill you. I don't want to die here. Let me out. There's no door. You're lying to me. I won't play anymore. Xiuxian, let me go. This game is impossible to escape from. You are deceiving me. Damn. I will definitely kill you. At this point, he utterly collapsed. His eyes were filled with despair. If he had known that xiuxian's game would involve risking lives, he would have absolutely refused to play it further. Unfortunately, due to a brief lapse in attention, he had fallen into xiuxian's trap. By the time he came back to his senses, it was already far too late. He truly didn't want to continue playing this game anymore. His entire expression radiated despair. He couldn't have anticipated such a situation would occur. Desperation seeped from the corners of his lips. If he had realized this would happen earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have come to this. His gaze carried a tinge of resentment as he roared with all his strength. Attempting to make xiuxian appear, unfortunately, it was futile. Xiuxian remained silent, leaving his gaze full of sheer desperation. After yelling for what seemed like forever, he suddenly realized that unless he followed xiuxian's instructions obediently, he'd probably die not even knowing how he perished. Upon clarifying this point, his gaze eventually steadied. As xiuxian had said, no matter what favors he might owe, they weren't worth sacrificing one's life to repay. If the prison commission sealed his fate definitively, then he'd absolutely have no way out of this case. Moreover, even now there's seemingly no path for him to survive. Only a few seconds remained before the 15 minutes were up, and if he kept hesitating, who knows what kind of result awaited. Certainly, he wouldn't trust that xiuxian would let him off because of a momentary vacillation. Eventually, he spoke up, saying, "All right, what exactly do you want? Speak up. I'll answer truthfully about everything. Now, can you let me out?" "Ho, excellent. Your cooperation has been greatly helpful in solving our case. Then, let's start. I want to know, who exactly are you covering up for? Also, what exactly did Chairman William promise you to make you risk your life so much to help them? Could you tell me?" Jones's expression turned grim. He didn't expect that xiuxian's very first question would hit these points directly. So sharp. But just as he hesitated, xiuxian spoke. "It seems like you're not ready yet? No worries, I can wait patiently. Only thing is, your time is running out. There's only 5 seconds left on the countdown. If you fail to get out, I'll set the fire." You bastard. Fine, I'll tell you. The substandard car materials, they were actually decided by our company chairman, William. It was solely to reduce raw material costs. As for the favor he gave me, it's the position of deputy chairman of the headquarters. That means, if I accept responsibility for this matter, once I am released, he will give me the position of deputy chairman. Deputy chairman? Xiuxian frowned, never expecting old William to be willing to invest so much. No wonder, this guy was only willing to spill the beans when he was on the verge of death. The position of a vice president at Feichi Motors practically equated to being worth dozens of billions, and it was entirely different from the role of a general manager. No wonder, he was willing to risk his life to protect William. However, I reckon that even until his dying breath, old William probably never expected that this scapegoat would betray him, right? After all, everyone has their own selfishness, especially those who are scared of death. There aren't many people in this world who genuinely don't fear death. Yes, Vice President. What else do you want to know? Don't kill me, and I'll tell you everything. William was clearly ready to betray him entirely. If the chairman were to find out that he had betrayed him, not even he would escape punishment. So now, his plan was to betray everyone. If they went down, then he could get off scot-free. Given the magnitude of these crimes, there was basically no way out once caught. Of course, therefore there was no need to worry about anything later. Is there any evidence? And what's the connection between the investigation bureau and your chairman? Tell me about that. Once you're done speaking, you'll be able to leave alive. According to your country D's criminal law standards, your crime might not result in jail time. You can even apply for bail due to medical reasons. So, in a sense, you should thank me. Upon hearing xiuxian's words, the latter wanted to slap him hard. Bail for medical reasons? How imaginative he was, making him suffer so much, yet expecting gratitude? But, as they say, when under someone's roof, you must bow. He could only accept his fate, and said, yes, there is. In the drawer compartment of my office desk, there's a voice recorder. All the content of the conversations between the Investigation Bureau and our chairman are inside. Chapter 180, Supreme Level Lottery Opportunity, a difficult choice. Recording pen? A hint of surprise flickered across xiuxian's face. Though he knew this guy must have something in his hands, he didn't expect that the conversation between the Investigation Bureau and Chairman William had been entirely recorded. It seems, this one isn't someone to be underestimated either. He probably wanted to use it to threaten for something, but never thought it would end up right in my hands. Alright, I'll let you out, and you lead me to the recording pen. After that, I'll arrange for someone to take you to the hospital. The rest is up to you, xiuxian said as the originally pitch-black room instantly lit up. It turned out they were in a factory, and all the surrounding walls were sealed. When he looked up, there was a light above him. Jones revealed a bitter smile on his face, thinking of everything except what was directly overhead. No wonder. Xiuxian initially emphasized listening carefully to every word. Indeed, if he had paid attention at the start, none of this would have happened. Now, there was an expression of helplessness on his face. There was no way to avoid heading down a dead-end road. This was the final opportunity. What other chances existed beyond this? His eyes showed a few signs of hardship. It had come to this, and there wasn't much else to say now. He could only blame himself for being foolish. Xiuxian had already mentioned the story about someone locked in the dungeon, and he still failed to guess it. With a bitter laugh, he shook his head. Finally, xiuxian pulled him up. Then he took xiuxian towards the office and successfully retrieved the recording pen. With the escort of security, they headed towards the hospital. As he watched Jones leave, xiuxian, holding the recording pen in his hand, smiled faintly. If the previous evidence couldn't fully condemn William, then this item alone could nail them all. He lightly opened the recording pen, and only heard voices from inside. The transaction between the head of the Investigation Bureau and William earlier. They appeared to be discussing some border affairs. Clearly, they were aiming to smuggle these substandard cars out of the country, so they approached the responsible person for negotiation. In the end, they agreed upon a satisfactory price. The remaining part contained records of several trading conversations. Without a doubt, the details inside were very comprehensive. Almost all dirty deeds were completely exposed. Most importantly, there were also the Investigation Bureau's internal records. Thus, xiuxian had sufficient evidence to bring Chairman William back to the country to stand trial. In this way, he could finally give the families of the victims a satisfactory explanation. Such a top-tier domestic industry only needed to follow the planned life normally, but no one expected such a tragedy. By now, regret was too late, and after something like this happened, there really wasn't much that could be done. Even xiuxian, had it not been for hearing it with his own ears, found it hard to believe. How could a chairman who was already at the peak make such an enormous mistake over such trivial matters? Finally, he dragged the Feichi car brand into the abyss. After thoroughly listening to all the content inside the recording pen, a trace of joy finally graced the corner of xiuxian's lips. With this thing, there would finally be a conclusion to the matter. Ding dong, system task issued. Option A, continue investigating the case, probing both the Investigation Bureau and Feichi Group. It has certain risks. Completing it will reward a supreme level lottery chance. Option B, stop the investigation here, conclude the case. Reward, 1 premium model from the Feichi series. Option C, hold Feichi Group accountable, but avoid the Investigation Bureau. Success will grant a golden lottery chance once. As he listened to the system prompt, xiuxian revealed a faint smile on his lips. Indeed, just as he had suspected, the system was truly activated. However, this worked perfectly well. Yet, these 3 options are each different. Which should he choose? Without a doubt, if he confronts the Investigation Bureau within D country, the latter wouldn't be polite anymore. Regardless, Xianhuan was far away. Even with many troops, it would be impossible to quickly gather forces in time. Still, that supreme lottery chance was incredibly tempting. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made the decision. I choose. Once the choice was completed, xiuxian moved toward the direction of the warehouse. Quickly, he returned to the warehouse. At this moment, everyone was still waiting here. The few heads of the Investigation Bureau were already showing signs of impatience. After all, those who are almost always authoritative within Country D usually wouldn't need to wait for a warden minister from Xiaohua. If it weren't for Xiaohua's strong national power, there would have been a falling out long ago. Moreover, on their own turf, the latter dared to treat them so dismissively. Thus, upon seeing xiuxian walk in, the reception wasn't warm either. The head of the Investigation Bureau directly asked, Minister xiuxian, surely everything you had to say has already been said? We want to take the suspect back for review soon. Please hand over Jones, and let us finish our task early. What do you think? Hearing the words of the Investigation Bureau's leader, xiuxian smirked coldly and replied, to mark this off your to-do list? I don't think that's necessary anymore. You see, Jones was injured by accident earlier, so I've already sent him to the hospital. But this case still requires further examination from our side. What do you think? Chairman William, could you please come with us? Our Xiuxian Penitentiary Department wishes to request your assistance in the investigation. What? Minister Su, what do you mean? Chairman William has nothing to do with this matter, Minister Su. Didn't you hear earlier? Why are you taking him away? Moreover, Jones is a key suspect in this case. Who gave you permission to let him go? Even if your country, xiuxian, is powerful, you can't act lawlessly like this, right? This is our country, country. Without our agreement, on what grounds did you release the person? Exactly, xiuxian, you've gone too far. Jones has already proven that I'm not involved in this. What more do you want? Do you really think our Feichi group is easy to bully? Chapter 181. I've decided to claim the supreme reward, and even Jesus can't save me from it. That's what I'm saying. The investigators quickly stood up, their faces still radiating with anger. After all, this matter directly concerns the interests of each one of them, and no one is willing to step back at this moment. Besides, they just found out the truth and managed to pinpoint a scapegoat. But before they could act, xiuxian had already let the person go. It wasn't about giving face or not anymore. It was completely an act of slapping theirs. Please calm down, everyone. I released the individual for good reasons. Jones has just provided us with new evidence that proves this entire incident was planned by Chairman William and certain individuals. He was merely the scapegoat. Therefore, Chairman William sold substandard vehicles and hired someone to take the blame. Please come with us. As xiuxian spoke, his eyes deliberately glanced at the head of the investigation team, whose complexion instantly changed. He knew well that he had also participated in selling those substandard vehicles. Could it be that this minister of the penitentiary department has acquired some evidence? If that's true, then it wouldn't be a joke. His whole face turned ashen. Subsequently, he hesitantly asked, Minister Su, some words cannot be said carelessly. Are you suggesting that Jones produced evidence accusing Chairman William? Is everything entirely his doing? However, he clearly admitted earlier that he was involved. He stared at xiuxian while asking, his eyes hinting at suspicion. If xiuxian were only bluffing, then this matter might be easier to handle. But if real evidence exists, then things would turn much more complicated. Yes, after Jones left, he handed me a recording pen. The content inside was about Chairman William discussing the sale of counterfeit cars with certain individuals. How about it? Would you like to listen? Strangely enough, the voice inside sounds very similar to someone here present. But I'm rather confused at the moment. Can anyone identify who that is? With a smirk on his lips, xiuxian took out the recording pen from his pocket. Upon seeing the pen, indeed, the head of the investigative team looked deathly pale. If there were no problems with the pen, then even trying to trick a fool wouldn't work. But, having considerable experience, the man reacted swiftly. He promptly moved forward and said, This item is crucial evidence and should be placed under my custody. We must report this immediately and deal with it seriously. Chairman William, how disgraceful. How could you betray our trust and commit such actions? As he spoke, he reached out to grab the recording pen. However, something held in xiuxian's hands. If he doesn't want it taken, who can possibly snatch it away? With a turn and 2 steps, xiuxian deftly avoided the hand reaching towards him. Then he continued, Why take it back? There are so many people here, and this is being globally live-streamed. Why don't we hear the contents inside and clarify the facts? Don't you agree? The head of the investigative team seemed somewhat distracted in his gaze. This isn't a trivial matter. If the voice were truly identified, then he'd be doomed. After years of effort climbing to this position, it would end up being pulled apart right now. The agony within him grew, but there was no way out. At this point, anything said seemed to be too late. But this recording must absolutely not be disclosed. Hence, he hastily said, That's unnecessary. Since it's evidence of crime, there's no need for others to hear it. Besides, since Minister Su said so, I believe it. Alright, you're planning to interrogate Chairman William, right? Please proceed. Starting now, this criminal is yours. Sorry, regarding the calamity the Feichi group brought to your country, I deeply sympathize. Someone like this, even if placed in our country, deserves serious punishment. I implore your country to thoroughly handle this case and never let him go unpunished. At this point, the best solution is to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. This investigative team leader is no fool. Since xiuxian listened to the contents inside but didn't immediately reveal it, clearly, there were other hidden intentions here. In his perspective, xiuxian probably wanted to use this to blackmail him and achieve a specific goal. If guessed correctly, it should involve the interrogation of Chairman William. Indeed, after uttering those words, xiuxian put down the recording pen and said, How could I be so impolite? After all, this is your country D's matter. However, since you're being so courteous, I'll humbly accept it. Also, there's another thing I'd like to invite you to help with. It concerns the handling of a subsidiary of our Feichi group in our country. After all, our penitentiary department worked hard, and we can't leave empty-handed at the end. Let's consider these as compensation for the victims and as remuneration for our efforts in investigating this case for you. How does that sound? Alright, no problem. At that moment, the person in charge of the investigation bureau had already turned ashen-faced. There was no misunderstanding here. xiuxian was clearly threatening him. But was there any better choice? Even knowing he was being coerced, he still had to agree because, truly, there wasn't a better option. Unless he wanted to die. Thank you. Since it's like this, then I'll humbly accept it. This recording pin must still be taken care of properly, lest it gets lost and becomes leverage in someone else's hands. Here, as xiuxian spoke, he still handed over the pen. The completely contrasting attitude shown by this investigator towards the head of the investigation bureau left many people somewhat bewildered. Yet, none dared to ask, considering the importance of his position. Thank you. Rapidly taking the pen in his hand, resentment still flickered in his eyes. But it was quickly concealed. After carefully storing away the recording pen, the responsible person from the investigation bureau stated, "If that's the case, I won't disturb further. I'll leave first then, Chairman William. Go ahead without worry. As for your family here, I will take good care of them." As he departed, the responsible person deliberately or accidentally mentioned a sentence, emphasizing the word care clearly. Initially, William also wanted to say something. In the end, though, he closed his mouth and accepted his fate with resignation. Watching the departing figure of the head of the investigation bureau, xiuxian's eyes deepened slightly, revealing an ounce of cunning. Did they think they could escape punishment this way? If not for the reward from the supreme draw, xiuxian would indeed have been too lazy to get involved in this matter. After all, regardless of the level of corruption, it had nothing to do with the Xia country. However, since there was a reward on the line, he certainly couldn't let it go. Right now, the latter was nothing more than what xiuxian saw as an experience point package in his eyes. Chapter 182. Full Industry Ban, Feiqi Group. The next morning, taking the arranged flight, the group from DU department set off on their way back to the country. And after a night's time, the events that had taken place yesterday in Country D were already known by the citizens of their own nation. All the citizens of Country Xia right now held xiuxian in utmost reverence. In the future, no matter how powerful xiuxian became, his work would still mostly involve solving cases within the country. To the eyes of all citizens, the backing behind him was the state. Naturally, there was nobody who dared to stir up trouble. But this time, they were dealing with a cross-border case. Though it was still somewhat suspected that the national power had been leveraged, more evidently seen was the courage of this minister of the DU department. After all, around the world, how many people could possess such audacity to solve a case across national borders and do it so splendidly? Therefore, all the citizens of Country Xia admired xiuxian even more. After all, this could be considered a true display of national prestige. Compared to previous cases, this one was truly the most representative. Even many influential figures behind the scenes domestically had to admit that xiuxian had done an incredibly good job this time. Originally, they were planning to use this opportunity to heavily suppress the DU department. After all, when solving domestic cases smoothly, once they went abroad and couldn't match those people, even if there were very substantial reasons, with a bit of guidance, one could still pin a big label on the DU department. Unexpectedly, this time xiuxian not only completed the task, but also did it so brilliantly. Just thinking about it made some people admire him. He was truly impressive. When xiuxian returned to the country, he immediately took action against all subsidiaries of the Feiqi Group. Moreover, all vehicles transported from overseas to Country Xia were confiscated. After all, these problematic vehicles cannot be allowed to flow out. Very soon, the official announcement from the DU department came out with the punishment for this case involving the Feiqi Group selling substandard vehicles and suspected of using illegal materials to build them. Starting today, all industries affiliated with Feiqi Group for S-stores, subsidiaries will stop selling. Starting today, all vehicles under Feiqi Group are forbidden to be sold in any form within Country Xia. Violators will be severely punished. Starting today, all victims of Feiqi Group's substandard vehicles can claim medical expenses, mental damage fees, etc., and report to local departments for special approval. The state will provide compensation as soon as possible. Starting today, all suspects involved in the Feiqi Group case will be arrested. All affiliated properties will be confiscated. These continuous orders excited all the commoners, especially those commoners harmed by the Feiqi vehicles. Over these years, some people have almost gone bankrupt trying to heal their injuries. If the Feiqi Group refused to compensate, they might even lose their ability to live normally. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the DU department stepped in. Otherwise, they would starve to death on the streets. Minister Su has done an excellent job. Indeed, Minister Su is skilled. He just began, and he's already solved such a big case. Globally speaking, who can compare? The DU department rocks. They investigated a transnational case and found the real culprit. From today, I declare that the DU department is my lifelong idol. Feiqi Group is finally going bankrupt. Haha. This harmful group dared to do such shameless deeds. They completely treat our Xia citizens as guinea pigs. They want us dead. Bastards. Luckily, we have the DU department in Xia. Otherwise, they would really get away with it. These damned bastards. How dare they show such blatant disregard for human lives? In my view, Minister Su is too merciful. These businesses harming Xia should be executed directly. It's too lenient to just incarcerate them. People like them don't deserve to live. The upper floor is wrong. Such matters aren't something that Minister Su alone can decide. Moreover, our country doesn't have capital punishment. Even for crimes, at best, it's life imprisonment. But compared to being imprisoned for life, I feel it's better to be shot. Life inside there isn't fit for a human being. Clearly, this brother has a story. Indeed, do you really think going to prison is fun? That it provides food and accommodation? But don't forget, inside those cells are nothing but the most vicious criminals who might kill at any moment. Especially for those who will be forced to stay there for life. Their freedom is far less than what people imagine. In fact, compared to that life, they would probably prefer death. And within the DNUC office building, xiuxian was seated in the main seat of the conference room, looking around at everyone before speaking. Good job, everyone. Our international mission was a resounding success this time. thanks to your cooperation. Moreover, as recognition of our efforts over the past period, management has bought us an employee residential building. You can select apartments according to your preferences and subsidies. Then fill out the forms, and I'll stamp them. Yes. Thank you, boss. Minister Su forever. After xiuxian's words, everyone became excited. Though they had acted for justice, even justice requires money to sustain daily life. Especially during this period when housing prices skyrocketed in the capital, buying a house was impossible. They were busy with work every day, growing older without finding a stable home to live in. It's understandable some hearts began wavering. Even within a united team, if lacking financial support, sooner or later they would disband. After all, dreams don't materialize from just talking about them. So, the great elder made his first generous move by purchasing an entire building for the Dian-Yu. This shows how much importance he placed on their team. Naturally, everyone felt more elated and quickly ran out of the office to secure their spots. When they left, only xiuxian and Xuanhuan remained behind. The latter looked hesitant as he spoke up. Minister, there's something. Chapter 183. Catching them all, the gambler's ultimate skill. What's wrong, Xuanhuan? Turning back to look at the latter, xiuxian asked amusingly. In his memory, this guy didn't seem like someone who was overly cautious. Boss Su, I'm puzzled. Why did that person from the investigation bureau suddenly change their attitude? They were originally against letting us take people away. Why did they suddenly agree and even hand over all the profits from Feiqi's branches in Xia country? That person shouldn't be so easy to negotiate with. After hesitating multiple times, he finally opened his mouth to ask. After all, if this matter didn't have an answer, it would really make him sleepless all night. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian's face revealed a smile, as if expecting some other question. Now it turned out to be this one, so he laughed lightly and said, the reason is very simple. He's afraid of death. People always become clever when they are faced with death. Do you remember the voice recorder in my hand? What he feared most was, oh, he instantly understood. Subsequently, he nodded and walked toward the exit. After everyone left, only xiuxian remained in the meeting room, sitting on the chair and closing his eyes to relax. At this moment, the system notification sound in his mind suddenly rang. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing Task A, capturing both the Feiqi Group and Country D's Investigation Bureau, earning a supreme lottery reward. Would you like to initiate the lottery now? Yes. Xiuxian nodded. Then before him appeared a spinning wheel. In the void, the wheel emerged, with its pointer slowly rotating. After a while, it stopped. Subsequently, the pointer settled on a designated area, upon which xiuxian's face revealed a satisfied smile. Then, a sound resonated in his mind. Supreme gambling skill. From the gambler world, Gao Jin's gambling skill. Unbeatable under heaven. No matter what kind of gambling scenario, it is utterly insignificant before you. Gambler? Gao Jin. Xiuxian was extremely familiar with this. In the previous life, it was a famous Hong Kong film. Back then, while watching movies, he had always dreamt of possessing such gambling skills. It was simply awe-inspiring. But, he never got the chance, especially since in reality, there wouldn't possibly exist a person like the one in the movie Gambler. Thus, this dream had been long put aside. Who would have thought it would actually have the chance to come true again? After the lottery was completed, numerous memories appeared in his mind, all related to gambling. Once all the knowledge was absorbed into his brain, a slight smile crept onto xiuxian's lips. It was at this moment that the door to gambling fully opened to xiuxian. Virtually everything about gambling, he now knew. As for sleight-of-hand moves, they were laughably easy to accomplish, just by thinking about it. If the opportunity came, it'd be good to try using them. Subsequently, xiuxian stood up from his seat and gazed out at the world through the floor-to-ceiling window, looking into the distance. If his task could be considered accomplished, then at this point, the official government of Country D must have already received his delivery, right? At the start, xiuxian never planned to let that man off. After all, this kind of person, if kept alive, would eventually become a menace. Plus, wasn't it possible to get quite decent rewards too? Therefore, he had prepared copies of the recording beforehand. In the end, what he gave that person was merely one copy. As for the backup, it was directly sent to the president's office in Country D. 2 hours ago, inside Country D's investigation bureau, the manager snapped the recorder in his hand in half, still glaring with annoyance. Unbelievably, even in his territory, he was somehow threatened. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't have mattered. However, how could the threat come from someone of Xia's prison bureau? The thought alone filled him with humiliation. Incredible anger left him unable to let go of hatred. No matter what, he had to settle accounts with xiuxian, that bastard. This person absolutely couldn't be forgiven. Someone. Director, what's the matter? A member of the investigation bureau entered from outside, seeing the twisted face causing unease within him. This director's temperament had always been poor. There was no telling if he might commit murder. Go. Grab William's entire family and kill them. Also, Jones must die. Anyone who knows about this incident must be eliminated. Do you understand? Otherwise, our whole investigation bureau will be finished. He slammed the table, eyes bloodshot red. He would never trust anyone. Even if William would never betray himself for the safety of his family, who knew whether there were more tricks up their sleeves? What if this voice recorder wasn't enough to guarantee anything? Thus, every fiber of his being screamed to wipe out all traces, and his face darkened with rage. His mind was made up. He must eliminate everyone who knew the details of this incident. By then, even if xiuxian wanted to retaliate, it'd be too late. Yes, yes, yes. The man quickly trotted toward the door. However, before he could reach for the doorknob, the wooden door swung open from the outside. A few soldiers clad in military uniforms strode in and declared, "Who is the director of the investigation bureau? Please come with us. Furthermore, starting now, no one may enter or leave without permission. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot." What? The director's complexion turned grim. He was the respectable head of the investigation bureau, a powerful department throughout Country D. How dare someone speak such words to him? And even dare to blockade the investigation bureau? Are you the person in charge of the investigation bureau? We apologize, but under direct orders from the president of Country D, we are here to escort you for questioning. You're suspected of conspiring with the Feichi group to sell substandard vehicles. How could that be? Impossible. I want to see the president. I didn't do any of this. Damn it. Who's framing me? I understand now. Xiuxian, you bastard. This isn't over between us. I'll definitely kill you. Finally, the latter realized why he was being arrested. It was all because of that bastard Xiuxian. If it weren't for him, how could things have gone so wrong? But, regardless of how much he regretted it, it was already too late, and he had no choice but to accept his fate. Chapter 184, Buying a House. The one that solves the household registration issue. The next morning, the warden's office was rare to have a day off. Everyone made an appointment to go to the house allocated by the Great Elder, all with some anticipation on their faces. After all, if you want to buy a house in the capital, it's not just about money, but also household registration. Otherwise, even if you are very rich, it would be impossible to survive here. But getting household registration is not as easy as imagined. Even though the warden's office has great authority, it cannot achieve this. However, since the Great Elder has spoken, this matter becomes much simpler. After all, isn't it just a word from him to handle such household registration issues? To be able to get a house allocation in the capital, at such a young age, is a symbol of status. Of course, more importantly, it is the reward from that elder. This is a recognition of their work. Coming downstairs and looking at the magnificent building, Xiuxian's mouth curved into a faint smile, although he wasn't worried about the future. But, the brothers and sisters inside the warden's office need a good place to settle down. So, Xiuxian opened his mouth and said, "Shall we take people up and distribute the houses according to the types they choose?" "Leader, aren't you going up?" Shally asked quickly. Xiuxian calmly said, his house wasn't there. As the head of the warden's office, the Great Elder hasn't mistreated him. He was directly given a villa in the Fully Manor Villa area. "No, I'll stay below for a while. You go upstairs first to select. You should know, this is the most luxurious location in the entire capital." From this, you can see how much the elder values Xiuxian. More importantly, the reason lies in Feichi Group's solid market share in Xiaogua. With Xiuxian's move, it is equivalent to providing the national treasury with another sustainable source of income. How could the Great Elder not be happy? After everyone went up, Xiuxian began to wander around the residential area. Xuanhuan followed behind him too. Originally, Xiuxian thought to let him go upstairs and choose a house, but unfortunately, Li didn't seem interested. After all, for this guy, only powerful individuals could attract his attention. As for other things, they failed to generate any interest. The two strolled leisurely within the residential area, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The landscape of the community was really quite nice, including the interior decoration and landscaping. It was clear that the Great Elder had put effort into it. Before they realized it, they had walked into the courtyard. Just when Xiuxian planned to go upstairs and take a look, a man walked over from the side, holding a stack of advertisements. He suspiciously approached Xiuxian and Li Zhonghua, then opened his mouth and said, "Brother, I've been observing you for a while. Have a cigarette first." "I don't smoke." Seeing the offered cigarette, Xiuxian frowned. As the minister of the warden's office, he naturally still needs to maintain vigilance, especially towards strangers who suddenly approach. Such behavior can easily cause suspicion. After all, the warden's office currently has many enemies throughout Xiaogua. There are many people who are waiting for the right moment to strike them. Li Zhonghua also moved forward at this moment, instinctively placing himself between the two, ready to act anytime. Seeing the situation, the man reluctantly withdrew the cigarette in his hand and said, "Haha, no smoking? Alright then, nothing, just noticed you've been standing here for a while. What, do you want to buy a house? Houses in the capital aren't that easy to buy. Not enough money, and household registration is hard to arrange. Sigh, tricky." Xiuxian nodded. What the latter said was true. However, at this moment, he has no time to listen to him blabbering nonsense, intending to leave. But just then, the man continued, "Don't rush off. Brother, we can help you solve the household registration problem, and we can arrange the finances too. How about that? The houses in our neighborhood are high quality yet affordable." Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian relaxed significantly. It turns out he's just a real estate agent. Probably because some new housing project has just opened, unable to sell, so they came up with this method to lure people inside the community, nothing surprising. But right at this moment, Xiuxian seized some key information. That was the household registration. The other party actually claimed that they could solve the household registration problem too. This was not a small thing. Throughout the entire capital, even those who claim to be qualified to solve the household registration problems are few and far between. After all, this involves coordination between many departments. The only person with the capability to do this seems to be the Great Elder, right? But given his identity, why would he help them with something like this? The Great Elder holds a truly powerful and influential position. He's an authoritative figure throughout Xiaogua, someone whose word is final. In other words, if the other party really intended to sell houses, wouldn't they announce it openly instead of operating so covertly? If they simply announced their name, wouldn't people rush to buy no matter what? However, apart from the Great Elder, who else could help them solve the household registration issue? Though originally not very interested, xiuxian now smiled faintly. Interesting. So, you claim you can solve household registration issues? What exactly do you mean by that? What do I mean? Literal meaning, brother. I'm not joking around with you. Let me tell you plainly. I can get your household registration in the capital arranged within minutes. Our company is extremely powerful, focusing on large-scale projects with overseas qualifications. We've only returned to develop domestically in recent years, which is why we have these special offers. How about that? Interested? Buy one set. An overseas company? Upon hearing this, xiuxian's face turned colder. How could he not know how ridiculous this guy was? It's already a joke for domestic companies to secure household registration, let alone a small overseas company? Does he think those in charge are useless? But without fully understanding the situation, he didn't alarm the snake in the grass yet, maintaining a smile as he asked. All right, if you can truly help me with the household registration issue, I'll consider buying one set. But I didn't bring my card today, so maybe you could give me a name. I'll visit later. What do you say? Good. Our company is called the 4Cs Group. Do remember to drop by, brother, and mention me for an 80% discount. Chapter 185, Buying a House. The one that returns the down payment as 260,000 worth of gifts? No problem, no problem. Definitely, definitely. xiuxian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and upon hearing this, the other party immediately became even more delighted. Unexpectedly, the deal was actually made. If it were sold, he would be able to make another fortune. Subsequently, after exchanging phone numbers, he turned and left. And after he was gone, the face that was originally still smiling instantly became overcast. Those familiar with xiuxian all knew that once this expression appeared, without a doubt, he was furious. Solving the hukou, household registration, what a big talk, ho ho ho. Director, what should we do? Li Zhonghua stepped forward to ask, his face similarly showing some anger. After all, this was clearly a scam. Without mentioning other things, solely the promise of solving the hukou had already deceived countless people. Even daring to speak such tall tales, they obviously couldn't be let off. Investigate. Have someone look into this xiuxian group, using any means necessary. In half an hour, I want all their company data, understand? Handing over the business card in his hand, Li Zhonghua nodded and headed towards the distant residential area. The investigation team members also quickly assembled and began secretly investigating this so-called xiuxian group. As it turned out, the deeper they looked, the murkier the waters inside the xiuxian group proved to be. According to the collected information, this xiuxian group was established less than half a year ago. As for its so-called overseas credentials, that was utter nonsense. The only thing true was that the registered person studied abroad once. And even then, it was at one of the worst gold-plating universities. Upon investigating their background, it turned out they were just from an ordinary family. This type of person, in the Xia Kingdom, could knock down a large group with just one brick. Yet, such a person dared to claim they could solve the hukou issue? Even xiuxian today would not dare to say such a thing. After all, the standards for the capital city's hukou are strictly reviewed. Ordinary people simply cannot squeeze in. Under these circumstances, how could they still dare talk about solving the hukou issue? That's nothing but a joke. However, even more surprising was the fact that over the past 6 months, the xiuxian group had never taken on a single project, nor purchased any land, not even obtained permission to start work. In other words, under the name of the xiuxian group, there were absolutely no residential areas. Yet, its financial income had already reached over 2 billion yuan. There was certainly something fishy going on here. Even without deliberately investigating, just by looking at the documents in front of them, xiuxian could sense the issues within. After all, they hadn't even built any houses yet. Where, then, did this revenue come from? Without even opening for business, the xiuxian group had already achieved 2 billion yuan in income. Although real estate was known to be lucrative, such absurd situations were incomprehensible, almost like a farce. Just based on these unexplained massive incomes alone, they could be nailed down. But that wasn't the only thing making xiuxian angry. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was tapped. Xiaoli walked in from outside holding a stack of materials, saying, "Director, take a look. These are the materials we gathered against the xiuxian group from the public. They were personally visited by me, no problem in credibility. This xiuxian group is really despicable, alas." By this point, he had already closed his mouth. Seated on the chair, his entire face was exceedingly gloomy. To be able to infuriate the typically amiable Director Li to this degree meant one didn't need to see to imagine what those documents must contain. xiuxian took the materials, and as soon as he read the first page, his face already darkened significantly. He believed that in all these years in Dian-Si, the prison institution, he'd encountered countless shameless individuals, but never someone as utterly rotten as this. It was only now that xiuxian finally understood why their company managed to rake in money so crazily in such a short period of time, without even building a single tower. It truly came down to this. Thinking up to this point, his entire face showed a hint of collapse. He'd met plenty of bastards before, but none this corrupt. Wasn't this basically equivalent to asking for death? How could they be so shameless? According to the records, their funds should all be problematic. They take advantage of the ability to handle hukou matters, demanding that all homebuyers pay the down payment first. Then they use the excuse that it takes time to process the hukou to delay the proceedings. By the time the buyers grow impatient, they request full payment for the purchase. This way, they can swindle more money. As for the house, it is always being delayed under the pretense of handling the hukou matter. Many citizens, having paid their money without seeing any results with their housing, decide to give up. When asking for refunds, these people would claim they've spent a lot on the hukou issue and warn the citizens that abandoning midway would offend important officials. Most citizens are scared off by such tactics. Of course, there are still some who aren't afraid. They storm into the company offices. As for those small-scale protests, the company employs even more despicable methods. They brazenly lie, claiming the funds have already been submitted. If the protesters are capable, why don't they go after the relevant departments themselves? Alternatively, if they cannot wait any longer, they offer gifts worth the down payment for the protesters to take home instead. Naturally, the homeowners won't agree. But no matter where they report it, nothing works. Even escalating it to the media proves useless, as these individuals will just bribe their way out. Without the power of money or influence, in the end, they have no choice but to accept this kind of settlement. After all, these gifts can still be sold for money, though not covering the entire loss. But at least there isn't too much damage, better than coming away empty-handed. Precisely with this almost shameless approach has this Xi group managed to reach its current state. In these 20 billion yuan of revenue, countless citizens have been defrauded. That money represents a lifetime of hard-earned savings from these people. Especially among them are quite a few elderly who worked hard all their lives in the capital city and saved this amount. It turns out they were so easily scammed, all of which was their life savings intended for their coffins. Chapter 186. 4C's Group. Buy a house and get gifts. And what was even more infuriating had yet to be revealed. Flipping through the case in his hand, xiuxian's face turned dark. He saw that the documents in his hand recorded an auntie who worked tirelessly cleaning in the capital city day and night. It took her 50 years of frugality to finally gather enough for a down payment on a house. Just when she was about to buy a house, they deceived her into going to the 4C's Group. They even promised to help her register the household. In the end, they swindled all of her down payment money. When the woman realized what had happened and tried to retrieve her money, the company simply denied any involvement. Initially, they claimed they had never seen her before. Then they stated they had never mentioned helping solve the registration issue. As for returning the money, they wouldn't even mention it. They merely said something about gifts. After hearing this explanation, the cleaning auntie immediately chose to report them to the media, and journalists followed along. But it ended without any resolution. And because the auntie repeatedly caused disturbances, she was directly detained. Inside the jail, she suffered immensely, and after her release, these people continued to warn her not to leak the information or else her entire family would suffer endless turmoil. Helpless, she had no choice but to accept a settlement. In the end, she was forced to take away hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of so-called gifts. The hard-earned money she accumulated throughout her life was reduced to a pile of items, which would have been tolerable if they were quality goods. After all, if you treat it as just buying gifts, then setting up a street stall could still get you some sales. But unexpectedly, all these so-called gifts were expired, broken, or inferior products. In total, nominally valued at hundreds of thousands of yuan, they weren't actually worth a few thousand. You could buy similar things randomly off the streets. After experiencing all these things, the auntie lost all hope and became gravely ill, ending up in the hospital. At first, the 4C's Group paid a few days of insincere visits, claiming they would compensate her. But soon after, it disappeared like a stone thrown into the sea, with no further news. What was once a happy family had now been torn apart by their actions. Despite this, those beasts showed not an ounce of compassion. Because certain individuals refused to cooperate and wouldn't accept their gift, houses, they were beaten or secretly pressured. Their homes were defaced with paint, and chaos was created within their companies using various tactics. Ultimately, under pressure, they could only agree to give in. If it weren't for checking the records, how could one imagine that these people could be so ruthless? Before buying a house, they acted like brothers and friends, but in the blink of an eye, they changed their tune. Not only that, they intentionally made things difficult for their victims. In the end, they pushed people to ruin, tearing apart families and leading to death. This wasn't just fraud, it was treating human lives as nothing. If such people aren't eliminated, where's the law? Will the capital city not be enveloped in darkness in the future? Most importantly, this 4C's Group was also involved in organized crime, a major taboo in recent years, and especially despised by the Great Elder. Who would have thought that they'd dare cause trouble right under everyone's nose? Perhaps ordinary people would fear them. But xiuxian, who headed the penitentiary office, wasn't an ordinary person. For such evil elements, there was only one stance, a thorough crackdown. No matter what, they couldn't be let go. Otherwise, where does the law stand? These people have gone mad. Who gave them the audacity to act this way? Throwing the documents on the table and glancing around the room for a while, xiuxian finally spoke. Investigate. People like this must absolutely not be let off lightly. No matter what, we must thoroughly investigate them. Bastards, how dare they do such a thing? Beasts, damn them. They're playing with fire. As he spoke, xiuxian's face was filled with anger. He didn't expect someone would have the nerve to do something so brazen. Were they looking for death? Yes. Minister, Shaoli stood up and nodded. Even if this matter were assigned to anyone in the penitentiary office, they would conduct a thorough investigation. After all, it was clear that this was deceit. Or, more accurately speaking, it was more than just deceit, it was mockery. Treating all citizens like fools to play with. The money from the homeowners, one really has to wonder, how do they have the face to swallow it? Their behavior was truly too disgraceful. What kind of beast are they? Who could possibly do something like this? They even have the nerve to devour such a bloody bond. What exactly is going through their minds? Tell our people to keep a close eye on this 4C's Group, starting now. Moreover, dig up everyone behind them as well. How dare they do such things? I can't believe there's no one backing them. Otherwise, could a mere overseas Dujin, gold-plated, Riternese student possibly accomplish all of this? What a joke. If some high official was behind this whole matter, xiuxian might still believe it. But that Riternese student is clearly just a figurehead. A case this large, not even prestigious universities' elites could pull it off. After all, how can you suppress the mouths of the masses? They would appeal, file complaints, seek out journalists for interviews. But from beginning to end, none of these things happened. And those they bullied actually swallowed their anger? Is that possible? So obviously, a much larger dark hand must be controlling everything in the shadows. And precisely because of him, the common folk are silenced despite their rage. Then who exactly is he? Who has such power? This requires further investigation. After all, those responsible will surely hide their foxtails well. It's naturally impossible to uncover everything at once. Understood. Xiaoli nods and heads out to start investigating the case. There's too much entanglement involved. It won't be easy to clarify everything, even if the penitentiary office is directly handling the investigation. It's indeed difficult. Chapter 187. The aftermath of the richest man in the country giving gifts when buying a house. Therefore, it is necessary to lock down the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, there are not many people in the entire capital who can suppress the media and public appeals. Even if thoroughly investigated, it wouldn't take much effort. Under the all-encompassing dragnet of the DU Bureau, it wasn't long before news came back. Moments later, the door to the office rang again as Xiaoli walked in holding several photos, saying, "Minister Su, we have already locked down the suspects. As expected, just like you suspected, there really is someone backing them up." Xiuxian's eyebrows formed a frown, grabbing the photos. After seeing the person on them, he felt inexplicably startled. Indeed, this person was somewhat familiar, Zhou Mingsheng, the richest man in Xia country. Even when considering the entire vast country, this individual's legendary story still cannot be underestimated. Originally, Zhou Mingsheng was merely an ordinary rural child, but due to his meritorious service during the war years, he eventually ascended to a high position. When Xia country found peace and stability, instead of enjoying his twilight years, he resigned from his official position and entered the business world. Though no longer wielding real power, he still had numerous former students. Thus, his business dealings were incredibly smooth. In just a few short years, he became one of the peak figures in Xia's business community, successfully controlling various industries through certain influential individuals' assistance, including entertainment, real estate, film, internet, and so on. Nearly every profitable industry was under his control. Although he didn't reach the pinnacle in every field, he was undeniably a major player whose slightest move could astonish countless others. However, this elder had always maintained a low profile, never getting entangled in any controversies. How could he suddenly become involved in something like this? Moreover, given his status and position, it seemed unlikely that he would stoop to such petty business practices. But the evidence obtained by the DU Bureau's investigation compelled xiuxian to believe, especially since the photo clearly displayed the face. No mistake, it was indeed Zhou Mingsheng. As the richest man in the nation, he had actually resorted to such tactics. The more so, the more challenging the matter became. Unlike previous cases involving foreign-backed companies or corrupt officials from within Xia country's ranks, dealing with him naturally complicated things. However, this individual didn't belong to any political faction, and the industries under his banner had encompassed almost every type across Xia country, each holding a significant standing within their respective fields. To describe him as wealthy enough to rival a country would be no exaggeration. If anyone truly dared to take him down, Xia country might plunge into endless disaster. After all, this situation was far from trivial. He would never surrender willingly. Should Zhou Mingsheng fall, Xia country itself would experience significant turmoil. It now made sense why this shell company dared engage in such behavior without fear of public complaints. Given the extent of his influence, any complaints were likely to be preemptively stifled. As for those television stations, exposing ordinary individuals might be feasible, but exposing someone like him? That would be like an old man choosing to hang himself. Pure suicide. Unless they had grown weary of life, who would dare provoke them? Upon reviewing the data before him, xiuxian found himself genuinely at a loss. The position held by Zhou Mingsheng was indeed an awkward one. Though not part of the political or military sphere, his identity and stature carried substantial sway. If viewed through a business lens, his downfall would be akin to pulling out one thread and unraveling the whole web, setting Xia country's economy back several years. Responsibility of such magnitude compelled even xiuxian to carefully consider the implications. If this were a foreign investment issue, he wouldn't hesitate to act, as any losses incurred would hit foreign enterprises hardest. But Zhou Mingsheng's case presented complications unlike any other. Boss, what should we do now? At this point, doubt set in. From the moment Xiaoli began investigating the matter, he realized it wouldn't be easy to resolve. Yet, how could the 4Cs group's unethical actions remain unaddressed? If not resolved, countless citizens would continue to be deceived. Tens of thousands of down payments were fraudulently converted into subpar gifts. And in just 6 months, they managed to accumulate tens of billions illicitly. How could such actions go unpunished? The sheer audacity baffled everyone. Behind this number lies the broken homes and shattered lives of countless people. Just contemplating it is already quite shocking. Or, shall we just drop it? Let's pretend we don't know. After all, no one has filed a complaint. If the people don't report, the officials won't pursue. Minister, Zhou Mingsheng's situation is indeed somewhat different. Xiaoli hesitated guiltily as he spoke. As the head of a team in the DU Bureau, at such a critical moment, instead of advancing, he was actually considering retreating. This was almost an unforgivable sin, because if even they backed down, where would the common people go for justice? Even with the gravest grievances, they would have nowhere to file their complaints. Can such a feeling ever be truly understood? Excellent point about, if the people don't report, the officials won't pursue. Did we establish the DU Bureau on the principle of smooth-talking diplomacy? We wear our hats to seek righteousness and bathe ourselves only to serve the public good. No matter what, this case must be investigated, and we must uncover all the root problems behind it. Send a team to infiltrate Zhou Mingxing's company and gather intelligence. The richest man in the entire country actually stooping to take such petty advantages and break laws? What a joke. There must definitely be some other conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. As he spoke, xiuxian's eyes narrowed sharply. Had it been any official colluding or a wealthy businessman simply chasing wealth, xiuxian could understand. But Zhou Mingxing's motives weren't likely so simple. Surely it wasn't merely about scamming money. Tell me, someone who has already reached the top position nationwide and has businesses across all industries, what reason could there possibly be for him to do such things? Minister, what do you mean? Investigate until we get to the bottom of it. Chapter 188. Hukou issues, down payment for gifts. Yes. Xiaoli nodded and walked towards the door. And when he went out, xiuxian also pressed the phone in the office. Soon, Li Zhonghua came in with a hearty smile on his face and said, Minister, are you looking for me? Gather your people, we'll visit the 4Cs group. 4Cs? Understood. The latter nodded heavily, but didn't ask more. He directly gathered his forces. And such decisiveness was precisely the reason why xiuxian liked to heavily employ him. No matter what the situation, as long as an order was given, it would be executed instantly. Such a person deserved heavy reliance. Not long after, the action team was fully mobilized. 20 members of the action group drove towards the direction of the 4Cs group. At the same time, a message was posted on the DU department's Weibo account. Today, multiple citizens reported that the 4Cs group in the capital is suspected of forging xiuxian residence permits to deceive the public, involving large sums of money. Therefore, the DU department will intervene in the investigation starting today. Please be informed. This move of alarming the snake is right. Normally, xiuxian would definitely act secretly. After all, if the mastermind behind was disturbed, they might run away immediately. But this time, Zhou Mingxing doesn't have any chance to escape. Within this Xia country, there are so many of his companies. How could he flee? If he ran away, all these assets might completely go to waste. Therefore, xiuxian wanted him to panic. Only in the most unsteady moments will someone expose flaws. With just a few photos, at most, they can only prove that Zhou Mingxing has a certain connection to this incident. However, wanting to convict him based solely on those photos is like a dreamer's talk, regardless of the military or political connections he has. Even in the business world, Zhou Mingxing still has a multitude of lawyer teams backing him up. Wanting to use pictures to pin down Zhou Mingxing would most likely lead to letting the snake off the hook and backfiring. Therefore, the only method now was to get Zhou Mingxing moving first. As long as this individual starts acting, everything will be easier to solve. Since this news had been released, the public in the capital were the first to know. Who would have thought? The DU department's actions were actually this swift. Previously, they were still in D country, yet before the blink of an eye, they were already back domestically, starting investigations. Still, whenever the DU department made announcements, major events surely follow. Therefore, all the public quickly listed this company on the blacklist. Of course, after receiving no results from online searches, many members of the public remained curious about the nature of the 4Cs company. Why would they attract the attention of the DU department? After all, it was merely a real estate company registered for half a year. In everyone's impression, whatever xiuxian targets, they must be extremely malevolent individuals. Has anyone heard of the 4Cs group? I don't think I've ever heard of such a group. When did the capital suddenly get such a group? I know. This group seems to be located right below our building. Every day, there are people making trouble at their place. But nothing has come out of it. Moreover, reportedly, if you want to refund the down payment on buying a house, it will all be exchanged into some gifts, which are obtained from low-quality manufacturers. The company has been registered for only 6 months, and they've already amassed 20 billion yuan in a frenzied manner. The earning speed of this company is crazy. How do they manage to pull this off? I've heard of their company too. Last time when I planned to buy a house in the capital, they told me they could help solve the hukou issue. At the time, I didn't believe them, so I eventually didn't buy anything. Now, since they've caught the attention of the DU department, that pretty much confirms that they are undoubtedly swindlers. Logical, we all know the tactics of the DU department. It's only corrupt merchants who draw their attention. If one were simply running a business honestly, how would they possibly attract this scrutiny? These harmful groups should perish. They're a bunch of bastards who care not a whit for human lives. What? Trading houses for gifts? Haha, able to solve the hukou problem in the capital? Joke. I've lived in the capital for years and even work in public services, but until now, I haven't solved my own hukou problem. You tell me that a small real estate company can resolve this matter? Without fear of revealing the truth to you, forget about them. Even internal employees from the household registration office cannot solve this. In an instant, all the civilians exploded with anger, especially when it comes to the issue of hukou residential permits. After all, the capital of Xia country today is quite different from before. Here, one can receive the best education and there are numerous subsidies, along with significant policy preferences. So, in such circumstances, almost all citizens aspire to secure a hukou in the capital. But, who could have imagined that something like this would actually happen? It's just a joke, something that simply cannot happen. When did real estate companies gain such rights? If you want to get into the capital's hukou system, no matter where you look throughout the entire country, only one person can manage it, the elder. Only his unspoken words grant anyone the audacity to do so. How surprising that a small real estate company dare make such claims. Moreover, the operation of exchanging down payments for gifts makes everyone feel sick. Even if it appears somewhat distasteful, that's acceptable. After all, in this world, it's always survival of the fittest. But using inferior gifts to exchange equivalently for down payments is already utterly shameless. If the Judicial Bureau hadn't exposed this, then such an ugly thing would have remained unknown by anyone until now. This shows just how nauseating this company truly is, and how powerful the forces behind it must be, allowing such dark deeds to be completely suppressed. While people nationwide were discussing, the responsible person far inside the office of the 4Cs Group had also become aware of this matter, but they didn't show any concern on their face. After all, behind the 4Cs Group stands him. Chapter 189, Ming Sheng Group, the mastermind behind the hukou apartments. Even if the DU department really did uncover something suspicious, there was no need to fear. Moreover, it's just an announcement, right? However, unlike this person's calmness, inside the headquarters office of Ming Sheng Group, Zhou Mingxing received news about the announcement as soon as it went out. His expression wasn't too pleasant. Although he was confident that even if they traced the 4Cs Group, they wouldn't uncover his shady dealings, there was still some trouble between the two sides. If the DU department were to make a fuss about this, it would be quite troublesome. Thus, seated in the chairman's position, Zhou Mingxing had a rather grim look on his face. Someone who had come through the war-torn era and reached today's status wasn't just anybody, especially this person, who was cunning to the extreme. Otherwise, they wouldn't have amassed such a vast family business. The DU department was not an easy group to deal with, and Zhou Mingxing knew this better than anyone. After all, with the Great Elder's command, xiuxian was effectively wielding the sword of authority, though he wasn't able to kill whoever he wanted. His power was still considerable. If they truly angered this department, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. Therefore, a rather bold idea formed in his mind, and his eyes gleamed with a red tinge as he said, "Someone. Chairman, what is it?" From outside the door, an old man walked in, looking at the chairman before him with a mixture of respect and awe. "Go notify the 4Cs Group. Tell them to keep a low profile for a while and fully cooperate with any punishment from the DU department. Remember, no matter what, they mustn't implicate us, otherwise, nobody will be able to protect him." At the last sentence, there was a trace of malice. Indeed, within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, if this man truly wanted to kill someone, there were numerous ways to make a person vanish without a trace. This was the charm of wealth and power. Upon hearing the chairman's words, the elder seemed somewhat skeptical. After all, over so many years, this was the first time he'd ever seen the chairman show signs of panic. His abilities were nearly unmatched, and no matter what problems arose, they never fazed him. And precisely because of this, the Ming Sheng Group had reached its current level today. But now, they were actually so cautious about the small DU department. What was there for them to fear? He wanted to ask, but couldn't get the words out. After all, disobeying the chairman's orders was something they dared not do. Anyone who didn't listen ended up with a very bad outcome. What's wrong? Zhou Mingxing noticed the elder's confusion and asked, "Chairman, do we really need to fear the DU department so much? They are tasked with handling corrupt officials. Our company has no official ties, so on what basis could they investigate us? Even if 4Cs Group really had issues, it shouldn't be their concern to intervene, right? Besides, with our Ming Sheng Group's wealth and influence, why should we be afraid of a little DU department?" That's right. To this man, the DU department was like an ant. After all, their Ming Sheng Group was different from ordinary conglomerates. It had no ties to corrupt officials and had clean books. So they had nothing to fear. As for the 4Cs Group, that was merely a minor inconvenience. If they wanted, they could just have a word with the local police, and things could be handled easily. Temporarily detain someone and then release them after a few days. Such incidents weren't unheard of before. Why would the elder chairman personally take this seriously? Fear? Haha, yes. I really am somewhat afraid of them. The DU department is quite formidable. Since they came into prominence, how many major cases have they cracked? In recent times, how many companies have fallen under their scrutiny? We should learn from their example. This isn't an organization that can be easily opposed. Thus, even we cannot openly resist them. Besides, their intention lies elsewhere. At this point, the elder chairman's gaze held some vagueness. This statement only made the other person more confused. What do you mean, old chairman? It's just the DU department. What can they do? At worst, we abandon the 4Cs Group. Could they possibly trace it back to us? Old Zhang, if things were as simple as you say, it would be easy to handle. However, this time the DU department is making quite a commotion. Do you really think they are only targeting the small 4Cs Group? If that were true, it wouldn't take more than half an hour to gather evidence and eliminate the 4Cs Group. Don't underestimate the strength of the DU department. Those who have underestimated them before have all paid dearly. I suspect they might already know about that matter. What? How could that be possible? All our operations have been conducted in secret. How could they find out? Old Zhang's face showed surprise. He was well aware of the importance of that matter. The entire process was overseen by him, and everything was strictly confidential. Anyone who might leak information had been secretly dealt with. In such circumstances, how could any news have leaked? He couldn't help but doubt. It's also possible they don't know yet. But regardless, over the years, our Ming Sheng Group has become too entrenched in Xia Kingdom. Many people are dissatisfied with us now. Moreover, many recent policies have clearly been targeting us. It's time to prepare to withdraw from this market. We need to consolidate all our funds and invest abroad. This is the only option we have. However, this is something the Great Elder absolutely will not permit. Therefore, we cannot take risks. Understand. At this point, the old chairman still spoke cautiously. Indeed, in recent years, his group had reached its peak. Even though they thought ahead and planned to exit this market, the authorities above would never let them leave easily after reaping so much profit. Thus, they would surely be watched closely. That's why overseas subsidiaries like the Four Seas Group were established, using financial circulation to transfer money out. But unexpectedly, the DU department managed to investigate this so quickly. Chapter 190. Sacrificing the chariot to save the general, the choice of the smart ones. If this plan were uncovered, then all of Mingxing Group's asset transfers would completely collapse. Not only that, but their hard-earned legacy of many years would be destroyed in an instant. Therefore, utmost caution was necessary. After hearing the chairman's words, old Zhang also nodded solemnly and then walked toward the door. As soon as he stepped out of the office door, he immediately dialed the phone number of the responsible person at Xihai Group. The latter was just engaging in some indescribable activity with his assistant inside the office. Being interrupted, he showed a somewhat annoyed expression. However, upon seeing the name on the caller ID, he quickly became respectful and said, "General Manager Zhang, what is the matter with your call? The news about Divine-Level, you should know already, right? They have already sent people to investigate you." Old Zhang hurriedly stated, not having time to chat idly. The other party also nodded in agreement. After all, Divine-Level's announcement had caused quite a stir. Everyone in the capital city knew about it. Even if he didn't want to, it was almost impossible for him to remain uninformed. Nevertheless, without taking it seriously, he laughed and said, "Don't worry, General Manager Zhang. We will handle it the same old way, isn't it? You can rest assured. We will make sure they leave empty-handed." Despite all the incidents involving Xihai Group, there was no evidence against them up until now, entirely relying on stalling tactics. Since their housing delivery deadline hadn't been reached yet, concerning issues with registration, the worst they could face was a fine for false advertising. For other matters, they either flatly denied them or simply found someone to take the fall. No, this time, Chairman's meaning is for you to admit all your crimes. Moreover, you must cooperate with Divine-Level's investigation. It would be best to quickly determine the charges and resolve this issue. Don't worry, once the case is over, the old chairman will bail you out. Do you understand? What? Slightly surprised. How could it be that they needed to cooperate with Divine-Level's investigation? Could the old chairman be crazy? If not for the fear inspired by his authority and power, one might have shouted it out loud. Don't argue. There can be no mistake in this matter. All responsibilities must be fully shifted outward. Do you understand? If you still want to live, it's best to stay obedient inside. Otherwise, you know the consequences. With his divine abilities, wherever you escape to, he can still catch you. General Manager Zhang, is this really necessary? Isn't it just Divine-Level? Over the years, numerous departments have investigated our company accounts. Yet nothing happened, did it? Why go through such antics? Isn't it just inviting talk behind our backs? He said this with reluctance. After all, sending oneself to prison is something no one wishes to do. How so? Are you feeling too powerful now? Refusing to heed even the old chairman's word? Zhao Xihai, don't forget, without the old leader's support, you wouldn't even be worth anything. You were just a useless returee back in the day. In the past half year, how much mischief have you done? Promising gift exchanges for down payments, and boasting about processing household registrations, huh? How dare you think you can soar above the skies? Your audacity is beyond control. I see that you really don't want to live anymore. If you don't wish to cooperate, say so sooner. The old chairman has the ability to elevate you, but can also bring you down. Understand? If not for you, would Xihai Group have drawn Divine-Level's attention, ruining our significant plans? This would cost you your life. As General Manager Zhang spoke, he was still somewhat angry and secretly regretted why he chose such a fool back then. A simple matter turned into the debacle of using down payments for gifts, which ultimately brought attention from the entire company. F***CK. I get it. Though intending to add more, after hearing General Manager Zhang's anger, he became frightened and dared not say more. He immediately began bowing obsequiously. As this man had said, everything he had today was thanks to him. If Zhou Mingxing wished so, then within all of Xiamen, there would be no place left for him to stand. Besides, all the misdeeds committed these past few years would still require assistance to wrap up properly. Thus, he readily agreed. Staying inside wasn't such a big deal, was it? Anyway, enjoying these years had been rewarding enough. In a few years, he would still be able to step out and enjoy life again. Any intelligent person would know how to choose. You're quite perceptive. With that, the phone call had already been cut off. Staring at the now blank screen, Zhao Xihai's gaze carried a tinge of helplessness. What was this supposed to mean? So they were still throwing him in anyway? With an irritated grunt, he slammed the phone onto his desk and turned his attention toward his female assistant, briefly reigniting some interest. But before he could make his move, a sudden knock on the office door interrupted him. Knock. Boss, there's trouble. Boss, people from Divine-Level are here. They say they want to audit our accounts and inspect the company's operational status. What should we do? The frantic knocking outside wiped away any remaining interest. Standing up, he adjusted his clothing. He then stepped out, opening the door to find the somewhat flustered deputy manager, frowning deeply as he said, "What's with all the panic? It's just an account check, right? Let them investigate if they want. What's there to fear? Where are they now? They're almost at the building entrance. Good, let's go greet them." Striding forward, Zhao Xihai walked towards the door. The deputy manager quickly followed behind him, soon vanishing down the corridor. At the same time, outside the main gate of Xihai Group. Several vehicles belonging to Dionysi had already pulled up. Xiuxian and his team got out, looking directly at the company in front of them with evident anger in their eyes, having reviewed the files thoroughly before coming here. It was, without doubt, one of the darkest companies imaginable. They treated human lives as expendable as straw, eager to suck every drop of marrow from the public. There was simply no way to forgive such beasts. They needed severe punishment. Let's move. Xiuxian signaled with his hand, and Li Zhonghua led the team forward. Right then, a voice came from the entrance. Minister Su, welcome to our company. We apologize for not receiving you properly. Truly, it's very regrettable. Chapter 191, Mountains and Waters will meet again. The people from the Department of Corrections were all a little stunned. According to their impression, this person should be extremely panicking. At least, they thought, there should still be some animosity toward them, right? How could he be so enthusiastic? No matter how you look at it, the Department of Corrections came here to audit accounts, and it was even after receiving reports. If real problems were found, then arrests would be made and the business shut down. So what exactly was going on in the other party's mind? How could he remain so calm? Could it be their company really has no issues at all? But even so, why is this guy so happy? He actually personally went to the door to welcome them. However, as the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles. Xiuxian naturally put on a smile and said, Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. We really didn't want to bother you. But there are people higher up reporting, and we have no choice but to come and check. Please forgive us. No problem, no problem. It's your responsibility, isn't it? A fake smile appeared on Zhao Sihai's face as the two began to chat idly. After some time, they finally cut to the chase. Xiuxian spoke up. I don't know if your company's accounts can be taken out for inspection. It's part of my duty. I'm truly helpless. No issue, absolutely no issue. Someone, go get the accounts. Clearly well prepared, Zhao Sihai clapped his hands, and very soon, someone had brought out the accounts. Li Zhonghua and others also began examining them, frowning at the records. It wasn't that there were problems with the accounts, but rather, this guy's attitude was truly bizarre. He had actually handed over the real accounts. And inside, one glance showed major issues. So much so that he didn't even bother trying to disguise anything. This was just too obvious, right? After flipping through all the accounts, Li Zhonghua eventually said, Minister, in the last half year, Xihai Group's accounts only show income, not expenses, and many sources of illegal income exist. Turning to look at Zhao Sihai, the latter didn't show a hint of panic, as though he had expected it all along. Still, it would be interesting to see what tricks he might have up his sleeve. With interest, everyone stared at him, and Zhao Sihai spoke up as well. Yes, all the issues recorded in these accounts are true. However, all of our group's income comes from housing payments, and we simply haven't found suitable land to build on yet. This shouldn't be considered a major problem, right? Doesn't count, certainly doesn't count. However, I've heard your company promotes something about gifting a household registration when buying a house, plus non-refundable down payments that can be exchanged into gifts. This issue needs clarification. Or, we can perhaps discuss this elsewhere. Even though he knew beforehand that this fellow was just a small fry, it wouldn't be hard to bring him down. It never occurred to him that it would be this easy, and that the other party would fully confess without hiding or lying. On this issue, cough cough, let's talk somewhere private. As he stared at Li Zhonghua and others somewhat guardedly, opening his mouth. Xiuxian, however, truly wanted to see what trickery he might try, thus said, fine. As he spoke, they walked towards the office direction, one before the other. In a short while, reaching inside the office, Zhao Sihai opened his mouth. Minister Su, at this point, there's no harm in speaking frankly with you. Indeed, our Xihai group does have issues. Those matters concerning the household registrations and gifts, there indeed are doing. However, given just these issues, what can you do? Charge me with false advertising at best, correct? Unless, I actually have a win-win proposition. Would you like to hear it? Smiling faintly as he looked at Xiuxian, who nodded upon hearing his words, signaling him to continue. There are 2 bank drafts worth 200 million in the safe within this office. You can take them anytime if you want. Furthermore, if it's insufficient, I can give you more. Just let me off easily, and besides, the brothers have worked hard too. Here, I have several million that can go towards treating you all to tea. What do you say? Even if you work yourself to death in the Department of Corrections, you won't earn nearly as much money, will you? Why suffer unnecessarily? Once you've got this amount, and as long as you say a few words, this issue will resolve itself. I'll ensure the complainants are taken care of. Sound good? I promise absolutely no one will ever find out about this. Speaking of this, Zhao Sihai's gaze contained a trace of cruelty. His so-called taking care of it. Its implied meaning couldn't be clearer. Perhaps, it meant taking lives. 200 million in bank drafts. One card with several million. Not bad, really impressive. Boss Zhao, you sure know how to throw money around. If you had used all this money to build houses instead, today's trouble might not have happened, right? Why go through such pain? Do you think I would be tempted by something as paltry as this? If I wanted, I wouldn't have waited till today. The amount of money I could get is 10 times, 20 times what you have now. Still, I must thank you. Standing up, Xiuxian directly snapped the bank card in his hand into 2 halves. Leaning both hands on the desk, a cold gaze appeared in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Sihai. After hearing his words, the latter was also slightly perplexed. He couldn't figure out why Xiuxian was thanking him. Of course I need to thank you, because you just handed me another charge, bribery of public officials. And with such a huge sum, this one charge alone can keep you locked up for 50 years. With a calm tone, even facing so much wealth, there wasn't the slightest flicker of wavering. After all, If xiuxian wanted money now, it would be effortlessly attainable. How could mere billions compare to the fortune he had access to? Why collaborate with someone who showed no regard for human life? Zhao Sihai frowned tightly, glaring at xiuxian, realizing that, as the general manager Zhang said, this guy truly couldn't be swayed. Director Su, mountains and waters will meet again. I hope you won't regret your actions today. Do you really think these 2 charges are enough to lock me away for life? Idiot. I'll make you regret it. At first, he was thinking of bribing xiuxian, but never expected to end up hoisting himself with his own petard. Chapter 192. Adding another crime on top of your existing ones. Do you still think you can escape? Initially, it was only about the charge of false advertising. In the blink of an eye, he had dug his own grave and was about to be sent inside. Zhao Sihai glared at xiuxian with venom in his eyes, wishing he could rush forward and kill this person who had plotted against him. But there was no chance for that. Xiuxian had already prepared and taken 2 steps back earlier. As Zhao Sihai lunged, xiuxian coldly said, "Congratulations, you've just added another crime. Assaulting a public official. Excellent. Looks like you're really going to spend the rest of your life behind bars. Shall we go? Can we leave now?" Why? Zhao Sihai looked at the head of the penitentiary department with anger, confused as to why this young man would plot against him. Taking away a few billion yuan would have been better, wouldn't it? At that moment, he finally understood why Chairman Zhou decided to sacrifice himself. The guy in front of him was too difficult to deal with. Even if it meant sacrificing something, he didn't want to continue playing games with him anymore. Thus, the richest man in the country made such a decision. Unfortunately, everything was thrown into disarray by him. He had added even more crimes to his list, and looking pale, he finally realized that he was no match for xiuxian. From beginning to end, he had been manipulated all along. He lowered his head in resignation since it had come to this point. What else was there to say? His only choice was to accept his fate. With his head bowed, his face turned grayish-white. If only he knew now what he would regret later. It was too late now to change anything. Take him away. Xiuxian waved his hand, and immediately some people came in. Li Zhonghua and others had been waiting outside from the start. Seeing Zhao Sihai, who was now like a dead dog, they all smirked. What a fool. Did he actually try to bribe the penitentiary department? Do they not know every case they handle is a big one? If these guys could be bribed so easily, how come so many companies and organizations have run into trouble over the past half year? Is their strength less than that of the insignificant Sihai group? Haha, stupid guy, you've walked right into our hands. Go quietly. As they spoke, they grabbed him and took him away. They also sealed all accounts and funds within the company, which must return to the public. This Sihai group has stolen countless people's money. Just at that moment, news reporters arrived after hearing the news. They quickly started interviewing and filming the enforcement process live. When everyone saw the criminals being dragged out, all the viewers online smiled. These people deserve their fate. They are nothing but despicable animals, causing such suffering to the people. Minister Su rocks. How long has the announcement been out, and he's already captured the suspect? Impressive, beyond words. Skilled, very skilled. Minister Su truly lives up to his reputation. Glory to the penitentiary department. What nonsense, this Sihai group. Isn't he just a softie in front of Minister Su? How fast he crumbled. Indeed, who dares to fight against Minister Su? The penitentiary department are the real heroes. Compared to them, all others are garbage. At once, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed the minister was this powerful? His capabilities were simply terrifying. The announcement had barely been out for a short while, and yet the Sihai group case was already resolved. Especially for the victims, they were much happier now knowing the criminals had been caught so swiftly. For years, they had sought justice in vain. Now, they finally see hope. In the meantime, the penitentiary department's reputation soared again. After a brief interview, xiuxian and his group took Zhao Sihai and his accomplices onto the vehicle, heading toward the penitentiary department building. On the road, xiuxian, who had arrested the criminals, looked extremely displeased. When everyone noticed, they felt somewhat uneasy. The atmosphere in the car was icy cold. After a long silence, Li Zhonghua asked cautiously, "Minister, is something wrong? Didn't we already capture the criminal? Is there still something unfinished? Arrest? Don't you think this operation was too easy? It's less like we cracked the Sihai group ourselves, and more like they handed themselves over to us. If they had wanted, they could have fabricated false accounts and deceived us. But in the end, not only did they not do any fudging, they actually came to us willingly, inviting our investigation. Do you really think there's no issue here?" At this point, xiuxian still furrowed his brows. Indeed, the problems within this matter were rather peculiar. There was no logical explanation for why the opposition would surrender so easily. This seemed a little strange when pondered upon. Could it be that Zhao Sihai wasn't afraid of going to jail? Minister, what do you think? I believe Zhao Sihai may have realized that deceiving us would be meaningless, which is why he simply handed over the documents willingly. After all, these days, your reputation has spread throughout Xia country. Even if he tries to deny everything, the truth will eventually come out. As Li Zhonghua spoke, he subtly paid him a compliment. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian wrinkled his brow and said, "What you say does make sense. However, I feel this isn't that simple. In fact, there might be another possible interpretation. Someone behind the scenes is manipulating events, trying to push this case toward a quick resolution. Then, after we close the case, they won't want us digging deeper anymore." What? Li Zhonghua's expression also shifted slightly. If it was put this way, then they had essentially been used. Zhou Mingsheng. Indeed, excellent tactics. Finally, xiuxian had it figured out. At present, The person who would most want the case to conclude as quickly as possible was undoubtedly Zhou Mingxing, and only he could order Xiao Zihai to immediately surrender. In this scenario, everything would make sense. Chapter 193, Group Deficit, Assets Transferred Overseas. At the same time, inside the Mingxing Financial Group. Upon hearing the news that Xiao Zihai had been arrested, a burst of laughter erupted from the chairman's office. Zhou Mingxing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the few people behind him through the reflection in the glass, including General Manager Zhang. On their faces were slight smiles. Congratulations, Chairman Zhou, for having manipulated the prison bureau with ease. Sacrificing one Zihai group has resolved all our troubles. It is truly brilliant. At this point, almost all of our group's assets have been transferred out, and we'll soon finish moving everything. By then, what will be left for Xia country will just be an empty shell. Using the Zihai group as bait to get the prison bureau to close the case early was a stroke of genius. As expected from the chairman, far-sighted and deeply strategic. Once this case is closed, we can continue transferring assets, haha. It's like stealing without anyone noticing. I guess they in the prison bureau are probably celebrating in the office right now. By the time they realize, it'll already be too late for them to come after us. As they spoke, those people appeared rather smug. In recent years, their Mingxing group had secretly transferred assets abroad, intending to break away from Xia country. However, something like this would naturally not be allowed by those higher up. So, they could only act covertly. Originally, this incident involving Xiao Zihai's foolish actions nearly exposed all of their plans. But unexpectedly, it ended up dispelling any suspicion the prison bureau might have had towards them. As long as xiuxian doesn't direct his suspicions towards them, then, the transfer plan can continue. It won't take long before they can leave this country with nearly half of Xia country's wealth and directly embrace the foreign countries. After all, the moon abroad seems rounder, doesn't it? Of course, if the public were to find out about their plans, they would surely be enraged. Over the years, the development of Mingxing Group has received tremendous support in every industry. Who does not know of Zhou Mingxing's contributions? But, this guy actually plans to hand over all the money earned from Xia country's populace to others. Such behavior is something that no one would be able to accept. This person is truly going too far. However, so far, Mingxing Group's plan is still being carried out in secret. Therefore, the issue with Zihai Group was almost a make-or-break situation, but Chairman Zhou's decision turned everything around. There's nothing to worry about anymore. Hehe, the prison bureau thinks that with just one Zihai Group, they can destroy our great ship? That is, of course, impossible. Everyone must continue working hard. Our actions need to be faster. Although this time the prison bureau didn't react accordingly, there's no way to predict when xiuxian will turn the gun on us. What we must do is retreat beforehand and avoid leaving any. Understood. Chairman Zhou, please rest assured. Whatever you arrange, we will certainly execute immediately. Indeed, a little prison bureau thinks they can sink our ship? Definitely impossible. They shouldn't even try to bite off more than they can chew. We've come so far, and we won't fear their tiny prison bureau. Minister, please trust us. We will handle this excellently. Everyone gave their consistent assurance, still wearing excited smiles on their faces. After so many years, constantly striving to transfer assets, they finally reached this last critical moment. As long as the funds are transferred this time, everything will settle down. When Xia country realizes and tries to trace back, it'll already be too late. Moreover, agreements have already been made with foreign nations. There will be various policy incentives available, and most importantly, they can rid themselves of Xia country's constraints. Very good. Zhou Mingxing seemed able to foresee his future bright prospects. After setting up for so many years, this brought Mingxing Group to its current position. He believed, as long as this plan succeeds, once they leave Xia country's economy will regress at least 10 years, a move as ruthless as removing firewood from under the pot. Once that happens, Xia country might fall from a top-tier power. Of course, this has no longer anything to do with him. Waving his hand to instruct everyone to go handle their tasks. At the same time, the vehicle escorting the other person also arrived at the entrance of the prison bureau building. Escort him straight up and temporarily imprison him. Xiuxian was the one who gathered all the team leaders for a meeting in the office. After everyone reviewed the ledger, they fell silent, especially upon hearing about the connection between Zihai Group and Zhou Mingxing. Finally, after a long pause, Shaoli finally spoke up, saying, Director Su, this ledger contains many financial deficits. Based on our records, Xiao Zihai's embezzlement of the down payments from the public amounts to approximately 5 billion yuan at most in the past 6 months. Even if there are some unrecorded cases, the number wouldn't be significant. There is a substantial discrepancy. And it's not just Xiao Zihai. According to our investigation, there are at least a dozen companies like this in the capital. Their sources of funds are unclear, and all are registered overseas. They don't conduct any specific business operations, but every so often, large sums of money flow into their accounts. And that main account belongs to Mingxing Group. So, I have reason to suspect. He paused here, reluctant to continue as the implication of his next words would be serious indeed. Once voiced, there would be no turning back. What do you suspect? I suspect Mingxing Group might be transferring assets overseas, trying to cut off Xia country's economic lifeline. After saying this sentence, he felt drained. After all, Mingxing Group is an exceedingly sensitive entity. It forms the largest part of Xia country's industrial chain, with a wide range of industries under its umbrella. If this group were really involved in asset transfers, it would result in an unimaginable disaster. No one would want to deal with the consequences when that happens. Chapter 194. Full-scale control, the inspectorate strikes. Spread our people out and monitor every move of the Mingxin group. In addition, arrange for some personnel to infiltrate. We must find out as soon as possible, said xiuxian after a brief hesitation. Upon hearing his words, everyone stood up from their seats and spoke in unison. Yes. Understood. Arranging immediately. With that, each group dispersed. Once they left, xiuxian's expression turned slightly grim. He was fully aware of what would happen if this situation unfolded. If this were true, it wouldn't be hard to imagine what the future of Xia would look like. The Mingxin group will transfer all its assets overseas, leaving only an empty shell behind, causing domestic economy and livelihoods to regress by about 10 years. Such a tremendous cost is unbearable by anyone. For many years, Xia's strength has been the protective umbrella that allowed Mingxin group to reach its current status. If it weren't for the help of this ancient and powerful nation providing military deterrence on multiple fronts, could Mingxin group have reached this point? But now, with their wings spread wide, their first move is to attempt to detach from Xia? Such audacity is simply too much. Just imagining this is somewhat chilling. If they truly succeed in their actions, it will result in nothing short of catastrophic disaster across the entire Xia within a very short period. xiuxian would absolutely not permit such an event to occur. But there's no time to waste anymore. Now, he finally understands why the Xihai group acted so straightforwardly, letting themselves be captured without resistance. If someone hadn't figured this out by now, they would be rather foolish. It's evident that certain people are orchestrating events behind the scenes. They want to see the inspectorate obsessed with the Xihai group while they escape quietly in the background. However, since the secret behind these plans is already known, continuing them won't be easy at all. Although Zhao Xihai's arrest has effectively paralyzed any action from the inspectorate, the latter's maneuver inadvertently exposed all of their weak points right in front of xiuxian. Once he is made to confess, resolving this matter becomes significantly easier. In other departments, forcing Zhao Xihai to confess might indeed be difficult. After all, from the moment he came in, he was prepared to take the blame. Zhao clearly knows that if he does speak up, his fate might become even more severe, and his crimes would be magnified. Therefore, the more crucial the timing, the less likely he is to spill anything. If he remains silent, even the inspectorate can do nothing. And once Mingxin succeeds in transferring their assets, they can easily rescue him. Given their capability, taking a person away would be exceedingly simple. With such calculations, Zhao may not reveal anything even if beaten to death. Is it truly that easy? xiuxian has countless methods to make him talk. Rising, he heads down the corridor towards the elevator. Entering it, he descends toward the basement. All prisoners who have yet to finish the judicial process are temporarily detained here. Ding! As the elevator bell rang and the doors opened, a few guards greeted xiuxian, saluting him saying, "Minister, who do you wish to interrogate?" "Zhao Xihai, take me to see him." Acknowledging with a nod, xiuxian spoke accordingly, and upon hearing this, the guard promptly led the way, saying, "Minister Su, your arrival couldn't be timelier. Zhao Xihai has been extremely troublesome since entering here, constantly shouting without pause. If you don't come soon, all of us here are bound to go insane from his incessant noise." "Hee. Don't worry, he won't be able to shout much longer." Walking forward along with the guard, xiuxian replied with a smile. Comparatively, these guards endure tougher conditions than those stationed outside for the inspectorate, staying in a dark, sunless place day after day, while occasionally encountering special cases like Zhao Xihai. "We've arrived. First room at the corner. Minister Su, should I accompany you inside?" "No need. You can leave." Waving his hand, xiuxian took the keys and then gestured for the guard to leave. The guard nodded and walked away. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, xiuxian stepped forward and unlocked the door. He looked at Zhao Xihai lying on the bed, a smirk appearing in his eyes. In response to the noise, Zhao Xihai didn't even turn his head as he snapped, "Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. You're probably not going to get any rest." xiuxian's calm voice echoed. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Xihai's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly turned around. Seeing the face he recognized, he became visibly flustered. Apparently, he hadn't expected xiuxian to show up here. His face paled. The man who had been so arrogant moments ago now curled up his body. After all, xiuxian's capabilities were something Zhao Xihai had personally experienced. Any moment could be the one where he got tricked into trouble. Moreover, there was no way he could fight back anyway. "Director Su, cough. What do you need from me at such a late hour?" His voice betrayed some hesitation. At this moment, he truly feared xiuxian. The man's strength and tactics far exceeded his expectations. If he could avoid crossing paths with xiuxian, he would prefer it. "There are a few trivial matters I'd like to ask about." "Haha. What's the relationship between your Xihai group and Mingxin group? Furthermore, is all the extra capital in your company injected by Mingxin group? Why are they giving you money? Lastly, the most important question, where did that extra money go? Once you answer these questions, you'll be able to have a good night's rest." "How would you possibly?" Zhao Xihai's expression completely shifted as he stared at xiuxian. Midway through his sentence, he realized his mistake and hastily shut his mouth, refusing to continue. Ignoring Zhao Xihai's unfinished words, xiuxian countered, "How did I come to know about this matter, right? Haha, do you really think what you've done has been kept secret?" Chapter 195. A gentleman's word is a bond that even 4 horses can't drag back. "I know nothing. Don't ask me. 4C's group made false promotions and bribed public officials. I plead guilty to all these charges. As for the rest, they have nothing to do with me, and I don't know what you're talking about. Please go back, Minister Su. There are some people you shouldn't mess with." In the end, he inexplicably blurted out another sentence. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian instead became even more interested. If there was only suspicion before, now it could be almost confirmed that he definitely had connections with those people, and this relationship was certainly not shallow. Otherwise, how would that last sentence have come up? To offend or not to offend isn't something you get to decide. Moreover, Xia country belongs to the people, not any single individual. And what we in the Dying Department are doing now is standing behind the people, helping them reclaim justice. Do you think a mere Ming Sheng group can stop us? When speaking of this, xiuxian intentionally or unintentionally brought up Ming Sheng group again. As expected, the other person's eyes lit up, but they soon dimmed again. He continued saying, I still stand by my previous statement, Minister Su. This matter has nothing to do with me, and I know nothing. If there's nothing else, please leave. It's already late today, so I won't keep you. If you want to talk tomorrow, please come early. Leave? Of course, I can leave. But I'm afraid once you step out, there will be no way back. Seeing that the other person would never open their mouth under any circumstances, xiuxian also lost the patience he initially had. Staring at the man in front of him, if he said nothing, then xiuxian would have quite a difficult time obtaining evidence. Could it be that he was just going to watch Ming Sheng group slip through his fingers? No matter what, such a thing couldn't be allowed to happen. They were already at this point. Even though it was unwilling, tough actions were inevitable. Otherwise, once Ming Sheng group transferred all its assets, it might already be too late to seize any leverage against them. With a furrowed brow, he spoke on. Originally carefree, Zhao Sihai's demeanor suddenly changed upon hearing xiuxian's words. His entire face turned pale, and he hastily asked, What do you mean? Why wouldn't I be able to leave? Cough, cough. Do you really think I wouldn't know about your little scheme with Ming Sheng group? To be honest, our Dying Department has been keeping an eye on you for a while. Unfortunately, this time Ming Sheng managed to abandon their scapegoat successfully. But tell me, after they've moved all their wealth out, will you truly have a good ending? You don't need me to elaborate further. Just think, if Grand Elder finds out that Ming Sheng has siphoned off half of Xia's national wealth, and that there's nothing we can do about it, who do you think will become the target? If you get completely trapped by the Grand Elder, do you really think you can escape? Sure, if you don't want to say anything, that's fine. However, let me remind you, who is actually in control of Xia country? You should know this. Don't pick the wrong master. Although Ming Sheng group does possess some strength, do you honestly believe they have the qualifications or capability to rival the Grand Elder within Xia country? You can choose to remain silent if you wish. In that case, let's wait and see. Once Ming Sheng group moves all their money out, I'll simply turn you over. This way, I can avoid trouble with Ming Sheng group and offer someone as a scapegoat to make the Grand Elder feel better. It'll be a perfect plan for everyone involved. Well then, sleep well. I'll take my leave. After saying this, xiuxian walked towards the door. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai was utterly chilled. Indeed, Zhou chairman of Ming Sheng group possessed formidable strength, which had been evident these past years. With countless issues handled silently by the chairman in just 6 months, it demonstrated just how powerful the man was. But if this matter turns out to be true, if the blame for transferring all assets lands solely on him, then he could already imagine how brutally the Grand Elder would punish him. Don't be fooled. Although the Grand Elder always appears kind-hearted on TV, how could a hero who survived the ethnic wars be someone easily underestimated? Especially this one. His mind brims with countless cunning schemes. Once you're targeted by him, wherever you are in Xia country, where could you possibly find refuge? By then, wouldn't he be hunted down nationwide? Initially nonchalant, how could he remain calm now? Just as xiuxian had said, at that time, he would become the biggest scapegoat. If he didn't confess now, the Dying Department wouldn't get into trouble, and Ming Sheng group wouldn't either. The only one who would suffer misfortune would be himself. Thinking about this, his entire face fell into despair. Now that he was here, why hadn't he been more careful from the start? You should be deceiving me, trying to trick me into talking. Even though panic-stricken, he still retained a trace of clarity in his mind, asking instinctively. Hearing his words, xiuxian revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Ignoring him, xiuxian directly headed towards the exit. At this moment, Zhao Sihai quickly shouted, Hold on, don't go yet. Don't leave so soon. Let me think about it. I need some time. As he spoke, his expression grew cold. He appeared to be thinking deeply, and upon observing his appearance, xiuxian didn't show any concern. Instead, he stood there quietly waiting, curious as to what else this man might have to say. After a while, seeing how torn he was, xiuxian finally suggested, Why don't we do this? I can see you're a righteous person, so let's play a game. If you manage to pass this game, I guarantee that you will be able to walk out freely from here, and regarding the matter of your transferring assets, our Dying Department will act as if we never knew. What do you think? But if you don't pass, you must tell me everything I want to know and provide some evidence. Does that sound like a good deal? Game? A gentleman's word is a bond that even 4 horses can't drag back. Will you really not regret it? Of course not. Seeing the other person taking the bait, xiuxian couldn't help but smile at the corner of his lips. By then, it remained uncertain who would truly regret the outcome. Chapter 196. The Willing Climb onto the Beam. Zhao Sihai had originally thought that he was in a hopeless situation, but unexpectedly, there appeared another way out. A beaming smile spread across his face as he stared at xiuxian and said, Good, I sincerely hope you don't renege on this. Otherwise, I'd rather die than tell you anything. Hee. Of course. Follow me. Xiuxian nodded, pushed open the cell door, and let him out. Before long, the two of them arrived at the torture chamber. With a gesture to Zhao Sihai to go inside, the door slammed shut instantly. Darkness engulfed the room completely, making it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. Although xiuxian's expression darkened somewhat, thinking of his agreement with xiuxian reassured him. In his view, it was probably just the warden of prisons trying to scare him into compliance. Otherwise, what else could it possibly be? He didn't worry about it too much. Was this small matter really going to frighten him? Overestimating their own capabilities. No one who had reached his level wasn't without means. How could someone so easily scare him? His eyes gleamed with a cold smirk as he said aloud, "Minister Su, is this supposed to be amusing? Aren't we both adults now? Playing such childish games with me. Do you really think this can scare me? Show your real tricks if you dare. I, xiuxian, wasn't born to be scared. Do you really think such trivial schemes will affect me?" As he spoke, his face revealed utter disdain. Hearing his words, xiuxian simply responded, "System, let's begin." Constructing scenario, interrogation scene setup complete. Setting configuration finished, rules being input, completed. 3, 2, 1, begin. Once the system's voice ceased, he realized numerous memories were injected into his mind, all pertaining to the rules of this punishment scenario. Through the glass, while looking at xiuxian standing confidently inside, xiuxian sneered coldly and said, "Excellent. So be it. Let us formally start now. Every word I say next, I expect you to hear clearly because missing even one detail may cost you your life." Are you just bluffing me? To xiuxian's threat was meaningless. After all, how could he have the audacity to do what he claimed? Unless xiuxian truly wanted to lose his position, it was unlikely that he would risk causing death, particularly since the prison department was under constant scrutiny by many parties. There were people bound to seize this opportunity to create problems for xiuxian. Therefore, despite the outward show, xiuxian's threats were only aimed at intimidating him, not more. Nevertheless, driven by instinctive reaction in the darkness, xiuxian unconsciously took a few steps back into a defensive stance. Human nature dictated avoidance of harm when faced with uncertainty. Thus, an inexplicable sensation made him retreat further. At this point, xiuxian spoke, "Relax, I never bluff. Hopefully, you can last longer here. It's been a long time since anyone has survived past the first level in this game. Perhaps, you are tough enough." Xiuxian expressed some sense of boredom as well. Indeed, after several prior interrogations, it had been a long time since anyone managed to withstand his methods. Especially these individuals accustomed to privileges and comfort. After experiencing such punishments, they usually surrendered almost immediately, leaving xiuxian no interest in continuing. Thus, he sincerely hoped xiuxian might endure a little longer. So let us begin. In this room, I've arranged barbed traps all over the place. To escape from here, you must navigate through these barriers until you reach the central control station. Once you press the switch, you'll win and survive this round. If you fail to do so, my sympathies. The human body's capacity for blood loss is limited. Based on the density of barbed traps in the room, you will last at most half an hour. At that point, your entire body will be covered in wounds. Blood will continuously pour out, slowly leading to death. In other words, you have only 30 minutes to pass this test. The choice is yours. Wish you luck. With that, xiuxian's voice disappeared. Suddenly, lights blazed brightly within the dim room. Caught off guard, his eyes were momentarily dazzled. As they adjusted, he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the ground bristling with iron spikes, xiuxian felt a sinking feeling of despair wash over him. Never would he have thought xiuxian could be this cruel. This was a purely deadly plan. If he really got pierced by those iron caltrops, there was no way xiuxian could survive. He had originally assumed this was merely a game, but now he realized it wasn't just that. Simply looking at the shiny, blood-red iron caltrops made him feel uneasy, and to pass through them would require paying an excruciatingly high price. Damn, xiuxian, you want to play me to death? Let me out. I won't play this game anymore. Damn bastard, I'll kill you. His whole body went berserk as he began pounding on the walls. His mouth kept muttering, "What an unscrupulous guy. It's clear you're trying to kill me." Just imagining it already sent shivers down his spine. Why didn't he think about this beforehand? His eyes were crazed with blood red. Even if he wanted to quit, it was too late. No matter how much he shouted, xiuxian showed no intention of stopping the game. Instead, a voice echoed through the void. "You can choose not to play. But, there are 2 conditions. First, tell me everything I want to know. Second, be blown up by the bomb buried in this room. Forgot to mention, I've placed 3 kilograms of yellow explosives in this torture chamber. Do you want to test its power?" Xiuxian collapsed helplessly on the ground, now fully aware that he'd been tricked. Chapter 197, Blood Jungle, a nightmare from which there's no escape. This so-called game was actually a trap from the very beginning. The purpose is to simply use him. With 3 kilograms of yellow explosives, it's too late to retreat now, unless one is willing to give up their life as well. After all, even if just a tiny explosion occurs, it could instantly detonate the entire room. At that time, there would be no escape for me. Taking an experimental step forward, in an instant, the iron caltrops scattered throughout the room had already slashed several bloody marks on my body. Fresh blood flowed out from the skin, and those scratches were painful enough to make someone grind their teeth. As for xiuxian, his whole body was convulsing at this moment. This pain was too lethal, like being on the verge of death. If only I had known. Why did I bother with it in the first place? In fact, from the start, I should not have agreed to this game. How could xiuxian really let him go? This was clearly about killing him slowly while getting his consent beforehand. Even if he pursued responsibility afterward, no one would have anything to say. After all, it was purely voluntary. There was anger in his gaze, and the pain twisted his face, making him wish he could rip xiuxian into pieces right now. That despicable guy was clearly trying to kill him. His whole body was practically breaking down. Fierce glares fixed on the people around him, creating a murderous impulse. Damn it. Damn you. xiuxian, I will definitely kill you. Don't let me get out, otherwise it will be your end. I will tear you apart. Bastard. Damn you. xiuxian, why don't you stand up and fight me properly? Cursing incessantly, he was almost at his breaking point. His heart harbored deep hatred towards xiuxian. That man dared to scheme against him. On the surface, perhaps he could preserve his life. But, in secret, he might not even know how he dies. To be more accurate, this game was intended to take away his life. And hearing his shouts, xiuxian outside observing everything couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his lips. Haha, how truly overestimating himself. Recalling how confident the latter was earlier, he was now utterly wretched in contrast. The disparity was far too obvious. With no way left, however loud he shouted, xiuxian remained silent. Yet, he couldn't stop playing either. After all, the room still contained hidden explosives. In the end, he had to grit his teeth and face the iron caltrip net ahead. His lips couldn't help but tremble. Do it. After all, he was a tough character even outside. Otherwise, Zhou Mingxing wouldn't have chosen him. Hardening his resolve, he walked forward. The dense iron caltrip net left him no escape. Wherever he went, he would be pricked by the needles. His mind was almost broken. The hooks dripping with blood radiated an ominous crimson glow. Zhao Sihai could only twist his body, doing his best to avoid injuring vital areas, but the rest he didn't care about anymore. Even surviving in such narrow cracks was a question. How could he worry about so much else when it was hard to survive? Struggling forward, his clothes had already been shredded with marks, his limbs were in tatters, and blood kept flowing. By now, he was completely overwhelmed. The intense pain nearly drove him mad, yet he dared not stop. Though he clearly knew the path ahead was a dead end, he still had to push forward. It was at this point, surrendering without action wasn't in his nature. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward, using both arms to shield his face and protect his head as he charged forward. The sharp spikes on the iron caltrips continued to pierce his body, causing screams of agony to echo in the room. Seeing that his whole body was covered with wounds, even xiuxian outside felt a little impressed. This guy really had some endurance to possess such skill. Amazing, amazing. Ordinary people would have collapsed under such excruciating pain long ago. Yet the latter managed to run quickly. Of course, doing so was also to reduce the pain. Running fast hurt less than creeping forward slowly. Regarding the injuries, they naturally occurred in fewer quantities as well. However, how easy are the punishment scenarios set by the system? If passing it was truly so simple, then this system wouldn't have made so many people confess earlier. Although the latter's method was indeed clever, unfortunately, he overlooked a critical issue: the distance between the iron caltrips. Moreover, these spikes were forged from solid iron, not needles or thorns from flower buds. Attempting to violently crash through would only result in harming himself. And, by using such high-speed impact, the injuries this man sustained would actually become more severe. After all, at such a rapid pace, the chances of getting hurt would undoubtedly increase. Sure enough, just as xiuxian had imagined, it wasn't long before the other began screaming in agony. The sound of suffering reverberated around the room as a long gash appeared on his arm, deep enough to reveal bone. The stark, white bone peeked out, evoking an eerie sight that struck terror into one's heart. Zhao Sihai's courage, once bold, was instantly shattered by the excruciating pain. He started howling and stumbled backward, unsteady on his feet, creating several new wounds. His entire body, soaked in blood, looked horrifying. His screams echoed, striking fear into the hearts of many. Zhao Sihai himself was nearing a state of complete breakdown. His body rolled slowly forward as the iron caltrips continued to carve bloody marks upon him. The sight of the blood flowing so freely was spine-chilling. And now, Zhao Sihai had barely covered half the distance. There remained another stretch before reaching the switch. Focusing on the remaining distance, it felt as though a gaping chasm lay before him, one that might cost immeasurable effort to leap across. Chapter 198. Violating the rules? The game continues. xiuxian, I will definitely kill you. You will certainly meet a bad end, inhumane beast. Don't let me out, or I won't forgive you. Even with all the rationality in the world, this time it couldn't be maintained. After all, the scene before his eyes was truly horrifying. Recalling the previous suffering, by now, he had already reached a state of near collapse. He could never have imagined that xiuxian would be so ruthless. This guy was nothing short of insane. He actually wanted to kill him. At first, he thought this so-called game would merely involve some tormenting tricks. But at this moment, Zhao Sihai finally understood. Throughout it all, xiuxian's goal was never to torture him. The purpose was simply to kill him. This bastard, in other words, never regarded him as a human being. He relished in the torment, watching the wounds on his body and the remaining distance, which seemed unimaginably far. Could it really end here? And looking at Zhao Sihai standing rooted to the spot, xiuxian outside relaxed his brows slightly. Clearly, the latter was hesitating at this moment. Therefore, if he gave in, this case would become much easier to handle. xiuxian then said, "How about it, Mr. Zhao? Haven't you decided yet? I advise you to think carefully. Be cautious, otherwise, if there is really too much blood loss, even if I wanted to save you, it would be too late. Cooperate with us properly during the investigation. If we really uncover the issues of Ming Sheng Company, we can still negotiate something, can't we?" Perhaps, by the time everything is over, you could atone for your sins by cooperating and get released after just a few years. What do you say? As he spoke, he started using psychological tactics. This was precisely the most vulnerable moment when xiuxian was likely to break down. If he cracked, then the case could be further investigated. Of course, if the other party still refused to cooperate, then they would be stuck in a deadlock. Inside the room, xiuxian, hearing xiuxian's voice, went utterly mad. Hatred flickered in his eyes. Xiuxian, you want me to confess? Never. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Bastard. Damn you. After speaking, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Screams of anguish reverberated once more within the room. The intense cries of pain made everyone feel close to collapse. Staring at the man before him, a smile curved at the corner of xiuxian's lips. He didn't expect this fellow to be so resolute. Unfortunately, however determined, it served no purpose. Already at this stage, what else could possibly be said? By now, his body was already trembling with pain from everywhere in his system, as if it were about to be torn apart. Yet despite all this, xiuxian showed no signs of stopping and continued charging forward. Decisively, even his vital areas were left unprotected. To get out quicker, he ran like a madman. The sound of iron caltrops tearing through his skin could be heard clearly. His screams of agony also echoed throughout the room. At this point, the hatred towards xiuxian became his sole motivation to keep going. Finally, after nearly half a minute of relentless charging, he managed to escape the trap of the iron caltrops, arriving at the control point of the mechanism. All he had to do was press the red button, and he would be free. A face that was almost unrecognizable revealed a grotesque smile. Staring at xiuxian, hatred flashed in his eyes, and his entire being seemed shredded apart. He was completely broken at this moment. Now, he resembled a demon from hell. Drenched in blood from head to toe, his presence was somehow menacing. Regarding his skin, it was crisscrossed with bloody gashes. His flesh flared open instantly, making those who looked at him sweat profusely. The corners of his mouth twitched. If only he had known, he would never have agreed to participate in xiuxian's so-called game. It was too late now. Still, he considered himself fortunate enough to survive this long. Glancing out the window, although it was one-way glass, he could vaguely sense xiuxian's position. With a grimace of malice on his lips, he spat. Xiuxian, wait for me. I will never let you off. Absolutely not. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to the red button in front of him. Instinctively, he reached out his hand to touch it. But before he could press it, a sharp knife suddenly slid down from above. Fortunately, he pulled back in time. Otherwise, his arm would have been ruined. At first, there was still a hint of joy for surviving the ordeal, but in an instant, anger surged across his face again. He had been tricked by xiuxian. That bastard was obviously playing with him. How dare he pull such a stunt? What a complete jerk. He had to take him out, or else he'd never rest easy. Jerk, didn't you say that as long as I get through the iron caltrops and press the red button, I would pass this level? Xiuxian, you bastard, you lied to me. You'll die a miserable death. You're cheating, violating the rules. How disgraceful. A blade that fast made it impossible to dodge and press the button at the same time. The only way out was to leave behind an arm. Now, with his current condition, losing another arm would make escaping almost meaningless. Even if he made it out, without immediate medical attention, he would likely die anyway. He couldn't accept it. After breaking through such dangerous places, how could he end up dying after all that? A wave of regret swelled inside him. Why hadn't he thought this through earlier? But it was too late now, no matter how much he regretted it. Xiuxian watched the man before him with a cold laugh and spoke. Violation of rules? When did I violate any rules? I clearly told you that only pressing the red button would let you live. You just didn't listen. Can you blame me? Me? Xiuxian furrowed his brow and recalled xiuxian's words. Indeed, only pressing the button counted as winning. Chapter 199. The Conspiracy of Ming Sheng Group, fully revealed. However, no matter how foolish, it was still clear that if one were hit by this blade, it would essentially render an arm useless. Furthermore, there would be no way to press the button. I only have two chances. If both arms are incapacitated, then it's almost certain death. A sense of despair filled his eyes as he felt utterly powerless. Sacrificing an arm wouldn't even guarantee escape. This isn't worth it at all. Originally impulsive xiuxian had now calmed down. At this moment, his psychological defenses were somewhat crumbling. Just then, xiuxian spoke up. Is it worth it? What do you mean? Even if Ming Sheng Group transfers all its assets overseas, what good would that do? How much could they possibly give you? Do you know how much money Ming Sheng Group has? Do you realize how grave the crime is? Could you bear it? Even if they managed to get you out and hand over a bit of money, you'd still end up as a traitorous scoundrel. Is it worth it? In the future, your family will forever live in shame. Even with money, what difference does it make? Traitors are scorned wherever they go. Do you think you'll meet a good end? I advise you to just confess. There's no need to die along with those people. They sold the land that raised them, let alone you. Isn't that right? Do you truly believe they'd spare you? Nonsense. At that time, they will be enjoying life while you'll probably end up inside for the rest of your life. What exactly has Zhou Mingxin given you? Is it worth fighting so hard? Once you renounce Xia country citizenship, joining again will be impossible. xiuxian said lightly, but his tone still carried some persuasiveness. After hearing his words, Zhao Sihai didn't know what to say, because he clearly understood that 90% of what this director of the penitentiary department said could likely become a reality. Could those people really save him? Nonsense. There's absolutely no chance of that happening. Those individuals are more cunning than anyone else. For them, losing someone to share the wealth might even bring them joy. In the end, no one would remember him. Thinking about this, his eyes filled with complete despair and helplessness. He truly hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. His mental barrier was completely broken down, staring at the red button far away, and above, the sharp blade hanging overhead, then looking at the scars on his body. At this moment, what were those people doing? Probably reveling in decadence, enjoying themselves. All right, I agree with you. I'll tell you everything. But, you must ensure my family's safety and don't deceive me. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Ultimately, xiuxian broke down. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian smiled, nodding, and said, "Speak. As long as you tell me what I want to know, I can immediately send people to protect your family. Moreover, I can plead for you to reduce your sentence by a few years. What do you think?" As he said this, he stared at the man intently. Seeing this, the latter nodded, and then replied, "Ask whatever you want. I will tell you everything without holding back." Good. Then the first question. What is the relationship between your Sihai group and Mingsheng group? Why do they regularly transfer large sums of money to you? He asked directly, straight to the point. Xiuxian had no time to indulge in idle chatter right now, and Zhao Sihai was obviously prepared as well. Upon hearing Xiuxian's question, he nodded and replied, "The relationship between us and Mingsheng group is quite simple. In truth, we are merely the management team recruited by Zhou Mingsheng for setting up overseas branches. Because we have foreign identities, we can register offshore groups and appear unconnected to him. Even if any issues arise, it wouldn't immediately trace back to him. That's why Zhou Mingsheng chose us. As for the funds transferred regularly, they've been moved offshore under the guise of foreign investment, but in reality, it's simply moving assets. This allows for legal tax avoidance without drawing attention from higher-ups. Since he'd already decided to spill everything, he revealed all. The details of how the money was used and transferred were more or less clear by now. As Xiuxian heard his words, he couldn't help but nod slightly, though he felt a bit astonished within. Mingsheng Group truly had no limits in its ruthlessness. Shifting assets abroad wasn't enough. They even refused to pay even one more penny in taxes to this Xia country when they left. Indeed, their moves were utterly ruthless. Transferring all these properties of Xia outside, that was clearly dragging Xia backward on purpose. Keep in mind, Mingsheng Group may have earned their money through their own efforts, but how much of it owes to the state's support? Without mentioning other things, the priority military and public projects contracts in Xia country alone for many years have gone straight into their hands. And now, having skimmed off enough profit, they're ready to escape with their fortune intact. Hold on, what did you mean by we earlier? Apart from your Sihai group, are there others involved in this? Xiuxian picked up on that meaning carefully and quickly shot back a question. The latter didn't conceal anything either, speaking openly. Yes, quite a number of other companies are involved. I know 4 names, which I accidentally saw in his office. Usually, we're not allowed direct contact at all. Everything is managed by a few vice presidents under Mingsheng Group. They decide everything, from where to transfer the money, to which place to invest. We don't get any say in these matters. How should we find those companies then? Don't tell me you have no clue. As the other person started to evade, Xiuxian immediately interjected. In the end, the man could only resign himself and replied, I don't have a perfect solution, but I know they're all registered overseas. The registration times are roughly around 1 year each. Moreover, the companies don't engage in specific businesses, they're all shell companies. You're rather clever. Indeed, Zhao Sihai's method had merit. It was already sufficient to narrow down the scope considerably. Chapter 200. This night, the capital remained sleepless. After the interrogation concluded and Zhao Sihai was sent back to his holding cell, Xiuxian headed towards the top floor office. Just as the elevator arrived at his floor and the doors opened, Shaoli popped his head out and said, Minister, something's wrong. Speak slowly. Judging by his appearance, Xiuxian already had a rough idea of what might have happened. After all, currently, it seemed like the entire penitentiary department was only following up on one case. The so-called issue could only be related to this matter, and nothing else. He asked directly. Shaoli hurriedly replied, Minister Su, our surveillance team monitoring the Mingsheng Group has reported that there have been numerous large transfers very recently, extremely frequent too. Ever since the Sihai Group was arrested, the number and amount of these transactions have risen into the hundreds of billions. If this continues for just a couple more days, the entire Mingsheng Group will become an empty shell. If it reaches that point, even if we want to intervene in an investigation, it won't be possible anymore. What should we do? As he spoke, he still looked somewhat flustered. After all, the existence of Mingsheng Group was different from other companies. If there were issues with this group, the entire Xia country would be thrown into chaos. Thus, utmost caution must be exercised at this time. There must not be even a trace of negligence. Particularly when handling such critical matters, careful deliberation was necessary. Even the smallest error could result in consequences beyond what anyone could bear. Don't panic, don't panic. We still have a way to salvage the situation. Just now, Zhao Sihai reported some of the companies involved. As long as we follow the leads and investigate further, we can uncover their operations. Calm down, don't rush. The calmer we remain, the better. Xiuxian furrowed his brow, nearly confirming that there were indeed problems within Mingsheng Group. However, the crux lay in how they would apprehend them. Mingsheng Group was unlike other groups, being tied to too many vested interests. Moving against them would cause significant damage across Xia country. This was already a massive organization capable of influencing national stability. Thus, even the penitentiary department needed to exercise prudence in dealing with them. Of course, the more crucial fact was that no direct evidence existed yet. After all, transferring assets overseas for investment wasn't inherently problematic. It was simply avoiding taxes. Still, what might seem tricky for other groups didn't concern Ming Sheng Group, given their scale. For them, making up missed payments wouldn't be much trouble. However, once they realized they were being pursued, tracking their activities later would prove incredibly difficult. Therefore, rash actions were strictly forbidden. What should we do then? Are we simply going to sit idly by while Ming Sheng Group transfers all its wealth overseas? These are illegal measures. If they succeed, our country's economy would instantly regress by decades, not to mention the unemployment crisis it would create among our populace. As Xiaoli spoke, he grew visibly agitated. Unlike xiuxian, who remained calm, Xiaoli couldn't suppress his eagerness to storm Ming Sheng Group immediately and disrupt their plans. Seeing this, xiuxian's eyebrows knitted into a W shape, prompting him to say, "Calm down, there's always a way out. Let me handle this." Yes, Ming Sheng Group is transferring its assets using foreign companies. That's right. Nodding vigorously, it was clear to everyone involved. Typically, every international transaction made by large enterprises would be scrutinized intensely. Therefore, completing such substantial asset transfers would generally be a pipe dream. The sole recourse would be setting up foreign shell companies. Once established legally, these companies could leverage trade treaties with allied nations to move funds abroad effortlessly. So, let's cut off their escape routes. Without these offshore companies' cooperation, those vast assets of Ming Sheng Group would be immobilized. Their attempts to transfer funds will end up as mere fantasies. xiuxian chuckled softly, showing a hint of disdain. Just as he stated, without help from these offshore companies, transferring funds overseas would be impossible. Cutting them off entirely represented the best solution to the current problem. As for Ming Sheng Group's response, they could no longer consider it. Minister, you mean? Seal all overseas asset companies that have been registered for about a year and have no actual operations. Not one should be left standing. We would rather apprehend the wrong people than let anyone go, xiuxian said coldly, as the situation had already reached this point. How could they possibly bypass these companies? Since they had come to this stage, it was best to arrest them all without hesitation. All of them. Upon hearing xiuxian's words, Xiaoli trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that the minister harbored such deep hatred. Either he wouldn't take action, or when he did, it was decisive, arresting everyone involved. Precisely. In this time of crisis, we cannot hesitate. Gather the action teams immediately to seal and investigate every company. Furthermore, inform the State Ministry of Finance to collaborate with us in auditing accounts. Not a single overseas company registered within the last year will be spared. Speaking resolutely, xiuxian clenched his teeth. They had come this far. There was no turning back now. No matter how unwilling, they had to act while furrowing their brows. After all, this was the last opportunity. If they didn't move against them now, the outcome would be that Ming Sheng Group successfully transferred all their assets. The penitentiary department would then become sinners in the eyes of the nation. Watching idly as Ming Sheng Group drained the country's economy without intervention, a burden no one could shoulder. Even xiuxian himself wanted to avoid such blame. Decisively, he issued orders. The action team of the penitentiary department then gathered entirely, dividing into dozens of groups before boarding vehicles and heading out into the dark night. This night would undoubtedly be sleepless. Chapter 201. Hello, open the door, checking water meter. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the prison officer's office building, gazing out at the glittering world outside, xiuxian gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, slightly deranged at this moment. And in that world outside the window, countless overseas companies were being arrested without any awareness. At the periphery of Tianjin Overseas Company, a real estate company located beyond the third ring road of the capital city has now gathered several members of the prison office, each armed with guns and watching the situation inside. Li Zhongguo was leading them, standing by the entrance. And then he said, "After we go in, control everyone. Also, do not let them spread any news, understood? Tonight, our action is confidential." Yes. Everyone nodded their heads. Then with a wave of his hand, they all moved forward. Arriving at the entrance, knocking on the door lightly, soon an impatient voice came from inside saying, "What's the matter? It's so late, are you knocking for ghosts? You don't sleep, others do." It was already making everyone cranky as they had sped up the transfer of funds, so they had to work overtime. But even this late, there were still knocks on the door, naturally causing some annoyance. "We're from the water meter company. Your water meter seems to have a problem. Please open the door and cooperate with us for inspection." Water meter? Damn it, which bastard is using too much water again? All right, wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Saying this, his brow furrowed. In such a big company, there are always people forgetting to use water moderately, occasionally overusing it. Thus, checking the water meter is normal, but doing it so late? It seemed a bit odd. Yet, without much thought, the door was opened directly. As soon as it opened a crack, a powerful force came from outside, and instantly the door was kicked wide open. The person opening the door felt an eruption of anger inside. Damn it, was opening a door really so unlucky now? Nowadays, can even water meter checkers be so arrogant? His expression grew darker, and just as he was about to start cursing, a gun barrel was already pointed between his eyes. He originally wanted to say something more, but when the words reached his lips, they were swallowed back. After all, the dark, hollow muzzle of the gun was enough to make him suppress his anger. Especially, with the few people walking and looking fierce, how could he dare to provoke them? Several people sleeping inside the company who heard the sound were awakened. All of their expressions turned sour. Shit, will you let people sleep or not? Damn, what are you causing trouble for at night? What's there to cause trouble about? Asking for trouble without any reason. F asterisk 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 off. Looking for death? Why yell? They were all woken up, muttering curses under their breaths. But before they could curse more, the black holes of the guns were already aiming at their heads. Li Zhongguo walked in, looked at these unruly men and sneered. Yes. Seeking death, so what? Keep cursing. Keep yelling. He originally wanted to say something else, but quickly became sober. This thing could cost his life. If he really got shot, wouldn't it be worthless? Originally, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth obediently. After all, it had already come to this point. If he kept resisting, wouldn't that be the same as seeking death? In an instant, they were all subdued. Not a single word could be uttered. Seeing their appearances, Li Zhongguo finally said, I officially inform all of you, starting from now, you're arrested. No communication with the outside world is allowed, understood? Also, where's your boss? Who's responsible here? Come out. We need to discuss something. It's me. A man with yellow hair stood out from the corner, fear still evident in his eyes. Where have they seen such a scene? In the entire Xia country, guns are prohibited, and even police officers only carry them during special tasks. Otherwise, they are stored away daily. Who would have thought? One day, they'd have guns pointed at their heads. This is a plot that exists only in police and criminal films. Good. Since you're here, help me keep your people under control, understood? Also, call all the employees of your company back. Remember, don't try any tricks, otherwise you'll never see the light of day again. Yes, no problem. I guarantee I won't play any tricks. Just, could you please tell me who you guys are? Do you want money, or something else? The man with yellow hair trembled while asking. He was still somewhat anxious inside. He seemed to not have offended anyone. So why had they even pulled out their guns? This clearly showed they were here for his life. We don't want anything. It's very simple. All we ask is that you cooperate with our actions starting now. Additionally, take a look at this. Saying this, he took out his ID. The latter originally wanted to say something, but when he saw the national emblem and department on the ID, he almost dropped it right there. His entire body began trembling. Prison office, you are people from the prison office. His speech became stammering. He was fully aware of what he was doing, and now being confronted by the prison office. Did it mean that thing had already been discovered? What's wrong? Are you scared because you feel guilty? Li Zhongguo, looking at his appearance, asked amusingly. The latter quickly shook his head, denying until death. He respectfully returned the ID, and then spoke, please keep it. Haha, rest assured, I will definitely make sure they cooperate. No trouble will be caused for you. Make good choices. Li Zhongguo said with deep meaning, and then everyone was loaded into vehicles and taken away. Afterward, they headed toward the next place. That night, the entire capital city could find no peace. Almost every corner of the overseas companies was searched by the prison office personnel, who were then secretly detained. While many still didn't know what had happened, the prison office had already resolved everything. At the same time, in the office of the headquarters of Ming Sheng Group, located in the second ring road of the capital, the atmosphere was extremely serious. All senior managers had been summoned back, gathering together in one room. Chapter 202. Summon the Warden Commander. Seize all overseas companies. At this moment, Zhou Mingsheng felt a sense of urgency within him. Earlier, he had received messages from all the general managers. The companies they used to transfer their overseas assets had mysteriously vanished simultaneously. When the companies were checked, they had already disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any clues, and this discovery made them panic. After all, in such a vast capital city where even a needle falling wouldn't go unnoticed, how could so many overseas companies vanish collectively? If there were no ulterior motives involved, it would be impossible. And when they inquired with relevant departments, everyone just evaded the question saying they didn't know. In the past, this kind of thing was completely unheard of. After all, given Zhou Mingsheng's status and wealth, many people were more than happy to serve him. How could they dare to refuse his requests? But now, things were strangely off, and they couldn't find anyone. It was as if they had completely evaporated from the face of the earth, or never existed at all. Not only them, but also those family members under surveillance had suddenly vanished without a trace. It seemed premeditated. Chairman Zhou, say a word, and I'll immediately have someone search everywhere, even turning over the entire capital city, to find them. There isn't a single person who dares to embezzle our Mingsheng Group's money yet, let alone those few punks. Even the higher-ups have never been in our eyes. Right, Chairman, just give us an order. Just like that Zhao Sihai who showed up before, and now, unexpectedly, so many people appear again. They are clearly provoking us. Chairman Zhou, just give an instruction, and I promise we'll make them pay. These people are getting craftier. With money in their hands, heaven knows what stupid things they might do. Chairman, give us an order. We'll deal with it immediately. Shit. Instantly, the general managers began to curse. In their view, after transferring the money, those people disappearing without a trace obviously suggested premeditation. The purpose was undoubtedly to steal the money from their Mingsheng Group. They were truly asking for death. To stand firm in such a vast capital city, would the forces behind their Mingsheng Group be weak? One can easily understand this. With such strength, what was there to worry about? Who says a few students returning from abroad could pose a threat? Even the powerful figures have never managed to scare them. What makes these newcomers think they can succeed? For years, the rapid wealth accumulation by the Mingsheng Group has caused envy in many, wishing to share in the profits. But who has succeeded? None of those powerful people have achieved it. So why fear these insignificant returnees from abroad? Unexpectedly, they actually grew brazen enough to dare take their money directly. What else could this be but suicide? Looking at the several managers in front of him, Zhou Mingsheng furrowed his brows, tapping his fingers on the desk, and finally said after a long pause, If they really took the money, I'm not worried. These years, although our Mingxing group hasn't gotten much support from above, the foundation we built in the past is quite solid. The amount they've taken is but a drop in the ocean. But what concerns me is the warden department. Speaking of this, there was hesitation in Zhou Mingxing's gaze. Previously, he had never worried about anything. After all, with much commercial support from old friends, along with some connections to a senior leader, he'd almost never faced any difficulties. For years, everything had gone smoothly. Unthinkably, this time he suffered such a huge setback. Actually, if the money had been taken by those people, it would have been easier to resolve. Within this Xia country, few could escape from his grasp once targeted. If he decided, regardless of whether one escapes to the farthest corner of the world, he could still have them apprehended. What truly concerned him was the warden department. This department was the most fearsome one, having heard countless tales about xiuxian in just half a year. He couldn't help but feel wary. This newly established organization harbored hidden dragons and tigers. In such a short time, many major cases have been cracked successively. If there weren't capable individuals within it, that would be impossible. Currently, they are targeting him, as seen through incidents involving Zhao Sihai. In the past, handing over someone to bear the blame should have sufficed. However, this time, the warden department not only arrested the individual, but secretly detained them. With such clear evidence, and even his own confession, according to the rules, the case should be handed over to the court and then transferred to the prison authorities. But xiuxian did not play by the book. He directly detained the person. From this, it was clear that his purpose was not merely about Sihai Group. Perhaps, he has already set his sights on us. And tonight's show was specifically staged for us. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. If that were true, then this matter would become quite precarious. There's a chance. We might even lose our lives. His brows furrowed severely in an instant. And just at that moment, the surrounding general managers spoke up. Chairman Zhou, I think you're overthinking this. How could the warden department possibly focus on us? I admit that xiuxian fellow has accomplished some noteworthy feats lately, but I still believe that this matter isn't as complicated as we imagine. The dealings between Sihai Group and our companies are purely financial transactions. Even if they investigate, they won't find anything. As for Zhao Sihai, as long as his brain is functioning properly, he absolutely won't rat us out unless he wants to die. Our group is the only one who can get him out now. Once he implicates us, he'll likely face death too. That guy is smart and wouldn't act so rashly. I believe it must be those returned overseas students coveting our wealth, which is why they absconded with the funds. Otherwise, no matter how fast the warden department moves, it's impossible for them to respond within hours, right? Chapter 203 System Task Release. As they spoke, the general managers all nodded their heads. In their estimation, the DNC, prison warden's office, wasn't really that formidable. After all, being in high positions for so many years had cultivated in them a sense of superiority, and they didn't take the DNC seriously at all. Moreover, the other side didn't have any evidence against them. Even if someone was taken away, what could they really do? With billions as hush money. And given their involvement in this asset transfer, would they possibly speak the truth? If it were to happen that way, wouldn't that mean courting death? They themselves couldn't survive such a situation. In this case, they believed that everyone would remain silent. Upon hearing these words from the general managers, Zhou Mingxing relaxed somewhat, thinking he might have been worrying too much. Over the years, their operations had been extremely covert. Even if Zhao Sihai gave everything away, how could the DNC determine the targets so quickly? Those overseas companies were deeply hidden. But what Chairman Zhou didn't know was that xiuxian hadn't screened anyone. He directly rounded up everyone involved, which led him to mistakenly think that xiuxian wouldn't be able to uncover things in a short period. Still, precautions were necessary. After all, the DNC wasn't just any department. If they became targeted, it could cause difficulties. More importantly, over the years, their Mingxing group had always been cautious. No one wanted to invite trouble at this final moment. After briefly considering, he stated, Ahem, starting now, stop all our transactions. For the time being, Mingxing Group will halt operations until we confirm the situation. Then, we'll proceed. Not operate. Chairman, is it really necessary? Our group, if stopped even for a day, will suffer significant losses. It's just a small prison warden's office. Is it worth us doing this? While speaking, there still lingered an odd feeling. After all, it was unclear what Chairman Zhou was thinking. For so many years, their Mingxing Group had faced countless crises, whether it was investigations from higher-ups, people wanting to cause trouble, or deliberate sabotage by business competitors. Yet, they always managed to get through unscathed. Throughout the vast Xia kingdom, there had truly never been anyone who could rival them. So why did something like this suddenly occur? Their chairman, could he really be afraid of the small leader of the prison warden's office? Isn't this laughable? Shut up, do as I say. Zhou Mingxing frowned, sounding somewhat irritated. Recently, everything has been going poorly. He no longer wished to continue the current operations. Who knows what else might happen if they keep running. Therefore, it was better to halt operations temporarily. Hearing his words, the general managers dared not utter a sound, closing their mouths tightly and walking out. Once everyone left, Zhou Mingxing gazed out the window, concern visible in his eyes. At this moment, he truly felt anxious, as if under some kind of watchful eye. At the same time, inside the headquarters of the prison warden's office building, all the responsible persons of the overseas group companies had already been brought in. Under interrogation, they confessed willingly. After all, with Zhao Sihai's example, any arguments or denials would prove futile. It would be easier to admit. Once all of them confessed, xiuxian and the others were quite surprised. Out of over 200 overseas groups, astonishingly, 150 had ties with the Mingxin Group, helping transport a substantial amount of funds abroad. It was evident how terrifying the reach of the Mingxin Group was. Through the transfers facilitated by so many companies, assets were moved out of the country. Over the years, how many people's fortunes had they drained? And now, they were attempting to move their wealth outside the borders of Xia country. Truly ruthless. Without the support of Xia's citizens, how would they have reached this point today? And without the protection provided by Xia's military forces, how could they guarantee security from disturbances? Ultimately, when they grew strong enough, they plotted to betray the country. Had they chosen to leave through proper channels, there would have been nothing strange about it. After all, everyone follows their own aspirations. No matter how much money, it's ultimately earned by themselves. But the Mingxin Group actually exploited legal loopholes, establishing multiple overseas subsidiaries to transfer domestic assets. This is nothing short of selling out the nation. And based on these people's reports, in just the past 6 months alone, nearly 100 billion worth of assets had been transferred abroad. All records and bank card numbers were fully provided. When all the materials were finally collected and organized, looking at the shocking figures on them, xiuxian couldn't help but click his tongue. Over the years, the Mingxin Group had really taken advantage of countless opportunities. At the same time, according to an investigation by the State Ministry of Finance, it was also discovered that the Mingxin Group had huge accounting discrepancies, with multiple tax payments left unpaid, and the amounts were significant. When all the information was laid out before xiuxian, a decision now needed to be made. Should he proceed against this group or not? The Mingxin Group's flagrant misconduct had reached an intolerable level. Nearly 100 billion worth of taxes evaded, funds transferred overseas, and collaborations with foreign conglomerates. In recent years, an unknown amount of national interests had been sold off. If a group like this wasn't dealt with, what would happen if all domestic companies followed suit? If things really turned that way, wouldn't it spell complete disaster? Just thinking about it caused a furrowing of his brows. At the same time, the system notification in his mind rang out. Ding. Task system activated. Task released. Option A, continue the investigation. If successful, gain 1 supreme lottery opportunity. Option B, abandon the investigation, case closed. Gain a big gift package. Option C, report to higher-ups. Gain cash reward of 20 million yuan. With 3 options before him, xiuxian fell into hesitation. Staring at the 3 rewards, he became caught in a difficult situation, and only after much deliberation did he make the tough choice. Chapter 204. Never visit without a reason. In the early morning, when the entire capital city was just waking up from slumber, the vehicles of the DU institution were already rushing down the streets, heading towards the Mingxin Group. In an instant, xiuxian's group of vehicles had drawn an arc on the street and zoomed off ahead. All the civilians at this moment instinctively followed, especially after stopping near the Mingxin Group. Most of the crowd surrounded the entire building. After all, for them, this well-known group wasn't unfamiliar at all. It was reputed to be the fattest corporation in Xiazhou, but this company rarely had any scandals exposed. Even over the years, each department has hardly found any trace within this group. It would not be an exaggeration if Mingxin Company was considered as the best corporate model of Xiazhou in recent years. No one would doubt it. However, now this company was actually targeted by the DU institution. If there really wasn't a single problem here, even ghosts wouldn't believe it when told. After all, in the past 6 months or so, the DU institution has never made a mistake in any case they investigated. Every case they touched upon was basically solved very quickly, and the final evidence always pointed out that those suspected by them were truly problematic. Judgments made by such a department, how many would dare not to believe? Therefore, the collision between the DU institution and the Mingxin Group made everyone more interested. One is a company that has never committed errors, and the other is a department that has never wrongfully convicted anyone. Who is right and who is wrong? Instantly, numerous news media outlets also rushed to the scene to gather first-hand information. They wanted to know what kind of secrets lie here. As for the security guards at the entrance of the group, when they saw the formidable presence of the DU institution's team, they originally thought of obstructing them. However, when credentials were shown, everyone's heart turned uneasy. After all, the current DU institution enjoys too much power domestically. Obstructing their investigations is almost like inviting death. Thus, almost everyone only had one choice under such circumstances: to let them pass quietly. Otherwise, one might not even know how they'll die. If charged with impeding official business, it could land them in serious trouble. So they headed directly inside toward the company's premises. The security captain, who had received some prior information, hurried forward saying, "Members of the DU institution, we weren't aware you would visit our group. Please allow me to apologize for not welcoming you properly. Could you please inform us whom you are looking for? I can assist you in finding them. Given the confidentiality of various matters in the company, I humbly ask for your understanding." While speaking, his eyes trembled slightly. After all, facing xiuxian, who was almost rumored to be a demon god in the capital, anyone would feel a bit shaken. Looking at his expression, xiuxian opened his mouth indifferently. "Good, then we save time. Call a few of your company's managers over. Additionally, your Zhou chairman as well. Let him know that xiuxian of the DU institution has come to pay a visit. All right, please follow me. Our manager is currently in the meeting room." Saying that, the security captain spoke promptly, leading everyone into the elevator. The employees coming and going around them all felt strange. After all, doesn't the DU institution only appear when someone commits a crime? Could it be that Mingxin Group has issues? Everyone was intensely interested. Even the internal employees were highly curious. Following closely behind towards the meeting room floor, Soon after, the corridor elevator indicator light rang out. Xiuxian and the others came out from it, and under the guidance of the security captain, they headed toward the office direction. Soon, they arrived inside. Seeing the few general managers seated there, Xiuxian frowned slightly and pushed open the door to step inside. Observing their postures, Xiuxian understood in his heart, these people aren't going to be easy to deal with. According to previous experiences, criminals when encountering the DU institution all intuitively feel fear. But the group in front were unnervingly calm. They sat there as if they knew nothing. If it weren't known beforehand about their heinous crimes leading to this visit, even Xiuxian might have admired their composure. How incredibly calm could they remain at this point? This certainly counts as skill. Creak. Upon hearing the sound of the office door being pushed open, all the managers turned around. Looking at Xiuxian, they said, "Ah, it's Director Su. Truly, hearing something 100 times is not as good as witnessing it once. You are indeed as young as the legends suggest. We wonder what brings you here. Has something gone wrong with our Mingxing group to warrant such a big fuss from DU institution?" As they spoke, there was a trace of cold laughter in their tone. Clearly, they didn't have the DU institution in their eyes. However, the more this happened, the more challenging it became. Xiuxian knew exactly why they were so arrogant. After all, their Mingxing group wasn't involved in internal criminal activities, and even if regulated, it wouldn't be under the jurisdiction of the DU institution. Moreover, the overseas companies had no evidence linking them back. Even Xiuxian himself couldn't arrest them. Therefore, these people remained exceptionally calm, arrogantly overstepping all boundaries. From the beginning, they had already calculated that Xiuxian could never take them away. But since he had come, how could he have come without any preparation? Hearing their words, Xiuxian responded indifferently, saying, "We don't visit without a reason. Recently, we arrested several overseas companies for suspicious financial turnovers. According to their confessions, there's a connection to your group. Hence, we've come to ask what the matter is. Please give an explanation." Without further beating around the bush, Xiuxian got straight to the point. Each of these individuals was sharp-witted. If Xiuxian tried to sidestep the issue, they would never fully reveal the truth. As Xiuxian finished speaking, the atmosphere inside the office also grew tense. Chapter 205. If they want to pin a crime on you, what need is there for evidence? Several managers turned their heads and stared at Xiuxian. Their gazes held some ill will. And inside, they were all startled. Indeed, it seemed that those overseas companies had really been caught by the DU department. Chairman Zhou's prediction was correct. Unexpectedly, these people acted so quickly, especially Zhao Sihai, the fool, who couldn't even keep such a secret. Within just a few hours of being detained, everything had been spilled. Of course, if they knew exactly how much pain Zhao Sihai had endured before confessing, they might have understood. Overseas companies, financial dealings. Director Su, we don't understand what you mean. A conglomerate as large as Mingxing naturally has many financial transactions. Every day, across the country, we process tens of thousands of operational accounts at least. This is the minimum. Do we need to report all of them to your DU department? Our Mingxing group has grown to this scale with countless clients. Does it mean that every time one of our partners commits a crime, we must be involved too? Evidently, just as Xiuxian had anticipated, these individuals wouldn't easily admit anything, even when the DU department had already arrived at their doorstep. They had already planned to deflect responsibility. No matter what, this accusation could not be acknowledged, or else they would be implicated inescapably. Thus, from the start, they intended to deny everything. After hearing his words, a trace of mockery flickered in Xiuxian's gaze. Then he said, "No problem. Naturally, there should be no problem. You're absolutely right. We shouldn't target you. However, your company's operations with these overseas groups aren't normal. According to all the evidence we've obtained so far, it seems that all those funds were transferred without any prior transactions. Are you guys feeling so charitable? Even without any transactions, you provided billions of funds to other companies gratuitously, and multiple times at that." A calm voice fell over the room, and the managers were momentarily baffled. Over the past year, they had rapidly transferred funds. The overseas companies had already transferred assets despite having no operations. Unbeknownst to them, Xiuxian had made significant progress investigating in this area. Everyone's face became incredibly grim, especially the managers, who at this moment had an unsettled look on their faces. However, as seasoned individuals in the industry, would they let a little trouble like this face them? Then directly spoke out. "Humph, whether those overseas companies operate or not has nothing to do with us. Moreover, isn't this a private affair within our group? Even if we were happy to give them money, it's none of your business. Our Mingxing group neither steals nor robs, and why does it need to explain how we spend our own profits?" The leading manager Zhang spoke up. There was an undeniable hint of obstinacy, yet it seemed unassailable. After all, the group's money belongs solely to Mingxing itself. How it was used should be nobody else's concern. Not even the DU department had the authority to inquire about it. And anyway, these overseas companies are actually in virtual industries and third-party investment fields. Our money has also been entrusted to them for investment and custody, which yields greater profits. If your organization doesn't understand, then you can consult someone who knows better. Over the years, our Mingxing group has ventured into various sectors. Every decision made by the group has been carefully studied many times. This is a major future investment. Overseas markets. So, do we need to file a report with your DU department? Director Su, don't you think this is somewhat beyond your jurisdiction? Zhang went straight to the point. As he claimed, it truly seemed beyond the jurisdiction of the DU department. After all, everything Mingxing did were ordinary commercial plans, and no one had the right to interfere in investments. Under such circumstances, how important was the Dian department? Exceeding jurisdiction? Huh. Upon hearing his words, a smirk appeared on xiuxian's face. Indeed, these old foxes, sly and experienced, weren't easy to handle. They had foreseen this earlier, and everyone in the Dian department was angered by their shamelessness. Did they really have the audacity to utter something about exceeding jurisdiction? Given the despicable acts they've committed, even if they were arrested on the spot, it would be justified. How dare they have the audacity to speak such words? Are they really fooling all the citizens? And as for overstepping authority, considering their reprehensible actions, does it even require someone exceeding their jurisdiction to arrest them? What a joke. Is there something wrong, Director Su? The general manager Mr. Zhang arrogantly believed he had triumphed and sneered while asking. After hearing his voice, xiuxian also responded with a smile. Humph. Indeed, there is a slight objection. If everything is truly as simple as you claim, then naturally our Dian department should not have meddled in this. However, based on our investigations, we suspect your company of attempting to illegally transfer assets. Moreover, within merely a year, nearly $1 trillion has already been moved overseas. Can you explain this to us? His words fell like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. This was nearly $100 billion worth of assets, and it couldn't possibly be glossed over with just a few words about investment. Especially when mentioning asset transfer, the faces of those managers instantly turned pale. A few general managers feigned anger and said, "What do you mean, Director Su? This is slander. Our Mingxin Group could never do such things. It's truly a case of framing people when you can invent crimes at will. Director Su, your skill in falsely accusing others is quite remarkable. Illegal transfer of assets? Huh. Director Su, this is a society governed by law. Even though your Dian department holds certain powers, I must remind you that every statement you make must be your own responsibility. Do you realize how much reputational damage your words could cause to our group, Director Su?" Chapter 206, Retrospect and Positioning. In an instant, the general managers all exploded. And as their voices fell, xiuxian's lips were filled with a cold smile as he looked at the seemingly righteous individuals and said, "Slander? Our DNU department would never engage in such despicable behavior. Without reservation, I'll tell you that yesterday, the heads of several overseas companies have already confessed. Moreover, according to the investigation by the National Highest Financial Department, your company has a large amount of funds with unclear movements. Moreover, multiple tax payments haven't been settled. Is this what you call being above board? Is your Mingxin company really as upright as you claim? Humph, I don't think it's as good as you say." By the time he finished speaking, xiuxian slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. The sound instantly startled a few people, giving them a chilling sensation. If only they had known this beforehand, why did they do it in the first place? The latter's presence was truly terrifying, more frightening than all the commercial rivals they had ever faced. Only now did the general managers realize that the minister of the DNU department probably wasn't just bluffing. The latter had quite a bit of substantial evidence, which simply hadn't been revealed before. Now, this revelation was truly intimidating. Those who were previously full of righteous words suddenly felt uneasy inside. They didn't expect to be outdone by a teenager and found themselves overpowered instead. When they were unsure of what to say, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and Chairman Zhou arrived late. Upon seeing xiuxian, he managed a faint smile and said, "Haha, youth is indeed the age of heroes. You few are useless. Minister Su, please sit down. Regarding your previous questions, I can help explain them for you." Sitting down smoothly while looking at Zhou Mingxin, just staring was enough to give off a dangerous vibe. Clearly, someone who could bring a group from nothing to its current state was formidable. Even though nearing 60, his aura was still quite imposing. The principle is simple. Our next goal for Mingxin Company is to expand into overseas markets. In recent years, as we all know, the overseas market has been a blank slate. Selling our domestic products abroad also marks one step for Xia country toward opening its gates to the world, isn't it? As for those overseas companies taking our money for investments, we have no knowledge of it whatsoever. After all, these are their business secrets. As a businessman, I only care about benefits. All their crimes have absolutely nothing to do with our Mingxin Group. We will not take any responsibility for them either. As for the issue of taxes you mentioned, due to the extensive reach of our businesses nationwide within Xia country, covering nearly every province and city, naturally, paying taxes becomes somewhat cumbersome. With poor business performance recently, it's normal for tax payments to decrease. How can we pay the same taxes as in previous years when our revenue is insufficient? That would surely be unreasonable. Our Mingxin Group isn't some sucker willing to foot unnecessary bills. As he spoke here, there was still a hint of irritation. After all, in recent years, with the government supporting various college graduate startups and other ventures, it effectively squeezed our Mingxin Group's room for survival. But if this affects turnover? xiuxian really thought it was laughable. Mingxin Group has a lot of national resources. All those constructions and projects have been carried out by them. In such a situation, even if there is a reduction, how much can it possibly reduce? Therefore, although his words looked magnificent, they were actually riddled with holes. If needed, his lies could be exposed at any time. However, xiuxian wasn't in a rush. He was curious to see just how thick their faces were, able to speak such absurdities. How shameless must they be to behave like this? Mr. Zhou's logic is reasonable. Merchants put interests first. So, I'm not against you investing in the overseas market. Our DNU department doesn't have jurisdiction to interfere anyway. But as far as I know, those so-called overseas companies were all acting on orders, transferring the money to designated accounts. They never made any actual investments. How can such an obvious fact escape thorough investigation by your esteemed group? If what you've said is true, then these companies are practically defrauding all of you. How about this? I'll help you freeze all their funds. And we'll investigate that overseas account too. Then, we can recover the money in full, right? Allow me to advise, Chairman Zhou, at your age, you should be more careful with investments lest you fall for scams and lose everything. Having anticipated Zhou Mingxing's response, xiuxian swiftly countered. Think you can fool me with that? Is that possible? What a joke. As soon as xiuxian spoke, the senior executives of Mingsheng Group were frightened cold. After all the effort they'd poured into transferring those funds over the past year, if it were all retrieved now, wouldn't all their hard work have gone down the drain? Quiet resentment brewed toward Zhao Sihai, the incompetent fool. How could he commit such a blunder? They had only needed to quietly transfer the funds. Why fabricate some nonsense about gifts and down payments? It led to them being monitored by the Dinyu department. Now, it was too late for regrets. They had to accept their fate. Zhou Mingxing's mind raced as he tried to address the situation. This issue. Minister Su. He stammered, unsure of what to say next. Should he refuse? Wouldn't that equal an admission of laundering assets? Should he agree? Years of painstaking effort would be wasted. Struggling between both options, an idea suddenly struck him, and he interjected. We truly appreciate Minister Su's concern, but before we know the full story, it's premature to jump to conclusions. Let us conduct our own investigation first. If there's indeed a problem, we'll then seek your assistance to recover the funds. Chapter 207. In this Xia country, there's no one that the penitentiary department can't take away. Absolutely, the people from the penitentiary department cannot be allowed to recover the money. After much effort, it took so long and great trouble to transfer all that money out. If it were to be recovered, wouldn't all those previous efforts be completely wasted? Hating xiuxian in his heart, but still having to pretend with words. By no means should the other party sense anything. Otherwise, this situation would become awkward. At this moment, however, Zhou Mingsheng could only delay, yet he also understood that the money couldn't remain in that account any longer. It must be transferred as soon as possible, since it has been targeted by the penitentiary department. This proves that it's unsafe. Checking the flow of funds at this time, and then recovering it after confirming it was truly deceived away, is just a strategy to buy time. After all, even if there really are issues, as long as their Mingsheng Group doesn't file a report, no one has the authority to intervene. As for when they eventually seek help from the penitentiary department, the money will have already been transferred away by then, leaving xiuxian chasing after an impossible recovery. After all, many small countries' banks are willing to collaborate with such large groups. Simply asking them to eliminate transaction records, many wouldn't hesitate to comply. Upon hearing Zhou Mingxing's words, a faint smile passed over xiuxian's lips, completely unconcerned with the latter's dodging excuses. What he sought was a delay. Only by prolonging the process would he find a way to solve things himself. If the other party were really to recover the money, xiuxian would instead face some dilemmas. However, now that they don't want to retrieve it, this clearly indicates problems within. His own company had its money defrauded. Yet these people seem completely unworried. Moreover, waiting until an investigation concludes before acting, just from this point alone, suggests there's definitely something fishy going on. Otherwise, how could they be so calm? So, xiuxian pressed tightly. Don't be polite, Chairman Zhou. Your Mingsheng Group has made tremendous contributions to this country over the years. The internal economy of Xia still relies on your support. If there are any issues, do not hesitate to tell us. As long as we can assist, we will not refuse. While speaking, he casually flicked off the dust from his shoulders intentionally or unintentionally. The face of Chairman Zhou became somewhat difficult to look at. If it were before, what xiuxian said could be understood as business flattery. And indeed, he had genuinely contributed somewhat to the nation's economy, so he would gladly accept such praise. But now, it left him uneasy inside. Zhou Mingxing managed through countless battles amidst nationwide upheaval, and ultimately built such a massive enterprise. Although it involved help from certain high-ranking individuals, his competence was evident too. Without real capability, he wouldn't have come this far. At this moment, people from the penitentiary department showing up unambiguously signifies that some problems within the company have been detected. Repeated references to overseas transfers suggest that, while lacking evidence, they certainly grasped the underlying details. This statement clearly isn't encouragement anymore, but rather sarcastic reproach, making one feel somewhat ridiculous. Is this guy obviously mocking me? Calm initially, now slight anger began to stir within him. Minister Su, thank you for your concern. However, we haven't investigated the matter thoroughly yet, so we don't yet know what's behind it. Once we uncover something, we'll naturally file a complaint. No need for penitentiary department attention. This statement carried an implication to politely ask the visitor to leave. With decades navigating the marketplace, he prided himself on encountering various tenacious nuisances who once latched on, wouldn't let go. But unexpectedly, here was another individual who was hard to shake. Regardless of approach, seizing the slightest trace meant refusing to let anyone slip. Recalling brought furrowing brows, unwilling to further indulge in superficialities. Right now, his sole desire was to quickly shoo away this annoying character named xiuxian. Otherwise, continuing conversation might expose vulnerabilities inadvertently. Not troublesome, protecting every merchant is our penitentiary department's shared responsibility. Therefore, allow us to personally investigate this matter. Also to restore fairness to you, alright? People, please escort these general managers away. Seeing the other party losing interest in playing along, xiuxian's patience ran out too, immediately turning hostile. Hold on. Seeing the action team about to make a move, Zhou Mingxing's expression became somewhat anxious. These general managers were different from those few overseas companies. They knew far too much, far too many secrets. They absolutely cannot be taken away. Otherwise, it would inevitably drag him into the scandal as well. Thus, he subconsciously intervened. The general managers, upon hearing Zhou Mingxing speak, also felt relieved. After all, this chairman still had some abilities, and with him around, they wouldn't be taken away so easily. What? Chairman Zhou, are you trying to obstruct the law? At this point, xiuxian's gaze carried a hint of authority. In their mutual eye contact, Zhou Mingxing stepped back slightly, increasingly feeling how terrifying this young man was. This guy is simply an abyss. Just his appearance already instills an eerie sense of discomfort. During their locked stares, one could feel their hearts quivering. If not for these general managers knowing too many of his secrets, Zhou Mingxing might actually have had the impulse to hand them over, at least in order to avoid disaster himself. But now, clearly, that doesn't seem possible. Of course not. Director Su has misunderstood. You may arrest people, but you must provide a charge first, right? Even the penitentiary department can't just arrest anyone in Xia country. Am I wrong? If you can give a reason, then take them. Otherwise what? Taking a step forward, xiuxian asked confidently without being arrogant. Zhou Mingxing, who was initially going to say something defiant, immediately cowered. He quickly rephrased. Otherwise, today, I fear you won't be able to take anyone away. Not taking them? Why don't we try that? With a wave of his hand, the action team advanced boldly toward the group, just as they were about to grab the individuals. Suddenly, Chapter 208. So, are you threatening me? A few general managers, feeling somewhat panic-stricken, retreated backwards. After all, the prison department was already prepared to make a move. Each of those robust young men could probably take them down several times with just a flick of their wrist. It was then that Zhou Mingxing finally became angry, clapped his hands, and more than a dozen security guards walked in from the door, surrounding the prison department people, as they said. Director Su, you're being a bit too disrespectful. This is the Mingxing group. I reiterate, if you want to take someone away from here, you can, but you must provide a reason. Otherwise, you won't be taking anyone away. The security guards who had walked in still wore smiles on their faces. For them, this kind of situation was already commonplace. To be able to serve as a security guard for the Mingxing group naturally meant they weren't simpletons. These people all had lives on their hands. They had been saved by Zhou Mingxing initially to prevent someone from causing trouble. Wanting to do business, one inevitably has to know some unsavory characters. Besides, each of them received extremely high wages, so they didn't care about how light or heavy their hand was. If it came down to it, they'd just go sit in prison. Therefore, although they were somewhat afraid of the prison department, when it came down to it, there wasn't much to fear. As he observed these people, xiuxian's face revealed a smirk. It seemed that the enforcement process of the prison department had truly been too lenient recently. Therefore, what kind of stray cats and dogs dared to bully them? Good, very good. What are you waiting for? The crime of obstructing law enforcement doesn't need any further explanation, does it? He turned his head to look at Li Zhonghua behind him, who immediately understood his intentions and pulled out a gun from his pocket. The dark barrel of the gun was displayed in front of everyone. Li Zhonghua said, during the enforcement of the prison department, whoever dares to obstruct will be shot dead on the spot. If anyone doubts it, feel free to come try. Don't be afraid. He won't dare shoot. Stop him for me. Zhou Mingxing slightly hesitated, but was certain that the people of the prison department wouldn't dare to shoot. After all, in recent years, though each department was equipped with guns, how many actually dared to fire? You see, this thing is different from police batons and such. Once a shot is fired, even if it doesn't kill, it leaves one half dead, and under no circumstances would anyone be reckless enough to fire unless it was absolutely necessary. Thus, he directly commanded, and the security guards, seeing the situation, gritted their teeth and moved forward. Watching the people walking up, xiuxian said indifferently, "Fire." Boom. The next second, a deafening sound was heard, and subsequently, the left leg of the nearest security guard was already pierced by a bullet, blood flowing from the trouser leg, making his face distorted with pain. This gunshot also terrified all the security guards present. Though they were paid well, they wouldn't sacrifice their own lives. That previous gunshot was clearly a warning. If they continued to approach, it was likely that their heads might explode. And Li Zhonghwa's casual words made the security guards even more anxious. The motherfucker missed again. Aimed at the head, hit the leg instead. Seems like I'll have to practice shooting properly again. Judging by his words, this man genuinely intended to kill. That last shred of bravado disappeared instantly. After all, even if they earned a lot of money, one still needed to live long enough to spend it. The people from the prison department were not hesitant about shooting first, which intimidated many. Originally, the security guards who intended to fight back immediately became timid. Instinctively, they retreated, and after seeing this scene, Zhou Mingxing's expression turned extremely sour. He never expected that the security guards he had hired at great expense would all turn out to be so useless. Of course, it wasn't entirely their fault. After all, in the Xia country where the gun prohibition was quite severe, once a shot is fired, the matter escalates significantly. Not only must one risk life and limb, but also violate the law. If it were possible to stop them, then that might be fine. But, judging by the situation now, even if the entire group of security guards were taken out, these few individuals today would still be taken away. Facing such an authoritative prison department, even Zhou Mingxing felt somewhat helpless. What? Is there anything else to say? If not, we'll be taking them away. xiuxian waved his hand, and the action team moved forward again. When the few general managers saw this scene, they were frightened to the point of wetting themselves. How could they dare follow the prison department? So they immediately began crying and pleading in the office, devoid of their earlier air of authority. Chairman, save us. I don't want to go to jail. Chairman, please don't let him take us away. Begging you. Chairman, we don't want to go inside. Save us. In an instant, everyone was filled with fear, their hearts still somewhat panicked. After all, xiuxian's ruthlessness was just displayed clearly. He shot without hesitation or delay, and the consequences of being taken away would surely be dire. Upon hearing their words, Zhou Mingxing's expression also turned extremely dark. He couldn't believe that the minister of the prison department would show such blatant disrespect. No matter which department it was, they always left some room for maneuver when dealing with the Mingxing group. However, xiuxian was far too ruthless. He had simply intended to take people away by force. If it were only these few people who broke the law, it wouldn't have mattered much either way. After all, locking them up would not concern him personally. But unfortunately, those actions had all been conducted under his orders. If these individuals betrayed him once inside, the entire Mingxing group might collapse in an instant. Thus, he was extraordinarily anxious and certainly unwilling to submit so easily. Moreover, to have members of his group dragged off by the prison department right in front of him, without even a word of explanation, was utterly humiliating. How could he continue in business circles after this? Many people in the industry are fickle opportunists. If they see the decline of the Mingxing group, they might immediately plot against him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to stand firm. Director Su, you've gone too far. You fire your gun openly, making arrests without evidence. Just whose authority granted you the right? I will definitely report you. His icy tone dropped, already implying a direct threat. Such brazen intimidation might make others flinch. But alas, the person standing before him was xiuxian, the minister of the prison department, and someone held in high regard by the great elder. Chapter 209, not afraid of godlike opponents, afraid of pig-like teammates. How could he possibly be afraid of his threats? With a mere wave of his hand, the general managers were already being arrested. Afterward, xiuxian stared at Zhou Mingxing and said, I'm determined to capture these people. If you like reporting us, feel free to do so at any time. But since you want a reason, I'll give you one today. According to our investigation by Jinyusi, Prison Bureau, there have been frequent transfers between those overseas companies and these general managers. Additionally, their personal accounts also contain a significant amount of transactional activity. Therefore, we intend to take them back for further investigation. What? You bastards, how dare you touch my money? Zhou Mingxing's face darkened as he glared at the general managers in front of him. There was some resentment in his eyes. These were all his confidants, who had been with him since the establishment of Mingxing Group. No matter the storms, they had never betrayed him. Who would have thought that they couldn't resist the lure of money after all? Even if one were incredibly foolish, it's clear that allowing them to transfer money to overseas companies while engaging in private transactions indicates something suspicious. If this wasn't shady, then it truly would be difficult to explain. Having come this far, Zhou Mingxing is naturally an intelligent person. He stared at the individuals in front of him. If xiuxian hadn't personally confirmed it, he might still find it hard to believe. These people he relied on the most turned out to be stealing his wealth behind his back. Haha, why not just say it openly? Since we've already gotten to this point. Over the years, you've made so much money. How much have you shared with us? In front of others, you are Chairman Zhou sitting high above. But what about us brothers who originally worked with you to build the family business? How much did we get? You want to transfer Mingxing Group's assets overseas, but make us the scapegoats. Haha, carrying your black pot isn't taking a bit of money fair. You're nothing but a hypocrite. Do you really think you're upstanding? What a joke. At this point, let's just tell the truth. Mingxing Group is in the process of transferring its assets. Haha. Is Zhou Mingxing too scared to admit it? The prison bureau has already dug into everything. And now, you even want us few to be thrown under the bus. Fearing for their lives and hearing Zhou Mingxing's threats, these general managers went completely berserk and revealed everything. Those around from the prison bureau looked on with stunned expressions. Xiuxian swore he had only planned to take these people back for investigation. Plus, he wanted to make Zhou Mingxing anxious so he'd slip up. However, he didn't expect that the conflict between these individuals ran so deep that they immediately exposed everything. They even revealed the secret of the asset transfer. Initially, he thought this case was very complicated and wouldn't be easy to investigate clearly. But unexpectedly, these people turned out to be surprisingly easy to question. When Zhou Mingxing saw xiuxian smirk, he quickly realized what was happening. In haste, he shouted, "Idiots, shut up, what nonsense are you saying? You fools." But the general managers, failing to realize their predicament, became enraged when Zhou Mingxing dared to insult them. Consequently, they decided to spill every single secret. Ho ho, are we stupid? Zhou Mingxing, without our help over the years, would you have made it this far? Setting aside other matters, just look at the year we donated substandard cotton quilts for disaster relief in Sichuan province. How many people froze to death? Not just that, in '92, the fake baby formula you released caused countless infants immense suffering. If it weren't for us helping you shoulder the blame, would you have reached where you are today? And what about that female model who died a couple of years ago? Have you forgotten? If it weren't for you, would she have been driven to jump off a building? What an inhuman beast you are, and yet you dare to call us names. The general managers became increasingly agitated, nearly revealing every dirty detail imaginable. And in Zhou Mingxing's gaze was a sense of helplessness. He hadn't expected to end up with such stupid teammates. It was almost fitting that he'd meet such a tragic end. Originally, if it were just about transferring assets, he could have managed to cover it up. However, investigating just one of those cases would easily lead to more incriminating evidence. How could he possibly cover all of it up? Not to mention, at that moment, there were still quite a few company employees outside taking photos with their phones. There were also some journalists who had infiltrated and had already started live streaming. Thus, those words spoken earlier might as well have been heard by the masses across the country. The live streaming room originally consisted of onlookers coming for the spectacle. But after hearing the words from the general managers, everyone was left stunned, as if they'd suffered an injury to their backs. With their level of intelligence, how did these people manage to climb up to such high positions? Of course, normally, these general managers would have had some sense of reason and wouldn't blurt things out randomly. But this time, they were truly shaken by xiuxian's actions. More importantly, their secret transactions had been exposed to Zhou, who probably wouldn't be able to help them anymore. Hence, they decided to drag him down with them. That is why the previous scene occurred. Wow, they're really like having teammates as dumb as pigs. I feel so sorry for Chairman Zhou. Facing a divine-like opponent in the form of the Dian is one thing, but he even has these idiotic teammates ruining everything. Huh, are these guys secretly double agents we've planted? Mingxing Group wanted to transfer its assets overseas? Huh, truly confirming the old saying, no merchants can escape being deceitful. They've made enough money here, and we're planning to send it abroad. Thankfully, we have Director xiuxian from the prison bureau. Otherwise, they might have succeeded in transferring all the assets. I think we should thank these double agents. Without them, even Director Su might have had a hard time uncovering this matter. Huh. In an instant, the chat in the live stream exploded with laughter. And at this moment, xiuxian forced back his laughter and said, ahem, since that's the case, then Chairman Zhou, please come with us for further investigation as well. Officer, let's wrap this up. Chapter 210. Mingxing Group falls into the net, guilty of treason? As time went by, the public gradually learned about the matter of the Mingxing Group transferring assets. All news media reporters quickly began exposing the story. After all, this was the first such event to occur since the founding of Xia country. Someone actually dared to transfer a large amount of domestic property abroad. A group like Mingxing, which has considerable influence globally, naturally has many debts within the country. Once they transfer their assets overseas, recovering that money becomes extremely difficult, especially for the major state-owned banks. They would even build an altar to Dian, the warden's office, right now if it helped. If it weren't for the help of a certain person, this debt might have been written off. Similarly, as the incident spread, the public truly came to understand how insidious the so-called Mingxing Group was behind closed doors. How dare they cause such trouble? They are shameless indeed. In a short period, the news that all the high-ranking members of the Mingxing Group were arrested had already spread throughout the internet and become common knowledge. In this era, hiding information is basically impossible. The development of the internet has truly given the people a place to seek justice. After all, with more attention comes greater justice. Especially regarding the matters of Mingxing Group, they normally appear morally upright and charitable, donating money frequently. Who could have guessed that behind closed doors, they were this cunning? Especially when videos emerged of several general managers eagerly recounting the crimes of Chairman Zhou, everyone found it amusing. Shocking news for 1.3 billion people. Chairman of Mingxing Group arrested at midnight for suspected asset transfer. Is this really who hides behind the chairman of Mingxing Group? Unbelievable. The largest group's boss in the country does such things. Gun fired during arrest. Why? Is it about ethical collapse or loss of humanity? All news media immediately joined forces to create momentum around the case. This matter almost instantly became a top trending topic on all websites. Everyone was astonished. After all, who would have thought the chairman could do such a thing? Publicly, all members of the Mingxing Group appeared haughty. Now, their true ugly faces are revealed. Various websites, forums, QQ hotspots, etc., were swiftly inundated with discussions about this. All citizens, particularly upon hearing the testimonies from those general managers, were left with nothing but derision. They'd seen stupidity before, but never as blatant as this. How different is it from walking straight into death? These people practically sentenced themselves by making these statements. Isn't that exactly what it means to dig your own grave? Especially seeing the sour expressions on Chairman Zhou's face. Everyone couldn't hold back their laughter. In the last half year, the warden's office has solved cases multiple times, each one arduous. The public witnessed this, especially against many companies employing hackers and online trolls to oppose the warden's investigations. However, no one expected there to be someone this stupid. This is clearly self-destruction. Originally without any issues, in the end, they ended up playing with fire and got burned. When the others were explaining, Zhou Mingxing's face had turned completely green. There have been many criminals encountered, but few as comical as these individuals. The public also expressed various comments in droves. Regardless, the actions of Mingxing Group undeniably harm national and public interests. Therefore, they must not go unpunished lightly. People like them should absolutely not be let off easily. They must taste the consequences of their actions fully. Otherwise, they would run rampant. Thus, after laughing, the public started condemning the despicable deeds of Mingxing Group. To put it simply, this incident will anger nearly everyone. It's because of being from the same nation that we often look out for each other, sometimes unconsciously favoring local choices. But no one expected the bosses at the top to want to sell out the country. Such actions bear no difference from a certain instant noodle factory selling its plant and brand to our country years ago. Absolutely disgraceful, taking Xia country people's money only to turn around and serve others as dogs. Do they really think the moon is brighter elsewhere? Joke, is this the legendary Mingxing Group? They kept saying that they would definitely bring domestic products to the world, but in the blink of an eye, they sold the country too. Such shameless behavior. and they actually went through with it. Bastards. Habit helps. Some people are just so shameless. Minister Su did a great job. People like these should be arrested. Never expected that on the surface, they appear as gentlemen, but behind the scenes, they do such despicable things. The Sanlu milk powder incident last time made my child vomit for several days and stay in the hospital for half a month before passing the danger period. Bastards. That female model, she graduated from our school. She's an animal. Worse than beasts. How could someone do such things? I always wondered, why would such a cheerful girl suddenly jump off a building? Instantly, the anger of all the citizens was ignited. After all, no one can forgive such a deranged killer. What kind of beast would do something so disgraceful? Even forcing a blossoming young girl to jump off a building. Before now, we used to consider them the pride of Xia country's commerce, but today, it's truly shameful. This incident has tarnished the entire face of Xia country. If foreign countries find out that the richest man in Xia country is secretly so treacherous and disgusting, wouldn't it just turn Xia into a laughingstock? The impact of this matter is extremely severe. Fortunately, it was caught in time by Jian the warden's office. Otherwise, if they really managed to transfer all their assets abroad, not only would there be economic damage, but Xia country would lose face internationally. Chapter 211. The only unpardonable offense is treason. First death sentence. The arrest operation continued to gain momentum. After all, the arrest of Xia's richest man was bound to cause a huge stir. Not long after, the Grand Elder inside Zijin Pavilion also received the news and watched the video clip sent from below. That cloudy gaze slightly narrowed. With a hint of sorrow, it was unimaginable that such an event would occur. Over the years, Mingxing Group had undoubtedly received nationwide support. Otherwise, how could it have thrived in every industry? Initially, it was thought that since they had reaped so much benefit, it was time for them to stop. But who would have thought? A wolf cub can never be fully fed. When the concept of university student entrepreneurship was just taking off, this Mingxing Group was already covertly obstructing and targeting these initiatives. Had it just been this way, it would have been manageable. But unexpectedly, Zhou Mingxing acted so foolishly as to commit serious acts of treason. He attempted to transfer all his assets abroad and committed numerous lawless acts, relying on the protection of certain individuals. This was truly unforgivable by heaven or man. Send someone in, the old man said after watching the video. Not long after, a man dressed in military attire entered and asked, "Grand Elder, do you need anything?" "Give the order." The verdict on Zhou Mingxing, death sentence. All the companies under him will be subscribed to by major enterprises. The remaining ones will be acquired by state-owned firms. All debts will be settled at once. From now on, the land of Xia will no longer know the name Mingxing Group. As he uttered the last few words, the old man still felt some regret. Over many years, he had personally supported this group to its present position. But who would have thought that power and interest were so tempting that ultimately they chose the path of crime? Moreover, they didn't commit any ordinary crimes, but treason instead. No one could pardon such a crime. Upon hearing the elder's words, even though he originally intended to say something, in the end, remained silent and turned to head out. Shortly afterward, the execution ordered by the Grand Elder was directly conveyed within the Penitentiary Bureau. Inside the office building, xiuxian looked at the execution notice before him. His expression was somewhat grave. This was the first execution promoted since the establishment of Xia. So many years of war have made this ancient Oriental empire almost unable to bear the weight anymore. Therefore, in many cases, there would be humanitarian considerations. Providing criminals with an opportunity to reform, even life imprisonment, still offers a significant chance for a reduced sentence through meritorious service. Though such opportunities are rare, they're not non-existent. But today, there seems to be no more chances. The Grand Elder has actually promoted the first death sentence. In fact, this was also expected. After all, Zhou Mingxing committed treason. If there were no severe punishments, then not only would we lose face internationally, but it would also embolden more criminal offenders. If traitors like him don't die, why would they fear anything else? In prison? These are dangerous criminals. How would they be afraid of serving time? At most, they'll serve a few decades and can still buy their way out. However, if the death penalty is enforced, many would be deterred. Director, shall we really proceed with it? Littlely asked, swallowing twice. After all, it's the death penalty. It's the very first time since the founding of Xia, and unexpectedly, they just happened to witness it. Treason, utterly unpardonable. Proceed, xiuxian said indifferently. Compared to the death penalty, he was not moved too much. In fact, if xiuxian were to enforce it, the punishment could be more severe, possibly joint responsibility. With Zhou Mingxing involved in illegal activities, how could his family escape clean hands? Just the number of people killed due to his misdeeds alone would be enough to enrage the populace, let alone committing treason. Hence, he simply waved his hand to indicate the execution. Subsequently, in the bulletin board of the Penitentiary Bureau, announcements regarding the case's resolution appeared. All industries under the Mingxing Group will undergo asset settlement and suspension. All enterprises under the Mingxing Group will officially enter subscription mode, open to participation from other major companies. Employees of Mingxing Group will be reassigned new work units by the government. A twofold salary bonus will be issued. All properties under the Mingxing Group will be entirely frozen. Several messages about Ming Group's assets spread across the internet. Meanwhile, the citizens came to realize that the Mingxing Group had utterly fallen apart this time. After all, with all companies and assets fully investigated, what good results could there be? By now, there was no better choice left. Even if Zhou Mingxing truly possessed the power to turn things around, he would still have been unable to change the situation. As everyone awaited the verdict on Zhou Mingxing with bated breath, they were shocked by the result. Zhou Mingxing death sentence. When the news broke, it stunned the masses. Not only them, but even many government departments were taken aback. Who didn't know his background? And yet, the Penitentiary Bureau dared to carry out the death sentence? What was xiuxian thinking? This announcement stirred up a storm of questions as people became curious about xiuxian's audacity in making such a decision. However, while everyone questioned, the official Weibo account of Zijin Pavilion released a statement. Heaven cherishes life. All mistakes can be corrected except for one, treason. No pardon shall be granted for this sin, execute. At first, people thought it might be from the Penitentiary Bureau, but after seeing the message from the official Zijin Pavilion account, everyone believed it without doubt. Throughout the vast Xia country, only one person has the authority to use this account, the Grand Elder. And his words at this moment carried a meaning that couldn't be clearer. The death penalty was decided by him. Thus, all those who opposed fell silent. With the backing of the Grand Elder, who dared to speak against it. Even the families of high-ranking members in the Mingxing group gave up their plans for revenge against the Penitentiary Bureau. Unless they wanted to die, no one dared to cross the Elder in Xia. Chapter 212. Is someone poisoning the prison warden office? 3 days later, the tumultuous case of the Mingxing group transferring assets has finally come to an end. As for Chairman Zhou Mingxing, he was directly executed by firing squad. And at the same time, inside the prison warden office building, while xiuxian was playing a game, suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The Mingxing group case is complete. You've earned one supreme draw chance. Do you want to use it now? Use it. Since there was no one around, xiuxian nodded. Subsequently, an image appeared in his mind, and soon the needle started to slowly spin. Watching the rewards on it, xiuxian became quite excited. There must be some good stuff. Otherwise, we'll be at a loss. Xiuxian stared intently at the spinning wheel. Finally, the needle stopped and pointed at one of the items. Then, xiuxian's mind heard the system's prompt sound. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Divine-Level Firearms technology. Regardless of what kind of gun, in the host's hands, it can unleash its maximum power and control it freely with pinpoint accuracy. Looking at this so-called Divine-Level Firearms technology, xiuxian nodded in satisfaction. At least, although as the minister of the prison warden office, guns had already been allocated from above, he had never gone to the shooting range. After all, he couldn't even shoot a slingshot properly when he was a child, let alone firearms. To avoid embarrassment, he could only stay away from it. Fortunately, xiuxian's nearly perfect skills made everyone respect him. Otherwise, wouldn't those guys below laugh themselves to death? Now, there would finally be a chance to humble them. It seemed. It was about time to organize a firearms training competition within the prison warden office. Feeling the familiar firearms technology in his mind, xiuxian's eyes revealed a smile. Soon, he could experience that feeling of total control. Just as xiuxian was eagerly anticipating, Little Li suddenly rushed in without even knocking on the door. Seeing Little Li come in like this, xiuxian couldn't help but frown. As the team leader of the prison warden office, rushing around like this was unbecoming. They are the guardians of the people. How could the guardian be so flustered? What's the matter? Speak up. Frowning, he still asked. After all, in xiuxian's memory, this Little Li had never acted so rashly before. If he's this impulsive now, there must be a reason. Minister, it's bad. Something happened. Many people in our department have diarrhea. Vomiting and diarrhea. It looks like they ate something unclean. What should we do? Little Li said hastily. Unclean food. Xiuxian frowned slightly. This is impossible. The people inside the prison warden office are not children. They have their own cafeteria, and every day the food is the freshest. How could there be a problem? But, since it's already come to this, who has time to think about these things? Standing up hurriedly, he said, what are you waiting for? Quickly, gather the uninjured brothers, and take them to the hospital. We'll go immediately. There's no time to investigate. The hospital must come first. After all, if it really is poisoning or something, that would be a major issue. After all, during the last 6 months, the prison warden office has offended many people. It's possible that those people might band together against them. There will always be some people who don't want the prison warden office to succeed. Thus, instructions were given quickly. Little Li also snapped back to reality and rushed outside. Subsequently, several cars transported the sick members of the prison warden office to the hospital. On the road, each one was groaning in pain. Their appearances were extremely painful, as if they were close to convulsions. Sitting inside the car, xiuxian's eyes showed a touch of anger. Who dared to scheme against them in the prison warden office? Seeking death? If it's a coincidence, the probability is 0. After all, it's understandable if 1 or 2 people have issues. But the action group is also injured. These people's bodies need no explanation. They're all top-notch after years of martial arts practice. It is absolutely impossible for them to have stomachaches from eating improperly. So, what exactly is going on here? The atmosphere inside the car became somewhat oppressive. Xiuxian clenched his fists tightly. During this period, everyone has lived and acted together, cherishing the same ideals. A peculiar sense of brotherhood has formed. Seeing their fellow members suffering so painfully, everyone was holding a grudge. Shit, if I find out who is messing with us, I'll kill him. Damn bastard. I will never let him go, brothers. Minister, we must thoroughly investigate this matter. Someone actually dared to hurt the people of the prison warden office. If we don't punish them, how can we stand in the future? Li Zhonghua and others were filled with anger. When these group leaders saw their members in pain, they all became furious. Who would have thought that such a thing could happen inside the prison warden office? The retaliators are really bold, daring to provoke them directly. Hearing their words, xiuxian's eyes turned cold as he said, "Shut up. I have my own plans for this matter. Rest assured, no matter what, our brothers will not be at a disadvantage. But we still don't know what exactly happened. Wait for the hospital's examination results first, and then we'll deliberate. Don't worry, whoever hurts our brothers or causes trouble, I will never let them go." Daring to commit such an unjust act is basically courting death. Moreover, they harm the people of the prison warden office. That's just like someone tired of living. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the hospital entrance, where the prearranged medical staff quickly took the patients inside. Subsequently, they were directly sent to the ward. Everyone anxiously waited outside for 2 full hours before a doctor in a white coat came out and asked, "Who is the patient's family?" "Doctor, what's going on?" xiuxian stepped forward to ask. "Based on our preliminary judgment, it should be." Chapter 213, The Gutter Oil Incident, and Scrupulous Merchants. There is a problem with the food. We found a large amount of filth residue in their stomachs. In the past, we've encountered similar situations. If I'm not mistaken, it should be gutter oil. After his words fell, the gazes of the leaders of each group were all somewhat unfriendly. Gutter oil. This is an already all too familiar name. Back when the Xia Kingdom was first established, there were people extracting gutter oil for immense profits. This kind of oil is generally extracted from garbage and sewage. It contains numerous bacteria, and once ingested by humans, there may not be any abnormalities in the short term. However, if consumed over a long period, serious problems will arise. Years ago, due to this gutter oil incident, a nationwide medical treatment rush was sparked. Moreover, many people who consumed gutter oil for extended periods eventually gave birth to deformed babies due to various issues, which led the country to crack down hard. After arresting countless people, all these illegal merchants were finally eradicated. And now, these people have resurfaced. Even more directly, they've run into the gun barrels of the Diants. Why is there gutter oil? Isn't our Diantsku food served in the cafeteria? Give me a reasonable explanation. xiuxian stared at the few people before him, their faces showing discomfort. Speak. Just by looking at their expressions, one could tell that there must be some hidden matters. xiuxian shouted. After a moment, Li Zhonghua finally stood up and said, "Minister, I apologize, it's our mistake. If it weren't for us, this wouldn't have happened. Recently, after the Ming Sheng group case was concluded, everyone wanted to go out to celebrate. But the department was busy, so there wasn't time to go out. Therefore, they decided to order takeout themselves and play inside the Diantsu. Minister, it can't all be blamed on Leader Li. I am also responsible. I am too." As they spoke, the remaining few people all stepped forward. Seeing their demeanor, xiuxian's anger lessened by more than half. At least, by this point, these individuals were still thinking of taking responsibility for each other instead of blaming. This is the spirit of the Diants. To share joys together and endure hardships together. All right, I didn't say it's your fault. Ultimately, this whole thing is my fault. The tasks I assigned you were indeed excessive. Well, after this period is over, everyone deserves a break to relax properly. However, during these few days, we absolutely cannot let our guard down. Since these unscrupulous vendors dare to sell gutter oil, then we must hunt them down completely. Otherwise, if they really manage to grow and scale, the tragedies of the past are likely to happen again. xiuxian said, while giving them a couple of comforting words. Truly, since the establishment of the Diantsk, there hasn't been a single day when investigations stopped. They basically hustle daily. After all, they're young people with high spirits, so wanting to relax occasionally is very normal. Thankfully, this time no major incidents occurred. Hearing xiuxian's words, the others nodded their heads. At this moment, doctors also came out from the remaining departments. The final conclusion reached was indeed stunningly consistent. It was indeed a case involving gutter oil. This made the few people from the Diantsku fully determined to pursue this matter. If the manufacturers of the gutter oil knew about this, they might cry, as being targeted by these gentlemen isn't exactly good news. Doctor, should our people be okay? They're fine. Minister Su, thanks to your timely arrival. If it had been any later, we'd probably be getting off work for lunch right now. However, their bodies are slightly weak at the moment, so they cannot consume greasy foods recently. A lighter diet would be better. Moreover, if nothing else happens, it would be better to keep them under observation in the hospital for 2 more days before leaving. No problem. Thank you, doctor. Watching those few doctors leave, xiuxian turned back around, his face now clouded with a grim expression. Though the doctors did not explicitly state it, xiuxian was sure that the harmful effects of this batch of gutter oil were even more terrifying compared to the last. After all, the previous batches of gutter oil would need a lengthy incubation period before manifesting any symptoms. But this time, consuming takeout for less than a few hours, and yet it had become this bad. The worse it became, the less tolerable it became to let these people remain unaddressed. A strike must be initiated. On those merchants who aim to harm the people's interests just to gain extreme wealth, they don't deserve forgiveness. They must be rounded up entirely. Only then can the grudge on everyone's hearts be removed. Otherwise, if such gutter oil were to spread, then in the future, hospitals might just become everyone's permanent residence, wouldn't they? And currently, it seems that the manufacturer hasn't fully disseminated their contaminated products yet. Just by looking at the news, with no mass reports of gutter oil poisoning, one can see that much. Even so, these people must not be let off easily. To dare do something like this is absolutely unforgivable. It's tantamount to taking many lives. It's utterly shameless. Even if making money is tempting, one still shouldn't act without conscience. This gutter oil could harm even seasoned martial artists and adults from other Diantsku teams so much. If children were to consume it, the consequences would likely be even more horrifying. At that point, countless families would be destroyed. Therefore, they must be captured. You guys, according to the addresses where they ordered takeout, go investigate immediately and find out what's going on. Also, remember, don't alert them. This time, we must eradicate them all. These unlawful merchants must feel the power of legal justice. Xiuxian said seriously. Understood. Boss, I'll get right on it. Covert investigation, this is what we're best at. After nodding, a few people left. Xiuxian, as if remembering something, spoke up. Sunday Sai, wait a moment. Go back to the office and send all the leftover food to the Food Safety Supervision Office for testing. Let me know the results as soon as they come out. Chapter 214. Rushing to various provinces, thoroughly investigating the gutter oil incident. After mobilizing the troops, everyone went off to inspect their respective areas. The entire afternoon was spent, with all the team leaders of DUC visiting every takeout restaurant. As for Sun Dasheng, he successfully obtained the appraisal results, and indeed, as the doctors in the hospital had expected, there was a problem. Many takeouts contained gutter oil ingredients, and these weren't ordinary ones. All were heavily over the standard, their harm being several times more than that of previous gutter oils. This inspection result angered everyone. Who could have imagined such an outcome? If it weren't seen with their own eyes, under this clear sky and broad daylight, how could someone dare to do such a thing? Refining gutter oil was bad enough, yet they also dared to cut costs directly at the expense of human health, showing no concern whatsoever. It's truly heartless. Even under the capital city, right under the emperor's nose, such incidents occur. One can imagine just how audacious people in other places are. Extremely rampant. According to online searches, there have been multiple such incidents in the past 2 months. Only, they are far from the capital, and in remote small places, medical equipment isn't advanced enough, so they haven't been detected. But their symptoms are exactly like those observed by the members of DUC. More severely, a poor family, after consuming gutter oil and unable to afford medical care, could only helplessly watch their son vomit and diarrhea at home, nearly losing his life. If not, for the aid of a kind-hearted person, another wrongful death would have occurred. Strangely, the involved restaurant didn't suffer any consequences, acting as if nothing happened. They continued buying gutter oil and earning money through unethical means. Later, due to many people discovering issues with the food, journalists exposed them, and the boss eventually left quietly. But who could know how many more such incidents occur across the vast country of Xia? If we don't crack down on them, how many more children will get hurt? It might someday even lead to fatalities. And this situation is still considered better. There are cases where people discovered the secret of restaurants using gutter oil and wanted compensation. In the end, instead of receiving any, they were brutally beaten by people hired by the owner. Not only did they fail to receive compensation, the victims were almost driven to bankruptcy and ruin. Incidents like this are too numerous to count across the whole Xia country. Some people, in pursuit of profit, have already lost their conscience. And the local health inspection bureau has colluded with merchants, claiming that there's nothing wrong with the food, but merely an issue of poor physical condition. Using such deceptive excuses, they fob off responsibility. Even fools understand. No matter how poor your health is, it's still a personal matter. Why then are so many people experiencing issues simultaneously? Unfortunately, when further questioned, the relevant authorities simply shut their doors to visitors, even threatening reporters who attempted interviews with violence. Seeing those shocking photos online, along with those horrifying cases, inside the office of DUC, the group leaders all felt a chilling sensation, while Xiuxian frowned and tapped on the table, saying, "The darkness within this country isn't limited to higher-ups. While we've been cracking down on upper-level corruption, countless lawbreakers have been taking advantage of the chaos, willing to sell anything for profit, regardless of consequences. Minister, what should we do? Such people must not be allowed to remain. I'm waiting for your command, Minister. Where should we begin? Damn it. These people are crueler than those hypocritical gentlemen. I used to feel sorry for those running storefront shops, never expecting they'd be so lawless." Finally, everyone became angry. No one anticipated that things would escalate to this point. Previously, they thought the high-ups were ruthless enough, but now realize some people are even more vicious. They don't consider human lives important at all. Compared to these individuals, the crimes of the upper echelons seem minor, since their disputes mainly revolve around competing interests. However, the creators of this gutter oil are directly targeting human lives. Not only are they making money, but they're also taking your life. Exactly, this case must be investigated thoroughly. We cannot overlook even the slightest clue and must completely eliminate these lawbreakers who are endangering society. This gutter oil issue is nothing but a blatant disregard for human life. These people violate laws and have no moral xiuxian. Therefore, they absolutely cannot be let off easily. But, if we're going to act, we need to find the root of the problem. Just dealing with 1 or 2 merchants won't make any practical difference. Hence, we must capture all of them at once. Before then, we cannot alarm them. Otherwise, if these people hide, it will not be easy to track them down in such a vast populace. Xiuxian spoke, and everyone nodded. After all, even DUC isn't all-powerful. Among the over 1 billion people in Xia country, if someone hides away, finding that person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's nearly impossible. And if we push them too hard, who knows what they might do? Therefore, we must plan carefully before acting, ensuring a full capture. Understood, Minister. Please assign us the task directly. Even though I didn't study much, I understand the principle of running business with integrity. These unscrupulous merchants must be wiped out entirely. Minister, give the order. We're ready at all times. The group leaders all focused their gazes on Xiuxian, who finally spoke. Good. Then I'll assign the tasks. Split your remaining personnel into 3 groups. The first group will investigate the source of the gutter oil. Where exactly is it coming from? The second group will monitor every outlet in the capital that uses gutter oil. If necessary, military assistance can be requested. Also, the third group should depart immediately to various police stations across Xia, requesting their cooperation. From now on, the gutter oil case is categorized as a top priority case. All local police departments must uniformly accept the instructions of DUC. In cases of non-cooperation, an appeal can be filed. Chapter 215. The inspection begins, the standard for gutter oil. When necessary, local police forces can be mobilized. This was also a privilege granted by an elder. After all, the investigation capabilities of the DNUC prison office are strong, but it's still a small organization. It cannot cover the entire nation and often needs to carefully select manpower. Therefore, except for some specific major cases, they usually coordinate with local police departments to complete investigations. Of course, all police departments must follow their deployment orders. Otherwise, the DNUC has the right to detain them. The lower levels within their structure are mixed. Who knows who could be inside? That is why, in many situations, they must carefully pick people. And on some level, if there's no pressure, who would obey the DNUC? Without having methods to control others, the DNUC would just be like a toothless tiger. That so-called authority given above things was akin to the sort of state they were granted. With these rules in place, who would dare not follow orders? At that moment, members of the third group were heading out across the country. As for the remaining 2 groups, they began tracking separately. The progress of the case went unusually smoothly. Before the manufacturers of gutter oil realized they were being targeted, their operations had already been surrounded and controlled. For now, only the source remained elusive, though according to intelligence, they were getting closer. In the capital, there were relatively fewer restaurants resembling small workshops. Thus, conducting inspections was easy. Soon enough, everyone was marked. Meanwhile, xiuxian led a group towards the nearest restaurant known to use gutter oil. Vehicles from the DNUC, just as they stopped in front of the restaurant, were immediately surrounded by quite a few people, and passers-by began live-streaming the scene. In an instant, a great number of viewers poured into the live-stream chat. The modern-day DNUC, throughout all of Xia country, had already become iconic. As long as these 3 words appeared, it signified excitement. Hence, even before the cars had fully parked, people started speculating. Why would the DNUC visit a restaurant this early in the morning? Even if they were eating, wouldn't it be too early? Let's go in. Xiuxian waved his hand, signaling for xiuanhuan and others to move forward. They quickly arrived at the restaurant entrance, while the voices of the crowd around them reached their ears. Director Su, he's actually here. Wow, it's really director of the DNUC. Isn't that xiuanhuan from the action group? They're all so cool. Where's Director Su? Where's my idol? Shit, it's really Director Su alive. This is the first time I've seen him alive. So excited. Should I ask for an autograph? Unless when did you see Director Su dead? At once, everyone began to discuss animatedly. After all, the current DNUC was incredibly popular. Nearly everyone in the country knew about them. Viewers in the livestream chat poured in by the masses, and soon friends were being called over. The online audience count rapidly surged into the millions. Based on this appeal alone, it far exceeded many celebrities' fan bases. Even some first-tier stars didn't have this level of fans. Keep in mind, this was just at the start of the live stream. The popularity was sure to rise even more later. Who would believe, unless seeing it themselves, that the once obscure DNUC would achieve such status today? By the time xiuxian and the others reached the restaurant entrance, the owner had already stepped out, putting on a friendly expression. Director Su, I'm your fan. Haha, I've watched all your previous videos. Those people really deserved it. Acting so rich and heartless. What do you feel like eating? Just say, and it's all on me. Haha, such a brash demeanor. If they hadn't investigated his store beforehand, xiuxian might have found it hard to believe that someone like this could be using gutter oil to endanger the public. Sure enough, these merchants were indeed cunning foxes wearing smiles. Looking at the other person's smile, xiuxian said, let's not worry about food right now. We'll discuss something else first. We've received information suggesting your restaurant uses gutter oil. Would it be convenient for us to check? What? Gutter oil? Previously affable, the boss's eyes flashed with peculiar light just the next moment. But very soon, his previous demeanor had vanished, and as he stared at xiuxian, he said with a bitter tone, Minister Su, this is unfair. I'm just an old man who can't do anything else. I have no education, no skills. All I can do is run this small restaurant. And even so, someone still wants to frame me. Isn't that too inhumane? As he spoke, his eyes seemed ready to tear up. But xiuxian was naturally not going to be deceived by his tricks, and directly said, rest assured, our DNUC will never wrongfully accuse a good person, nor let a bad person go unpunished. If after the inspection, there's truly nothing wrong with your store, then we will definitely take charge for you and clear your name. Damn it, which bastard dare to frame us like this? It's hard enough for an old man like me. Minister Su, you must see justice for me, the boss said while completely sidestepping any mention of the inspection. No problem, we will definitely uphold justice for you. Xiuanhuan, start the inspection. Also, a few of you, accompany him for a nice chat. Xiuxian waved his hand, and several members from the action group came forward, pulling the boss aside. Watching xiuxian and Xiuanhuan begin the inspection, the owner's face turned pale. He struggled to break free and stepped forward to stop them. Unfortunately, the public officials from the DNUC were already prepared. They grabbed his shoulders and said, Boss, don't rush. We are conducting a routine inspection only. It's not like you've got any secrets in there, right? So why not stay and chat with us here? Okay. Though their words were polite, there was no room for refusal. Chapter 216. The expert team arrives, conducting an immediate appraisal. The boss actually wanted to refuse, but unfortunately had no other choice. In front of several task force members, let alone him, an individual trained in martial arts without some clever tactics would still be unable to break free from their grasp. Moreover, there were so many bystanders around, who, despite being anxious on the inside, dared not show it. After checking the main hall, xiuxian walked towards the kitchen. He hadn't been inside for more than a moment before already frowning and walking out with a bucket of oil in hand, pinching his nose as he said, "Minister, isn't the kitchen a bit too dirty? While I was inside, I even saw several cockroaches crawling back and forth. The wastewater on the ground is layered, and the grease and grime in the pots are simply too much. This doesn't meet health standards at all." Upon hearing Xiuxian's description, xiuxian wrinkled his brows. Although he already knew these small workshops weren't very clean. After all, how could you expect cleanliness when they earn such meager profits? But he hadn't anticipated just how filthy and disorganized it would be. His gaze, which was originally somewhat mild, now fixed on the boss as he opened his mouth to say, if your hygiene doesn't meet standards, how dare you open for business? Do you know how much this fine is? You'll also be going to jail. Mr. Boss sure has some guts. The boss's eyebrows were knitted together. None of his previous arrogance remained. At this point, all that's left is fear and terror after all. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? Just imagining it makes one feel somewhat overwhelmed. What's worse, he'd been caught red-handed. So his mind immediately began to think of solutions. With so many civilians around, if this matter can't be clarified properly, his shop will have no chance of continuing its operation. People wouldn't come eat here anymore. It'd shut down instantly. Though, the dirty kitchen has become an unwritten rule among many small restaurants. Since they don't make much money anyway, who has time to clean up? However, this fact must remain within our knowledge and absolutely cannot be revealed to others. In situations like these, caution is key. However, having been exposed now, it was necessary to cover it up somehow. After a while, he finally came up with an excuse saying, "I apologize. Minister Su, recently due to certain family issues, our restaurant cleaner had to go home. I've been too busy to tidy up. Rest assured, the food we serve is absolutely fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare open my store, right? We're people from the mountains. It wasn't easy building up our livelihoods. Minister Su, you must sympathize with us." He spoke as if his eyes were about to brim with tears. Upon hearing his words, a cold expression appeared at the corner of xiuxian's lips. Up until this critical juncture, this guy was still trying to argue unreasonably. However, in doing so, it was only making things worse for himself. How would he explain away everything afterward? Acting pitiful every now and then might gain sympathy from those nearby, and though it may be a useful tactic, when overused, it becomes ineffective. After all, the common people aren't fools. They can tell right from wrong. Sympathy, naturally, will give sympathy. Now, can you let me examine this bucket of oil and see what's really going on? Xiuxian coldly stared at the boss in front of him. A cunning look flashed in the latter's eyes as he switched to a bewildered expression. What? This is just regular cooking oil. Minister Su, do you like it? If so, I'll give you some. Haha, it's all homemade stuff, not worth much. Good, ordinary cooking oil. So, there shouldn't be any problems then. But how come I've heard you use gutter oil at your place? Xiuxian said lightly, as if mentioning it casually. Upon hearing this sentence, the man quickly changed his demeanor because the use of gutter oil was not something straightforward or decent. Should he really admit to it, his restaurant would surely collapse entirely. Not only that, but he'd also have to pay heavy fines and possibly face jail time. Hence, he couldn't afford to acknowledge it. In excitement, he stood up completely. Who is spreading such slander against me? What grudge, what feud do I have with anyone? I've never harmed anyone. So why are you trying to ruin me? Director Su, you must look into this matter clearly. Someone wants to intentionally frame me, which is why they said such things. You absolutely cannot believe them. The quality of the oil in our store has absolutely no problem at all. This can be testified by anyone. Even among all the surrounding restaurants, our oil is really quite famous. It's the kind that makes you want another meal after eating just one. Taking the opportunity, he threw in a little advertisement. After hearing his words, Xiuxian's lips revealed a cold smile and said, Ho, no need to rush. Whether there are problems or not isn't up to you to decide, nor is it up to those who reported you to decide. We need tests to determine the truth. Zhongguoli, go bring over the expert team. Our prison bureau investigates cases with evidence as its cornerstone. This bucket of oil was found in your possession, and you yourself have declared that it's without fault. Let the experts determine the facts. After speaking, Xiuxian still maintained a hint of a smirk on his lips. The other party originally wanted to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he ultimately couldn't bring them out. Seeing his silence, Xiuxian then placed the bucket of oil on the ground and addressed the onlookers who were murmuring. Please don't misunderstand. Our prison bureau came here solely to investigate the matter. Before the truth is revealed, I hope everyone refrains from jumping to conclusions. We only received a report and are conducting a normal investigation. Despite this explanation, the people around clearly did not believe him. After all, if the prison bureau gets involved, doesn't it usually mean there is indeed an issue? So, in their eyes, since Xiuxian had come to this restaurant, this bucket of oil must definitely have a problem. They began to discuss amongst themselves. Gutter oil? Shit, this restaurant actually dares to use such stuff? I haven't heard about someone daring to use gutter oil for years now. They really do have some nerve. Thankfully we have Director Su standing up for us. In the future, I won't dare come to this shop. Chapter 217. On-site testing, gutter oil versus edible oil. As the crowd of citizens murmured among themselves, from the outer perimeter walked in more than a dozen professors from the testing group, dressed in white lab coats, each carrying a large number of boxes. Most notably, leading them was an esteemed inspection expert well known across Xia country, Professor Lu Yimin. It was this elder professor who personally analyzed the toxic components of the gutter oil during the infamous gutter oil incident years ago. Thus, when DU's chief inspector called to inform him of a resurgence of gutter oil, this old professor did not dare to be negligent and quickly gathered his assistants for immediate action. Moreover, he brought along the most precise instruments from their laboratory. Walking through the crowd and into the shop, Professor Lu began. Minister Su, it is truly an honor to meet you, though I didn't expect such youthfulness. Indeed, a backbone among the young generation of Xia. The other day when I met some old fellows at the Cultural Relics Bureau, they spoke highly of you. Professor Lu, it is your kindness that elevates me. This situation still requires your assistance. Based on our investigation, this current batch of gutter oil may have infiltrated provinces all over the nation. We must eradicate it as soon as possible or face unimaginable consequences. Please lend us your expertise. Saying this, Minister Su placed the sample of gutter oil before Professor Lu. On the aged features of this latter man was also etched a smile as he responded. No need for formalities. These are tasks which I ought to carry out. Resisting gutter oil is everyone's responsibility. Now, let's proceed with on-site testing. After opening their mouths, the assistants who accompanied him began setting up equipment. The restaurant owner's gaze flickered with fear. He was crystal clear about what kind of oil he had purchased. If it were detected, there would be little chance left for his life. Indeed, the wrath of the populace is far from easy to calm down. In the recent period, many people who ate here faced health issues. Only due to connections with the Health Supervision Bureau has this place evaded any significant disputes until now. However, if the results confirm contamination today, disaster looms. Rising to attempt obstruction, the owner found himself firmly held by several members of the DU action group, leaving no room for resistance. At this point, however, Professor Lu had completed the on-site setup with a smile still lingering in his eyes. Then, I shall not delay further. Let's begin. Please. Minister Su nodded, conceding space. Professor Lu then took a small teacup, pouring some oil into it. He remarked, actually, although gutter oil looks very similar to our regular edible oil, it even excels in taste. But if consumed long-term, it can lead to physical deformities, even among those with better resistance. For individuals with weaker immunity, it could even be fatal. But identifying between these two isn't difficult. To truly find differences, the simplest method is using experimental comparison results. To make the judgment more evident, I specifically bought a barrel of edible oil from the supermarket. Once we start testing, reactions will quickly show, allowing a clearer understanding of the difference. Of course, if both are completely identical, then we're dealing with edible food oil. The final outcome will depend on what everyone observes. We cannot rashly decide anything. To ensure fairness in the test results, we will conduct the examination process publicly. If you've recently purchased oil, feel free to try the experiment at home. Having said that, Professor Lu started with the testing, swiftly preparing various utensils and solutions. All sorts of flasks and chemicals necessary for the experiments were clearly visible to the spectators. The public began chattering amongst themselves at this moment since this was the first time a national-level research team was conducting such experiments openly. Being able to witness this firsthand felt like a once-in-three-lifetimes opportunity. Ordinarily, these experts were reclusive figures, rarely appearing in public for safety reasons. They are the treasures of the nation, but simultaneously thorns in the side for certain malicious actors. Certain individuals wouldn't hesitate to immediately exterminate them if given the chance. Indeed, criminal organizations, driven purely by profit, will stop at nothing. Wow, the national expert team is fully mobilized, so it seems the Department of Punishment isn't holding back anymore. Nonsense. When has the Department of Punishment ever faked anything? As long as it's related to crime, they've always cracked down on it completely. That minister has always been on the side of the people. With even the expert team stepping up, could it really be an issue with gutter oil? Otherwise, why would this have escalated so much? For something that was already wiped out years ago, gutter oil, to resurface now shows just how far some people will go for profit. I wonder just how hard the country is cracking down on this issue. To still stick your head out like this, it's practically begging for death. Minister Su is awesome, even pulling out the expert team. If it really is gutter oil, then the Department of Punishment will once again accomplish a great feat. Let me calculate. In these past 6 months alone, the number of cases the Department of Punishment has solved is simply too numerous. Could Minister Su possibly be a deity reincarnated? How else could he solve so many cases? It's unbelievable. In the past, solving even one case like this would be considered impressive. But ever since the incident at the Department of Punishment, there seems to be a major case solved almost every day. All the people were murmuring amongst themselves. After all, recently, the reputation of the Department of Punishment has truly grown far and wide. One might even say its fame has reached the entire capital. Now, whoever hasn't heard of the Department of Punishment's name would feel utterly embarrassed while walking down the street. At this point, the testing work officially began, with each type of oil placed in separate beakers. Chapter 218. At the end of light lies darkness. Under the refraction of sunlight, a faint golden glow emitted. Subsequently, Professor Lu took the experimental reagent passed to him by his assistant and gently dropped it into the beakers containing 2 types of oil. Subsequently, the oil had already begun to change. Upon seeing this, the people behind quickly started recording the changes in the experiment. After all, this new type of gutter oil was considered unknown to their inspection institute. It was necessary to slowly analyze its ingredients, etc., while the surrounding civilians who were paying attention to all this stared intently at the changes in those two beakers. For many years, such experiments could mostly be seen in schools, but those were all the most basic ones. Compared to these analyses, they were worlds apart. Especially for some chemistry enthusiasts, not a single trace of evidence would be overlooked. This Professor Liu had considerable influence nationwide. He was called the top expert in inspections in Xia country, which was not an exaggeration. Even learning some of the basics from him was enough to benefit someone for life. The beaker, with the addition of various reagents, had already started to show changes, but at the beginning, the changes were not that obvious. Therefore, the onlookers around naturally couldn't see them clearly. However, as multiple reagents were added, there were already significant differences inside. Everyone could clearly see that the bucket of oil used by the store owner had already turned slightly black. As for the edible oil on the opposite side, it remained golden and showed no significant changes. The discovery of this result made all the onlookers restless. Damn, what's going on? Didn't you see? That bucket of oil has actually turned black. Yes, this bucket of oil is really dark. The other cup of edible oil hasn't changed much yet. The difference is just too great, isn't it? Could it be, as per the DU inspection results, that these are the so-called gutter oils? Come on, how can the boss have such a shameless face? To bring out oil like this, what a bastard. This is clearly negligence of human life. In an instant, everyone nearby had a difficult expression. In the past, they often ate at this shop. Occasionally, there were issues, but since the shop hadn't been sealed by the Food Safety Bureau, who would have thought there was a problem? It turned out the shop owner was hypocritical, capable of committing such atrocious acts. Just who gave them the audacity to do this? And still managed to take it this far. An old man who seemed kind and benevolent on the surface was capable of such beastly actions, and we even felt sympathy for him earlier. We assumed he was wronged, but never did we expect he'd commit such acts. As he watched the results nearing conclusion, Professor Liu's eyes showed some helplessness, and he said, based on the current test results, I believe even without my explanation, you all should be able to see there's a major issue here. This so-called safe edible oil is gutter oil. Moreover, our experimental results show that not only is it problematic, but if consumed over a long period, it will also harm the body. Furthermore, this new type of gutter oil is more hazardous than the previous one. Speaking, the professor looked somewhat helplessly. Though he didn't want to admit it, there was no denying that this gutter oil was indeed problematic. For so many years they had fought hard against it, and the end result? Absolutely futile. Ultimately, some people's greed knows no bounds. What's worse, they've become even more reckless. In the past, merchants refrained from causing deaths, so they'd refine the oil at least one more time. But this batch of gutter oil, to maximize profits, directly skipped one step, making the toxin stronger in the gutter oil. If someone consumes this kind of oil long-term, it could truly affect their health and endanger their life. What? Do you have anything else to say? Xiuxian turned to look at the store owner, whose face was now deathly pale. He tried to argue, but with the experimental results presented by the expert group right before him, where was there any room left for arguing? His face filled with despair. He never imagined this could happen. Originally, he only wanted to run a small business, but unexpectedly, in the end, it might cost him his life. Despair filled his entire mind. If only he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? But alas, regret now was of no use. Kneeling down on the ground, he pleaded, all mistakes are mine. I was blinded for a moment. I beg the government to give me one more chance. Director Su, I don't want to go to jail. Please give me one more chance. Give you a chance? Haha, what about those people you've harmed? Did you ever think about giving them even a little bit of a chance when you were making huge profits from gutter oil these years? They came to your restaurant because they trusted you. But you, not only did you fail to prioritize your customers, but also endangered their lives. What gives you the right to plead with me? Huh? At this point, Xiuxian's face turned grim, as anger started to well up within him. People live by food, and now, not even eating is safe without fearing harm. Who could possibly endure such a world? He was visibly irritated. Absolutely infuriating. People like this should never be let off. They're all bastards. The boss's expression was full of distress. He tried to open his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. After all, having reached this point, what more was there to say? Since Xiuxian had already caught him red-handed, he was left with no choice but to submit. Haha, nothing to say? Then take him away. Xiuxian waved his hand, and the task force stepped forward to drag the man out. Meanwhile, the onlookers gathered at the door were struck by awe. They couldn't believe it. There truly was a problem. Chapter 219, Gutter Oil Testing, National Storm. How many years have passed since the gutter oil incident? At first, everyone approached with a curious mindset, just to see the spectacle. But who would have thought that the deuster actually managed to uncover the truth? The new type of gutter oil really exists. Moreover, they even invited an expert team for on-site evaluation. This was the key point, because it is the experiment conducted by the expert team that truly determines the results. For years, Xia country's expert group has never made any mistakes in their evaluations. Furthermore, the process was closely observed every step of the way. It thus became clear that the gutter oil issue has indeed resurfaced. The buried memories were once again unearthed. How many people were harmed by gutter oil back then? And now, history repeats itself, revealing just how serious the situation has become. Some people have truly lost all sense of shame. How could they commit such acts, all for profit? Can lives of customers be disregarded so easily? In this restless society, the pace of life is already extremely fast, requiring ceaseless hustle each day. But who would have thought that having a meal could carry the threat of losing one's life? Looking at the gutter oil that had completely transformed into sewage, both onlookers and livestream viewers became furious. Thinking that they might have consumed food cooked in this oil gave everyone a nauseating feeling. It's simply too disgusting. This oil is far from clean. By this point, all citizens were enraged. They wished to immediately deal with the boss involved, especially the nearly billion viewers in the live stream, whose anger boiled. Even casual internet browsing reveals these revolting situations. How many hidden schemes exist in this world? What other nauseating tactics do those dark-handed culprits still employ? Gutter oil, kitchens dirty beyond measure, unclean wastewater, and even rats and cockroaches. These horrifying scenes ignited their fury. Instantly, comments swarmed the screen. Damn, these scoundrels deserve death. Minister Su, great job. Show no mercy. What right do such people have to live? Gutter oil has been banned for how many years? Yet it continues without restraint. These villains, for profit, will dare to do anything inhumane. What right do these conscienceless enterprises have to continue existing? Shut them down entirely. As for which gutter oil manufacturer is responsible, annihilate them without exception. Minister Su, if you don't remove the roots, the spring breeze will cause them to regrow. Merchants like these who lack a conscience should be executed directly. Why should they be allowed to live? There's nothing more to say. Killing them is the only word. Clothes, food, shelter, and transportation are the four ultimate needs of people. Especially food, which receives nationwide attention. If they can openly create chaos in this matter, what else in the world would they not dare to do? Minister Su, we must seek justice for the people. Let these kinds remain alive, and society cannot find peace. In an instant, all citizens were enraged. After all, this kind of gutter oil is close to everyone's daily life. No matter who you are, you need oil eventually. In a situation where even the safety of oil cannot be guaranteed, how can anyone dare to buy it? It's blatant audacity. If food safety cannot be ensured, who dares to keep eating? Isn't everything we've eaten before equivalent to slow-acting poison? The entire Xia country is furious. An inferno of anger erupts within their hearts. Listening to the surrounding crowd's murmurs, xiuxian stepped out, raising his hands to quiet everyone, and then spoke. Everyone, please listen to me. Originally a noisy crowd fell silent instantly. Regarding xiuxian, they hold him in some respect from the bottom of their hearts. After all, if not for the young man, things wouldn't be as they are today. Perhaps, until now, we'd still be in the dark about all this. Besides, Diusu has always held high prestige. So soon enough, silence swept through the entire venue. Watching the suddenly silent crowd, xiuxian continued. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. None of us want this to happen, but since it has, there's no point in blaming anyone. Instead, we should focus on how to solve the problem. Everyone can go home and test the oil they have. The national testing team will soon tell everyone how to do it. If your oil turns out to be gutter oil, you can immediately go to the hospital for a checkup, and also inform us of where you bought the oil. Diusu will certainly help all of you reclaim justice. At this point, everyone nodded. This statement made sense. Even though there is a rampant problem with gutter oil, it's not necessarily the case that what everyone has at home is contaminated. It's still best to check. In case there is an issue, going to the hospital for a physical examination would not be too late. Subsequently, xiuxian spoke again. As for the problem with this specific batch of gutter oil, please rest assured. While we in Diusu may not achieve much in other areas, when it comes to investigating cases, we will absolutely pursue the matter thoroughly. Regardless of the background, power, or wealth of this gutter oil manufacturer, we will definitely investigate fully and give the public a satisfactory resolution. Everyone should have heard Professor Lu's words just now. This new type of gutter oil is extremely harmful. If consumed over a long period, it could lead to serious issues, even resulting in fatalities. Therefore, I hope everyone can cooperate with us in spreading awareness, ideally ensuring that everyone knows about its dangers. Even though there is media and news promotion, it is possible some might overlook it. The gossiping ability of Xia country's populace is well known. With their spread, it likely won't take long before everyone knows. And those people quickly nodded. Minister Su, we trust you, but you must catch all these scoundrels. In the past few weeks, I've been eating at this restaurant every day, always rushing to the toilet, thinking there was something wrong with me. Damn, it caused me so much suffering. Minister Su, they absolutely cannot get away with this. Villains. Chapter 220. Factory Restricted Area? No unauthorized entry allowed. As they listened to the voices of the people, xiuxian's face showed a hint of seriousness as he solemnly declared, please rest assured, everyone. The Dying Department will do our utmost. We absolutely will not allow any illegal person to oppress us or the common folk. Regarding the gutter oil incident, we will give the public the best resolution. His simple words instilled an inexplicable sense of trust in the people. From the inception of the Dying Department until now, no problems have ever arisen. Even more, over the span of more than half a year, the department has solved numerous cases, establishing its legend wherever it goes. Across the entire country, there's probably no other unit as formidable as them. Since even the Dying Department has vowed with such resolve, isn't it certain that a thorough investigation will be carried out? Thus, all the citizens felt reassured and returned to their homes, starting to test the oil they had at home. As for xiuxian, he happened to receive a phone call at this time. It was from the team responsible for tracking down the source of the gutter oil manufacturers. Given a large-scale operation like this for manufacturing gutter oil, If it were solely dependent on a few merchants, it would be impossible. Therefore, above them, there must be an even larger factory refining gutter oil. At this moment, xiuxian would naturally not let these people slip away. If all of them couldn't be eliminated, once they go into hiding, it will be in even bigger trouble. Thus, it would be better to annihilate them altogether. With a hint of helplessness on his face, he spoke. Subsequently, xiuxian's eyes displayed a coldness. Answering the call, soon enough, a voice came from the other side saying, Minister Su, we've already discovered the location of the manufacturer. Based on our tracking, it is within an abandoned factory workshop around Wulitan in the capital. There are many big trucks entering and exiting here. If our assumptions are correct, this should be the place. All right, wait there. We'll be there shortly. His brows slightly furrowed, forming a character resembling Mountain Wulitan, near the Imperial Palace, though aware of how audacious these manufacturers could be. After all, those who dare commit such lawless acts must have pretty big guts. But who would have thought their boldness would reach this extent? Actually setting up a factory inside the capital itself. This is utter audacity. If they're not dealt with severely, heaven knows how many others might follow suit. xiuxian's brows furrowed tightly. This gutter oil factory had to be eradicated. Afterwards, he took leave from Professor Liu, and then set off with the action team from the dyeing department towards the abandoned factory at Wulitan. On the way, the vehicles of the dyeing department transformed into black dragons, weaving through the endless sea of cars. Half an hour later, they arrived near Wulitan, only to see the continuous rows of abandoned factories, with wisps of white smoke rising intermittently. Big trucks entered and exited one by one, loaded with what should be inferior quality gutter oil. With such a massive scale, how many people's interests would be harmed? If left unchecked, allowing them to proliferate, how many families would suffer because of them? xiuxian simply could not allow this to happen. They must catch them all. These wretched individuals must not be let go. Even beasts with wolf hearts and dog lungs are better compared to these people. If not witnessed firsthand, who would believe that such vast stretches of abandoned factories were actually used for refining gutter oil? Their audacity has reached a height that defies reason. After getting out of the car and walking towards the interior, just a few steps in, the surveillance team also revealed themselves, addressing xiuxian upon seeing him. Minister, our personnel have already taken positions, waiting for your order to commence the operation. How's the situation inside the factory? Knowing both oneself and the enemy leads to invincibility. Though eliminating this factory is nothing more than a simple task for the dyeing department, it must be ensured that no culprits escape, which is somewhat troublesome. So, extreme caution is absolutely necessary. Even if one person escapes, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Our investigation shows that there are about a dozen security guards along with some workers refining oil inside. As for exits, there are 3 in total. Currently, our men are guarding the back door and side door. All they need do is attempt to flee through this main gate, but otherwise, they are trapped like birds unable to fly away. Speaking, they still seemed eager. Good. Inform our personnel that if the situation doesn't allow for a live capture, they may consider shooting them dead on the spot. Everything must prioritize personal safety. As they prepared to act, xiuxian gave an important reminder. After all, these individuals are desperate criminals. If they dare to refine gutter oil, they naturally know what these substances are made from. And yet, despite this knowledge, they still choose to proceed. This is sheer disregard for their own lives. When dealing with such people, there's no need to be overly compassionate. If it's impossible to capture them alive, eliminating them on the spot is not unacceptable. After all, in xiuxian's eyes, the lives of dyeing department personnel are the most important. Understood. The latter nodded and proceeded to relay the message via radio. Once everything was ready, xiuxian waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave their cover and head toward the factory's main entrance. They quickly arrived at the front gate. The security guards stationed at the factory entrance approached them, picking up sticks from the ground as they surrounded the group. What are you here for? This is restricted factory property. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. Don't you know? Leave now. Ho ho. Restricted factory property? What kind of factory doesn't allow entry? You must have something to hide, huh? xiuxian coldly glared at them and said, what if I insist on going inside? Don't you understand plain language? Get lost. Piss us off, and we'll bash you. The security team leader, with his face full of scars, swung the stick in his hand and threatened to strike. But looking at him, xiuxian remained unperturbed. Not only himself, but even if all these security guards combined, they were no match for him. Chapter 221, Warning Shot, Diyun Department. We are staff members of the Diyun Department. We received a report that there is someone inside refining gutter oil, so we want to take a look. Everyone, it's best if you step aside to avoid any conflict. Also, do you know what the charge for obstructing law enforcement is? Sending all of you in would be more than enough. Do you want to try? Seeing this from behind, Li Zhongwu took out his badge. He handed it over to a few people. That security captain clearly flinched and had some fear in his pupils. The name Diyun Department was quite effective. But after thinking about the matters inside that factory, he became defiant again. There was absolutely no way these people could be allowed in. Otherwise, the act of refining gutter oil would be exposed, and he would also not escape responsibility. At that time, he himself wouldn't survive either. Ho ho, I can't read or write. My family was poor when I was a kid, so I couldn't afford school. So you can put that badge away. Anyway, today, this door will remain closed to whoever comes. Go back where you came from. The security captain changed his tone, but there was less arrogance in his words. After all, daring to confront the Diyun Department was already bold enough. If they were to offend 1 or 2 people, could he still keep his life? However, the latter did not know. At this moment, he was already on the blacklist. Really, you can't go in? Xiuxian stepped back 2 steps and asked with a slight smile. When the security captain was about to say something, a dark gun barrel was already pointed at his forehead, its lingering smell of gunpowder making him feel quite terrified. If he were hit, wouldn't he really lose his life? Fear appeared in his eyes, and his speech became somewhat stuttered. What? I don't believe you dare to fire. Aren't you people from the DN department? Shooting someone would be a big offense. His voice was trembling. Why did it come to this? Why didn't I realize it earlier? Unfortunately, at this point, he wasn't even able to utter half a word anymore. His appearance looked quite pitiful. He had a bit of regret. Had he known this, even if he were beaten to death, he shouldn't have taken this job. Nowadays, not only has he offended the DN department, but it's likely he'll end up losing his life too. You can try me, see if I dare fire. Or how about we gamble? Ho ho, I'll bet your forehead against my bullet. As for the consequences, these people around here are mine. We eliminate you all, and I solve the big case of gutter oil. Do you think anyone will care about a few small fries like you? You're far too self-important. As the cold words trailed off, sweat began to trickle down from the security captain's forehead. At the same time, behind them, the operation team of the DN department drew their guns, pointing them directly at those security guards' foreheads, the safeties already released. Although the security captain had some guts, the rest of his men were definitely not as calm. How could they endure such a scene? Their faces were filled with fear. Their pupils widened, wishing they could fall to their knees right there and beg for mercy. After all, it's real bullets we're talking about. I'll only count to 3, then I'll shoot. Whether you dodge or not is up to you. Also, xiuanhuan, note this down on the incident report later. An unexpected raid on the gutter oil factory. No resistance encountered. Smooth process. Upon hearing these words, it couldn't be clearer. It means dying without justice, just as Xiuxian said, having solved such a major case as the gutter oil scandal. Who would still care whether they live or die? At that time, Xiuxian would be considered a national hero. As for them, they could only become innocent souls beneath the gunfire. 3, 2, 1. Before they realized, he had already begun counting. When the last number fell, without hesitation, he fired. Bang! The bright yellow bullet passed through the barrel, heading forward, and finally landed on the empty ground. By the time he counted to 2, that man had already dodged. Still, he wasn't quick enough, so a blood cut appeared beside his ear. Blood flowed continuously, and though the security captain was a thug, had he ever seen anything like this? Especially during the moment the gun was fired, he was utterly frightened into wetting himself. He never imagined how terrifying Xiuxian truly was. Saying action meant instant action. Luckily, he had moved quickly, otherwise, he might have met his end right there. After seeing him dodge, Xiuxian retracted his gun and said, "Let's go." Then, he walked toward the interior boldly. As for the security guards, they remained quiet at this moment, especially the security captain who was struck dumb on the spot. He never expected such horrifying things could happen. That Xiuxian was simply a lunatic, actually daring to take action. He had seen many crazy people, but never someone this insane. It was as if he were ready to fight to the death. If one didn't know any better, would they think that this was life or death? They quickly arrived at the factory entrance, and with a look at the rolling shutter gate, Xiuxian turned back. The security captain who previously had some courage now fumbled nervously in his pocket for the keys. Here. Humph. Xiuxian stepped forward to take the keys, and then opened the roller gate. Afterward, a few members of the operation team stayed behind to watch over them, while the rest followed Xiuxian inside. In normal circumstances, these security guards might have tried to stop them. But now, all of them crouched on the ground like quail, wishing they could bury their heads in the dirt. After all, Xiuxian's methods were simply too straightforward. Walking quickly into the factory, they hadn't been inside for long when a middle-aged man in a suit frowned and walked over. "Who are you? Who let you in?" "The DN department. We received a report that there is someone here refining gutter oil. Please cooperate with our inspection." "The DN department?" The man clearly seemed skeptical, but the credentials weren't fake. His expression turned sour. No one knew what was going on in here better than him. If the staff from the DN department discovered it, that would be the end. Therefore, he thought for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, this area contains our company's secret product. Without the board's permission, no one has the authority to check it. As for the gutter oil claims, I think you must have come to the wrong place. Or, you can communicate with our board of directors. If they agree, you may proceed with the inspection." "Communicate?" Haha. A cold smirk appeared on Xiuxian's face. Chapter 222, Raid on the Gutter Oil Factory. Staring at the other person, he once again drew the gun from his waist, still able to smell the gunpowder. Apparently, just firing a shot earlier made people feel a bit unnerved. Just staring at the bullet made some faces pale. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that within the borders of Xia, someone could actually be pointed at by a gun? At the same time, the supervisor clearly knew something. If he didn't move out of the way, the minister of DU department in front of him would definitely fire the gun. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered. "Minister Su, why make such a big deal out of this? Don't you just want to go in? All right, I'll call my superiors. As long as they agree, I'll let you in immediately. What do you say?" There was still a hint of guilt as he spoke. Looking at the finger on the trigger, it might press down any moment. And once it did, his life would surely be over. His brows furrowed, and fear welled up inside. If the gun really fires, his life would undoubtedly be lost. Thus, he hastily spoke, still trying to appear cooperative. And hearing his words, Xiuxian coldly laughed and said, "Requesting permission? I think you should notify them." "Haha, stop wasting words, step aside." Otherwise, do you know what crime openly obstructing official duties constitutes? He wanted to say something, but swallowed the words at the last moment. After all, since the gun had been drawn, there was no way this matter would end peacefully. The hand in his pocket slowly came out, and then turning around, he said, Minister Su, please. Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Being pushed this far already, where was there any choice left? Whether willing or not, one must move aside. Otherwise, it truly would only lead to death. Once he stepped aside, xiuxian waved his hand, signaling the operation team members to move forward and open the door. The group entered one after another. Just stepping into the factory revealed several enormous garbage pits filled with wastewater and discarded trash. Nearby were a few large machines rapidly processing along a production line, churning out can after can of oil. Witnessing this scene, anger flickered in the eyes of everyone in the operation team. By now, even without saying anything, it was crystal clear what this all meant. With so much oil being produced from garbage, how could it possibly be anything other than gutter oil? There was certainly no better explanation. Sparks of fury ignited in their pupils. This is the gutter oil that jeopardizes countless lives. As for these people, they've long abandoned all moral boundaries. Despite knowing the oil is certainly problematic, they continued its production for profit, sparing no means. The workers actively producing the oil, upon seeing the DU personnel descend like divine soldiers, froze in place, unsure of what to do next. All of you, put your hands behind your heads and kneel on the ground, or we will shoot. We are public officials from the DU department, hereby ordered to investigate the case of gutter oil. Everyone, surrender completely and abandon resistance. Otherwise, lie flat. All of you lie flat. Saying this, xiuxian fired a warning shot into the sky. With the sound booming, the initially confused workers instantly realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately squatted on the ground. The gunshots frightened them enough to keep them entirely silent. After all, there was no telling when the next bullet might hit them square between the eyes. In such circumstances, calmness was key. One must preserve their life first before thinking of anything else. If they can't even protect their own lives, what use is there in planning anything further? Therefore, everyone obediently lay down, daring not to resist. Seeing them surrender so easily, xiuxian gestured to indicate the task force members should go ahead and arrest them, capturing them all. When handcuffs clicked tightly onto their wrists, terror showed on those workers' faces. Officials of the DU department, please forgive us. We just work hard for our money. This has nothing to do with us. We're just hired laborers. We just want to earn more money. This gutter oil really has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Instantly, everyone began kneeling down begging for mercy. Unfortunately, their actions wouldn't mitigate their offenses. Instead, they'd make xiuxian despise them even more. After all, here they were producing gutter oil yet claimed no involvement in the matter. It was all for the money, which forced them to suppress their conscience and do these things, clearly motivated by greed, hence why they'd stoop so low. Henceforth, now, after the incident, they wanted to completely distance themselves from it. Yes, ignorance is bliss. But since they had been working here for so long, xiuxian doubted that they could really be unaware of what was being done in this factory. So many barrels of oil were transported out of here, and they claimed to know nothing about it? If that were true, then he would have to question his own name. It was obvious. These bastards just wanted to make money unscrupulously. Now, because they didn't want to go to jail, they said things like this. Certainly, some might evoke pity, but as the saying goes, pitiful people must have their despicable side. Because of poverty, does that give them the right to gamble with other people's lives? The gutter oil they produced undoubtedly harmed countless individuals. And yet, even now, they still uttered such heartless words. Some people truly are shameless. All of you shut your mouths. Whether you're guilty or not isn't up to you to decide. Suspected involvement in the production of gutter oil and multiple injury cases. Await legal judgment. Gather all evidence. Send it to the inspection office for examination. Once confirmed as gutter oil, everyone will be detained. Yes. The members of the task force nodded and began gathering the evidence accordingly. The workers crouched on the ground silently. Soon, once everything was collected, they prepared to leave and brought out the seal. While sealing the factory, a sudden series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Then, a plump man waddled inside. Chapter 223. Congratulations, you're charged with bribery. Wait. The man walked in from outside, still accompanied by the group of security guards and the same neatly suited manager as before. Upon entering the factory interior and seeing the disordered environment, the manager's gaze darkened slightly as he asked, "Who did this? Who is responsible for all this?" "I did it, so what?" "xiuxian." A figure slowly emerged from behind, looking at the person in front of them and saying coldly. After hearing xiuxian's words, the other party wanted to retort, but the words reached his lips, yet he was unsure how to proceed. After a pause, his face expression changed slightly as he said, "Director Su, although you are the minister of Divine-Level, with great authority, there is no evidence supporting your sudden raid on my factory, injuring my people, and demanding a halt to operations. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Excessive? Your actions involve extracting gutter oil, harming many, and even selling it nationwide. Are your deeds not excessive? It's good that you've come since it saves me the trouble of finding you. Come with me. The cells of our Divine-Level are waiting for you. Saying this, xiuxian frowned slightly. Upon hearing these words, the man's entire face appeared somewhat crinkled, uncertain about what to say. After all, xiuxian's single statement had blocked all possible retreats. He was really unsure what to say next. There was a hesitant look in his eyes. At this moment, it was absolutely necessary not to admit to the gutter oil matter. The boss of the factory directly spoke out. That's right. What you say isn't wrong at all. We do extract gutter oil here, but as far as I know, we've never sold it anywhere. Director Su, where's your proof that I have sold gutter oil? This is merely my personal hobby. What? Is Divine-Level so powerful that even my personal hobbies must be managed? We have special approval from the Health Bureau to conduct this extraction work here. We've never sold anything externally. Director Su, do you have any proof that we've sold gutter oil? If you don't have a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to justify yourself to the Health Bureau. As he spoke, he pulled some people from behind. It looked like they dared to engage in such acts, partly because they had some connections. But then again, how could this guy think that simply connecting with the health department could rival against xiuxian himself? Their Divine-Level had never been frightened off before, reaching where they were today. Moreover, if xiuxian so wished, even the so-called health department could be sealed up at any time. How dare this fellow try to intimidate him? Hearing his words, xiuxian coldly remarked. Difficult to explain, am I? I will give an explanation, but all you need to do now is to come along with us. Stop talking nonsense and move. Perhaps, other departments might grant some face to such threats. However, alas, this time he had met the Divine-Level. xiuxian didn't usually care about anyone's face anyway. Moreover, claiming that operating such a large factory was just for personal interest? This clearly amounted to mocking others. If one were foolish enough to believe him, then surely something wasn't right. I won't go based on what? Director Su, you may arrest people today, but at least give me a reason, right? I already stated that these activities are solely my personal hobbies, and I've never sold anything outside. Surely, you can't produce any evidence either, right? To capture me based only on a few words, that seems rather unfair. Apparently determined not to cooperate, after hearing these words, xiuxian smirked coldly, saying, All right, wanting a charge, is it? Fine, I'll skip the gutter oil case with you. Let's talk about something else instead. Hearing these words, the factory boss's face turned awkward. Something else? Could he possibly have another hold over xiuxian? Before he could speak, xiuxian was the first to say, Your factory obstructed official duties, and moreover, your security personnel even exhibited tendencies towards assaulting us. Just these 2 points are enough grounds to invite you back for an investigation, aren't they? The boss opened his mouth, wanting to argue further, but words reached his lips, yet he was unsure how to explain. He was well aware of those security guard situation. These people were originally hired thugs to help him solve some problems. After all, this kind of business often incites envy. Without control from different kinds of underworld forces, it would be hard for him to keep running this operation. However, he hadn't expected this time to have hit an immovable stone. Just the attempt to assault a member of Divine-Level might result in a long stay inside. How about it? Looks like you don't have much to say, do you? Staring coldly at the boss in front of him, everyone in the operation team revealed smiles. This guy was truly looking for his own demise, daring to spar verbally with the minister and selling himself out without realizing it. Minister, let's just arrest him. What's there to talk about with this fellow? These people have completely lost their conscience, capable of even producing gutter oil. Is there anything they won't do? Minister, arrest them already. That's right. Arrest him. A group of heartless scoundrels. Take them back first. The members of the action team were somewhat excited. After all, they had never seen such an unscrupulous bastard. Clearly, when death is staring them in the face, they still dare to make excuses. Upon hearing their words, the boss's complexion wasn't good. If he were arrested, wouldn't that mean he was definitely done for? His brain quickly started working, and he said, Director Su, we've never crossed paths. We have no past grievances or recent grudges. Why make trouble? How about this? I'll give you half the shares of this factory. What do you think? And everyone here, I have some hard-earned money you can also take. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Bribery? Congratulations, that's another charge for you. Looking at the card being offered, xiuxian said indifferently. The boss's expression grew even worse, and his gaze contained a hint of hostility as he asked, Director Su, must you be so hostile towards me? Chapter 224, As long as you go against the people, I'll go against you. As long as you go against the people, I will go against you. With these calm words, he watched the person in front of him with great interest. The nearly threatening words from the other party were nothing more than a joke to xiuxian. If it was so easy for someone in the Divine department to be frightened, then he wouldn't have come this far. Good. Minister Su, it's your fault that forced me to this. Haha, if you don't want this money, fine, but don't forget, there are nearly 300 workers here. How many can you arrest? To all of you, I have 2 million yuan in this card. Whoever helps me stop these few individuals will get all the money, and after the deed is done, I'll pay an additional 4 million. Each of you can get 20,000 yuan. What do you think? Taking 2 steps back? The factory boss displayed an all-in attitude. After all, his own men outnumbered them in this factory. Even if the members of the Divine department are strong, what can they really do? Less than 10 people versus 300, the disparity becomes clear just by using common sense. Moreover, among those hired to refine gutter oil, quite a few were desperados. After all, those people came out of prison, had nowhere to go. Ordinary companies were unwilling to hire them, so they could only seek survival in places like this. Just give them some money, and they'd dare to do anything. These people had enough boldness, and as long as utilized well, they might very well reach a satisfactory resolution. Indeed, upon hearing his words, some of the previously lying migrant workers started to stand up. Their eyes began showing avarice. Gradually, more and more people stood up. By this point, everyone wanted to earn this money. Haha, You are certainly very bold. Do you know what crime it is to encircle and kill a member of the Diyun department? Your families will die too. Is it worth risking everything for 20,000 yuan? Haha, don't be so impulsive. Also, who among you would like to try the taste of bullets? Xiuxian's gun aimed at the crowd. The group froze, under the impulse of money, forgetting that the Diyun department actually had guns. Seeing this scene, the factory boss's face turned ugly. He was truly desperate, having even devised a way to kill members of the Diyun department. Didn't expect that Xiuxian would effortlessly resolve the situation with a few words. His gaze looked somewhat unpleasant, and he called out, "Haha, how many guns do you have? How many people can you kill? Besides, will anyone outside know who's inside? Once we take care of you and hide somewhere, who can find us? At worst, we escape overseas. That's still better than getting imprisoned. Don't you think? Members of the Diyun department wouldn't let you live either." As he spoke, his brows furrowed. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the workers became impulsive once again. That's right. How many people can several guns kill? What's life worth to them anyway? Rather than rot in jail, why not enjoy a reckless time outside? Even if they have to flee, it's still much better than staying locked up in prison. Haha, Minister Su, what's it like? Despairing yet? Did you not expect that? These people are specially hired by me. They're on the bottom rung of society. For the sake of survival, they'll do anything. You people just wait to die inside. A touch of red light glimmered in the factory boss's eyes, as desperation drove him over the edge. Killing me, they might escape, but what about you? This factory is registered under your name. Xiuxian said coldly. The other party laughed aloud. At this stage, I didn't expect Minister Su would still have time to care about my fate. Anyway, since you're doomed to die, I won't hesitate to tell you. I've already prepared false passports and identities. Once I eliminate you, I'll head straight to Korea, undergo plastic surgery, find a small country, change my identity, then I'll still be me. While as for you, haha, I've given you chances before. It would have been better if you chose reconciliation earlier. Unfortunately, you refused. Now you're giving up your life too. Isn't that fun? Take your people to hell together. What are you hesitating for? Don't you want the money anymore? Attack. As he spoke, the factory boss directly threw the card on the ground, causing the workers to become restless, moving towards Xiuxian. The one leading held an iron hammer. More than 300 workers pressed forward with a fierce momentum, their hands armed with all kinds of messy weapons. Just by looking, it was already somewhat unsettling, especially that terrifying presence, as if ready to kill at any moment. But upon seeing them, Xiuxian's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Yes, helplessness, and even a bit of sympathy. These people had been worn out by life long ago. For them, as long as they could make money, any method was acceptable, even if it meant killing. As the distance grew shorter, facing these hopeless individuals, Xiuxian made the most decisive choice: fire. After all, if saving the lives of these criminals required sacrificing several Diyun department members, Xiuxian couldn't do such a foolish thing. Only a saint would wait until the enemy truly strikes before reacting. And Xiuxian considered himself a pure opportunist. To him, anything that posed the slightest threat must be eliminated. The crazed workers before him were just one example. Since these people had already lost their reason, and continuing to live would be meaningless anyway. Bang! The gun in his hand immediately fired a bullet, which instantly struck the person leading the charge. This man's head was pierced through, his brain matter splattered, and blood sprayed everywhere. The surrounding people, upon witnessing this scene, were somewhat frightened. They didn't expect Xiuxian to actually fire his gun. However, the death of their comrade also enraged a few of them, who charged recklessly towards the Diyun agents despite everything. Watching their speed burst forth, Xiuxian fired several more shots, and he gave the order, fire. Chapter 225, do you think you still have a chance to get out? The originally somewhat hesitant Warden Office action team. After hearing Xiuxian's words, they decisively pulled the trigger. Immediately afterwards, gunshots rang out, bang, bang, bang. In no time, several people fell to the ground. The strong smell of blood inside the factory reminded the workers not to make any rash moves, or else, especially, those who weren't killed on the spot, and instead lay on the ground moaning in pain. This caused any bravery that had built up among them to vanish completely. After all, the lives lost before were a clear warning. These members of the Warden Office were different from those in other departments. They didn't hold back at all, and everyone was waiting for who would be the first to step forward, only to block their bullets so the rest could proceed. That way, they could still make more money. But the more this happened, the fewer people dared to step forward. Looking at the workers gradually retreating, Xiuxian finally snorted coldly. How about it? Are you scared? Haha, this is your last warning. Everyone kneel down, or the next one to die might be anyone. Is it worth risking your life for a few $10,000? What about your families? Could you really be naive enough to think that a country's strength wouldn't trace who killed us? At that point, your relatives, friends, brothers, and sisters will all be affected because of you. And what you gain is merely a few $10,000, plus allowing that boss to escape. Is it worth it? In his cold voice, there was an unusual persuasiveness. As for the workers, after hearing Xiuxian's words, they ultimately dropped the tools in their hands. If it were just themselves, it didn't matter much. But if it involved their families, the last shred of conscience still led them to make the right choice. Besides, the gun in Xiuxian's hand could teach them a lesson within seconds. Watching the retreating workers, Xiuxian turned his head and stared coldly at the factory boss. Initially, he was only somewhat hateful toward him, but now, he wished nothing more than to slice him into pieces. After all, since he started enforcing the law over half a year ago, this was the first time someone dared to order an attack on the Warden Office. If it hadn't been for His calmness under pressure and the quick reactions of the people around him, the man might have escaped. Furthermore, who knows, today's warden office might even face its first casualty situation. Well, will you go yourself, or should I bring you? Huh, xiuxian, you son of a bitch. I refuse to admit defeat. Even if you arrest me today, what's the big deal? I'll bounce back in a few days. Then, I'll still have unfinished business with you. Don't you think your warden office can catch all the bad guys? Dream on. Haha, I'll come back. When I do, I'll make you wish you were dead. While speaking, his eyes gleamed with a reddish hue. For years, he had never experienced such humiliation as he did today, so his heart filled with hatred. Do you want me to feel worse than death? Can you actually do anything? I'd really like to hear how, with your capabilities, you plan to take revenge on me? Or, do you think, once you're locked up, there'll still be a chance for you to get out? It seemed somehow amusing that this guy thought, after already capturing him, he would let him out easily, especially when the man had openly directed his worker subordinates to assault warden office members, which alone was enough reason for xiuxian to see him dead. To get out? Director Su, don't you naively think that such a minor charge can lock me away? Let me tell you straight, if I dare to do these things, I'm not afraid of getting caught. I have connections inside, and even if you lock me up, I'll be out in a few days. Then, we'll keep playing. Also, you must be curious, right? Where exactly did my gutter oil end up being sold? Where did it pass through? And in recent times, where has the gutter oil produced in the factory been transported to? Haha, sorry, but you'll never get answers to these questions. Even if you catch me, what can you do? Xiuxian, you've ultimately lost. Speaking with a hint of smugness on his face. To him, no matter how hard Xiuxian tried, he wasn't a match for him. In the end, isn't he the one who loses? Do you think, just by using these little tricks you can catch me? Dream on. Haha, don't worry, you'll tell me. Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Naturally, he had ways to interrogate these things out of him. It's just going to get a bit bloody, that's all. Seeing how Xiuxian's laughter was unnerving, the factory boss seemed to sense something amiss. However, he still couldn't figure out what methods Xiuxian referred to, and why they would make him confess everything willingly. This was obviously impossible. Convinced that it was mere posturing, he didn't have enough time to react when Xiuxian already waved his hand and said, "Let's regroup." At his command, the team began withdrawing immediately. They then took the gutter oil from the factory along with these workers, heading toward the warden office building. As for the factory, it was sealed off in no time. At the same moment, all over the country, an emergency response was mobilized. Under the coordination of the warden office, countless police officers raided one den after another. In less than 3 hours, every business using gutter oil was apprehended. A massive amount of the illegal oil was confiscated as well. Issues like those found in many small restaurant kitchens were also exposed to the public. In an instant, netizens across the web exploded with outrage. After all, they'd never imagined such morally bankrupt establishments dared to cook food for customers using that kind of oil, completely disregarding the risk of making people sick. When the entire nation was still immersed in the news of the eradication of gutter oil businesses, inside the warden office headquarters, Xiuxian fixed his gaze on the factory boss before him, his eyes still tinged with a smile. Chapter 226. Have you ever experienced despair? The latter's face turned extremely ugly, and as he glared back at Xiuxian, he said, "If you're thinking about asking me something, I advise you to drop that idea as soon as possible. I will absolutely not tell you anything. Don't worry, of course I won't force you. I'm really curious. Just who gave you the guts to actually dare extracting gutter oil, despite the risks? The person backing you must be quite powerful. Otherwise, how could anyone act so casually?" Just as the latter was about to say something, it was as if he suddenly realized something. He quickly covered his mouth and said, "Haha, trying to trick me into talking? Minister Su, you really take me for a fool. It wasn't easy for xuanhuan to reach this point today. How could I possibly tell you such a thing? If you found out, could I still be saved? Haha, on the contrary, you are indeed naive. Minister Su, why don't you consider my previous suggestion? No matter what, we can still make some money, right? What is life all about anyway? As long as you agree to my conditions, then you don't need to do anything, and can easily get a lot of money. Isn't that great? Why push yourself so hard, right? And even if you arrest me, what benefit does it bring you?" A bitter smile appeared on his lips, yet he didn't know what to say. After all, having reached this point, what else was there to say? If you let him go, you could still get a sum of money. But if you don't agree, you'll just end up with nothing. Believe me, Minister Su would definitely make the most correct choice. Upon hearing his words, a hint of amusement flashed in Xiuxian's eyes. He paused as if remembering something before speaking. "No rush, I can think about your proposal. In the meantime, why don't you also think about mine? We have plenty of time, so why don't we play a game? If you win, I'll follow your lead, and from today on, I won't meddle with your gutter oil business anymore. However, if you lose, you'll have to tell me who the mastermind behind your operation is. I can't believe someone like you can handle a case this big by yourself." Frowning slightly, after a pause, the man finally nodded, saying, "Fine, let's play. I'm not afraid of you. Great, you're full of spirit, truly worthy of being called xuanhuan. Since that's settled, how about we play an even more interesting game? Come on, let's head somewhere." Saying this, Xiuxian stood up and walked towards the door. And without hesitation, xuanhuan followed closely behind. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a prison chamber where Xiuxian gestured for him to enter. Once inside, the room felt immediately dark and foreboding. In this pitch-black room, xuanhuan couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, fear often arises under uncertain circumstances. At the same moment, xiuxian's voice echoed through the darkness. Are you ready? Let's begin. Spare the talk. Isn't it just a game? Who's scared of whom? Bring it on. Coldness crept across his face. At this point, was there anything left to be afraid of? After hearing his words, xiuxian smirked with a hint of disdain at the corner of his lips. Every person entering always had stubborn resolve at the start, but soon enough, they'd realize what true fear meant. Good then. System, start setting up the scenario. The judgment scene set up in progress. Complete. Rules being entered. Complete. Please commence the game. Begin. As the calm tone fell, xiuxian began sensing the new information appearing in his mind, bringing a faint smile to his lips. Now he truly relished this godlike feeling. Then, some changes started happening in the prison chamber. Xuanhuan, who was originally still conscious, passed out instantly. When he woke again, he was clearly in a half-dazed state, staring blankly around at the unfamiliar environment, his eyes glazed over. Next, Mr. Qian, listen carefully to every word I say. Any problems arising will be entirely your responsibility, okay? The game is starting. Inside this room lies a miniature bomb set to detonate in 30 minutes. Once the timer ends, it will explode immediately. Also, within this room is a code that can stop the bomb. To gain a chance at survival, many challenges await. Around the password are various traps. Be extra careful. I'm looking forward to your choice, and I really want to see if you can survive. So please start. I'm waiting for your decision. With that, xiuxian's voice faded away, and when the voice finally disappeared, Xuanhuan became extremely angry. At first, he thought xiuxian had been convinced by him, so he felt a little pleased. But unexpectedly, in such a short time, the man changed his face again. If that was all, it would have been fine. But the man actually wanted to take his life. This was no joke. If the bomb really exploded, then it was easy to imagine the only outcome, death. More fear than anger filled him now. Damn xiuxian, that bastard obviously intended to kill him, and he fell for it. He should have known. That bastard wasn't as kind-hearted as he pretended to be, and something fishy must have been hidden underneath. But who would have thought that guy could stoop so low? What they called game turned out to be a matter of life and death. Damn it, xiuxian, I will kill you. This is what you call a game? I'll crush you. F***ck, you son of a b***tch. Damn it, I can't let you off easily. Don't let me escape, otherwise I'll never forgive you. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Qian shouted or cursed, there was no response from outside. On the contrary, the red light of the time bomb began to flash, and the faintly glowing screen became the only source of light in the dark room. Chapter 227, A System Bug? The first successful escaped criminal? Xuanhuan's expression was filled with despair as he glanced around, a complex mixture of emotions flashing in his eyes. In this pitch-black dungeon, how could one possibly find the password? That damn xiuxian was clearly just playing with him, intent on killing him. If only he had known, he would never have agreed to play this so-called game. But alas, regret came too late. At the same time, a ticking sound began to resonate. The timer on the bomb had started. Watching the numbers count down, Xuanhuan nearly collapsed. He realized that at this point, counting on xiuxian to let him out was utterly impossible. His only option was to find his own way out. Holding the ticking bomb with both hands, he began searching the room under its faint glow for the elusive password. The red light was so dim that only by getting extremely close could he barely make out anything. Searching the entire room would be an insurmountable challenge. Given the limited time, Xuanhuan's eyes burned with hatred as he muttered incessantly. Damn it, xiuxian, you'll pay for this when I get out. Just 30 minutes. This is obviously a death sentence. Though speaking, his feet dared not stop moving. As xiuxian had said, motion might grant him a sliver of hope for survival, but staying still meant certain death after 30 minutes. Bathed in sweat, he stared at his surroundings, enduring immense mental torment. After all, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't step into a trap at any moment. In this dark place, there wasn't even a shred of safety. Watching helplessly as 5 minutes had already passed on the bomb's timer, and still having found no trace of the first password, his mental state began to falter. Damn it, am I really going to die here? He felt reluctant to give up. After all, the gutter oil factory had brought him immense wealth over this period, money that even several lifetimes couldn't earn. After working so hard, if, in the end, he didn't even have a chance to spend all that money, dying would feel deeply unjust. Where could the password be? Stay persistent, stay calm, I will find it. To dare create such a large commotion despite nationwide prohibition, and to manage it with finesse, was proof enough that the guy had some talent. Even if he were committing crimes, there was still need for intelligence, right? Without it, one couldn't even commit a crime. His mind started racing rapidly, and then suddenly, a smile crept onto his face. Recalling what xiuxian had said earlier, he sneered. Director Su, haha, director of the penitentiary department. I truly must thank you. Since passwords always come with traps, then the only places with passwords are beside those traps, right? If I step on a trap, I've effectively found a password. Haha, who'd have thought? Director Su, clever your whole life, but destroyed by a moment's mistake. Xuanhuan laughed, now finally seeing a solution. Within half an hour, finding the password outright was virtually impossible, but by stepping into a trap, he could narrow down the search area. Naturally, this would make finding the way out easier. Director Su, didn't expect this, did you? Wishing to trap someone like me, Xuanhuan? You're far too inexperienced. I'm almost out of here. I hope you honor your agreement and leave our gutter oil operation alone from now on. Huh. A moment later, laughter burst out of him, and though his gaze remained somewhat sinister, it also conveyed relief. As for xiuxian listening outside, A flicker of amusement played across his face. Indeed, what xuanhuan said made perfect sense. If one found the traps, then they could slowly search for the passwords. However, what he overlooked was one fact. Stepping into a trap would lead to severe injuries. And since the password was 4 digits long, triggering multiple traps might leave him completely incapacitated, too battered to even attempt finding more passwords. Surviving without massive blood loss would be impressive enough. Haha, he was simply too naive. Could the system's ingenious traps really harbor a bug? This man was bound to pay a heavy price for his cleverness. Not paying attention to his rant, xiuxian continued watching coldly from outside. If someone wanted to rush headlong into their doom, xiuxian saw no reason to offer verbal warnings or reminders. Everything xuanhuan experienced today was entirely his own fault. Even if he really died in there, it would be just deserts for his sins. Xiuxian's silence made him even more smug. In his view, he must have found the most correct solution. As long as it could be resolved, the rest would be much simpler. In an instant, he felt proud of his own cleverness. Subsequently, he abandoned the cautious exploration and started striding confidently. At this point, he naturally no longer feared traps. After all, stepping on one wouldn't kill him. Compared to finding a number, searching for a trap was undoubtedly easier. Still, he couldn't resist taunting xiuxian. How about that? Did I see through you? So you're too scared to speak? Haha, didn't expect this. You'll never outwit me. What's so great about being a penitentiary director? Minister Su, I will still prevail over you. Just wait and watch me march out proudly. To think I'd stay here is absolutely impossible. As he spoke, there was no response at all. And right at that moment, the boasting voice vanished abruptly, replaced by a scream of agony. Xuanhuan winced as under the red indicator light of the timer bomb, he saw a gigantic rat trap clamping down directly on his leg. The sharp metal teeth had pierced through his calf, blood seeping out and revealing the stark, white bone beneath. The excruciating pain almost brought tears to Xuanhuan's eyes. With trembling hands, he tried prying open the rat trap, but under the horrific agony, he could muster no strength at all. His former self-assurance now completely evaporated, leaving him in a wretched state. Chapter 228. The devil is always 1 foot higher, but the Tao is always 10 feet higher. It hurts. Xuanhuan, you bastard, actually setting such a huge animal trap. The sound of agony echoed in the dungeon. At this moment, Xuanhuan regretted it infinitely. If he had known, he would have been much more cautious. After all, once this large animal trap clamps on, it's not just about oneself. Even if an elephant came, it would be very hard to break free. His eyebrows were furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chuan, and his whole being was completely collapsed. He really did not expect that there would be such a scene. It was indeed somewhat desperate, and he almost broke down directly. After wasting 7 or 8 minutes, he finally found the mechanism of the animal trap, pressed hard, and eventually broke free. Sweat covered his entire forehead, and his lower leg was practically useless. Bright red blood flowed out, and the room was filled with the smell of blood. But seeing the time gradually decreasing, he dared not stop at all. He continued to search, and the cold sweat on his forehead became heavier and heavier. At this point, his whole face showed signs of unbearable pain. However, no matter what, he didn't dare to give up. Relying on the light, he quickly started looking for the password. Finally, he found one. 3. Looking at this number, he hurriedly entered it. But as he looked at the remaining 3 digits, he instantly felt even more desperate. Just finding the first one had already consumed most of the time, and who knows how long it will take to find the rest. Could it be that I'm really going to die in here? He struck the ground fiercely with his fist. Seeing the countdown bomb ticking away, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then, swallowing his fear, he began searching again. He walked toward another corner. A moment later, another scream echoed, this time accompanied by flashes of electricity. Xuanhuan convulsed violently, black smoke rising from his body. As he felt the intense pain in his hand, he hastily threw the thing away. Looking closely, it turned out to be a wire. Damn it, Xuanhuan, I'm going to kill you. You dare to electrocute me, bastard. At this moment, he finally felt some sense of breaking down, longing to immediately kill Xuanhuan. That scoundrel had even thought of using wires as a despicable tactic. Even finding someone more despicable than him would be difficult. His entire body was numb. There was still a trace of pain in the corner of his eye. Damn it, Xuanhuan, that was truly going too far. It took quite a while before he regained his senses, hastily starting to look for the password again, relying on the light, and finally found a number. Then, he hurriedly entered it again, now having 2 codes. But the countdown timer was also reaching its end. 10 minutes remained. By now, he was battered and bruised, his body marked with plenty of blood traces. His whole being tingled painfully. After all, the electrical charge wasn't easy to endure. Fortunately, the system had set the electric power within human tolerance range. Otherwise, he would have been killed instantly before. Just finding 2 numbers left him battered and bruised. Xuanhuan was almost collapsed completely and began to hesitate inwardly. If he kept searching for the remaining ones, could he still make it out alive? For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. Originally, he was so arrogantly confident because he believed that Xuanhuan wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, behind him were many influential people. If Xuanhuan killed him, it would be absolutely impossible to continue hunting down the others. But he didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless, resorting to ultimate tactics without giving any chance to react. At the same time, Xuanhuan spoke up. How does it feel? Being trapped by your own traps, isn't it satisfying? Think about those innocent people you've harmed. They fell victim to your gutter oil. ending up like they did, and even causing several deaths. All these sins are on your head. Compared to you, I'm overly merciful. Haha, do you still refuse to talk? What? Do you plan to take all the responsibility yourself and then get executed? Are you that righteous? If you really do this, your protective umbrellas would probably be overjoyed and take what's yours too. With that, mockery could be heard in his voice. Hearing Xuxian's voice, Xianhuan's eyes were filled with resentment as he responded, "Go dream on. You want me to betray them? Absolutely impossible. If you've got the guts, just kill me. There are only 2 digits left, and I can get out. Minister Xuxian, just wait for the end of this case." Xianhuan began moving again. Looking at his appearance, Xuxian outside revealed a cold smile. He knew. This man had already started to waver. After all, earlier when mentioning the protective umbrella, Xianhuan did not make a sound. But now, the other party was actually willing to engage in conversation, believing that if he just pushed him a little further, then he would surely spill everything. Closely watching every move of Xianhuan. Finally, the latter reached the 3rd password. Compared to before, this guy became more cautious, always keeping the red bomb indicator light ahead, trying to catch even a glimpse of light. However, does it work? Who said traps must be on the ground? Ah, the scream of agony echoed again, this time with a trap on his forehead. The intense pain immediately spread down from his forehead. Fortunately, at that critical moment, both elbows propped up the trap. Otherwise, one hit would have been fatal. He forcefully shook off the animal trap and threw it on the ground, breathing heavily. There was a sense of surviving by luck. Of course, there was also more fear towards Xuxian. This man was clearly insane. How could he come up with such a cruel method? It was obvious he wanted to put him in a desperate situation. The last bit of xiuxian in his heart was completely wiped out, and the last line of defense was breached by the animal trap. Chapter 229, System Task Released, Major Rewards. As xiuxian said, actually, from the very beginning, he didn't think the latter would really dare to kill him. After all, he was the only person informed about this case. If he were dead, it would be basically impossible for the remaining Umbrella organization to investigate anything out. But unexpectedly, he met a lunatic. This Dianyusi, prison official, named xiuxian, hadn't even considered sparing his life. Either confess or die. Facing such a frenzied interrogation technique, desperation could be seen in his eyes. At that moment, he already lacked the courage to look at those numbers, panting heavily and falling to the ground, before saying, "I give up. I'll confess. Just ask whatever you want. I'll tell you everything without reservation." Just by twisting his body slightly, he felt an intense pain. The pain of having his calf pierced was enough to make one shiver uncontrollably. Unable to endure such anguish any longer, and not daring to challenge the final round anymore, he directly surrendered and said, "Let me go. I don't want to die. Please save me. Whatever you want, I will surely tell you." While speaking, his face still showed signs of pain. He could almost picture himself dying inside if things continued like this. Especially when the trap on the wall top fell down earlier, it left him with almost no resistance left. His mental barrier had been completely shattered at that moment. "Xiuxian, Minister Su, I was wrong. What do you want to know? Let me out, and I will definitely tell you. Please, let me go." His voice had become somewhat weak and powerless now, realizing at last. All the cleverness he displayed beforehand turned out to be just another push toward his own demise. In fact, there never was a chance of winning from the start. No matter how this game was played, in the end, there would only be one winner. And that was xiuxian. And seeing that the torture the other party endured had reached its limit, going further might risk real death. It was then xiuxian opened his mouth and asked, "What I want to know is quite simple. Tell me who exactly stands behind you. Once revealed, you can live, and I can even arrange for a doctor for you. Serving time in prison is always better than dying outright, isn't it?" As xiuxian said these words, he finally asked again. The other party, hearing this, nodded helplessly in submission. After all, he was already beaten into this condition. Whether released or not made little difference now. At the moment, he only wanted to drag more people down. After all, he was already doomed anyway. How could he possibly let those guys stay out there enjoying freedom? He wasn't that chivalrous, let alone if he died here. Following their nature, they would definitely take all his money and leave nothing. After all, business relationships were purely based on interests. Alright, I'll tell you, the person standing behind me is a certain minister from the Weixing department. Plus, there are many people across the country covering for us. Our goods have managed to sell smoothly across the country thanks to them. Speaking, one name after another came out of his mouth, leaving even xiuxian somewhat startled. Although xiuxian had foreseen it already, this network of connections must have been vast. However, it hadn't occurred to him just how terrifyingly extensive it truly was, having already spread across the whole country. How did you manage to expand your web to involve so many people? And how do you usually contact each other? Is there anyone who hasn't noticed you yet? Why has no one investigated you for such a long time? As xiuxian spoke, he pressed again. Hearing xiuxian's words, the latter laughed weakly and responded, "Just by our couple individuals, it wouldn't be possible to maintain such a huge network. But don't forget, this world is essentially a social structure. In the beginning, we carried the money to seek others' assistance. Gradually, once people saw profit opportunities, they actively approached us to join. Slowly, as our business grew larger, so too did our web grow. Haha, now you understand, right? As for why we haven't been caught, haha, do you think someone who might threaten us will be allowed to remain in their position? That's why I dared to act recklessly. Thanks to their care, even if caught, I didn't need to worry. Still, didn't expect to eventually fall into your hands." Xianhuan said, with some helplessness. He had assumed that with such an extensive network of connections, even if something went wrong, there would be countless people to protect him. Yet he hadn't anticipated anything like this. It was utterly laughable. The net of heaven is wide and spares nothing. Even if you scheme endlessly, breaking the law will always lead to being caught. If not by me, then someone else eventually will catch you. Escaping is absolutely impossible. Haha, accept your fate. Those people, I'll send in to keep you company. Let's hope so. But can you do it? Our gutter oil has been sold extensively across multiple provinces and cities. How can you arrest all those involved? Haha, Director Su, these waters are murky. I advise you not to proceed. I'll admit, you're the first person who managed to get old Qian to confess everything. I respect you for your ruthlessness, but you can't possibly fight against them. Qian Dazhuang bitterly smiled. With a relationship network this vast, it wasn't as if no one had ever thought about disrupting it before. But, as soon as any part of it was touched, the rest instantly sprang up. So, there was no turning back now, willing or unwilling. They could only grit their teeth and continue on. Thus, those people would never let anyone posing a threat slip through their fingers. Even Dian Yusi, prison official. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian coldly chuckled. Humph. No matter how dark the sky may be, there will always come a day when it clears. Do you really think a few rotten umbrellas can shield the sky? You're mistaken. When righteousness rises an inch, wickedness grows a foot. We'll see. Ding. System task initiated. A. Cease the case. Gain a golden lottery chance. B. Continue investigating and capture all suspects. Gain a supreme level lottery chance. Somewhat dangerous. I choose. Chapter 230. A thought to paradise, a thought to hell. After Qian Dazhuang truthfully confessed everything, xiuxian then instructed someone to take him downstairs for treatment. After all, if his injuries continued without care, he might eventually bleed to death. In the end, this guy was just a pitiful pawn being used. To those people, he probably didn't even matter. Even if he were missing, as long as the relationship network wasn't cut off, there would surely be new turmoil in time. Therefore, if this issue is to be thoroughly resolved, it will require a great deal of effort. Only by arresting all of them would this situation come to an end. Otherwise, it would always remain a potential danger. No one knows when they would rise again. Soon after, xiuxian returned to the top of the office building, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing into the distance, and thinking deeply about something. Even though from the start, he had realized how vast the implications of this case must be. Perhaps, it could even involve many individuals. However, he hadn't expected that after compiling all the names on the list, it became clear just how horrifying this case truly was. Although the highest-ranking figures were not involved, the influence of this case was far worse than any previous one. It encompassed nearly 100 cities and provinces in Xia country. Practically every place had their people there. Altogether, nearly 1,000 individuals were implicated. From this, one can understand why the opposition was so confident. Even if captured, they still acted so composedly. If xiuxian hadn't arrested him personally, whether held in any jail, they would eventually still be set free. If it weren't for certain measures, this man would likely leave the prison and continue living freely. From this, one can see just how extensive this network of relationships is. It's truly quite terrifying. The power wielded by these lower-level individuals, while insignificant individually, when combined together, can deceive and harm countless commoners. Moreover, they have successfully suppressed all the information. Had it not been for the coincidence of the Department of Corrections ordering takeout during this incident, who knows how many more victims there might be in the future. Given their current pace, it's unimaginable how terrifying the future might become. Just thinking about it causes a chilling sensation. The things controlled by these people are indeed very frightening. Fortunately, it was already known earlier. Otherwise, given time, this situation would certainly escalate into a serious problem. Holding the list of names in his hand, xiuxian couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He knew well that once this group of people was moved, it would certainly cause an earthquake in Xia country. After all, it's not just 2 or 3 individuals. Even removing several high-ranking powerful officials wouldn't match the impact caused by these actions. After all, once so many grassroots levels are targeted, isn't it tantamount to admitting to the public that you failed in discerning good from bad? Who at that point would dare believe the authorities anymore? Moreover, with such large-scale arrests, it would disrupt local governance. Without timely replacements, it could potentially cause social unrest. But he has no choice. They have to arrest everyone cleanly. Indeed, the crimes committed by these people are unforgivable. For other matters, perhaps there may be forgiveness, but harming the interests of ordinary people is absolutely unforgivable. And if the mindset that law does not apply to the masses spreads, it would certainly lead to even more chaos. Bring me someone. After making up his mind, xiuxian spoke. Immediately after, a knock was heard at the door, and Little Li walked in, looking at the minister before him and asking, "Boss Su, what's wrong? Submit this list. Also, mark it red." His heavy voice concluded, yet xiuxian didn't forget to add 2 words. After taking the list, Xiaoli quickly scanned through it, and his heart sank upon hearing the mention of marking it red. This was no small matter. If marked, it would represent the stance of the Department of Corrections. If that elder hadn't made up his mind, it might irritate him enough to gain numerous enemies. Now the Department of Corrections was already in dire straits. After all, every department knows that there's a time when they're being watched. Who would be happy about that? Aren't they always thinking about ways to take them down? At a time like this, it would be better to lay low. But this minister actually wants to submit a document marked in red. Minister, are you sure we should mark it red? Why don't we just submit it first and see how things go? I believe the great elder will know what to do. Little Lee couldn't help but offer a reminder. This matter concerned every single member of the Department of Corrections, so he had to speak up. Just submit it. Mark it red. I'll take full responsibility for everything. If our Department of Corrections doesn't even have the courage to do this, then what right do we have to continue guarding here? Remember, we are the last line of defense for the rule of law. If we're afraid, where should the common people go to seek justice? Our job is to uphold the bottom line. Only by holding on to our bottom line can we ensure that the interests of the common people won't be infringed upon. Xiuxian spoke with strength and determination, and his face showed a look of resolve. By now, he had already made his decision. No matter how the Great Elder chooses, he has resolved to uncover everyone involved. Even if not for the rewards, at least for the sake of justice for those civilians who died from gutter oil. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Little Lee left the room. Soon, a letter was sent directly from the internal office building of the Department of Corrections to the Purple Gold Pavilion in the capital city. And at the same moment, countless eyes across the country were watching the direction of the Great Elder in the capital. Everyone was waiting for his decision. Should he preserve the integrity of the Department of Corrections and punish everyone, or save the thousands of grassroots officials? One thought leads to paradise. One thought leads to hell. Chapter 231. An unexpected reward. Is there trouble? Under the night sky, in the Xiuxian Pavilion, an old man sat before a desk, his eyes fixed on the list sent over by the Ginyu department. On his wrinkled face, there was a look of difficulty. This young fellow has truly given me a tough problem, dealing with so many at the grassroots level all at once, yet our backup personnel are insufficient. If we really do this, it might have significant impact. As he spoke, hesitation lingered in his tone. To govern a great nation is akin to cooking a small fish. It cannot be treated as child's play. One cannot act based solely on personal preferences, saying one will do whatever one fancies. Especially, in this vast country, there must not be any errors. Otherwise, the bitter fruits will only be for us to swallow ourselves. And what this list documented wasn't just one or two individuals, but thousands of names. To move would truly mean shaking the foundations. Even this great elder hesitated to make a decision. Should we return the documents? A middle-aged man in military uniform said with a smile, looking at the great elder before him. Ever since he had followed and protected this person, he had never seen him like this, so composed all these years. No matter what kind of issue. To him, they seemed as simple as could be. But xiuxian alone often made the elder feel troubled. No, xiuxian is offering dead advice to me. Our minister Su must have foreseen this already, hence why he even marked them in red. He has shown his position. If we just dismiss this, we may end up disheartening him. Sigh. It's impossible to let a few rotten rats ruin the entire pot of soup. Go, notify all regional military districts, arrest everyone according to the list. As for punishment, follow the Ginyu department's approach, double regulation. Finally, this old man made up his mind. Arresting all those involved might cause some chaos within the country for a while. But more importantly, if they were not arrested, fear would grow that peace and order might become unattainable in future. Maintaining stability within a nation required immense effort. These minor officials, despite having little power, if left unchecked, their effect would be far worse. So law shall not allow it. Yes. The middle-aged general nodded solemnly, showing no particular surprise. From the moment this document arrived, he knew the result. Those people tried to use the principle, law does not punish crowds, to lighten their crimes. But that was impossible. Not only was the great elder paying close attention to xiuxian, valuing the Ginyu department greatly, even this venerable elder would absolutely not accept such coercion. This Xia country reached its current state, not merely through words. The elder could build an empire in times of peril. So, how easy would it be for him to concede today? Subsequently, the military order was swiftly issued. All prearranged military zones sprang into action. According to the names on the list, every single person involved was arrested. This night, Xia country remained sleepless. Everywhere people were being arrested. Those involved never dreamed that the elder would actually take action against them, and without mercy, directly deploying the military. Faced with fully armed soldiers, who dared resist? Unless someone's brain was broken. After exactly 3 hours, all suspects were captured, and the mega case involving gutter oil also made it onto the news. Watching people get arrested across regions, along with the scenes from the involved gutter oil factories, it gave citizens a shocking realization. At the same time, various websites and forums were startled by this military action. Almost all citizens called out in approval. Although arresting these people caused difficulties in the daily operations of many affairs due to their involvement in numerous departments, all the citizens only felt one thing. That was satisfaction. An incomparable satisfaction. These people should be arrested. Having power, they didn't perform their duties but instead thought of ways to harm others. If such people weren't punished, then, is there still justice? Is there still rule of law? Well done. Kudos to the higher-ups. Kudos to the Ginyu department. They're awesome. They've actually captured so many. I knew it. This matter wasn't as simple. At first, I thought it would end up being brushed aside, but unexpectedly, they actually arrested all those people. There was even a cadre from our hometown inside. That bastard always acted high and mighty. Relying on his little bit of power, he extorted everywhere. Who would have thought that this time he'd actually be locked up? Besides, well done. What else can I say? Those trash who ended up behind bars don't deserve to live. People like them should just die. Let them rot in prison. In your remaining days, may you be under life imprisonment. Damn bastards. The harm caused by eating gutter oil had me stuck in the hospital for nearly half a month. Now, finally, you've received your punishment. Haha, justice prevails. Seeing this event so late at night is really pleasing. Besides praising the Dinyu department and saying they're awesome, what else can I say? Sitting in the office building of the Dinyu department, xiuxian glanced at the online comments. A slight curve appeared on the corner of his lips. As expected, although all those individuals were dealt with, no severe negative social impacts were caused. The situation could be resolved smoothly as long as the grassroots levels across different regions were promptly reinforced. In due course, who would still remember them? Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The mission is complete. Would you like to claim your reward now? Let's draw lots. As soon as the words were spoken, a wheel-like object appeared in front of him and slowly began spinning under xiuxian's control. A moment later, the needle stopped at a whole xianhuan, a magical fruit conferring longevity. Holding the xianhuan in his hands, xiuxian was overjoyed. 100 years of life. No matter what other rewards there might be, none could be more important than this. Just as he was thrilled, the door to the office suddenly swung open, and a figure rushed in, shouting, "Minister." Chapter 232. Acting recklessly against the current, extreme arrogance. What's wrong? What's happened? Looking at this guy rushing in hastily, xiuxian was still somewhat surprised. Even if something really went wrong, it wouldn't be so frantic, right? Moreover, they had just cracked a major case involving gutter oil. Could it be that these criminals have reached such audacity and fearlessness as to act recklessly? Acting recklessly. Minister, ahem. Weren't you talking about going out for fun after this case is solved? They've all been thinking that now since everyone has been discharged from the hospital, we could go out to celebrate together. As he said this, he still appeared somewhat awkward on his face. After all, bringing up this matter can easily get one scolded. If not for those friends pushing him in, he wouldn't have dared to come inside and bring this up. However, upon hearing his words, xiuxian did remember. Seemed like he indeed mentioned such a thing earlier. Since there's nothing pressing now, he nodded and said, "Of course, I keep my promises. Today's meals, drinks, entertainment, expenses covered. Let's go? But make sure all tasks on hand are completed." Understood. Little Lee nodded and ran off toward the outside. Subsequently, the whole prison department building started bustling around. Half an hour later, with everything sorted, everyone changed into their casual wear, following xiuxian and several team leaders towards the nearest bar. Since coming to this world, they have never been to a bar before. Having resolved so many big cases but seldom coming out to play, naturally, the group was curious. Plus, during these times of shared hardships and tribulations, a great amount of revolutionary friendship has been established. In no time, the crowd arrived at a bar named New World. Inside, the noisy music produced a deafening feeling. Most of the people in the prison department were young and naturally favored this kind of environment. As for xiuxian and the other team leaders, they came to the booth seat to idle drink. It must be said that in the capital city, these flashy red light districts truly represented a highly profitable industry. A few cups of alcohol already cost hundreds of yuan. Though having some savings, it couldn't help causing a pang of pain. And just as everyone was chatting happily, suddenly, a few young men and women fell onto the ground in the dance floor, their mouths directly foaming white foam. This scene frightened many people who quickly stepped back, afraid of getting involved. After all, in this type of bar, once trouble happens, that's very troublesome. The originally somewhat lively scene instantly became silent. Everyone stepped out from the center of the dance floor, and the song stopped playing. The lighting in the bar became bright, and the person in charge on the bar counter, seeing this sight, had anger flickering in his eyes. This interruption surely meant a loss of quite a lot of money. He walked out and said, "What's going on?" Everyone stopped suggesting things. These people got drunk, hence the situation. Why are you all standing there stunned? Come on, waiters, clear it up, quickly. As he spoke, a few waiters had already walked over and lifted the individuals away, heading outside. The person in charge muttered under his breath, "So damned unlucky." Bars pay utmost attention to reputation and environment. These young folks were just here to have fun, but before even starting, there were already people throwing up. Many moods will surely be affected, leading to reduced income. How could he not be upset? Among the young men and women being carried away by the waiters, more white foam continued spilling out of their mouths, and their wide-open eyes had turned a pale color. Witnessing this, xiuxian felt a hint of suspicion rise within him. These people didn't seem like ones who got drunk. Besides, men and women frequently visiting nightclubs, how could they get drunk so fast? Just at this moment, a beautiful girl jumped out from the crowd, saying, "Hold on, put them down first. They don't look like they're drunk. They should have been poisoned." "What? Poisoned? Miss, what do you mean? My bar has been operating for over a decade without any issues appearing. So, do you claim poisoning just because you said so? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for defamation. Do you know how much business you've cost me?" That person in charge responded rather angrily, with intense words. The girl hurriedly flipped out a red student ID card from her bag and anxiously said, "I'm a postgraduate student at the medical university. Here's my student ID. Their appearances clearly aren't those of drunkenness. You'd better place them down quickly and call 120. Initially unbelieving customers of the bar, after hearing these words, quickly placed their cups of wine on the ground, their faces turning somewhat unpleasant. Everyone feared getting poisoned. This scene made the boss even angrier. "Shit, you stinking girl. What do you mean? Do you want to slander me? Is there a problem with our alcohol? Why are so many people fined while only they had an issue? I think you all are a gang. Are you sent by the rival bar across the street to cause trouble?" Someone. The boss waved his hand, and quite a few people stood up. At first, some of the onlookers were thinking about speaking up for the young lady, but instinctively backed off. Even if they wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, they should assess their own abilities first, or else it might cost them dearly. Xiuxian, who witnessed this, became even more certain that something unusual was going on here. For one thing, the reaction was not consistent with mere drunkenness. Moreover, even if it was staged troublemaking, wouldn't other means be used? Hiring a girl from the medical university? Was the boss of the rival bar hit by a donkey on the head? Without hesitation, he got up and went over saying, "Wait a moment, no matter what, call 120 first. In addition, this bar will temporarily close tonight. Please come back tomorrow, everyone. Hold your horses, buddy, which gang are you from? It's not your place to give orders here, right? Want to shut down my bar? You better find out who I am, Songbiao. When I was out chopping people, you probably weren't even weaned yet." Chopping people? Xiuxian wore a sardonic smile, then turned his head and said, "Take note. Charge for intentional assault." "Yes, sir." Little Lee quickly came over, notebook in hand, and began to take notes. Soon after, the ambulance arrived and the men and women were taken away. Inside the bar, all eyes were on Xiuxian, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. People thought he looked familiar, but just couldn't place him at the moment. Chapter 233. Is the wine really 10 yuan per box? The bar owner, seeing this scene, was somewhat bewildered. Yet he had been intimidated by Xiuxian's few words, and his confidence waned. He stared at Xiuxian and asked, "Brother, what exactly do you do? Tell me straight." "Imperial Way, Inspectorate." "What?" Upon hearing these words, the bar owner nearly fell to his knees in fear. After all, the fame of the Inspectorate struck fear into many hearts. Just the mention of it was intimidating, especially with the massive authority this department wielded. Recently, there had been a gutter oil incident. Therefore, everyone tried their best to avoid any entanglements. Unexpectedly, the bar owner found himself right in the crosshairs. "Haha, so you are from the Inspectorate. Today's expenses will be on me. Eat well, have fun. Additionally, this matter has nothing to do with me. As a bar owner, we inevitably have a few enemies. These people clearly intend to frame me. Director Su, you must help me see justice done. Don't worry, we won't wrongfully accuse anyone without cause. Let's go, take us to your wine cellar. If everything checks out fine, you can continue operating. Of course, if there is an issue with your wine, haha." Although the rest of the sentence wasn't voiced, it still sent chills down everyone's spine. Clearly, the implied meaning was that they were considering shutting them down. Director Su, let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. Isn't this just a minor thing? How about this? I'll cover the medical expenses for those guys. Consider me unlucky, alright? My business still needs to run, and if this really gets investigated, it would be too much trouble. The responsible person of the bar hesitated as he spoke. Sweat appeared on his forehead while talking. After all, no one knew better than him what had happened. Due to recent economic troubles, profits for the bars had been dwindling. To maximize profit, a batch of inferior wine had been secretly procured. It was sold to rookies and novices who were easily fooled, both making money and avoiding angering long-term customers. This method was incredibly effective. At least, during this period, they had scammed tens of thousands of yuan from unsuspecting college graduates who could be intimidated into taking losses quietly. Besides, with everyone else unharmed but only these individuals affected, how likely would anyone believe there was a problem? Unexpectedly, he encountered such a hot-headed young woman, and worse, she involved the Inspectorate, which caused headaches. If the issues inside were uncovered, it would be disastrous. Enough talk. Will you move aside yourself, or should we make you? Xiuxian said coldly. Then he waved his hand, and some people stepped forward. They were the Inspectorate members hiding in the bar, revealing themselves simultaneously. Seeing so many public officers, even with ulterior motives, they dared not act, and could only reluctantly nod and say, all right, Director Su, you're in charge. You're impressive, okay. I admit defeat, please proceed with your inspection. By now, naturally, they dared not continue obstructing. They could only obediently clear the way. Subsequently, Xiuxian and others entered in sequence, quickly arriving at the wine cellar. Rows upon rows of wine filled the place, making an inspection seem daunting. But at this moment, Xiuxian noticed several dozens of wine boxes stacked in the corner, though the wine cabinet still had plenty of empty space. Why hadn't they been placed inside? Go check that batch of wine, he calmly commanded. Subsequently, Sun Dajiang moved forward and quickly reached the wine box. Looking at the batch of wine, he casually took out a bottle, opened the cap, and sniffed it with his nose. Frowning, he remarked, Director, something seems off with this wine. There's an acidic and foul smell. Acidic and foul smell? Normal wine fermented properly has a fragrant aroma, sometimes sharp enough to overwhelm. But what does this sour odor signify? Apparently, there must be something wrong with this batch of wine, otherwise, it wouldn't have such an unusual smell. He questioned, Hey, boss, come here, please help explain. What's up with your wine? The sweat was dripping from the forehead of the bar manager. He had no idea how to explain it, yet couldn't tell the truth either. Otherwise, he might as well sign his own death warrant. This Inspectorate minister certainly wasn't as easy to deal with as imagined. How? Can't explain, huh? In that case, please accompany us back for assistance in our investigation. Seeing his embarrassed look, Xiuxian said coldly, Wait, it can be explained. In fact, this batch of wine is our new wine imported from Australia. All are brewed with the best raw materials. It's just that the taste is a bit strange. But these are all good wines. As he spoke, he even looked like he was making an oath. And upon hearing his words, Xiuxian appeared somewhat disdainful on his face. Good wine. If it really were good wine, how could it possibly emit such a peculiar smell? Although he hadn't drank much wine, he still knew the basics. New wine. Exactly, new wine. The other emphasized again. All right, if it's new wine, then where's the wine list? Bring it here for me to take a look. It should be no problem, right? Let me see how good this wine really is. If I'm not mistaken, those people earlier drank exactly this kind of wine. Perhaps, such small tricks might fool others. But trying to fool him, xiuxian, was way too naive. He directly asked, wine list, just as he wanted to prevaricate. When xiuxian glared at him, that person dared not speak nonsense anymore, and quickly ordered someone to fetch the wine list over. After staring at the prices on the wine list, xiuxian's expression turned cold. Hee, your bar's tactics are truly remarkable. Wine air freighted from Australia, yet the purchase price is only 10 yuan per box? What? Is the boss there your relative? Aye. Opening his mouth wanting to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to explain. 10 yuan to buy wine. An entire box. If there were no issues with that, then it would be truly ghostly. Chapter 234, Selling Out Your Team. What? No explanation? What kind of alcohol costs 10 yuan per case? Although not very familiar with the liquor industry, xiuxian was still aware of certain rules. There should at least be no alcohol under 30 yuan, right? After all, bars don't sell ordinary beer. Yet on the latter's menu, there was actually such cheap alcohol listed? Unbelievable. Where do you get your alcohol from? Tell the truth. Also, which brewery's clients are these? Don't tell me you don't know. He stared coldly at the boss. Since the latter dared to bring in this kind of alcohol, it naturally meant knowing some inside information. Otherwise, even the most stupid businessman would not use such inferior alcohol without questioning its source. If someone dies after drinking it, they could lose their entire life. Director Su, have mercy. I was just confused for a moment. It was like I was spellbound when doing such a thing. At the time, they told me that there would absolutely be no fatalities, so I dared to buy it. Please let me off this time. I will definitely reform myself. The previously arrogant bar owner had nothing left to say under such overwhelming evidence. After all the evidence is right here in front of him. What more is there to say? I've really messed up this time. Speak up, what's really going on? Looking at the bar owner kneeling on the ground, xiuxian frowned and continued asking. The latter quickly confessed as well. After all, since he's already been targeted by the Department of Prisons, refusing to admit guilt wouldn't help. I'll tell the truth. I'll absolutely tell the truth. Actually, this alcohol wasn't imported from Australia. It came from that new brewery in Xiuxian. Moreover, all the bars and restaurants on our street use their alcohol. As for the rest, I truly don't know. These drinks haven't caused any deaths so far, so I just sigh. Sighing heavily at the end. It seems greed led to a major loss. Although, this alcohol hasn't had any problems yet, but just by looking at the conditions of those young men earlier, it's clear something isn't right. This boss was ultimately blinded by profit. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian was also somewhat shocked. He never expected that the alcohol on the entire street would be controlled by one company. And this is only what he said. How many more places might be involved? Just these bars alone. How much alcohol are they selling each day? How many people are having their health ruined by this counterfeit alcohol? Do these people have any conscience? If one consumes too much counterfeit alcohol, it can really lead to death. Even though there were no immediate effects, they're still selling it in large quantities. Once toxins accumulate in the body, they cannot be easily removed later on. Thus, xiuxian's expression darkened completely. He glared at the trembling bar manager in front of him. After all, his behavior had crossed the edge of the law. Xiuxian could arrest him and send him to jail for 10 or 20 years anytime if he wished. The other person's face turned bitter. Haha, Sangbiao, right? Do you know what you've done? According to our criminal law, you violated the law already, so you'll definitely be arrested. How long your sentence will be depends on your attitude next. We need your assistance investigating this fake alcohol case. If you find out the answers we want, your sentence may be reduced, but if not, then the unsaid words conveyed enough meaning. The other person immediately nodded. Understood. Director Su, rest assured, I will answer everything honestly and fully assist the Department of Prisons in capturing those villains. In an instant, he discarded the supposed code of honor. Of course, their relationship was merely based on interests, so betraying each other was done cleanly. Upon seeing his performance, xiuxian nodded approvingly and said, Good, come with us. Also, a few people, take these alcohols to the lab for inspection to determine the components within them. Then go to the hospital and fetch the diagnoses of those individuals. As xiuxian spoke, someone had already gone to handle it. What was originally a good vacation suddenly turned into work. However, no one complained because, from the moment they joined the Department of Prisons, they were determined to make contributions to society. Vacations weren't their ultimate goal. Moreover, seeing those young people lying on the ground evoked sympathy in everyone's hearts, especially when witnessing them foaming at the mouth. Following this, the entire Department of Prisons began to mobilize. As for xiuxian, he took the bar owner to a designated place to check the issues with the alcohol, and indeed, they were all the same kind of liquor, all with a sour stench. Moreover, tens of thousands of bottles of this alcohol were sold each day. From this, just how many people have been affected? Li Zhonghua, go investigate whether any surrounding bars or restaurants are in cooperation with certain breweries. Bring back all relevant information. Yes. The latter nodded heavily and headed off into the distance. After seeing him leave, xiuxian spoke again. And you, little Li, go investigate the situation at West Mountain. How dare they sell counterfeit alcohol right under our noses? This is blatant audacity. Also, contact the Business Administration Bureau to find out which brewery has been registered. Yes. Little Li also sprang into action immediately. Soon, everyone split up to carry out their tasks, while xiuxian brought the bosses of these restaurants and bars back to the Department of Prisons. He looked at those standing before him and began taking their statements one by one. It wasn't until the wee hours of the morning that the work was finally completed. Meanwhile, Li Zhongguo's team, responsible for conducting the tests, had finally returned. In his hands were piles of lab reports, as well as several hospital outpatient records. After quickly flipping through them, xiuxian's brow knitted into a frown, and his previously lethargic mind instantly became sharp. These people really do have big guts. They even dare to sell alcohol with such severe quality issues? Chapter 235, A Thorough Investigation, Mobilization of All Members. Looking at the conclusion drawn by the Research Institute, this kind of inferior counterfeit liquor may not pose a lethal threat in the short term, but since it is made from spoiled mash and fake alcohol, over time, it will accumulate inside the human body. If consumed excessively, in the end, it will lead to a host of diseases. Even if one seeks medical help, it is impossible to detect these issues, and often they remain unsolvable. If excessive consumption persists over the long term, the final outcome would be unimaginable. In the short term, one might merely feel some discomfort physically, occasionally experiencing dizziness or vomiting symptoms, or even both vomiting and diarrhea, similar to the condition of those people just now. Fortunately, they were taken to the hospital promptly. Otherwise, who knows what adverse consequences there might have been. It's quite possible that one could die on the spot. Moreover, this applies to healthier drinkers. If someone with weaker health drinks it, a single glass could very well cost them their life. At these restaurants, many elderly people often visit. If something really goes wrong due to drinking this, isn't this tantamount to disregarding human life? Thinking about it gives one a chill down the spine. Seeing the results, everyone in the DNUC prisoner's office felt a sense of relief, grateful that they hadn't drunk much earlier. Otherwise, given how unscrupulous this boss was, he certainly would have sold them a lot of this liquor. Nevertheless, after seeing the results, they still felt somewhat angry. They realized that had they unknowingly consumed it, they might have ended up back in the hospital right after leaving it. The faces of all present bore a hint of anger. None expected to be so calculating against them. Regardless of who it was, there was no way anyone could bear this indignation. Shit, these lawless merchants truly deserve to die. They must be severely punished for daring to sell wine they know has issues. Just because it doesn't kill people immediately in the short term, everything is fine? That's nothing more than deceiving oneself. What if the customers really experience problems? Who would take responsibility for such offenses? These people are simply the dregs and refuse of society. How can someone running a winery come up with such dirty tricks? These people truly believe themselves to be above the law. Under the emperor's gaze, they still dare to play games. Do they think no one in our Xia kingdom dares to punish them? After reading the report, everyone's face turned grim. They couldn't believe such events would actually occur, utterly beyond the law. If not penalized properly, who knows what further consequences might arise? Xiuxian's face tightened. Indeed, as everyone said, wineries like these must be severely dealt with. We absolutely cannot allow the perpetrator to escape justice. Otherwise, if anything really happens, who would be able to assume the responsibility? We've encountered many cases of reckless behavior, but instances like these truly challenge the authorities' patience. Despite knowing full well that gutter oil incidents already implicated numerous individuals, they still dare to defy laws under these circumstances. Investigate. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Xiuxian slammed his hand on the table, drawing attention as he spoke. Moreover, Minister Su, we have gathered some similar cases from hospitals. There are about 30 patients with the same symptoms. Additionally, after interviewing several residents around the area, they have confirmed issues within several bars. Many people around have reported similar cases of vomiting. All right, send people out to investigate further and record statements. He nodded. Although this wouldn't provide significant help in solving the case, it could at least confirm the crime. After all, without victims, a case wouldn't hold water. Reliance solely on a few patients in the hospital cannot decisively incriminate the winery. Given the mass production of the alcohol, with only a few affected individuals, this alone clearly can't represent public sentiment. Therefore, if willing witnesses step forward to testify, this case would become significantly easier to resolve. Just as the matter here had concluded, Little Li and others who had gone out to investigate returned, their expressions extremely grave. Entering hastily, they already began speaking. Minister, the result of our investigation is out. A call from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce revealed that this brewery had its license revoked years ago. Subsequent inspections confirmed its closure. Hence, without a business license, it fell outside their jurisdiction. It is precisely due to this that despite selling so much recently, no one noticed. What? Everyone already surprised was left utterly astonished. This insider information. How is it that they dare to sell liquor without even having a film industry license? Who gave them the audacity to do this? Isn't this just too much? Isn't this akin to sitting on top of a tiger's head? Do they really think no one can control them? They are so reckless and lawless. Besides, we also visited the winery. We found out that the situation there was quite chaotic. It was merely a small workshop with not even basic guarantees in place. We wanted to continue our inspection but were discovered by them, who mistook us for reporters and kicked us out. To avoid alarming them prematurely, we came back. Little Li hurriedly reported the situation on site. After hearing his words, Xiuxian nodded. It seemed that the current situation was now almost certain. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that they dared to sell things without a business license clearly showed that this store had serious problems. Moreover, they produced counterfeit liquor of such poor quality. That's even more serious. Since the situation has been confirmed, then let's pay them a visit. Summon the action team, arm them with guns, and let's set off. After collecting all the materials, naturally the first priority would be heading to the scene immediately for an inspection. At the same time, this kind of winery must be shut down as quickly as possible. After all, we cannot allow any further accidents involving civilians. Just from these few incidents, many people have already ended up in the hospital. If similar cases happen again, everything will fall into chaos. The factory must be sealed at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 236. Prison Warden Takes Action. Fake Alcohol Incident. After the order was given, the group from the Divine-Level Prison Warden's office had already sprang into action. Several vehicles drove off toward the distance and quickly arrived at the so-called West Mountain. They also spotted the legendary liquor factory. Just by looking at the exterior, one could tell it was definitely an inferior operation. After all, there weren't even basic protective measures outside, and the door was nowhere to be seen, especially when glancing around. The entire distillery looked like a garbage dump. If that wasn't bad enough, the equipment used inside was all from several decades ago, equipment that had long been phased out and yet was still in operation here. One could say, if there were no issues with this kind of distillery, then it would truly eat up train cars. Yet those bosses had nerve, actually daring to buy alcohol produced by such a distillery, truly fearless of losing their lives. As they proceeded forward, just after taking a few steps, they were stopped by several security guards. It was quite surprising. Despite being poor to this extent, they could still afford to hire security. Hold it right there. What are you guys doing here? This is a factory, not your playground. Where did you come from? Go back where you came from. The security captain spoke directly. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian didn't bother with chatter and pulled out the Divine-Level insignia. We've received reports of counterfeit alcohol here. We intend to inspect it. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Divine-Level? The originally somewhat arrogant security guards suddenly became subdued. After all, the reputation of the Divine-Level in recent times still lingered in their ears. As for resisting, considering their skinny arms and legs, they were completely unqualified. xiuxian's fists were larger than punching bags. If by any chance struck, half of their lives might be gone. After weighing it for a long time, they ultimately chose to give up. Please proceed, honored guests. At the same time, they notified the supervisor above using a radio. Upon seeing this, xiuxian didn't intervene either. If no responsible person showed up, he wouldn't even know whom to apprehend. Taking these few security guards back, what use would it have? Soon after, a robust man with a knife scar on his face and long hair draped over his shoulders emerged from the place. Which one of you is the minister of the Divine-Level? Sorry for bringing you to our little workshop. It's really inappropriate. I apologize. Please follow me. I've prepared some high-quality Longjing tea. While speaking, his eyes still held a bit of mockery. After all, when facing the Divine-Level, everyone needs to be careful. If anything goes wrong, it will cost a life. Thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Save the Longjing tea. Let's take a look inside the workshop. xiuxian frowned slightly, disliking the other party's attitude. But since a raised hand doesn't hit a smiling face, he refrained from reprimanding and directly addressed the matter at hand. The manager who had just come out looked somewhat embarrassed, but quickly recovered and said, "All right, since Director Su wants to take a look, then by all means, please do. You blind fools, haven't you heard Director Su saying he wants to enter? Quickly move aside." The security guards reluctantly moved to the side. Then, xiuxian and his companions walked inside. The liquor factory supervisor eagerly guided them. "Director Su, rest assured, our factory fully complies with laws and regulations. Over the years, our liquor has always been well received. Basically, all wine merchants in the area have partnered with us at xiuxian Distillery. No problems have ever occurred with the liquor leaving our plant. Unlike others' liquor, which occasionally kills people. Yes, your liquor hasn't killed anyone. Every time someone drinks it though, people end up in the hospital afterward. I wonder if you're aware of this situation." xiuxian stared at him, and upon hearing these words, the supervisor's complexion changed slightly before he continued. "Director Su, don't joke with me. Our distillery has never encountered such problems. All these years, we've operated with integrity and have received zero complaints. If anything like that happened, how could we still be in business? Oh, doing business with a clear conscience, huh? Great. But then, why do we find no records of your operation when we checked with the Business Administration Bureau? Are you saying that your factory doesn't fall under their jurisdiction? Yet, as far as I know, every single distillery in this country is required to register with the Business Administration." He suddenly added, as if remembering something. The manager's heart skipped a beat. His face showed a bit of embarrassment as he said, "Director Su, you're just joking. How could we not fall under supervision? It's just that there are some issues with our application process, so it will take some time to get everything done. Please forgive us. I assure you, the certificates will be issued soon. Doing small business isn't easy. We sincerely hope for your understanding." Saying this, he took on a pitiful appearance. If they didn't know how many people had been harmed by his alcohol, they might have even felt a bit sorry for him. Unfortunately, upon learning the truth, everyone found it quite laughable. This man was utterly despicable. How shameless to carry out such disgraceful deeds. Understanding? I might understand you, but I wonder if those who were hospitalized due to your harm would feel the same way. Enough chatter. Take us inside the factory and show us around. xiuxian coldly glanced at the man. Almost unconsciously, he dropped a phrase that left the distillery supervisor completely bewildered. However, since the supervisor had seen a bit of the world, he quickly recovered, responding, "Director Su, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Nevertheless, since you wish to inspect the factory, please follow me." Even at this moment, he remained calm. Could it be that this guy was truly innocent? But the test results from the lab shouldn't be wrong. Chapter 237. So, did the Divine-Level really convict an innocent person? If there is no problem with the alcohol, then, what about the appraisal result given by the Institute? Could it be that the Institute has nothing better to do and intentionally framed them? Obviously, this isn't very likely. Subsequently, under the lead of the supervisor, they walked towards the brewery. The gate was pulled open, and they entered. Unlike the messy environment outside, the environment inside here was still decent. And the equipment, although not the latest, were still relatively good brewing instruments. Moreover, a faint smell of wine lees wafted through the air, giving a strangely refreshing feeling, absolutely unlike the sour smell found earlier in the batch at the bar. The people from Diansu all looked slightly surprised. At this moment, the brewery supervisor also began to introduce himself, saying, "Director Su, our brewery may not be considered a legitimate business, and we do have some procedural issues. But please rest assured, I, Wu Tian, am absolutely sincere about making alcohol. The liquor we brew is among the best domestically. This I guarantee with my own reputation. Also, we warmly welcome everyone's inspection, huh? The great name of Diansu, I've known for a long time, but I just didn't have time to visit you all. Your broadcasts, I don't miss an episode. Please rest assured, our xiuxian brewery will absolutely support Diansu's work and won't cause any trouble." As he spoke, he portrayed himself as a law-abiding citizen who followed rules scrupulously. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian revealed a cold smile in his eyes. If he were truly that upright, would he need me to investigate? Continuing to walk forward. Still unable to detect even the slightest flaw, the entire factory was spotlessly clean, and the workers worked orderly. There wasn't a single issue to be found. The brewed alcohol, though not perfect, was quite good. Could it be there really is no problem? Unconsciously, doubts arose, and upon seeing this scene, the smile on Wu Tian's face deepened further, and a touch of pride could be seen in his eyes. Is it really so easy to find his fault? To establish a brewery here, one must be no ordinary individual. Their wits are sharp. The brewery was not very large, so before long, they had already inspected the entire surrounding area. They saw quite a few newly produced bottles of alcohol, each with a color and aroma beyond reproach. Moreover, their hygiene management was commendable. So, aside from their irregular procedures, this brewery could be said to be almost perfect in other aspects. Could it be that those taverns and restaurants were lying? That batch of alcohol didn't come from here? Director, there is no problem. We've conducted our tests. This alcohol is all good quality, meeting factory standards. Xiaoli approached and quietly said. After Wu Tian heard these words, he became even more arrogant, thus seizing the opportunity to say, "Director Su, how's your inspection been going so far? Rest assured, our xiuxian brewery operates as a regular company. I, Wu Tian, am not someone who would frivolously make counterfeit alcohol to harm others. Besides, feel free to continue supervising us. Over the past period, although our factory has not officially opened yet, we've already reached cooperation agreements with many enterprises. They've tasted our wine, and all say there are no issues. So, please relax. We will definitely sincerely produce alcohol and give back to society with our best attitude. What do you think? Shall we go to the office and drink tea now?" Having finished touring the factory, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke, his tone carrying a slight teasing edge. After all, this was the first time DNC had returned empty-handed. Not in a rush. You said your winery has never officially opened, yet based on intelligence, we apprehended many bar and restaurant owners, and they all pointed out that all the alcohol comes from your place. Kindly provide us with your winery's liquor order list and financial reports. Additionally, allow us to review your alcohol production chain as well. While speaking, xiuxian's eyes still carried a trace of a smile. Wu Tian's eyes showed some difficulty, seemingly hesitating greatly. Seeing his appearance, xiuxian developed a bit of suspicion in his heart. If there really was no problem, there should be no such reaction, right? After all, the factory itself had been shown. Yet the rest isn't being allowed for inspection? Our brewing techniques are entirely passed down from my ancestors. Therefore, we are usually very reluctant to disclose trade secrets. However, since Director Su suspects, I'll bring them out for you to see. Additionally, we can show you our winery orders together. Of course, we hope your organization doesn't leak them out. There was still a look of hesitation on his face. Rest assured, our Diansu knows how to handle matters appropriately. We absolutely will not disclose any information related to the case. Xiuxian said indifferently, and Wu Tian quickly nodded before calling over someone. Soon enough, the invoices and details were brought over. At the same time, the latter also led Xiuxian towards the production line. At this moment, in order to get rid of the people from Diansu, Wu Tian was willing to go all out. As long as there was something they wanted to see, he wouldn't obstruct them at all, and would show it directly. While checking the orders and the production line, Xiuxian's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. There wasn't a single flaw to be found here. The skilled workers' techniques clearly indicated that they were all experienced brewers. If they had been hastily gathered for the occasion, they certainly wouldn't have been so proficient. It was precisely to verify this point that Xiuxian had come specially to take a look. Unexpectedly, they all turned out to be seasoned professionals, seemingly having worked in this industry for quite a long time. Additionally, all aspects of hygiene standards and the ingredients used for brewing were top-notch. The wine produced by such a production chain indeed could not be faulted in the slightest. Moreover, there wasn't anything amiss with the records on the liquor orders either. It truly seemed like many manufacturers were placing orders with them. Among them, a number of them were even from other regions. How about it? Minister Su, are there any issues now? Please rest assured, our brewery absolutely cannot produce fake alcohol. Even if some customers are willing to drink it, we would never go against our conscience and make fake alcohol. That's simply killing for profit. Only beasts would do something like that, Wu Tian said, with an appearance full of righteousness. Chapter 238, The secret underground brewery. Beneath the light lies darkness. Ho ho. Good. Very impressive. I hope you maintain this integrity in business. Only by serving your customers can you achieve greater profits. Otherwise, the fleeting sweetness won't amount to much. As long as you work hard and dedicate yourself, there's no limit to how much money you can make. After essentially finding no problems, xiuxian solemnly nodded his head. Recently, this was the first enterprise that had not revealed any issues. Though temporarily it could not be entirely free of suspicion. After all, so many inn and restaurant owners pointed their fingers here, someone was undoubtedly lying. But, without evidence, xiuxian naturally would not unjustly accuse an innocent person. Thus, he opened his mouth and spoke. Indeed, Director Su has hit the nail on the head. Rest assured, our xiuxian brewery will certainly uphold this ethos, striving to expand our endeavors further, bringing glory to the brewing industry of our Xia country. The appearance of Wu Tian was almost patriotically fervent. Those who did not know him might have mistaken him for a fiery youth. Well, since there are no problems, then we shall leave. Li Zhonghua, gather the team. Xiuxian said, intending to depart. Since no issues had been uncovered, why linger unnecessarily? I'll see you out. Not necessary. By the way, I do have one question to ask you. You say your brewery receives so many orders, but with such limited facilities, how is production accomplished? Could there be some secrets, perhaps? Just before leaving, xiuxian suddenly remembered something and asked. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian trembled violently, his pupils flickering. Earlier, in order to prove the credibility of his company, he had indeed produced numerous liquor orders. But now, hearing xiuxian's words, he realized that he had unintentionally caused his own undoing. If these numerous orders couldn't possibly be fulfilled using only these few production lines, this presented a significant loophole. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he struggled to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. His speech was hesitant. Originally, xiuxian had thought the issue settled, but couldn't help doubting again. After all, even the most confidential brewing techniques were divulged, so what else needed to be hidden? Thus, he asked again, what's wrong? Is there some difficulty explaining? Mr. Wu, please clarify how, with such limited space and just these few production lines, you managed to brew so much liquor. If you cannot provide a clear explanation here, then please accompany me back to the magistrate's office. There, I am sure many people are eagerly awaiting your explanation. The smile previously on his face instantly vanished. Upon hearing these words, Wu Tian's heart sank. Who could have guessed there would be such a complication? The investigation seemed almost over, and yet, on the verge of departure, a gap had been exposed. Wu Tian was in disarray inside. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. After all, this issue was no simple matter. Struggling for half a minute, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, xiuxian put down the wine orders in his hand and subsequently spoke. If you cannot provide an explanation, then, am I correct in presuming that your winery isn't just made up of these few production lines? That there are others which we cannot see? Those production lines are likely the actual ones responsible for producing this batch of liquor, whereas these merely serve as a front. Director Su, I don't understand what you mean. Our xiuxian winery operates solely on the principle of integrity. For many years, we have strictly adhered to honest business practices. Moreover, given the number of orders we handle from multiple wineries, how could something like this happen? Surely, we wouldn't jeopardize our reputation, would we? Saying this, his demeanor became notably different. At the moment, Wu Tian lacked the confidence he displayed earlier. Privately, he was still grumbling. Ho, precisely because of these orders, there's an issue with your factory. From my observations, if the delivery of alcohol isn't timely, there's a tenfold penalty for breach of contract. Therefore, your factory surely mustn't be idle. The only reasonable conclusion is that you must be capable of producing this quantity of liquor. Please, Mr. Wu, show us where the other production lines are located. Don't force us to take action ourselves. As he spoke, xiuxian's gaze had already taken on a few cold streaks. In that look, there was still a glimmer of icy light. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian stumbled backward, clearly having no intention of helping. Seeing his reaction, xiuxian became even more certain and directly spoke up. Li Zhonghua, start the search. Check if there is a basement or hidden floor in this brewery. Yes. With these words, Li Zhonghua quickly began to investigate, tapping on the walls or stepping on the ground. If there were a basement, there would surely be hollow spots. Soon enough, Li Zhonghua said, Director, there's an issue with this area. Below it sounds hollow, and you can hear sounds. Mr. Wu, why don't you open that? No, really, Director Su, haven't you already inspected everything that needs inspection? The basement is just where we store some small items. Please don't take offense, but it's really unnecessary to open it, right? Wu Tian shook his head on the ground, unwilling to step forward and unlock the door. After all, he knew exactly what was inside. If he opened it himself, everything would go to ruin. His face turned sour at that moment. Unnecessary? Haha, I think it's absolutely necessary. Come on, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and give a hand. Since the latter didn't want to open it. Then, xiuxian naturally had his own methods. With a simple wave of his hand, someone moved forward, and under the assistance of several members of the prison warden office's action team, the basement door was soon opened. Chapter 239, Sample Testing, Child Labor? Unforgivable Sin. And upon seeing this, Wu Tian's whole body started to tremble. He hastily said, Director Su, the things below are just some of my personal items. What do they have to do with you? You were here to inspect the winery, and I've already shown you around. What? Do you also want to check my privacy? That seems beyond your authority, Director Su. There's no need to open it. These are really my personal belongings and not within the scope of your inspection. As he spoke, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. The more xiuxian observed the other party's behavior, the more he found it amusing. If there were truly no issues, why would he act like this? Why would such a situation arise? Earlier, he had appeared resolute, inviting any inspection. But when it came to this point, his demeanor had changed. If there were problems with this factory, then they must surely be hidden in the basement. Ignoring his words, xiuxian continued insisting on opening it. Soon, the partition of the basement was pulled open, and subsequently, a stench emerged from within. Even from a distance, the smell could be clearly detected. Moreover, this odor was somewhat familiar. It was the sour smell of that batch of wine. Xiuxian's face darkened as he approached, covering his nose and furrowing his brow. Upon reaching the entrance of the basement, he saw many people below, along with several production lines. The mash had already turned black. Had that been the only issue, it wouldn't have mattered. However, there was also plenty of garbage and sewage mixed in. Apparently, this so-called secret recipe consisted of these ingredients. Xiuxian turned to look at Wu Tian and asked, "What do you have to say, Mr. Wu? Can you explain what this means? Surely, you don't expect me to believe that all this garbage down there is clean, right? I truly wish to hear your explanation." Aye. Opening his mouth, Wu Tian hesitated, unsure of what to say at the moment. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The matter he had sought to conceal had ultimately come to light. Fear flashed in his eyes, as if imagining the impending wrath of the Judicial Bureau. Attempting to speak, he couldn't manage to articulate a word. "What about it? Isn't there something you'd like to say, Mr. Wu? Didn't you boast just now about being able to talk? Is this the secret brewing method passed down by your ancestors? Is this the reason why you can supply alcohol to taverns and restaurants within the agreed-upon time? This is also the wine you provided to those tavern owners, isn't it?" His calm tone carried a startling weight. Wu Tian struggled, attempting to utter an explanation. But, ultimately, he didn't know where to begin. At this point, it seemed there wasn't much left to explain. Seeing his silence, Xiuxian coldly remarked, "And you people, what are you still doing down there? Come up, all of you. Also, a few of you, go down to inspect and retrieve samples for testing. Let's see how our honest merchant, Wu Boss, manages to prosper." Saying this, he sounded visibly upset. As the cellar was opened, the workers inside all came out, mostly teenagers around 16 or 17 years old. Clearly, after dropping out of school, they ran away to work here. They ended up being deceived into coming here. "Mr. Wu, your business acumen is impressive. Even hiring minors, what a large group of them. Should I commend you for caring about children, or send you to prison? Don't you know that hiring minors is illegal? Just based on this offense alone, he'd deserve a few years in jail. Bear in mind that the law explicitly prohibits hiring minors. Normally, if only a few were involved, it might result in just a fine. However, this man had brazenly hired such a large group. It was precisely due to people like him that many children lost interest in their studies. If they learned a skill, it wouldn't have been so bad. But making them produce counterfeit alcohol, only someone extremely depraved would resort to this." Opening his mouth, squatting there, he truly had no idea what to say. Subsequently, members of the Judicial Bureau began descending into the basement. They switched on the basement lights, illuminating everything instantly. One could see broken machinery down there, as well as cockroaches and wastewater. There were even traces of blood, indicating that these young ones had improperly operated the equipment, resulting in injuries. Later, people from the Judicial Bureau walked towards the basement steps, and then lit up the lights in the basement. Instantaneously, everything became clear: shabby machines, cockroaches, sewage, and more importantly, stains of blood, evidence that these underage workers had mishandled the equipment, thus getting hurt. Upon seeing this, Xiuxian was filled with such rage that he contemplated killing him on the spot. As for the underground winery inside, it housed rows of wine vats, and from them emanated strange, acrid smells, a fishy and foul odor that pierced the nose. Are these the problematic wines? Yes. Sensing Xiuxian's voice growing colder, the other party no longer dared to feign ignorance and could only nod in admission. After all, at this point, pretending to be oblivious served no purpose whatsoever. It would be simpler just to agree, even if it meant death. It might be somewhat quicker and less painful. Draw samples for testing. As soon as the quiet order was given, the inspection team members stepped forward to begin drawing samples. The smell alone made their faces twist in disgust. If they were forced to drink such wine, it wouldn't be much different from being murdered outright. Imagine the shock of patrons in restaurants who find out they've been drinking such poison. Such a revelation would likely drive anyone insane. It still sent chills down their spines just thinking about it. Soon enough, the results of the comparison analysis were out. Upon looking at the results, they confirmed these to be the batches of counterfeit wine with quality issues, or more precisely, the very same batch that had sent many people to the hospital. In this underground factory alone, there were nearly 100 production lines, meaning the daily output could amount to hundreds of thousands, or even millions of bottles. How many people did they intend to harm with such a massive scale of operation? It demonstrated a truly malicious mindset. The thought alone was terrifying, but witnessing it firsthand, that was another level entirely. Chapter 240, Putian Hospital, Big Event. Mr. Wu, I wonder if you have any more explanations? Feel free to speak up. Half jokingly, he looked at the man in front of him. The latter originally wanted to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he hesitated after all. After all, since we've come this far, what else is there to talk about? There was some despair in that gaze. Even the underground liquor factory has been uncovered, and at this point, even if I say something, it wouldn't matter, would it? There was a sense of bewilderment in those pupils, as if he could imagine that if this matter were to be exposed, what kind of tragic scene he would face. Ho ho, since you have nothing good to say, let's go. Come on, arrest him, take him away. At this point, xiuxian had become too lazy to continue pretending with him. After all, the latter's actions were already walking on the edge of xiuxian. Who can do such a thing? Treat human lives as jokes? Even a completely unscrupulous person probably couldn't do such a thing. What a jerk. Subsequently, the entire xiuxian liquor factory was sealed off, and that boss was also taken towards the DU office building. And this news soon spread to the ears of many people in the circle. All major media and journalists, along with those private public accounts, began to fervently promote xiuxian and others' operation. Just when the case of gutter oil had been solved, another important case was quickly cracked. One must admit, DU's actions were truly fast. This also left many people somewhat shocked. The entire forum and internet were basically dominated by the popular news of DU. It seemed like ever since DU emerged half a year ago, their popularity and headlines just kept snowballing. No matter what the news was, they always managed to reach the top first. Director of the DU department breaks another major case. The black curtain behind xiuxian liquor factory that you don't know. Stunning news for 1.3 billion people. A certain liquor factory uses these things to brew alcohol, simply neglecting human lives. Luckily, it was discovered by the great lords of DU. Otherwise, who knows how many more people would have been harmed. News broadcast that stuns everyone. A certain liquor factory commits such a huge affair, gaining wealth at the cost of lives. Using garbage to make alcohol. Are these manufacturers asking for death, or is their morality totally lost? They dared to do this under the watchful eyes of DU. Gutter oil case just solved. DU strikes again. In an instant, a multitude of headlines had already surfaced. Almost the entire web was discussing matters related to DU. After all, just a moment ago, they had arrested a gang involved in the production of gutter oil crime, and it caused quite a commotion nationwide. But before the aftershocks had subsided, new information had already emerged. One must admit, based solely on this wave, DU's strength was chilling, especially for those black hands hidden behind the scenes. They couldn't even utter half a word now. After all, at this point, who still dare to open their mouth? In such a short period, DU had already resolved so many cases. Even if someone had the largest courage, they would not dare to show up at this time. Unless, if they're really tired of living, then coming up to die themselves. For a time, the vast Xia country became peaceful. Due to the arrest of xiuxian liquor factory, many black hands behind the scenes went quiet, and at this time, dared not show up. After all, the crackdown force of DU was simply crazy. Being caught by them meant only trouble, so anyone smart would currently only want to avoid them. Even with piles of money, it's not worth your life. Once caught by DU, then, your little life will end up spent in jail. Thinking about spending the rest of your life locked in prison brought on a feeling of despair, so any intelligent person absolutely would never do such things. And this tranquility of Xia country also gave DU a rare opportunity to breathe. After days of hard work, they finally got a slight respite. With nearly 6 months solving so many cases, they made many stop scheming. Rather than earn money, they prefer to stay out of trouble. The elder did not hold back in praising the achievements of DU. However, such good times did not last long, as there were always people who couldn't resist stepping out. Half a month after the xiuxian liquor factory case, at noon, inside the DU office building, everyone was enjoying their meals. Suddenly, the computer of the investigation team started beeping incessantly. Drip, 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 quickly setting aside their food. They opened the whistleblower mailbox. In no time, Xiaoli saw an astonishing sight. Within less than 15 minutes, there were already over 100 whistleblower messages, all about the same hospital. Damn, what heinous crimes have they committed to draw such universal hatred? Hurry, organize the data. I'll submit it immediately. Putian Hospital? It sounds strangely familiar. As they spoke, the colleagues on the investigation team had already begun swiftly organizing the whistleblower material. The keyboard clattered loudly, and in just a few moments, all the materials were fully gathered. Upon seeing those documents, Xiaoli quickly headed towards xiuxian's office. His steps hurried. For half a month now, there hadn't been any big cases. But this time, with so many people jointly reporting against the same hospital, his more than half year's experience in solving cases gave him a premonition. This was bound to be a significant event. Otherwise, why would so many people file complaints? Moreover, hearing the continuous beeping of the computer, it was evident that the whistleblower messages had yet to stop, but were increasing with time. He walked down the corridor to the office door. Report. Chapter 241. Hospital corpse burning case. Temporary worker? Xiuxian was savoring tea in his office when he heard a sound outside. He put down his teacup and said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened from the outside as Xiaoli walked in, quickly handing over the documents in his hands and speaking. "Minister, something's happened. Just now, we received a report at the back end that a patient was killed at Putian Hospital." What? Upon hearing this, Xiuxian felt a sense of strangeness. Though hospitals are places for curing diseases and saving lives, no one can guarantee that patients will definitely be saved, right? If that were true, there would be no deaths in the world. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all natural parts of life. So what's worth reporting on? Even if the prison bureau is where people come to seek justice, this is obviously just causing trouble. Minister, it wasn't a normal death. According to the information in the report, after the patient was admitted to the hospital, they died within 3 hours. No major surgery was performed. They were only being given injections and IVs, yet mysteriously passed away. Moreover, the hospital refused to let the family see the body and forcibly cremated it. Currently, this news has already been reported by various media outlets, and many people online are reacting, claiming that this hospital has real problems. Over the years, quite a few incidents have occurred there. Should we take a look? Seemingly reading xiuxian's thoughts, Xiaoli hurriedly added, if someone dies while being treated, that's really not unusual. Even a divine doctor like Huatua couldn't guarantee keeping everyone alive, let alone them. But here, merely administering an injection or someone ends up dead, and the body was directly cremated without notifying the family. This behavior seems rather strange. According to examples provided by netizens, this isn't the first time the hospital has done something like this. If it happens once or twice, you might call it coincidence, or even call it a doctor's mistake. After all, mistakes are bound to happen in such a big hospital, right? But this incident is just too suspicious. How could something like this keep happening? It simply isn't realistic. Even with any hospital, how could such things continue to happen so often? Clearly, something must be off. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, xiuxian furrowed his brows. He found it hard to believe that something like this could actually happen. Subsequently, he picked up the report material and started examining the well-organized cases. His brow was immediately furrowed into a deep frown. According to the content of the report, the deceased only had appendicitis, and the family even presented diagnostic materials from their local hospital. Due to the lack of conditions for surgery at the previous hospital, they arranged treatment here instead. But who would have thought that such a minor operation could result in death? Even if the person had died, that would have been that. But direct cremation raises far too many questions. Furthermore, Putian Hospital issued some new diagnostic records, stating that what seemed like appendicitis was in fact due to misdiagnosis by a small-town hospital. The actual condition was heart disease, and the family didn't disclose the full medical details upon admission. This resulted in the doctors proceeding with the wrong surgery, leading to the patient's death. As for the post-mortem cremation, it was supposedly caused by a temporary worker in the morgue department who wasn't familiar with the procedures and accidentally burned the wrong body. Such an explanation is truly far-fetched. Not only would the family find it unbelievable, but even passers-by wouldn't buy it. After all, how could the doctors, after transferring the patient, not perform further investigations, blindly relying on the initial diagnosis from another hospital and then rashly operating? What kind of hospital operates with such recklessness? Do they not fear killing their patients? Just this part alone is questionable enough. As for later excuses, they're laughable. Blame the temporary worker again? In recent years, regardless of what type of fault arises, the blame always lands on temporary workers. This excuse has been overused. Without a doubt, the so-called temporary worker is just a cover-up. Who isn't smarter than whom these days? These days, those who've risen to such positions are sharp individuals. Unless someone's an idiot, they wouldn't fall for such ridiculous explanations. Moreover, which hospital's temporary worker would dare to burn bodies so brazenly, especially after working there for just a few days? Such work is usually carried out only by people who have worked in the hospital for a long time. Besides, when the incinerator was activated, a physician was required to be present, and the signatures of the main department in charge and the family members were also necessary. Without any of these conditions being met, how could they have dared to cremate the body? Therefore, the families of the deceased naturally would not believe such an excuse. However, when they went to protest at the hospital, it was utterly useless, and in the end, they were dispersed by certain departments. Having no other choice, they mobilized their relatives and friends, uploaded the information online, which prompted countless netizens to send complaints to the prison bureau. Precisely because of this. So earlier, there had been tens of thousands of people who helped submit complaints within such a short time. And after reading through this material, xiuxian continued flipping through it. He then found numerous other cases, all originating from the same hospital, Putian Hospital. It wasn't just this one incident that occurred in the latter's hospital, there were many more. Originally, those people already doubted the integrity of this hospital, but alas, Putian Hospital wielded significant wealth and boasted good reputation. So, regardless of how much noise they made, it proved ineffective. But now, with the case of unexplained corpse burning surfacing, everyone can no longer stay calm, standing up to expose its wrongdoings. Among them, quite a few netizens left sarcastic comments. Putian Hospital? I know it, it's ruthless. Last time I caught a cold and had a fever, and they charged me 20,000 yuan. Ho ho, about the doctors at this hospital. I don't even want to mention them. All of them are money hungry. What angels in white. Everyone here is just a heartless devil. All they care about is money. The last time I underwent surgery without giving them a red envelope, they left a pair of scissors inside my abdomen. To this day, I'm still shaken by the memory. Chapter 242. Everyone in action. Target, Putian Hospital. In no time, news about the Putian Hospital had spread throughout online forums. Almost everywhere were comments from victims. After all, this hospital has been around for a long time, and there are countless advertisements on the internet. For that reason, many people have chosen to seek treatment here only to end up being deceived badly. Alas, some people collude with them. So it makes it nearly impossible for the patients to get justice. Even if occasionally there are 2 or 3 cases making a big fuss, they are often suppressed by certain individuals in the end, receiving at most a small compensation. When compared to those who've been swindled, this number is just a drop in the ocean. Even common colds or fevers are diagnosed as diseases worth nearly 20,000 yuan. It's evident how black-hearted this hospital is. What secrets lie behind them? If there were absolutely no problems, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. It's clear, this hospital relies on deceiving its patients and taking away every penny they have. In such a situation, they can never be forgiven. And furthermore, this time it involves a murder case. If we let even this go unnoticed, who knows how dark Xia country might become. After all, The vaccine scandal had already taken down a large number of hospitals, yet some people still refused to heed warnings. Instead, they dare to cause more trouble. Moreover, from the online comments, it's apparent this hospital does indeed have issues. So, should we investigate or not? Now the entire Xia country seems to be watching us closely. If we don't investigate, the authority of the Penitentiary Bureau will be affected. But if we do, who knows whether the truth can be uncovered? After all, dealing with medical disputes is extremely thorny. Over the years, there have been multiple cases in Xia country. Furthermore, the body from the Putian hospital case has been disposed of already. In this situation, where should we start investigating? Thinking about this, xiuxian frowned deeply, his forehead forming a xiuxian character. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers tapped on the desk until he finally made a resolution. The initial purpose of the Penitentiary Bureau was to restore clarity and fairness to unresolved cases one day. But clearly, this case has problems. If we simply discard it without further action, who knows what consequences may arise? Therefore, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Summon everyone. We'll hold a meeting in my office in 15 minutes. He lightly tapped the table and stood up after a brief pause before speaking. Hearing his words, others quickly stood up and went outside. Soon, all the staff in the Penitentiary Bureau's office were assembled. The tasks were already assigned before they entered. Looking at the team leaders, xiuxian said, "Everyone, starting now, you're officially in investigation mode. Closely monitor all online cases related to the Putian hospital. In addition, I, the operation team, the investigation team, and the testing team will head to Putian." Yes, yes, yes. The three team leaders stood up and nodded with a slight smile on their faces. After all, working alongside xiuxian is an incredibly fortunate thing for them. Despite his young age, their leader possesses great skills, always allowing them to learn a lot. What about us? The remaining team leaders quickly stood up to ask, fearing they would be forgotten by their superior. Looking at the remaining members, xiuxian responded, "The information group personnel will gather all intelligence and case data from the web, helping us with analysis. As for the rest of you, visit the victims of the case and find out various underhanded schemes of the Putian hospital as soon as possible. Remember, don't listen to gossip on the web. Our Penitentiary Bureau emphasizes evidence when handling cases." Understood. No problem, guaranteeing the mission completion. Soon, everyone nodded in agreement. As the group dispersed, Li Zhonghua from the action team, Xiaoli from the investigation team, and Sun Dashing from the check team kept staring at xiuxian with readiness written all over their faces. "Let's go." Xiuxian spoke calmly and walked toward the exit. The other three quickly followed behind, and their teammates were already fully equipped waiting outside. They quickly boarded the vehicles heading toward the airport direction. This was going to be an interprovincial investigation, and all this without any solid evidence, so utmost caution is necessary. Even the members of the Penitentiary Bureau are extremely cautious. After all, it's been hard work over many years to stabilize the reputation of the Penitentiary Bureau. No one wants to ruin that. By the time the Penitentiary Bureau received the message and set off, in the top-floor office of Putian Hospital in a faraway southwestern province, loud arguments erupted. A seemingly elderly old man glared at the department heads and two vice presidents around him. His face was extremely dark, and the cane in his hand hit the ground heavily twice. The once noisy office instantly became silent. Everyone turned their heads to look at the old man, with some fear in their eyes. After all, this is a private hospital where one person holds life and death power, and the president can decide their fates. Therefore, no one dared to speak up at this moment, fearing being targeted by him. "You were arguing just now, weren't you? Why stop? All of you with fancy titles like experts and professors, don't you feel ashamed? Look at yourselves now, like a slapdash group performing a grand drama. There's a serious incident in the hospital, and instead of worrying about that, you're quarreling here. What sort of decorum is this?" He spoke with evident anger. As the words from the old president faded away, the office became quiet again, and everyone was speechless. They all shut their mouths tightly, leaving the office completely silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Chapter 243, Organ Acquisition, Corrupt Doctors. Speak up. What are your thoughts? How should we solve this matter? After surveying the surroundings and seeing everyone quiet down, the old dean spoke again. Upon hearing his words, everyone was somewhat stunned, looking at each other but unsure of what to say. When it became clear no one was speaking up, the vice dean stood up and said, "Old dean, I think there's no need for us to rush over this, is there? Such things have happened before. If someone dies, so be it. At worst, we pay some compensation. In our territory in southwest China, who else dares to do anything to us?" The vice dean has a point. What can they do to us? They're just widows and orphans. If things get tough, we could eliminate them all. That's right, makes sense. Over the years, haven't we seen countless incidents at our hospital? What storm haven't we weathered? So what if someone dies? Why should we fear anything? Worst case scenario, we pay money. Old dean, you don't need to worry about this. Exactly. The amount we'd compensate is but a drop in the ocean compared to what we've earned. There's nothing to fear here. All the department heads cheered in agreement, but after hearing these words, the old dean's eyes still carried some concern. Indeed, similar cases had occurred frequently in the past. But remember, there wasn't any department like the Penitentiary Commission back then. The state had also not yet focused on medical oversight, and given the technology at that time, a death here and there was quite common. However, in recent years, things have changed significantly. The rise of the Penitentiary Commission led to the resolution of countless cases within half a year. If this case gets reported to them, it won't be long before suspicion falls directly on us. He knew very well that although the hospital looked successful now, its dark secrets were overwhelming. If a thorough investigation were conducted, serious trouble would follow soon. Originally, the old dean planned to call it quits since the normal profits from the hospital would be enough to keep operations running smoothly, with substantial annual benefits. However, the people below wouldn't comply. Small-scale scandals used to pass without much issue. This time, however, they caused fatalities, pushing the almost whitewashed Putian hospital into crisis again. Thinking about it, the old dean felt a chill of anxiety. Just listening to it, he already felt frightened. This incident was getting out of hand, and even spending a lot of money would not convince Qilu or Tencent to help them further anymore. After all, this involved life-threatening affairs. In the past, such matters might not seem like big issues, but the situation this time was really different. A conflict could lead to worse outcomes, maybe even cost lives. In fact, the old dean had an inkling that perhaps the Penitentiary Commission was now targeting them. If so, it would be impossible to step away. Watching these individuals before him, he couldn't help but feel regret. Back then, Putian Hospital dug deep into the black market to attract doctors. They profited heavily from those activities. Coupled with spending large sums to buy recommendations, it quickly established its reputation across Xia country. To establish such a prestigious name in such a short time was truly remarkable. But with advancements in technology and improvements in medical equipment over the years, patient safety has increased greatly. Under such circumstances, their hospital naturally couldn't act as recklessly as before. If, previously, when there were situations where patients couldn't be saved, and the hospital could be blamed, they now find themselves powerless. Should it reach that stage, they'd all likely end up behind bars. Yet, these people still refuse to listen. They continue with their underhanded deeds, and now have escalated to fatal crimes. Perhaps outsiders aren't aware. But as the dean, he knows full well that surely some officials want to replace body organs, but couldn't find suitable ones in time. As a result, they performed illegal surgeries privately. Cough, cough. Everyone shut up immediately. Do you honestly think this is easy to resolve? Huh. If this gets leaked to the Penitentiary Commission, do you still not understand the Commission's methods after more than half a year? You are truly foolish. I can choose not to meddle in this matter. But all of you had better clean up your act. Prepare someone to take the fall and negotiate a private settlement with the deceased family. Make sure this incident doesn't escalate further. That Penitentiary Commission isn't an easy opponent. Over these years, how many people has he sent inside? Do you wish to join them? If any of you truly want to go sit in jail, then at my age, I don't mind accompanying you till the end. With those words, everyone who was previously clamoring immediately shut their mouths. There was still fear in their eyes, for the Penitentiary Commission truly is a nightmare for villains. In such a short time, it has solved so many major cases. To claim that one is not afraid would be outright lying. But, faced with the lure of profits, these individuals have chosen to turn a blind eye. And now with the old dean bringing it up again, everyone's heart sank. The office fell silent for a moment until the vice dean finally stepped forward to speak. Old dean, there's no need to make it sound so serious. Aren't we doing this for the hospital's income as well? In this case, the organ acquisition organization offered a staggering $10 million. How long would it take for us to earn that amount otherwise? That's right. While the Penitentiary Commission may be competent, there's no body left now. How will they investigate? And how could they possibly trace this back to us? Besides, our scapegoats this time are completely tight-lipped. We've paid them handsomely, so there's no chance they'd betray us. Please rest assured. Exactly, old dean, we've been running this hospital for so many years. Could we really not know how to handle these kinds of things? Our operations are extremely smooth. That boy was just an orphan, carefree and without complications. Let him bear the blame, and we'll sleep soundly. Chapter 244, Putian Hospital, Dionysi's arrival. Ho ho, if that's the case, I should thank you. The old dean laughed continuously but stared at everyone present. Having been in this industry for so many years, how could he not know? In this world, there is no wall that does not leak wind. In the past, the reason why we were able to control things was twofold. First, there was no department like Dionysi back then. Secondly, hospitals in those days held important social positions. Even when many people knew about our issues, they were still unwilling to file complaints. After all, if one offends a hospital, what happens when they get sick themselves? Living in this world, one will inevitably go through birth, aging, illness, and death. If one day such a thing happens, wouldn't it be catastrophic? Hence, thinking about it made him feel somewhat helpless. Therefore, many people chose to keep quiet to avoid trouble over the years. However, with the development of public hospitals and increasing awareness among patients seeking justice, these cover-ups have become harder. Moreover, there were cases involving fatalities. This naturally caused the situation to escalate. If things continued this way, it seemed they might indeed be doomed. But alas, having reached this point, how could they extricate themselves? These individuals had tasted success, and even if they no longer wished to continue, others wouldn't let them stop. Thus, their only hope was that nothing unexpected occurred. Otherwise, their lives would be at stake. At this very moment, the special plane carrying the Dionysi agents finally arrived at the airport. Shortly after arriving at the airport, they quickly left by car, heading directly to Putian Hospital. The uproar caused during this time had already grown too significant. If they couldn't resolve this issue quickly, no one knew what other repercussions may arise. After all, within just this short span, Dionysi's whistleblower emails had surged to surpass 10,000. Since the establishment of this department, there had never been such severe circumstances. From this, it became clear. Putian Hospital had likely infuriated the masses. In modern society, eating various grains means illnesses are inevitable. If allowed to thrive unchecked, How could good hospitals ever make profits? And if hospitals cannot profit, who would willingly run a hospital thereafter? Forcing benevolent doctors into impossible situations. How would the public address illnesses, medication, and treatment in the future? This was something no one could avoid. Hence, the citizens of Xia country absolutely wouldn't tolerate the existence of such a hospital. All citizens became furious at this moment. They desired to dismantle Putian Hospital instantly, leading the whistleblower inbox behind Dionysi's operations, nearly causing the website to crash. Therefore, delays were unacceptable. So, directly upon landing, they set out towards Putian Hospital. Quickly, they arrived at the hospital gates. Upon arrival, quite a number of victims had gathered at the entrance, including bereaved families holding white cloth banners in front of the hospital gates. Many cried loudly. Security personnel surrounded the area, fearing any escalation of conflict. "Let's go in," xiuxian stated, waving as he proceeded inside. They tore a path through the crowd, swiftly making their way towards the interior. As they approached the gate, a group of security guards surrounded them, saying, "What are you here for? The hospital isn't taking consultations right now. Dionysi, investigating a case. Move aside." Looking at these enablers, Li Zhongguo certainly showed no leniency, directly berating them. Initially, some retorted, but upon seeing the Dionysi emblem, prudently decided against speaking. After all, at this stage, if they opposed Dionysi, they'd end up straight in prison. Hence, they immediately stepped aside. The security captain respectfully escorted them in. Led by xiuxian, the team moved forward, entering an elevator headed for the top floor of the hospital. Apparently, when Dionysi arrived, they had already received word. For decades, Putian Hospital has managed to thrive in the southwest region due to its cunning strategies. Otherwise, past incidents wouldn't have been so easily covered up. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, the Dionysi group emerged and, led by an assistant, proceeded towards the office. Upon entering, they saw a group of people sitting there. Among them, clearly stood the vice dean. The moment the vice dean saw xiuxian walk in, he spoke up. "Hee, Director Su, your name has been known to me for a long time. Indeed, you are very young. I wonder what brings you here to our southwestern region. It's my fault for not making proper preparations earlier. Would you like me to arrange something now? What do you prefer?" "No need for arrangements. I came here on official business, and you don't have to pretend ignorance about why I'm here," Vice Dean Wang. As he looked at the smiling Vice Dean, before even coming here, their details had already been investigated thoroughly. Many years ago, the old dean stepped down. Now, everything in the hospital was managed by this Vice Dean, who was well known as a smiling tiger. Although he smiled in front of you, who knows if he might stab you in the back. This old man was definitely not someone to be underestimated. The more such an opponent existed, the more cautious one needed to be. Otherwise, if they were to offend him, it could lead to significant trouble. Considering all this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Moreover, knowing that the other party was clearly aware of his arrival, yet still staged such a grand display, it became clear that they had no intention of cooperating from the start. Thus, there was no need to maintain unnecessary courtesy. I don't understand what Director Su is talking about. However, I do have a problem here that requires your assistance. You're famous for being impartial and selfless. After all, the situation downstairs, you must have seen it too, right? These stubborn people gather in front of our gate daily, attempting to extort money. Please, Director Su, help us drive them away. Otherwise, it severely affects our company's normal operations. Chapter 245. Behind the light lies endless darkness. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian's expression turned even colder. Regardless of whether this medical mishap was true or false, the single word "common ruffian" from this deputy director already showed how arrogant he was. Without responding, Su directly sat on the office chair and said, "Sorry, this is an internal conflict within your hospital. It has nothing to do with my purpose for being here. So, let's first resolve my matter. According to intelligence from our penitentiary bureau, your hospital's reputation online recently hasn't been good. Moreover, there are allegations of patient murders, overpriced medications, etc. So, we'd like to request everyone's cooperation in an investigation. Additionally, to give the public a satisfactory response, this case process will be live-streamed throughout. Let all netizens see that you shouldn't mind this, right? Furthermore, this will help avoid any future misunderstandings by the public about your organization. I believe you should have no objections. So let us begin." As he spoke, mockery was already evident in his tone, and upon hearing his words, the deputy director looked uneasy, as did the surrounding chief doctors. They wanted to argue back, but were also afraid to speak out. Firstly, they had done something immoral. Secondly, this investigation was being conducted by the penitentiary bureau, the emperor's close guards, who dared to offend them, unless they didn't want their lives. If xiuxian wished, even without any evidence, he could still keep them locked up in prison forever. Therefore, one after another forced themselves to swallow their initial retorts. Living under someone else's roof, one must bow. Ho ho, Minister Su, your words are too severe. If there is anything you wish to investigate, just say it. As long as we know it, we will certainly not hold back in sharing information. We don't dare say much about other things, but over the years, our Putian hospital has never had any problems and naturally does not fear being investigated," he said, looking quite confident. He originally intended to say more, but everything had already been laid bare. What more was there left to say? They could only obediently shut their mouths and look at xiuxian. Soon, the live streaming equipment was set up. Little Li then stepped forward and said, "Minister, we can start now." Hearing this, xiuxian nodded and said, "All right, then let's discuss this. What exactly happened?" The other day, our penitentiary bureau received a letter reporting your hospital, accusing you of disregarding human life. A common appendectomy ended up costing someone their life, and the body was directly cremated. Hence, regarding this incident, I expect all of you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Minister Su, is there really anything to explain here? Our hospital already issued an announcement previously. You should have seen it. This matter is due to the neglect of duty by our hospital doctors. Moreover, they didn't check carefully when the patient arrived. Consequently, the deceased actually died from a heart attack and not the so-called appendicitis, which later was mistakenly handled by our temporary worker leading to its incineration. Concerning this incident, we are willing to offer corresponding compensation, but the family of the deceased refuses to accept it. What can we do? Such medical accidents are very normal. Is it necessary for every treatment issue to result in the doctor losing their life? If it really came to that, would Xia country's doctors even be enough to cover all the deaths? Since that family refuses reconciliation, there is nothing we can do. Besides, they've obstructed the normal operation of our hospital, resulting in total losses amounting to hundreds of thousands during this period. Our hospital still needs to pay salaries daily. Why don't you go deal with them rather than talking to us? Isn't it unnecessary? If Minister Su truly wishes to resolve this matter, then I suggest you find that family and negotiate with them. If money can settle it, our hospital will not hesitate. But we are not a charity institution either. Please don't overprice. People wanting to extort the hospital. Well, we've seen plenty of those types of patients. As he spoke, the deputy director still gave a slight smirk. However, these remarks angered the netizens who had just entered the live stream room. Originally, this event favored Putian Hospital before, plus there were many accident issues appearing on the web recently. Therefore, almost all citizens stood firmly on the side of the patient's family. Now, this deputy director was actually making statements about extortion. Isn't this a joke? If it truly were extortion, who would coerce him further? Do they really think that having a bit of power means they can act recklessly? Damn, blackmail? People like this should just die? What kind of doctor is he to have climbed so high in rank? If I were their leader, I would have fired this bastard a long time ago. So it turns out that they used their son's life to blackmail your hospital? Huh? Where's the humanity in that? Has Putian Hospital now reached the point where it has no shame? I really want to ask your hospital, just who could be so desperate as to risk their own lives to extort from you? Ho ho, are there really so many brain-damaged people in this world? This black-hearted hospital will get its karma eventually. Minister Su, don't hold back on them. In an instant, the barrage of online comments exploded. Especially those who had previously received medical care at this hospital went into a frenzy. After hearing Deputy Director Wang say such shameless words, everyone started coldly laughing. There had been many shameless people, but never one quite like this before. How could someone be so audacious and vile? What goes through their minds? Over the years, tens or even hundreds of thousands of patients have been wronged by Putian Hospital. At this moment, all stood up in support, filling the comment section in a flash with messages. And at this moment, xiuxian finally spoke. Indeed, as your hospital claims. A couple of incidents might just be accidental emergencies, but over the years, your hospital has seen far too many accidents, hasn't it? Since yesterday alone, our penitentiary bureau has received nearly 100,000 complaints. Any explanations for that? Chapter 246. Aren't there a bit too many medical malpractice cases at your prestigious hospital? Indeed, one or two incidents can be considered medical malpractice. Even Divine-Level would not argue against this point. Besides, the issue of medical malpractice was already taken into account when the decision to come here or not was being made. Regardless of whether it's a private hospital or even a traditional Chinese medicine hospital with top experts in the country sitting in charge, none of them can guarantee the cure for every patient. However, isn't it true that the frequency of medical malpractice cases at the Putian Hospital has become too frequent? Seeing the silence of the crowd, xiuxian spoke again. According to the results provided by our cyber information group, so far the number of people who have reported your medical malpractice issues online and offline has reached over 3,000. Moreover, all these individuals can provide specific materials, as well as relevant professional knowledge. They found that many of the medicines they purchased had no relation to their treatment. Does your hospital have any explanations to offer? As he spoke, xiuxian's face turned colder as he looked at their expressions. Upon hearing his words, several people were somewhat stunned, especially the Vice President Wang, who did not expect Divine-Level's data collection to be so swift. All the old accounts from before were dug up. More importantly, over the years, they had done too many things that should not be revealed. If xiuxian really uncovers each incident and obtains evidence, then sooner or later, whether dead or alive, they'd all be doomed. There is a sense of despair knowing that if one makes bad choices, consequences are inevitable. Unfortunately, it is now too late to regret. For that small amount of money, if past actions were brought to light and proven, everyone present would not escape a severe jail sentence. As such, thoughts raced through their minds. They must get past this matter. Fortunately, after years as vice president, Wang knew what to say. He hastily responded, Minister Su, surely you understand the logic behind treating illness if present and preventing it if absent. We naturally prescribed medication immediately once we detected potential health risks in our patients. Our aim was to help solve their diseases thoroughly. How could this possibly be wrong? As for the patient complaints, over the years our Putian hospital has been established and still enjoys quite a good reputation among the people. This is something everyone can see clearly. Why has no one complained up until now? These reports only started surfacing a few days ago, but have already reached such numbers. I suspect this is a setup by our competitors. Our hospital, no matter how stupid, will never do something so reckless. especially since, over the years, our Putian hospital has garnered a certain status in the medical field. Thus, it's unsurprising some may wish to falsely accuse us. Minister Su, shouldn't you carefully analyze this situation instead of blindly believing everything you hear? Otherwise, how could you stay in this position stably? The vice president finally realized that xiuxian had come to stir trouble, and under such circumstances, they certainly didn't need to be too polite. Otherwise, they would only be stepped on. Upon hearing this statement, xiuxian furrowed his brows, realizing that this truly was a difficult opponent. Even at this stage, he refused to confess. No other comment needed. Just this fact alone shows his stubborn nature. Whether I am stable in my position doesn't require your concern. I believe it would be best to clarify your hospital's problems first. Since you mentioned a setup, then who wants to harm you? Minister Su, isn't this not our job? You're supposed to investigate, right? Let me entrust this to you. Minister Su, please find out who is so despicable, unable to openly compete with our hospital, resorting to such lowly tactics. Do they think our hospital would fear such moves? The vice president pushed further. Moreover, Minister Su, please help us drive away those people below. Their presence severely affects the reputation of our hospital. It cannot be denied that this deputy dean has reached an almost invincible level of shamelessness. Could someone be this shameless? And looking at the face of this guy without a shred of decency, the netizens couldn't help but bitterly laugh. They've met many cunning and shameless types, but never someone like this. It's simply beyond disgrace. Shameless, haha, really laugh myself to death. When did their Putian hospital have any sort of reputation? Unless I just returned from Mars. I've seen shamelessness, talking about reputation. But when problems arise, they are never solved, focusing solely on escalating conflicts. Now, they remain shameless to this extent. How could they think this way? Based on them, they actually claim to be a conscientious hospital? Haha, I dare not seek treatment in this hospital. If anyone wants to go there, they can go ahead. It's very likely that one would lose their life. I'm also scared. They are shameless indeed, but this kind of behavior is unacceptable. Even patients have been treated to death. The first thought is not about how to address the impact, but instead continues with treating other patients. I would really like to ask who has such a huge heart to treat patients in a hospital like this? Is someone really that foolish? A single word had stirred 1,000 waves. Vice President Wang's words had already offended all netizens. After all, it was not just some random time. Even now his focus was still on making money. By this time, Putian Hospital had almost zero reason left for people not to criticize it completely. However, Vice President Wang was still unaware of the live broadcast room situation and instead felt pleased with his passionate speech. He turned his head and asked the young man, Minister Su, I wonder if you have anything else to say? Do you want to refute my words? Or do you think something inappropriate? Speak up. Being able to stand strong in the southwest region for so many years, their audacity wasn't built on mere talk. Therefore, now, he attempted to block Minister Su's mouth with these words. As long as this minister doesn't speak, everything will be simpler from here. Unfortunately, things are never that easy. Good, very well said. However, you didn't answer my question yet. Skimming over the important issues, huh? What I want to know is, how did you manage to create these nearly 1,000 bloody cases? Saying this, he tossed the file in his hand onto the desk. With a bang, all the directors were startled. Chapter 247. Without donors, where do the organs come from? The shadow under the endless darkness. Only the vice president remained calm and sat there. His clouded eyes still held a touch of laughter as he said, Director Su, I've already explained this earlier. It was a medical accident, something no one wanted to happen. Our hospital's doctors lacked the necessary skills, which is why these tragedies occurred, and afterward, our hospital has always compensated. Is it meaningful for you to keep pressing on this matter? Moreover, the party suffering now is our Putian hospital. Inadequate doctor skills? Can this single reason justify your negligence of human lives? Does that mean all patients in your hands could possibly die? If you're not confident about your technical abilities, then don't oversell your capabilities online. Before Director Su could respond, Little Lee at the back had already spoken angrily. After all, he had also gone through the documents, and everything recorded there was chilling. Over the years, if not witnessed firsthand, who would believe such tragic incidents had actually occurred? How many patients in the Putian hospital were victims of their sinister practices? Little Lee's words stirred a wave of agreement among the netizens. Indeed, advertisements of the Putian hospital were ubiquitous online. They boasted having countless expert physicians, claiming any disease could be treated here. Yet when these helpless patients arrived, they turned into lambs ready to be slaughtered. Cough. Your organization defaming our hospital will require legal responsibility. The enforcement status of your penal administration division within the country doesn't need much explanation, does it? Don't you know that a single word from your side might lead to a loss of reputation for us? Director Su, when idle, you should better discipline your subordinates properly, so they won't speak recklessly. A mistaken comment can easily result in complaints. As he spoke, his smile never faded throughout. Truly, it was no wonder everyone called this vice president the Laughing Tiger. No matter the situation, he never panics, and an opponent like this is undoubtedly one of the toughest to deal with. Hearing his words, xiuxian waved a hand signaling Little Lee to step back. Then he stared at the people in front of him and spoke. My subordinate doesn't need your management. Additionally, the issue raised by Xiao Li is exactly what I want to ask. Your hospital advertised online saying it can treat any disease. But now you are claiming insufficient physician capability? Isn't that contradictory? Moreover, according to the investigation by our Penal Administration Division, your Putian hospital seems to pay quite a sum every year to Baidu and other internet companies for false advertising. I would really like to know why. Aside from that, even if the temporary workers at your hospital may not have noticed, how is it possible that the accompanying family members of deceased patients did not recognize their own relatives? Your hospital's supervision level must indeed be rather poor. Additionally, the financial issues of your hospital appear to have significant loopholes. In just 3 months this year alone, your hospital has amassed nearly 3 billion yuan. I would like to know what kind of business your hospital is actually involved in to make this much money. According to your hospital's normal revenue streams and patient treatment fees, there shouldn't be that much profit, right? Upon finishing his words, xiuxian closed his mouth. With cold eyes, he fixed his gaze on the few individuals present, sitting there waiting for their explanations, curious to see what these people had to say. A mere hospital. Its profit-making speed was truly far too fast, wasn't it? Moreover, based on their patients' surgical records and financial transactions, it was unclear where they made so much money from. Upon hearing Director Su's remarks, the originally somewhat arrogant senior executives of the Putian hospital immediately became grave-faced. As leaders within the hospital, they naturally knew what secrets lay behind all this. Their hospital originally didn't rely on treating patients to make money after all. After all, what could be done with the patient's medication fees? To put it plainly, their purpose was to extract matching organs and secretly perform surgery for certain powerful individuals. The money those individuals paid was the real main source of income. It was precisely due to this horrifying means that allowed the Putian hospital to rise from being an unknown entity to its current state in such a short time. However, talking about it one thing, while actually doing it was another matter entirely. Besides, many secrets were things that simply couldn't be disclosed. Otherwise, angry families of the patients might very well tear down this hospital. Even the vice president, at this point, seemed to be in a bit of a quandary. After a moment, he finally spoke. Director Su, our hospital naturally has its own means of generating revenue, and this is something that doesn't seem to require your oversight, does it? However, since you've brought it up today, I'll not withhold anything. As doctors, we save lives and alleviate suffering. Xuanhuan Hospital is a well-known medical institution in southwestern China, so we treat many wealthy bosses and young heirs. The money comes from them, and if you don't believe me, feel free to ask. The vice president spoke in an affectedly difficult tone. After all, taking bribes as a doctor is nothing honorable, but compared to being locked up in prison, it's still preferable. Those wealthy businessmen wouldn't dare to acknowledge any relationship either, so investigating this would inevitably lead nowhere, turning it into an unsolvable mystery. Rich heirs, huh? Well, your hospital's medical ethics truly leave much to be desired. Very well, let's move on to another matter then. Since its establishment, your hospital has reportedly performed nearly 1,000 organ transplant surgeries according to our investigation. But, as of now, we have yet to find even one willing organ donor who has voluntarily contributed organs to your hospital. What explanation do you have for this? And based on our findings, it has been confirmed that the number of incinerated bodies at your morgue matches exactly with the number of your so-called organ donation surgeries. So where did these patients' new organs come from? I'd like the present individuals here to kindly explain. Chapter 248. Temporary worker? Would they have that much power? The high-ranking officials, who were previously full of assurances, now appeared somewhat dumbfounded. No one had anticipated this. Xiuxian actually pulled a move like this, and furthermore, he investigated all organ donations and surgical counts clearly, which left no room for excuses. After all, organ donation requires signing a consent form, and even filing with relevant departments. Worse still, Xiuxian pointed out that the number of incidents matched the incineration cases at the hospital. Even though he didn't elaborate, it was clear what kind of reaction the netizens would have. They were already suspicious of their hospital. If it was confirmed that those organ surgeries were all arranged through secret deals, things would become even more disastrous. At that time, the families of those patients would definitely tear them apart. No one would want their lively children to suddenly have their organs removed, only to be sent directly into the crematorium without explanation. Cold sweat broke out on forehead subtly. No one knew how to answer. Since all organ donors require real names, they weren't unaware in the past that such actions carried significant risks. However, as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Though the risk was high, the substantial benefits eventually clouded everyone's judgment, leading them to do something so atrocious. But now, Xiuxian has exposed them. Even without concrete evidence, these guesses alone are enough to put them in an unfavorable position. In addition to the profit-related issues earlier, audience members in front of the live stream could deduce there must be some underlying reasons just by thinking about it. In the past, they could get away with throwing money at problems, but currently, the prison department was obviously not bribable. The vice dean was unable to hold back his smile, stuttering. This issue, to tell you the truth, it's not very honorable. Our hospital's organ surgeries have always lacked willing donors because of the great danger involved. Therefore, we purchased from special channels. Of course, this method isn't good, but to save lives, we have no other choice. As for the body incineration cases, they're all due to temporary workers making mistakes. We've explained that clearly. If you don't believe us, you can bring up that temporary worker. Whatever questions you have, just ask him. With that, ultimately, he chose to bluff. Though purchasing through special channels sounds dubious, at least, it's a reason. No matter what, it can dispel doubts for some people. Even if it's illegal, the blame is relatively light. Pay some fines, find someone to serve a few years in prison, and you'll be out. Better than admitting to being involved in incineration cases. If patients find out that the hospital, for selfish reasons, removes patients' organs and murders them to destroy evidence by burning their bodies, then the Putian hospital would truly need to shut down completely. By comparison, This special approach is easier to gloss over. Even if the prison department is formidable, they still wouldn't be able to catch those foreign organ organizations, right? As for bringing them back and questioning them, with so many people involved in international organ trading, who knows who they're dealing with? As long as they deny until death, plus the rich merchants behind the Putian hospital, even if the prison department wants to challenge their status, it wouldn't be easy. After all, in this western Sichuan province, nearly half of the wealthy merchants and dignitaries receive treatment here. Those people absolutely wouldn't let Putian be caught. Regardless of whether there will be anyone to help solve organ issues in the future, simply mentioning that decades of private dealings, if revealed, wouldn't bode well for them either. Under such conditions, occupying time, place, and people advantages, the Putian hospital would have no concerns. Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Though he knew clearly that the other party was shifting the blame, there was still no solid evidence. Just as the vice dean said, the prison department has the power to act freely. However, evidence is needed first. Otherwise, it would be forced confessions. Therefore, they really couldn't do anything about these people without decisive evidence. Yet, it wasn't so easy to shift all responsibility onto a temporary worker so effortlessly. Xiuxian opened his mouth with a cold smile. Good. Your hospital really prioritizes the patient. In order to treat them well, you are willing to go this far. Excellent. Truly excellent. However, I wonder which organization you contacted? The country is currently heavily cracking down on these organizations, so we hope that all of you will cooperate in reporting them. By doing so, it might also help mitigate your responsibilities. Which organization? The vice dean furrowed his brow. How would he know which one? After all, it was just something he made up. Unexpectedly, Xiuxian was digging deep into the matter, but one who could sit in such a position naturally wasn't weak. With a quick turn of thought, he replied, Sorry, Director Su, it's not that we don't want to help, but we simply can't. This time, our hospital has caused such a big disturbance. Who would still dare to collaborate with us? Those people have already gone into hiding long ago. So convenient. I can't help it either. If Director Su doesn't believe me, we can try to contact them for you. But whether or not we can find them isn't up to me. You know, the reputation of the prison department has been booming for half a year now. It's quite normal for those people to hide. However, if there's any intelligence, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. After all, cooperation between police and citizens is crucial. As the vice dean spoke, he clearly intended to be stubbornly uncooperative. After all, since things have escalated to this point, they definitely couldn't admit anything. Anyway, not being able to contact such organizations was perfectly normal. If even their prison department couldn't find them, how could a hospital? Fine, then thank you very much. Xiuxian said sarcastically with an insincere smile. By the way, regarding the temporary worker you mentioned earlier, wouldn't it be possible to call him up for a chat? There are some situations I wish to understand from him. Chapter 249. From now on, you will never see the sun outside again. Of course. Upon hearing that there was nothing wrong with himself, the vice president of the academy immediately showed a smile on his face. Subsequently, he directly dialed a phone number. Very soon, there came knocking sounds on the corridor's door, and the door was pushed open from the outside. A man walked in, whose shoulders were full of tattoos. His eyes carried a touch of fierceness. He stared at the people present and asked, Who wants to see me? It's for you, Eru. It's the Minister of the Department of Penitentiary Affairs who wants to meet you and understand the situation that day. Remember, you must cooperate fully and confess honestly without saying anything inappropriate. The vice president spoke with an undertone of deep meaning. If there was nothing strange about this whole thing, then it would be truly strange. Looking at the incoming Eru, Xiuxian said, That night, it was your shift, right? That is to say, the corpse of the patient was messed up by you and burned eventually? The latter bluntly replied, Yes, haven't I already admitted it? If you want to arrest or beat me, do as you wish. This matter was done by me. There's no need to talk too much. I plead guilty, isn't that enough? Repeating these questions has any point? Apparently, he didn't care at all about going to jail. But after seeing his demeanor, Xiuxian was almost certain that this must have been someone picked to take the fall. After all, if one were really a temp worker, they wouldn't hesitate to shirk responsibility upon such a serious problem. However, this person acted so calm, clearly having been through this more than once. It seemed like something more severe wouldn't end today's ordeal. Confessing? That's fine. However, I would like you to assist in investigating some detailed situations. By the way, is there a quieter place where I can talk to him alone? Also, we need to make a record. I hope everyone doesn't mind. Not at all, not at all. We welcome it greatly. Director Su, if you can help us solve this issue, we are delighted. Director Sun, please escort Director Su to conference room number 2. The vice president put down his cigarette, and despite the old and wrinkled face, still revealed a few folds of smiling excitement, acting abnormally agitated at this moment. After all, this case had haunted their hospital for too long. Even the penitentiary department got involved. Fortunately, it was dealt with in the end, thanks to the preparation made early. Once the written confession is completed, the Putian hospital can formally clear itself of suspicion. So how could they possibly mind? Yes. Director Su, please follow me. Director Sun stood up and led Xiuxian outside. Soon, they arrived at conference room number 2. In the vast room, only 2 people remained. Standing casually by the window, looking down at the gathered civilians below and the banner that had been pulled up, Xiuxian slightly furrowed his brows, quietly murmuring, Thinking of these innocent families of patients, do you feel guiltless? Huh? Director Su, what do you mean? Eru, from behind, asked somewhat cautiously. Had he been caught out? Nothing. How much money did they give you to take the rap for them? Haha. Looking at those poor people down there, Don't you think the money in your hands feels scorching hot? Don't you feel even a bit remorseful? Anyway, it was me who did it. If you want to arrest or beat me, just do it. Weren't you supposed to get my statement? Hurry up then. I deserve my punishment. I've been long overdue for a jail term. Subconsciously looking out the window, irritation flashed in Eru's eyes, but he still said resolutely, Haha, you're unwilling to admit it? Fine. After all, it's not me who will go to jail. Director Su, don't talk nonsense. What should I admit? Haven't I already said that it was me who did it? What more do you want? As he spoke, there was already a trace of insecurity in his voice. After all, serving time for someone else, especially in front of the Ministry of Prisons, ultimately leaves no confidence. This young-looking minister might have a terrifying degree of scheming and depth, like a sword that could smoothly pierce into one's heart. One couldn't help feeling a little panicked inside. Just at this time, xiuxian continued to say, All right, since it was you who did it. Then, at what time was the body incinerated? Which bed? Which furnace? Who among the department heads signed the document? And at what time was it signed? What was the cause of death of the patient? Don't tell me that you know none of these. The previously assertive Eru instantly felt ungrounded in his heart. How could he know these things? The vice president only gave him money to take the blame, but never informed him of any details. Of course, this was also their oversight. After all, who would have thought that xiuxian would actually ask these kinds of questions? Who do you think you are? Speak up. You were quite talkative just a moment ago, weren't you? If you admitted to it, then tell me the details. Let me warn you, substituting for others in jail isn't light. If there's no way to reproduce the scene and your alibi gets overturned in court, you'll end up with life imprisonment. Have you truly thought through this? To take the fall for them? Seeing the other party slightly dazed, xiuxian didn't wait for his reaction but again aggressively questioned. That Eru was already somewhat confused. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Director Su, what do you mean by taking the fall? I truly don't understand what you're talking about. It was indeed me who burned the body, and many people can testify for that. As for your questions, on that night, I had drunk too much alcohol, so my mind was rather hazy, and I didn't remember those details. As Eru said this, a hint of pride still lingered on his face. Clearly, he had found a good excuse. Drunk? Confused? Great excuse. Hopefully, when you speak in court, the judge will also believe your words. Besides, I must remind you that this is a burden the Putian hospital cannot carry. Even if we send you inside, our Department of Penitentiary Affairs will continue investigating. When we find the evidence, you'll be prepared to stay locked up for the rest of your life. Enjoy being imprisoned, then let you have enough of it. After finishing speaking, xiuxian glared angrily at the latter. In their eye contact, Eru's confidence couldn't help but diminish significantly. With some trepidation, he asked, Is taking the fall really that severe? Ho, you can experience it yourself. Enjoy the sun while you can, because after this, you might never see the sunlight outside again. When the words fell, the latter was directly scared into falling to the ground. He hadn't expected the situation to be so serious. At most, he'd only serve a few years. However, there seemed to be no reason for Director Su to deceive him. Chapter 250. Would this be a choice of courage and wisdom? Moreover, he was still aware of the reputation of the Dionysi. If they really keep focusing on this case, they would eventually dig out the cases for which I've taken the blame. At that point, would I really have to stay in prison for life? Even though Putian Hospital did give me a lot of money, but if I can walk free from prison, it would indeed be worth it. However, if there's no chance to come out alive, how useful would all that money be then? Can I even spend it inside the prison? Unable to decide, he fell into hesitation. So, is there anything you want to say? His mouth moved, but remained hesitant, unwilling to expose the truth unless absolutely necessary. After all, it has come to this. If I reveal everything, how can I face the people at Putian Hospital? Besides, since I'm part of the underground world, I do value some sense of righteousness. Naturally, a few simple words won't sway me easily. Judging by your behavior, you seem to have nothing worthwhile to say. Very well then, just prepare to serve your time in jail. There's no need to waste any more time here. Write up the records, sign, and put your thumbprint on them. Then follow me. Wait, Seeing xiuxian who had already lost his patience, Eru became anxious. But his expression revealed great difficulty. Finally, at this moment, xiuxian said, Actually, this matter isn't hard to resolve. You wish to protect your reputation and avoid going to jail. So why don't we play a game? If you win, I'll drop all charges against you. Moreover, I can apply to let you serve your sentence outside prison. And if I lose? Eru couldn't help but ask. Upon realizing the stupidity of the question, if he loses, then obviously he must fully confess all crimes without reservation. But at the moment, does he have any better options? After hesitating for a while, he finally nodded solemnly. All right, I agree. If you win, I will tell you everything. And I also have the evidence you seek. However, if you lose, I hope you keep your word. While saying this, his eyebrows were furrowed tightly in thought. Although he doubted xiuxian somewhat in his heart, given the current situation, there was nothing to be done. He could only resign himself to fate. Fine, I promise you. Perhaps I lack other qualities, but regarding integrity, there's no issue. As long as you don't renege on our deal. Xiuxian sneered. How many people can last playing games with the system? And since it's a guaranteed winning game, what is there to regret? Good, then let's begin. What do you want to play? The latter, furrowing his brows slightly, asked. Though Eru, who always felt like he was being manipulated, he simply couldn't detect any problems in this arrangement. Shall we start? All right. Xiuxian faintly smiled at the corner of his lips, then suddenly slapped the back of the latter's head with one hand. In an instant, Eru fainted. Looking at Erhu lying on the ground, xiuxian said, System, set up the scene. Scene construction ongoing. Scene construction successful. System rules being input. Rules perfected. Interrogation scene activated. Please commence. With the ringing sound of the system. Quickly, a mysterious memory appeared in xiuxian's mind. When he reopened his eyes, the surroundings had completely transformed. Everything around was pitch black. Taking a few steps backward to the side, a chilling voice spoke. Next, our game starts. Are you ready? Erhu, rubbing the back of his head, stood up from the ground. The pain caused him discomfort and slight dizziness as he looked around at the dark environment. Subconsciously, panic rose in his heart. Where am I? Director Su, weren't we supposed to play a game? Where are you? Hurry up and show yourself, damn it. In the darkness, emotions become inexplicably suppressed, accompanied even by irritability. Just at that moment, xiuxian's deep voice sounded, saying, Excellent. Judging from your spirit, you should still have some energy left despite everything to curse. So our game begins. Remember, every single word I say next is crucial. If you wish to survive, you must remember it clearly and engrave it in your mind. Otherwise, you'll truly die. Around the area where you currently are, there is one road leading to the door. The remaining paths are filled with traps. Some of them lead to floor-to-ceiling windows. Your task now is to find the direction of the door and walk out smoothly. As long as you manage to successfully exit, you win this game. But I must remind you that any of the other 3 directions could cost your life. Therefore, you must choose carefully. In this game, there will be no chance for resurrection. If an accident occurs, the game will instantly end. How does that sound? Aren't you excited? Haha, haven't played such a thrilling game before, have you? Now, it's your turn. Please start. You have only 15 minutes in total. If by the specified time you still haven't found your way out, it will be considered a forfeit, and forfeiting means failure. When that happens, you'll need to hand over all the evidence in your possession to me. Understand? This will be a choice between the unknown and courage. Best of luck to you. After speaking, there was no further sound. Erhu grew inexplicably fearful. To find the path in such darkness seemed utterly impossible. Moreover, if he made a wrong move, he could easily die. With just a quarter chance of survival, it might look somewhat high at first glance, but making the decision involved an immense amount of psychological pressure. This is simply an impossible task. I can't see anything. How am I supposed to know where the door is? You're deliberately trying to kill me. Saying this, Erhu didn't dare take half a step forward, afraid that the next second would be an abyss. At least standing here meant there was still a chance of survival. Who knows, perhaps taking just one step forward or retreating one step backward might result in his death. Thinking about it, Erhu felt a sense of despair. Time slowly passed minute by minute. Seeing no response, Erhu had no choice but to start feeling around ahead. Chapter 251, Recording, the Final Evidence. After all, it's better than staying put and waiting to die. The left foot slowly moved forward, and after firmly stamping twice on the ground, he calmed down and continued walking ahead. At this point, he couldn't be too careless. A slight mistake might result in death. Therefore, each step became slower than the last. With 15 minutes still left, there was no need to rush. He constantly thought about possibly encountering traps or stepping into emptiness, causing an immediate fall, and his heart would instantly tighten up. That heart, boom, 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 began jumping around erratically as if it were about to burst out. However, this guy's luck was actually pretty good. xiuxian stood in the corner and could only see him getting closer and closer to the door with each step. It seemed that Lady Luck was actually on his side. If things continued like this, could he really walk out? But, are the system-generated checkpoints so easy? The scene appeared deceptively simple. Just choose one path and follow it through. However, don't forget that people are often the most fickle of creatures. Something that seems right at one second may not hold true the next. These 4 paths represent 4 choices. Often, the more options people have, the easier they become lost. After all, this is a process of self-affirmation and negation. Sure enough, just as expected, when the man took the 8th step, he hesitated. His foot hit a certain step. If Erhu could open his eyes and see the current scene, he would know. This was the escape route. This step was the necessary passage to the gate. But xiuxian's supposed trap scared him senseless. Almost instinctively, he believed this had to be the trap, and he laughed. Haha. Director Su, you didn't expect your trap to be seen through by me, did you? Ho ho, to reject this path so easily. Isn't that really convenient? It seems like this time, you might lose. Confidently, he walked towards another direction. But before taking 2 more steps, instantly, a nail pierced through his foot. Erhu, who was previously gloating, suddenly twisted his face in extreme pain. The excruciating agony was almost too much for him to endure. Such anguish almost drove a person to the brink of collapse. The sensation alone made one's scalp numb. Due to stepping on the trap, Erhu began rolling on the ground, accidentally pressing against some broken shards of glass. The compounded pain nearly caused him to break down completely. Echoes of wailing reverberated throughout the space. xiuxian's gaze remained icy cold. The other party truly deserved their fate. After all, individuals like these, who voluntarily take the blame for others, are the reason behind many legal disruptions. They treat the prison as if it were their own home. As long as they're paid, anything can be done. Thus, punishment was indeed necessary. After 3 minutes of shrieking, Erhu climbed off the ground but no longer dared to underestimate the situation. His spirit was now incredibly tense as he explored another way. His pace was increasingly slow. In such a situation, he didn't even dare to shift his position without careful consideration. Only with such prudence could he hope to survive longer. He crawled rapidly along the ground, inching forward cautiously. And upon seeing the other's appearance, xiuxian couldn't help but let out a sneer. At this speed, it was absolutely impossible to leave the room within the fixed time frame. He was certainly destined to lose. Sure enough, the countdown sounded. Only 5 minutes remained. Originally crawling on the floor, whose face became contorted, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, bastard. There's no way I can make it out in just 15 minutes. Have some skills then. Why don't you get out yourself? Bastard. I'll kill you. How is this even possible? Already having suffered so many injuries and yet still finding no opportunity to pass, the countdown voice made who utterly furious. Standing up from the ground abruptly, he started walking toward another direction. Suddenly, one foot stepped into thin air. Fortunately, at that crucial moment, he grabbed the door frame. Otherwise, he surely would have fallen down. Feeling the pain spreading across his body and recalling the near-death terror, he finally broke down entirely. At this moment, where was the boldness he had shown earlier? His body was drenched in blood, and shards of glass were embedded deep into his back. Crimson blood flowed continuously. At this moment, the entire person was utterly in despair, overwhelmed by immense pain. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, and his eyes reflected sheer agony. His pupils were blood red. By now, he was on the verge of breaking down completely. And just at that moment, xiuxian's voice rang out opportune. How about it? It seems like you're ready to spill the beans, right? What exactly happened? And how much did they pay to hire you? Or, you can keep playing this game. But let me tell you, in your current condition, I don't think you'll last much longer. Without timely blood transfusion, you might be sent straight to the morgue instead of prison. That would make them even happier, wouldn't it? As he spoke, xiuxian continued to chip away at the other man's defenses. Whose pupils flickered with hesitation. And after a long pause, he finally said, All right, I admit defeat. I'll tell you everything. When they approached me, I recorded their voices. This could probably serve as evidence, right? Recording? A look of surprise flashed across xiuxian's face. He hadn't expected this guy to have such a trick up his sleeve. Of course. Otherwise, if I got out of jail and they refused to pay the rest, what then? Who replied smugly, still flaunting an air of cleverness. I didn't expect it to end up benefiting you guys for free. There was no time for idle chatter, so xiuxian cut straight to the point. Where's the recording? Hand it over, and I'll arrange for you to get medical treatment immediately. Moments later, grasping the voice recorder in hand, xiuxian turned and headed toward the large conference room. Chapter 252, Taking Everyone Away, The Fall of Putian Hospital. The system's voice rang out at the opportune moment. A. Thoroughly investigate the Putian Hospital case and arrest all involved personnel. If successful, you will be granted a chance for an ultimate lottery draw. B. Case abandonment, allowing criminals to go free with no system rewards. Without hesitation, he chose the former. Creak. Pushing open the door, he walked into the large conference room, noticing a somewhat somber atmosphere inside. As for those senior executives from the Putian Hospital, their expressions appeared rather calm. After all, in this case, they had managed to completely extricate themselves from any suspicion. Naturally, they harbored some disdain for the Dian department. Although it was widely regarded as an institution of exceptional competence, wasn't it still powerless when dealing with them? That group of foolish commoners actually relied on such a department to reclaim justice for them? How naive could they get? When xiuxian entered, the vice president stood up and said, How is it? Director Su, did we do well in the statement-taking process? This incident has nothing to do with our hospital now, right? If there's nothing else, please help us disperse the crowd below. Ho, very good. But it's not them we need to disperse, it's your hospital that needs to assist in our investigation. Your hospital is suspected of selling patients human organs, hiring thugs to take blame for various other crimes. We hope everyone can cooperate. While speaking, he still tossed the handcuffs onto the table. Upon hearing his words, these hospital executives burst into laughter. In particular, the vice president scoffed. Director Su, didn't you hear clearly? Or are the people of the Dian department all fish with 3-second memories? Never mind, let me remind you all again. Just now, Erdiger already took responsibility for all the crimes willingly. Besides, haven't you already taken him for statements? This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. Even if you guys are capable generals from the Dian department, able contributors to the country, you still cannot arrest people recklessly, right? Over the years, Putian Hospital has done quite a bit in saving lives and providing aid. You want to take us away so easily? It won't be that simple. A hint of arrogance graced the face of the deputy director. In his view, the scapegoats he found were foolproof. There was absolutely no possibility anything would go wrong since considerable effort went into setting up this frame-up. Especially, this time around, the person recruited had taken responsibility for many others over the past few years. Under such circumstances, how could there be any potential issues? Therefore, it was entirely unforeseen that the latter might betray him. Even among the members of the Dian department, there was a sense of puzzlement. Although it was clear to everyone that this individual was a criminal, and even if not, their involvement in this affair couldn't possibly be negligible. However, without any evidence, their hands were tied. After all, the positions held by these individuals weren't ordinary. Should they act impulsively and arrest someone directly, it would likely backfire just as easily. However, their minister did not appear to be an impulsive person. Could it be that they already possessed certain evidence? As far as they knew, Minister Su only acted under conditions of undeniable evidence. Ho, without evidence, taking you away would indeed be difficult. But don't forget, the one you sent to jail wasn't exactly a pushover either. On his way out earlier, he confessed everything. and to prove his innocence, he even handed this item over. What? The higher-ups at Putian Hospital all looked puzzled. What sort of evidence could it be that would warrant Director Su being so resolute in arresting all of them? A voice recorder. I think that Tiger 2 must have forgotten to tell you about this move, meant to guard against your betrayal once the job was done. At the last moment, he realized the enormity of his sins and decided to confess everything and hand this device over to me. What's recorded inside? I believe all of you should know pretty clearly. Would you like to listen? I think the audience in the live stream would be very interested. Saying this, he pressed down the playback button, giving no time for those who originally intended to stop him. The sound played unhindered, and the content within was obvious enough. It was none other than the Vice President Wang, who always spoke of democracy in hospitals. Everything was clearly recorded on the recording, an offer of a 10 million xiuxian deal to take the fall for him. They were even willing to help solve job problems after his release. And when the recording finished playing, the high-ranking officials of Putian Hospital were already pale as death. At this point, they finally understood what true despair felt like. That damn Eru was way too unreliable. He had confidently said there would be no issues, but within the blink of an eye, he ended up betraying everyone. What do you think? If there are no major problems, then please come with me to assist in the investigation. Besides, let me warn you, it's better to confess and be lenient than to resist and face harsher consequences. You should understand that, right? If you still refuse to cooperate, we will have no choice but to use force. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the operation team members moved forward. In a short time, these senior officials who tried to resist were already apprehended on the spot. In front of the action team, their so-called skills were like tickling, absolutely insignificant. Stop, don't touch me. I'm the deputy director of Putian Hospital. Do you really think you can arrest me just based on a recording? Xiuxian, you're absolutely going too far. This is entrapment, blatant entrapment. I believe that my whole life has been dedicated, and I am worthy of the title of Angel in White. What you're doing is criminal. Let go of me. I won't go back with you. At this moment, where was the composure of these Putian Hospital senior officials from before? They now looked exactly like shrews yelling abuse in the streets, truly repulsive. Chapter 253, the Dean steps forward. Could it be that Putian Hospital is really innocent? Given the crimes they have committed, if they are caught and taken back, this life is basically over. So now, they're in complete disarray, shouting and yelling in their offices, completely losing the airs of superiority they usually carry. At this point, they truly fear from the bottom of their hearts. After all, it took a lot of effort to reach this position, and they've accumulated quite a fortune, which hasn't been spent yet. If they were sent to prison now, it would indeed be too much of a waste. While things were in chaos on one side, in the office of the chief dean, the old man also received the news. His cane continuously tapped against the floor, his eyes blazing with anger. His aged appearance showed signs of urgency. Absolutely, they cannot let them enter. Otherwise, all past matters will be exposed. This old dean understands these people's character far too well. If he were to stand by and let them go ahead, then, without question, it would be the end of Putian Hospital within days. Thus, he hurried toward the large meeting room, picking up speed as he walked, not daring to hesitate for a moment. There was still resentment in his heart. These foolish ones. If only they had listened to him earlier and stopped, there wouldn't have been today's calamity. The Punishment Bureau is different from other departments. Directly commanded by heaven. Personally supervised by the Great Elder. Although they don't easily reveal their power without evidence, once they get hold of a crucial detail, it means almost certain doom. The capabilities of this department are simply terrifying. It's unimaginable what happens when targeted by such a department. Therefore, for years, this old dean has always kept a low profile, aiming to erase all traces of the past. As long as all those events are fully erased, even if the Punishment Bureau comes knocking at the door, there will be nothing they can do to him. But alas, the subordinates beneath him wouldn't listen. He could have lived out his twilight years in peace, but because of this slip-up, such a massive issue arose. Moreover, that voice recorder is key. Just the crime of hiring someone to take the blame could result in countless years in jail. As for the others, they naturally can't escape responsibility either. If not for the absolute necessity, he would have liked nothing more than to deal with these bastards personally. But at this point, there's nothing else to do but clean up the mess. Otherwise, once the situation escalates, who could possibly avoid involvement? Very soon, the old dean arrived at the main meeting room, just in time to witness the scene before him. He looked at everyone seriously and said, "All of you, wait a moment. I am the dean of this hospital. Excuse me for asking, but what exactly has happened that has led you to want to take people from our hospital away? Surely, that seems somewhat improper." Dean. Upon hearing the elder's words, xiuxian's lips curved into a smile. He was originally planning to go after this one himself, but unexpectedly, the person just delivered themselves right here. In this case, it saves some trouble, catching them all at once. In the live stream watching the incident unfold, the netizens online began to stir. For them, the larger the commotion, the better. Ideally, this event should lead to capturing the hospital's dean as well, making everything perfect. Just caught a vice dean, and in the blink of an eye, the head dean jumps right out? There's no such thing as coincidence in the world. Clearly, he's been watching the whole time, and thus appeared so promptly. Haha. Interesting, extremely interesting. Is this another serving being presented directly? Report. Enemy teammates intentionally sending reinforcements. Who would have thought we'd encounter something like this? Just like a movie scene, where the old guy clearly isn't ordinary. Even his face shows that he's no average person. Speaking, the netizens couldn't care less about any disturbance or disorder, eagerly looking forward to the drama. Without hesitation, The chat room lit up with messages immediately. More importantly, everyone wanted to know how the Punishment Bureau director would handle this elder. If the head dean of Putian Hospital genuinely knew nothing about the recent happenings, then that would be impossible. So, would they arrest him too? If they really arrest him, today, Putian Hospital will be entirely shut down. All the senior officials would be detained on the spot, definitely leading to the hospital's sealing off afterward. Dean, save us. We haven't done anything at all. It's all the fault of that second who. That guy is afraid of being guilty, so he's pushing all the responsibility onto us. As for that recording, I truly don't know what happened. Maybe it was fabricated? Please, save us. Deputy Dean Wong spoke hastily, as though he had seen a savior. Shut up, you useless lot. You're disgracing the name of doctors. If you can't even take care of a body properly, then what good are you? How could a temporary worker burn it? The old dean scolded furiously, yet his implication was also trying to push all the blame onto that second who. Hearing this, xiuxian quickly interrupted. Hold on, old dean. You seem not to fully understand the situation yet. According to second who's confession, he was just taking the fall. There's also a recording as evidence. A salary of 10 million yuan and a guaranteed job placement. Something even we public servants might consider doing. As he said this, he waved the recorder in his hand. The nature of this case must be confirmed, and it absolutely cannot be brushed aside by a few words from this old dean. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to secure a conviction later. Indeed, there's no arguing that an old hand like this old dean has some tricks up his sleeve. He subtly launched an attack right off the bat. Fortunately, xiuxian had anticipated this. Otherwise, he really would have been exploited through a loophole. 10 million? Minister Su, this is absurd. The entire hospital's monthly salary doesn't even add up to that much. My question is, where could this deputy dean possibly get such money from? Clearly, second who is afraid of punishment, and thus created all this fuss. Chapter 254, Evidence Gathering, Putian Hospital, Organ Trafficking Crimes. Although in his heart, he wished to tear these guys apart. When doing things, he was extremely reckless, even unaware that he was being recorded, but now, it still couldn't let them go. Absolutely had to protect these people at all costs, which also amounted to safeguarding his own position. Oh, Dean Lau, does that mean according to you that all of them are completely problem-free? As for other things I wouldn't dare to comment, but the medical ethics of the doctors at our Putian Hospital are absolutely impeccable. Over the years, we have endured hardships together and risen through the ranks together, from a tiny hospital to where we stand today. If even they are at fault, I truly wouldn't know who isn't. Besides, regardless of how we see it, if Eru has already admitted his guilt, why would he suddenly implicate others? Minister Su, don't you find this too suspicious? Regarding such incidents occurring in Putian Hospital, I, as the dean, am indisputably responsible. In recent years, I've often felt physically incapable, thus rarely involving myself in the hospital's affairs. I didn't expect this big a mess to occur. Rest assured, any patient with complaints will receive full resolution from me. In addition, Putian Hospital will allocate a significant amount of funds specifically to establish a foundation for patients undergoing treatment here, to support them. This is the best we can offer at this point. Minister Su, please understand. In just a few sentences, the elder dean shifted all responsibility onto Eru, pinning it solely on inadequate supervision. The recording, among other things, wasn't mentioned at all. Evidently, it wasn't forgotten but deliberately avoided. Hearing the dean's words, xiuxian couldn't help but sneer slightly. It seemed clear that the old dean himself was involved in this matter. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious? As for the viewers in the live broadcast, they were moved by his sincerity instead. How many hospitals could solve problems like this? Not only that, establishing a foundation seemed reasonable. The elder dean was correct. Eru had just admitted to his crimes, and then turned around accusing others. There definitely seemed to be something fishy. Therefore, many previously emotionally charged netizens began to cool down. No matter what, before any conclusive results, it would be unwise to rush into forming opinions. At least for now, it seemed that there weren't any glaring mistakes on the hospital's part. Only the vice dean had hired criminals to take the blame. But, seemingly it had little relation to the entire hospital. Thus, no one really knew who was right or wrong. Of course, the majority of the netizens still stood on DNUC's side. After all, countless historical proofs confirm that xiuxian's choices have never been wrong, and the minister always gets first-hand information, no matter when. Good, good, good. Well said. Dean Lau, your eloquence is commendable. It's quite regrettable that you aren't a host. However, since there are doubts in this case, we certainly must investigate thoroughly. So don't blame us, but these individuals, we're taking them away today. Additionally, we need to check the records of organ transplant surgeries performed at your hospital in recent years, as well as the records of those who have passed away at your hospital. In doing so, we may exclude their possible motives. If earlier it was only suspected hiring hitmen, then, now xiuxian could firmly assert that something was definitely off. After all, arresting the vice dean and higher-ups, though a major event for the hospital, the behavior of the dean was far too abnormal. And immediately speaking of clearing guilt, it was as if, no matter what, he already knew everything. If nothing was wrong here, it would be impossible to believe. Upon hearing xiuxian request an investigation into the data, the old dean's expression changed. But soon, he returned to normal, saying, Minister Su, what exactly do you mean by this? Are these two events related? All patient data at our hospital is confidential. You know, patients sometimes don't want others knowing. After the old dean said this, he received much agreement from many online users. Indeed, when treating illnesses at the hospital, there are many personal issues that are not easily shared. These people certainly wouldn't want others to know what happened to them. It seems really inappropriate to retrieve the hospital's confidential data. Moreover, in all these years, there haven't been any issues with Putian Hospital's organ surgeries. What is Minister Su up to? Although in other areas, Putian Hospital has not performed well when it comes to organ transplants, their hospital is quite professional. My classmate's father had surgery there, and he's still doing fine now. There have never been any problems. Didn't you forget? Minister Su mentioned earlier that the number of bodies from the incineration cases over the years almost matches the number of organ transplant recipients. Could it be possible that there's no connection here? I think Minister Su's suspicion is correct. This Putian hospital isn't as simple as it appears. Purchasing organs abroad isn't that easy, right? I agree with the original poster. As online comments continued to flash on the screen, xiuxian also spoke. Dean Lau, please rest assured. We, at DNUC, are disciplined public servants. Without obtaining consent from the hospital and the patients, we absolutely will not resort to such measures, so please don't worry. We merely wish to take a look, that's all. It'd be convenient if you could accommodate us. This all right. To prove our hospital's innocence, I'll let you see. Remember, under no circumstances should this information be leaked. Eventually, the old dean agreed, after which he instructed his assistant to retrieve the documents. It didn't take long before the records were brought over. Looking at the dusty file folders, the old dean said, Minister Su, all organ surgery cases over the years are recorded here. Please go ahead and review them. Chapter 255, False Accusations? Is the penitentiary office grabbing people at random? As he spoke, the latter had already handed over all the documents. Focusing on the content, the members of the penitentiary office began to examine them, attempting to find any issues within, which naturally was not an easy task, requiring significant effort. Several years' worth of documentation took more than half an hour to go through. All group leaders shook their heads. Minister, although the records match for the cremation cases and organ surgery cases, there seem to be discrepancies in the timing. Logically speaking, it would have been impossible to conduct organ transplants over such a long period. Therefore, they should be unrelated. We haven't found any issues either. The surgical records clearly specify the areas for organ transplantation. No overlapping sections exist. Our documents show no problems as well. These case files are from different departments, so there should be no issue. Soon after, everyone had finished checking. No loopholes were discovered in the documents. Everything seemed flawless except for some coincidences in numbers. Apart from that, nothing stood out. The audience in the live stream, by now, appeared enlightened as if realizing there truly were no problems. It seemed this Putian hospital really did have a higher incidence of medical accidents, but was otherwise impeccable, showing no discernible fault. After all, if even the penitentiary office couldn't detect defects, then surely there were no issues. Rare to see Minister Su look stumped. Haha, over the past 6 months, Minister Su has validated countless big and small cases. Just thinking about his methods makes one uneasy. Unexpectedly, even he made a mistake this time. There should be no problems. If real flaws existed, how could the dean remain so calm? Looks like we've wrongfully accused an innocent party this time. Even the people in the penitentiary office are human after all. Humans have weaknesses. 1 or 2 errors don't count for much. Come on, Minister Su, we'll always support you. But this can prove that Putian Hospital isn't as dark as imagined. Sigh, I thought we'd unearthed something explosive, but it turned out to be a smokescreen. In the live stream, the viewers were somewhat speechless, especially those in the news media sector who relied on such material to make a living. If they could uncover explosive evidence, ideally direct proof of Putian Hospital trading organs, their fame would skyrocket instantly. But unexpectedly, their efforts ended up fruitless. Upon seeing that the penitentiary office detected no anomalies, the old dean quickly interjected. Please rest assured, our Putian Hospital, although a private institution, has its minimal sense of conscience intact. We would absolutely not commit any morally reprehensible acts. Throughout these years, we have consistently abided by the law. Of course, we hope you will continue to supervise us closely. Our hospital is fully committed to serving patients wholeheartedly, as per our long-standing mission. As he spoke, his demeanor exuded empathy. If one didn't know better, one might genuinely think there were no problems. However, xiuxian absolutely wouldn't believe it. Were there no hidden agendas here? Why would the old dean jump out so hurriedly? This itself raised the biggest question, coupled with his apparent determination to protect someone involved. There must be some connection here. No matter what, it had to be uncovered, especially regarding Error's issue. If this hospital truly conducted itself impeccably, why set up a scapegoat? Could it really just be to expedite the closure of the case? This nonsense might fool others, but definitely not xiuxian. After all, anyone who has reached this point today isn't dumb, and xiuxian in particular was sharp-witted. Without further ado, he declared, hold on. While they found no problems, I noticed a rather interesting phenomenon. Should I share it with everyone? What? Upon hearing this, everyone grew excited. Journalists who were just preparing to retreat rallied once again with renewed energy. We would like to see what kind of shocking secret Minister Su has discovered. Pointing at the file, xiuxian said, I found something quite interesting. The medical records of all the cremation cases in your hospital are exactly the same as those of the organ transfer issues. Look at this recent case involving a heart transplant. Just 2 days ago, your hospital admitted a high-ranking official with heart disease. Could you please explain this to me? It seems that patients in your hospital are always so conveniently coincidental. Every time an influential person with a specific ailment checks in, the next day there will be another person with the same issue, who then gets cremated immediately afterward, destroying any evidence. I have a bold hypothesis here. Do you want to hear it? It should be that some people in your hospital, for money. No, such a thing couldn't be accomplished by just one or two people. So, it must be a group conspiracy to plan and execute this major case of organ trafficking within the hospital. They misdiagnose a patient with only minor illnesses as having heart disease, then use their heart to treat a powerful official, and afterward, to prevent the deceased's family from finding out, they simply cremate the body, leaving no traces of evidence behind. I wonder if my guess is right or not. Old Dean. With that said, xiuxian took 2 steps closer. The old Dean's complexion turned grim, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he replied, Minister Su, I don't understand what you mean. However, I would like to remind you that, as a public servant, such slander could lead to complaints against you. After all, our Putian hospital is still a legitimate medical institution. Chapter 256, Organ Transplant Case, Conscience Hospital? Even though he was feeling a bit uneasy after xiuxian's words, the old Dean had weathered many storms and certainly wouldn't immediately admit to all the crimes. Unless, of course, he was truly mad. Director Su, I hope you will pay attention to your words and actions. If you continue to slander us without cause, we may not be able to continue cooperating with you. Our Putian hospital may not be among the top hospitals in the country, but we do have some reputation. How can we be slandered like this? Moreover, trafficking in organs. That is the bottom line for medical staff. No matter what happens, I guarantee that the doctors in our hospital absolutely would not do such a thing. If there is no evidence, then Director Su, I hope you apologize to our hospital. Otherwise, I will publicly condemn you in the media. At this point, the old Dean was clearly beginning to panic. His only thought right now was to get rid of xiuxian. This guy being here is xuanhuan. He must be sent away quickly, otherwise it might become very tricky. Who knows, if further investigation takes place, something real might actually be uncovered. Dean, don't be in such a hurry. You need evidence, which is simple enough. Although the body was destroyed by someone to cover up the evidence, don't forget that heart transplant surgery doesn't heal instantly. If you don't agree, we could conduct another surgery on-site to verify the situation. Also, during the heart surgery at your hospital, a large amount of blood was taken from the blood bank. Pausing briefly as he spoke, he wanted to see how the old Dean would explain this. The latter's gaze darkened as he casually replied, What? Our doctors naturally need blood bags during surgery. Without sufficient blood supply, there might be issues during the procedure. So, taking blood bags shouldn't be surprising, right? Director Su isn't a high-ranking graduate of a medical university, but surely he's not so ignorant as to not know this basic fact. There was still a hint of disdain in those cloudy eyes. In the old Dean's view, xiuxian, by this point, seemed unable to hold his own and started to talk nonsense. Did he really pull out the topic of blood bags to make an argument? How pathetic. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream broke out laughing after hearing this question. Director Su is simply too funny. Haha, he even brought up this kind of question. I'm dying of laughter. Haha, I can't hold it in anymore. This minister is truly adorable. Blood supply is the bare minimum requirement, right? I thought Director Su was capable of everything, but it seems his knowledge in the medical field is surprisingly weak. Strange. Turns out Director Su also has weaknesses. As the chat messages flashed across the screen, Xiao Li, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After all, this piece of common knowledge, even children should know about it, yet their minister was unaware of it. Even if he didn't know, it wouldn't hurt to keep quiet, but saying it aloud ended up making him look foolish. The Dean is correct. A great deal of blood bags are required during surgery. Of course, I understand that. However, according to our verification, the patient sent in on that day seemed to have type B blood. Then why did your blood bank take away all type A blood instead, and send it all to the same operating room? Could it be that even basic compatibility rules of blood types aren't understood at your hospital? If the registration of blood types was wrong, what would be the result? I guess I don't need to tell you this. All of you are graduates of prestigious medical universities, experts, professors. Would you please inform me, what harm would registering the wrong blood type cause to the human body? Additionally, I want to ask why the patient, after a wrong blood type registration, was still able to walk out of the operating room alive and well. Is the skill level of your hospital so advanced that they've reached this height? Or perhaps, there's a simpler answer. There was another person in that operating room. As for the identity of that person, it's unnecessary to elaborate, isn't it? It was the patient admitted for appendicitis, whose blood type just happened to be A-type. Could the world possibly have such coincidences? When the words had settled, xiuxian gave a cold stare at the old Dean before him. The latter took several steps backward. His entire person appeared somewhat dazed, and the ones who were originally mocking xiuxian in the live broadcast comment section were now stunned into silence. How could they not think of such an obvious issue about blood type incompatibility? One surgery? 2 types of blood bags. Putian Hospital really needs some explaining to do here. Damn it. Where are those who were just talking ill of Director Su? Step up. Look at the Dean's face. He's already frightened out of his wits. If there were nothing amiss, I'd believe what they say over my dead body. In an instant, the tide of public opinion turned again. It has to be said, the question Director Su raised this time was truly lethal. The more detailed something was, the easier it was to be overlooked. And these people had exactly missed this crucial detail. The old Dean opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but with the words reaching his lips, he didn't know how to continue. After all, since the truth had been revealed, anything he said now would just be excuses. What's wrong? Is there anything else you need to explain, Dean? Xiuxian asked lightly, and staring into those piercing eyes, the Dean this time dared not meet them directly. His gaze was still a bit dazed. Though the old man had known xiuxian's acumen for a while, He hadn't anticipated that this young man was so observant that even the minutest details couldn't escape his notice. Even though he had been on the job for years, he never thought there could be such a glaring loophole. Not only this one case, the rest of the organ transplant cases have similar things happening as well. Please explain to us what is going on. Let the audience watching live understand and believe you're truly a hospital of conscience. Haha. Chapter 257. Does the penitentiary department need evidence to make arrests? After these words were spoken, the face of the old dean changed slightly, and it was unclear what he was thinking. At this moment, his mindset was somewhat broken down. He never expected that xiuxian would be able to investigate to this extent. For many years, their Putian hospital had never been found problematic in the medical field. Yet now, xiuxian had uncovered everything so clearly in such a short time. He even remembered details with perfect clarity. Even with countless evasions, this suspicion could not be cleared. The penitentiary department is truly terrifying. No wonder in the past half year, so many departments have fallen at their hands. Originally, this seemed like nothing more than legend. It turns out that this department is indeed terrifying, making one feel uneasy. Even at this point, there was still fear. Who knows what further issues might emerge if this department continued its investigation. Of course, there was also some relief. Fortunately, the penitentiary department has just emerged recently. If it had existed several years ago, perhaps their Putian hospital wouldn't have reached its current status today. But, just with these facts they wanted to arrest him and destroy the hospital he built by hand? Absolutely impossible. Over so many years, to reach their current position, their Putian hospital certainly isn't powerless. To survive through so many storms, how could the old dean not have any influence? Even if xiuxian had investigated to this point. So what? Could he dissect the organs of those powerful officials and re-examine them? Moreover, the bodies were burned already. Even if there really was an issue, where's the evidence? Without evidence, even the penitentiary department can't make an arrest. Moreover, up until now, everything xiuxian said was mere speculation. Without evidence, shaking the status of Putian hospital would be impossible. At most, their business might take a hit in the future, but so what? After all, the money earned over the years would suffice for several lifetimes. Why care? Director Su, your reasoning is really impressive, I admire you. With no solid evidence, you still manage to reason things out to this extent. But, I have one small question, where's the evidence? Whatever we do, evidence must be presented eventually, right? It's impossible to convict us solely on your baseless words. As he spoke, the old dean's eyes revealed a trace of sly fox-like cunning. Young man, you're still too impulsive. Making assumptions without evidence may affect the conclusion of a case. Director Su, as the head of the penitentiary department, could you possibly be unaware of this? There was still a tinge of pride on his face. Even at this juncture, he only felt contempt. It was too naive. How could they pin a conviction on him based on these little matters? Unless xiuxian held substantial evidence, there's no way to solve this case. Otherwise, all previous assumptions become meaningless. I understand, of course I understand, xiuxian said with a faint smile. Then, the old dean leaned closer, whispering softly. Director Su, do you think saying all that can catch us? I admit, what you said is correct. We did engage in secret operations. But so what? Can you find evidence? Haha, after all these years, your penitentiary department will definitely lose this time. Due to the low volume, no one around heard it. Xiuxian's expression remained cold and calm, staring directly at this old dean who was obstinate even at the brink of death. He then said lightly, evidence? The evidence you want is simple. I'll soon bring it to you. Shouldn't you remember those surgeons who led the operations back then? What? Upon hearing xiuxian's words, the previously complacent old dean turned completely dark-faced, looking extremely displeased. The elevator sounded outside, and subsequently, under the guidance of an action team, more than a dozen leading surgeons were escorted over, their faces full of terror. Simultaneously, the old dean's complexion became ashen. If this world has anyone who could know of the problems at their Putian hospital, it would be these main surgeons. Those surgeries from years ago, they were the ones who personally conducted them. Then, to cover up the truth, anyone who participated in those surgeries once would be given a lump sum of money and then expelled from the hospital. Never did they expect that, after so many years, it would still be uncovered by xiuxian. If they were to reveal what happened back then, the consequences would be unimaginable. And here they were, captured by the penitentiary department. Their faces immediately turned deathly pale. He seemed to already envision the outcome. Amidst countless furious families of patients, wouldn't his hospital be destroyed? What do you think? Aren't they familiar to you? Old Dean, forcing them to do illegal things, and then just giving them a bit of money to expel them. Doesn't that seem a little improper? Hearing this, the old Dean took several steps back. Looking at xiuxian with terror, he felt like the young man before him was now crafty to an almost inhuman degree. After all, who could plan so thoroughly as to even predict these events? In comparison, his own methods appeared extremely immature. Never did he expect that. At such a young age, xiuxian was this experienced. From beginning to end, xiuxian never intended to solely rely on documentation. His presentation of these facts was entirely aimed at finding this group of chief surgeons. He had been tricked. Looking at those familiar faces, the old Dean felt like being struck by 5 thunderbolts. He could already imagine the ending. Sure enough, the action team began interrogating one by one, and all the chief surgeons started confessing without hesitation. Director Su, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's him who forced us to do it. If I didn't listen, he would fire me and tamper with my records. I didn't want to do it either, but there was no other choice. If we didn't obey him, none of us could survive in any hospitals in Southwest. We really had no choice, so we did it. Chapter 258, The Protective Umbrella Behind Putian Hospital. As they spoke, the head surgeons still felt somewhat like they were lamenting. After all, being powerless, how could they compare with the dean? Especially since the surgeries involved high-ranking officials, naturally making them even less likely to cause offense. They could only accept some money and settle the matter. Now, with the prison bureau investigating, how could they dare to hide anything? Everything was confessed truthfully. They even handed over records of the wire transfers from those years as evidence. After all, at this stage, who would dare to conceal anything? Everyone knows how ruthless the prison bureau can be. In just over half a year, they've uncovered so many cases clearly enough, let alone this one. Practically everyone has been thoroughly investigated. The revelations given by the staff left the senior management of Putian Hospital and the former dean pale-faced. For years, they've tried hard to build up Putian Hospital's reputation through constant financial injections on the internet. However, at this point, it had collapsed completely. This includes even the lead surgeon coming forward as a witness. Together with the transfer records, it's undoubtedly incriminating. When the true face of Putian Hospital became apparent online, netizens were enraged, particularly those who were previously sympathetic to the former dean. Now they felt anger at having been manipulated. If they hadn't heard it themselves, who would have believed that behind a hospital there would be such extensive black market operations, selling patients' organs directly to others, without hesitation for human life? In fact, under cover of hiding the truth, they actually killed people and cremated their bodies to destroy evidence. How can such a hospital call itself a hospital of good conscience? It makes everyone furious. They've seen shameless behavior before, but never such villainy. Even the former dean acted hypocritically. Initially, he seemed somewhat pitiable, but now, it's enough to make anyone furious. All netizens watching the live stream wish to strangle this bastard right away. There have been many bad people seen, but wearing a white coat, playing the role of healing in the eyes of all, actually able to do such heaven-defying and reason-violating things for money. The barrage was quickly filled with dense insults. Shit, I've seen bastards, but none worse than you. How could you harm patients who trust your hospital? They came to be treated, not to die at your hands. You're animals. Bastard, don't you feel guilty doing such things? Truly, knowing someone's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Painting bones is easier than painting skin. Inside a hospital, these secrets are hidden. If not heard directly, I really wouldn't believe that Putian Hospital would do such a thing. For years, I've sought treatment at their hospital. Now thinking about it gives me chills. I kept my life probably because I wasn't compatible with their patients' organs. At first, they pretended to be so pitiful, making me actually believe in his innocence. What could an old man possibly do? But never thought that someone would go as far as committing such inhuman acts. Looks like I underestimated you, haha beast. How could you stoop so low? That's real lives. Without proper resources, wait then. Why kill? Damn it, killing your own patients. Thankfully the prison bureau intervened and found out about this case. Otherwise, who knows what might happen in the future. Too terrifying. If I get sick, who dares to go to the hospital anymore? Thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. In an instant, the anger of all civilians was ignited. After all, no one would have guessed that beneath this seemingly kind old man lay such sinister methods. If the prison bureau hadn't said it, in a lifetime, no one would believe that anyone could do something this absurd. Not even beasts could match their cruelty, perhaps. Even though some suspected that there might be problems within this hospital, even if treating patients leads to death, there's no need for immediate action like burning the body, right? Probably it was due to a medical accident or giving the wrong medication. So, the dean wanted to protect a doctor. But unexpectedly, behind it all was such dark secrets. If the prison bureau hadn't taken action to investigate, who would dare to believe that such a bloodstained case could happen in this supposedly holy hospital? If hospitals like this were widespread across the Xia country, who would still dare to go to the hospital when sick? It'd be faster to just wait for death at home. Not as bad as waiting for your own death anyway. How about it, old dean? Is this the evidence you were looking for? Feeling good now? Do you have anything else to say? This time, you're done for. The icy voice rang out, leaving the high-level executives of Putian Hospital unable to utter even half a word. Only the old dean burst into maniacal laughter. Haha. Good. Good. No wonder it's the prison bureau. Your methods are really top-notch, managing to investigate this far. Truly, I admire you. But does this mean you think you can kill me? Dream on. Do you know how many powerful officials we've treated over the years? Would they let us die? Minister Su, just wait. When I get out, I'll definitely continue playing with you. Also, after you die, I will preserve all your internal organs. I'll transplant them into others' bodies. Haha. I'll make sure you never find peace in the afterlife. While speaking, the old dean seemed somewhat insane. Taking a few steps back, he dropped his cane on the ground and laughed wildly. The laughter was grating, and when the old dean finished speaking, the audience watching the live stream was stunned. How could he refuse to confess at this critical moment? But then, thinking about what he said, it did make sense. Indeed, the patients treated by Putian Hospital would absolutely not let it close down. More importantly, once these executives were locked up, all their dirty secrets would be revealed. Chapter 259, An eye for an eye, it's only natural. Therefore, those people would absolutely not let him fall into trouble. Could it be that some high-ranking officials would disregard their reputation to save someone? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Over the years, many of the top figures in a certain province in southwestern China have been treated by him, and there are quite a few private secrets involved. Thus, they would absolutely not allow him to be taken away. Meanwhile, major media outlets in the live broadcast room took this opportunity to fully exploit the news. This was what they were looking for, a blockbuster story. In comparison, the previous medical malpractice and the cremation case were negligible. The key point was the last statement made by the old dean. Once the person behind the scenes was uncovered, it would surely be a shocking piece of news nationwide. At this moment, one after another arrived at Putian Hospital. Nearby media reports also reached the scene in the first instance, effectively blocking all entrances to the hospital tightly. Up to now, do you still think those people can protect you? Rest assured, I will arrest everyone involved. Their existence itself is an insult to our entire country. Arrest them all. It was tiresome continuing speaking nonsense with this man. A wave of the hand, and orders were given to take him away. Just as they reached the building's lower level, a large crowd of journalists had already swarmed over. Microphones were practically shoved up to the mouth. Minister Su, may I ask, who exactly is involved behind the Putian Hospital case? Will DU institution apprehend all individuals, or choose to ignore some? Hello Minister Su, we are from News Times. We'd like to inquire whether the final threat from the old dean is true. Would the people behind Putian Hospital really dare attack you? We are real-time hot broadcast. May we ask Minister Su, what will be the next step in your operation? Also, regarding the progress of the cremation case, has any development been made thus far? All these pieces of news surrounded for interviews. Faced with this overwhelming force, even xiuxian felt somewhat unable to cope. After answering a few questions briefly, xiuxian waved his hand and signaled everyone to calm down before speaking. Friends of the various media outlets, when DU institution was established, our goal was to combat all sorts of crimes across the nation, which brought us to today. Therefore, our determination to fight crime does not need further elaboration. No matter what, we will surely investigate this case thoroughly, please rest assured. Those who disturb our xian nation, regardless of political power or merchant influence, will never be indulged. As for the threat made by this old dean, you may ask him yourself. Moreover, I'm also very curious to know whether the people he speaks of will dare rescue him, and if they can indeed do so. Here, I want to state clearly that whoever it might be, we at DU institution will not hesitate in our pursuit. When it came to this, xiuxian had become dead serious. After this reminder, all the journalists reacted accordingly, then moved toward the direction of the old dean. They intended to dig out who exactly stood behind him, naturally requiring questioning this party directly. Possibly, only he truly knew. However, compared to xiuxian's polite questioning, without doubt, the language used by the journalists against this old dean was much more intense. After all, this man was nothing but a beast in human form. The doctor's duty is to heal patients with care and compassion. Yet, he actually coerced doctors to commit such deeds. Even if one did not curse him, it was hard to feel relieved. This guy was no less than livestock. Without personally witnessing, it was extremely hard to believe anyone could perform such acts. Excuse me, is it true that you said you're going to settle accounts with Minister Su? What kind of people stand behind you that give you the guts to say something like this? When you killed those patients, didn't you consider how heartbroken their parents would be? Isn't it just thrilling to be an executioner? Haha. Dean, can you please tell us how you feel being captured? The threat you expressed earlier in your office. Does that mean you have a lot of protective umbrellas behind you? Can you name them, please? Dean, please give us direct answers. All the reporters began asking questions, their words chaotic like headless flies, confusing directions. Even the seasoned old dean was confused this time, uncertain whom to respond to. Especially when being challenged by these reporters, he truly had no idea what to say. After years of living in luxury and comfort, when had he ever endured such treatment? His face turned red with anger as he spoke. Shut up. What do you know? Those people deserve to die? What's the use of their miserable lives in this world? With the money they earn, they can never live a life of comfort. Instead of struggling, it's better for them to die, saving their families a lot of money. Besides, I gave them more money than they could ever dream of earning in their lifetimes. What's there to complain about? The old dean continued speaking with a cruel expression on his face, though what he did was disregard human lives. In his mouth, it had transformed into some kind of business transaction. No matter who they are, everyone has the right to exist in this world. Under no circumstances does that justify taking someone else's life. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all furious upon hearing these baseless excuses. After all, although they'd encountered many shameless individuals, such an out-and-out despicable person was rare. What nerve does he have to say things like this? An eye for an eye, it is only natural. Regardless of who commits murder, they will inevitably feel guilty. However, this man spoke so brazenly that the netizens watching couldn't contain their rage. You're the one who deserves to die? Such sin. How can someone be so inhumane? This guy is just a disgrace. What qualifies him to even live? Even if he dies, it's not enough. A person like this doesn't even deserve to die. There's no need for trial. His words alone already make him worthy of execution 5 times over. He's clearly against humanity. Minister Su, please capture the people behind him as well. It's outrageous and lawless to protect someone like this social scum. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 260. Those who disrupt the peace and security of my summer country, no matter how far they are, must be caught. On normal days, perhaps these journalists would have some sympathy for the elderly man. But right now, his attitude is truly unbearable, especially what he did, which has been condemned by countless people. What kind of person can bear to do such a thing? It's simply impossible to describe his cruelty with words like wicked or inhumane. What could possibly be going on in his mind? How could he be so cruel? So naturally, there was no courtesy in their words. As for the netizens online, they were so angry that they wanted to tear the old man into pieces. After all, they had seen many bastards, but someone like this was unprecedented. How could someone be so shameless? committing such reckless acts against human life, and still pretending to be superior. If it weren't witnessed firsthand, who could believe that such a horrible crime was committed by him? It's utterly unbelievable. No matter who they are, no one would be capable of doing such a conscienceless thing. It's as if he has lost his face entirely. Moreover, he even dared to threaten them at this point. Facing the reporters' interviews and netizens' abuses, the old dean still sneered coldly and said, "Huh, the right to live? Are you serious? A bunch of people living at the bottom of society, what qualifications do they have to deserve the right to live? They need to die. Only death can absolve them of their sins. People like them don't deserve to live. What kind of qualification are you talking about? Our hospital gave them so much compensation. In the future, their families won't have to struggle or work hard, and they will live a rich man's life. What's wrong with that? You people know nothing. As for who's behind me, haha, do you think I'd tell you? A bunch of idiots. Tell you, I'll be out soon. Haha." Laughing, until he became completely crazy. Even when hearing the outrageous comments from the old dean under such circumstances, the surrounding journalists and passers-by were shocked, especially the action group members of the DU Bureau. They looked puzzled. Who is the powerful figure behind this old man? He still shows not a trace of fear, even facing death. He spoke those words in broad daylight. Who would dare to rescue him under these conditions? Of course, if the dean still had any sanity left, he absolutely wouldn't say something like this. But unfortunately, the man has already been driven to near collapse after years of carefully built empire being destroyed effortlessly under xiuxian's investigation. Under such pressure, he has completely broken down mentally. Naturally, his psychological defense was no longer as strong as before, leaving him full of anger. After all, he couldn't imagine that something like this would happen. Through so many years of effort, the foundation of the Putian hospital has endured all sorts of challenges without concern. Yet now, within just half a day, it crumbled because of xiuxian. Could he not feel enraged? Anger naturally led to loss of reason. Fortunately, the old dean still retained a bit of rationality, as he didn't reveal who was behind him. Otherwise, things might have gotten much worse. However, it was enough to cause many reporters to speculate. This news incident concerning Putian Hospital is certainly significant. There's no way it could have happened without support from influential figures. Besides, for so many years, performing organ transplant operations specifically for high-ranking officials, what means they haven't used? Perhaps hardly anyone in the whole southwestern province doesn't recognize them. Thus, making some news was all that was needed. Excuse me, by now Putian Hospital has been closed off. Your higher-ups have all been investigated. Under these circumstances, is there any chance of reversal? Who exactly is supporting you? Even after becoming a prisoner, why do you still dare to speak such words? For many years, Putian Hospital has provided surgeries for certain individuals. Could those people be your patrons? Or to put it another way, isn't Putian Hospital just a service organization for them, and all of you are merely pawns? For such a major thing as organ transplantation, your hospital dared to do it. Moreover, for so many years, numerous cases have been caused, and in the end, everyone fled. Doesn't that mean the person behind you has taken action? Over the years, how many scandals have they helped your hospital cover up? The voices of journalists' interviews kept coming. Every question hit the nail on the head, while the old principal's face still carried a cold smirk. Occasionally, he would make 2 or 3 sounds. But when it came to his protector, he always refused to talk about it. Obviously, even if questioned further, there would be no results. Soon, those journalists lost interest and then left one by one to write their news. After all, with such a big piece of news, it was enough for them to have plenty of room for speculation. As for the people behind the scenes, as long as the accusations pointed towards the high-ranking officials who had received treatment at their hospital over the years, the public would naturally welcome this kind of news. Of course, there were still some who continued to ask persistently, hoping to get an answer. However, as time passed, xiuxian said, "All right, everyone, today's interview is now over. We still need to escort these individuals back to the capital. Please rest assured, this time, our DU Bureau will definitely investigate the case thoroughly. No matter who is behind Putian Hospital, we will pursue it to the end and not let anyone go unpunished. Also, please, media friends, continue to supervise us." After speaking, xiuxian waved his hand, and Li Zhonghua and others escorted the old dean and several high-level members of Putian Hospital toward the car. Then, they headed directly toward the airport. At the same time, inside the airport, there were people waiting for them. Chapter 261, Sniping at the Airport, the backing mountain of Putian Hospital. At an airport in a southwestern province, inside the terminal building, fully armed personnel from a certain bureau stood on either side, and with warning tape, they completely cordoned off the surrounding area. As for outside, it was filled with onlookers and journalists. After all, since the founding of the Xia dynasty, such a massive show of force had never been witnessed at an airport. A high-ranking official with insignia on his shoulder commanded the operation, keeping everyone on full alert. And simultaneously, a few cars stopped outside the airport gates, as members of the DU department got out and headed toward the terminal building. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw this spectacle. xiuxian slightly furrowed his brow and instinctively touched his waist. "Who are you people? Why are you blocking us?" Li Zhonghua stepped forward to ask. After all, escorting these top-level officials from Putian Hospital was crucial. There could be no mishaps. "Greetings everyone, We are the staff of the XX Bureau. I am the director, xuanhuan. I'm responsible for all criminal cases in a certain southwestern province, and here we naturally await your arrival. Please sign this document." Saying this, he clapped his hands, and someone came forward to hand over a document. They took a look at its content. Xuanhuan had no choice but to pass it to xiuxian. Minister, trouble is coming, he muttered quietly. Of course, this situation didn't escape xiuxian's attention. After all, anyone able to create such a massive display wouldn't be any good. There must be a problem here, which is why such a major issue has arisen. Document. Holding the data folder in his hand, xiuxian feigned confusion. That's correct. Please cooperate with our work. According to Xia country's legal provisions, no matter where a crime is committed, it should be handed over to the local authorities for processing. This time, our department failed in duty regarding the Putian hospital case, resulting in many innocent civilians being harmed. We truly owe a debt of gratitude to the members of the DU department. Without you, we still wouldn't have uncovered this case. Additionally, please grant us your cooperation by handing over the prisoners so we can take them back. Otherwise, we will have difficulty reporting this. As for this document, it contains an order specially approved by higher-ups for transferring personnel. Moreover, our higher-ups recognize Minister Su's contributions and thus have specifically commissioned a gold medal for you. Such an honor doesn't exist in more than just a few copies across the entire nation. Minister Su, receiving this recognition is a great honor indeed. Young and talented, destined to ascend even higher. The last sentence carried profound implications. The speaker gestured upward with his hand, making the intention crystal clear. If the individuals were handed over, future promotions would certainly follow. Please thank your leaders for their concern on my behalf, but this case was investigated by our DU department. Following the Elder's directive, all investigations led by our department fall under our independent judgment. Naturally, this won't be an exception. Therefore, I can only express my appreciation for their concern. The Putian hospital case hasn't been fully cleared yet. The backers behind them have not been found. Thus, further reviews are necessary in such circumstances, and I cannot hand these individuals over to you. Your understanding is appreciated. As for this document, unfortunately, I cannot sign it. However, if anyone here is concerned about the progress of this case, you're welcome to return with me to the capital. All details of the case can be made available to you for observation. How does that sound? It took a lot of effort to uncover these criminals. How could xiuxian let them go easily? Especially when those behind them were connected to numerous influential figures in the Southwest province. It was absolutely unacceptable to release them under any circumstances. Besides, these so-called personnel transfer orders were clearly nothing but a front. With the entire nation's eyes on him now, they awaited whether the DU department would retreat or continue pursuing justice without wavering. Therefore, this was the moment to persevere rather than loosen up. Investigations must continue until everything is clear. Even if there were genuine issues, they must be thoroughly investigated. We've come this far already. There's no way to quit easily. Otherwise, all accomplishments accumulated up to this point would vanish instantly, turning all efforts into wasted attempts. It was clear to anyone discerning enough that this case involved something suspicious. Behind Putian Hospital, surely some kind of protective figure lay hidden. In such circumstances, how could these individuals be handed over? Perhaps, these people would just be reviewed casually upon returning. Then they would find an excuse to release them. As for responsibility, naturally, there would be someone to take the fall for them. After all, such tricks have been played too often and are no longer surprising. In such a situation, it was natural that they wouldn't let go easily. This group of high-level officials from Putian Hospital must be brought back to the capital. Upon hearing xiuxian's words, xuanhuan's face instantly turned sour, his eyes filled with a murderous glare. His sharp gaze then spoke. Minister Su, those words shouldn't be said like that. Indeed, I admit your DU department has done a very good job recently. However, these people are ultimately ours. Is it really proper for you to just snatch them away? That is quite unreasonable, isn't it? Our work among various departments is clearly divided. Are you going to interfere in the affairs of our southwestern province despite this? If that's really the case, then by all means, speak plainly. There's no need to resort to these little tricks. Our colleagues will certainly not obstruct Minister Su's path to wealth. There was a hint of cold laughter in his voice, as if, in his view, the only reason for holding on to the old dean was to make a fortune. Of course, only this person would brazenly say such things. Who has ulterior motives in their heart should be more clear than we are. Today, these people must be taken back to the capital, Director Chen. If you have any objections or wish to assist with the interrogation, you're welcome to join us on our trip to the capital. The DU department will certainly roll out the red carpet to welcome you. Chapter 262. The prison office should be a sharp sword, not an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes. Upon hearing xiuxian's words, xuanhuan's expression turned somewhat awkward. Even a fool could see that the prison office probably would not let go of this case anymore. Therefore, there was no more courtesy left in his tone. Director Su, I don't quite understand your meaning. Are you saying there is a difference between an interrogation conducted in some province in the southwest and one held in the capital? Or are you implying Director Su suspects something is wrong with certain people here? Director Chen, you are joking. We at the prison office merely act upon orders, without any implication of suspicion. This elderly dean, when captured, repeatedly claimed to have astonishing influence in this place, backed by many influential protectors. Hence, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we want to take this person back for further investigation. Of course, if anyone should obstruct us, then it would be difficult not to suspect someone of being an accomplice. The comment carried hidden implications. Upon hearing this remark, xuanhuan became aware that the prison office might already suspect him. But the more they suspected him, the less likely it was for the individual to return to the capital. In this southwestern province, his team still had a chance to find a way around the situation, but once he was really taken away, then how many others would end up implicated because of him? Certainly, out of respect for the Grand Elder's authority, the Elder who wielded terrifying influence throughout all of the Xia country. With just a single word, anyone involved would surely lose their heads, but things have now come to a point where they are left with no path forward. Over the years, what has been done through the Putian hospital? Wouldn't some people in the western provinces know about it? Why haven't they interfered? Ultimately, everyone involved is simply another link on the chain of benefit. And now, this chain of profit is going to be severed by the prison office. If it doesn't affect their status, even if the old dean were to be executed on the spot, these individuals wouldn't get so agitated. But the prison office's current actions suggest a thorough investigation, bringing the person back to the capital to be interrogated. And if this old man ends up spilling anything significant, how many people from this southwestern province would die along with him? Thus, this person absolutely cannot be released. Maybe the prison office is fulfilling its duties, but for them, this move is about survival. If this person returns to the capital, then the number of powerful officials who'd end up ensnared will truly pile up in heaps. In the end, they themselves won't escape unscathed. Therefore, they must block this move. Even though they realize they are heading down a dead-end street, they must hold fast. No one can allow them to pass, or else none shall survive. In conclusion, this individual, you cannot take away. Minister Su, please consider this as a personal favor to a brother. In the future, whenever you visit our southwestern province, I'll personally attend to everything. Please do not put me in such a difficult position. After all, we are following orders from higher-ups. If this person cannot be returned to the capital, then I truly won't know how to proceed. At this moment, xiuxian was practically ready to kneel on the spot. After all, the ties with the Putian hospital over the years have run too deep. If this person is really taken away, there will be nothing short of a massive earthquake across the entire province. The mere thought of it is daunting. And in response to their pleas, xiuxian maintained a cold expression on his face. The more they obstructed, the more it proved just how serious the issue inside was. To think, a simple department head from the capital could dare come out to intercept them at the airport? Is it possible, if not backed by powerful figures behind the scenes? Therefore, this person simply had to be arrested. Xiuxian had a premonition that perhaps this particular incident was far more severe than the gutter oil scandal. The black curtain pulled aside would be far more shocking. A complete, ongoing profit chain that stretched on for over a decade. Putian Hospital, being a pivotal part of this profit chain. Apologies, Director Chen, please step aside. Otherwise, I will arrest you on charges of obstruction of official duties. Xiuxian didn't have time to continue wasting on delays. With the departure time of the flight quickly approaching, swift action was essential. This southwestern province truly needed some proper cleaning up. Wherever the light couldn't reach, there always existed darkness. Especially in places like these far removed from central authority, darkness thrived best in such areas. Who knows what kind of secrets lay hidden within? Evidence must be uncovered as soon as possible, and every participant rounded up. Arrest? Haha, Minister Su, don't joke around. We're all part of the same system. There's no need to be so formal, right? Alright, if you insist on leaving, I won't hold you back. However, visiting us without enjoying even a small cup of wine seems unreasonable, doesn't it? Do me a favor. Let's drink a toast first before heading out. Let me check. The next flight should be in 3 hours, right? By then, I'll personally see you off. How about that? As he spoke, his gaze remained cunning. Evidently, realizing they couldn't stop them directly, they now resorted to delaying tactics. When it came to openly opposing the prison office, they lacked the audacity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used archival excuses as pretext to come here and transfer prisoners. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian slightly furrowed his brows. It seemed like they were already preparing to make their move. Yes, they wouldn't dare kill someone from the prison office. After all, the Grand Elder wasn't one to sit idly by. The prison office, being his trusted organization, was handling a special case. Thus, should anything happen to them, that Elder might lash out in anger, disregarding the need for evidence, and wiping out anyone under suspicion. No one dared to underestimate the resolve of that man to punish those involved severely. During the era of nationwide warfare, the number of people who died at his hands was countless. If the situation called for making an example of others, that Elder would never hesitate. But let's face it, being the apex figure presiding over an entire nation's hierarchy, such cases may seem significant for a country, but aren't enough to capture the full attention of a Grand Elder with global ambitions. Hence, the task was assigned to the prison office. If every matter required the direct intervention of the Great Elder himself, wouldn't that essentially reduce him to a babysitter? Why establish a prison office at all? Why grant them firearm permits, or even military district mobilization rights if that were the case? This is, after all, the sharpest weapon within the entirety of Xia country. If an office bestowed with such powers still can't handle a few corrupt individuals, then its very existence becomes meaningless. Chapter 263. Anyone who obstructs official duties shall be executed. Do you want to try? You few. Why don't you quickly go and book tickets for the comrades from the penitentiary department? What are you standing there for? Although we do not belong to the same department, at least we are in the same system. Haven't I taught you how to treat comrades with warmth, as if they were a refreshing spring breeze? That was when xiuxian hurriedly started reprimanding. The nearby guard finally realized what he needed to do and turned around to leave. Xiuxian then spoke. There's no need. When I come next time, I will treat you to drinks. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. But right now, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell. Let's go. Since he had already seen through his intentions, he would not linger any longer. Now he intended to leave. Pushing the ladder aside, he walked straight ahead. Seeing this, Xuanhuan became flustered. How could he possibly let him go? If he did, his position wouldn't be safe. He then tried to stop them, but before he could act, he was already pushed aside by xiuxian with one hand. Director Chen, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. I'll be back soon. Haha, let's go. With a cold laugh, he continued walking forward. As xiuxian was almost about to enter that passage, Xuanhuan finally became anxious and roared. Everyone stop. Do not move. You must stay today. Is that so? Turning around to look at Director Chen, who had finally revealed his true colors, xiuxian indeed felt that the man could no longer pretend. What does your previous statement mean? Threatening a special agent from the penitentiary department? Let me think. What's the charge? It seems like execution. You dare. Hearing xiuxian's words, Xuanhuan felt uneasy. Still, he persisted stubbornly. This time, he had been given an arduous task. If he could keep the person, he'd get promoted and everyone would be happy. But if he failed, he feared he would not even return. You can certainly test whether I dare or not. Xuanhuan, keep an eye on them. Anyone who dares to step forward, arrest immediately and take to the capital for questioning. With no intention of continuing idle chatter with this man, xiuxian said coldly. As the other party was about to say something more, he ultimately kept quiet. Offending the penitentiary department brought nothing but trouble. Let's go. After seeing no movement from the group, xiuxian continued, turning to leave. But after just a few steps, Xuanhuan interrupted again. Apart from the penitentiary department personnel, all others must be stopped. Your people I cannot touch, but these people from Putian Hospital, you cannot take them. In the strongest tone possible, yet saying the most cowardly words. Of course, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, throughout the entire Xia country, there really was no one who dared to mess with the penitentiary department. This organization was the nightmare of everyone. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, no one dared provoke them. Seeing the other side charging up, xiuxian's gaze became icy at this moment. They were indeed obstinate. Since they weren't listening, there was no other choice but to use force. All of you arrested. With those soft-spoken words, the action team began their movements. Though Xuanhuan had brought only top-notch experts, at best they were comparable to ordinary people. Compared with xiuxian's real capabilities, they were definitely not on the same level. Quickly, all were subdued. Looking at these members of a certain bureau who had been apprehended, xiuxian coldly said, since all of you insist on following us, I am not a petty person either. I'll send you all a few plane tickets. Our penitentiary department is never short of funds. Take them away. Since persuasion was ineffective, only the method of killing the chicken to scare the monkey remained. If today he couldn't resolve the troubles brought by Xuanhuan, then, even if they could return smoothly to the capital, those people wouldn't take the penitentiary department seriously anymore. In the hearts of those crafty old foxes, the so-called penitentiary department is merely made up of children with advanced weapons. This, Xuanhuan, is merely a probe thrown out by them to test the waters. The real mastermind behind it all certainly wouldn't reveal themselves so easily. After all, someone capable of pulling such a massive interest chain into motion, could they simply be an insignificant bureau chief? Even 3 ranks higher than him wouldn't be able to accomplish to this extent. And the reason why this guy jumped out first is simply because he was their puppet. They wanted to see just how sharp the teeth of the penitentiary department are. Originally, xiuxian didn't want to expose himself too early, but at this point, he no longer had a choice. Since they wanted to see how sharp they were, let them see the dominance of the penitentiary department. Saying that, he directly had Xuanhuan and his men arrested on the spot and escorted them onto the plane. Xuanhuan, who had been arrested, had a look of anger on his face. In this southwestern province, although he was not a big shot, he still had some standing. Over the years, he had never endured such great humiliation, and his temper had become extremely irritable. He glared at xiuxian and said, "You bastard, let me go. What do you think you're doing?" "Xiuxian, Minister Su, this is a crime. I will file a complaint against you. Why are you arresting us? All we did was follow orders. What qualification do you have to arrest us?" "Xiuxian, let me go. I warn you, you're on the verge of committing a crime. Don't attempt to ruin yourself. Let me go, you bastard." His face was already contorted with rage. He couldn't believe that xiuxian would actually arrest him right there in front of everyone. And it happened right on his own turf. At this point, he no longer cared about the task given by his superiors. "Yeah, didn't I warn you not to try to kill yourself just now? It's too late for regret now. Take him away." Turning around to look at Xuanhuan, who had already been apprehended, xiuxian sneered. Then, he turned and walked towards the passage entrance. Along the way, Director Xuanhuan continued struggling, shouting, and later even began cursing. Gradually, more people were drawn to the commotion and started taking pictures. After all, such a scene was rare to witness. Chapter 264. The Warden Department draws their guns. Minister Su is mighty. At this moment, a scene unfolds at an airport in a southwestern province. It has already been transmitted to the internet, and almost all netizens across the country saw it simultaneously. Subsequently, online comments went utterly wild, and after recognizing the identities of the two sides involved, netizens began typing rapidly on their keyboards, leaving behind comments. "Wow, it's actually 2 departments arguing somewhere. Holy cow, how dare they? The guns are drawn, why? Please explain. Dude, you must have just landed from Mars. This event has spread across the entire web already. You don't see those people wearing doctor uniforms? They're the scumbag doctors from Putian Hospital. They've been selling patients' organs, specializing in transplant surgeries for high-ranking officials. They were investigated by Minister Su from the Warden Department. These guys probably intended to bring them back to the capital for trial. What about the other department? seeking answers from the pros. If I'm not mistaken, that department might be the so-called umbrella of protection mentioned when the old dean was arrested. It's quite bold for them to come out in broad daylight and snatch people like this. Looks like the Putian hospital case isn't as simple as it seems. There are definitely deeper conflicts hidden within. Who knows, maybe powerful hands are lurking behind the scenes. Support the warden department, they're exploding this time. Haha, unbelievable to find such big news. Livestream folks, I want to witness Minister Su's authority firsthand. Very quickly, all netizens go crazy. Events like this happen once in a century, and they couldn't be more dramatic. Who would believe this without being a direct witness? Especially Minister Su's investigative capabilities are making everyone terrified. In such a short period of time, the case was solved while many others hadn't even had time to react yet. From this, one can tell how terrifying Minister Su truly is. The latter's methods are indeed terrifying. And major news media also arrived instantly, starting live recordings. Such a huge event surely made for explosive news. Recording even a little would create a sensation. The captured director xiuxian, upon seeing the crowd gathering around, became red with anger on his face. He spent years cultivating a good reputation in this southwestern province. But this incident will likely destroy his hard-earned name, and not only that, but it'll make him a laughingstock later. Thinking this, he loses his composure completely, pulling out his service pistol directly from his pocket. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, the black gun barrel pointing upwards. A bullet fell to the ground. Although no one was hit, it startled all bystanders. As for the warden department public official holding him, he was surprised too, never expecting this man to actually dare pull the trigger. Caught off guard, he lets the latter escape and regroups. The face of Director xiuxian turns dark as he shouts, "Minister Su, you've gone too far daring to issue arrest orders against us? What gives you the right? Damn it, today, the people must stay. Whoever dares to take them away, I'll shoot them down right now." As matters escalate, Director xiuxian seems determined to follow through. Anyway, his official career is already ruined, so getting some money wouldn't hurt. Perhaps by keeping the Putian hospital personnel, he could extract a substantial sum from them and then flee the country. Unfortunately, his thinking was too simplistic. Not only did the gunshot fail to intimidate xiuxian, but it made him angrier instead, retorting, "Director Chun, well done. Do you know what the punishment is for firing a gun in a public place without cause, creating pandemonium, especially for a public official? I give you 3 seconds. Drop your weapon and comply with us quietly, otherwise." xiuxian was somewhat speechless. For a public official, firing a gun under these circumstances equals losing his post. Not only that, but he would bear criminal responsibility. What's worse, he fired the gun to intimidate the warden department, which added more severe charges. He stumbles over his words wanting to defend himself, but finds himself at a loss for words. 3, 2, 1. Bang! As soon as the ultimatum ends, xiuxian immediately draws his gun, aims at the arm holding the other gun, pulls the trigger, and penetrates the hand, blood flowing down crimson-red streaks. Staring at the vivid red blood dripping down, everyone freezes. The people that xiuxian had brought along were each frightened to the point of rolling their eyes back. After all, they had seen terrifying actions, but never something this decisive. He was a bureau director, and he just shot like that? The audacity alone made them completely bougon continue to argue. This minister was truly too fearsome. Calm, collected, yet utterly resolute. What? Do you want to follow his example? The cries of agony were still echoing as xiuxian turned his head to question the remaining few. Their throats were dry, they opened their mouths but couldn't utter a word. Of course, they dared not emulate him, nor did they wish to. After all, being shot like that wasn't a pleasant experience. Moreover, being directly taken down by xiuxian, there wasn't even a place for reason. At this moment, everyone felt somewhat helpless. Who would have thought that such an event could happen? The consequence was too severe. Their director simply fired one shot into the air, yet Minister Su's fury led to his hand being disabled in response. In an instant, everyone's legs went weak. They obediently shut their mouths and cooperated with the warden department's operation. There was no longer any room for complaint either. After all, Minister Su's decisive methods were incredibly formidable beyond imagination. Watching the few who remained silent, xiuxian spoke. "What are you waiting for? Take everyone away. We're returning to the capital." After saying this, he immediately turned around and left. And all the livestream viewers as well as media journalists present watched this scene with looks of admiration. This was the true warden department. Law above all else, regardless of anyone. Those who dare obstruct the enforcement of law must pay a heavy price. Chapter 265, Departure of the Warden Office, Return to the Imperial Capital. Minister Su is impressive badass. Bombastic. I've seen a lot of arrests, but never one so authoritative, directly using guns. Just now, they were so arrogant. In the blink of an eye, they became cowards? I thought we'd see this guy confront Minister Su, but he's just a wuss. Haha, this is what's called being a real man for 3 seconds. It was difficult, but finally, he pulled out the gun. In the end, he got so scared that he fainted. Haha, still Minister Su is badass. Watching Minister Su take action and capture someone, all the onlookers and common folk couldn't help but admire him. Normally, people who were bullied had no way out. Even if they wanted revenge, they didn't know how to get it. But now, there was finally an opportunity. Still, Minister Su is formidable. These guys, who normally preyed on the weak, didn't expect to face retribution so quickly. Especially the reporters were even more excited. Compared to some dark affairs, they'd rather expose these news stories filled with justice. Especially in today's society, such actions by the warden office are highly praised. For many years, This minister has worked diligently, solving quite a few cases, especially this time, publicly capturing xiuxian. Just from this alone, you can see how decisive this person is. Originally, there was doubt whether this time the warden office might also give a light punishment, impose a fine, and then let the Putian hospital reopen. Or perhaps, simply close the Putian hospital down. But, the old dean and those upper management should be okay, right? After all, there are too many influential people standing behind them. Just looking at the fact that even a probing mission included a bureau director shows the power of their connections. For all we know, they may possess even more terrifying forces. And in such circumstances, whoever it would be, would not want to continue investigating. But xiuxian is different. This individual insisted on continuing the investigation and thoroughly checking everything out. Without finishing the investigation, there would be no rest. From this, it's clear that this person is indeed very dedicated. It is precisely because of this dedication that so many people admire him. He is truly very devoted. Precisely due to this spirit, all citizens have come to revere the warden office so much. In contemporary Xia country, there are already too many scandals, but how many organizations are as committed to justice as the warden office? Of course, not all people involved are bad. There are good ones too. But ultimately, most don't dare act decisively, because the power behind these corrupt forces is too enormous, and they don't follow any rules. Offending them means possibly leading to no peaceful days ahead. For this reason, one must be cautious. No matter what, you absolutely cannot act too recklessly. Otherwise, whatever consequences arise, those are not something they can control. Just imagining it makes people shiver with fear. Some people, only after reporting issues to higher-ups, ended up getting immediately dismissed. Or, when corruption leads to land seizures, victims who try to report such incidents often get run over before even stepping out of their homes. As for those responsible for running people over, they just pay a little compensation, and then the matter ends there. In such a situation, it is bewildering, and if not personally witnessed, who would believe such things could happen? Behind the light, the darkness hidden is far too great. However, uncovering this darkness requires paying a heavy price. Especially when many people receive money and live well afterward. All it takes is signing a document here or there, and they can pocket millions. Whoever sees this can't help but feel envious. Power and wealth have always been the most tempting things in the world. At this point, no one can escape. So, though sometimes people lament the injustice in society, more often, people have become numb. It seems like the world should naturally be this way. Until the warden office appeared and started handling these cases, many realized that there are still people who uphold justice in this world. Even if they can do nothing tangible to help the warden office, at least they can support them online. This way, at least heroes won't suffer wrongful treatment. Many netizens have spontaneously begun promoting the warden office online. At the same time, the flight carrying the warden office members also arrived at the imperial capital. Upon returning to the office building, in the interrogation room, they looked at the senior executives of Putian Hospital. Facing the walls around them, these executives finally felt utterly hopeless. They were fully aware that Director xuanhuan was sent by some people to save them. Moreover, xiuxian should already know this. Yet, xiuxian still refused to release them, indicating that he had made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't let it rest. Therefore, in such a situation, there was no hope left for them. After confirming that no one could rescue them, these executives didn't dare to conceal anything. Besides, cooperating could count as making amends for their crimes. Hence, there was no need for an official interrogation. Everyone vied to confess, fearing that if they confessed too late, they would lose the chance to make amends. So, it took virtually no effort to smoothly record all the confessions. Looking at the names that appeared on the documents, xiuxian's eyes couldn't help but become slightly red. Although he anticipated that the situation in a certain province in southwest China would be severe this time, he never expected so many people to be implicated. Among them, many were high-ranking officials. No wonder Putian Hospital managed to operate freely and illegally in that certain province in southwest China for so long. It turns out that behind them, there were such deep connections. After obtaining concrete evidence from these people's mouths, xiuxian immediately called the Great Elder. Such a grave case must require the Great Elder's personal order. Chapter 266, Zhongzhou City, Fake School Records, Darkness Brewing. After a brief phone conversation, xiuxian drove away from the Dian agency. He headed towards the Xijian direction. Moments later, after passing through several checkpoints, he finally arrived at the courtyard entrance, still immersed in a world full of ancient charm. It seemed that no matter how things changed, it was always spring here. Minister Su, please proceed. The elder has been waiting inside for quite some time. Nodding seriously, xiuxian walked inward, traversing a long corridor, and soon reached the ancient study. The elder was still reviewing documents as if all the worldly splendor outside had nothing to do with him. It must be said, the elder's realm was truly beyond measure. Xiuxian gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. As soon as his foot touched the ground, the great elder looked up and said, Minister Su? Haha, long time no see. You don't visit unless there's something important, am I right? Is there trouble in a certain province in the southwest? Have you already learned about it? Xiuxian appeared slightly surprised, but quickly composed himself. This was Xia country after all. On this land covering nearly 10 million square kilometers, were there any matters unknown to this elder? If he chose to know, then there was nothing he wouldn't be aware of, merely differing in urgency. If everything required direct intervention from the great elder, then why bother establishing various departments at all? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to take care of their own responsibilities? Otherwise, by the time all the issues pile up, chaos might ensue throughout the entire country. At least currently, people are clear on what can be done and what cannot be. With laws and systems monitoring, whether it's the DN agency or other departments, they are actually protectors of the law, whose purpose is to safeguard the presence and bottom line of the law. What the Great Elder does is merely coordinate. Throughout the nation, across the globe, how many affairs need handling? So many events that seem significant to ordinary people are just drops in the ocean to the Elder. After all, standing in different positions naturally leads to different perspectives on the world. Haha. The Elder did not respond directly to xiuxian's question, only chuckling softly. And how could xiuxian fail to understand? Apparently, the Great Elder had already been informed about the situation and chose not to act immediately, using it as an opportunity to train the DN agency instead. Now tell me in detail what happened? I've heard guns were fired at the airport. The Great Elder continued speaking, his gaze filled with warmth despite whom he addressed. This very warmth made the whole populace trust him, believing him to be a truly righteous leader. In this matter, our DN agency holds some responsibility. Firing guns in a public place created a poor impression. However, the situation in Xibei province turned out to be far more complicated than we imagined. Initially, we went there just to investigate the Putian hospital case, but unexpectedly, so many big shots were implicated. Even worse, the hospital director arrogantly declared that no one could catch him within Xibei province. He showed extreme hostility toward our personnel. Eventually, while bringing him back to the capital, we encountered xiuxian, the director of a department, who wanted to obstruct us and even pulled out a gun. In order to bring the man back, I had no choice but to fire a warning shot. A brief account of the incident followed, yet the Great Elder's expression remained unchanged. After all, what thoughts resided in this person's mind were utterly inscrutable, possibly even to himself. Years atop high positions have made him unfathomable. Good job. You didn't do wrong in this matter, but you're also responsible, and I must criticize you. The tone of the Great Elder suddenly became stern. In such a situation, as a public servant, xiuxian disregarded the image of the system and caused chaos at the airport. Why wasn't he executed on the spot? I was at fault. When xiuxian heard the Great Elder's criticism, he started to rise intending to apologize. But upon hearing the latter half, the words on the tip of his tongue receded automatically. Inside, he began to admire this minister. Indeed, his own abilities pale in comparison. This was truly a great figure, someone who could execute decisions without hesitation. Now this was real skill. Remember, the face of our Xia country absolutely cannot be lost to people like this. As local administrators, they neither think about repaying national grace nor treating the populace well. People like this deserve only one outcome, death by immediate execution. There's no need to talk to them about anything else. Next time, remember to do it this way. Do you understand? The Great Elder appeared as if earnestly giving instruction. xiuxian couldn't help but nod, then continued detailing the situation. Based on the confessions of the hospital's senior management, all their actions were under orders from certain individuals. Moreover, after our interrogation, those behind them turned out to be prestigious figures from the southwest region. According to the list we've extracted through interrogations, there might be no fewer than 500. Among these, over 200 have committed serious crimes. There are a total of 172 directly related to Putian Hospital. Many of these individuals are involved in local construction and economic development with complex chains of interests. Therefore, I request your decision. This time, xiuxian did not offer any suggestions. Unlike the previous occasion, the situation in the southwestern province was too intricate. If everyone involved were to be killed, it would result in a massive earthquake. And that Great Elder evidently wasn't as easily persuaded as xiuxian had thought. After hearing up to this point, the Elder's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. Humph. Good. Very good. I entrusted my power to these individuals who claim they want to serve the people, to fight for the common folk. Now it seems they're truly doing their duty splendidly. There will be no leniency. Such people must all be executed without mercy. Absolutely no pardons allowed. Our Xia country can afford some economic decline, but we absolutely cannot tolerate lawbreakers roaming freely outside justice. If this matter is not properly handled, our credibility among the masses will drop to rock bottom. So, action must be taken. This affair must be dealt with thoroughly. Finally, the Great Elder made a decision. Standing up from the chair, his aged eyes still carried flashes of rage. Over the years, he never expected such fools had deceived him continuously. Just an unruly mob. How could they dare to do something so audacious? It was simply a sign of defiance against higher authority. Do they truly believe that being far away means no consequences? I understand. The DN agency will handle this matter. xiuxian nodded. Since the Elder had already made his decision, there was no need to further discuss it. With the evidence in hand, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. Simply deploy the military to suppress everything and mete out punishments according to their offenses. The Great Elder waved a hand, declining xiuxian's suggestion, and instead said, "No, you should not take part in this. You guys at the DN agency have done well regarding this matter, but I still have something more important for you to help me deal with." What is it? Some parents from Zhongzhou City's Operational Technology University reported that the school is suspected of faking student records and colluding with relevant departments at the time. However, the people we sent down found nothing. xiuxian, students are the backbone of a country's future. You should understand this principle, right? So, yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Before the Great Elder finished speaking, xiuxian had already nodded in agreement. Chapter 267. Invasion of the School Database, Fraudulent Student Record Case. After leaving Zijin Pavilion, Xiuxian called Little Li, asking him to gather information about a certain applied science and technology university in Zhongzhou City. After all, an issue that could attract the personal attention of the Grand Elder must be significant. Moreover, several people since successively had returned without any response, which was certainly not trivial. Even the parents who made the complaints had vanished. If this case had no suspicious elements, then it would be really eerie. Even if the parents didn't want to continue reporting the issue, surely someone should have stepped forward to provide an explanation. There was absolutely no response at all. What's more surprising is that, up until now, there wasn't even a hint of exposure on the internet. Normally, this would be impossible in this information age. Nowadays, even something as simple as finding a wallet on the street might trend as news on social media within seconds. Such a major issue, yet no one posted on Weibo? Clearly, some hands were manipulating behind the scenes, or perhaps, even bolder guesses, someone locked down the information entirely. Seated inside the car, Xiuxian furrowed his brows. Despite having handled multiple cases before, this time still left him feeling somewhat perplexed. If the problem wasn't big, maybe the Great Elder wouldn't need him to take action. It's obvious. This case is likely more serious than imagined. Just at this moment, the system alert in his mind sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning a chance for supreme level lottery draw. Would you like to start the lottery immediately? Start. Though worried, he couldn't pass up a lottery opportunity presented to him. Given the nature of the system, today's draw might just become expired soon, which would result in crying on the streets if missed. As the words fell, a roulette appeared in midair with a display of various treasures listed. Looking at the names of these treasures, he couldn't help but feel feverish despite having drawn lots many times. It seemed that very few rewards repeated. How vast was the system's inventory? 3, 2, 1. Start the lottery. The voice sounded, and then the needle slowly spun. Finally, it stopped pointing at a particular item. Looking at it, Xiuxian couldn't help but frown slightly, unable to believe he drew something like this again. True words charm X5, stick on someone's back, forcing them to speak the truth. 5 charm scrolls, and they were true word spells. He wrinkled his brow slightly, truly unable to see what practical use these things might have. However, not every time does one draw something excellent. Often getting 2 or 3 subpar items is normal. Nonetheless, the uses of this object are occasionally pretty decent. If arguing with a girlfriend, simply stick a true word charm. Then everything becomes clear. Otherwise, one might guess forever without ever knowing what thoughts lie within. After collecting all the charm scrolls into the system space, the car also arrived exactly at the entrance of the Department of Corrections office building. Tossing the key casually to the gatekeeper, he headed towards the building interior. The elevator door had just opened, when Xiaoli was already rushing up impatiently, holding a tablet computer and saying, "Minister, according to your instructions, I've already thoroughly investigated the situation of that school in Zhongzhou City. This school was established 5 years ago. On their accreditation certificate, it says associate degree. But to my knowledge, among the many courses offered here, there are plenty for which they don't have the qualification to grant student status. Also, from the Ministry of Education, no special approval was granted, yet every year, they admit large numbers of students across all subjects they offer. In addition, strangely enough, by all rights, this kind of school shouldn't be able to issue graduation certificates or enrollment certificates. Yet, over the years, no complaint against this school has ever been found online. Or more precisely, no trace of this school's existence can be found anywhere on the web, neither positive nor negative. Not even a single piece of either. Hearing Xiaoli's report, Xiuxian frowned and asked, if there were no negative reports, it would be understandable. To eliminate influence, many schools spend money hiring people to remove unfavorable content about themselves online, but never finding even positive reports? Could it be this school doesn't need to recruit students? Don't schools usually go out of their way to improve their reputation online to attract students smoothly? But this place really operates beyond the norm. It was absolutely absurd. This school didn't seem to care at all about building a positive reputation for itself. This certainly did not align with the mindset of a normal school administrator. Something so irregular must have a hidden reason. Perhaps, this time, the fraudulent student record issue might indeed be connected to them. Very well, there's absolutely no news. Little Li nodded, still displaying a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. He couldn't believe there was actually a school like this. It was truly a peculiar place. When on earth could there possibly be a school that made no effort in advertising? If I hadn't checked personally, I wouldn't have believed it. Is there anything else? Don't tell me you spent these 2 hours just confirming what everyone already knows. If that's true, well, Xiuxian stared intently at Little Li, causing him to instantly shrink his neck. Little Li then retrieved the tablet computer again and said, "Don't rush, Minister Su. How could I not have dug deeper after you gave me such an important task? I didn't stop for a second and immediately started investigating. In the end, we attacked their school database forum since there was no news to be found online. Strangely enough, there wasn't a single piece of information there either. However, within the deleted system documents, we did find some interesting stuff." He had initially planned to keep them waiting, but upon seeing Xiuxian's icy glare, he quickly became compliant. There was no way he would dare to provoke his own minister. After all, if this man got angry, beating him up on the spot wouldn't raise any eyebrows. After all, this corrections department was essentially a one-man rule, and everyone held great respect and fear towards Minister Su. Chapter 268. How could the pillars of the nation be bullied? Interesting things? Tell me about it. Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian furrowed his brow and asked. Then, Little Li quickly handed over the tablet in his hand. Although we didn't find anything about their school online, We did discover in their information forum database that there have been many students over the years who have complained on the forum about various issues with the school. But these messages were all deleted by the school immediately, so we never got a chance to see them. Moreover, we also saw many reports against this school on the Zhongzhou forum webpage, but all of them were inexplicably deleted. As for the incidents involving those student parents you mentioned earlier on the phone, according to our investigation, they were taken away by several men on the third day after reporting. It's likely they were sent back to Zhongzhou City. Currently, I've dispatched people to continue searching, and we should have news soon. Additionally, half an hour ago, our jailhouse complaint email received a video file, but it was quickly retracted before we had a chance to watch it. By the time Xiao Li reached this point, his expression had already turned sour. After all, this was just slapping the face of the jailhouse office. Someone dared to retract messages from the official complaint website. Wasn't this equivalent to not trusting the jailhouse? After achieving so much in the last half year, the public still doesn't support or trust us. Retracted. Xiuxian frowned deeply. Can the information department restore it? Yes, I arranged it as soon as possible. It should be ready soon. Just as he finished speaking, a message sounded on the tablet, and then a video file was sent over. Obviously, it was the retracted document. Hastily opening it, and after quick buffering, the video began playing. It resembled footage shot by an aerial drone. Looking down from above, a huge college looked more like a landfill, with broken walls, debris, and piles of leaves everywhere. Clearly, it hadn't been cleaned up in ages. And at this point, Xiuxian couldn't help but frown. Who on earth would waste time sending such nonsense to the jailhouse department? Do they really think the department has nothing better to do than deal with garbage like this? The Zhongzhou University case isn't even resolved yet, and now someone is messing around. This person certainly has guts. It seemed necessary to establish some specific rules regarding which complaints to accept. Otherwise, the jailhouse office might really go into chaos if everyone played games like this. If everyone acted like this, they probably wouldn't have time to do anything else. Just as Xiuxian was about to order the system to shut down, suddenly, he noticed the building name on the screen, Zhongzhou Certain Applied Science University. Seeing this name felt like being struck by lightning. Could this be the place mentioned by the Grand Elder? Could a place like this really be called a school? It was practically a dump. Every year, higher authorities emphasize providing students with the best learning conditions. After all, this generation of youth will bear the future responsibility for Xia country. In the end, Xia country will rely on them to take over. And these individuals not only falsified academic records, but also created such dirty learning environments without implementing the policies set from above. Every year, large amounts of educational funds are allocated. Likely, they've been pocketed by these individuals. Instantly, Xiuxian's eyebrows knitted tightly into a frown. His fingers drummed on the desk, unable to conceal his anger. If it was just this, then it would be tolerable. But what followed made Xiuxian even angrier. There were actually security guards carrying clubs patrolling inside the school. Normally, security measures within schools aren't unusual. After all, in places where students gather, hooligans often cause trouble, so many schools hire security personnel. However, the truly infuriating thing was that these guards weren't protecting the students. Instead, they were monitoring them, blocking dormitory doors, especially the head security captain, holding a megaphone in one hand and shouting loudly into it. All students, let me repeat, please cooperate properly and hand over your communication devices such as mobile phones. It's for your own good. We hope each of you can achieve something significant. Studying in school, how can you use communication devices? Students should focus on studying. Hand over your phones, cooperate with the school, and sign the graduation certificate. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. In the video, the head security guard was seen swinging a club in his hand, his face filled with a menacing expression, especially the words that followed. They were undoubtedly a blatant threat. How barbaric could one be? What kind of school would produce such security guards who even dare to threaten students? If they have no qualms about threatening students, what else would they hesitate to do? Upon seeing this, Xiuxian was truly enraged. After all, students are the backbone of a nation. It is the continuous generations of scholars that push society forward. After all, we no longer live in primitive times where people eat raw meat and drink blood. Technology is the driving force behind development, and knowledge is what ensures Xia country's enduring position at the pinnacle of the world. So, how exactly can one acquire knowledge? It naturally comes from schools. For years, schools have been considered sacred places. Now, it turns out they've become places like this. This is simply outrageous. What kind of people are capable of such despicable acts? Damn! Clutching his fists, he slammed them hard onto the desk, causing it to tremble violently. It almost broke into pieces. Fortunately, Xiuxian reined in most of his strength at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would have meant needing additional funding for repairs. The video footage continued, clearly showing the entire school was sealed off. Patrols by security guards with clubs were everywhere. Moreover, several injured students lay groaning in the hallways. The current situation was heart-wrenching. Chapter 269, Heading to Zhongzhou City, Heinous Crimes. Perhaps a one-sided testimony doesn't mean much, but the footage from the video will never be false. With so many students injured and the frequent deletion of posts by the school administration, it's clear they have something to hide. Otherwise, why would they be so anxious? We must set off as soon as possible. Since students have already been injured, we absolutely cannot delay further. Who knows what other serious consequences might arise? Summon everyone, get ready to act. Also, help me contact General Zhou from the Capital Military District and ask for his assistance in thoroughly investigating this case. During the operation, all members will carry firearms and operate in groups. In case of an unexpected incident, the suspects may be directly eliminated without reporting. Even before finishing watching the video, xiuxian ordered everyone to set out. At this moment, he really couldn't afford to stay another moment, nor dared to hesitate. Even just a few seconds of delay could lead to unimaginable tragedies. There must be no hesitation. By now, it is crucial to take action as quickly as possible. Once xiuxian finished speaking, all personnel of DUC were fully prepared and headed towards the airport. Meanwhile, while on the car, xiuxian took the first opportunity to issue a public announcement on Weibo. Although, it is uncertain if this would work, but at least in the short term, it would serve as a warning to that group, diverting their attention to himself instead of continuing to torment those students. After all, these children are innocent and lack understanding. At such a blossoming age, they are going through such tragic events. This experience might leave them with lifelong scars. However, considering the status and reputation of DUC today, they would naturally shift the focus of those lawbreakers onto dealing with themselves. Opening Weibo and typing quickly on the keyboard, xiuxian soon logged into his account. Then, he boldly released an announcement, tagging everyone. This was the most grandiose publicity since DUC's establishment. After pressing the enter key, the message was sent. Starting from today, the correction department has received the order from the highest-ranking elder to investigate issues like fake academic records and embezzlement of educational funds in a university in Zhongzhou City. We hope relevant departments will cooperate accordingly. The correction department will not let any bad person go unpunished or wrongly accuse good people. Justice exists within our hearts. The message had barely been sent out when it was swiftly shared across the nation among hundreds of millions of followers. Everyone was somewhat confused. In fact, some people were hearing about this school for the very first time. After all, their posts have been entirely removed in the past. Even in the information age, the reach is so vast that there are still many places that don't know, which is quite normal. People were questioning what sort of extraordinary organization this university in Zhongzhou City might be. The website manager of said university saw the message almost immediately. He couldn't help but feel uneasy inside. If this happened before, he wouldn't hesitate to hack into the account and delete the notice. However, alas, this time around, he genuinely dare not do it. After all, DUC isn't some trivial department. The authority of this organization is terrifying, nearly having power over life and death. Many people have fallen because of them. Should he dare to hack into DUC's account, it would likely end up on the chopping block in the next second. Thinking about this, he hurriedly prepared to report it upwards. After all, given the magnitude of the matter, he certainly couldn't handle it alone. They could only inform the upper echelons, and upon knowing the announcement, officials from a certain university in Zhongzhou City began holding meetings almost instantly. Indeed, this department is indeed hard to deal with. Perhaps with others, there may still be room for negotiation. But xiuxian, he is truly a formidable opponent. Never expected that this time, the higher-ups would actually send him down. This is truly unfortunate. In the meeting room, everyone sat in 2 rows, eyes filled with unease. What to do? Speak your minds. From the start, I said we shouldn't confront those students head-on. Now look, it's gotten us in hot water. To top it off, we've attracted the attention of DUC. If anything gets uncovered, we will all meet our demise together. Fear my ass. Look at you now. Where's the demeanor of a leader gone? For so many years, we've gone through thick and thin together. Do you think a little thing like this can scare us? It's just a bunch of students. No matter how much they complain, what can they possibly do? According to my plan, we'll directly dispose of a few of them to shut them up. Especially those parents who reported us, better target them first. As he spoke, the man with the scarred face sneered coldly. As for the department sent down from above, they paid no attention at all. After all, in the past, they were all from the lower rungs of society, but having been favored by a bigwig from Zhongzhou, this school was established. Unexpectedly, some students actually failed to recognize the situation. They even dared to sue them? Humph, they aren't good students anyway. Is studying that important? It's just about a graduation certificate. If you can get it, fine. If not, then so be it. Yet, they dared to sue. It's clear they've grown tired of living. Nonsense, if you're so tough, go ahead. If you go today, I'll pick up your corpse tomorrow. Damn it. Is DUC someone you can provoke? Even large corporations have been ruined by them, let alone us. In my opinion, we might as well refund their tuition first, and wait until DUC leaves before handling it. The idea sounded good, but it's not easy to make them spit out what's already in their mouths. Just then, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat finally set down his cigar and slapped the table, saying, "That's enough talk. The higher-ups have already informed me of how to deal with the matter." "Oh, what method? Speak. Hugu, tell us quickly." Everyone looked urgent, but Hugu remained calm as he said, "A few years ago, a school in the city went bankrupt, and their campus has yet to be occupied by anyone. You guys gather up the brothers below and find some smart ones to pretend to be students at that school. Additionally, if there are those willing to cooperate, select them and offer them some worthless checks. When DUC comes down, we will lead them to investigate that school." Chapter 270, Zhongzhou University, the Prince Switch. What was originally a difficult matter was quickly resolved with just a few words by this person, and instantly, the office resounded with praises. "Brother who is amazing. Only you could have come up with such a method. Openly building roads while secretly crossing the river. Haha, even if the wardens are smart, they would never think that we actually have such a move. Good, brother who is incredible. If it really goes like this, then no matter how crazily the wardens investigate, they will absolutely find nothing related to us. They'll have no chance of finding our weaknesses. As long as we aren't exposed by the wardens, we can also take the opportunity to clear our school's name. By then, those fools won't believe any of their claims anymore. Moreover, our school can continue expanding enrollment. Brother Hu, this plan truly achieves two goals at once. Everyone became triumphant, their faces wearing smiles. They couldn't imagine how easily this matter had been resolved. Initially, they thought the arrival of the wardens would mean dealing with troublesome opponents. But, if the solution proposed by Brother Hu is followed, it will be far simpler. That's enough talk. Let's prepare next. Also, bring in a group of cooperative journalists tomorrow. Remember, they need to know how to speak and work with us. Don't get people like last time, who almost exposed everything about us. These ungrateful bastards receive so much money from us each year, yet they still can't handle simple tasks. Understood, Brother Hu. After speaking, everyone dispersed and began preparations. The following morning, the flight carrying the warden arrived and landed in Zhongzhou City. With pre-prepared vehicles, they didn't stop, but directly proceeded toward the university under the guidance of school authorities. With over 50 cars in the warden convoy, the procession on the road was quite intimidating, and all were armed. Merely the sight of them indicated their purpose was not friendly. After all, this time their target wasn't just common corruption issues, but certain societal problem figures. Such individuals do not adhere to rules, and if pushed too far, they might commit anything. Through more than half a year of interaction, all members of the wardens had become brothers. Under such circumstances, none wished for trouble. Hence, equipping themselves with guns was considered the safest option. In Xia country, firearms still carry substantial deterrent power, making it impossible for ordinary people to act against armed personnel. The previous team sent down clearly lacked experience. So, they were silenced by these people. After all, those sent down for investigation, if one or two were to die there, could still pass off as accidents. But 3 deaths caused by road accidents raised eyebrows. Soon, the convoy stopped in front of a university entrance. At the gates, many people waited. Seeing the arrival of the warden's delegation, everyone appeared extremely welcoming, going as far as unfurling banners for an enthusiastic welcome. The leading principal stepped forward and said, "Director Su, I'm the principal here. Truly honored to have you visit us for inspection. Thanks to the higher-ups' concern, our school has been cultivating top talent for Xia country all these years, never expecting to receive this level of attention. It's indeed a rare honor." His face carried a benevolent smile, appearing unusually warm, while around him, numerous journalists captured the scene with cameras. This grand display from the wardens made it into a major news event. Thus, the presence of journalists was not strange. "Principal, your praise is excessive. Checking each school's management status is our duty. Only through inspections can we genuinely understand what students require. Of course, this time, I am also here with specific tasks, so please forgive any offense." Since the principal wanted to play along, Director Su would see it through to the end. By inviting media coverage, it was obvious he wanted to leverage the wardens to cleanse his reputation. Over the years, their school had committed too many disgraceful acts. Thus, they feared exposure, which could ruin their institution and likely land them in prison. Now, if there is testimony from the warden's office, then this matter would indeed be much simpler. After all, in Xia country, the reputation of today's warden's office truly stands out. As long as this department confirms something, one can truly act with impunity. Even if students later spread news, it would no longer be something to fear. The influence of the warden's office alone is enough for him to have no qualms. Precisely because of this, so many journalists were invited for live reporting. And those invited journalists began broadcasting live immediately. Their video streams connected, and someone among the reporters already started speaking. "Welcome, dear audience friends. Our current location is the university in Zhongzhou City that was announced by the warden's office this morning. The personnel from the warden's office have all arrived, and both parties are engaging in friendly negotiations. Quite a number of students are lined up on both sides to welcome them, which shows that the actual situation at this university in Zhongzhou City is not as terrible as rumored. Here, many students support the school administration. In addition, it has been learned that the principal even personally came out to greet the inspectors. Next, we will continue to broadcast further updates about the specific situation. We hope that all our viewers watching at home will continue to pay attention and stay tuned. Soon, the journalist video images were transmitted through television towers to every corner of Xia country. Everyone who saw the harmonious scene depicted in the footage was somewhat surprised, especially by the cooperative attitude of the principal, which earned support from all the viewers. Chapter 271. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a shocking grand fraud. Regardless of anything, just by looking at the school's cooperation alone, it's clear there's nothing wrong. Otherwise, why would they bring disaster upon themselves? If they were guilty, would they willingly expose themselves when they have nothing better to do? Some university in Zhongzhou. I've never heard of that name before, but it seems like the facilities and conditions here are not bad, though a bit outdated. But still, it can be considered. Anyway, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Ho, I said it already. In this era of developed information technology, how could such events possibly occur? The whole Xia country cannot possibly be so dark, right? It must be that some students are making mountains out of molehills. After all, schools that obtain approval documents simply cannot be fake universities, right? There must still be genuine quality within them. Just who is that idiot that reported them without having anything better to do? What did you think? That Dine department has nothing better to do. Minister Su is so busy, yet you still fool around with him. So many wrongful cases remain unsolved across the country, and yet people are causing trouble during this time. Truly inhumane. Speaking, many began voicing their grievances. After all, in an era of developed information, no one would actually believe that something like abuse could happen. Moreover, this was a recognized institution, officially acknowledged. How could such things possibly occur? Especially since there wasn't a shred of news on the internet. As long as someone had a phone, everyone was essentially a self-media outlet. Once subjected to injustice, they'd endlessly post about it on forums. How wouldn't it attract attention? It was almost unanimously agreed among viewers that these reports were baseless complaints. At least from the current situation, the school administration seemed completely free of any rude behavior. Their full cooperation with the Divine Department's investigations was commendable. How many other departments could achieve such coordination? Upon knowing the online comments, the principal even revealed a smile. This was exactly what he needed. As long as his school gained some fame, eventually it would attract a lot of students. And, through the great reputation of the Divine Department, more deceived individuals would enter, enabling direct accumulation of wealth followed by escape. Originally, the investigation by the Divine Department was a bad thing, but currently, it didn't seem entirely unfavorable. At least, there was some good news here. This could be called killing two birds with one stone. It improved the school's recognition and cleared its name. Surely, next year's enrollment rate would skyrocket. Those fools were creating such ruckus, weren't they? Go ahead, keep stirring. The more the commotion grew, the more he stood to gain. Even if the news went higher up, what could be done? They couldn't even leave the campus, and regarding those so-called information releases, well, the entire school was fitted with hundreds of signal jamming devices, under constant management. Thus, there was absolutely no chance for the students to disclose any secrets. Hence, the students were fated to keep the cover-up intact. Meanwhile, their money would continue flowing into his pockets. Minister Su, you're too kind. So let me give you a tour of our school. Our school has always been completely closed since it was built. To ensure the students study hard, we implemented a very robust management system. The canteen, textbooks, security, and more, all aspects are nearly first class. Thus, our school's faculty has always been top-notch. This is something that needn't be doubted. As for those rumors on the web, I hope Minister Su will not take them seriously. After all, how could a school ever do such things? It's merely pranks by some students who dislike the strict control we enforce, thus behaving rebelliously. Through our persuasion, they have already voluntarily deleted those posts. The principal spoke modestly and kindly. Had xiuxian not personally seen the recorded video, he truly might have believed them. But now, how could he believe them? These people were literally beasts. But as it stands, concrete evidence does not yet exist, so they still need to be investigated thoroughly. As soon as they obtain solid evidence, this person must be dealt with decisively. Therefore, he laughed along, saying, "Hee, I understand. Nowadays kids are tough to manage and rather rebellious. Schools using occasional methods to deal with them is for their own good. Principal, you don't need to explain further. However, the reason I'm here this time is to observe your school's student situation." Though the words were left unfinished, the meaning was perfectly clear. When this guy started talking, anyone who believed him would be utterly naive. It would be laughable for xiuxian to trust him. Counseling? Excellent teaching staff? True, they hadn't lied about safety. There really were no troublemakers at their school. After all, every gang in Zhongzhou was likely inside the campus protecting students. Thus, he smiled through gritted teeth. The principal became slightly embarrassed after hearing xiuxian's words, but managed to reply. "Oh, look at me. I forgot why you were here. Hee, don't worry, there won't be any issues. I assure you this matter will be handled properly. Students, we've already arranged. No, we've already prepared everything." As he spoke, he almost slipped up. Quickly laughing nervously, he corrected himself. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian's lips curled into a faint sneer, but he didn't react immediately. "Very well, thank you for your cooperation. Take us there then. Li Zhonghua, take a team and go with me. The rest of you split into groups to check the environment around the school and look for any potential safety hazards." Understood. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of people dispersed instantly. Afterwards, xiuxian walked towards the classroom with Li Zhonghua, while the principal watched this unfold with an unfriendly expression. Initially considering sending someone to use some small tactics, he ultimately abandoned the idea. It was too risky. Had xiuxian noticed something? While pondering, a voice snapped him back from his thoughts. Xiuxian said, "Principal, what are you thinking about? Lead us to the classroom." No problem at all." He wiped cold sweat off his forehead and responded. Chapter 272. Does your school only have one campus? It wasn't long before they arrived inside the school classroom. Listening to the resonant sound of reading aloud inside, and seeing a teacher lecturing while the students were paying attention to the content on the podium, the entire school looked prosperous, and there was no sign of the wretchedness described by the informants. Moreover, the students were all dressed neatly in uniforms, looking nothing like those who had their living or food expenses curtailed by the school. If the school indeed didn't arrange proper enrollment statuses for these students as alleged, how could such a situation arise? These students were actually sitting here quietly? Consider this, a large school with nearly 1,000 students. If there truly had been a huge disturbance, how could it be so peaceful? And the security guard seen on video before had vanished without a trace. All of this made it feel very strange. At least, so far, there was not even a hint of a problem. Not only was this school without issue, but judging from the teaching environment and facilities, it was actually quite good. Even if one wanted to find schools comparable to this one in the capital city, it would be somewhat difficult. But, why would a school like this explode with such scandals? It was truly perplexing. There must be some sort of circumstances involved. Otherwise, where did that video come from before? How's it going? Minister Su, no problems, right? I've told you many times that our school has superior faculty resources. We genuinely hope to lead every student on the right path. To get to this point, we spend a fortune each year just on educational funds alone. In such a situation, how could other problems appear? As for what happened online earlier, it was really due to some children's lack of understanding when they recklessly posted things, disturbing everyone's work. I apologize deeply. These kids don't always cooperate with the school in studying properly. Therefore, we sometimes reprimand them, but there hasn't been a case of physical punishment. But you know, today's children and parents tend to make mountains out of molehills. We just want to teach their children well, but they suspected us of corporal punishment and immediately reported us. This put our school in a very difficult position. Finally, after confirmation by several teachers, they agreed to return to school. Please don't suggest otherwise. It is really too troublesome for you, and we are extremely sorry. As he spoke, his face carried a look of repentance, but for some reason, something felt off about this guy, though one couldn't quite tell exactly what the problem was. By now, viewers in the live streaming room began to leave comments. A conscientious school like this is rare. Our school is relatively famous, but in terms of service attitude, it doesn't compare with this school. Such a school having issues? Huh. It's probably just some students causing trouble. I feel like the principal is dodging the truth, but I don't have any evidence. This time, Minister Su might have unjustly accused people. However, isn't every action taken by DUN department based on absolute evidence before moving forward? Why does this seem so unprepared this time? Could it just be because of haste? Who knows? But purely considering this principal's service attitude, it's pretty good. Over so many years, I've selected many schools for my child, but none compare to this university. If my child can't enter Jing University later, maybe we can try this place. At least, with their educational philosophy, they should be able to supervise the kids into studying hard. Kids nowadays, they're really spoiled. With such good teachers around, they don't study hard. Back in our day, there weren't any good teachers. It was, you learn if you want, or don't. Soon, almost all netizens took the side of the middle school in Zhengzhou City, because even the DUN department found no solid evidence. Apart from concluding that this school had no problem, they couldn't find a more reasonable explanation. When the principal learned about the news online, he couldn't help laughing coldly even more. It was easy to imagine that next year, there would likely be a lot of money flooding into their pockets. Moreover, the great joy was that after so many years without promotion, this school had gone viral overnight due to DUN department's visit. One really couldn't help but wonder, when all the students finally realized this, who would they blame? Upon hearing the latter's words, a trace of doubt appeared in xiuxian's eyes for the first time as he began questioning his own judgment. Could it really be as simple as what he had said? All this was nothing more than students' pranks? Of course, from deep inside, xiuxian truly hoped for such an outcome. Although solving cases might bring a sense of honor to the DUN department, xiuxian sincerely hoped that no student had indeed been subjected to such punishment, especially in schools, which were almost the last pure sanctuaries for children. If even here had issues, then where else in this world could remain problem-free? It was too terrifying to imagine what the world would look like on such a day. I hope your school can continue to adhere to this purpose and provide good services to the students. If everything checks out from every aspect, then xiuxian didn't have any reason to stay longer. After all, disrupting the normal operations of the school wasn't ideal either. He intended to leave, and at this very moment, just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and fixed his gaze on the principal with an unpleasant expression. He asked almost casually, "Principal, does your school only have one campus, or are there other branches?" Chapter 273. Heading to the old campus, dark clouds hovering over the top. The principal looked somewhat puzzled, and then suddenly remembered something. A trace of panic flickered in his eyes, but quickly vanished as he reacted, saying, "Yes, our school only has this one campus." He hurriedly added. Xiuxian, who had already decided to leave, turned back after hearing his answer. With an unconcerned smile on his face, he said, "That's not right. If I'm correct, your school admits students from all majors, according to last year's enrollment records. There were approximately 2,000 freshmen. Even after removing some unqualified ones, it should still be a large number. Can this campus accommodate that many people? Not to mention there should also be 2 senior grades here. Looking at it from all angles, this school doesn't seem to have that many people, principal. Aren't you deceiving me?" Saying so with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The principal immediately became flustered, his face slightly pale. He said, "Minister Su, you are teasing me. How could I dare to deceive you? Even if I had 100 gallbladders, I wouldn't dare oppose any public servants from the penitentiary department. Let me think. As he spoke, he instinctively took a few steps back. Clearly, he was in a defensive state at that moment. Seeing his appearance, xiuxian's expression turned colder. At this point, if he still hadn't realized there was something off, there would really be something wrong. Stepping forward hastily, he said, "It's fine. Just take your time thinking. Don't rush yourself. If you really can't think of anything, you can come back with us to the penitentiary department to ponder further. We will gladly provide hospitality for you. Necessary. Cough, cough. How about this? Haven't thought of anything yet? Would you like me to give you a hint? Shally, bring over the video." Xiuxian coldly commanded. Soon, Shally had brought over the video. Upon playing, the sound coming from inside caused him a little fear. His face became even more terrified. His entire expression at this moment was thoroughly twisted. After a while, he seemed to have remembered something and opened his mouth. Cough. "Minister Su, I don't understand what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. This campus has no connection to us. I've never seen or heard of it before. Please don't accuse me unjustly." At this moment, he frowned. What else could be said now? All he felt was sheer terror, because he knew very well what kind of events had occurred at that campus. It was absolutely something he could not admit. Otherwise, he would lose far more than he could bear. Such grievous matters. He fully comprehended the consequences. Ho, unwilling to speak, huh? No problem. You'll speak eventually. Keep watching. The name of this school is clearly listed under yours. Could it possibly be a ghost? Tell me, does any prankster student build an entire school? Headmaster, I sincerely hope you cooperate and lead us there. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Obstructing official duties is a serious crime. Emphasizing those last few words, although initially intending to decline, he found himself unable to say a word. Finally, he reluctantly nodded in agreement, because by this point, how could he possibly choose otherwise? Whether willing or not, it was mandatory to grit his teeth and proceed. Yes, I'll lead you there. In fact, I just remembered, this school used to be one of our old abandoned locations, not considered a branch campus. That's why I got confused earlier. As he said this, his gaze continued to flicker uneasily. He naturally dared not make direct eye contact with xiuxian. After all, he was telling such a monumental lie. Should Minister Su see through him, it would all be over. Upon hearing his words, xiuxian coldly sneered. Fine. Thank you for cooperating. Let's go to that old school immediately. Headmaster, please lead the way. And saying so, he directly turned around and walked outside. Special investigation personnel from the penitentiary department also quickly assembled and climbed onto their vehicles. Tens of cars set off again towards the old school. As for the reporters, they were left confused this time, having no idea what was happening. Weren't they here to promote the school? How did they change locations so fast? Since they'd been paid to continue recording, the task couldn't stop just yet, so they climbed into the vehicle to join the expedition. Of course, if the principal were aware, he would likely prefer them to be less professional. After all, what would happen next might be embarrassing, and if exposed, things would spiral out of control. Alas, at this moment, under the close scrutiny of the penitentiary department, he simply had no chance to send out any warning. As for the citizens watching the live broadcast, they were also confused, having not fully understood what they had just seen. In the blink of an eye, the principal's attitude had completely changed. Just moments ago, he was arrogant, but now he had become so submissive. Could it be that this school really has some problems? What exactly did Minister Su show the principal just now? What does another campus mean? If that's true, doesn't it imply that there is indeed something wrong with this school? Shit, I knew it. How could Minister Su from the penitentiary department possibly make a mistake in this case? Throughout the past year, when has Minister Su ever been wrong? He's always been right. There must be something seriously amiss with this school. This is such an incredible drama. I can't help but grab some popcorn. It's more exciting than a movie. There have been way too many twists. I really want to know what's going on. Forget work, I'll keep watching. The audience in the live streaming room had become thoroughly engrossed. At first, everyone thought this was just a regular case, but it turned out to be much bigger and more dramatic. Initially, the school seemed innocent, yet suddenly it became the real culprit behind the crime. This kind of reversal came far too quickly. Especially the video in Minister Su's possession, it was somewhat mysterious. What exactly was in it that made the principal so nervous? New paragraph starts here. Chapter 274, Criminal Detention, Arrest on the Spot. The car drove forward. After a while, the prison department's vehicle stopped, and xiuxian sitting in the middle slightly frowned his eyebrows, then asked, "What's the matter?" The voice from the earphone came from the leading vehicle. "Minister Su, the road ahead is blocked. A few truck drivers said their vehicles broke down and need repair, so they parked their vehicles here. We can't pass through." "What? The vehicles broke down? That's quite coincidental, isn't it? Haha." Intentionally or unintentionally looking at the principal beside him, xiuxian's smile still had an eerie feel to it. At such a crucial moment, how could someone's vehicle break down right here? It was too coincidental, wasn't it? No wonder. The principal remained relatively calm throughout the journey. "This has nothing to do with me. Minister Su, if you don't believe me, you can call the traffic police team. This place is a major truck passage area in our city. There are usually many trucks breaking down on this road, so there will be a lot of people passing by. If vehicles break down, it's normal," the principal replied, as if sensing he was being suspected. In haste, the principal offered his defense. However, upon hearing his words, xiuxian gave an insincere smile. "Don't be in such a hurry, ha. I'm not suspecting you, am I? Rest assured, I separate public and private affairs. I won't intentionally make things difficult for you. But isn't it strange that the vehicles broke down at such a time? Isn't it interesting? Really very interesting. Let's go meet them." As he spoke, xiuxian opened the car door and headed towards the front. Not long after, when arriving at the head of the convoy, sure enough, several large vehicles were seen parked there, along with a few mechanics working under them, attempting to repair the vehicles. Xiuxian approached and asked, "How long will it take to fix these? What business is it of yours when we finish? Hurry up if you're worried. As for us, we're in no rush. Why should you be?" one mechanic replied without even turning around. Upon hearing this, xiuanhuan, known for his quick temper, could no longer restrain himself and blurted out, "Young man, watch your tongue. This is Minister Su. We are from the Department of Penology, and we have official duties to attend to. Move faster." "Department of Penology? Minister Su? Oh, my mistake. Truly sorry about that. We regularly experience breakdowns here, but repairs take some effort. In 4 or 5 hours, we'll be done. Don't worry. We'll ensure you can pass through," said one of the men with a somewhat cunning look. 4 to 5 hours? Did they really think the Department of Penology was foolish enough to fall for that? Allowing them so much time, just to leave the officials free to intimidate students? Nevertheless, one must admit, The reason provided by those individuals wasn't bad. If the vehicle breaks down, there's little anyone could do about it. Xiuxian then suggested, let our personnel help. It could speed things up, and our experts can handle any issues efficiently. During this mission, Xiuxian had brought along all the resources available to him. Almost all members of the Department of Penology had been dispatched. Handling a few vehicle repairs wouldn't be an issue for them. Clearly, these guys were causing trouble for nothing, so helping them out would only be a way to dispatch them. Hearing Xiuxian's suggestion, the faces of those mechanics did indeed reveal some discomfort as they responded. Minister Su, you're too kind, but there's no need for you to get involved. Leave it to us. Rest assured, we'll work fast and won't delay you much. In such cases, urgency is of no use. Unless, Minister Su, you prefer an alternative route. As for vehicle repairs, we can handle it ourselves, but it can be complicated. It's certainly not our intention to cause problems unnecessarily. Upon these words, it was clear they intended to cause problems. Even a non-professional could tell these individuals were creating trouble out of nothing, trying to block their path to the school. Is that so? Fine. Since the distance isn't too far, let's walk there directly. Xuanhuan, you lead a group first. We'll follow shortly. As Xiuxian said this, he still revealed a smirk. Such petty tactics, wanting to trap me? Pure fantasy. The personnel of the Department of Penology weren't pampered individuals. Running a few steps meant nothing to them. These people truly overestimated themselves. Originally, Xiuxian thought they might have more decent strategies, but instead, these were incredibly childish, simply low-level and laughable. Yes. Xuanhuan started walking forward immediately. Seeing this, the repairmen were somewhat shocked, not expecting Xiuxian to resort to such a move. They attempted to stop him saying, that's not allowed. How? You want to obstruct official duties? Their true intentions were revealed so quickly, which made the whole situation rather unexciting. Of course not. It's just that. In case you leave, what if vehicles come later? What are we supposed to do? So, let's just wait here. We'll be done soon, Minister Su. The mechanic instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing about obstructing official duties. But after patting his pocket, as if he remembered something, he stood up again and said, leave a team behind to watch the vehicles here, and the rest come with me. Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian calmly responded. Although fully aware of the other party's tactics, there was nothing he could do. After all, what they said was true. There was no time to keep going around in circles with him, so he directly spoke up. Just as he was about to move forward, the mechanics hesitated, intending to block him again. At this point, Xiuxian was truly angered and coldly ordered, bring them in. Charge them with obstructing official duties. Inspect their vehicles for any issues. If there are none, request the local police to criminally detain them for 3 months. Having lost patience, he directly gave the command. Yes. The task force immediately moved in to arrest them. The mechanics were caught off guard and started resisting, protesting. On what grounds? Why are you arresting us? Minister Su, this is criminal behavior. What have we done? Why must we be arrested? I'll file a complaint against you higher up. Let us go? What have we done? On what basis are you arresting us? I'm going to sue you for abuse of power. Are the penologists really that powerful? As the noise from their protests echoed, Xiuxian's face remained icy. Just then, the penology department members who had gone to inspect the vehicles returned and reported. Minister, there's nothing wrong with their vehicles. Upon hearing this, silence fell over the scene. The group that had been shouting just moments before now closed their mouths entirely. Chapter 275. Obstructing official duties, criminal detention. After all, if the vehicles were at fault, then naturally the drivers wouldn't be detained. At most, they might face confinement. But now, since there's nothing wrong with the vehicles, it directly leads to criminal detention. The charge of obstructing official duties is not one to be taken lightly. Therefore, everyone was dumbfounded. Before this moment, they never expected that this Minister of Corrections would take such a strong stance, completely disregarding their protests. In previous situations, other departments, if employing these kinds of measures, really left those people without any means of retaliation. Now, Minister Su had an unconventional approach, directly apprehending individuals. Especially, given the situation where the vehicle inspections revealed no problems, one could only imagine the impending outcome. Ho, the vehicles have no issues. Then, you several, for obstructing justice, deserve to be sentenced to imprisonment. Enjoy your new life well. This will be a special journey. Xuanhuan, send them off to the nearest police station. The rest, follow me. With this remark, Xiuxian sneered coldly while looking at these drivers. And those few looked pale in the face. Speaking of going to prison, it's certainly not worth it. At least, no one wishes to go there, especially under these circumstances, preferring instead to stay outside. No one wants to walk into certain death. Particularly, in this type of situation, their eyebrows furrowed. And by this point, they definitely didn't want to get locked up so easily and aimlessly. However, if they tried to fight back, they'd find themselves without any recourse. After all, Xiuxian wasn't someone who spoke softly. He was already somewhat irritated by these few individuals, and now with evidence in hand, he intended to send them inside. Wait, don't take us away. I don't want to go to jail. Tiger brother, save us. You paid us to just stay here. You never mentioned anything about jail. Brothers, we don't want to go. Help us plead. Those drivers being apprehended opened their mouths in panic as they made their pleas. Upon hearing their words, which originally no one cared about, Xiuxian narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to look at the principal behind him. All those present from the Department of Corrections were his people, and there was absolutely no way they'd cause trouble at such a critical moment. Besides, All personnel from the Department of Corrections were personally selected by him, making it impossible for any hidden spies among them. Moreover, no one in the entire Department of Corrections has ties with Central Province. Therefore, there was only one Tiger brother present, the principal they brought along. Moreover, upon hearing their implication, it seemed this individual had ordered people to block the road. Tiger brother? I didn't expect Principal you to have such a nickname. Not bad indeed. Could you explain to me why? Is it perhaps because there's something unspeakable in your school that makes you not want us to proceed? It's best if you give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, today you may end up entering alongside them. As Sue stared at the principal, a hint of helplessness appeared on the latter's face. Truly, one fears not a divine opponent, but rather pig-like teammates. Originally, there was hope these fools could lend some assistance. Now it seems like he thought too highly of them. For these individuals not to cause more chaos is already the best scenario possible. What a bunch of morons. Somehow able to blurt out things directly and truthfully, not realizing there are certain matters that shouldn't be divulged. Unfortunately, no matter what is said now, it's too late. Even denying being Tiger brother won't work, because this Minister of Corrections isn't foolish. He certainly wouldn't believe in such absurd nonsense. With a touch of reluctance on his face, after hesitating for quite a long time, he finally spoke. Cough cough. There's been a misunderstanding. Director Sue, truly a misunderstanding. I absolutely did not instruct them to do such a thing. Besides, I fully cooperate with all of you. It must be that they've heard incorrectly. I asked them to transport supplies to this road, as it's a small side business of mine. Surely the Department of Corrections wouldn't care about such trivialities, right? They simply heard wrong, hence the prolonged occupation here. You bastards can't even understand the simplest orders and still expect me to rescue you? How dare you obstruct the path of the Correctional Service Minister? Perhaps it's better for you to reflect inside for a few days. Director Sue, please accept my apology on behalf of my subordinates' lack of awareness. As the situation unfolded, hiding any further was impossible, having no choice but to come forward regardless. Since it had come to this point, continuing to hide behind others would surely irritate Director Sue, leading him to be even less lenient. Therefore, he quickly stepped out to apologize profusely. Ho ho, there's no need for an apology. However, we will follow the law and make a judgment accordingly. Regardless of any reasons, it is unacceptable to obstruct official duties. So, you gentlemen should still go inside and stay there. Besides, this principal here, I hope there won't be so many misunderstandings on our way. Our corrections department certainly doesn't want many misunderstandings. If there are, please resolve them in advance. Otherwise, there won't be such courtesy next time. Get in the car, let's go. Xiuxian said coldly, then arranged for a vehicle to take these individuals to the nearest police station. As for the rest of the group, they continued heading towards the location of the school. It was unknown whether this person had learned a lesson or had other plans. Anyway, the following road went rather smoothly, and before long, they moved forward. Throughout the journey, there were no obstructions. There was no obstruction by anyone either. Finally, after half a while, they could finally see the gates of the school. Looking at the school that looked similar to what was seen in the video, Xiuxian's expression became more serious. At this point, he was basically certain that the incident must have occurred here. It has to be admitted, this school truly chose a great location. Remote. Serene. There aren't many people around. No wonder, some people's audacity turned out to be so big. If the students were trapped here and wanted to get out, it would definitely not be an easy task. Adding signal jammers into the mix, virtually all students would be completely cut off from external communications. What a nice place. Getting out of the car, Xiuxian muttered with seemingly profound implications as he glanced at the principal once again. The latter only felt a somewhat eerie sensation. Chapter 276. The prison office sets out. Behind the door, endless sins. Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but he didn't know how to say it. After all, they had come to this point. Where was there still room for choice? Whether willing or unwilling, it seemed they had already been targeted. All that remained was to hope that those people had relocated all the students. Open the door, don't tell me you don't have a key. Reaching the school gate, he calmly said, and the other person was about to protest but didn't get the chance before being cut off. Xiuxian waved the gun in his hand, leaving no doubt that even if unwilling to open the door, opening it wouldn't be difficult. In helplessness, there was nothing left but resignation, so he moved forward to open the school gate. Creak. The heavy door was pushed open, revealing inside broken walls and ruins, and countless torn-up textbooks. Looking at the scene, Xiuxian was dumbfounded. Even the people who followed from the prison office were all struck frozen. Was this still a school? It was impossible to tell. It seemed as though it had been abandoned for a long time. Minister Sue, what do you think? Isn't it clear enough? I told you before, there would be no problems here. How could our school possibly do such a thing? It has been abandoned for a long time. So, I've said, it must be some student playing a prank. The principal smiled as he spoke, casually wiping away cold sweat from his forehead. Hearing his words, Xiuxian waved his hand, ordering everyone to proceed inside. He then added, since it's been abandoned for so long, then we wouldn't mind taking a look around, would we? Of course, please go ahead. Realizing his men were prepared, Brother Hu naturally became braver, directly giving the order. Soon, people began testing. The instruments buzzed incessantly nearby. Xiuxian also walked around. This place was exactly where the video was filmed before. But, where was the school now? Where were the people? Where did those students and security guards go? If they simply didn't exist, then surely that incident on the road wouldn't have happened. Naturally, Xiuxian wasn't deceived by such a simple trick. He hadn't brought it up because he just wanted to come here quickly and settle accounts later. But unexpectedly, he was still too late. It appeared that the students had already been taken somewhere unknown. But, logically speaking, they should not have been taken outside the school. With so many people, their movement would certainly have been discovered, and with such a large target, losing one or two along the way would ruin everything. Therefore, they definitely didn't leave the school. Instead, they were hiding somewhere, indicating each team to search. As for Brother Hu, he stuck close to xiuxian's side the whole time, enthusiastically saying, Minister Su, honestly, you don't need to suspect us. Our school is truly student-centered. At no time would we ever do something too extreme, let alone create fake academic records. That is pure fabrication. You're a cultured person, and you shouldn't fall for such petty tricks. With regard to this old school district, it's not big, easily countable places. How could we possibly hide people here, Minister Su? You're overthinking things. However, I know this is your duty. Feel free to thoroughly investigate. We will absolutely not interfere, please. You can inspect every corner of this school. Our school genuinely possesses outstanding teachers and is student-oriented. Our attitude towards students is harmonious, like a gentle spring breeze. Absolutely, none of the things you mentioned have happened, so we hope you can understand. I'll bet my head on it that there will be no law-breaking here. Saying this, he gave assurances. This speech of his made all the netizens feel supportive. After all, in this age of profit-driven anxiety, encountering such a principal is truly rare. The latter was practically a paragon of integrity, something no one had achieved over the years. Even many prestigious schools couldn't reach that level. Yet, this small school principal managed such insight? It was incredibly hard to achieve. The Central Plains University seems pretty good. Perhaps I'll consider visiting in the future. This principle makes sense. Hopefully, some schools in the country can learn from their spirit. If they're this confident about being inspected, then there surely can't be any issues. After all, if there were problems, who would dare to so brazenly accept an inspection? That'd be having some serious guts. I agree. At least from what we see currently, there absolutely doesn't seem to be any problems. As many people started agreeing with the principal and openly supporting him, a voice came through xiuxian's earpiece at that very moment. Minister, something has been discovered behind the cafeteria. Keep an eye on it. I'll be there immediately. Xiuxian's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected them to actually find something. As for the person who was smug just moments ago, his entire face crumpled now. Could it really be that the prison office had uncovered something? He quickly asked, Minister Su, what is it? Is there something wrong with the school? You should be the clearest on what issues your school might have. Why turn around and ask me? I'd like to ask you too. Let's go. To the back of the cafeteria. Without paying him any heed, xiuxian directly walked toward the rear of the cafeteria. The principal, who until a moment ago had appeared calm, underwent a dramatic change in complexion upon hearing xiuxian's words. He knew exactly what lay behind the cafeteria. There was an air raid shelter left over from the nationwide resistance war in the past. Earlier, he had specifically ordered several men to lead the students down into the shelter beneath. Yet, unexpectedly, these prison office personnel had uncovered the secret. Were their noses as sharp as a dog's? He hastily interrupted. Wait, Minister Su, wait for me. There's nothing behind the cafeteria, just a sewer outlet. It isn't worth investigating, right? Tiger Brother's expression turned suddenly grim as he quickly caught up. Chapter 277, Judicial Forbidden Zone, Do Not Violate. Execution by Firing Squad. But it was already too late. The group from the Dianu department was already walking towards the rear exit of the cafeteria. Just as they arrived at the cave entrance, they already saw two teams waiting here. And the team leader in charge of guarding, upon seeing xiuxian's arrival, immediately saluted and said, Minister Su, we found something abnormal here, so we came to investigate immediately. Please give us your instructions. Abnormal. Xiuxian frowned, looking at the entrance that looked no different from an ordinary underground sewer, with some confusion. Yes, when we were checking here earlier, we heard someone crying for help. According to technical detection, it should be coming from this location, so we sealed off this place. Should we send people down immediately to check? That team leader quickly reported the situation just now. It turned out that while they were inspecting near the cafeteria before, they suddenly heard a cry for help and started the inspection immediately, eventually pinpointing this sewer outlet. After listening to his narration, xiuxian's eyebrows furrowed into a frown. Turning around, he looked at the principal who had rushed over hastily, slightly understanding, and waved his hand, saying, Send a few people down for reconnaissance. Also, prepare for combat. Yes. The team leader nodded immediately, and then several members of the Dianu department moved forward to start dismantling the sewer grate. The principal, who arrived late, seeing this scene, became deathly pale and hurriedly opened his mouth, saying, Minister Su, don't dismantle it. It's just a sewer outlet. Over the years, all the sewage from our school has been discharged through here. Don't dismantle it, otherwise, it will smell terrible. Would anyone really hide in a sewer? Minister Su, you are really too suspicious. Our school is truly a law-abiding institution. We actually plan to renovate this campus. If the sewer is opened, the smell might be unbearable, and who knows how long it will take to air it out. While speaking, he wore an expression of hardship, but unfortunately, after hearing his words, xiuxian had no intention of stopping. Standing there, he continued to watch the dismantling process, with a hint of coldness in his gaze. After all, at this point, was this guy still trying to conceal things? He clearly thought nothing of the Dianu department. This was practically treating them like fools, wasn't it? Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? If it was just an ordinary sewer opening, why would cries for help come from it? Comparatively, xiuxian naturally trusted his comrades in arms for more than half a year more than this principal. Take it apart. With this simple command, the dismantling work continued. Soon, the entire grating was removed, and then personnel began to enter. Wearing masks, holding flashlights, they ventured into the sewer. Seeing this, the principal almost fainted. How's the situation down there? The radio soon transmitted the sound from inside the sewer. Minister Su, this is not a sewer. It's very large. Our people are continuing to search ahead. It seems like a place similar to an air raid shelter. Air raid shelter? Xiuxian, who was already frowning, looked back at the principal, his face revealing a smirk. Haha. I think you need to explain this problem to us well. Why does the sewer turn into an air raid shelter? Are the missing students hidden inside? As the icy tone fell, his face was frosty. And as for the principal, surrounded by gun barrels pointed in all directions, he was utterly terrified. After all, the Dianu department really did open fire when necessary. These people acted decisively, supported by the Grand Elder, without needing to consider consequences. Moreover, given his crimes, if he refused to confess, dying would be in vain. The latter was somewhat nervous, drenched in sweat at this moment. His dry throat opened, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know what to say. After all, it had already come to this step. Anything he said now seemed too late. And the principal's reaction also caused quite a stir among the public. After all, if he were truly innocent, he wouldn't have reacted like this, indicating that he indeed had something to hide. Otherwise, why panic like this? Earlier, everyone had witnessed his calm demeanor. At this moment, in stark contrast, the audience in the live streaming room had their chat messages flying across the screen. They seemed to sense something. This guy was definitely not as simple as he appeared. There must be some secrets hidden within him, or more precisely, the complaint the Dianu department received might very well be true. Principal, why don't you say something? Why has the underground sewer turned into an air raid shelter? Could it really be, as Minister Su stated, a place used for hiding victims? You damn fool. I actually thought you were a good person earlier. Who would have thought? You're nothing but an animal. How could you do such things? Beast. Why? Those are just students. How could you lay your hands on them and lock them up in the air raid shelter, trying to evade the investigation by the Dianu department? What kind of sordid school can possibly do such evil deeds? I seriously doubt how a school like this could even pass inspections. Why does Zhongzhou City have such a school? Instantly, all netizens were in an uproar. The more they had revered this principal earlier, the angrier they were now. After all, no one expected that this seemingly upright individual would turn out to be so treacherous behind closed doors. What kind of trash could possibly commit such acts? Haha, good. Since you don't want to speak, then I will help uncover it. However, when the time comes, your sins will weigh even heavier. Li Zhonghua, take the entire action group down. Remember, if there's any resistance, eliminate them without warning. It has already reached this point. These people are simply out of their minds. Therefore, eliminating them on the spot would be justified. More importantly, deeds like these couldn't possibly be committed by dozens of people alone. There might be even more accomplices. Only through bloodshed can they be deterred and made to understand what it means. Forbidden grounds of the law cannot be violated. Chapter 278. Fierce beasts always walk alone, while cattle and sheep go in herds. Understood. Action team, load your weapons and follow me. A smirk appeared on Li Zhonghua's face. Subsequently, he led his people towards the entrance of the tunnel. Shortly after, everyone filed in, and a few moments later, the sound of gunfire echoed from within the underground air raid shelter. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets shot out of the gun chambers. Even if one stood on the ground, the sound could be clearly heard. Everyone around was shocked. As for the principal, his face had turned completely pale. He understood all too well why these gunshots were fired. Surely, it must mean that the group down there had already started fighting. In other words, the students had been discovered, and the subordinates resisted violently. So this was why the Dianu prison department began their merciless massacre. The audiences in the live stream quickly understood the situation once they heard the sound. By now, anyone who still doesn't understand is truly being foolish. Principal, you've really done a great job. Ha ha ha. Xiao, lead 5 groups of people down to provide support. We must ensure that both our personnel and the students remain unharmed. With a wave of his hand, 5 more teams ran downwards. Very soon, the gunfight inside the air raid shelter ceased. The voice of Li Zhonghua came through the radio saying, Director Su, all places below have been fully controlled. However, the shock these students experienced was indeed massive, so the implication couldn't be any clearer. After enduring long-term confinement by these beasts, with no one coming to rescue them, these students had become like living corpses. Not only did their willpower collapse, but at this point, they would trust no one again. Bring him along, I'll head down. Xiuxian's face revealed a hint of seriousness. Someone then grabbed the principal and moved toward the air raid shelter. At the same time, journalists followed up closely. Such big news, why miss out on it? Though they'd been paid off, the principal was about to fall from grace. Who at this moment would worry about him? Moreover, compared to such huge news, the red envelopes they received are pitifully small. Once this news breaks, they can be sure that they will surely become frontline reporters. Thus, they hurriedly caught up. Inside the air raid shelter, scenes of torn school uniforms, broken backpacks, and bloodstains were everywhere, showing clearly that the students were not brought here voluntarily, but were forcibly confined. This devastated scene at the entrance of the air raid shelter painted an unimaginable picture of the events that transpired. As for the audience in the live stream, they stopped typing on their keyboards upon seeing what was in front of them. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to imagine how something like this could happen. In this peaceful era, death and war seemed so distant from their world. Almost everywhere appears harmonious. But who could imagine that beneath this tranquility and harmony lies an endless cloud of darkness? Continuing forward, they soon reached inside the shelter. On the ground squatted more than 100 tattooed youths, surrounded by dozens of corpses. Next to them lay confiscated weapons, still stained with blood. It was enough proof of their heinous sins. Report. All personnel have been fully controlled. Please, Minister, decide. Good. After a long pause, xiuxian finally spoke a word. Even he didn't know how to describe the feelings within his heart. After all, the scene before him was too shocking. If not witnessed firsthand, he would find it hard to believe how such a tragedy could happen. School, the most sacred place, a place meant for teaching and nurturing students, has instead become the site of such a bloody incident. Concealing student records, beating students, privately imprisoning them. What else haven't they done? These people, no, or perhaps they don't even deserve to be called human. At least, nobody should do such things. Take them away. Upon hearing this, those thugs kneeling on the ground started pleading. Not fair. Minister Su, I have an 80-year-old mother and children just a few years old who depend on me desperately, crying for food. Absolutely cannot lock me up. I'm desperate and have to earn money this way. I've realized my mistakes. I'm also forced. Everything is ordered by Brother Hu. If we disagree, he'd kill our entire family. Minister Su, we don't want to commit these conscienceless acts. Have mercy on us. Please spare us. I really don't want to die. I still have kids. If I get imprisoned, what would happen to them? Minister Su, please take pity on me. I am willing to make amends for my crimes. As he looked at the people in front of him, xiuxian's eyes showed not a bit of sympathy. Rather, there was some disdain. Be a man. Take responsibility for your actions. Although these people committed crimes, if they had the courage to shoulder their mistakes, xiuxian would still respect them. After all, at any time, one must have spirit and backbone. But what about them? After committing so many wrongdoings, they wanted to use their families or hard lives as excuses to escape legal punishment. Is that possible? If they were really let go, then how about those students who have been oppressed by them over the years? Who will seek justice for them? Hence, these people absolutely cannot be let off. If you had even an ounce of conscience left, you wouldn't have done these things. You wouldn't have cooperated with the Divine-Level prison department when they came down to investigate, trying to avoid legal consequences and living in xiuxian. After being caught, you used your families and financial difficulties as excuses? Humph, there are so many poor people in this world. Does that mean everyone should end up like you, becoming beasts? What were you thinking when you oppressed those students? Feel your own conscience. Until now, it has shown no trace of regret. You're bastards. What qualifications do you have to ask for forgiveness? How dare you think bullying students makes you brave, powerful, and dominant? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're nothing but scum and villains of society. Fierce beasts always walk alone, while cattle and sheep go in herds. You don't deserve forgiveness. Take them all away, prosecute them. Chapter 279. In the name of the people, the warden office takes action. After the chilling words were spoken, the action team took the people away. True warriors will not fear the hardships of life, nor will they abandon their morals and bottom-line principles. These people are nothing but beasts, especially in this era of peace, where one can always earn enough to support their family by doing something honest. Some still fantasize about taking shortcuts to get rich. What qualifications do such people have to be forgiven? They are the real cowards. After ordering them to be taken away, xiuxian continued walking inside. With the help of the light, he could see that there were some students hiding in the corners, trembling with fear. These children have yet to step into society and do not even know what they did wrong. On the path of learning, they were actually treated like this, even brutally beaten, and finally secretly imprisoned. In an era that should be filled with joy, they have endured too early all that they should not bear, especially the shocking injuries on their bodies, made everyone present feel deeply moved by pity. Tears rolled down from the corners of their eyes, truly causing heartache. Just how severe must the trauma have been for them to end up this way? The netizens watching live online, at this moment, all burst into tears. It was truly unimaginable that such a scene could exist. The thought alone was heart-wrenching, and even those in front of the screen couldn't help but shed tears. In this era of brightness, darkness still breeds in hidden corners. If it weren't for the warden office, no one knows how long this calamity would continue or how many more people would suffer harm. Everything is an unknown number, yet it makes people's hearts ache as they shoulder responsibilities that shouldn't belong to them at this age. Damn it, kill him. Director Su, you absolutely cannot let him go. He must die. Such bastards don't deserve to live. They must be killed. How can we let him live? This demon has killed so many students. Those sinful hands soaked in blood must not be spared. I implore the warden office to kill him directly. Such trash, just filth of society. No, even that's not enough to describe him. This guy is simply a beast, a bastard who doesn't deserve to live, damn it. Kill him, he must be killed. I am so blind. I actually believe that this bastard would really protect people? Who would have thought? Never thought that he is ultimately such a beast. The chat messages went utterly mad, having been deceived earlier by the hypocritical face of the principal. Now, all netizens were enraged, and the journalists at the back redirected their cameras to the arrested Tiger brother. All their lenses aimed at him, and they began questioning. But the latter still stubbornly refused to admit any wrongdoing. Regaining his composure, he said, Director Su, I admit that this school is mine, but I didn't know there were such things happening under this air raid shelter. Besides, I rarely visit the school. I have many other businesses under my name, and this school has always been managed by several high-level executives. Any issues were resolved through their discussions. So, Everything related to the underground air raid shelter is truly unknown to me. Nevertheless, please rest assured, I will not escape my social responsibility. After all, this incident happened because of me. If it weren't for me establishing this school and giving them management rights, this result wouldn't have occurred. The medical expenses for all the students and their mental damages will be fully covered by me. I'll pay this cost. How does that sound? With these words, he quickly disassociated himself from everything. Even at this point, he was still capable of saying such things, showing no shame whatsoever. However, xiuxian had no intention of beating around the bush and directly said, this school is unrelated to you? Setting aside the qualification issue, solely because you led us to a fake address, this crime alone can have you charged with obstruction of justice. Moreover, regarding the financial transactions within your school, who authorized these little ruffians, and how they were compensated, I can investigate all of that within half an hour. Would you like to try? Principal, perhaps dead people can take the blame, but their traces of existence and previous evidence will help us solve the case. Do you really think that by pinning everything on these deceased individuals, it'll be all over? Whether you confess or we investigate, the final outcome will be the same. And I can guarantee, it won't differ by more than a few minutes in time. And you are as good as dead. As those cold words fell, the latter's complexion turned unpleasant. Indeed, he thought since they wouldn't speak up, it would be best to shift the responsibility onto them so he could go free. But he hadn't expected Minister Su to be so sharp and terrifying, managing to uncover more within such a short period of time, leaving him with no escape. The netizens, upon seeing this guy was still planning to deny everything despite his predicament, were enraged. After all, they had never seen someone so shameless. Minister Su, why bother talking to him? Kill him directly. This kind of trash, every second they live is an insult to this world. To bully students like that, you're really capable of doing it, aren't you? They are just children. How can anyone think this way? Such scumbags dare to open a school? Who authorized it? I see there's something wrong with that person too. Exactly, something this big couldn't possibly be done by one or two people. There must be others behind him. Minister Su, expose them all together and ensure this gets completely eradicated. Otherwise, even if we catch one, countless tiger brothers will keep popping up later. It'll be useless. On the comment section, the public began analyzing, and what they said made perfect sense. Even if they didn't say anything, xiuxian would have thoroughly investigated anyway. This matter wasn't as simple or easy as imagined. To suppress news about an entire district and maintain their school's reputation to ensure a steady influx of students, none of this could be achieved without powerful backing from above. Chapter 280. In the name of the people, evil ends. So, the case involving a certain university in Zhongzhou City still isn't over. Behind them, there's an even bigger mastermind controlling things. Can uneducated small-time hoodlums really manage to register through a school system? And how could so many journalists' interviews be blocked with no awareness from the higher-ups? If there's nothing wrong here, then it truly is bizarre. Behind them, one can imagine what kind of hand has been suppressing all matters. That person is also precisely the target they are trying to capture. Subsequently, xiuxian turned his head and looked at Brother Hu. Upon hearing the listed crimes, the latter attempted to defend himself but didn't know where to start. Besides, arguing now would be pointless anyway. Just as the warden's office had stated, there was indeed a powerful figure behind them. This force is enough to cover up everything. No matter what happens, everything will always go smoothly suppressed. Thus, they naturally feel carefree. Even if arrested, it wouldn't take long before being released. Afterwards, wouldn't they still have unlimited freedom? Seeing his smug expression, xiuxian frowned slightly, clearly understanding that apprehending such a man would be of little use. Behind him, there were so many more dark hands. Those were the real criminals. In comparison, this guy was merely a scapegoat, not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, if they were going to act, they had to expose everyone involved. How about it? Still not planning to confess? This is your last chance to redeem yourself from your sins. Otherwise, based on your current offenses, getting shot is no issue. Moreover, your family will be implicated, with their properties entirely frozen. However, if you can disclose everyone behind you, I might plead on your behalf. Staring at the man in front of him, xiuxian coldly smirked while saying these words. Upon hearing this, the man displayed a scornful look in his eyes and said, Director Su, are you kidding me? Pleading for my life? Look at my current state. Do I still have a chance to get out alive? Do you think I want to live after I've come this far? Don't dream. You'll never pry anything out of me. Instead of wasting time here, I'd rather advise you to do something more useful. As he spoke, his face continued to show an arrogant expression. Brother Who knew his crimes well. Disclosing them? What difference does that make from committing suicide? It would only expedite his own execution. Therefore, he obviously wasn't concerned with xiuxian's bluff. Comparatively, he'd rather trust the person behind the scenes who could protect him. After all, those people were powerful enough to dominate in Zhongzhou City. Their crimes weren't limited to just the university scandal. And since he knew so many secrets, those people definitely couldn't allow him to be imprisoned indefinitely. Unwilling to talk? Very good then. Wait for death nicely then. Looking at the man in front of him, xiuxian had no patience to deal with him further. Since this man had resolved not to talk, when they returned to the interrogation room, he would naturally spill the beans. With this thought in mind, he prepared to conclude the session. But right at that moment, Brother Who snarled, saying, Director Su, you can't seriously believe these charges alone can put me to death, can you? Just wait. I won't take long to get out, and when I do, I will ensure the entire warden's office meets ruin. Remember, I will surely avenge myself. His voice lowered, sounding somewhat hoarse, but behind this tone was even more cruelty. This man, was still making threats on the verge of death, truly digging his own grave. Upon seeing his demeanor, xiuxian coolly remarked, "I look forward to such a day. But do you really believe that those people behind you can save you?" Though he didn't know who was behind the scenes, saving someone so easily would be absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, the surrounding journalists had smelled the scent of a big story. This was no joke. If they could uncover some big scandals, this news would certainly ignite public interest even more. "Excuse me, did you just say earlier that there was someone behind you capable of easily eliminating the warden's office director? Then, may I ask, who is the person behind you? Could it be that he escapes legal punishment? Dare he actually commit such acts within our country of Xia? Please tell us. Is there someone instructing you from behind, attempting to escape punishment? Or perhaps someone has assured you that they will rescue you after any trouble you cause? How exactly did Zhongzhou University manage to register successfully? Who is the person behind your school? According to informants, your school receives a large amount of educational assistance funds every year. May I ask, has this money been embezzled by you, or has it been taken away by the people behind you?" All the journalists went into frenzy mode with their interviews, and Brother Hu's expression turned somewhat awkward. Had he known that xiuxian would speak so loudly, he absolutely wouldn't have dared to utter a word. Facing numerous camera lenses, his eyes were dazzled. Although he wanted to reveal the person behind him just to scare off these reporters, the words died on his lips as he ultimately swallowed them back. After all, they had reached this point already. Saying anything more would simply be signing his own death warrant. If this piece of news were seen by the person behind the scenes, the situation would only get worse. Yet, the audience watching the live broadcast became agitated. This was undoubtedly the best chance to expose wrongdoing. Each and every one stayed glued to their screens, attentively listening, curious about who exactly was supporting them from behind, enabling such a vast criminal network. Something like this could never be done by just a few individuals. I don't know. I didn't say anything just now. It was Minister Su who misunderstood me. All I can say is that I am innocent in this matter. Justice lies in the hearts of the people, and I believe that someone will thoroughly investigate this incident. For many years, our school has existed with the mission of serving every student. We absolutely would not engage in acts of oppressing students. So, I hope everyone does not follow hearsay blindly. Moreover, our school is an official institution, and there's no concept of any umbrella of protection. Please take responsibility for your statements.